Li Chengfeng traversed into another realm, acquiring an agent system. As a member of the Joint Investigation Bureau, each successful resolution of a case grants him the opportunity to randomly obtain a new ability from the task target. Amidst his astonishment, Li Chengfeng soon recognized an unsettling predicament. At Fox River Prison, an escape had occurred, while a quaint town near Boston, known as Fairy Town, harbored mysteries of its own. In the outskirts of Raccoon City, reports of a beastly attack had emerged, and in Silent Hill, tourists were vanishing without a trace. The television aired gossip about Bruce Wayne, with the host humorously juxtaposing him with another playboy, Tony Stark. Behind the desk of the Bureau's director sat a peculiar, one-eyed black egg. Li Chengfeng's inaugural mission entailed visiting Arkham Asylum to recruit Harley Quinn. Fury, do you think there's still a chance for me to apply for a transfer back to my hometown? Chapter 1. What on earth? World Federal Bureau of Investigation. Good morning, Li. The director is awaiting you on the 31st floor. All right. With a forced smile, Li Chengfeng navigated past the receptionist, silently wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. Though reluctant to accept it, the truth was undeniable had indeed crossed over. He still bore the name Li Chengfeng, yet his identity had transformed into that of an agent seconded from the Republic's headquarters to the American headquarters of the World Federal Bureau of Investigation. His prowess was formidable as an elite agent of the Joint Investigation Bureau. His physical attributes approached the limits of human capability. He was well-versed in over 50 martial arts, proficient with nearly all weaponry, and adept in tactics, interrogation, surveillance, multiple languages, and criminal psychology essentials for any operative. In the Republic's headquarters, he was regarded as a top-tier ace, capable enough to star in an action film. Heaven be praised, the World Federal Bureau of Investigation was a publicly acknowledged entity in every nation. Otherwise, Li Chengfeng would have been lost as to where to begin his new life. Yet, he pondered whether he could indulge in some leisure while on duty. Through memories and information gleaned from his phone, Li Chengfeng surmised that this world was a parallel universe, as one particular aspect starkly contrasted with his previous life. This was the World Federation, the highest authority established by most nations across the globe, categorized into executive countries and member states. Unlike the United Nations of his former life, they wielded genuine power. The World Federal Bureau of Investigation served as its enforcement arm, with 5 executive nations each housing a headquarters that functioned independently yet cohesively. For instance, a single document could facilitate his transfer from the Republic's headquarters to that of America, exemplifying the seamless integration of the Joint Investigation Bureau. Here I am, traversing realms, yet instead of acquiring memories and a golden touch, I find myself starting work straight away, he mused, entering the elevator and pressing the button for the 31st floor. Fortunately, despite being an agent of the Joint Investigation Bureau, his impressive capabilities would likely ensure a life free from peril, provided he did not engage in reckless behavior. The elevator's display screen continued to relay news updates. As Li Chengfeng ascended, an entertainment segment played, delivering a seismic jolt to the psychological fortifications he had just constructed. Bruce Wayne of Gotham City, representing Wayne Enterprises, made an appearance at a charity gala for the Gotham Disaster Relief Fund. To his side were, let me count, no fewer than 5 stunning women from the realms of fashion and Hollywood. Goodness, wouldn't they be jealous of one another? Come on, Lesnar, if you owned a conglomerate worth at least $100 billion, I'm sure any number of women would coexist harmoniously under one roof. Li Chengfeng froze, momentarily dumbfounded. Who was the name just mentioned by the host? As this thought crossed his mind, a photograph materialized on the screen. 5 uniquely beautiful women surrounded a man with a visage sculpted to perfection, complete with a chiseled jawline that exuded both allure and justice. DC Universe? Surely, he couldn't be that unfortunate. The notorious darkness of DC was widely acknowledged. The limits of humanity held little weight in such a realm. The news segment continued to unfold. To be honest, I'm feeling a bit envious. Speaking of Bruce Wayne, we must mention another man who stands shoulder to shoulder with him in the Playboy arena, New York's own Tony Stark. Who was his latest girlfriend? Oh yes, Louise Lane from the Planet Daily. Another 2 photographs appeared, showcasing the dapper yet flamboyant Tony Stark alongside the resilient and beautiful Louise Lane. Those who haven't done their homework should beware of a potential lawsuit from Louise Lane. Hey, race the scoop. Tony Stark has indeed been pursuing her, yet our reporter friend hasn't received a warm reception from this romantic lead. It seems that for some women, money isn't everything. Perhaps, but the women of New York should celebrate this news. Now, let's move on to the next story. Li Chengfeng found himself utterly disinterested in the forthcoming entertainment gossip, struggling instead to process the bewildering information he had just received. Bruce Wayne, Tony Stark, and indeed Louise Lane. This was no singular comic universe, but rather a confluence of multiple realms. If only characters from one universe appeared, he could ascertain which universe he had entered. Yet, the simultaneous emergence of icons from two universes plunged him into deeper confusion. Could it be that this world merely mingled figures from two distinct universes? No one could guarantee otherwise. Goodness, I hope I don't end up on the rooftop at midnight only to find some deranged individual playing with the crescent moon, Li Chengfeng muttered as the elevator obediently halted and the doors slowly opened. The 31st floor had arrived. At that moment, an unfamiliar electronic voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations on successfully deciphering part of the worldview. The most powerful agent system is now being unlocked. Unlock successful. The most powerful agent system, actively solving Joint Investigation Bureau cases or completing assigned tasks, allows you to gain a random ability from the task target. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode out of the elevator, exhaling deeply. Regardless of the entity that facilitated my traversal, at least it possessed some decency, providing me with a system to navigate this world filled with superhumans. Yet, the current awkward predicament was that there seemed to be little benefit to be gained from cases involving ordinary individuals. As for those renowned characters from comics, films, and television shows, completing such cases with his own combat prowess was no guarantee of success. Nevertheless, he had been granted a theoretically viable path. On the 31st floor, there was only one large door, labeled Strategic Analysis Room. Through the glass wall, Li Chengfeng observed a solitary figure facing away from him at the far end of the sprawling analysis room. Although he could not discern the person's face, the recent news of various comic characters prompted him to furrow his brow. Surely, this wasn't another character from comics or films. Pushing open the door, Li Chengfeng called out with a raised voice. Special Agent Li Chengfeng from the World Federal Bureau of Investigation reports for duty. Ah, come here. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng stepped forward, simultaneously catching sight of the individual's silhouette. A smooth, shiny bald head faced away from him. Goodness, could it be? Director, you called for me? Oh yes, take a look at these documents. As the man handed over a folder, he turned around. Oh dear, a Cyclops. It truly is that black rascal, Nick Fury. Chapter 2. The Enchantress Ada Wong, Journey to Arkham Asylum. Having grown accustomed to it all, Li Chengfeng did not dwell on anything but directly accepted the folder, glancing at its cover. Patient records from Arkham Asylum? Continue reading. The black rascal showed no reaction, merely gesturing for him to peruse the documents. Nodding, Li Chengfeng turned to the first page, where he encountered a table featuring a palm-sized photograph in the upper left corner. The subject had hair that seemed to have been bleached, with the tips dyed in red and blue hues. In every aspect, she bore an uncanny resemblance to Margot Robbie's version of Harley Quinn. Perhaps the creator of this eclectic universe felt that some of the comic book costumes and artistry were indeed too absurd. Li Chengfeng smirked. He often found himself at a loss for words regarding the tight attire culture of American comics. It was certainly exhilarating, nonetheless. Real name, Harley Quinn. Height, 170 centimeters, weight, 64 kilograms. A special psychologist at Arkham Asylum, responsible for treating Gotham's most deranged criminal, the Joker. Yet she became enamored with the Joker, succumbing to madness, liberating him, and adopting the moniker Harley Quinn, becoming his criminal accomplice. Recently, during a bank heist, she was seriously injured by the Joker and subsequently admitted to Arkham Asylum for treatment. Director, while it may be impolite, what purpose does reviewing a madwoman's medical records serve? Oh, didn't I text you? I hope you can take charge and assemble a team. Nick Fury feigned surprise, and Harley Quinn will be your first recruit. Ding, mission team formation has been issued. Mission brief. Young agent, the team is officially established, and the first task is to recruit the Joker's girlfriend Harley Quinn. TSK, this troublesome system is rather eager. A team? With all due respect, Director, I was trained as an agent of the Joint Investigation Bureau, operating solo and resolving matters independently. If you need to infiltrate enemy lines to dismantle tactical nuclear weapons, I'm your man. If you require the assassination of key figures behind enemy lines, I'm your man. But team collaboration? I truly lack proficiency in that. Li Chengfeng's expression was one of righteous indignation, tinged with a hint of perplexity. Moreover, are you genuinely certain that a patient from an asylum could become an agent of the Joint Investigation Bureau? Of course, in a typical parallel world, that might suffice. But this is a hybrid universe. Who knows what chaos might ensue? The team you, Nick Fury, assembled now includes Harley Quinn. What lies ahead? Is it not a stone's throw from the Avengers or Justice League organizations? Diving straight into the fray with those superhumans? What a farcical version of Phil Coulson. His fate was grim in the original story. He was stabbed by Loki during the Battle of New York. Though he was later revived, the agony endured through the Tahiti Project was far more harrowing than death. And he had a premonition that should this world reform the Avengers, it would undoubtedly invite characters from other works. For instance, this document detailing Harley Quinn's medical history in his hands. Lee Chengfeng sighed inwardly. This was the downside of a composite world. All foreknowledge of plot developments had turned into nonsense. Everything was entirely new and distinct. I believe you are correct, hence you must learn to become a leader of a team. The Black Rascal, like all leaders, deemed decisions immutable. By the way, you should be a level 6 agent, right? Yes, level 6 agent. Seeing the Black Rascal's change of tone, Lee Chengfeng nodded in response. Agents of the World Federal Bureau of Investigation are classified from levels 1 to 10. Level 6, while seemingly modest, is the pinnacle achievable by frontline agents. It's akin to military ranks. One cannot expect a battle-hardened super soldier to charge into battle while bearing the title of general. Then welcome to level 7, Agent Lee Chengfeng. The Black Rascal resumed his seat behind the desk. As you have been specially seconded from the Republic Bureau, you report solely to me. Thus you need not concern yourself with higher-ranking agents even if their ranks exceed yours. Lee Chengfeng blinked as a level 7 agent. He had officially transitioned from the mid-tier of the Joint Investigation Bureau to the upper echelon. Moreover, reporting only to Nick Fury implied, in a sense, that he was an Imperial envoy. I've always wondered, is the American Bureau truly devoid of personnel, necessitating my secondment from another country? You truly have no filter, but you are not mistaken. The American Bureau is indeed short-staffed, particularly for capable senior agents. Recently, incidents requiring the American Bureau's intervention across the continent have surged nearly tenfold. Thus, to swiftly establish a team capable of addressing any emergent situations, I had no choice but to borrow an exemplary senior operative from the peaceful and adequately staffed Republic Bureau to lead the team. Lee Chengfeng was astonished. He hadn't expected this Black Rascal to admit it so readily, and his tone was surprisingly forthright. He had anticipated some cryptic riddles to manipulate him, yet it felt more like a broken pot being carelessly discarded. It appeared that the director of the American Bureau was indeed under immense pressure. Now, stop staring at me with that one-eyed gaze and head to the 30th floor. I have assigned you an aide. The detailed formation processes and plans have been prepared by her for over a week. Understood, Director. Lee Chengfeng nodded, but he couldn't resist teasing the Black Rascal and feigned curiosity, inquiring, by the way, Director, the scar exposed beneath your eye patch, doesn't it resemble a scratch from a feline creature? Get out. As the Black Rascal raised his hand to usher him away, Lee Chengfeng prudently turned to leave. However, in the instant of turning, he caught sight of a yawning creature curled up in the Cornera Devourer. Men, so stubborn. This initial encounter with the new leader was tolerable. Most importantly, he spoke little, yet granted him the privilege to act freely. But what mattered more was that when Fury mentioned the assignment of an aide, he used the term her. Who could it be? A Mockingbird? Sharon Carter? The unawakened Pulsar? Or the long-legged Maria Hill? Lee Chengfeng suddenly felt that traversing to this world had its benefits. At the very least, he would not be deprived of eye candy. If a leader were to date subordinates, would it be construed as an abuse of power? He murmured as he re-entered the elevator. After all, this is Free America. One could very well be reported. Only requiring a mere descent to the next floor, Lee Chengfeng stepped into the elevator only to exit once again. However, the atmosphere had undergone a dramatic transformation. While the conference room on the 31st floor was astonishingly vast and bore the conventional style of an American law enforcement agency, the 30th floor exuded an unmistakable aura of futuristic technology, as if it had leapt ahead by an entire generation. The space was bustling yet remarkably organized, with not a single soul paying heed to the arrival of an unworldly traveler who had seen little of the world. Curiously, Lee Chengfeng surveyed his surroundings for a while, engrossed in the internal processing information flashing across the large screen, when suddenly a hand clapped upon his shoulder. Agent Lee Chengfeng? Yes, that's me. Turning around with a smile, Lee Chengfeng intended to leave a favorable impression on his new colleague. Yet, upon recognizing the individual who had touched his shoulder, his smile froze in place. She was neither the Scarlet Witch nor Maria Hill. Nor was she the Mimic and Agent 13. This woman was not clad in the standard azure uniform of the Bureau. Instead, she wore a crimson cheapao adorned with golden butterflies, subtly revealing a holster strapped to her long thigh. Her freedom of attire indicated that she was at least a level 4 elite agent. With her short black hair, an inexplicable air of mystery, and a smile that seemed to dance on the edges of her lips, she resembled not merely an elite agent, but rather a captivating and enigmatic femme fatale. Greetings, Agent Li Chengfeng. I am the adjutant assigned to you by Director Fury. You may call me Ada Wong. At last, we meet. Chapter 3. The Call of the Bat. Ada Wong, affectionately referred to as Aunt Wong, Sister Wong, or the infamous B-Down Wong, is a mysterious and multifaceted spy who straddles the line between good and evil within the Resident Evil series, a legendary figure in the underworld. However, in this instance, she is a member of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Her unexpected presence fills Li Chengfeng with a mixture of astonishment and delight. The astonishment stems from the implication that this world merges with that of Resident Evil, potentially unleashing a tyrant or relentless pursuer from the shadows. The delight arises from the realization that, compared to the bizarre realms of Marvel and other eccentric comic universes, the Resident Evil world is decidedly a beginner's mode. After all, within the Resident Evil narrative, there are few threats that cannot be resolved with conventional weaponry. If such threats do exist, a few more rounds would suffice. Aunt Wong, it is a pleasure to finally meet you, Li Chengfeng remarked. In comparison to the youngest ace agent of the Republic's headquarters, I must admit I feel rather seasoned. For reasons unknown, Ada Wong's tone carried a hint of melancholy. I was merely jesting, he continued, quickly grasping her extended hand. It is truly a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Ada. The pleasure is mutual. Agent Li Chengfeng, Ada Wong replied, her face adorned with a perfectly measured smile, both graceful and restrained. Shall we proceed to Gotham City? I have already submitted our mission report to the Bureau. Is time truly of the essence? Li Chengfeng inquired, pondering the daunting prospect of venturing into Gotham at night, particularly with Arkham Asylum as their destination. He scratched his head, acknowledging the validity of Ada's observation. Moreover, the critical task of extracting a patient from Arkham would inevitably lead to an encounter with Bruce Wayne, whether in his daytime guise as a playboy or as the Nocturnal Bat. Goodness, the American Bureau is indeed affluent, willing to refurbish an old airborne command center for our use. Li Chengfeng mused as he settled into the spacious lounge area, perusing the extensive dossier Ada had meticulously prepared. The towering stack of documents predominantly comprised detailed profiles of various extraordinary individuals, with the first being that of Harley Quinn. Unlike the case files provided by Nick Fury, this account was a thorough chronicle of her life, meticulously detailing everything from her precise time of birth down to the frequency of her nose-picking habits. Insignificant trivia meticulously documented. Such thoroughness exemplified the intelligence capabilities of the world's largest law enforcement agency. In contrast, the detailed formation process and plan, which had been promised, was condensed to a mere page, scarcely filled. One could only imagine the urgency Nick Fury felt. What did it mean to have future selections at one's discretion? Was it of little consequence whether the candidates were human or not, as long as they bore some semblance of humanity? Had he been duped? Was this black-hearted scoundrel attempting to use the pretense of forming a team to gather superheroes for his own purposes? The Airbus operated at full capacity until the 1990s, gradually becoming a symbol only after the construction of the flying aircraft carrier. Its performance and load capacity are beyond reproach. Ada Wong, having just set the autopilot, emerged from the cockpit and took a seat beside Li Chengfeng. It appears you must have already perused the formation plan left by Director Fury. Indeed, after reviewing it, I felt a distinct sense of encountering a con artist. Am I permitted to apprehend him directly? Toss that black egg into the realm of cyber fraud. He would undoubtedly rise to become the kingpin. Director Fury certainly embodies such a style. Yet the simplicity of the plan indicates a remarkably high level of autonomy for this small team. I fully understand that. One must be rather unhinged to be chosen as a team member, is it not? In our republic, an elderly man on the street would surely report us to the Disability Association for exploiting the disabled. However, in light of the objectives behind this team's formation, I am more intrigued as to why Nick Fury designated Harley Quinn as the first member. Strictly speaking, I am the inaugural member of the team. Ada Wong lightly bit her vibrant red lips, glistening with a hint of moisture, and the rationale for selecting Harley Quinn is quite simple. She is one of us. One of us. Li Chengfeng's curiosity was piqued by this characterization. A psychiatrist from Arkham Asylum, the Joker's criminal accomplice, is referred to as one of us by an elite agent from the Bureau of Investigation. More accurately, she nearly became one of us before she completed her studies. She was already included in the Bureau's Talent Reserve program and granted the status of a probationary agent. Otherwise, how could she possibly have entered a high-risk institution like Arkham Asylum immediately upon graduation to conduct research? Ada Wong maintained her enigmatic, yet teasingly wicked demeanor, gently tracing her fingertip along Li Chengfeng's hand and casually presenting Harley Quinn's biography, flipping through the pages. I have meticulously summarized all this in the materials. You didn't merely skim the first and last pages, did you? How tedious. Who would read through such a plethora of information and detail? Truly, you are the epitome of a bad woman, Sister Wong. It is precisely this type that I find most challenging to resist. Yet, the fact that Harley Quinn is a probationary agent of the Bureau strikes Li Chengfeng as rather absurd. Although a probationary agent has not yet officially attained the status of first-class agent, she has undergone a complete agent training course. Furthermore, as a researcher in the field of mental illness, she was drawn to that madman, the Joker, ultimately leading to her defection. It is not that Harley Quinn lacks resolve. Rather, the Joker, with his bizarre and ludicrous mental corruption, operates beyond the bounds of scientific understanding, making it easier for even the brightest minds to fall under his influence. Clearly, the Harley Quinn of yesteryear was a person of considerable intellect. By the way, has the Bureau coordinated with Arkham Asylum regarding the transfer of Harley Quinn? Arkham Asylum is not a public institution, but rather a private prison. Indeed, it is a prison, and its theoretical security strength ranks just beneath that of the Phantom Zone, a spatial penitentiary, surpassing even the dream prison that confines suicide squads. Although Amadeus Arkham is the founder, the primary benefactor of the Arkham Asylum we know today is none other than Bruce Wayne. The arrangements had been finalized before departure. As Ada spoke, the intelligence system of the Airbus projected a video call request onto the large screen. Oh, just in time. What do you mean, just in time? Li Chengfeng instinctively responded as he looked up, only to find the video call request from Bruce Wayne displayed prominently on the screen. Let us connect. All right. Ada Wong deftly maneuvered the three-dimensional projection, and in the next moment, a deep and alluring voice resonated throughout the lounge. Hello, Agent Li Chengfeng. How does everyone seem to know my name? Am I that well known? Even the illustrious Bruce Wayne of Gotham recognizes me? Surely, I am not some aspiring actress or model looking to climb the social ladder. I could detect a hint of sarcasm in your words, but I shall take it as a compliment. The image of Bruce Wayne appeared unfazed by the jest, instead nodding towards Li Chengfeng, his square jaw and handsome visage radiating an air of rectitude. It was hard to fathom how he could mask himself as a playboy with such a face. I am quite familiar with Nick Fury. Wayne Enterprises is one of the contractors for the American Bureau. Goodness. So, Nick Fury has ties to your grandfather? I wonder if Tony will weep over this revelation. Lee mused, feeling a sense of DJVU. Given his acquaintance with Nick Fury, he would naturally be aware of Harley Quinn's identity. Leaning against the armrest of the sofa, with his right hand supporting his chin, Li Chengfeng remarked playfully, "But isn't your concern for her rather profound? Dr. Harleen Quinzel was once my friend. You should understand that individuals like me seldom possess true friends, especially of the opposite sex. Then I can assure you, this matter will bring her nothing but benefits. I, Li Chengfeng, am a man of my word." If that is indeed the case, that would be splendid. Bruce Wayne nodded. However, as a playboy, I have an engagement this evening and cannot personally bid farewell to Dr. Quinzel. Please, make yourselves comfortable. Life is often tinged with regret, much like how a bat does not always succeed in capturing its prey. Does it not? Upon hearing this, Bruce Wayne's expression remained unchanged, yet his gaze shifted. 3 parts sharpness, 3 parts contemplation, and 4 parts skepticism. Li Chengfeng feigned ignorance to the statistical chart of emotions reflected in the eyes of Gotham's charismatic mogul, promptly terminating the video call. It appears we shall not meet the affluent Bruce Wayne after all. Indeed, Ada, it seems we may not have the pleasure of meeting Bruce Wayne. The daytime playboy appears quite occupied, yet that bat does not seem to be one for social engagements. Chapter 4. Is this really a cell? With the speed of an Airbus, reaching Gotham City does not take long at all. Thus, mere minutes after concluding his video call with Bruce Wayne, Li Chengfeng beheld the legendary Arkham Asylum, having previously encountered its visage solely within the realms of comics and video games. Witnessing it with his own eyes was a revelation far grander than he had envisioned. While the Airbus is capable of vertical takeoff and landing, Its substantial size is remarkable. Yet Arkham possessed ample space for it to land directly. However, upon touchdown, a frown creased Li Chengfeng's brow. Was the security truly this lax? Such an expansive area had only a sparse few guards? This was a prison reputed to be second only to the Phantom Zone. Welcome, welcome. I am the Deputy Director of Arkham Asylum. Mr. Wayne has informed us of your arrival. You must be Agent Lee, she greeted warmly. Indeed, please lead the way. I hope to take Harley Quinn with me immediately to avoid any unforeseen complications. Li Chengfeng shook hands with the Deputy Director, aware of her intricate connections to the most troublesome individuals in Gotham. He remarked, indeed, the Joker, in all his unadulterated madness, is a source of incessant trouble. Who knows what he might do? The Deputy Director nodded in agreement, wiping the sweat from her brow as she walked ahead, guiding Li Chengfeng and Ada while incessantly elaborating on the intricacies of Arkham Asylum. Meanwhile, Li Chengfeng, equipped with a personal terminal exclusive to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, maintained communication with his agency, invoking his status as a Level 7 agent to request an investigation into certain matters, responding only half-heartedly to the Deputy Director's discourse. Due to Harley Quinn's inherent danger and peculiarities, her chamber was situated in the most inaccessible depths of the facility. Even with the Deputy Director's guidance, they traversed a considerable distance before finally arriving. A heavy iron door bore Harley Quinn's nameplate. The absence of patrolling guards was alarming, especially for such a unique and perilous patient. How could they not have assigned additional security? You may not be aware, but this very room serves as the best form of defense. Should she manage to escape, trust me, the guards available would be ill-equipped to handle her, she explained. Li Chengfeng feigned agreement, yet remained unconvinced by her rationale. Harley Quinn possessed the physical prowess of an elite gymnast coupled with the foundational skills of a pre-agent. Moreover, it seemed that her descent into madness had liberated her from the constraints of human limitations, akin to unlocking a mythical genetic potential, thereby significantly amplifying her combat capabilities. The elder generations of the Republic often claimed that the mad possessed extraordinary strength. There was some truth to that. However, this was no justification for the absence of custodial personnel. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to refrain from bringing any weapons inside. If she were to acquire one, it could lead to insurmountable difficulties. We are merely here to transfer the patient. We carry no weapons, Li Chengfeng reassured, patting his suit, concealing beneath it the beloved magnum that he could hardly part with. Before his journey into this realm, he could only indulge in such experiences within the confines of video games. Henceforth, he would need to conceal it beneath his pillow while sleeping. Very well. I implore you both to exercise utmost caution, the Vice Dean remarked, simultaneously preparing to unlock the door to the ward. The door was crafted entirely from a certain alloy, reminiscent of a bank vault's formidable entrance. Following the sound of gears turning, the true visage of Harley Quinn's chamber was revealed. Is this truly how you treat high-risk patients? Li Chengfeng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, stifling the urge to voice his incredulity. This is hardly a ward, or even a cell. It resembles the quintessential bedroom of a young girl, overflowing with youthful exuberance. The furnishings and appliances were all present, lavishly customized and adorned in shades of soft pink. There was even a hyena clad in a princess dress, lazily snoring on a plush cushion. Aside from the inability to leave or independently communicate with the outside world, it could be deemed a perfect sanctuary for an introvert, even more refined than my own bedroom. This scene was so unexpected that even the enigmatic Ada Wong could not suppress her critique. Shoot into your bedroom and embody such darkness, devoid of any light source. Save for the moonlight filtering through the window, where you perch upon a throne constructed from an assortment of skulls, sipping on a glass of deep crimson wine while casting a sinister smile in the moon's glow. Are you intrigued by my bedroom? Ada Wong raised an eyebrow, her words dripping with seduction. Would you care to explore it in person tonight? No. I fear you might divide me into 300 equal portions, each weighing 250 grams, to be served as breakfast daily, prepared in various culinary styles according to your whims. What image do you hold of me? Li Chengfeng chuckled lightly, yet a question lingered in his mind. Was Ada Wong perhaps overly enthusiastic towards him? There seemed to be an elusive sentiment brewing beneath the surface. Meanwhile, Harley Quinn observed the newcomers with keen interest, removing her pink cat ear headphones. With your fierce demeanor, you must be from the Joint Task Force, right? How has that black egg, Nick Fury, been faring lately? Are you well acquainted with the Black Egg? Not particularly. He is my graduate advisor in criminal psychology, and he conveniently guided me through all the preparatory agent courses. Li Chengfeng was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Ada, who bore an expression that seemed to say she had already informed him to review the files thoroughly. Is the intertwining of our worlds becoming excessively intricate? Judging by her credentials, Harley Quinn appeared to be Nick Fury's prized pupil, akin to how Quake is to Coulson within the ranks of S.H.I.L.D. It is no wonder he insisted on integrating her into the team. As one ages, one tends to feel a sense of compassion for the younger generation, coupled with Bruce Wayne's regard for her as one of his few true friends. It is likely that the amenities within this room are the handiwork of these two individuals. However, it seems that Harley Quinn is not as deranged as one might presume. Li Chengfeng felt as though he were conversing not with Harley Quinn, the jester, but rather with Dr. Harleen Quinzel, the psychologist. Enough lingering outside. Do come in and make yourself comfortable. Harley Quinn, who had been crouched on an oversized armchair, sprang to her feet and executed a graceful backflip, landing effortlessly on the ground. Would you care for a drink? Coffee? Tennessee whiskey? Or perhaps a wickedly decadent green soda? Feel free to choose. Coffee will suffice. She appeared bustling, akin to a normal host welcoming guests. Yet, Ada Wong, who had entered the room first and surveyed her surroundings, harbored a different impression. Following her ghostly gaze, Li Chengfeng observed that the only portion of the room appearing normal was the entrance. Every inch of wall space beyond that was adorned with photographs of a singular individual. Green hair, sloppy white face paint, and lips as crimson as blood. Seemingly splitting to the ears, Gotham's Prince of Crime. The moniker varied, yet all conveyed an unmistakable dread of this figure. Strikingly, each photograph had half of the face obscured or brutally slashed. The entanglement was glaringly apparent, unless this Harley Quinn was merely a facade of a double-faced persona. I understand the scene may seem peculiar, but trust me, it is not the most bizarre aspect. With her back turned to everyone, Harley Quinn prepared coffee. Have you ever witnessed fireworks and streamers erupting from a wound? From her perspective, a plethora of oddities unfolded. She referred to herself in the third person. Dr. Quinzel? Indeed. For now, I am Quinzel, but feel free to continue calling me Harley Quinn. I have grown accustomed to it. Harley Quinn turned with a tray in hand. You four can take a seat. The sofa is spacious enough. 4? In that instant, Li Chengfeng pivoted and drew his magnum, aiming it toward the door. Behind them all stood a figure draped in a classic black cape, as if it had been there from the very beginning, utterly motionless, even under the aim of a magnum capable of toppling an elephant. The Bat of Gotham, venturing out of its cave in broad daylight. Chapter 5. Pale in the night, please. Do not be anxious, Agent Li Chengfeng. I'm not at all anxious. I simply did not expect the legendary Batman to materialize before me. Li Chengfeng smirked, shifting the gun's aim. The bat was still worthy of trust. Moreover, a handgun posed little threat to this individual. Regarding the FBI's decision to extricate Harley Quinn from Arkham Asylum, I hold a differing perspective. Batman silently approached. Although he stood before Li Chengfeng to engage in dialogue, his gaze was fixed upon Harley Quinn. She was not only the jester's accomplice, but also the key to locating him. After a brief pause, he added, the only lead at present. Li Chengfeng scratched his head with the barrel of his magnum, reflecting that indeed, this was the troublesome reason behind it all. In moments of profound frustration, one is left to ponder whether Batman is truly devoted to justice or merely obsessed with the Joker himself. The twisted game between the Joker and Batman should not involve innocent bystanders. Li Chengfeng, unwavering, stood resolutely before Batman, their height difference allowing him to gaze directly at the sole chin that was visible, compelling him to tilt his head slightly upward. Those who don the Joker's visage to commit heinous acts, and those who, cloaked in masks and capes, champion virtue under the cover of night, are both madmen. Do you too belong to the ilk that perceives law enforcement and these so-called superheroes as criminals? Batman slightly distanced himself from Li Chengfeng, positioning himself beside the door. Regarding the competence of the federal agents, I remain non-committal. Let us refrain from discussing our capabilities. I recognize you all as good people, even true heroes. Li Chengfeng smirked, leaning against the back of the sofa. Yet the distinction between being a hero and being a madman does not conflict. Now, gentlemen, shall we place the ideological clash between the federal agents and the vigilante on hold? Shouldn't our focus shift to whether I should be taken from this place? Holding a cup of coffee, Harley Quinn remarked from her perch at the edge of the bed, her current persona likely being that of Harleen Quinzel. She sipped her coffee slowly, intrigued by the two men vying for her attention. Ultimately, we must ensure that Harley Quinn is taken away. Although Li Chengfeng appeared resolute, a flicker of uncertainty lingered within him, for he was facing Batman, the quintessential patriarch of the comic world, who could very well conjure unexpected complications. As for the Joker's whereabouts, cooperation with the federal agents is entirely feasible, is it not? After all, the Federal Bureau far surpasses the ineffectual institutions of America. Despite his critical remarks about the nation, Li Chengfeng's demeanor remained notably sincere. When it comes to dealing with the Joker, two approaches present themselves. The first is to maintain a respectful distance, as he typically wreaks havoc upon Gotham and Batman. The second is to mobilize all available resources to collaborate with Batman in subduing this lunatic. Li Chengfeng leaned towards the former. He was uncertain if his intellect could outmaneuver the Joker. As for the likelihood of success in the latter strategy, that remains to be seen. Could this world, reminiscent of the grand narrative of rebirth, indeed harbor three Jokers, as suggested by the Mobius chair? Even if captured, the Joker possesses the divine essence of the god of wine, which transcends the boundaries of life and death. In any regard, the cost-benefit analysis appears exceedingly unfavorable. Furthermore, his primary objective is to fulfill the federal mission, thereby acquiring greater abilities. The limits of humanity in this bewildering universe are truly inadequate. Even as a fellow paragon of human potential, he finds himself significantly lacking in combat skills compared to the formidable Batman before him. Furthermore, Harley Quinn remains the cherished apprentice of that fellow Nick Fury. Given your stature, whether in the light of day or in this present moment, you ought to be acquainted with him. Li Chengfeng employed the most effective strategy, exerting pressure and simultaneously leveraging the true identity of the Bat. Very well. I shall discuss this matter thoroughly with Nick Fury. Batman nodded, although his face was obscured by his mask. Li Chengfeng could envision the expression of a domineering figure poised to settle scores. Alas, let's take a moment to mourn for the black-hearted egg. Vice Dean Jack Lawson. What has become of today's standard security forces? There are scarcely a tenth of the usual guards present. Perhaps Li Chengfeng's suggestion held merit, for Batman swiftly redirected his attention elsewhere, with the entire security system of Arkham Asylum maintained at merely the most basic level. This. Vice Dean Jack Lawson's complexion turned ashen, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. Under Batman's silent scrutiny, he trembled as he wiped the perspiration from his forehead. Li Chengfeng exchanged glances with Agent Ada Wong. Indeed, there was something amiss. From a moment he entered Arkham Asylum, he sensed an abnormality. As a facility housing various high-IQ criminals and deranged individuals, how could there be so few guards in sight? Even the most advanced prisons would invariably have contingency plans in place. Surely, one cannot adhere to a strategy of simply confining those who can be contained and dismissing those who cannot. The individual rationalizing this as a standard occurrence was none other than the vice dean responsible for receiving Li Chengfeng. However, Li Chengfeng was no naive figure lingering by the side of a domineering leader. At that moment, his personal terminal emitted a buzzing sound. Li Chengfeng promptly approached Ada Wong and activated the terminal screen. Commander Li, Agent Ada Wong, I am Ingrid Harnigan from the Field Support Division. Agent Harnigan, how goes the investigation? In accordance with the commander's request, I have gathered all information regarding the leadership of Arkham Asylum. Notably, Vice Dean Jack Lawson's wife received a direct deposit of $3 million into her overseas account, while his 10-year-old son has been missing for an entire week without any report to the authorities. Well done, Agent Harnigan. Your intelligence is crucial. I can now ascertain that Lawson has been compromised, with his son held as a hostage to ensure the flawless execution of this scheme. Li Chengfeng stated, glaring at the perspiring vice dean, before continuing to Harnigan, immediately mobilize the field team and the Gotham Police Department with my authorization to search for Lawson's son. He must be confined somewhere within Gotham City. The specific leads will be entrusted to you. Understood, Commander. Harnigan acknowledged with a nod before terminating the video call, clearly a person of decisive action. Fortunately, Li Chengfeng remained vigilant and requested the External Support Department of the Joint Investigation Bureau to conduct an inquiry. As expected, he addressed the hefty man with a menacing tone. You shall bear the consequences, not your son. The Bureau will exert every effort to rescue him. so do not fret. As he spoke, he abruptly extended his hand, gripping the man's double chin with a vice-like hold. What you should truly worry about is your own predicament. Who has bribed you, and what task have you been assigned? You may choose to remain silent, but I would not mind turning away to contemplate for a while. Once I do, even if 2 grenades were to be hurled at me from behind, it would not concern me. I shall treat it as though it never happened, including the actions of that bat. He gestured toward the figure of Batman lurking in the corner. A little guessing game. Do you believe he is a law-abiding citizen? I will confess everything. Please don't hand me over to the bat. The terror he felt toward Batman was palpable, as a significant portion of the inmates in Arkham Asylum had been delivered there by him. Jack Lawson struggled to catch his breath as Li Chengfeng disdainfully shoved his face away, then wiped his hands on the sofa beside him. Hey, that is my sofa, Harley Quinn exclaimed, rolling her eyes in discontent. When you return to the bureau, someone will ensure that your furniture is thoroughly cleaned and delivered. Li Chengfeng interrupted her complaints, his gaze fixed on Jack Lawson's corpulent visage. Now speak. It's the Joker. The Joker? I am hardly surprised. What did he compel you to do? He demanded that I disable the security systems of Arkham Asylum, after which the Joker's gang would invade with a singular objective, to rescue Harley Quinn. Rescue her? Li Chengfeng rubbed his temples, revealing a sardonic expression. You had better not mean today. And no, it is today. Damn it. Li Chengfeng kicked the hefty man to the ground and turned his attention to the others. Indeed, at the mention of the Joker, the demeanor and expressions of Harley Quinn and Batman underwent a drastic transformation. Especially Harley, whose guise as Dr. Quinzel vanished in an instant. She yanked her hair tie free, allowing her vibrant red and blue-tipped locks to cascade down, exuding a wild, fractured beauty. My pudding, you have finally arrived. Ha ha! Her laughter, bordering on hysteria, pierced the silence of the room. Yet a sudden footstep echoed from outside the door. Initially distant and indistinct, it became unmistakably clear in an instant. Li Chengfeng caught sight of a leg emerging from around the corner, clad in deep purple trousers and polished black shoes. What followed was a visage of pallid skin and a grotesque makeup that hinted at malevolence and madness. The garish green hair signified his wickedness and insanity. Batman's expression turned grave as he fixated on his greatest adversary. Ah, is that not my dearest bat friend? What a delightful surprise to witness your presence at my most exquisite masterpiece today. Pray, what is your intent? Oh, how I long for the days when I was merely a selfless soul, here to escort a friend from the confines of this wretched establishment. The Joker paused, and upon hearing the distant echoes of chaos, smashing, looting, and flames, he continued with a satisfied grin, naturally, with the ulterior motive of obliterating this quack's asylum. As he spoke, he sauntered to the entrance, standing face to face with the bat, a true meeting of titans. Harley Quinn, she exclaimed, her excitement propelling her from the bed, only to be swiftly subdued by Ada Wong, who pressed her down and covered her mouth. Quiet now, lest I find pleasure in dislocating your limbs. Yet instead of fury, Harley erupted into a fit of muffled laughter, a cacophony of madness. Ada, your task is to keep an eye on her. Do not let her stir trouble. Li Chengfeng, bowing his head over his personal terminal, entered a flurry of information. After confirming its accuracy, he exhaled deeply and stowed the device away. So, you are the Joker? Who are you? Ah yes, the illustrious agent of the Bureau. How utterly terrifying. The Joker's words dripped with mockery, as if the Bureau were but a jest. To him, everything was a farce, and he, alongside the bat, were the most ludicrous figures within it. Beyond the bat, all else was insipid, particularly the Bureau. Bang! The deafening gunshot from Magnum echoed, striking the Joker squarely in the forehead, freezing his grin in an instant. Do not gaze at me with those mad eyes. It truly terrifies me. Chapter 6. The Joker's lip print. Many possess a superficial understanding of the Joker, perceiving him as merely an ordinary man, aside from his extraordinary madness. However, his prowess in hand-to-hand combat rivals that of Batman, even capable of defeating him in a duel of swordplay. Yet, unlike Batman, the Joker eschews armor and weaponry. Perhaps it is his chaotic insanity that breeds an overabundance of confidence. After all, his greatest adversary is a hero who adheres to a strict no-kill philosophy. Others are but mere jesters in his eyes, easily dismissed. Regrettably, this is a world steeped in reality, not a comic book revolving solely around the Bat and the Joker. Everyone can stumble in the gutter, and the Joker is no exception, A single misstep could lead to his demise. Moreover, Li Chengfeng does not consider himself akin to the gutter. He simply refrains from engaging in games of morality and intellect with the Joker. The Bat, far more effective than mere intellect. Gotham's Prince of Crime has fallen at last. Li Chengfeng leaned closer, observing the jester's lifeless form with a curious interest, devoid of any discomfort typically associated with one's inaugural act of murder. Tell me, will you preserve his remains in a display case, Bat? After all, you seem the type capable of such dark and twisted deeds. What have you done? Batman finally emerged from his momentary shock, seizing Li Chengfeng by the collar. The Joker deserves to face the law, not a bullet from the Federal Bureau. Face the law. Don't be naive. To a citizen of the Republic like myself, your American laws are, in most instances, nothing but a farce, Li Chengfeng replied with a disinterested chuckle, nudging Batman's grip aside with the muzzle of his gun. You may adhere to a no-kill principle, but I do not. When Gotham's most terrifying criminal smiles at me in such a menacing manner, it clearly jeopardizes my safety. Thus, a bullet in his forehead seems entirely justifiable. Wouldn't you agree? Or do you still advocate for the human rights of the most deranged supervillains in America? That would indeed be quite comical. Li Chengfeng's rationale was irrefutable. His assertion of being a Republic citizen rendered Batman speechless. After all, the so-called no-kill principle was merely a personal code, and he had no authority to command a senior agent of the Federal Bureau. As Batman gradually regained his composure, Li Chengfeng turned to the bedside. At that moment, Harley Quinn's eyes had lost their focus, her expression of helplessness and despair akin to that of a child who has lost a parent. Li Chengfeng sighed and said, "Ada, release her." "Are you certain?" "I am quite certain." Upon receiving this affirmation, Ada Wong hesitated not for a moment, immediately allowing Harley Quinn's hands to be freed from her restraints. Just as Li Chengfeng had anticipated, Harley exhibited no impulsive reactions. Instead, she gazed at the Joker, who had succumbed to a gunshot wound in his forehead, her expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. How complex were these emotions? They bore the hallmarks of admiration and reverence as a devoted follower, mingled with the madness and sorrow of a disciple, along with the resentment and anguish of Harleen Quinzel. A point of interest, the Joker had never loved Harley Quinn. In fact, he harbored a deep-seated disdain for her. His every action, attempting to kill Harley, and, after failing, pouring resources into a rescue, was merely a means of amusement for the Prince of Crime, seeking to witness to what depths the psychiatrist who once endeavored to treat and study him would descend. In truth, he succeeded. Harleen Quinzel had unequivocally transformed into Harley Quinn. Yet, he also failed, for even Harley retained a vestige of her moral compass, instinctively reaching for the light. Thus emerged an unprecedented, entirely new incarnation of Harley Quinn, one who was not wholly mad. Li Chengfeng was utterly convinced that this Harley Quinn, despite her exceedingly intricate feelings toward the Joker, harbored no love for him, even if there had been a trace of twisted admiration. It had surely evaporated in the wake of the Joker's deliberate act of bringing her to the brink of death. Even the original Harley Quinn has gradually distanced herself from the Joker and the ranks of villains to become an anti-hero, even taking on the role of an auxiliary member of the Bat family, one of considerable significance. This illustrates that even the more deranged and extreme Harley Quinn has always harbored a rejection of the Joker within her. Faced with this reality, matters become considerably simpler. Harley Quinn, do you love the Joker? Love? Love a madman who transformed me from a promising FBI recruit into a patient of Arkham Asylum? Do you hate him? Of course, at all times. Harley Quinn's expression gradually became serene, yet he granted me a rebirth, in a sense, even replacing the father I never met, the ghost of my deceased father. Thus you must understand that the conflict between father and daughter is always as intense and tangled as war. I once thought that the position of father suited Nick Fury's egg better, but none of this matters now. The Joker is dead. Li Chengfeng crouched down, lifted her chin, and gazed deeply into her eyes. Although he would indeed resurrect, he was currently in a state of death. I killed him, vanquished the omnipotent symbol of patriarchal authority, tore apart the terrifying pale demon, and revealed his true nature as a madman obsessed with destruction and self-destruction. Resurrection? The exclamation did not come solely from Harley Quinn, but also from Ada Wong. Yet Batman, standing nearby, remained noncommittal. It seems he has witnessed the capabilities of the pure Dionysian essence that tramples life and death underfoot. Therefore, Batman's desire to keep the Joker alive is somewhat understandable. Perhaps he believes that a living Joker is easier to monitor than one whose resurrection is uncertain. Are you saying that Mr. J will come back? He has concealed everything from you, hasn't he? Li Chengfeng helped Harley Quinn to her feet, taking her hand and leading her before the Joker's corpse. Why persist in pouring your emotions into someone who has tormented and destroyed you? As Harley Quinn observed the Joker's lifeless body up close, she let out a deep sigh. Do not sigh. Why lament in the face of favorable conclusion? Here, take this. Li Chengfeng rested his head on her shoulder, whispering softly in her ear at an extremely intimate distance, like a devil's whisper. Come, pull the trigger, as a former recruit. Your marksmanship should at least have reached a passing level. Ada Wong hesitated to speak, for what Li Chengfeng had placed in Harley Quinn's hands was none other than his own magnum. As an elite agent well-versed in psychology, she discerned that Li Chengfeng was preparing to employ a method of catharsis at this critical moment. However, would this truly be effective? If Li Chengfeng could hear Ada Wong's inner monologue, he would surely laugh aloud. Catharsis? He merely understood that these comic characters respond well to such reverse encouragement. Sure enough, after receiving the gun, Harley Quinn, after merely 2 short breaths, unleashed 7 of the 8 remaining bullets into the Joker's corpse. With each bullet fired, her demeanor increasingly resembled the jester that Li Chengfeng envisioned, culminating in a crescendo of hysterical laughter. Harley Quinn abruptly turned around, enveloping Li Chengfeng in a tight embrace, burying her head deeply into the nook of his shoulder. To be honest, Li Chengfeng found some enjoyment in this treatment, if only the last remaining bullet of the magnum wasn't pressed against the back of his head. Dear Ms. Harley Quinn, how do you feel at this moment? You wouldn't happen to be thinking of sending me away as well, would you? Li Shangfen Shukulata Guarli. Hoping that wouldn't be the case. If you wish to avoid such a fate, then you must take responsibility. With that, Harley Quinn lifted her head and, without warning, planted a fervent kiss on the corner of Li Chengfeng's mouth, leaving a vividly alluring red imprint. You've driven me even crazier, truly more insufferable than a clown. Pudding, sir. The clown. The shift in her address revealed her transformation. Ultimately, a series of manic yet charming laughter echoed throughout the cell. Mission squad formation completed. Harley Quinn has joined the team. Chapter 7. There are many people, aren't there? But I can gather them too. Li Chengfeng was taken aback. Had it truly been completed? He had expected to report back to Nick Fury before the mission was officially concluded. Yet, the system notification continued to chime. Associated characters. Ada Wong, Harley Quinn, Batman. Joker, rewards randomly selected. Acquired Ada Wong's undercover disguise. Acquired Harley Quinn's flexibility. Acquired Batman's willpower. Acquired the Dionysian factor. Among the characters drawn, those with numerous skills could easily pollute the reward pool. The first 3 were relatively standard, but what stood out was Batman's willpower, which was sufficient to wield a Green Lantern ring. However, in comparison to the Dionysian factor, it seemed rather ordinary. Among these 4, the most formidable ability was undoubtedly the Joker's Dionysian factor. Renowned villains such as the Savage Wandal Savage, Ninja Master Raz Al Ghul, and the Court of Owl's Talons were merely inferior versions of the Dionysian factor's bearers. The pure version of the Dionysian factor resided solely with the Joker, transcending the very laws of existence. Regardless of whether it was the inferior or pure version, the Dionysian factor solely provided self-healing, immortality, and even resurrection. It would not enhance physical attributes. Contemplating this, Li Chengfeng could not help but display a hint of a triumphant smile. To acquire such a life-preserving and self-healing ability upon his first mission was an extraordinary stroke of luck, especially for someone who had previously only won 2 bags of soy sauce. However, wearing a smile amidst the freshly imprinted lipstick from Harley Quinn somewhat tarnished the sentiment. Cough. Cough, cough. Ada, your gaze is rather unsettling. At this moment, restraining the impulse to raise the alarm was already quite the challenge. Do not jest. You reported to the police in my presence, and I received the call firsthand. What can you possibly do to me? Furthermore, we still have matters to resolve. After making a jest, Li Chengfeng proceeded towards the exit. The Joker's presence at Arkham Asylum indicated that his ever-looming organization had also emerged in full force. The Joker's gang. After a prolonged silence, Batman spoke, his gaze laden with complexity as he regarded Harley Quinn beside him. If all went according to plan, the Joker's purported rescue of Harley Quinn was merely a fade. His true intention seemed to be the conquest and occupation of Arkham Asylum itself. Harley Quinn's expression shifted dramatically as she once again pulled the trigger on the Joker's lifeless body, delivering one final bullet to this corpse. The subsequent clicks interrupted the thoughts of all present. The magazines. Naturally, Harley Quinn extended her hand towards Li Chengfeng, indicating her need for ammunition. Without hesitation, he placed 3 magazines into her palm. However, to everyone's astonishment, once she had the bullets, she reversed the magnum's barrel and swung it forcefully against the gaping wound in the Joker's head. The hole had grown larger still. Utilization, yet again, of the Joker. I once idolized you immensely, Harley Quinn reflected, and all this time, Harleen Quinzel has been reminding me, yet I remained willfully blind. She fixed her calm gaze upon the Joker's battered head. I have heard tales of your perpetual resurrection. Henceforth, I shall repeatedly create this grand opening in your skull. All right, sister, enough with the threats. Shall we first address the Joker's gang? Li Chengfeng's expression turned anxious, though he felt no trepidation within. As a former accomplice, he knew all too well the vastness of the Joker's gang. A single misstep could lead to their demise. Though Batman remained silent, he shared similar thoughts. Today, a careless error could indeed lead to calamity. It is widely acknowledged that while she may triumph in arranged confrontations, she falters in skirmishes. Should he fail to leverage his financial acumen and strategic prowess, Batman would merely represent the pinnacle of human capability. Engaging in hand-to-hand combat with dozens might still fall within the realm of possibility, but facing hundreds of armed adversaries would escalate the challenge exponentially. One miscalculation could prove fatal. This world has yet to witness the establishment of a so-called Justice League. Indeed, Batman was still youthful, not yet having formed the Bat family. Otherwise, given his grandfather's temperament, he would have surely rallied allies by now. Presently, he likely remained in a rebellious, solitary phase. However, if the Joker's gang were to launch a full-scale assault on Arkham Asylum, the chubby son of the Joker would likely find himself safe. Li Chengfeng turned and pointed at the quaking deputy warden huddled on the sofa. You will carry the Joker's corpse and accompany us. Me? The deputy warden stammered. Or else, if you wish to confront the Joker's gang directly, I could carry it for you. No, I will carry it. I will. The thought of facing such a madcap army prompted an immediate change of heart. Carrying the corpse of the Joker is far preferable to facing certain death. Very well, let's proceed. With that, Li Chengfeng took the lead, followed closely by Batman. Next came the composed Ida and the exuberant Harley Quinn, as if she were preparing for a party. Finally, there was the pale-faced accomplice, burdened with the Joker's lifeless form. Loosening his tie and unbuttoning his shirt cuffs, Li Chengfeng glanced at Batman with a playful grin and inquired, What do you think, Bat? Are you confident in breaking through the encirclement? Have you perhaps let your guard down? Aren't you the least bit worried? Not too bad, I can hold my own. But there are so many of them. They arrived at the patient activity hall, once desolate, now teeming with individuals adorned in Joker makeup and garments infused with his essence. Beyond this point lay the wards for the most severe patients, the notorious supervillains. The defense system of Arkham Asylum had been completely incapacitated under the Joker gang's full-scale invasion. And the key to the intensive care unit was now in the hands of a leading woman. With a high ponytail, straight brows, and bangs. Her makeup was a minimalist take on the Joker, dominated by black and blush. The classic purple three-quarter sleeves and tattered purple bodysuit completed her ensemble. She was Laughing Alexis, the second incarnation of the Harlequin, a replacement for Harley Quinn. Unlike the manic and extroverted Harley, Alexis appeared to be a calm and reserved assassin, particularly with the gleaming double-edged daggers in her hands. Leave the gentleman behind. Impossible. Li Chengfeng glanced at the feedback on his personal terminal, then stepped forward, rejecting Alexis's demands. The Joker was the most heinous criminal in Gotham City, indeed all of America, even if he were to be slain. His remains must be surrendered to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. How about this? You hand over the gentleman's corpse, and I shall ensure your safe departure. The smile on Alexis's face was unsettling, her demeanor cold. It is merely a corpse, a body capable of resurrection. What difference does returning it make from releasing a tiger back in the wild? Enough of this. Alexis flicked her dagger, issuing the order, tear them apart, including that bat. Such madness. What compels one to continuously attack law enforcement? Li Chengfeng shook his head in confusion. I can offer you a chance now. Surrender immediately, and the FBI may spare your lives. However, should you insist on resistance, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Batman regarded the Joker gang members with a cold stare and quietly queried, "Do you truly believe we can dismantle the entire Joker gang with just the four of us? Though there are only a few dozen here, outside lurk at least hundreds, perhaps even more. As Gotham's Dark Guardian, I refuse to believe you lack a contingency plan. If you cannot manage a Joker gang bereft of its leader, then your days are numbered." Li Chengfeng spoke with a tone of levity. Yet as he observed the increasing rigidity of his counterpart's expression, he continued, "However, do reserve your backup for dealing with the other criminals in Gotham City. Allow me to handle this one." "Sir, are you truly intending to confront so many unarmed?" Ada stepped forward hastily, attempting to grasp his sleeve, but was a moment too late. Li Chengfeng approached the increasingly frenzied Joker gang, arms outstretched, then turned to glance at Ada Wong. "Ada, do not forget that we are agents of the Joint Task Force, legitimate public servants. We have authority above us." As he spoke, he cast a quick glance at his terminal and tapped a few times. "Hello, hello. Wasn't it said that assistance had arrived?" No sooner had he uttered these words than the dome of Arkham Asylum was obliterated in an explosion, reduced to mere dust and debris. A crimson and gold mech, illuminated by sunlight, descended through the cloud of ash. "Good afternoon, my friends. I hear there are those ensnared by the mad clowns of the circus." Chapter 8. The archaic Overlord Stark. Although Li Chengfeng maintained an air of composure, internally he was somewhat taken aback. How had Iron Man arrived on the scene? While he had indeed requested reinforcements from Nick Fury via his personal terminal, he had not anticipated such formidable firepower. After all, several hundred individuals required a certain level of handling. Yet, was this level of power not rather excessive? He certainly had no intention of demolishing Arkham Asylum. "Tony Stark, what brings you here?" The Joker's laughter widened, eyes growing wide. A Batman who was unprepared for battle was one thing. But now, there was a dashing playboy capable of piloting airborne mechs in the mix. This was decidedly unfavorable. The Joker cast a venomous glare at the self-satisfied Li Chengfeng. It was evident that Iron Man was the support summoned by this agent from the Joint Task Force. "Damn it, retreat. Think you can escape? Do you believe Arkham Asylum is a place one can simply enter and exit at will? Or that we, the Joint Task Force, would allow a violent gang of hundreds to depart unimpeded?" Li Chengfeng flashed a smile as radiant as the sun. "Mr. Stark, feel free to unleash your abilities. Just ensure that the Joker gang's forces outside are rendered ineffective. Of course, I shall not hold you accountable for any necessary force. I'm not a bloodthirsty maniac." Tony Stark glanced at the young agent of the Republic, muttering as he soared into the sky. Since he was here to provide support, he would naturally follow orders. For him, hundreds of armed thugs were merely child's play. The tide of battle had now shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Chengfeng and Batman surged into the throng like tigers among sheep. Following closely behind them was Harley Quinn, who disregarded the weapons brandished by the Joker gang members, deftly evading their attacks as she pursued the fleeing Joker. Although she had severed ties with the Joker, she felt a profound disdain for the woman who had usurped her position. A pair of gunshots struck the doorknob, compelling the jester to turn and confront the adversary. "Harley Quinn, it seems you cannot forget your Mr. J. Whether my obsession with the Joker mattered or not was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that no one could ever replace me." Harley Quinn revealed an ill-timed, charming smile, a stark contrast to the imposing handgun in her grasp. Just as she was about to pounce and teach this usurper a lesson, a pair of hands yanked her collar back. "Don't hold me back. What nonsense! You leave your gun idle and then charge at someone with a dagger in close combat? What a surreal maneuver." After pulling her back, Li Chengfeng pushed her aside. In the brief skirmish, over half of the clown gang members lay groaning on the floor, while Ada remained unengaged, merely observing from the rear as Batman dispatched his foes. "Ms. Jester, I would strongly advise you to surrender. After all, I am not Batman and do not adhere to a no-kill policy. Should you, a criminal burdened with numerous heinous crimes, choose to resist, I would opt to eliminate you without hesitation. Trust me, I would not waver." Batman swiftly dealt with the last few adversaries, and amidst the cacophony of explosions and screams outside, an eerie silence enveloped the hall, making one tremble involuntarily. "I surrender." The jester forced a grin, only to find it difficult to maintain as she felt the unwavering gaze of Batman upon her. In a matter of minutes, they had transformed from an advantageous position to total annihilation. When the field agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Gotham Police located Jack Lawson's kidnapped son in a derelict factory in southern Gotham. They hastened to Arkham Asylum. James Gordon, serving as the highest commander of the Gotham Police's field operations, was taken aback upon entering the asylum, his initial concern morphing into astonishment at the sight before him. Besides the multitude of fallen clown gang members, the most striking figures were the man clad in an iron suit and Batman. Before he could utter a word, a hand clapped on his shoulder. Turning around, he was met with a badge that obstructed his view. Level 7 agent of the World Federal Bureau of Investigation, Chengfeng. Indeed, the joint rescue operation between the Gotham Police and the Bureau's field team was initiated by me. So, have you dealt with the Joker and his gang? What? Do you not trust me? Chengfeng chuckled, acknowledging the persistent skepticism even in a different world, where the relationship between the Bureau and local law enforcement was often strained. Even if you harbor doubts about the Bureau, you should trust that bat. He gestured towards Batman, who was engaged in a lively conversation with Tony Stark. Having removed his helmet, Gordon smacked his lips and glanced at the exceedingly youthful Level 7 agent. As a seasoned detective, now effectively the head of the Gotham Police Department, it is merely a matter of time before I ascend to the position of chief. Consequently, my understanding of the hierarchical structure of the Federal Bureau is far superior to that of an ordinary detective. Exercising the authority vested in a Level 7 agent to command the Gotham Police Department across units poses no challenge whatsoever. With a wave of my hand, I signaled the officers of the Gotham Police to commence their duties, apprehending the incapacitated thugs sprawled on the ground. There was no need to transport them to the precinct. They could be confined directly to Arkham Asylum, which is decidedly preferable to a detention center. And then there was this individual. As I observed the officers springing into action, I seized the trembling informant, Jack Lawson, from the sidelines. While members of the Joker's gang could indeed be incarcerated at Arkham, this particular individual was not yet deserving of confinement alongside those lunatics. However, his role as deputy warden was now untenable. Wait, is that Harley Quinn? A sudden jolt of apprehension surged through my mind, and I instinctively reached for my sidearm once more. Harley Quinn was originally a reserve agent of the Federal Bureau and has since made a full recovery. I have been ordered to escort her from the hospital and reinstate her. Recovered? How audacious of you to claim such. Casting a glance at the visibly deranged figure of the Joker's girlfriend, I wiped a bead of cold sweat from my brow. I then proceeded to cuff the informant's hands behind his back and escorted him to the police vehicle for transport. I felt an overwhelming urge to vacate this unsettling locale. Lingering among such peculiar individuals made me uneasy, and I had little interest in their bizarre, form-fitting uniforms. Mr. Stark, a pleasure to meet you. Shouldn't you be in New York? I inquired. What brings you to Arkham so swiftly? It appeared I was in the presence of Agent Chengfeng, the very person Nick Fury had often mentioned. Delighted to make your acquaintance. Tony Stark, devoid of any pretentious airs, replied, It's merely due to my recent stay in Metropolis that I could arrive so promptly. After all, it is common knowledge that Metropolis lies just across the river from Gotham. Yet, how had he traveled to Metropolis? A sudden realization struck me, recalling the gossip I had first encountered. You didn't venture to Metropolis to pursue Louise Lane, did you? After all, Mississippi Lane was the first woman to treat me with such candor, making her remarkably distinct. Mr. Stark, are you a character sprung from an old novel? All right, you indeed embody a typical tycoon. I rubbed my forehead, pondering if anyone had mentioned that his previous remarks were rather slick. Indeed, Mississippi Lane has voiced a similar sentiment. Tony Stark chuckled heartily, extending his right hand towards me. From now on, feel free to call me Tony. Chapter 9. The recent presence of my daughter. After exchanging contact details with Iron Man Tony Stark, he set off in the direction of Metropolis. It seems he has not yet relinquished his pursuit, I thought, shaking my head in disbelief. I only hope this fellow abandons his quest for Louise Lane before provoking some irate Kansas redneck. Otherwise, his suit may not withstand the ensuing wrath. Tony Stark had vanished from the public eye for an extended period, as it turned out, to create this contraption. What? As another billionaire known for his flirtatious charm. Do I feel overshadowed? The notion of mechanized suits is merely a distraction from the essence of true power. I have no interest in such frivolities. Unless, of course, Batman chose not to engage with Chengfeng's remarks, but instead sighed and continued, stating that when confronted with an insurmountable adversary, he would reconsider. I was merely implying my awareness of your true identity. Is your reaction not a tad too composed? When we first conversed, did you not already insinuate as much? Indeed, Li Chengfeng and Batman stood side by side, gazing silently at the chaos wrought upon the asylum by Tony Stark's actions. However, Ida and Harley, overhearing their dialogue, were left utterly astonished. Batman is Bruce Wayne? I have known Bruce Wayne for at least a decade and had never unearthed any hints. I must concede that in the realm of madness, my experience pales in comparison to his. As Li Chengfeng observed that the cleanup efforts were nearing completion, he gestured towards the corpse of the Joker at Aida's feet. Batman, perhaps you should take this wretched carcass with you. Take it with me? Are you certain? What alternative do you propose? I hardly believe the FBI will show much concern for a mere corpse. Although I understand it will be resurrected, the agents will not. Thus, I entrust it to you. At the very least, you will remain vigilant enough to ensure its eternal confinement. Li Chengfeng said with a grin. Consider this a gesture of friendship, dear Mr. Bruce Wayne. Upon descending from the aircraft, he found himself upon the soil of Washington. Yet, the agents within the hangar were subtly directing their gazes towards Li Chengfeng. Why are they all staring at you? Are you the type of individuals disliked by colleagues? Are you suffering from American-style workplace bullying? Sister, do you possess any self-awareness? They're clearly gazing at you. Li Chengfeng turned to the perplexed Harley Quinn. With skin bleached by chemical agents, and the striking contrast of red and blue at the tips of her hair. Even those unaware of her history as the Joker's former accomplice will be compelled to look twice. Do not assume that FBI agents find the peculiar commonplace. The majority are actually desk agents who have never been on field duty. At that moment, a tall woman hurriedly approached the group. Officer, I am Level 4 Agent Ingrid Hannigan, and from today onward, I will be responsible for the logistical support of the Stargazer team. I anticipate a fruitful collaboration. Pleasure to meet you, Agent Hannigan, Li Chengfeng replied, shaking her hand and voicing his curiosity. The Stargazer team you mentioned, it wouldn't he happen to refer to us? Would it? Indeed, Director Fury just confirmed the team designation 10 minutes ago. Such a casual naming process. Please follow me. The director is awaiting you all in the strategic analysis room. Under the leadership of Hani Jen, they arrived at the familiar 31st floor. Nick Fury remained with his back turned to them, yet as soon as the door creaked open, he swiftly pivoted. Although his exterior remained devoid of any emotional fluctuation, Li Chengfeng immediately discerned the urgency and anxiety concealed within this dark figure. Harley Quinn, you've recently stirred quite a considerable mess. Though it is still possible to clear your name. TSK, Mr. Fury, you remain as stringent as ever, Harley interjected, seemingly the most relaxed of the group. She casually found a chair and began engaging Fury in banter. If I were truly stringent, I wouldn't have allowed you to request a transfer to Arkham Asylum to study the most dangerous lunatics. Yet here I am, one of the most dangerous lunatics you speak of, Professor. That is of little concern. Individuals too mentally stable cannot thrive in our line of work. Nick Fury waved his hand, effectively terminating that line of conversation, and redirected his focus to Li Chengfeng. You performed admirably this time. But did you not think the commotion was a tad excessive? Are you referring to the bullet that dispatched the Joker, or to the exposure of your secret weapon? Li Chengfeng shukulat. If it's the former, I believe I acted appropriately. If it's the latter, how long do you reckon Stark's lips can remain sealed? A week? Perhaps half a month? I mean to ask why you attracted the Bat's attention. Do you expect the Joint Task Force to operate in the Bat's territory and have him hang motionless from the ceiling? Li Chengfeng's retort left even Nick Fury at a loss for words. In any case, you have seamlessly adapted to the tasks I assigned you. Once Harley Quinn completes her psychological evaluation and officially joins us, your work will commence. At this, Harley Quinn furrowed her brow, seemingly discontent with the moniker assigned to her. I am simply Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn is merely a fragment of my identity. As long as you're content, Nick Fury nodded, then issued an order. Agent Ada, please escort our Harley Quinn to change into a suitable outfit. This Arkham Asylum patient garb is hardly appropriate for an agent. Yes, Director, Ada Wong acknowledged, gently ushering the adamant Harley, who resolutely refused to don a uniform, out of the tactical analysis room. As they passed by Li Chengfeng, it was as if the two women were engaged in a silent competition. Ada's fingertips grazed his knuckles, and Harley left him with a parting remark that sent shivers down his spine. See you later, my pudding. Damn, not only is the madness unresolved, but she's also developed an infatuation. Although he had anticipated this development when he had incited Harley Quinn to take aim. Once the two departed, Li Chengfeng wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to see the sighing Fury, nearly bursting into laughter. What are you laughing at? Every family has its own struggles. It's not easy to be a father. Instead of jesting with your superior, you should report on your duties. Speaking of work, I do need to have a serious discussion with you. Li Chengfeng, with a cheerful demeanor, approached the enigmatic figure known as Black Egg, whispering, "What do you truly know about someone like Stark? How well do you actually know him?" Though his inquiry bordered on impoliteness, he felt compelled to acquire greater power. Possessing the divine essence of the god of wine was not sufficient to halt his progress. Such knowledge was not typically reserved for a level 7 agent. If you genuinely desire me to execute this task effectively, cast aside the convoluted protocols of our American headquarters. I am not here to dutifully serve as your subordinate, nor do you require a team that strictly adheres to rules. Otherwise, can the first team member truly be a patient from Arkham Asylum? He mused that he had not misjudged Black Egg. He was indeed destined for this line of work. Black Egg nodded slightly, stating, "I shall provide you with my access code shortly. For now, you may leave, agent." "Very well. Then you may wallow in your own melancholy," Li Chengfeng remarked. Turning back halfway, "What does Harley Quinn mean to you?" No sooner had he spoken than Black Egg shot him a fierce glare. His singular eye radiating the star command, "Do not inquire." Li Chengfeng shrugged and exited the strategic analysis room. It was only after some time alone that Black Egg muttered to himself, "Harley Quinn represents the closest semblance of a daughter I have ever known." Chapter 10. The absurdity of cohabitation. The psychological evaluation of Harley Quinn took a considerable amount of time, given that she was a distinguished graduate of Arkham. The final assessment declared her completely normal. The definition of normal in your America truly encompasses a vast spectrum, Li Chengfeng remarked, holding the evaluation report issued by the Joint Bureau, a sardonic smile on his face as he regarded Ada Wong. Were it not for Harley Quinn standing before me, I might have believed it. Perhaps, as the director suggested, those who are too normal are ill-suited for our line of work. I truly believe in your absurdities. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes, though he found it somewhat acceptable. In a world teeming with supernatural and even transdimensional powers, superheroes, supervillains, and all who engage with these mystical forces inevitably carry a hint of abnormality. What? You possess unique abilities yet yearn for an ordinary life? The very fact that you entertain such thoughts reveals your deviation from normalcy. He exclaimed, "Ordinary individuals ought to live as ordinary individuals do, while those of exceptional circumstances should embrace their unique existence, each realm untouched by the other. Only a fool would concern themselves with the ludicrous conclusions inscribed on a piece of paper." Harley Quinn stretched languidly, then bounced off the comfortable sofa bed in the psychiatric treatment room. How I miss this place. I used to sit across from patients, clad in flesh-colored stockings, crossing my legs seductively to influence their thoughts. To speak of influencing thoughts while wearing flesh-colored stockings is indeed absurd. You should have your psychologist's license revoked. Li Chengfeng wiped the cold sweat from his brow and glanced at the terminal, realizing he had exceeded his working hours by 10 minutes. Without a hint of reluctance, he turned on his heel and departed. The workday is over. Ladies, we shall meet again tomorrow. With that, he hurriedly exited the medical department and stepped into the elevator. However, turning back, he noticed Harley Quinn and Ada Wong trailing closely behind him. What are you two following me for?" "Oh, Pudding, you are now my direct superior and the temporary guardian appointed by the director. So, who else should I follow?" Harley replied with a cheeky grin. "Besides, do you think the Bureau has accommodations for single employees? And do I, a recently discharged mental patient, seem like I have a place to stay? If you brought me back, you must take responsibility." Her statement, though assertive, held a grain of truth. "And what is your situation then?" Li Chengfeng turned to Ada Wong, questioning her as well. "You, a level 4 agent of the Bureau, should be on the verge of a promotion to level 5 after this incident. Surely, your salary is commendable." "My dear Captain, firstly, I wish to leave work as well, and to do so, I must take the elevator," Ada Wong replied, casting a playful glance at him, her elongated eyes tinged with a hint of blush. "Secondly, my home is undergoing renovations, and I have been residing at a nearby hotel. How could I possibly pass up free accommodation? The salary of an agent does not afford me the luxury of staying at a hotel every day. Are you so certain that my house can accommodate 3 people? Not a problem. We can squeeze in together. How about you take the middle?" Ada teased, swiftly covering Harley's mouth to prevent her from interjecting. "Just kidding. Everything regarding your stay in America has been arranged by Director Fury. So I am well aware you reside in a spacious 400 square meter apartment. How dare you mock me? What can I say? Recently, I have been eyeing a multi-functional grappling gun produced by Stark Industries. I need to save some money. By the way, Captain, weren't you chatting quite amiably with Tony Stark? Could you possibly secure me a discount? Your discourse regarding salary has utterly diminished the prestige of bureau agents to that of street patrol officers. Ultimately, Li Chengfeng relented, leading two distinctly styled women towards his home. As they journeyed, he observed the eclectic ambience of Washington, D.C. in this mixed universe, concluding that America was rather unremarkable. Apart from the diversity of skin tones, it bore little difference from the Republic. There were still drunken individuals sprawled beside flower beds, and unlicensed vendors hastily fleeing from city inspectors. After treating the two ladies to an unexpectedly authentic hot pot dinner, Li Chengfeng finally felt the essence of having clocked out. Truth be told, just hours earlier, he had been facing off against one of the most deranged and dangerous villains, and now he found himself happily savoring the dish while watching Ada Wong, who couldn't handle spice, deftly extend her petite tongue. After making a detour to the shopping mall, he procured a substantial array of daily necessities. Reflecting on his existence, whether in this life or the previous, he has always been an unabashed bachelor, inhabiting a 400 square meter abode that boasts little more than a pair of slippers and a set of utensils. Surely, one cannot expect two sophisticated ladies to remain in tattered clothing or, worse still, in a state of undress, even if he were amenable to such an arrangement. The two ladies would hardly concur, particularly Ada Wong. Despite her apparent allure, her demeanor often betrays a tendency to shield her neckline and maintain a subconscious social distance. The woman's sense of propriety is maddeningly captivating. That being said, what predicament are the two of you in? Li Chengfeng reclined on the bed, his eyes wide as saucers, hands crossed over his chest, resembling a mummified figure. The jest uttered by Ada Wong mere moments ago had materialized into reality. Now, the two distinctly styled ladies lay on either side of him. Although his bed was sufficiently spacious, unintentional contact was inevitable. Oh, Pudding, I am but a troubled soul. Do you truly believe it wise to leave me alone in an unfamiliar environment? He lamented. Dear lady, I recall you seemed quite content in the ward of Arkham Asylum, free from worry, indulging in revelry. That is the life I desire. Li Chengfeng scoffed, aware that there was no reasoning with someone in such a fractured mental state. He then turned to the other side to address Ada Wong. And what is your situation? Have you been infected by Harley Quinn's madness? No, I have made a grave error, the enigmatic and alluring Ada Wong admitted, her usual poise replaced by a rare display of frustration. When I ordered the furniture, I mistakenly filled in the wrong quantity. How could I have only ordered one bed? Then you can sleep on the sofa? Are you suggesting that a woman should sleep on the sofa? Shall I then take the sofa myself? The guest should not occupy the host's bed? Then let us hasten to sleep. We have work in the morning. Chapter 11. The Winchester County incident the following morning at the headquarters of the Joint Task Force. Ingrid Hannigan awaited the arrival of Li Chengfeng and his companions in the lobby. From this day forth, the STAR team had secured a dedicated workspace. Indeed, a workspace. Do not assume that the duties of a Joint Task Force agent consist solely of traversing the globe to combat crime. The requisite clerical work is not less, and often exceeds that of a typical police precinct. Some truths surrounding certain cases are deemed unsuitable for the general populace, necessitating the creation of multiple versions of task logs, some genuine, others fabricated, and, at times, a mix of both. Many newly inducted agents have found themselves disillusioned by this reality. Consequently, over the years, the retention rate for new recruits has fallen below 40%, with a significant portion departing for this very reason. It was not until 9 in the morning that Li Chengfeng, accompanied by Ada Wong and Harley Quinn, finally made their entrance. Agent Ingrid, what brings you to stand in the lobby? Have you been reassigned to the front desk? Li Chengfeng remarked with a teasing tone. Ingrid Hannigan's forehead subtly pulsated with a vein indicative of her ire, yet her countenance maintained a decorous smile. I was summoned to greet you all due to the director's decision to assign a new office location for the STAR team. A new office location? Then let us proceed. Li Chengfeng nodded in agreement, readily following Ingrid into the elevator, observing her as she pressed the button for the 32nd floor. How did you all come together? Did you encounter each other on the way? Ingrid, you have no idea what I endured last night. Li Chengfeng scoffed, realizing that these two women were intent on depriving him of sleep. No sooner had he spoken than the two elegant women awkwardly cleared their throats. Yet they quickly regained their composure to offer explanations. It's not my fault, Li Chengfeng. You know me, I am an elite field agent. It's quite normal for me to have some muscle memory and emergency reflexes. And it's not my fault either, Li Chengfeng. You know me. I am an elite mental health patient. It's quite normal for both my body and mind to be somewhat out of control. Impressive. Otherwise, how could one be deemed a femme fatale? As long as my skin is thick enough, I can pretend nothing has occurred. Sigh. Ingrid, you must reconsider. What kind of person acts in such a manner under the sun? What are you doing? Writing a report to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, claiming the Star Team's captain and members engaged in impropriety on their very first day of formation. Harley Quinn interjected, extending her hands to obscure the surveillance camera. Ada Wong swiftly covered Ingrid's mouth, stifling that audacious phrase. Meanwhile, Li Chengfeng, with remarkable agility, seized Ingrid's personal terminal to retract the message. Phew! The three of them simultaneously exhaled in relief. To be reported on the first day of work due to a misunderstanding would be utterly humiliating. Listen well, Ingrid. Although those two women have significant issues with verbal expression, your comprehension skills are equally askew. Last night, I, the Good Samaritan, took in two homeless women. With only one bed at home, I was coerced to share it with them. Consequently, due to our muscle reflexes, we unintentionally struck each other a few times, resulting in aches that persisted until around 5 in the morning when I finally managed to sleep for a brief spell. Do you understand? Let go, Ada. Ada Wong obediently released her grip from Ingrid's mouth. Your action of obstructing the surveillance camera was quite proficient. You weren't too shabby yourself, knowing to cover Ingrid's mouth at the first opportunity. It's simply the experience of covering your mouth that came in handy. The two elegant women exchanged compliments, their gazes revealing a hint of mutual admiration. Just then, the elevator came to a halt, the doors opening slowly. The 32nd floor had arrived. By special authorization from the director, apart from Nick Fury's office, the entirety of the 32nd floor would be designated as the exclusive office space for the Star Team. The moment Ingrid stepped out of the elevator, she reverted to her professional demeanor as a logistics officer, commencing the introduction of the new office location to the trio. Just as the few individuals had barely settled into their seats, the door to the director's office at the far end swung open, revealing a solitary figure with a singular, dark eye. The gathering at the amusement park had reached this point. It was time to convene. With that, the figure strode into the office. The four exchanged glances, resigned to their orders, and entered the room for the meeting. As public servants, one's essence seems to evaporate in the absence of such gatherings. Fortunately, Nick Fury was not the type of leader who could fill an hour-long meeting with 59 minutes of trivialities. Indeed, he was remarkably forthright. Reports from Westchester County, New York, indicated sightings of zombies, yet no casualties had been reported. The county sheriff had formally requested our assistance. As Nick Fury spoke, he summoned documents on the expansive, three-dimensional projection. Ada, as our expert from the Joint Task Force, I entrust you with elucidating this mission. Yes, Director. Ada Wong maintained a serious demeanor as she reviewed all the footage and textual information regarding the incident. Turning back, she began her explanation. The horde of zombies constituted a typical viral infection. However, they lingered within a specific area, indicating that someone was employing unusual methods to control them. The unknown entity appeared to be a new model of the tyrant, seemingly a fusion of the characteristics of both the tracker and the Ivan tyrant. The number of these creatures might pose a problem. The video evidence already showcased for, and the actual count could be significantly higher. Beep. Mission Biohazard Maniac has been issued. Mission brief. Young Captain, this is the inaugural battle of your team. Eliminate all zombies and identify the mastermind behind this chaos. Indeed, after Ada Wong's comprehensive explication of the mission details, the system promptly issued the task. However, Li Chengfeng was not easily swayed by the system. Much like the previous mission, which ostensibly involved persuading Harley Quinn to surrender, but ultimately entailed confronting the Joker and his entire gang. One could only wonder how many peculiar characters would intrude upon this mixed universe. Ada, this matter should be easily resolved with conventional weaponry, correct? Indeed, compared to those superheroes or supervillains, this task is rather straightforward. Adequate personal firepower should suffice. However, the challenge lies in locating the individual capable of manipulating the zombies, as they will not simply appear out of thin air. Each instance is invariably accompanied by a conspiracy. Is the armament aboard the aircraft sufficient? Absolutely, we have enough resources. If necessary, we can deploy the aircraft's combat jet for a saturation bombardment. Then I have no further concerns. Li Chengfeng clapped his hands, rising to exit. Starlight Team, it is time to set forth. One must concede that Li Chengfeng regarded his silhouette as somewhat dashing. Yet Nick Fury's next utterance cloaked him in a veil of despair. There is no rush. I have a vested interest in this mission. So I will be temporarily joining the Starlight Team. Captain Li Chengfeng. Damn it, I detest undertaking missions alongside superiors. Chapter 12. Is Nick Fury brainwashed? This assignment was initially deemed trivial. However, due to the unique nature of the region involved, I felt compelled to undertake this journey personally. You need not feel pressured nor feel the need to protect me. Despite my advancing age, I remain one of the finest agents in the Bureau. Life, however, are you even listening to me? Nick Fury cast a sidelong glance at the incredibly indifferent Li Chengfeng, sensing the young man's discontent. Is it that obvious? Li Chengfeng sighed and turned off the comedy skit playing through his earpiece. I'm not criticizing you, Chief. You are the head of our esteemed Bureau. Have you ever heard the ancient saying from our Republic? A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. The entire Bureau needs your leadership. Trust me, before we even leave the special zone, I'll find a place to drop you off so you can catch a cab back to the office, all right? Do you truly wish to avoid accompanying me on this mission? Nick Fury was perplexed. You need not regard me as the director. At present, I am merely a temporary member of the Star Team, and I will follow your lead in all matters. Do you genuinely believe that? Li Chengfeng rose and approached the bar, pouring himself a glass of a wickedly indulgent carbonated drink, which he downed in one gulp. Indeed, the resting area on this Airbus features a bar. In the past, these agents certainly knew how to enjoy themselves. All right, Fury, I won't teach us any longer. But you must enlighten me on what is so special about this situation. With all the build-up, Li Chengfeng finally posed the question he was most eager to have answered. What could possibly compel Nick Fury, the head of the Bureau, to risk his own safety and come to the front lines? Li Chengfeng was genuinely curious. However, the troubling matter is I do not know. Nick Fury hesitated for a moment before revealing, I have no recollection of this region. My memory is a blank slate. Yet I am enveloped by an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if my memories have been forcibly erased by someone. Is that so? Wait, are we heading to Westchester County? Li Chengfeng was momentarily taken aback, suddenly grasping something. He picked up his terminal and called for Ada Wong. Ada, please come to the resting area immediately. Upon hearing Li Chengfeng's call, Ada Wong soon arrived with Harley Quinn in tow from the armory. Ada, you compiled the dossier on Westchester. Can you inform me if there's a gifted school in that vicinity? Indeed, there's the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. Ada Wong confirmed with a nod, not even needing to consult the documents. Goodness, it truly is them. Li Chengfeng tapped his forehead in realization and turned to Nick Fury, stating, I can assure you, Fury, your instincts are correct. You have indeed been brainwashed. What? Nick Fury, Harley Quinn, and Ada Wong exclaimed in unison. A shocking revelation. The head of the Bureau has been brainwashed. This is utterly absurd. Do you wish to brainwash Nick Fury? After a moment of astonishment, Harley Quinn was the first to react, even showcasing her expertise in psychology. It is impossible, setting aside the feasibility of capturing Nick Fury without his knowledge. His sheer willpower renders conventional hypnosis ineffective. Success would necessitate the use of specialized machinery and would require a considerable amount of time. However, the Bureau conducts remote checks on my physical indicators and confirms my location every 8 hours through my dedicated terminal, with no incidents ever reported. Nick Fury interjected, thus rendering the timeline implausible. Your analysis is without fault. However, there exists a branch of human evolution known as mutants, and you have been brainwashed by a mutant possessing psychic abilities. What? Mutants? Don't tell me you possess no knowledge of mutants in your memory. Li Chengfeng was somewhat taken aback. The head of the Republic's Bureau is none other than Captain America, also known as the Five Brothers of the Stark family. How could Nick Fury, also a director of one of the 5 major bureaus, be unaware of this? Our Republic Bureau's leader is a quintuplet mutant who shares all states synchronously. Don't tell me you've never encountered him at the World Bureau Summit. Damn it, it appears you were correct. I have indeed been brainwashed by a mutant specifically targeted at mutants. I have serious doubts about whether you have been involved in anything aimed at their community, resulting in the erasure of your memories concerning mutants for their protection. Nick Fury pondered deeply. Could it be related to the initial development of the airborne aircraft carrier, when data was collected on all Americans to facilitate monitoring and intelligence gathering? Goodness, your ambition is staggering. Monitoring every individual in America? Are you not concerned that those hidden superheroes or supervillains might come after you to protect themselves? All right, you have already undergone brainwashing. Li Chengfeng mercilessly mocked Nick Fury, laughing heartily. It seems you've bitten off more than you can chew. I'm not planning to take any action against them. If you were in my position, would you willingly hang a sword of Damocles over your neck? The aircraft soon arrived in Westchester County. Li Chengfeng chose to dock near the area identified in the report. Regardless of whether the one manipulating Nick Fury's mind is the professor or another telepath from Xavier's school, their stronghold lies there and will not simply vanish. The inexplicably appearing zombies are indeed a tangible threat. Those orchestrating this chaos are stationed here, but that does not guarantee their permanence. Once control is lifted, the entirety of Westchester County could descend into peril. Thus, when the STAR team and the temporarily enlisted Nick Fury disembarked from the aircraft, they were fully armed. Li Chengfeng conceded that he had underestimated the weaponry reserves of this aircraft. The individual thermal ray rifle, the light pulse explosive gun, and the sonic grenades. Have your American weapons truly reached such a fantastical level? What nonsense are you spouting? These are either prototype creations from a sandbox research facility or fresh technologies procured from Tony Stark. They are utterly incapable of mass production. Enough with the explanations. Just remember to keep the Star Squad in mind next time you come across something remarkable. Li Chengfeng disengaged the safety on his light pulse explosive gun and charged towards the nearby horde of zombies. Star Squad, advance. Chapter 13. Weskia. Times have changed. The viral undead can indeed pose a significant threat when firepower is insufficient. However, with ample firepower at one's disposal, they become nothing more than sluggish heaps of decaying flesh. Thus, the clearance of the outer zombies proceeded with remarkable swiftness, particularly with Harley Quinn energetically wielding her beloved baseball bat. I am genuinely curious about the material of that bat. How has it sustained no, where despite shattering so many bones? Li Chengfeng glanced at the frenzied woman deftly maneuvering among the zombie swarm and couldn't help but voice his thoughts to Nick Fury. Oh, it's made from adamantium, a remnant of a long-abandoned weapons program from the last century. Nick Fury explained with calmness. Aren't you being a tad too indulgent with her? Adamantium? You truly are willing to spend lavishly on her. Overindulgence can lead to complications, especially with a daughter who is not quite mentally stable. Enough with the critiques. Look over there. Nick Fury pointed into the distance. Despite the commotion on our end, the tyrants remain utterly unresponsive, steadfastly guarding that position. Is there a makeshift building among those tyrants? It's unclear. We shall understand once we eliminate the tyrants. As the duo advanced into range, they unleashed a torrent of firepower upon the tyrants. One could only remark that these limited edition sci-fi grade weapons far surpassed contemporary conventional firearms. Even these unknown variants of tyrants could not withstand for long. Upon the fall of the 13th tyrant under their barrage, they arrived before the futuristic-looking structure. Listen up. The Bureau of Joint Operations has sent me to deliver a message. Surrender your weapons, and the Bureau will ensure your wealth and prosperity, with golden tickets aplenty. Where did you learn that line? From a classic spring festival gala skit of the Republic. Stop fooling around. Li Chengfeng observed Nick Fury, who was rendered speechless, and merely shrugged before melting half the door with a shot, just as he intended to kick the door down while delivering a classic line. The remaining half of the door was suddenly flung open from within by an unseen force. A blond man in a black trench coat and sunglasses stepped out from the shadows beyond the door. I can play with you for a maximum of 7 minutes. The slick-haired individual declared as he spoke. Upon a mere glance, Li Chengfeng instantly recognized the individual before him. Albert Wesker, a prominent figure in the Biohazard series, renowned for his tragic demise. Yet, in this amalgamated universe, he still drew breath. However, the current state of his existence remained uncertain. Had he developed the Ouroboros virus? Albert Wesker, one of the most notorious biochemists in the world, had vanished from the scene 5 years prior, only to resurface in America. A mad scientist? The mundane populace could never comprehend my aspirations. Wesker shook his head, and in the blink of an eye, he seemingly teleported before Nick Fury. Utilizing his terrifying speed, he struck before Fury could react, disarming him of his heat ray rifle. A single punch sent Fury reeling, expelling a mixture of bile and blood, collapsing to the ground. It was the strongest incarnation of Weskier. Sweat beads instantly formed on Li Chengfeng's forehead. Though in the original narrative, he succumbed to a rocket in lava. His abilities undeniably transcended human limits, and not by a small margin. The two formidable women were still occupied with clearing the area, oblivious to the unfolding events. And even if they arrived, their assistance might prove futile. The Republic? Has the American Bureau established such deep communication with the Republic Bureau? This was entirely different from when I was still with the Joint Investigation Bureau. Weskier's words sent a chill down Li Chengfeng's spine. How could he also be a product of the Joint Investigation Bureau? Is the American Bureau deliberately crafting villains to challenge themselves? Divine Gold, do you take pleasure in flaunting your experiences? Li Chengfeng resolutely cast his firearm to the ground and drew a military dagger from his waist. In a situation where he could not hit his target, even the most formidable firearms became mere sticks. Rather than surrendering his weapon, he preferred to discard it entirely. You have 6 minutes. I grant you the opportunity to challenge me. With that, Weskier moved again, forcing Li Chengfeng into close combat. In the instant they clashed, Li Chengfeng received both good and bad news. The bad news was that Weskier could strike him 10 times for every successful counter he managed. The good news was that the self-healing speed granted by the Dionysian factor could keep pace with the rate of his injuries. Thankfully, although Weskier was incredibly fast, his lethality did not exceed Li Chengfeng's threshold of endurance. Had it been someone like Thor, he would have already been reading his respawn timer. Thus, Li Chengfeng steadied his mind and endeavored to inflict as much damage as possible during each opportunity to strike Weskier, pushing himself to be fiercer with each blow. The Ouroboros virus was fundamentally incomparable to the Dionysian factor. The disparity in their levels was vast. 5 minutes later, it was Weskier who was panting, his body marred with wounds, his sunglasses shattered by a punch that had struck him squarely in the face. Even the regenerative capabilities of the Ouroboros virus were beginning to falter. You mentioned that you could only entertain us for 7 minutes, and now only a minute remains. I offer you a chance. Regardless of what you have concealed within, surrender it, and I assure you that you shall live a tranquil life in the Bureau's prison. Weskier remained silent, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling vigor. Do you possess an even more formidable regenerative ability? Are you also a host of some bioorganic virus? A virus? You truly are mad. Li Chengfeng shook his head, utterly speechless at Weskier's delusions of bioweapons. It matters not. If you choose silence, so be it. Conducting vivisection upon you as a subject will undoubtedly unveil the secrets hidden within your anatomy. As he spoke, black, viscous tendrils oozed from Weskier's wounds. It has manifested, the hallmark of the biohazard crisis, defying the laws of energy conservation to undergo absurd transformations. The black, sticky tendrils gradually enveloped Weskier's form, leaving only his face visible, transforming him into a grotesque figure. Li Chengfeng's bro furuba. This is dire. In this condition, Weskier may have relinquished his super speed, but in exchange, his strength has significantly amplified. Given his current physical state, even with the god of wine factor, he would likely be reduced to lying on the ground, waiting for regeneration. Yet, a fleeting glance around him relaxed the tension in his brow. Weskier, tell me, why do you pursue research on the Ouroboros virus? You shall never comprehend that as a so-called human birth from genetic experimentation, I have perpetually sought a higher evolution. Ah, how deeply insecure you are, unwilling to accept your identity as a clone, thus yearning for some form of evolution. Perhaps you are correct, yet the victor shall always be Albert Weskier. Nonsense. Our esteemed leader is a battle-hardened veteran. This bald old man is surely hiding something. He feigns strength, yet the truth is evident. Buzz, just as the words left his lips. A searing beam of heat obliterated Weskier's entire head. Chapter 14. The green light shines bright. The battle police emerge indeed. Director Fury, your prowess remains undiminished. For heaven's sake, could you refrain from standing there, delivering sarcastic remarks? That punch felt as though it displaced my very organs. Conservatively estimating, I've likely fractured at least 3 ribs. Scars are the glory of a man. I have enough glory already. At this moment, I would prefer a bit less to spare these weary limbs. Li Chengfeng stepped forward, kicking Weskier's lifeless body aside, then assisting Nick Fury to his feet. Observing the cold sweat beading on the darkened Agent brow, Li Chengfeng sighed. The erstwhile king of agents has indeed aged, no longer suitable for high-intensity, frontline missions. If it were not for the pursuit of the secrets surrounding his memories, he likely would not have endured such tribulations. At that moment, Ada Wong and Harley Quinn, who had been clearing the zombies, arrived. Do not concern yourselves with me. I merely need a brief respite. Nick Fury, supported by Ada Wong, seated himself to the side, intent on discovering what Weskier was researching that compelled him to expose his whereabouts and mobilize such numerous new models of tyrants to buy himself time. Li Chengfeng did not hesitate either. He kicked open the swaying half of the door and stepped into the temporary dwelling. The moment he entered, he was dazzled by a myriad of instruments, revealing a mobile research facility. At the center of the research table lay an object emanating a gentle green light. Goodness, could it be? Li Chengfeng rushed forward, confirming repeatedly. If his eyes and mind had not betrayed him, the object before him was indeed a Green Lantern power battery. A biochemist was studying the energy source of the cosmic police? Who would believe such a tale? Shaking his head, Li Chengfeng resolved to take the battery first. However, the instant his hand brushed against it, the previously soft green light suddenly became blindingly radiant, illuminating the once dark laboratory. Li Chengfeng recalled that among the rewards from his last mission was the willpower of Batman. The willpower of his grandfather could effortlessly wield a Green Lantern ring. As anticipated, a ring shimmering with the same green light slowly emerged from the battery, eventually hovering before Li Chengfeng. Intelligent life form identified. Li Chengfeng from Earth. You possess a formidable will to overcome fear. Welcome to the Green Lantern Corps. Fury, why did the green light suddenly illuminate inside? Could that headless man have set a trap? Li Chengfeng believed he could handle everything. Nick Fury chuckled wryly, glancing in another direction. You might want to worry about our own safety instead. Ada Wong followed his gaze, her heat ray rifle raised at her chest, poised for an onslaught. The commotion you've caused is too great. Even if we wished to feign ignorance, it would be impossible. From the shadows emerged a group, led by a bald Caucasian gentleman clad in a suit, seated in a wheelchair and pushed by an attendant. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Charles Francis Xavier. You may call me Professor or Charles. The professor nodded respectfully at Nick Fury. Long time no see, Director Fury. This unexpected greeting left Nick Fury perplexed. Professor? I have never heard that title before, and I am certain I have never met you. No, you have met me. In fact, 20 years ago, we had a brief collaboration due to the AmeriCorps government. The professor spoke with serene composure, continuing, I erase your memories concerning me and our mutant population. What? You are the mutants Li Chengfeng spoke of? The professor furrowed his brow, his fingers pressed against his temple. In the next moment, a look of realization crossed his face. These individuals were agents from the Republic's Joint Investigation Bureau, affiliated with the Tao brothers. Did you just access our memories in that fleeting instant? Nick Fury's single eye widened in surprise. I felt nothing. Are the powers of mutants truly this formidable? It is merely a gift, he replied. Apart from that, we are no different from humans. No sooner had the professor's words left his lips than the mutants behind him began to reveal their abilities. Steel claws emerged. Bodies transformed into iron. A blue behemoth materialized. Angelic wings sprouted, and small tornadoes formed in their hands. Each individual's power was distinct. Nick Fury, Ada Wong, and Harley Quinn gazed in astonishment at the spectacle before them. They were aware of the existence of various supernatural forces in the world, yet they had not anticipated such a multitude. So, your voluntary revelation of identity is for what purpose? After a brief moment of shock, Nick Fury quickly regained his composure. Above all, maintaining calm was essential. These mutants appeared far more formidable than ordinary agents. We have come seeking collaboration, the professor stated with unexpected calmness. Our group has indeed come under scrutiny. Under scrutiny? Precisely. We have drawn the attention of an ancient and malevolent organization, one you should be quite familiar with, Hydra. Weskier's research over the years, as well as his arrival in Winchester County, has been funded and orchestrated from the shadows by Hydra. Upon hearing the name Hydra, Nick Fury felt a chill run down his spine, and just as he was about to inquire further, a rhythmic oath echoed behind him. In the bright of day, in the abyss of night, monsters and phantoms, nowhere to hide. Villains and traitors, fear my divine light. the Green Lantern shines, illuminating all time. In the next moment, Weskier's makeshift laboratory was cleaved in two. Li Chengfeng, clad in a tight-fitting suit of green and black, held a lantern in his left hand while his right extended green light, forming a green energy sword, the emblem of the lantern glowing magnificently on his chest. Good evening, everyone, Li Chengfeng remarked as he noticed the additional group, maintaining his Green Lantern transformation without hesitation. He casually adjusted his hair and approached Nick Fury. Wolverine, Colossus, Beast, Angel, Storm, what brings you mutants out at this hour to observe the Joint Investigation Bureau in action? The professor's demeanor shifted from calm to perplexed, for he was unaware of the identity of this individual clad in green, nor did he comprehend his powers. He once again activated his psychic abilities in an attempt to probe Li Chengfeng's mind. However, this time he miscalculated. Under the combined influence of the God of Wine factor and the Green Lantern ring, the professor's mental intrusion collided with an invisible wall of steel, revealing not even the slightest crack. Li Chengfeng was acutely aware of the professor's intentions and knew he would not succeed. All right, dear professor, you may continue to elucidate your purpose. Chapter 15. Guaranteed placement upon graduation, the Hydra has set its sights on mutants and the genes that confer mutant abilities. Numerous solitary mutants have been captured by the Hydra organization for in vivo experimentation. We have undertaken multiple rescue missions, but more often than not, we could only retrieve the lifeless bodies of our compatriots. Moreover, our fighting force is woefully inadequate. Thus, we find ourselves compelled to collaborate with the Bureau of Investigation in this critical juncture. Upon hearing the professor's rationale, Nick Fury immediately retorted, Hydra has long been a formidable adversary of our American Bureau. I doubt they possess the capacity for a widespread pursuit of mutants like you. Director Fury, whether before or after the memory erasure, your understanding of our kind has always been lacking in nuance, the professor replied, shaking his head. The number of formidable warriors among mutants is exceedingly rare. Those enforcers behind me are indeed exceptional, but the vast majority of mutants possess powers that are weak and often disruptive to ordinary life. Li Chengfeng interjected to clarify for the professor. I once believed that blending into human society and living in obscurity was the optimal path for mutants. Yet Hydra's existence has shattered that illusion. The professor, in a self-deprecating manner, shook his head, acknowledging that those who remain secluded in the shadows will inevitably be consumed by invaders. After listening, Nick Fury did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned to Li Chengfeng and quietly inquired, how credible is what this individual is saying? His integrity is beyond question. He is the world's most powerful telepath. If he wished, he could brainwash the entire American populace. It would merely be a matter of time. However, he refrained from doing so, only erasing your memories when your actions posed a threat to their community. Having been brainwashed, can one truly be trusted? Fury mused. You criticize my weight, yet you seem to forget the unscrupulous deeds our Bureau has committed. They merely erased memories related to mutants. How merciful. Otherwise, they could have rendered you a complete imbecile, drooling and soiling yourself. Nick Fury shuddered, clearly envisioning that hellish scenario. Even as the king of agents, who had never bestowed trust upon others, he found himself swayed by the notion. If the professor were to be replaced by the more meticulous Li Chengfeng, he would undoubtedly find himself in the very state the latter had whimsically described. So what are your thoughts? Fury pressed. You can't be seriously confused, can you? Li Chengfeng regarded Fury with the expression one might reserve for an elderly individual suffering from dementia. Have you forgotten that our American Bureau is also in a dire state of personnel shortage? As I understand, our brothers and sisters in the Bureau have not had a day off in 4 consecutive months and are mandated to work overtime daily. Even personnel from the Department of Internal Affairs have been dispatched to various departments to assist. Are you suggesting that instead of integrating a readily available team of superpowered individuals into the Bureau, we should wait for them to be brainwashed and divided by Hydra before absorbing them? Nick Fury remarked, patting his own forehead, in a state of blood loss and injury. His mind indeed felt somewhat sluggish. It is true that the Bureau of Supernatural Affairs addresses various supernatural incidents, while the Avengers combat the threats posed by Hydra. Through mutual cooperation, they aim to resolve each other's dilemmas. Why not embrace such an opportunity for a win-win situation? Upon reaching a consensus, Li Chengfeng immediately straightened his posture and casually reverted from his Green Lantern transformation. He was not accustomed to the constricting attire of a combat suit. which he found rather cumbersome. Since a discussion on collaboration was imminent, it would be prudent to find an appropriate venue. He certainly did not wish to negotiate amidst a horde of zombies. Under the guidance of the Avengers, Chengfeng, Ada Wong, and Harley Quinn arrived at the entrance of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. As for Nick Fury, after delegating full authority for this negotiation to Chengfeng, he retired to the automatic medical bay of the Quinjet for some much-needed rest. Age has a way of weakening the body. Along the way, several mutant youths occasionally dashed past them. While Chengfeng found this rather unremarkable, Ada Wong and Harley Quinn were filled with curiosity. Particularly Harley Quinn, who, had Ada Wong not been holding her back, would likely have sprinted off to play soccer with a group of youthful mutants. After her bout with insanity, she certainly seemed invigorated. Thus, after traversing a portion of school grounds, they ultimately arrived at the principal's office, which also served as the original site of Xavier's estate. Although referred to as an office, it was essentially an entire old manor. The initial establishment of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters had its roots here. However, they did not enter the manor directly. Instead, they approached a nearby, open area. B stepped over to the second flower bed on the right and pressed a few buttons, causing a passageway leading underground to open before them. As they entered the passage, they were greeted by an entirely different scene, filled with high-tech facilities. A few other Avengers were stationed there as well. Emma Frost, Cyclops, Jean Grey, and Mystique. "Professor, what is the situation with these three?" Cyclops inquired, stepping forward to engage in a hushed conversation with the professor. "Can we truly bring them here? If all goes according to plan, we will soon become colleagues without barriers, making concealment unnecessary." The professor's words resonated well with Chengfeng, affirming that the White Queen was indeed astute. Upon hearing this, Cyclops raised his gaze, obscured by his visor, to scrutinize Chengfeng before leading everyone to a conference table. "Please have a seat, agents." After the professor invited the trio to take their places, the negotiations officially commenced. "Professor, I have comprehended all your recent requests. To be frank, our interests and needs are remarkably aligned. We require personnel to address the rapidly escalating supernatural phenomena of recent years, safeguarding civilians until they are sufficiently prepared to confront what they ought not to encounter. Meanwhile, you are tasked with neutralizing the long-standing threat posed by Hydra. For the Bureau, Hydra is equally a target of significant concern. Thus, I firmly believe that the integration of the Avengers into the Federal Bureau of Investigation constitutes a mutually beneficial arrangement, particularly given that many senior agents within the Bureau have recently retired, resulting in a significant personnel shortage. The inclusion of the Avengers will effectively fill some of these senior vacancies. Chengfeng's intentions are quite straightforward. By joining the FBI, they would become one family, potentially elevating members of the Avengers to high-ranking positions within the American headquarters, with Bayadin poised to become one of the decision-makers. I wholeheartedly concur with this perspective. Bayadin nodded, then shifted the conversation to another matter. "However, my primary concern lies with the children in the school. They are young and brimming with potential, making them prime targets for Hydra." Chengfeng contemplated briefly before offering a solution. Since the Avengers and the FBI have merged, why not also unify Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters with the FBI Academy? Graduates would be guaranteed placement with competitive salaries, and they would enjoy the benefits of public service employment, essentially living off the state. Chapter 16. Hydra? Why is it always you? The conditions proposed by Chengfeng were not something the Avengers could refuse. In fact, for them, these terms were even more significant. Mutants have historically existed within society under the guise of anonymity. Why, you may ask? Although mutants are fundamentally humans with unique genetic traits, they possess a plethora of extraordinary abilities. This transcends mere differences in skin color. Ordinary individuals genuinely fear that such supernatural powers could threaten their existence. However, with the official endorsement of the FBI, mutants would still refrain from openly revealing their identities in front of civilians. Unlike before, where they acted out of fear, they now simply seek to avoid trouble. Moreover, Chengfeng's mention of guaranteed placement resonated deeply with the mutants. Gazing at the professor's warm smile, Chengfeng suddenly realized that what he initially thought would be a mere advantage for himself, an opportunity to recruit vital mutants, had turned into an unexpected advantage for them. "You wish to recruit from my ranks? Not a problem. Just a few won't suffice. My entire family shall relocate. From this day forth, We shall become a permanent fixture within your FBI. Li Chengfeng scratched his head, acknowledging the undeniable allure of the FBI's official status. The FBI symbolizes not just the nation, but represents the entire global federation. With that in mind, I shall await your esteemed presence at the FBI headquarters in Washington, D.C. Upon returning to the Airbus, Nick Fury emerged from the medical bay. His ribs had just healed. Although he could move independently, he was still restricted from making any extensive movements. What's the situation? From this point onward, there will be no more Avengers or Xavier School. Only the FBI and the FBI Academy. This Professor Xavier is surprisingly decisive, directly incorporating the mutant organization into the FBI, given the plight of mutants. Joining the Bureau of Investigation presents them with a plethora of advantages and no detriments. What they fervently desire is but a commonplace matter for the Bureau. Li Chengfeng sat alongside Nick Fury in the Airbus' operational conference room, meticulously recounting the details of their negotiations. Regarding Hydra, Nick Fury projected an intelligence report onto the large screen, revealing the results of a recent investigation I had commissioned from headquarters. It appears that Hydra has absorbed the Umbrella Corporation, which had been notably active a few years prior, and its founder, Oswald Spencer, has ascended to a high-ranking position within Hydra. He dispatched Weskier to Westchester County to investigate matters concerning the mutant population. Mission Biohazard Madman completed. Associated characters: Nick Fury, Weskier, Oswald Spencer. Rewards currently being randomly assigned. Acquired Nick Fury's experience. Acquired Weskier's enhanced speed. Acquired knowledge of Oswald Spencer's bioviruses. Li Chengfeng could not suppress a click of his tongue. The rewards, while not entirely devoid of merit, were rather meager. Nick Fury's experience felt somewhat superfluous, considering he was already among the Bureau's most distinguished agents. Weskier's enhanced speed was commendable, yet when juxtaposed with truly formidable abilities, it paled in comparison. What irked him most was the last reward: knowledge of bioviruses. How much utility could that possibly hold in this world? Even the strongest would ultimately succumb to conventional weaponry. He had anticipated the involvement of a cadre of agents for this mission, yet was surprised to find none included. Upon reflection, however, this was reasonable. In their initial mission, Ada Wong had been one of the team members, thus her inclusion was expected. Additionally, the Bat had played a significant role in the mission, warranting his inclusion as well. However, by the time the agents appeared, Weskier had already been eliminated, lacking any substantial connection to the mission. It was indeed a pity. This biohazard assault could merely be the precursor. Hydra would not limit itself to a singular probing action. Indeed, I have already established communication with various national bureaus, urging them to conduct thorough investigations into any potential Hydra presence within their territories. In a few days, we should receive consolidated intelligence. Special attention must be paid to smaller nations such as Latvia. With Hydra's immense financial resources, manipulating several smaller countries would be child's play. I had considered this as well, but we cannot intervene in their domestic affairs. It will have to be handled by the World Federation. Nick Fury's demeanor was notably grave. Li Chengfeng, having perused the documents, realized that this world's Hydra was considerably more powerful than its original counterpart, as it faced not merely a solitary S-H-I-O-D, but a united World Federation. However, Hydra's relationship with mutant powers is one of both desire and trepidation. Our successful collaboration with the agents could be viewed as securing a decisive trump card against Hydra. In the days following their return to the headquarters of the Bureau, Li Chengfeng meticulously reported on the situation of the entire mutant population and the specific combat capabilities of the War Police. Nick Fury, the seasoned veteran, delighted in his abundant meals, his spirits buoyed by the circumstances. What? Afraid of malevolent intentions towards ordinary citizens or the Bureau? According to Li Chengfeng's descriptions, there were nearly a dozen formidable telepaths ready to emerge. If they were truly inclined towards mischief, they would have acted long ago. Their brainwashing abilities surpassed even those of Hydra by 1,000-fold. Moreover, judging by their principles of conduct, it was evident they possessed a humble agrarian mindset, primarily forming the War Police for self-preservation. However, Nick Fury was a master of deception, even capable of fooling himself. In essence, he was both cynical and suspicious. It was only because Li Chengfeng bestowed high praise upon Charles Xavier, the leader of the mutants, that Fury had been so agreeable from the outset. Li Chengfeng was, after all, his greatest asset in terms of security. Although unaware of the full extent of Li Chengfeng's current strength, Fury sensed a change in him since their initial meeting. The self-healing abilities displayed during the battle with Weskier hinted at this transformation. Yet, within Fury's heart lingered an inexplicable certainty that he could trust this man from the Republic without reservation. "Ah, your gaze is rather unnerving. I am fond of women, particularly those with long legs and slender waists," he quipped. "Bah, defaming the leadership. I represent the government and the people. I will have you executed. And with what weapon will you execute me? You know I possess self-healing abilities. A regular gun is merely a tickle to me. Regardless of your healing, I shall still shoot you twice for my own comfort." Li Chengfeng had always treated Nick Fury in such a manner, never truly considering him a superior. Conversely, Fury had never genuinely regarded Li Chengfeng as a subordinate. After all, what subordinate would dare to challenge their leader with such audacity? Perhaps this was the unconventional method by which these two peculiar individuals forged their trust. At that moment, a staff member entered Fury's office. "Director Fury, Agent Li Chengfeng. The personnel from Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters have arrived in accordance with your instructions and are now in the conference room." "Understood. Let us proceed at once," Fury replied. "Yes, Director." Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng promptly rose and followed Fury to the official conference room located on the 20th floor. As they opened the door, the first sight to greet them was the professor's gleaming bald head. Indeed, white duck egg is not an appellation without merit. "Esteemed guest from Xavier School, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Nicholas Joseph Fury, the current director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, America. Charles Francis Xavier, though you may simply call me Professor." What a delightfully humorous encounter it was, with the white duck egg and the black braised egg together in such a historically significant meeting. Particularly amusing was the pretense of negotiation, despite their prior acquaintance, which added a layer of comedic flair to the scene, reminiscent of the charming brother and the dashing gentleman. Thus, Li Chengfeng had been stifling his laughter since earlier. Coincidentally, behind the professor stood another individual, equally attempting to suppress a smile, though he ultimately failed. The hilarity was palpable. Nick Fury and Charles seated face to face. This image would undoubtedly remain etched in my memory for a lifetime. "Ah, it appears to be you again. Wolverine. I had an inkling of familiarity when we met a few days ago in Westchester County. Perhaps you've seen a photograph of the Howling Commandos? You may call me Logan. I once spent some time with Peggy Carter, one of the most formidable women I have ever encountered." Peggy Carter, the inaugural director of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Logan reined in his mirth, responding with a semblance of humility. It is worth noting that he is, in fact, a nearly 200-year-old veteran. His life experiences, if laid out in a table, would astound anyone. As a man whose existence traverses the expanse of modern Western history, he has been involved in myriad events. Born into wealth, he lived among wolves in Canada, participated in both world wars, collaborated with Captain America, Bucky, and Peggy Carter, and emerged alive from the ruins of Hiroshima. Compared to his later involvement as a spy during the Cold War, those earlier escapades seem almost trivial. He is a genuine hard-hitter, and indeed, a venerable predecessor to Nick Fury, who could not help but feel a sense of camaraderie with a fellow hero. Yet Li Chengfeng, ever the provocateur, was present, adept at disrupting the atmosphere. "So what is this? Are you two long-lost relatives? Perhaps I should call the hotel to arrange a banquet?" Though I must say, the demographics seem rather off. With Li Chengfeng's interjection, the casual conversation swiftly transitioned into the crux of the matter. Ultimately, the terms discussed with Li Chengfeng and the professor aligned closely, albeit with more thorough deliberation across various aspects. Overall, the negotiations between the director of the Bureau and the mutant community could be deemed exceptionally successful. The Bureau secured reliable and powerful high-caliber members, while the mutants gained an abundance of societal resources. It is essential to recognize that the Bureau can accomplish a great deal for the mutants, such as unearthing intelligence on the prominent families and groups hidden within the American political landscape. They can persuade these entities to engage in dignified compromises. Should they refuse to do so, the Bureau will ensure they maintain their dignity. The mutant community constitutes an entire lineage, and without employing certain authoritative measures, the capitalists and politicians controlling societal discourse and economic lifelines in America will not relent. Li Chengfeng even surmised that with the mutants paving the way, when Inhumans begin to emerge in significant numbers, they could similarly be integrated into the fold. However, Inhumans are somewhat distinct from mutants. Mutants have long possessed a genuine leadership hierarchy, forming a community with well-developed social relationships. In contrast, while the Inhumans have the presence of the Attilan royal family, they have long since migrated to settle on the dark side of the moon. The Inhumans on Earth, despite having the secluded settlement of the afterlife, lack the capability to lead the Inhuman populace. Thus, it can be said that the Inhumans are still in the nascent stage akin to that of the early mutants. Professor, I have a proposal that I hope you will consider. After the negotiations and discussions surrounding the white and black eggs concluded, Li Chengfeng spoke up. Nick Fury feared that this gentleman might be planning something nefarious again, yet in such a setting, it was inappropriate to interrupt directly, leaving him only to blink vigorously at Li Chengfeng. Unfortunately, his one eye nearly blinked itself out, and it seemed that Li Chengfeng paid no heed. Agent Li, please proceed, he said. The Xavier Institute is managed exceptionally well. Even with numerous rambunctious teenage mutants, there have been no significant disturbances. To be honest, I find it hard to gauge. Are you truly complimenting us? The professor chuckled, admitting that even with his intellect, the antics of those mischievous teenagers were a daily source of frustration. The challenges posed by adolescent mischief makers are universal. Indeed, this is a commendation, Li Chengfeng asserted, convinced of his sincerity. Having already committed to the Joint Investigation Bureau, I hope you can take on the role of the headmaster of the Joint Investigation Bureau Academy. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury nearly applauded in approval. The previous headmaster of the Joint Investigation Bureau Academy was a seasoned Hydra operative. A few years ago, the Academy could have very well been renamed Hydra Academy. After the resolution of the Hydra infiltration crisis, the Academy faced a severe personnel shortage, with nearly all senior agents returning to headquarters. To this day, the Joint Investigation Bureau Academy consists solely of Agent Weaver, who maintains the daily operations, and a handful of students who have been verified as having no connections to Hydra. Barely 100 individuals remain. The headmaster of the Joint Investigation Bureau Academy, but I am not well versed in the skills of agents. I have naturally considered this, but compared to instructors capable of teaching various skills, the Academy currently requires a headmaster with a clear reputation who can command authority. As for the faculty, I believe Logan is more than qualified. Moreover, with the Xavier Institute merging into the Joint Investigation Bureau Academy, having the same headmaster will foster a sense of belonging among the students. The professor pondered for a moment. He had to admit that he was beginning to endorse this proposal. The ultimate aim of the Xavier Institute is to empower these young mutants to choose their own destinies. While a small fraction may opt to join the X-Men, the majority aspire to reintegrate into society. If they could join the Joint Investigation Bureau, it would provide a favorable avenue for other mutants. Given the depth of cooperation between the two entities within the Joint Investigation Bureau, mutants would undoubtedly face no exclusion or discrimination. Charles, I see no issues with this. After a period of silence, Wolverine, Logan, spoke up. Despite his daily indulgences in alcohol, brawling, and bullying miscreants, he was indeed a force to be reckoned with among the X-Men, commanding a respect second only to that of Professor Xavier. Even the usually carefree second-in-command found him reliable, prompting the professor to nod in agreement. With that, Logan declared, I shall accept this position. Chapter 18. The Induction Ceremony and the Troubled Girl. I must be foolish, truly. Li Chengfeng lifted his gaze, revealing a pair of somewhat dulled, lifeless eyes, and continued. I was aware that there were unruly children at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, but I had no inkling that the new Bureau Academy also harbored such mischief. I must have been on my mind 2 days ago to agree to teach there. It was evident that he had only attended one class at the beginning of term and had not returned since. Ada Wong, calmly sipping her coffee, interjected, well, that's because I resigned. Li Chengfeng sprang up from the floor with a sudden motion, exclaiming, if I were to continue associating with those little rascals, I fear I might not be able to resist striking them. You've already done that, Ada Wong remarked, recalling the chaotic events of the new Bureau Academy's opening day 2 days prior. On that day, the high-ranking officials of the Bureau convened. During the induction ceremony, the newly appointed headmaster, Professor Charles Francis Xavier, delivered an inaugural address. Good morning, esteemed leaders, teachers, and students. The spring breeze brings rain, and summer blooms are vibrant. On this beautiful autumn day, we gather to celebrate the merger of the new Bureau Academy and Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters, marking the commencement of this new institution. Together, We shall embrace a fresh beginning and a promising future. First, allow me, Charles Francis Xavier, in my capacity as the headmaster of the new Bureau Academy, to extend our heartfelt greetings and utmost respect to the dedicated agent teachers laboring on the front lines. Seated beside him, Nick Fury and Li Chengfeng exchanged exasperated glances, feeling their mental faculties simmering. Truly, the seasoned principal's address rivaled that of a high school principal from the Republic in length. Remarkably, it contained no substance of value whatsoever. Following the speech, a myriad of matters unfolded. There was a supplementary point, which was further broken down into 20 subpoints, each elaborated upon with 3 to 5 facets. And just before concluding, several key points were reiterated verbally. Not only Li Chengfeng and Nick Fury, but even Mystique and Wolverine had donned headphones, seemingly lost in their own worlds. Meanwhile, they came to a realization. While these seasoned agents excelled at intelligence gathering, investigating supernatural cases, and navigating hostile territories, the realm of education was decidedly foreign to them. Observe the distinguished individuals dedicated to the field of education. Their eloquence is unparalleled. Each utterance seems meticulously crafted, as if they wish to dissect and thoroughly impress every nuance into your mind, fearing even the slightest misunderstanding. The sole drawback may lie in their propensity for verbosity. Li Chengfeng found himself nostalgically reminiscing about his high school days. At long last, the professor's lecture reached its conclusion, thanks to Li Chengfeng's persistent signals. However, the subsequent announcement plunged the students in the lecture hall into despair. Now, let us welcome Agent Li Chengfeng, the captain of the Star Squad and the liaison officer for the new Joint Investigation Bureau Academy, to deliver a speech. Please give him a warm welcome. What on earth? Li Chengfeng was utterly bewildered. He distinctly recalled that this step was not included in the agenda. Internally cursing, he thought that the professor, caught up in his own enthusiasm, mistook his gestures for a cue that Li Chengfeng wished to speak as well, leading to this unexpected turn of events. Caught off guard, Li Chengfeng had no choice but to grasp the microphone, enduring the sparse applause mingled with sighs from the audience, and finally managed to squeeze out a single statement. The enrollment ceremony has concluded. You are dismissed. The students paused for a full second before erupting into cheers, escaping the confines of this daunting chamber. These unfortunate souls had indeed suffered greatly under the professor's relentless scrutiny. A few mutant students even resorted to their superpowers to flee this contentious domain. Yet, these are mere trivialities. Overall, the commencement was remarkably successful, with the addition of over 100 young mutants injecting vibrant energy into the somewhat stagnant training system of the Joint Investigation Bureau, perhaps even too vibrant. Consequently, challenges arose. And ironically, the source of these challenges was not the young mutants, but rather the fresh recruits gathered by Nick Fury from various sectors of society. Peter Parker, Daniel Rand, Ava Ayala, Luke Cage, Sam Alexander, Tyrone Johnson, Tandy Bowen, and Doreen Green. Does the mere mention of these names leave you momentarily stunned? Perhaps rephrasing them offers clarity. Spider-Man, Iron Fist, White Tiger, Power Man, Nova, Cloak, Dagger, and Squirrel Girl. This cohort consists of some of the most familiar figures to Li Chengfeng. This implies that within the new Joint Investigation Bureau Academy resides a wealth of budding superheroes, including potential future frontliners. A glimpse reveals the broader picture. This world is replete with heroes in their formative stages, awaiting discovery. These individuals from the Bureau are genuine high school students, their profiles almost mirroring those from the animated series Ultimate Spider-Man, yet fitting seamlessly within this integrated universe. After all, from the public's perspective, the concept of superheroes has only recently taken flight. Harley Quinn, clad in her tattered ensemble, donned a white lab coat over her attire, though still as eccentric as ever. It does not detract from her status as the finest psychologist at the American Bureau. It is widely acknowledged that adolescents, particularly those endowed with exceptional abilities, are in dire need of psychological guidance. While it may not seem immediately necessary, its existence is imperative. As she perused the roster of students in her hands, her finger unexpectedly landed on a name. Wait, has this girl named Jessica Jones not checked in? Li Chengfeng was taken aback. Upon inspecting the attendance list, he discovered that everyone had signed in, save for this one individual. He was quite familiar with the name Jessica Jones, a figure emblematic of Marvel street heroes and troubled youth. He proceeded to activate his personal terminal, initiating a video call with Ingrid. Captain, do you have any instructions? Jessica Jones, a new student at the Joint Investigation Bureau Academy. I require all her information, including real-time location, to be shared with my terminal within 5 minutes. You have my assurance. Ingrid nodded and then ended the call. It was merely a case of a student skipping class. Surely, dispatching 2 internal agents to investigate would suffice? Are you out of your mind? Or am I? Oh, right. You're certainly the one who's lost it. Hey, why the insults? I mean, can any student who has been recruited into the new Joint Investigation Bureau Academy by Nick Fury be anything but trouble? I seriously doubt sending 2 agents would end well for them. So what does that mean? It means I must undertake this errand myself. It seems I am destined for labor. Tapterino, Li Chengfeng, a misunderstanding. Truly, it is a misunderstanding. A bottle of Tennessee whiskey and 2 packs of menthol Marlboros, please. Jessica Jones slapped cash onto the convenience store counter, her impatience palpable. Yet, the clerk, undeterred by her sizable payment, extended a hand and requested, ma'am, could you please present your identification? This request was entirely reasonable, as purchasing tobacco and alcohol necessitated proof of age. Although Jessica was a high school student and had turned 18, the legal drinking age in America was 21. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. She had a stash of fake IDs tucked away in her pocket. Jessica placed her identification on the counter and nonchalantly approached the liquor shelf. Ugh, why is it all Irish? Ah, there you are. She finally spotted her favorite, Tennessee whiskey, nestled among a plethora of Irish varieties. Twisting off the cap, she tilted her head back and took a hearty swig. Ah, delightful. Since she had already paid, it was permissible to indulge right there at the counter. However, just at that moment, an unexpected incident unfolded in the convenience store. Hey, buddy, hand over all the cash, and I won't have to send you to the hospital or the morgue. A burly Caucasian man stood at the counter, brandishing a sharp folding knife against the clerk's throat. Jessica Jones, standing by the shelves, cast a dispassionate glance over, her body momentarily pausing before she took another sip of her drink. She was acutely aware that, with her capabilities, she could effortlessly reduce this scoundrel to a state so unrecognizable that even his mother would not recognize him. Yet, she chose to remain indifferent. She was self-serving, having never grasped the essence of what people referred to as assistance. Particularly detestable was that fellow named Peter Parker at school, who incessantly preached about morality and virtue. However, the clerk behind the counter was oblivious to the fact that the woman indulging in alcohol could easily lift a car and hurl it aside. He could only tremble as he withdrew all the cash from the register, desperately attempting to signal Jessica Jones with his eyes, urging her to flee. What the hell are you staring at? The tense robber keenly detected that look. Turning around, he saw Jessica Jones, clutching a bottle of liquor. The sudden realization that there was indeed a woman present transformed his fear and guilt into savagery. Moreover, Jessica, with her striking beauty accentuated by the dim lighting, caused the robber to lick his lips involuntarily. The lecherous and disdainful glint in his eyes made Jessica frown, rekindling her urge to take action. Yet, this impulse flitted through her mind without time to materialize. Just as she contemplated dismantling a piece of this scoundrel, the bell at the convenience store door chimed again, announcing the arrival of another customer. All present paused, and in the next instant, the robber, intent on theft and violence, was swiftly incapacitated by a straightforward punch, rendered unconscious. A man in a federal agent's suit shook his hand and then raised his eyes to the stunned Jessica Jones. Skipping the opening ceremony, are we? Quite the rebellious spirit. Jessica Jones, how do you know my name? Who are you? I'm here to apprehend you for truancy, miss. Why are you asking questions? I have inquiries of my own. Jessica Jones, do you even reflect on your current standing? What does it matter to you? What does it matter to me? Li Chengfeng nearly choked on his words. Finding it impossible to engage in a civil conversation with a girl who posed such questions, it felt as though she could drive one to madness with her audacity. Let me reiterate, the first day of school, skipping classes, and not just any classes, but those at the Federal Bureau Academy. You certainly have some nerve. Do you think this is high school? You are with the Bureau? Isn't that obvious? Not only am I with the Bureau, but I'm also your instructor. Otherwise, why would I care about your truancy? For heaven's sake, just come with me. Li Chengfeng felt utterly drained, realizing that being a role model was a far more arduous task than he had anticipated. To all my former middle school teachers, I owe you an apology. You were truly remarkable, managing to remain composed in the face of someone as reckless as me. The Federal Bureau Academy? That superhero playhouse? Forgive me, but I have no interest in such matters. Jessica Jones strode past Li Chengfeng without hesitation, grabbing 2 packs of Marlboro from the counter and delivering a swift kick to the robber lying on the ground, eliciting a muffled groan even in his unconscious state. She was about to leave the convenience store when Li Chengfeng, with a teasing tone, remarked on her impressive skills as a minor high school student, adept at smoking and drinking, and questioned whether she had permed her hair. As he reached out to intercept the 2 packs of cigarettes, he was taken aback by the audacity of this rebellious girl. She boldly stuffed the cigarettes into her sports tank top. While this could be seen as a display of her own advantages, her mistake lay in the provocative manner in which she leaned forward. At the moment Li Chengfeng was about to make a mistake, he instinctively raised his hand to evade, but inadvertently delivered an uppercut instead. What the hell, Jessica Jones? Believe me, this is a misunderstanding. Just let it go, he exclaimed. The force of the punch was not significantly damaging to Jessica, but it was undeniably insulting. At that moment, she resembled a small wildcat whose precious tail had been inadvertently stepped on, attempting to appear fierce with claws bared, yet exuding an inexplicable cuteness. Of course, it was merely a visual charm, particularly given her striking features. However, if Li Chengfeng recalled correctly, this seemingly ferocious little cat could theoretically lift over 25 tons. And that was not even the limit. One could only imagine that a full barrage of her feline punches could dismantle an entire set of armor. Li Chengfeng had no choice but to dodge swiftly, refraining from retaliating, recognizing his fault. He had intended to catch a student skipping class, but ended up inadvertently delivering a significant blow to Jessica Jones. While her strength was formidable, her speed and agility lagged behind Li Chengfeng's. Nevertheless, their exaggerated skirmish did not last long. Glancing at the astonished clerk, he understood that they could not continue this farce in front of ordinary people. Thus, he executed a swift kick to Jessica's crossed arms. As she struggled to regain her balance, Li Chengfeng drew out a specially designed stun gun from the Joint Task Force. Aware that Jessica possessed not only immense physical strength, but also a degree of self-healing abilities, he resolutely cranked the power to maximum, discharging a shot that would completely drain the stored energy. The kick sent Jessica staggering back, and as she lifted her head again, she found Li Chengfeng had already pulled the trigger. In the next moment, the world fell silent. "You despicable teacher," Jessica Jones cursed Li Chengfeng as she struggled, before finally succumbing to unconsciousness. This left Li Chengfeng utterly stunned. Was that all it took to knock her out? This was absurd. A shot at full power could easily incapacitate an adult African elephant in an instant. After retracting the stun gun, Li Chengfeng hoisted the unconscious Jessica Jones onto his shoulder and strode out, facing the unwavering gaze of the convenience store clerk. Thus, he departed the establishment, only to lean back and slightly to impart a cautionary note. "Dear clerk, remember that all damage within the store was caused by that robber. Shortly, agents from the Bureau will arrive to assess the damages for compensation. Aside from that, you have seen nothing." Chapter 20. The Chatterbox Peter Parker, "You despicable teacher, you rogue," Jessica Jones exclaimed, sitting on the sofa in the administrative office of the new Bureau, delivering a relentless verbal onslaught towards Li Chengfeng. The latter felt utterly overwhelmed. Fortunately, this fierce woman merely resorted to words and did not escalate to violence. Otherwise, he would have had no choice but to unleash the power of the Green Lantern ring to subdue her. Meanwhile, the grinning Wolverine, serving as both the combat instructor and head of administration, sat back in his chair, passively observing his colleague endure the verbal barrage from a student. "Ha, just laughing. Aren't you? You're supposed to be the toughest mutant around. Your current amiability is frankly nauseating." Jessica continued. "Ha ha ha, we are colleagues. Don't mind those superficial personas." Wolverine chuckled, a relic of over 2 centuries, yet never having lost his memory. With age, he had indeed grown somewhat more affable in daily life. "Come now, tell the director where you found this feisty little wildcat. Don't underestimate her. At merely 18, she is already a master of the art of smoking and drinking. There's great potential there. I see it in you." Logan, the Wolverine, nodded in agreement and gave Jessica a thumbs up. Li Chengfeng was left exasperated. From the sincerity in Logan's eyes, it was evident he genuinely believed in her potential. Soon after, Wolverine received a sweet response from Jessica in the form of 2 elegantly raised middle fingers. Li Chengfeng shook his head, lowering his voice to complain to Logan. When I was a student, I didn't notice it, but now I realize such creatures are utterly insufferable. How do my teachers endure me? She is merely tossing a few harmless jabs at you. To me, she is already an exemplary student, Logan replied cheerfully, pulling out a cigar. After lighting it, he took a couple of deep puffs, exhaling smoke rings as he recounted, when I first joined Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, I often had to deal with those unruly kids. You have no idea. There were even students who sneaked in my room at night with intentions to take me out. I must say, those were some delightful and amusing memories. Are you sure your definitions of delightful and amusing are not somewhat skewed? Logan? Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes in disdain. You provoked students to the point of wanting to assassinate you, and you still take pride in that, don't you? This is merely an opportunity to share past experiences as educators with new colleagues. Logan shrugged and remarked to Li Chengfeng, they're always distinct from ordinary students. Thus we must utilize some easily comprehensible principles to influence them. What principles are those? Li Chengfeng inquired. The teacher's authority is quite firm, so you must heed their guidance. Just as Li Chengfeng was about to continue his critique, a knock resounded at the door. Come in, he called out. As soon as he spoke, the office door swung open. Director Logan, Teacher Lee, I am Peter Parker, a new student from the Joint Investigation Bureau Academy. We are here to inquire about Jessica Jones and to escort her, he announced. Upon entering, the first thing Li Chengfeng noticed was Peter Parker's somewhat anxious and restrained expression. Simultaneously, a group following him greeted the two. Hello, Director. Hello, Teacher. It was White Tiger, Iron Fist, Luke Cage, Nova, and Squirrel Girl. All familiar faces. Do you all know Jessica Jones? Li Chengfeng asked, somewhat surprised. Given your evident nervousness, your relationship must be quite good? Tia Li. We are good friends from the same high school, they replied. What is the name of your high school? Midtown High. Li Chengfeng couldn't help but smirk. I must say, Midtown High is indeed a breeding ground for talent. It seems superheroes appear in droves from there, doesn't it? I'm not really friends with you. Jessica Jones interjected as she rose from the couch. Despite her words, her body betrayed her as she moved into the midst of her companions. Such tsundere behavior has truly adapted to the environment, one might say. All right, youngsters, take your friend and leave. Uncle Wolf stood up, ushering the group of still in high school young superheroes out of the academic office. Perhaps due to Uncle Wolf's somewhat intimidating appearance, despite his ever-present smile. None of the high school students dared to argue. In just that short span, Li Chengfeng also directly sensed one of the most notable traits of young Spider-Man. Peter Parker, his incessant chatter. Hey, Teacher Li, Agent Li Chengfeng, I have heard about your achievements and know that you are an expert seconded from the Republic's headquarters. Currently, Director Nick Fury values you and the STAR team immensely, although I haven't graduated from either high school or the Joint Investigation Bureau Academy. I will strive to join the STAR team in the future. It is simply too cool. But is there additional salary for joining the STAR team? All right, that is indeed a question. Perhaps I shall hold off on joining for now. I once infiltrated the Joint Investigation Bureau's action video storage room with Doreen Green, Squirrel Girl, to retrieve footage of your operations. My goodness. The madman from Gotham was actually dealt with by you. Batman has failed to subdue him for years. Tony Stark also made an appearance, and his armor looked remarkably impressive, though it seemed somewhat fragile. And what exactly is that green ring? Moreover, must you recite a fixed phrase to transform? The rapid speech and erratic thought processes are overwhelming. And above all, the breath control is astonishing. With a resounding thud, Wolverine slammed the door shut, allowing Li Chengfeng to finally exhale in relief. Logan, I feel as though my brain is about to boil over. Has this fellow named Peter Parker truly never spoken in his entire life? Or is it that if he doesn't utter all his words today, he will perish? This lad is notoriously loquacious. He appears to be a shy introvert, yet he is, in reality, a bona fide social menace. Throughout the day, he has managed to exhaust Raven to the point of instability in her transformation. The Raven to whom Wolverine refers is, of course, Raven Darkholme, also known as Mystique. However, this world's Mystique is not the same as the one portrayed in the X-Men films, serving as a nurturing figure or child bride to a certain white duck. Instead, she is a mutant of a similar age to Wolverine, if not older. After all, claiming to be over 200 years old is merely a self-proclamation. Is it not common for women to understate their age? Even this elder stateswoman cannot withstand the verbal barrage from Peter Parker, illustrating the true prowess of his incessant chatter. It is only fitting that he is a close ally of Deadpool, as their verbal antics are truly on par. Nonetheless, Emma does seem to have a fondness for this young man, as he is, indeed, rather handsome, perfectly fitting her aesthetic preferences. Emma, the White Queen? Indeed, as a teacher, one should not resort to physical confrontation with students. Chapter 21, Ambush. Latveria, returning to the present, after enduring the trials posed by an arrogant, rebellious child, a well-behaved yet chatty child, and a teacher with a penchant for younger boys, Li Chengfeng felt utterly exhausted. No matter how the professor, the aforementioned White Duck, attempted to persuade him, after transforming into Green Lantern and delivering a thorough reprimand to the children, he resolutely resigned. Teaching is a profession that is not suited for the faint of heart. Furthermore, with Nick Fury preoccupied with matters concerning the new S.H.I.L.D. Academy, Li Chengfeng decided to grant himself a 2-day respite, opting to stay at home and relax. Ada Wong, embodying the role of a gentle wife, accompanied him at home. What nonsense! Having a woman of her caliber nearby is both tantalizing and frustrating. It is a torment to both body and mind. The only remedy is to brew some green tea to cool himself down. Additionally, there's a mentally unstable individual, Harley Quinn, who has developed an infatuation with the Joker, constantly clashing with Ada. It was only due to his medical checkup today that Li Chengfeng found himself alone with Ada. I can't shake the feeling that I am gradually becoming a part of the dynamic between you and Harley. Nonsense. You are our captain. Then can you wear white stockings instead? Captain, you wouldn't want to be accused of workplace harassment against your subordinates, would you? How about switching to leather pants instead? Recently, the weather has turned a tad cooler, which is indeed beneficial for you. Who in their right mind would don a high-slit cheapao daily? This is worth considering. Ada Wong contemplated for a moment before stepping into the room, beginning to change her attire with a rustle. Before long, Sister Wong emerged clad in a red shirt, black leather pants, and black boots, transforming from the version of herself in Resident Evil 4 to that of Resident Evil 6. Li Chengfeng felt a lump in his throat, a dryness upon his tongue, as heat surged within him. He needed another cup of tea. At that moment, Sister Wong's personal terminal chimed. Upon answering, to his surprise, it was Nick Fury, whom he hadn't seen for several days. Ada informed Li Chengfeng to report to headquarters immediately for a meeting. His tone conveyed a hint of seriousness. We have new developments regarding Hydra. Understood, Director. Ada Wong, sensing the gravity of the situation, abandoned her playful banter with Li Chengfeng and extended her hands toward him. Cool me. My esteemed captain, it appears our brief respite is coming to an end. TSK, you Americans certainly have your fair share of troubles. In America, we have our own circumstances to contend with. After receiving Nick Fury's summons, the two did not head straight to headquarters, but first collected Harley Quinn, who is undergoing a review. Oh, my pudding, what brings you to fetch me home? Although Harley had now adopted a more conventional appearance, the occasional glint of mischief in her eyes and the ever-present red and blue tips of her hair still hinted at her true identity. Nick Fury has summoned the Star Team for a meeting. If all goes as planned, we have a new mission. A new mission? Harley Quinn exclaimed excitedly, wrapping her arms around Li Chengfeng, leaving a bright red lip imprint on his neck. Wonderful. Are we going to fight zombies again? I didn't quite get my fill last time. Could you possibly have a more serious hobby? Now that I am an agent of the Joint Investigation Bureau, I can't just drag some unfortunate soul into a dead end for a few hits like before. But if even my passion for slaying zombies is stifled, what is the point of my existence? Fine, you may indulge in that. From now on, whenever the Star Team encounters a biohazard, you shall handle it. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes and gently removed Harley Quinn from his person. A demon lord type, a psychopathic type. Why do I always seem to attract such peculiar women? After picking up Harley Quinn, the trio made their way directly to the Joint Investigation Bureau headquarters. Upon arriving at the strategic analysis room, they found a group of individuals waiting, including Black Egg, White Egg, and various notable mutants. Li Chengfeng nodded towards a duo of eggs before taking a seat beside Wolverine with Ada Wong and Harley Quinn. After a moment of peering around, Wolverine nudged Li Chengfeng with his elbow. Well, Li, it seems you've been faring quite well these past few days. Logan, don't call me teacher. I'll be compelled to act otherwise. TSK, let us not shift the topic. You are indeed fortunate, my friend. I have just discovered that aside from you, the entire Star Team is accompanied by a stunning beauty in logistic support. Your taste seems rather consistent, doesn't it? Look at you, acting so aged. Do you even comprehend the depth of camaraderie in battle? Are you aware of the three treasures of a refined woman? If you do not understand, it is best to remain silent. Ah, the vigor of youthful innocence, speaking boldly with unrestrained energy. Uncle Wolf cast a mischievous glance at Li Chengfeng, choosing not to pursue the conversation further. On the stage, Nick Fury noticed that Li Chengfeng and others had taken their positions and nodded towards Ingrid. Upon receiving the command, Ingrid swiftly operated the terminal. Subsequently, all intelligence was projected onto the large screen in the strategic analysis room. As everyone can see, following our previous alert to the coordination bureaus of other nations, several countries have discovered and dismantled numerous Hydra branches within their territories. However, it was not unexpected that Hydra primarily positioned intelligence personnel within the territories of major powers, hesitant to instigate direct conflicts. Consequently, extensive investigations were conducted in the politically unstable small nations of the Third World, leading to the discovery of a long-established Hydra research base in Eastern Europe's Latvia. Here, they are conducting research on mutants. Upon hearing Nick Fury's words, all the mutants, except for the clueless white duck, had their expressions darkened, including the notoriously reckless Uncle Wolf. The mutants had previously adhered to a strategy of seclusion to avoid such occurrences. Yet, to their dismay, Hydra had managed to capture a significant number of their compatriots. This further reinforced their belief that joining the Coordination Bureau was indeed the right decision. The official power and intelligence capabilities were something the mutant community could not possess on their own. Then, White Duck took over the conversation, continuing thus. Our next mission is to raid this research facility. Since they are studying mutants, it is inconceivable that they are operating in isolation. They must have connections with other branches of Hydra. This mission must be swift, prioritizing the rescue of the mutants being experimented on, ensuring Hydra does not have the opportunity to destroy their subjects. According to intelligence, the leader of this research facility is Baron Strucker, and he must be brought back alive. This operation will be led by the SHIELD and the STAR team, and once the combat concludes, the Coordination Bureau will dispatch regular agents to handle the aftermath. As he concluded, even White Duck's typically gentle voice bore a hint of hoarseness. Is everyone clear on the mission objectives? Meeting adjourned. Off to Latvia. Beep. Mission. Raid Latvia. Mission brief. Young agents, Hydra is conducting research on the mutant population in Latvia. Please ensure its complete eradication. However, is Hydra truly the sole orchestrator of all this? Chapter 22. The unexpected passenger, the Quinn-style fighter jet, soared swiftly above the clouds, accompanied by the aircraft of the SHIELD. This time, the raiding party heading to Latvia consisted of well-known figures. The illustrious ensemble of characters includes Jean Grey, the White Queen, Cyclops, Iceman, Mystique, Wolverine, Storm, and of course the formidable Magneto, leader of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Indeed, he is the lifelong rival and dear friend of the White Duck, their relationship marked by a tumultuous blend of affection and conflict. The unexpected participation of Magneto in this undertaking was beyond Li Chengfeng's imagination. Nonetheless, he understood that the X-Men and the Brotherhood, though differing in stance and actions, ultimately existed for the benefit of the entire mutant populace. It resembles the dynamics within a political faction where doves and hawks coexist. They may engage in fierce battles, yet when faced with a third-party threat, they unite in common cause. Based on the current intelligence, Li Chengfeng deduced that the present Brotherhood of Mutants was not an extremist violent organization, and the X-Men occasionally shared intelligence with them. However, the notion of cooperation seemed utterly fanciful. On one hand, they deemed the X-Men as a bunch of cowards, while on the other, they criticized the Brotherhood as reckless hotheads. Thus, it would have been reasonable to assume that even if Magneto were aware of the situation, he would not have come. Yet, this was merely Li Chengfeng's analysis and conjecture. In reality, the old Magneto had indeed arrived, intercepting Li Chengfeng's Quinjet mid-flight, thereby joining the fray. Wolverine, perplexed by Magneto's intentions, also transitioned from the X-Men's aircraft to Li Chengfeng's Quinjet, merely to observe the unfolding drama. Greetings, Magneto, Eric Lenscher. I wonder from whom you obtained the intelligence regarding this operation? Li Chengfeng inquired. Agent Li Chengfeng, you need not be overly anxious. I harbor no ill will. The middle-aged Magneto did not exhibit the ferocity expected of an extremist organization. Rather, he appeared somewhat amiable, an incongruity that only heightened the strangeness of his demeanor. At that moment, he seemed to be suppressing a simmering rage. I understand you mean no harm. Otherwise, you could have attacked us from a distance with your powers. Li Chengfeng acknowledged. However, regardless of your intentions, I must ascertain your purpose. The Joint Investigation Bureau and the X-Men cannot ally with an individual whose motives remain ambiguous. Very well, all of this information was relayed to me by that fellow Xavier. As for the reason, you shall see for yourself, he stated, producing 2 documents from the Joint Investigation Bureau. Li Chengfeng scratched his head and accepted the intelligence. It turned out that after their departure, the Bureau had returned with new findings from their in-depth investigation of Latveria. Within the Hydra research facility in Latveria, a pair of siblings had been identified as primary subjects for experimentation. It had been confirmed that the siblings possessed mutant genes, albeit not manifested naturally. Rather, their powers had been forcibly induced by some unknown external force. This has resulted in an ambiguous and highly unstable development of abilities for the 2 siblings, accompanied by numerous side effects. The sister, Wanda Maximoff, and the brother, Pietro Maximoff. After perusing the information provided by the elder Maximoff, Li Chengfeng couldn't help but steal a few more glances at him. The origin stories of the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver are abundant. They were indeed the children of the elder Maximoff, but the latest narrative has shifted to their being born into a family of gypsy sorcerers, deceived into believing Magneto is their father. Could it be that in this world, Quicksilver and the Scarlet Witch genuinely share a bloodline with the elder Maximoff? No wonder she is so eager. It turns out she has come to settle her romantic debts. Otherwise, how could this mutant rogue possibly find time to meddle in the X-Men's affairs? On another note, it is evident that the White Duck Egg harbors true affection for this old comrade. My intuition tells me that you certainly haven't spoken any kind words. Wolverine leaned closer to Li Chengfeng, cheerfully remarking, "What is understood doesn't need to be said. We remain good friends." Li Chengfeng rose and surveyed the entire quinjet. The elder Maximoff was desperately practicing a congenial smile, yet the more he smiled, the more he resembled a shark. Nearby, Wolverine watched the elder Maximoff struggle to perfect his smile, inadvertently causing his own grin to warp. Ada Wong was intently piloting the jet, while Harley Quinn inquired whether Ada's leather pants would bulge if she farted. What a remarkably peaceful scene. Does it not resemble preparations for an international campaign against a nefarious organization? The atmosphere is hardly that of an expedition. After an extensive flight, the 2 jets finally entered the airspace of Latvia. Upon entering, they activated their cloaking mode, erasing themselves from radar detection. Both teams were on high alert. A bit of leisure on the journey was acceptable, but the individuals present were all competent warriors. Well, perhaps with the exception of Harley Quinn. Nonetheless, they all understood when it was time to become serious. Ultimately, they came to a halt 2 kilometers from the Hydra research facility. As both teams disembarked from the jets, the X-Men exchanged glances with the elder Maximoff, each harboring dissatisfaction towards the other. The X-Men were displeased with the elder Maximoff's sudden involvement in this operation, while he was frustrated that this group allowed mutants to be bullied by Hydra, especially when the victims were his long-lost children. Observing the situation, Li Chengfeng cleared his throat twice, then intervened to break the standoff. The Hydra stronghold was an ancient castle, with a garrison numbering around 1,000, not an insignificant force, equipped with both light and heavy weaponry, including several tanks and armored vehicles. To put it bluntly, this armament was sufficient to destabilize this small nation. However, for us, the defensive force at this level can be deemed rather feeble. Pray tell, a cadre of powerful mutants as the mainstay, bolstered by logistical support from the Joint Commission. What could a mere 1,000-strong Hydra army possibly retaliate with? Therefore, dear agents, remember this. When eradicating the enemy, please refrain from causing excessive destruction to the terrain, for it is, after all, the land of the common folk. Yet, as for human lives, there should be no burdens or pressures. Li Chengfeng gestured with both hands, remarking that they had all become Nazis. It was only to be expected that such a day would come, as Nazis were inherently deserving of demise. Li expressed this to the mutant officers of the SWAT team. His words were undeniably audacious, yet they encapsulated the truth. Iceman and Cyclops exchanged glances and then laughed while clapping their hands together. They appreciated Li Chengfeng's style and were already eager to take action. Observing the scene, Mystique, Emma Frost, Jean Grey, and Storm all sighed in unison. Oh man, they never seem to mature. Chapter 23. Is your name Strucker? Mobilize everyone. All personnel. Return to your posts immediately. Listen carefully, this is not a drill. We are under attack. I repeat, we are under attack. In the lower levels of the castle, which serves as the Hydra research facility, a pair of siblings were currently confined within an unknown transparent isolation chamber, gazing in terror at the suddenly disarrayed Nazi Hydras. Damn, who is attacking the research facility? We had clearly negotiated terms with that individual. We do not know. Baron Strucker. All information regarding the enemy is unknown. Currently, only 4 individuals can be identified. Who are they? 3 of them are Level 7 Agent Li Chengfeng, Level 4 Agent Ada Wong, and Trainee Agent Harley Quinn from the Joint Commission. The Joint Commission has intervened? Strucker's expression instantly darkened. What about the 4th? The 4th individual is... Why are you stuttering at such a time? Do not hesitate. Speak quickly. Yes, the 4th individual is Magneto, the leader of that mad, violent organization. Magneto. Upon hearing this name, Strucker's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, threatening to crash onto his feet. Magneto, the being capable of manipulating magnetic fields? Strucker cast a grim look at the large screen typically used for displaying experimental data. It now showcased real-time battle conditions, a complete one-sided massacre. His army of over 1,000 was utterly powerless against the onslaught of these individuals, and soon, the defensive line was shattered to pieces. How were they so eerily similar to the pair of siblings who had just awakened their abilities through experimentation? Could it be? Strucker turned back in disbelief, gazing at the twin siblings embracing one another to stave off their fear. Is this power not bestowed by the staff of Asgard, but rather an innate force residing within certain individuals? The staff merely acts as the key to unlock these inherent abilities. Indeed, the world has already witnessed Loki's invasion of Earth, an event that transpired 2 years prior to Li Chengfeng's arrival. This time, however, Loki did not choose New York, but rather the nearby metropolis. It was then that humanity first encountered the concept of superheroes and the notion of superhumans. The Chitauri army was thwarted before they could even emerge from the wormhole, and Loki vanished in the aftermath of the battle. Moreover, Li Chengfeng and the Bureau's assessment proved erroneous. Hydra, specifically the faction led by Strucker, was aware of individuals possessing extraordinary powers, yet they remained oblivious to the existence of mutants. Nevertheless, it is likely that Strucker has come to realize the truth. As an exceptionally skilled researcher, his achievements in his field are likely on par with those of Bruce Banner and Tony Stark. Otherwise, he would not possess the intellect to comprehend Loki's scepter, which, after all, harbors the Mind Stone, one of the Infinity Stones of unparalleled significance. All assumptions were misguided. The true error lay in the direction of their research. They believed the scepter endowed them with power, only to discover that such a mighty artifact was merely a key. Observing Strucker's escalating agitation, his sycophants urged him to lower his voice, saying, "Baron Strucker, it appears that the collapse of our defenses is imminent. We must retreat." Retreat? What means could one employ to escape from a throng of individuals with formidable superpowers? Baron Strucker forced a grim smile. Their timing was unfortunate. Had they arrived just 30 hours later, the protective barriers crafted from the scepter's energy would have been complete. Suddenly, as though possessed by a chameleon, he donned a fervent expression entirely different from before, rallying the unsuspecting Hydra soldiers with fervor. Damn the Bureau for sending a band of costume clowns to test our faith and loyalty. We shall never surrender. Long live Hydra! Long live Hydra! The soldiers, stirred by Strucker's incitement, became frenzied, their eyes ablaze with fervor, eager to rush into battle and launch themselves in suicidal assaults. Strucker, satisfied with the spectacle before him, nodded approvingly and turned to his loyal subordinate, saying, "Delete the files. I am prepared to surrender. Should the Bureau acquire our research data, they would swiftly transform the information into reality." Just as Strucker was manipulating his troops as a diversion while secretly readying for capitulation, the uppermost level of the castle erupted in a violent explosion. A man and 2 women descended via an elevator forged from green light of will, dramatically entering the scene. The individuals before us are none other than Li Chengfeng, transformed into the Green Lantern, along with Ada Wong and Harley Quinn. You're called Strack, are you not? You bald fool. I surrender. I am willing to relinquish everything here, as long as you spare my life. What? As for the fate that awaits Strack, Li Chengfeng is indifferent. However, this bald man undeniably irks him considerably. Is this abject display of cowardice truly without bounds? Wailing and gnashing his teeth, he seeks to barter all his resources for his survival. Li Chengfeng had no intention of killing him outright, but now he finds himself reconsidering. Why can't he learn a thing or two about resolve from his Hydra compatriots? Those individuals embody a spirit of unwavering defiance. While they shout about severing a head only to grow two more, or proclaiming long live Hydra, they willingly offer themselves to death with grand nobility. Any outsider, unaware of Hydra's sinister background, might mistakenly view them as a revolutionary organization for the country and its people. It is only upon recognizing their Nazi and cult-like nature that one realizes the true horror they embody. Soon, the Avengers dealt with the remaining armed forces outside and made their way into the research facility. Strack again resorted to his pitiful cries for mercy. But it was the ever-reliable Wolverine who seized him by the collar and dragged him out. After a protracted scream, silence finally descended. At this point, Strack likely found himself half dead. Raven, has the military been thoroughly purged? The soldiers have been entirely annihilated, yet all internal personnel, including researchers, have been ensured survival and remain in a stable mental state. Raven, the shapeshifter, is also of an age comparable to Wolverine. This astute, blue-skinned matron would never be one to disregard the consequences of her actions. After a long absence from the battlefield, the assassin's blood within her surged anew, yet she maintained her composure. She understood the value of these researchers. Even if the awakening of their genes was facilitated by the power of Loki's scepter, it is built upon a foundation of genetic understanding. To have reached this point without comprehending the mutant population is nothing short of extraordinary. If knowledge related to genetics were to be imparted to them, they might uncover more controllable methods for ability awakening. It is even possible they could develop means to enhance powers. The fact that they are Hydra is of little consequence. Currently, within the Bureau and its academy, there is no shortage of telepaths. Monday brings forth the Mind Butterfly. Tuesday showcases the Shadow Cuckoo. Wednesday is reserved for the White Queen. Thursday for Jean Grey. Friday for Omega Kid. And Saturday for the White Duck Egg. Then on Sunday, the White Duck Egg organizes a collective team-building exercise. A week spans 7 days, with 24 hours of intensive telepathic indoctrination. Hydra? Even a 9-headed serpent could be rendered as harmless as a child. Chapter 24. The discordant reunion of father and daughter as the primary force behind the disarmament of heavy weaponry. Magneto arrived last, positioning himself at the rear of the X-Men without exchanging a word with anyone, including Mystique, with whom he had previously collaborated seamlessly. At this moment, Li Chengfeng, who had already reverted from his Green Lantern transformation, descended with the X-Men to the lower levels of the castle. The most crucial section of the Hydra research facility, the laboratory. In the center stood 2 transparent cells, where moments ago the siblings had been confined together, now separated. Suddenly, Magneto quickened his pace, gliding past the onlookers without uttering a syllable. Yet his expressions shifted constantly. Anger, regret, anticipation. Li Chengfeng leaned in to converse quietly with Cyclops. Why has Magneto, as a mutant, become estranged from you all? Aren't you all of the same kin? He regards you as if you owe him millions, Cyclops replied. What you may not realize is that he was once our leader, akin to Xavier, and the most powerful mutant among us. However, due to differing ideologies, we ultimately parted ways, forming the Brotherhood of Mutants and Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Ideologies, Li Chengfeng nodded. The weight of this term felt immense, almost representing an irreconcilable divide. Such stances are not easily altered, given that the conflict between the two factions is fundamentally rooted in this issue. Why would Magneto, as the leader of the Brotherhood, choose to partake in this venture? Was it merely at the behest of White Egg? Ask me. And I might as well be asking a ghost, Cyclops remarked. Magneto is undoubtedly the most paranoid and intimidating figure within the mutant community. Yet, his concern for his fellow mutants is genuine, albeit his methods are excessively extreme. Cyclops shrugged. Magneto's approach has always been unpredictable, in the absence of his explanation. I can only speculate. Wait, did you just say White Egg? You can't mean Professor Xavier? Who else could it be? Just think of his bald head. If not White Egg, what else could it be? Aren't you aware of the tales surrounding the 2 leaders of the Joint Commission, White Egg and Black Egg? Li Chengfeng couldn't help but chuckle at the imagery. White Egg is quite a fitting moniker. Observing the X-Men stifling their laughter and Wolverine roaring with mirth, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. So, this is what the X-Men are like. White Egg truly misjudged their humor. But upon regaining his composure, he noticed Magneto preparing to manipulate the metals nearby, intending to violently dismantle the cell. Magneto, halt! Do you wish to frighten those two children? Li Chengfeng intended to say don't frighten the kids, as the confusion and helplessness of the siblings resembled that of mere children. However, he reconsidered, realizing he was only 25 himself. Addressing two 20-year-olds as children felt somewhat inappropriate. With that, he gestured to Ada Wong and Harley Quinn to locate the switch to unlock the cage. Subsequently, Li Chengfeng cast his gaze once more upon the pair of siblings. The younger brother appeared ensnared in a tempestuous vortex of speed, unable to extricate himself. At times, his velocity seemed no different from that of an ordinary person, while at other moments, he moved with such swiftness that he left a series of afterimages in his wake, reminiscent of a technique of duplication. Conversely, the elder sister seemed to inhabit a realm of her own, with her brother occasionally intruding upon her solitude. She sat, her eyes glazed and entranced, manipulating a few weathered blocks, not with her hands, but rather employing a scarlet magical energy derived from chaotic sorcery. Indeed, this pair of siblings were none other than the illustrious Quicksilver and Scarlet, which from the original narrative. Yet at this juncture, they were merely two half-formed beings confined within a laboratory. Their genetic abilities had not been properly harnessed, nor effectively controlled. In their current state, it was doubtful they could manage even the basics of life, let alone engage in combat. Before long, Ada Wong and Harley Quinn extracted the code to unlock the cage from several core researchers of Hydra. After inputting the sequence into the mainframe, a soft click resonated, and the transparent cage finally swung open. However, the siblings, despite gripping each other's hands tightly, did not dare to step beyond the confines of their former prison. It seemed this space was their exclusive sanctuary. As long as they remained within, they were shielded from further harm. Hey, don't be alarmed. I am an agent of the Bureau, here to rescue you. Li Chengfeng attempted to breach this safe zone. Noticing their lack of reaction, he continued, Would you be willing to share your names with me? I am Wanda Maximoff, the sister replied. And I am Pietro Maximoff. Li Chengfeng was momentarily taken aback by how effortlessly he had managed to connect with them. This was largely due to the fact that the Scarlet, which had already awakened her chaotic magic, although she had only just begun to grasp the manipulation of this power, she could still sense Li Chengfeng's untainted goodwill. Their initial trepidation quickly dissipated. Although their prolonged captivity had rendered their nerves somewhat overly sensitive, they were not entirely unhinged. They could still discern right from wrong. For instance, the Hydra agents who had been conducting experiments on them were undoubtedly malevolent, while the Bureau, for this fleeting moment, appeared to be benevolent. However, Magneto was suddenly filled with fervor. Whether it was the country of Latvia or the striking resemblance of Pietro to his younger self, he felt an undeniable certainty. This was his long-lost child. In his younger, more vigorous days, he had concealed his identity in Latvia, leading a secluded life for an extended period. He had loved, married, and raised children. The blissful existence of a family of 4 began to soften his previously radical ideologies. However, as his identity was exposed, Magneto found himself relentlessly pursued by anti-mutant organizations, ultimately betrayed by the very villagers he once called neighbors. This betrayal culminated in his profound disillusionment with humanity. The loss of his children further transformed him into the vengeful figure he is today, one who readily resorts to violence against families. What? Polaris? That is a tale of old Magnetos. Upon confirming the identities of the siblings, Magneto felt a surge of emotion, his trembling hands betraying signs of age. Do you two still remember your father? Father? If you mean our adoptive parents, they have already passed away. Mentioning their deceased parents, Wanda's previously vacant gaze sharpened, revealing a glimmer of resentment. They perished beneath the bombs of Stark Industries during the turmoil in Latveria, in pursuit of vengeance. We became mere test subjects trapped in transparent cages. To acquire the power necessary for retribution, did you willingly join the Hydra research experiments? Li Chengfeng nodded. This sheds light on why Hydra, despite being ignorant of the existence of mutants, was nonetheless engaged in genetic research. It appears they invited trouble upon themselves. Chapter 25. The Asgardian Princess in the Dungeon. However, Stark cannot escape the blame for the deaths of our adoptive parents. Although he has ceased arms manufacturing, Stark Industries had, during Obadiah Stane's reign, sold a substantial amount of weaponry, much of which found its way to the black market. Those black market dealers profited immensely from reselling Stark's weapons. The sins of an arms dealer are a stain that Stark will never cleanse from his conscience. It is only reasonable for that little mustache man to face some retribution. Yet, seeking vengeance by targeting the seller of bombs rather than the one who dropped them? That seems misguided. Stark Industries? The very Tony Stark who frequently graces our television screens? Very well. I shall assist you in avenging your adoptive parents by eliminating him. Upon hearing this, a surge of wrath consumed Magneto, compelling him to rise and stride toward the exit. Stark Tower is undoubtedly an iconic structure in New York. If Magneto were to confront Tony Stark, and Stark had not preemptively crafted a non-metallic suit of armor, the outcome would be dire. However, before Chengfeng could intervene, Magneto was abruptly halted by a commanding voice. "Why do you inquire about this?" Wanda asked, puzzled. "Who are you, truly?" "My children. I am your biological father." "Are you powerful?" Wanda gazed intently at Magneto, an indescribable emotion stirring within her. "I am one of the strongest mutants." "And where were you when our birth mother suffered from illness? Where were you when we huddled in a bridge underpass, homeless and shivering? Where were you when our adoptive parents, who rescued us and provided a true home, perished in the explosion?" Magneto opened his mouth several times, as if to articulate his thoughts, yet ultimately succumbed to silence, unable to mount a defense. A series of inquiries lingered in the air. Even Wolverine, who had always been at odds with Magneto, sighed and, for the first time, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Wanda and Pietro had never desired such a father. The resolute tone combined with a frail, weak voice transformed into a metaphorical sword, wielded by Wanda, who severed the already fragile ties of blood. They had envisioned what their biological father might be like. They had longed for him to find them. However, from this day forth, Wanda and Pietro would no longer have a father. He had perished in that damned explosion. Now, they had only each other. Chengfeng covered his mouth, fearing that a laugh might escape him at an opportune moment. Yet he remained eagerly prepared to witness the unfolding drama. Upon hearing Wanda's words about severing the father-daughter bond, Magneto seemed to grasp that he was indeed not a worthy father, unqualified to seek forgiveness. Thus, he erupted with murderous intent and stormed out. Was he truly so enraged by his daughter's rebuke that he intended to unleash his fury upon Stark? Chengfeng rushed forward, seizing Magneto by the shoulder. "Eric, what do you intend to do? To kill?" he asked, refusing him without hesitation. "The Bureau won't allow you to kill Stark. Do not obstruct my path." "An agent of the Bureau poses no threat to me," Magneto retorted, turning to glare at Chengfeng with bloodshot eyes. Yet Li remained composed and continued, "Firstly, it's not that I'm stopping you. It's that the Bureau will never consent. While your power is indeed formidable, can you truly contend with the resources of the entire Bureau? Can you surpass the might of the Avengers? Most importantly, how can you assume that I pose no threat to you?" Magneto remained silent, merely extending his finger, causing Chengfeng to be propelled backward, crashing into the wall, stirring a cloud of dust. Yet, as the saying goes, he who does not drown will not be harmed by smoke. In the bright daylight, shadows could not hide. The malevolent forces trembled before his divine light. With the green light of will surging upwards, dispelling the dust, Chengfeng had completed his transformation into the Green Lantern, deftly tossing his magnum and terminal to Ada Wong and Harley Quinn, his only two metallic possessions. "Very well, let us continue the battle." No sooner had Chengfeng spoken than Magneto had already made his move. A man of few words, he never indulged in unnecessary banter, displaying none of the traits typically associated with a villain. At this moment, Chengfeng found himself devoid of any usable metal, prompting him to turn to the metallic wreckage outside the castle. The battlefield, littered with scrap iron after the recent conflict, became the source of his next move. The debris coalesced into enormous steel spikes, hurtling toward him. With a surge of willpower, he manifested two chainsaw swords vibrating at high frequencies, effortlessly slicing through the oncoming assault from Magneto. However, Magneto was caught off guard, having just dealt with heavy weapons on the battlefield. He had not anticipated Chengfeng's choice to infiltrate the castle. By the time Magneto entered the castle after neutralizing the heavy artillery, Li Chengfeng had already dispelled his Green Lantern transformation. Thus, Magneto remained oblivious to Li Chengfeng's peculiar ability. One cannot deny that the powers of the Green Lantern were a perfect counter to Magneto, as the magnetic field could not influence the willpower manifested in green light. What appeared to be a celestial clash soon reached its conclusion. The scene of Magneto manipulating a sky of metal was indeed terrifying, yet he now resembled a mere old man ensnared by a green restraint. Li Chengfeng regarded him, sensing something was still amiss. At that moment, Harley Quinn dashed over, gathering some gauze from the laboratory and stuffing it into Magneto's mouth, finally sealing it with a piece of tape. Li Chengfeng then surrounded Magneto with a barrier of green light, completely severing his connection to the outside world. Quite clever. How did you know I wanted to gag him? Li Chengfeng remarked. Back in my kidnapping days, this was standard procedure. Seeing it so often, I learned a thing or two. His banter with Harley Quinn drew peculiar glances from the surrounding agents. Brother, we are federal agents, after all. How come you are so adept at the methods of criminals? Ada Wong refrained from joining in Harley Quinn's playful antics. Her attention focused instead on the peculiar layout of the castle. The internal and external spaces appeared imbalanced, suggesting the presence of a hidden passageway leading downward. At last, Ada discovered the switch for the secret tunnel, continuing, typically, ancient castles with such passages served two purposes: escape or concealed dungeons. Li Chengfeng gazed at Ada in astonishment, acknowledging her as a person who silently accomplishes significant tasks. If only she would heed her own advice and don a different attire, perhaps something more elegant. However, this thought quickly faded, as the allure of her leather attire was undeniable. He utilized the green light to levitate Magneto before him, ensuring he remained in view while also providing illumination, two birds with one stone. The tunnel spiraled downward but was not overly lengthy, and they soon reached its end. Before them stood a high-tech cell that seemed completely out of place within the ancient fortress. Inside stood a strikingly handsome man, exuding an air of something sinister, who raised his hands in a gesture of resignation and remarked, "Well then, it appears a new batch has arrived. Do you also wish to receive divine inspiration from the great god of deceit?" Chapter 26, 150 years? The price has risen. 200 years. Loki in the cell uttered these words, instantly silencing the warriors. Did you hear that? He just claimed to be a god. Indeed, Emma, no need for such astonishment. After living for so long, I have encountered many delusional individuals who proclaim themselves as deities. Logan, isn't it remarkable that you have lived so long? Can you even compare yourself to Raven? I have no intention of measuring my age against that of an old woman, unlike her, who is frighteningly ancient yet claims to be merely over 200. Who knows if she covets my youthful vitality? Logan, Duel, do you really think you are the youthful one? Lee is far younger than you. He is in the prime of his life at 25. You should practice some virtue. You are already at an age to be a forebear. However, as the conversation strayed further, even Loki in the cell rolled his eyes. These earthlings are truly loud. Meanwhile, Li Chengfeng rubbed his eyes and took a closer look at Loki in the cage. Indeed, it was the true Loki. He had discovered in the Bureau's database that this world had experienced a significant event involving Loki's invasion. However, the chosen target was Metropolis, which was thwarted at the source by Kansas's formidable giant, thereby preventing the Metropolis battle. Following the invasion, Loki had completely vanished, and even the Bureau had no information. Although he had previously seen Loki's scepter at the research facility, he had not expected Loki to be confined in the Hydra Research Institute's dungeon. What can I say? A pleasant surprise? Firstly, we, the citizens of the Republic, do not believe in foreign gods. Li Chengfeng stepped forward and knocked on the window of the cell. Secondly, I have not heard of any god being captured by a group of pyramid scheme enthusiasts. Ahem, child, my power derives from that scepter. If you release me and return my scepter, I could even bestow the entire world upon you. Oh, Asgardians, could you not at least draft your boasts? Do you think Earth is a primitive civilization? You should have mentioned that you know I am Asgardian. Do you think I am not embarrassed by such rhetoric? Loki, realizing his identity had been exposed, did not feign stubbornness. To be honest, for Asgard, even today's Earth bears little difference from a primitive civilization. Li Chengfeng observed the awkward Loki in the room and genuinely agreed with the fans who had dubbed him the Second Princess. Indeed, there are only misnamed titles, not misnamed nicknames. A quintessentially proud adolescent. Li Chengfeng gestured to Ada Wong to utilize her expertise to to locate the switch to open the cell. Before proceeding, however, he needed to inquire about some matters. Very well, since we have mutually disclosed our identities, I shall pose a few questions to you. Answer them well, and I may consider releasing you. Answer poorly, and should I prepare for my demise? I genuinely advise against such actions. Otherwise, your world may face the onslaught of Asgard's armies. Li Chengfeng recognized the truth in Loki's words. Despite not being Odin's biological son, Odin's regard for Loki could be described as indulgent. As the offspring of the frost giant Lao Fei, Odin treated him as his own, even going so far as to seal Loki's frost giant traits, rendering him indistinguishable from the Asgardians. Although the seal temporarily faltered when he came into contact with his original powers, he merely appeared as an Asgardian with blue skin. This illustrates Odin's willingness to utilize his divine might to permanently alter Loki's physical characteristics. How could this be, dear god of mischief Loki Odinson? I simply believe moving you from one cell to another is an utter waste, Li Chengfeng remarked, rubbing his hands together like a cunning merchant ready to deceive an unsuspecting heir. Instead, how about I represent the Joint Investigation Bureau and offer you a 150-year employment contract? Hiring you as a senior investigator? Hiring? Are you jesting? Loki replied, though Li Chengfeng could discern his eagerness from his fidgeting demeanor. Loki might be cunning and calculating, but he was certainly not a patient individual. Even being returned to Asgard to face Odin's wrath seemed preferable to languishing in this stark, white cell. Choose between confinement and limited freedom. Li Chengfeng did not engage further, turning to signal the officers to prepare for departure. All right, 150 years it is. I will sign the contract with you. Too late. Due to your earlier hesitation, the price has now risen to 200 years. You deceitful merchant. In Asgard, you'd be hanged atop the tower to dry like a piece of meat. I'll sign for 200 years. Though Loki appeared to grit his teeth, he relished the prospect internally. Signing a contract in Midgard held little consequence. Once he had enough fun, he could simply return to Asgard. Surely, the Joint Investigation Bureau could not pursue him there with a contract in hand. You see, I have agreed. Now release me. Your female colleague has already located the switch. Hurry and open this tedious contraption. Li Chengfeng remained silent, simply waiting. Are we not opening it yet? Ida Wong inquired, but upon seeing Li Chengfeng shake his head, she withdrew her hand from the switch. Everyone was perplexed by Li Chengfeng's intentions. However, as his expression shifted from the cunning demeanor displayed while negotiating with Loki to a serious countenance, they exchanged glances and opted to gather around the bound Magneto. Ensnared by the green light of will, with nothing else to occupy their time, they seized the opportunity to tease Magneto, especially Harley Quinn, who, in her spirited madness, urged Li Chengfeng to lower the barrier and proceeded to draw an exaggerated red lip on the tape covering Magneto's mouth with her lipstick. Oh, Magneto! How the mighty have fallen! In an instant, the X-Men erupted into low, yet joyful laughter. Among them, the daring White Queen and Mystique, both of whom had once belonged to the Brotherhood of Mutants, even took it upon themselves to creatively repurpose Harley Quinn's lipstick. Observing the scene, Ada Wong couldn't help but reflect on how, ever since the arrival of Li Chengfeng, the atmosphere at the American headquarters had spiraled into absurdity beyond measure. She found herself silently praying for old Magneto, hoping he was free from cardiovascular ailments. After all, to be rebuffed by his own daughter and sever ties, only to be mocked by these shameless individuals. Just the thought raised her blood pressure considerably. Fortunately, this brief moment of merriment was soon to be interrupted. Li Chengfeng suddenly glanced toward the empty space outside the prison cell, muttering, "They're here." As his words fell, a portal glowing with an emerald hue materialized before them. A figure cloaked in green and clad in iron armor emerged from the portal. "I've been waiting for you, Dr. Doom." Chapter 27. Dr. Doom. Welcome to the Green Lantern Corps. From the moment Li Chengfeng first heard the name Latveria, a sense of unease crept into his mind. This world, after all, is a tangled amalgamation of universes. One could never be certain what other dark entities might lurk within Hydra or Latveria. Even though the system's mission briefing had explicitly hinted at a significant figure behind this incident, Li Chengfeng remained uncertain as to who it might be. However, upon discovering the dungeon and seeing Loki imprisoned within, his suspicions solidified. Hydra, in a nation ruled by dictatorship like Latveria, not only possessed research facilities, but also maintained an army of thousands for protection. It was evident that Dr. Doom, the shadowy ruler of Latveria, had forged an alliance with Hydra. Furthermore, while Loki had indeed been bested by the Kansas giant, who among them had not faced his wrath, Loki, though relatively weak, was still deserving of the title god in the eyes of Hydra. Capturing a deity from Asgard and imprisoning him within a castle in Latveria was a feat only Doctor Doom could accomplish. To ensnare a god, it takes another god. Yet, in contrast to the shock expressed by Ada Wong and Harley Quinn, the X-Men were rather accustomed to the phenomenon of portal creation. After all, they had encountered the Blink before. However, the portal before them was evidently far superior in sophistication. Suddenly, the White Queen let out a high-pitched scream, her body swaying unsteadily as she pressed a pained hand to her forehead. "Emma, what is happening?" Mystique immediately rushed to support the White Queen. "Is your telepathic ability being backfired?" The White Queen's once flawless complexion turned ghostly pale, and she weakly nodded. Upon seeing her affirmation, the X-Men swiftly entered a state of readiness. "You foolish and impudent telepaths, driven by an insatiable curiosity to pry into the innermost secrets of those who pique your interest," Dr. Doom began, his tone devoid of fervor, yet laced with palpable disdain. As a formidable figure who had nearly exhausted the paths of both technology and magic, he would have perished countless times had his armor not possessed the capacity to counter mental probing. "I wholeheartedly concur with your sentiment. A mature telepath ought to emulate Professor Xavier, refraining from intruding upon the thoughts of others unless absolutely necessary." Chauvier, the head of that mutant faction in America, it was evident that he was aware of the mutant population's existence, yet had not divulged this information to Hydra, merely informing them that certain individuals possessed supernatural abilities. Li Chengfeng stepped forward, extending his hand. "I am Agent Li Chengfeng, a Level 7 investigator from the Joint Investigation Bureau." Typically, one would expect a character as haughty and ruthless as Dr. Doom to rebuff such an overture. Li Chengfeng himself harbored similar thoughts, extending his hand more as a test, for he found the man before him to be oddly amiable. Indeed, it was too amiable. The White Queen had merely been momentarily subdued without further consequence. The Doctor Doom of the original narrative would have undoubtedly imparted a profound lesson upon her. After all, he was a grand dictator with the power to arbitrarily grant life or death over an entire nation. Dr. Doom glanced down at the hand Li Chengfeng had offered, and to his astonishment, he clasped it firmly. Li Chengfeng was taken aback. Could this be a benevolent version of Dr. Doom from a parallel universe? Yet, when he attempted to withdraw his hand, Dr. Doom maintained his grip. I know I possess a certain cynical charm, but must you hold on for so long?" Li Chengfeng chuckled awkwardly, but Dr. Doom ignored him, instead posing another query. "Is that ring you wear from Westchester County?" Li Chengfeng furrowed his brow. "What do you mean? Does Dr. Doom recognize the Green Lantern ring?" "Wait a moment. Was Weskier originally your subordinate? The entirety of the Umbrella Corporation has survived under my aegis, so it is only reasonable that they assist Hydra in my endeavors." "Ah, that explains everything," Li Chengfeng mused. Having often wondered how Weskier and the Umbrella Corporation had ventured into the study of the Green Lantern power source, such matters seemed far removed from their focus on bioweapons. In the end, it turned out they were merely working for Dr. Doom. It was hard to fathom that someone of his scientific and magical prowess would deign to associate with a second-rate organization like Umbrella, which dabbled in bioweapons. Alas, this was a request from Miranda. As a gracious ruler, I've always been inclined to assist my neighbors in their time of need. Miranda? Could you possibly be referring to the goddess Miranda? The location indeed aligns perfectly. The village in Resident Evil 8 exists in Eastern Europe. It is quite reasonable, exceedingly so. Li Chengfeng manifested a spiral blade upon his hand, compelling the ever-clutching Dr. Doom to release his grip and take a step back. Although Dr. Doom's enigmatic armor could withstand a substantial portion of physical and magical assaults, it faltered effortlessly against the manifestation of willpower in green light. Observing the blood trickling from his hand, Dr. Doom displayed no trace of anger. Rather, he gazed with a certain fascination at the resplendent green light of will. This was an extraordinary force previously unseen. For Dr. Doom, the power of the emotional spectrum could indeed be deemed unprecedented. Unlike technology or magic, the emotional spectrum belongs to a form of cosmic energy arising from diverse sentiments. In simpler terms, it is fundamentally idealistic. Take, for instance, the Green Lantern ring. One must possess exceptional willpower to wield it and become a Green Lantern. However, Once one's resolve begins to waver, the power diminishes, even causing the ring to depart. The most significant distinction from technology and magic is its lack of any underlying principles, akin to the inability to articulate the genesis of emotions. Dr. Doom advanced once more, yet instead of shaking hands with Li Chengfeng, he lightly touched the Green Lantern ring. Instantly, Li Chengfeng felt a rhythmic pulsation emanating from the ring. In the next moment, the Green Lantern power battery materialized in Li Chengfeng's hand. As he scrutinized it closely, he discovered something he had overlooked during their first encounter. Within the battery swam a small shark composed of green light, joyfully darting about. An ion shark? Is this not the Green Lantern's beast? Shouldn't it be contained within the central power battery of OA, supervising the Guardians? At that moment, Li Chengfeng recalled that after acquiring the Green Lantern ring, no one had summoned him to OA to formally join the Green Lantern Corps. This implied that in this hybrid universe, either the Green Lantern Corps, including OA, had been entirely annihilated or had only just been birthed. As Li Chengfeng pondered this, he observed the little shark in the power battery suddenly accelerate its movements, and in the next instant, a brand new Green Lantern ring emerged from the battery. Soaring towards Dr. Doom, intelligent life has been identified. Victor Von Doom from Earth, you possess a formidable will to overcome fear. Welcome to the Green Lantern Corps. Chapter 28, en Alliance. A blood prophet. Li Chengfeng gasped at the sight before him. While he believed Dr. Doom's persona was more suited to the Yellow Lantern, it wasn't entirely unexpected for him to be chosen by the Green Lantern ring. After all, theoretically, Dr. Doom could directly resist telepathic abilities through his own willpower. Such a level of resolve made his ascension to Green Lantern unsurprising. What truly astonished Li Chengfeng was, in fact, the Green Lantern power battery in his grasp. Are we truly to commence the construction of the Green Lantern Corps from scratch? The selection of candidates for the Green Lantern ring is not a matter of personal choice. It is solely determined by fate. Most importantly, one can only hope that the new Green Lantern Corps does not succumb to the law of annihilation. Is this the unknown power that you wield? Given your study of the Green Lantern power battery, you must realize that this force bears no relation to technology or magic. I have endeavored to employ every forbidden spell at my disposal, yet I could neither destroy it nor awaken it. Dr. Destruction did not immediately don the Green Lantern ring. I attempted every controllable energy source in existence, to no avail. Even those you disparage, I have tried as well. This is an energy field ignited by the emotions of all living beings in the universe, a form of energy created inadvertently by the sentiments of the cosmos. There are 7 varieties: the wrathful red lantern, the avaricious orange lantern, the fearful yellow lantern, the willful green lantern, the hopeful blue lantern, the compassionate indigo lantern, and the loving violet lantern. The willful green lantern resides at the center of the emotional spectrum, embodying order and balance. The emotional spectrum. How wondrous it is that such idealistic power exists in the world. He is a super scientist grounded in materialism. Yet, the essence of magical power is also quite material, for it fundamentally revolves around the exchange of energy. However, he has never before encountered a force so closely aligned with the idealistic nature of the emotional spectrum. At this moment, Dr. Destruction bears no semblance of a formidable figure. Rather, he resembles an eager student, nodding incessantly as he absorbs all knowledge pertaining to the emotional spectrum, preparing to grasp the Green Lantern ring that hovers before him. Yet the term order does not suit me. As the guardian of order, the Green Lantern has chosen you, which signifies your eligibility to become a member of the Green Lantern Corps. Me? Dr. Destruction raised his head in surprise, gazing at Li Chengfeng's resolute expression. Ultimately, he shifted from pushing away to embracing, retrieving the Green Lantern ring from the air and adorning it upon the index finger of his right hand. In the bright daylight and the vastness of the night, as phantoms and spirits find no refuge, and as wickedness trembles before my divine light, the Green Lantern shines eternally, illuminating all of existence. Just like every warrior who joins the Green Lantern Corps, Dr. Destruction intuitively recited the oath of the Green Lantern Corps under the guidance of the willful green light. Then, a Green Lantern power battery manifested in his other hand. Yet, the transformation into a Green Lantern did not merely cloak Dr. Destruction in a foolish generic green uniform. Instead, the symbol of the Green Lantern Corps emerged upon his already green cloak, transforming his once monotonous garment into a radiant spectacle. Dr. Destruction closed his eyes, savoring the power of the willful green light. After a moment of contemplation, he finally opened his eyes, extending his palm upward. In an instant, a tumultuous green storm materialized in his hand, allowing him to merge his original magical abilities with the willful green light seamlessly. It is truly astonishing. This power is not only formidable, but also propels me further in my exploration of science and magic. Dr. Doom gazed in amazement at the storm of will in his hands. To exaggerate slightly, one might say he would no longer require any magical circles or laboratories from this point onward. The green light of will could be conjured directly by his own hands. Indeed, the potency of the emotional spectrum rivals that of the enigmatic energies within the cosmos. However, unlike those forces, they possess their own consciousness. Li Chengfeng timely interjected, cautioning that should one stray from the oaths of the lantern core or allow their will to wane, the lantern ring would forsake them. Is this something you can control? This is the inherent judgment of the green light of will. Such beings, provided one does not challenge the nations they govern, are unlikely to instigate turmoil. Through his brief interactions, Li Chengfeng discerned that this world's Dr. Doom exhibited a temperament more akin to that of a researcher. Apart from his penchant for targeting Mr. Miracle, he was primarily engaged in the study of various unknown forces. Li Chengfeng's cryptic words were intended to intrigue Dr. Doom. Although he could not directly pull someone into the Green Lantern Corps, he could, via his ancestral Green Lantern furnace, strip away the control of the Lantern Ring. In essence, while the decision to join rests with the green light of will, the choice to depart could still fall under Li Chengfeng's purview. Dr. Doom nodded in acknowledgement, then remarked, I possess a batch of detailed information and intelligence regarding Hydra, which I shall provide to you shortly. Ah, how will you send it to me? Shall we connect on social media? Leave that to me, Dr. Doom replied, casting a glance at the bewildered members of the Avengers nearby. Initially, he had found these mutants rather intriguing, as they were products of gene modification technology far surpassing Earth's own. Yet, compared to the power of the emotional spectrum, the genetics of these mutants seemed exceedingly mundane, merely a product of artificial enhancement. As long as your agency does not interfere in the affairs of Latveria, I would not mind forming an alliance with you. Li Chengfeng was taken aback. An alliance? He had merely sought to cultivate goodwill and expand his network. How had it escalated to a formal alliance? Yet, an alliance was undoubtedly beneficial. Though Dr. Doom was a dictator, after he had overthrown Latveria's brutal and selfish monarchy through civil war, the nation now resembled a veritable paradise. Wanda and Pietro, unfortunate souls eager for revenge, had willingly become subjects for superhuman experimentation. Had they only waited a few more months, they could now be enjoying the bliss of being ordinary citizens of Latveria. It can only be said that Dr. Doom truly embodies the ultimate hexagonal warrior. In terms of technology, he stands on par with the likes of Bruce Banner and Tony Stark, if not surpassing them. In the realm of magic, he is undeniably a crownless supreme mage. Even a martial arts master, capable of overpowering Black Panther and Captain America in close combat, could unarmored and without the aid of technology or magical powers, defeat the master of mimicry with bare hands. Apart from his arrogance, he is devoid of flaws. Is there still a sense of justice? Is there still law? With such an alliance and a connection of emotional spectra, Li Chengfeng is quite confident in rendering Dr. Doom progressively harmless. The truth is, he cannot truly compete at present. Well, the Joint Commission is delighted to ally with you, and likewise, the World Federation eagerly anticipates the formal return of Latveria. Upon receiving the response, Dr. Doom nodded and reopened the portal. Just as he was about to depart, Li Chengfeng called out to him, Before you leave, could you assist me with a small favor? Chapter 29, Loki, the devious merchant raises prices again? Assist? Dr. Doom turned back, somewhat puzzled. Did you not already eradicate the Hydra research facility? Furthermore, I have already promised to provide you with all the information regarding Hydra. No, I am not referring to that. Li Chengfeng immediately waved his hand, indicating that it had nothing to do with Hydra. He then pointed towards Loki, imprisoned in a cage. Ever since Dr. Doom's arrival, Loki had shrunk into a corner, resembling a quail. Even his loquacious and caustic tongue had been silenced, transforming him into a quiet and handsome figure. After all, he had been captured by Dr. Doom, who had previously delivered a comprehensive thrashing. As one of the most formidable sorcerers of the Nine Realms, he had been mercilessly beaten to a pulp. Utilizing the same tactic, he feigned weakness before attempting a sneak attack with a dagger, only to be met with another round of brutal punishment. Fortunately, being an Asgardian, his physical constitution was robust. Otherwise, that barrage of blows might have been sufficient to vanquish him. He could sense that even if Thor were to arrive now, he would be no match for Doctor Doom. Moreover, beyond Doctor Doom, there was also a colossal brute capable of sending him flying dozens of kilometers with a mere punch. Was this truly the Midgard his father spoke of having conquered Asgard? Even if his own father were to come personally, would he be able to defeat that giant? The thought sent a chill down Loki's spine. Midgard is terrifying. He began to think of his father and mother, as well as that brutish brother of his. Indeed, the most effective way to make a mischievous child recognize reality is through a thorough beating that resonates from the body to their worldview. However, Loki did not expect that even in his state of submission, the agent from the Joint Commission still remembered him. Hey, what do you mean by that? Did I not already agree to a 200-year employment contract with you? Oh, do not worry. I simply do not trust that you will adhere to the laws and morals of Earth. Hence, I am preparing to implement some practical measures. Li Chengfeng said with a friendly smile. Yet, in Loki's eyes, Li Chengfeng's level of annoyance had surged beyond even that of his brutish brother. At least his brother held some semblance of affection for him, right? 200 years? Asgardians? An employment contract? A person of extraordinary intelligence, akin to Doctor Doom, could decipher from merely these two exchanges what assistance Li Chengfeng sought. Before long, Doctor Doom conjured a scroll of parchment from thin air. I have previously inscribed a demonic contract upon this. It is now blank. Simply inscribe the terms of the agreement and sign it, and the soul of the one who violates the contract shall belong to Mephisto. Upon hearing this, Loki's countenance turned a ghastly shade of green. As a sorcerer, he was well aware of the villainous nature of Mephisto. Should he fall into Mephisto's grasp, even Odin's intervention would demand a hefty price for his salvation. Observing Doctor Doom hand the parchment to Li Chengfeng, Loki felt his mind go numb at the sight of Li Chengfeng's cunning, triumphant grin. So what if it's 200 years? In the grand scheme of Asgardian life, 2 centuries is but a fleeting moment. Once the contract concluded, he would be free. Meanwhile, Li Chengfeng beamed with delight. Doctor Doom's tactic was ruthlessly effective, for Mephisto was the most notorious of Marvel's infernal lords, renowned not only for his formidable power, but also for his insidious schemes. Countless events bore his shadow. Every year, Doctor Doom ventured into hell to battle Mephisto, seeking to rescue his mother's soul. This was Mephisto's opportunity and a treacherous lure into the abyss of power. Despite his awareness, Doctor Doom stepped into the trap without hesitation. Driven by an insatiable thirst for all forms of unknown power, he required strength to vanquish this treacherous yet immensely powerful adversary. Clearly, he had not been idle. After years of grappling with Mephisto, he had thoroughly researched the magics associated with the demonic dimension, which led to the creation of this very scroll. I entrust this to you. May our collaboration be fruitful. Li Chengfeng extended his hand once more, this time with a sincerity that surpassed his previous demeanor. Dr. Doom hesitated briefly before grasping Li Chengfeng's hand. How long had it been since he engaged in a genuine exchange with another? This individual from the Republic was indeed intriguing. As Dr. Doom's silhouette vanished into the portal, the system chimed with a notification of task completion. Ding! Task assault on Latveria completed. Associated characters: Wolverine, White Queen, Mystique, Dr. Doom. Loki acquired Wolverine's heightened senses, acquired White Queen's diamond form, acquired Mystique's aging slowdown, acquired Dr. Doom's teleportation magic, acquired Loki's physical attributes. Hearing this litany of rewards, Li Chengfeng desperately suppressed the corners of his mouth from curling into a smile, reflecting on the most sorrowful event of his life 3 times over, managing to refrain from expressing joy in front of others. The previous task had merely served as a foundation for his assertion, ultimately relying on Batman's willpower to secure the original Green Lantern. This time, it can be said that everyone is remarkably exceptional. Wolverine's perceptive abilities may not be renowned. However, they are akin to a primal instinct, comparable to the spider sense, enabling him to anticipate and intercept Quicksilver at full speed. As for the White Queen's diamond form, it possesses the hardness of diamond without its brittleness, capable of withstanding extreme temperatures. Although her telepathic powers are formidable, Li Chengfeng is rather indifferent to such abilities, as he dislikes the overwhelming sensation of possessing excessive knowledge. Mystique's decelerated aging effectively extends her lifespan and prolongs the peak of her physical prowess. Dr. Doom's teleportation magic is nothing short of extraordinary, surpassing mere flickering by enabling interdimensional travel. Regarding Loki's physical attributes, they may appear comical, yet he is undeniably a descendant of frost giants, holding his own against the Asgardians. His seeming fragility pales in comparison to his brother, Sif, and the mighty trio of Asgardian warriors. According to the official Marvel power metrics, Loki possesses a strength rating of 5, equating to a staggering weight capacity of 75 tons. This is precisely what Chengfeng currently requires. His previously peak human capabilities are no longer sufficient. After receiving his rewards, Chengfeng turned and nodded towards the already prepared Ada Wong. Open the door. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the prison door swung open with a hum. Loki did not flee. He was not in a position to do so. Come now, Loki, the god of mischief from Asgard, sign this contract, and we shall be partners in crime henceforth. I have no desire to share such a bond with you. Does your agency not even provide uniforms? It is a metaphor, you uncultured brute. He gestured towards the green ring on his finger and the peculiar mutants behind him. With tears in his eyes, Loki signed the contract, committing to a staggering 250-year term of employment. You deceitful merchant, why has the price increased again? Chapter 30, Chengfeng. Loki, you truly are something else. I shall release you, but do not lose your wits. Having exited the dungeon and returned to the surface, Chengfeng pointed a finger at Magneto, issuing a final admonition before lifting the green light of mental restraint. With a rip, Magneto eagerly tore off the tape and discarded the bandage onto the ground. However, his fury dissipated by a third upon seeing his children. Then, recalling that he seemed unable to contend with this federal agent, his anger subsided significantly. I wish to remain uninvolved in your grievances with Hydra and the Asgardians. All I desire is to take my children and leave. Children? What children? Chengfeng feigned surprise and turned to Wanda and Pietro, who had calmed under the influence of the White Queen's telepathic abilities. He inquired, he claims to be your father. Are you familiar with him? Not really, they replied. Oh, then he is not. Chengfeng chuckled, turning back to Magneto. You see, even they admit you're not their father. Isn't it rather pointless for you to persist? He continued, what? Do you intend to abduct them in front of the agents of the Bureau? Magneto had more to say, but caught a glimpse of the cold, resentful glare from Wanda, which felt like a dagger to his heart. Over the years, he had faced ostracism from society and had severed ties with his closest friend. Now, his children were his only vulnerability. Please, tell Charles to take good care of them, he said before departing from the Hydra research facility. I may not fully grasp the intricacies of this situation, but it seems this young man has no intention of leaving with us. Loki remarked as he retrieved his scepter from the testing table. The surrounding agents regarded this so-called deity with bemusement. He calls him young. He appears to be a youth himself, does he not? Look at Logan, over 200 years old, yet he resembles a middle-aged vagabond. Aren't gods supposed to be centuries or even millennia old? Referring to Magneto as young seems fitting. Clearly, we are not on the same path. If he chooses to depart, so be it, as long as he doesn't obstruct us in the future, Chengfeng responded, glancing at Loki. You seem quite at ease, adapting to my company so swiftly. What choice do I have? I am bound by a 250-year employment contract, having signed a pact with a demon. As long as I wish to avoid the company of that insufferable Mephisto, I must obediently follow you as an agent of the Bureau. Believe me, being an agent is far more enjoyable than causing chaos across the cosmos. During this raid on Latveria, aside from the abilities gained through the system's lottery, they had also intercepted a trove of undestroyed documents related to advanced genetic research. Coupled with the captured Hydra scientists, the agents could delve deeper into the mysteries of their mutant abilities. On the return journey, Chengfeng instructed the White Queen to first give these scientists a thorough mental reprogramming, ensuring their compliance. He then requested they conduct tests on him to determine whether he possessed any genes and if they were activated. Would his newly acquired diamond form from the White Queen correspondingly activate his genes? The answer was negative. Not only were his genes not activated, but he was also inherently devoid of such genes. This indicated that the abilities granted by the system stemmed from a higher dimensional force. How astonishing it was that the bloodline of your so-called mutant race exhibited such absurd randomness. A set of genes could vary so drastically, with some being weaker than ordinary humans. while others possess the power to annihilate entire worlds. Loki languidly reclined in his seat, perusing the documents regarding mutants. Although he was a sorcerer rather than a scientist, his nearly 1,500 years of experience rendered him undeniably knowledgeable. Indeed, knowledgeable on a cosmic scale. To my knowledge, Odin had once conquered the 9 realms. Are you aware of this? Oh, but wait. It seems that the Norse mythology of your Midgard is somewhat based on us, albeit with a rather exaggerated twist. I rather enjoy the notion that the trickster god Loki is the uncle of Thor, the god of thunder. Setting aside mythological concerns, I am simply curious. Was Earth, which you refer to as Midgard, once subjugated by Asgard? Li Chengfeng maintained a cautious stance regarding the term conquer, for this was not the Marvel universe, but rather a mixed cosmos. Who knows how many deities lay hidden within ancient Earth? A fatherly figure like Odin might not suffice. When Odin conquered the 9 realms, both Thor and I had yet to be born, and now much of that history has been erased from Asgard. Who truly knows what transpired? Speaking of Thor, Lee, there is something I must share with you. Loki crossed his legs, but suddenly remembered something of import, sitting upright. Before I was captured by that armored man in a green cloak, I had sent a magical distress signal to Asgard. To whom did you send it? I sent it to my brother, Thor, the god of thunder. Loki chuckled awkwardly, referring to him as a great oaf. How much of a brute can he really be? I have led you astray. How reckless can he be? Li Chengfeng furrowed his brow. Now uncertain if this universe's Thor was indeed the same one he had encountered in various narratives. After all, Dr. Doom was portrayed as a character more inclined towards research. Thor might also exhibit some deviations. However, based on Loki's condition, Thor's strength likely remained largely unchanged, perhaps a touch stronger or weaker than in the original tales. But not by much. With the abilities I currently possess, while they may not suffice against a pinnacle deity like Odin, I should be able to contend with a fledgling Thor, one still reliant on Mjolnir, the hammer of the god of thunder. After all, this Thor is at a stage where he possesses strength, but struggles to harness it effectively. I also wonder if my noble principles would allow me to wield Mjolnir, which is bound by paternal rules. Indeed, it would be quite reckless. I would be the sort to charge into Jotunheim, the realm of the frost giants. And I would only be more audacious now. But if he received your distress signal and came to Earth, would that not mean he is coming to rescue you? You should be pleased. I am indeed pleased, but I hope that if he dares to confront you, he must be subdued. What do you mean by that? Why would I subdue him? I have been forced to toil for 250 years. 250 years away from home. Is it so wrong to seek a misfortunate soul or a relative to share this burden with me? Loki, you truly show no mercy when it comes to tricking your own brother, remarked Li Chengfeng, giving Loki a thumbs up. This young man remains unwavering in his commitment to the path of deception, showcasing remarkable conviction. Chapter 31. The teleportation and the encounter with the goddess of death upon returning to the headquarters of the Joint Investigation Bureau and fulfilling his duties to Black Egg and White Duck. Li Chengfeng welcomed Wanda and Pietro, the siblings, along with Loki into the room. The duo exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why there was still more to discuss after having reported the general details of their mission. These siblings are Wanda and Pietro, the offspring of Magneto. Li Chengfeng's words left White Duck, Charles, momentarily stunned. As for the other individual, he was none other than Loki, the god of mischief from Asgard, infamous for having opened a massive wormhole over Metropolis. He is now a newly contracted agent with our bureau for a span of 250 years. Black Egg, Nick Fury, was equally taken aback. Both men turned their inquiring gazes towards Li Chengfeng. It seemed they had truly landed a significant responsibility. Weren't you supposed to be dealing with the Hydra issue alongside the War Machine? How come you now present us with Magneto's children and a deity from Asgard? Are you certain they are Eric's children? They asked in unison. Absolutely. Upon my return, I promptly conducted a paternity test comparing Magneto's DNA with theirs, and the results were unequivocal. A paternity test? White Duck hesitated. And how did you manage to obtain Eric's DNA without them mentioning it? Well, let's just say it involved a bit of abduction, Li Chengfeng admitted, spreading his hands. In summary, it's a tale that will unfold over a considerable time between a father and his children. After Li Chengfeng's embellished recounting from a third-party perspective, White Duck grasped the entire sequence of events. Since they are Eric's children, why not have War Machine look after them? Better yet, let S enroll them in the Joint Investigation Bureau Academy, where children with mutations and peculiar abilities abound. They won't be seen as outcasts there. Turning his attention to Wanda and Pietro, White Duck addressed them kindly. Children, do not fear. I was once a dear friend of your father's. You may call me Professor or Dean, and I will take care of you. The innate warmth of his demeanor, coupled with his telepathic abilities, reassured the siblings, who did not reject the kind professor. However, they exchanged glances and, in unison, pointed towards Li Chengfeng, saying, "We want to stay with him." Li Chengfeng stood there, momentarily dumbfounded. "Me?" He stammered, bewildered that he had become a focal point in this matter. "Yes, Li, we only trust him," they declared resolutely, leaving White Duck, usually so gentle and accommodating, feeling a twinge of frustration as he cast a questioning look towards Li Chengfeng. Following along with me is indeed feasible. Although the personnel composition at the Bureau of Adjustment Academy suits the two of them remarkably well, the students there are at least capable of managing their own abilities. Even if they were to cause an incident, it would not escalate beyond a certain point. Li Chengfeng approached the Wanda siblings and continued, explaining that due to various circumstances, their powers had awakened abnormally, leaving them in a state of instability and uncontrollability. If something were to go awry, the consequences would be dire. Nick Fury nodded in acknowledgement and gestured towards Loki, who was idly examining a trinket on the table. Let be so. This pair of mutant siblings, along with this so-called god of mischief, shall be directly incorporated into the Star Team, under your arrangement and command. And do refrain from fiddling with my artifacts. This is an antique excavated from an Incan civilization site, boasting over 600 years of history. Only 600 years? I could easily produce a crystal goblet that dates back over a millennium. Loki scoffed, tossing the unattractive trinket back onto the table. Nick Fury, more adept than the professor in dealing with Li Chengfeng, delegated any uncertainties and indecisiveness entirely to him, as it was originally his undertaking. What do they call this? Original soup, made from original ingredients? Speaking of which, he was indeed feeling a bit peckish. Charles, since this mission has concluded, I invite you to celebrate at that newly opened French restaurant in Washington. Black Egg said, disregarding whether White Duck had agreed, as he swiftly wheeled Charles out of the director's office, leaving Li Chengfeng and the others exchanging bewildered glances. Come along, my dear captain. Shouldn't you arrange accommodations for us next? Loki remarked, dropping the trinket and raising his hands in a gesture of exasperation. I am a formally contracted employee, and we agreed upon provisions, lodging, and a generous salary. Do not renege on this. Li Chengfeng Siga. What can be done? Let's take them home. Fortunately, there is ample space. However, Ada Wong's disposition may be somewhat affected. Initially, she only needed to care for Harley Quinn, and now 3 more have been added to the mix. Will she truly evolve into a maternal figure? After arranging for the essentials of several individuals, Li Chengfeng unexpectedly found himself with a brief respite. Initially unplanned, but Loki had presented him with a surprise. Although Wanda and Pietro's extraordinary abilities stemmed from their own genetics, they had indeed been triggered by Loki's scepter, thus forging an inexplicable connection among the three. Specifically, Loki could harness the power of his scepter to expedite their mastery of their own abilities. Of course, this did not imply that Loki could wield the Mind Stone. Rather, he had accessed a portion of the energy emanating from it. He remained blissfully unaware of the extraordinary power contained within his scepter. Loki, while undoubtedly intelligent, displayed a certain lack of finesse in some areas, akin to Thor, which truly exemplified his lineage as an Odinson. How did they achieve such resemblance despite having no blood relation? After stepping away from the responsibilities of childcare, Li Chengfeng finally had the opportunity to experiment with his newly acquired abilities. There was no need to test his physical prowess. He had already witnessed the perceptive capabilities of Uncle Wolf. When he first arrived home, Pietro's powers surged in a moment of excitement, accelerating his speed exponentially. Yet, in that instant of activation, Li Chengfeng instinctively sensed him and managed to intercept. Otherwise, Pietro would have transformed into a flying figure. Thus, only the diamond form and teleportation magic remained to be explored. First, he focused on the diamond form. As he murmured to himself, he activated his ability. The transformation began from his diamond-like heart, spreading throughout his body until he fully morphed into a diamond man. He swung his fist, feeling a slight enhancement in strength, perhaps only a couple of tons. However, his physical hardness and resilience to temperature extremes received a tremendous boost. What pleased Li Chengfeng the most about this form was the near-infinite stamina it provided. Now, onto the teleportation magic. Where shall I go? Li Chengfeng scratched his head, indecisive. He decided to grab a globe, spun it with his eyes closed, and pointed randomly. Norway? It would be intriguing to experience the solitude of Norway's forests. With that, he activated the teleportation magic. After calculating the coordinates, a portal identical to that of Dr. Doom appeared. Stepping through, he found himself instantly transported to another location on Earth. What on earth is this place? Li Chengfeng realized he was not in the forests and seas of Norway, but rather in a vast underground city. Looking up, he could see only a pitch-black stone ceiling. Who goes there? A raspy, yet alluring female voice echoed from the darkness ahead. Li Chengfeng frowned. There were indeed living beings here? Perhaps adventurers who had met with misfortune? Without further contemplation, he instinctively ran toward the voice. Are you trapped here? What is your name? The voice hesitated before responding. Indeed, I am trapped here. As for who I am Hela, the eldest daughter of Odin, commander of the Asgardian legions, the first heir to the throne, and the goddess of death. Chapter 32. Hela. Understood. You wish to become queen. Hela, the goddess of death, is not to be confused with one of the 5 deities of the Marvel Universe. The hierarchy differs significantly. However, when compared to the primordial deities, among the known superheroes and villains on Earth, only Dr. Doom possesses a strength comparable to that of such formidable beings. In her past, Hela fought alongside Odin in the 9 realms, embodying a true patriarchal power as she governed the cycle of life and death among the Asgardian gods. Upon death, the soul departs from the body. However, for the Asgardians, their souls remain within their corporeal forms until the goddess of death claims them, guiding them to their final resting place. If one were to draw a comparison, she could be likened to the Earth Mother of Asgard, embodying the essence of reincarnation. This particular trait renders Hela, the goddess of death, a formidable force when she stands upon the soil of Asgard, rivaling even the might of Odin, the All-Father. At this moment, this death deity, theoretically the true heir to the throne of Asgard, sits upon a rough throne hewn from obsidian. Despite the simplicity of her surroundings, her regal demeanor remains undiminished. If one could overlook Hela's somewhat disheveled, yet endearing hairstyle, she would undoubtedly be the most exquisite superwoman Li Chengfeng has ever encountered in his life. The reason for this superlative designation lies in her towering height of 2 meters and 13 centimeters. Who could resist such majesty? I have been sealed away for a millennium and cast out from my homeland. Am I then seeking my own demise? I am the rightful heir to Asgard, destined to rule the 9 realms. Now, mortal from Midgard, kneel before your queen. Li Chengfeng scratched his head, although he held an admiration for queens. This particular queen was not what he had in mind. He suspected that discussing this matter with the goddess of death might prove futile. Perhaps he should consult with Ida instead. While a king may lack understanding of human hearts, a queen's sister possesses that wisdom. Dearest goddess of death, I am merely a mortal who has accidentally stumbled into this place after mastering the art of teleportation. I shall take my leave at once. Teleportation? What kind of teleportation can transcend dimensional seals? Helas beru furovit. If what you say is true, it can only imply one thing. What thing? Never mind that. Since you can breach dimensional seals, you must be able to take me with you. Hela abruptly rose, her astonishingly perfect curves swiftly approaching Li Chengfeng's line of sight. Her powerful hands pressed firmly upon his shoulders, and a glimmer of urgency broke through her otherwise noble visage. That may be well and good, but why should I assist you? Li Chengfeng, though irresistibly drawn to the older sister archetype, was not without wit. He was all too aware of Hela's formidable nature. What reward do you seek, human? Do I appear to you as a god of Asgard? A god? But you are not one of the Asgardians. I could be. Hela paused, momentarily taken aback, for Li Chengfeng's earnest expression did not seem feigned. After closing her eyes to attune herself, she opened them in mild astonishment. Though she sensed no aura from the celestial realm, he indeed possessed the physique of an Asgardian. Could it be that you are a hybrid of an Asgardian and a Midgardian? No, I am indeed a mere mortal from the courtyard. Yet one might regard me as having acquired the physique of Asgard through some extraordinary adventure, surpassing the ordinary Asgardians in physical prowess, rendering me scarcely distinguishable from those so-called gods within the celestial palace. Ah, I see. Hela nodded, swiftly comprehending and accepting the situation. After all, She is a woman who has traversed the 9 realms and has encountered the myriad mysterious forces of the universe. Thus she would not dismiss such matters as mere fantasy. Were it her brother, the thunder god Thor, that simpleton would undoubtedly delve into every detail. This exemplifies the difference in perspective. It can only be said that Odin's discernment of character is indeed lacking. In comparison to his eldest daughter, this son is rather unremarkable. Therefore, there is no issue in taking you out, but I hope that upon your return to Asgard, when you ascend as the new king of the gods, the first position on your right shall be mine. Li Chengfeng smiled innocently. This is indeed the legendary merit of a dragon's follower. Surely, one cannot miss the opportunity to be the esteemed vice king. As he reveled in this thought, he adjusted the coordinates of the portal, ensuring to include the dimensional coordinates this time. Upon hearing Li Chengfeng's request, Hela suddenly realized, "Oh, so you aspire to be the queen." What? Just as Li Chengfeng successfully activated the portal, he was met with Hela's outrageous conclusion. Before he could react, Hela, with the swiftness befitting a goddess, swept him into her arms and leaped through the portal, cradling him like a princess. Despite the 30-centimeter height difference, Li Chengfeng felt a twinge of embarrassment in that instant, for he instinctively wrapped his arms around Hela's neck. Goodness! The coordinates for Li Chengfeng's return journey were set to his own room. He opened the door slightly and glanced around, discovering that there was not a single soul at home. Although he was aware that Ada Wong and Harley Quinn had gone to the headquarters for combat training, there should have been Loki and the others present. How could they have vanished in such a short time? Had Loki taken the 2 children of Old Man Wan out for a spree? In truth, given Loki's cunning and Li Chengfeng's kind and gentle guidance, he should not be leading anyone into mischief. At most, he would take Li Chengfeng's salary card for a little shopping. However, after some consideration, he deemed it prudent to activate his personal terminal and contact Ingrid. "Hey, dear Ingrid. Good day. Captain, you must be aware that today is the infernal holiday, right? Disturbing a lady's slumber is met with having one's head caught in the door and subsequently kicked by a donkey." Li Chengfeng shuddered reflexively, glancing at the video call with the irritable Ingrid, who was clearly still in her slumber, and he could hardly take a moment to appreciate her slightly cool summer pajamas before abruptly ending the call. The ire of someone awoken from slumber is heavier than that of a ghost, truly terrifying. He then dialed another number. "Hello, Director Nick Fury. Have you eaten yet? Did you just attempt to call me a black egg? I cannot fathom what sort of person would bestow upon me a nickname derived from the food of the Republic. Indeed, it is you. TSK. Do not be so stingy. I have something of significance to discuss." Li Chengfeng, observing the black egg still seated in the office on this day of rest, remarked, "Loki must have taken Wanda and Pietro out to experience the world. You bear the burden of monitoring them to prevent any trouble. I recall that this task seems to fall under your purview, does it not? Indeed, but today I yearn for a respite. After all, you are of an advanced age, requiring less sleep and lacking in entertainment. Thus, it would be prudent for you to take on additional responsibilities. What about you? Naturally, I am off to rendezvous with the elder sister." In stark contrast to his previous demeanor when faced with Ingrid's morning irritability, Li Chengfeng displayed an audacity when addressing the black egg. Ultimately, he provocatively revealed Hela, who stood behind him. He swiftly concluded the conversation and powered down his personal terminal. After executing this series of actions, Li Chengfeng turned back to find Hela wearing a rebellious smile, exuding an air of regal elegance interspersed with a hint of allure. "So, am I to assume this is a date with me, mere mortal?" Chapter 33. Family Reunion, Traitor of the Celestial Palace Edition. Question: if you were to bring home a goddess towering 30 centimeters above you, who wishes for you to be her queen, what should you do? Some individuals from Group 4 might impulsively inquire whether the goddess prefers to dine first, bathe, or entertain me with peculiar questions. Yet, Li Chengfeng has always been an extraordinary man, a paragon of virtue. He chose to suggest that she bathe first. After all, she had been sealed for over a millennium. Although she appeared clean, her hair had certainly seen better days. At first glance, one might mistake her for a nonconformist sporting a smoky eye, perhaps due to the basic trust Hela held towards Li Chengfeng, the one who liberated her from the confines of her sealed dimension. She accepted the towel he offered and proceeded to the bathroom. During her bathing, time felt interminable for Li Chengfeng. It was not that he wished to spy. Rather, He contemplated how to explain this extraordinary circumstance upon the return of the demoness and the mentally unhinged goddess. Their abode now housed a bona fide Asgardian goddess. This was no ordinary affair. And what of Loki? How would he be introduced? This is your elder sister. Despite the absence of blood ties, she is indeed your sister. Moreover, although Loki appears to be an Asgardian, his essence is inherently that of a frost giant from Jotunheim. Hela must have vanquished many frost giants in her time. One can only hope their first encounter would not result in Loki being slain. As he spiraled into these thoughts, time raced by, and Hela emerged from the bathroom, her long hair revitalized by the water's embrace. The garment she donned was crafted in the Celestial Palace, impervious to dirt and capable of transforming into other attire. So Hela, has your power begun to return? Perhaps not even 1/5 of its former glory. If I could return to Asgard, I would swiftly reclaim my former glory. However, remaining in Midgard would only allow me to restore a fraction of my powers, and that would require considerable time. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng's jaw nearly dislocated in shock. According to this reasoning, the characters in the film who had just emerged from their seals and the 12 family members who had defeated 2 brothers while casually shattering Mjolnir would only possess 1/5 of their full strength. This implies that her peak power likely approached that of Odin, a level akin to that of a celestial deity. The only limitation is that it necessitates standing upon the sacred soil of Asgard. In other realms, she could probably reach at least a level comparable to an ordinary celestial deity. Yet, even that ordinary celestial level is already astonishingly formidable. The usual Thanos, in his mundane state, could be considered subcelestial. The current novice, Thor, is still far from that subcelestial tier. Hela sought beside Li Chengfeng, exuding the regal aura of a queen. Her commanding presence made the ordinary leather sofa feel like a throne. After emerging, my senses became more acute. Odin has aged, his strength diminishing, which has weakened the dimensional seals he imposes. This may explain why you could forcibly breach the seal dimension through cross-dimensional teleportation magic. Odin is aging? Indeed. If my intuition serves me correctly, this old fellow has less than 1,000 years left to live, not far from death. Li Chengfeng was initially stunned by the notion of Odin's aging, but the subsequent revelation of his less than 1,000-year lifespan left him speechless. When notion of aging, or proximity to death, as a mere human, it is evident that I cannot empathize with this race of long-lived beings. Let's not dwell on that disappointing old fellow. I have been curious since earlier. How is it that in Midgard, a place predominantly inhabited by ordinary mortals, you possess a physique that rivals that of the gods, yet reside in such a modest dwelling? A modest dwelling? Li Chengfeng let out a bitter laugh. How could one compare to you authentic Asgardians? In comparison to your grand palace, this 400-square-meter apartment is indeed a mere hovel. Li Chengfeng mused. Could he perhaps acquire a few more such hovels? He had urgent needs. Firstly, this is already a mansion that most people in Midgard could not afford. Secondly, although I possess what is deemed a physique rivaling that of the gods, Midgard is teeming with hidden talents. I may not be as impressive as I seem, especially when compared to that true god of humanity. A god of humanity? Hela was instantly intrigued. What manner of god is that? To be precise, he is an extraterrestrial, much like you Asgardians, but how shall I put it? Li Chengfeng pondered for a moment, then helplessly gestured with his hands. Even if your father were to personally appear in his peak condition after a brief skirmish, he would likely emerge with bruises, having to negotiate with that towering figure. Li Chengfeng's conclusion was not mere conjecture. This colossal being possesses the capability to obliterate the Chitauri army in an instant and close the wormhole. Likely not a novice newly mastering his powers. He had inquired with Tony Stark. It turned out that Louise Lane in this world was already 31 years of age. The towering figure must be of a similar age, thus undoubtedly a matured Superman, seasoned by countless days under the sun. For such a seasoned Superman, even a being of celestial caliber would hardly be a match. Of course, Li Chengfeng was merely speaking from the perspective of combat prowess. After all, within the Celestial Palace resided Frigga, one of the most formidable sorceresses, who could certainly devise a scheme against the towering figure if necessary. It is well known that the giant has no magical resistance. Is there truly such a powerful entity in Midgard? But his ultimate dream is world peace, where he can enjoy a warm hearth with his beloved wife and children. As long as one refrains from committing crimes in Metropolis or smashing vehicles onto his rooftop or farm during battles, He is far more endearing than the neighbor's pet cat. It is truly astonishing. Were I to possess such power, I would surely spread the glory of Asgard throughout the vast expanse of the cosmos. Li Chengfeng wiped the sweat from his brow. Truly, she is the daughter of Odin who resembles him the most, a pure warrior at heart. Much like Odin in his youth, he cannot find comfort without engaging in battle. Just as Hela was speculating about the giant's lineage. The door chimed with the sound of a fingerprint unlock. Loki entered, clad in an ostentatious emerald suit, followed closely by Wanda and Pietro, both adorned with expressions of awe. Ali, I took these two little rascals out for a spin. Who are you? Loki greeted with a smile, only to discover a tall woman seated beside Li Chengfeng. His instincts, honed as the god of mischief, informed him that this woman was exceedingly dangerous. In an instant, he conjured his two beloved daggers, aiming them at the woman. While this appeared valiant, his feet were discreetly preparing a teleportation spell. This was not the confines of Hydra, capable of nullifying magic. Oh, a descendant of Odin. Or perhaps of the frost giants. How intriguing. A frost giant whose external features have been permanently altered by Odin's primal power. Hela's attention was instantly captivated by Loki, but she could not help but remark, you bear a striking resemblance to the Odin of yore. Li Chengfeng shrugged and stepped between the two, pressing down on Loki's hand that gripped the daggers. Allow me to introduce you both. This is your father's adopted son, whom we shall call brother, and this is your father's eldest daughter, whom we shall call sister. We are all family, so let us gather together for a dumpling feast. Chapter 34. Registering for citizenship is not life-threatening after a series of unexpected events. Li Chengfeng ultimately decided to take Loki and Hela to the Bureau of Investigation. After all, being undocumented in a thriving and developed nation is rather inconvenient. The Bureau's legitimate fake documentation is an established service. Recently, a batch of beneficiaries included some of the veteran members of the Avengers. Thus, Li Chengfeng piloted the Quinn jet to the headquarters of the Bureau, located in Washington. From this journey, Li Chengfeng has gained a novel understanding of Asgard, having only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg through comics and cinematic portrayals. Despite sitting within the high-tech Quinn jet, a product that epitomizes the pinnacle of a nation's technology, his attention is utterly captivated by Li Chengfeng's smartphone. It can only be said that the technological advancements here are indeed quite skewed. For instance, Asgard's Rainbow Bridge can essentially be perceived as a fusion of a spatial railgun and a superluminal passage, complete with an automated recognition feature. Yet during battles, the Asgardians resort to cold weapons and magic, reminiscent of the legends recorded in mythology. Having once waged wars across the Nine Realms, they likely possess a substantial understanding of true celestial technology, which fails to pique their interest. Rather, it is the mundane technologies of Earth intended for entertainment that intrigue these world-destroying deities. For instance, as they enter the gates of the Joint Adjustment Bureau, the goddess of death, Hela, exudes a charm uniquely befitting a true goddess while casually toying with Li Chengfeng's phone. In mere moments, she has mastered the art of navigating various social media platforms, albeit through Li Chengfeng's account. Loki, once the second princess of Asgard, or rather now the third, has taken the news of suddenly acquiring an elder sister remarkably well. Indeed, he is elated. This is not for any trivial reason. Through Li Chengfeng's introduction, he has come to understand that she is the progenitor of rebellion in Asgard. The mischief he orchestrated pales in comparison to her exploits. Thus, as long as he can accompany her in her endeavors and create a stir for their father and brother, Loki Odinson is more than willing to serve this esteemed sister as her devoted herald. Sister, what shall we do next? Shall we march back to Asgard with force? Of course, while recuperating, we must dominate Midgard, and then raise a grand army to retaliate against Asgard. Why? Isn't it true that upon returning to Asgard, you would attain your full, peak power? First and foremost, we cannot return to Asgard at this moment. Hela has yet to divert her gaze from the screen of the smartphone. Secondly, even if we were to return, even if I were to acquire my complete and peak power, our father is still alive. As a fellow pinnacle deity, even though he may be weakening, it would not be a swift contest to determine a victor. During that interval, can you withstand the full wrath of Asgard alone? Indeed, sister, you're right. Loki embodies the demeanor of an infatuated fan witnessing their idol, his sycophantic behavior strikingly vivid, evoking a sense of a queen and her treacherous advisor. So, have you mastered the art of teleportation magic? Indeed, And did you use this teleportation magic to breach a dimensional seal? Precisely. And ultimately, you brought back a goddess from Asgard from millennium ago? As you can see, what expression should I wear in light of this revelation? Nick Fury sat behind his desk, observing the somewhat excessively handsome visage of Li Chengfeng, his lips twitching slightly. So, do you truly believe in the words I utter? Because you certainly have a knack for stirring up monumental affairs, be it the Green Lantern or forming alliances with mutants. Each event unfolds beyond my expectations. I wonder if you exhibited such outrageous behavior even before you were seconded from the Republic's headquarters. He rubbed his temples, exuding exasperation. Moreover, the moment you set foot in the headquarters of the Joint Investigation Bureau, their energy detection apparatus immediately registered a terrifying energy entity, with readings nearly reaching catastrophic levels. It was more blinding than a searchlight in the dark. Li Chengfeng paused momentarily, then, suppressing a chuckle, addressed Loki. You see, your sister's entrance into the Joint Investigation Bureau constitutes a terrifying energy entity. Why can't you conjure such a spectacle? Loki rolled his eyes, genuinely uninterested in engaging with Li Chengfeng at that moment. Though he was the god of mischief, when compared to his elder sister, who was akin to a divine figure, he felt rather insignificant. Of course, Li Chengfeng was merely jesting. Loki was indeed formidable as long as he refrained from employing his daggers for comic effect, and instead utilized the extensive array of magic he mastered. Now, as the hosts of Earth, we must do something for our extraterrestrial divine visitors, don't you think? Are you plotting to embezzle funds again? While that would certainly be advantageous, my primary aim is to secure identification for our goddess of death and the god of mischief. Do you care to reflect on the absurdity of your words? Securing identification for deities? Nick Fury instinctively cast a glance at Hela, only to find her engrossed in her phone, seemingly oblivious to the ongoing conversation, which brought him a moment of relief. He genuinely feared Li Chengfeng's tongue. One misstep could provoke this formidable ancestral figure and risk exposing the entire Joint Investigation Bureau's secrets. What? Do you harbor a bias against extraterrestrials or deities? Li Chengfeng slapped the table, demanding a straightforward answer. Will you grant them identification or not? It should not be a daunting task in your America, right? If all else fails, I can escort them back to the Republic to secure their identification. We have such traditions. After all, Mazu even possesses an ID. Is the issue truly about whether obtaining identification is feasible? Black Egg felt an overwhelming mix of affection and frustration towards Li Chengfeng. He wished to express gratitude for saving Harley Quinn, merging the X-Men, and enlisting their aid against Hydra. Yet moments like this, he felt an urge to retaliate with dire measures. Forget it. I'll 1T hold this against you. The matters of identity and identification will be delegated to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. What do you intend to name this deity? Hela Odinsdatter and Loki Odinson. Li Chengfeng shrugged, revealing the true names of these two Asgardian gods. The surnames are easily comprehensible, signifying the daughter and son of Odin. Well, now that your desires are fulfilled, might you assist me with a small favor? Not a chance. Did I truly give you face? Alas, how can one be so unamused? What task do you have in mind? Whatever it is, I assure you I will do my utmost to accomplish it, even if it proves challenging. Very well. Nick Fury, in this moment, found little desire to continue engaging with Li Chengfeng. He merely extended the documents in his hand, indicating for the other to take a good look. Li Chengfeng received the materials and opened them. The first page revealed a striking photograph. Encased within the Arctic's eternal ice, a man of undeniable integrity lay in slumber. Chapter 35, Journey to the Arctic, the battlefield emerges well. Well, Fury, what is the meaning of this? Your tastes seem to have grown rather bold of late, favoring such lifelike and handsome figures. I truly ought to put an end to your antics. Nick Fury squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth, then continued to elucidate. As a citizen of the Republic, you may not be entirely familiar with this individual. No, I am quite familiar. Is that not Captain America? Li Chengfeng interjected, leaning closer to Nick Fury. I have been privy to the gossip, though I remain uncertain of its veracity. Do you think Captain America ever had a romantic involvement with our first director, Peggy Carter? Cough, cough, cough. What was that? Nick Fury feigned a cough, earning a disdainful glance from Li Chengfeng. By that, I meant whether they ever gazed at the stars together. Oh, you meant stargazing? What did you think? I thought you were implying a joyride. You old rogue. After a moment of derision towards Nick Fury, Li Chengfeng finally set aside his playful demeanor and began discussing serious matters. So, showing me this photograph is merely a means to enlist my aid in retrieving this individual? Precisely. Given your awareness of Steve Rogers, you should comprehend that a super soldier, infused with the serum, does not perish merely from freezing. Rather, it induces a state akin to hibernation, effectively halting the aging process. However, to my knowledge, the enhanced combat capabilities of super soldiers only surpass human limits. For the Joint Tactical Bureau, which currently boasts the War Machine and the Avengers, this may not be an urgent matter. I grasp your intent, Nick Fury replied, shaking his head, a glimmer of aspiration evident in his lone eye. However, Steve Rogers embodies the spirit of the American Bureau, a paragon of our humanity and character. He serves as a reminder to us all to tread carefully along the precipice of despair, ensuring we do not truly fall into the abyss. Upon hearing Nick Fury's description, Li Chengfeng nodded in agreement. Captain America epitomizes virtue and humanity. If individuals were to choose a superhero as a companion, barring any peculiar requirements, selecting either Superman or Captain America would surely be a sound choice. Superman represents a harmonious blend of character and prowess, while Captain America, though perhaps lacking in raw power, embodies unwavering loyalty toward his friends. In terms of leadership, the formidable figure from Kansas truly pales in comparison to the centenarian who has valiantly fought against the Nazis and Hydra during the World Wars. Certainly, Nick Fury's desire for Li Chengfeng to retrieve Captain America is not solely symbolic. He hopes that the return of Captain America will reintegrate the ordinary personnel of the FBI into the fray. Recently, the FBI has been preoccupied not with ordinary humans, but rather with mutants and so-called deities. As an organization designed to shield ordinary individuals from the harsh realities of the world too soon, the proportion of regular people appears to be somewhat lacking. In addition to assigning the mission to the Star Squad, I wish to send someone to accompany you. Accompany me? Who might that be? A beautiful sister? Li Chengfeng's interest was instantly piqued. Was it Commander Maria Hill or Mockingbird? I'm not picky. You're not picky? That is splendid. Nick Fury's face lit up with joy, and Li Chengfeng immediately discerned a gleeful malice in his single eye. He pressed the communication device on the table and said, "All right, come on in." A minute later, the door to the office of the Star Squad and director Nick Fury swung open. Li Chengfeng turned around with eager anticipation. Whether it was Maria Hill or Mockingbird, they were both stunningly graceful women. However, upon seeing the newcomer's appearance and her slightly mature baldness, he was met with, "Hello, Agent Li Chengfeng. I am Phil Coulson, a Level 7 agent from the American Bureau." "Ah, hello." Li Chengfeng's enthusiasm deflated instantly, collapsing onto the sofa and leaning weakly against Hella's shoulder as he scrolled through his phone. Hella showed no concern, even wrapping an arm around Li Chengfeng's waist. "Hey, you seem quite experienced. Back in the Asgardian army, many had offered their services to me." Hella lifted her head, discussing the topic with remarkable ease. But with a hint of curiosity, she asked Li Chengfeng, "Yet, I wonder why, despite being valiant female warriors, they all ended up as my personal guards." Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. What a peculiar circle of elite. Nevertheless, he knew he could not treat Coulson as he did Fury. So he promptly sprang to his feet and approached Coulson. "I've long admired your reputation, Agent Coulson. I hear you began your career as Nick Fury's subordinate. That must have been quite challenging." Nick Fury was once the most exceptional agent in the American Bureau. I'm now. Nick Fury clearly resisted the notion of aging. Currently, the finest agent should be Lee, although he has been seconded from the Republic Bureau. Coulson maintained a gentle smile, exuding warmth like a spring breeze. Li Chengfeng found it perplexing how a middle-aged man could possess a certain charm despite his baldness, without an ounce of greasiness. It's all about the charisma, isn't it? Quite fascinating indeed. Li Chengfeng and Phil Coulson, you two should stop teasing the leaders. One of you can be sent to Tibet to play games with the llama, while the other can accompany the penguins in Antarctica. After teasing Nick Fury, as expected, a system task soon arrived. Ding. Task the Iceman cometh has been issued. Task brief. Dear Captain of the Star Squad, you are to follow Nick Fury's orders to rescue Captain America from the Arctic glaciers. However, be cautious, for the Arctic harbors more than just eternal ice. There are other entities as well. Reading the task description, Li Chengfeng fell silent once again. He knew it. Such tasks inevitably lead to some unforeseen complications. But what could possibly be lurking in the Arctic? Surely, it couldn't involve some bizarre Lovecraftian elements, could it? Whether from Marvel or the Lovecraftian realm, they were no match for the celestial lady behind him. Thus, even if there were unknown hidden elements, the difficulty should not be insurmountable. The characters relevant to this task, however, were likely scarce. He wondered if bringing Hela along would count. As Li Chengfeng pondered, he and Phil Coulson boarded the Airbus that had not taken off recently. Ada Wong and Harley Quinn, who had come to the headquarters for combat training, were already on board, ready for action. Since Hela stepped onto the Airbus, the Demon Queen and the psychotic lady had been fixated on her, occasionally casting sharp, piercing glances at Li Chengfeng. He sat upright, maintaining his composure, not daring to look away. He was uncertain about the danger of the task. No matter how perilous it might be, it couldn't compare to the volatile atmosphere currently aboard this aircraft. Chapter 36, Coulson's Team. Barry Allen, the Airbus of the Star Squad, soared above the stratosphere, racing towards the remote Arctic glaciers. Yet, Li Chengfeng found it impossible to concentrate on the mission at hand, as the current scene was exceedingly unfriendly to him. 3 women occupied 3 sofas. The queenly Hela seemed indifferent, fiddling with Li Chengfeng's phone, unbothered by the onboard internet connectivity. Meanwhile, the Demon Queen and the psychotic lady exchanged glances before directing all their attention to Hela. Their stance, simultaneously confrontational and cooperative, was indeed paradoxical. Initially, Coulson sat by, blissfully enjoying the spectacle. However, Loki swiftly assessed the situation and escorted Coulson away from the lounge. Observing this unfold, Li Chengfeng couldn't help but reflect. Fortunately, this universe had not experienced the Battle of New York. Otherwise, it would be a peculiar sight to witness the killer and the victim so casually intertwined. Yet, he soon found little time to jest about Loki and Coulson, for Harley Quinn abruptly pressed down on the sofa, straddling his lap face to face. "My dear Pudding, I never anticipated you to be such a fickle-hearted rogue," exclaimed Harley Quinn, her eyes sparkling with mischief and laughter. Yet, her words sent a shiver down Li Chengfeng's spine. "You lured me into a whimsical notion atop the Joker's head. Should I reciprocate in kind?" It was evident that she had initiated the flirtation. "Ahem. Harley, what are you insinuating? What do you mean by luring? Our interaction is merely a legitimate form of therapeutic collapse." Li Chengfeng attempted to clarify, only to be met with a playful bite on his neck from Harley Quinn. Given his current physical condition, it was hardly painful, merely a slight tickle, bordering on the suggestive rather than violent or brutal. "Still denying it? You incorrigible, unrepentant scoundrel," she accused, her tone dripping with playful indignation. "Such slander. You are grossly mistaken. I am an upstanding agent of the Bureau." Li Chengfeng's defense felt somewhat feeble, as he recognized the truth in her playful jibe. His actions did bear the hallmarks of a notorious flirt. In the Republic's headquarters, such conduct would undoubtedly lead to a reprimand for impropriety. While the matter itself was trivial, the women he had attracted were rather formidable. Noticing a hint of guilt on his face, Sister Wong let out a disdainful snort, her air of a villainous enchantress unmistakable. As Li Chengfeng followed the sound with his gaze, he couldn't help but sigh. After all, this journey to the Arctic warranted complete preparation. The elegant cheapao, leather pants, and short skirts with black and white stockings favored by Ida would have to remain in the wardrobe, lamenting their untimely fate. But who was Ida Wong? She could easily see through the thoughts of this seemingly capricious young man. "Just the other day, I acquired a pair of patent leather boots," Ida remarked, playfully shoving Harley Quinn aside and beckoning Li Chengfeng to rise. "If you fancy the Queen's style, I shall model them for you upon our return. For now, however, you must join Coulson and Loki for a gentleman's tea party." With that, she and Harley Quinn playfully shoved Li Chengfeng out of the lounge area. If Li Chengfeng had desired it, he knew that neither Ida Wong nor Harley Quinn could have easily forced him away. Yet, he welcomed the escape. Fleeing from the chaotic scene was nothing short of a blessing. "Remarkable. You actually emerge alive," Loki quipped, observing Li Chengfeng's near brush with danger. Unfazed by such banter, which he had long grown immune to, Li Chengfeng offered a middle finger in jest and promptly sat beside Coulson, steering the conversation towards more pressing matters. "Nick Fury didn't send you to accompany me on this excavation task on a whim, did he?" Li Chengfeng poured a glass of the green soda, whimsically dubbed Evil Energy by Harley Quinn for both Loki and Coulson. Despite any unreliability on his part, he remained committed to the principle of abstaining from alcohol during the mission. "Allow me to conjecture," As a seasoned level 7 agent with a tenure surpassing mine, you naturally do not require any embellishments regarding your qualifications, nor do you seek to join my illustrious team. After clinking glasses with Coulson, Li Chengfeng continued. It seems you are being tasked with assembling another specialized unit to handle relatively less formidable supernatural occurrences. The cornerstone of this new team is undoubtedly Captain America. As designated by Nick Fury, I have consistently advised Director Fury to consider converting your temporary assignment into a permanent one. Your broader perspective eclipses that of Nick Fury, making you the most suitable candidate for the next director. Cough, cough, cough. Please refrain from such flattery. I might become bashful, he replied. Let us return to the matter at hand. A few years ago, I experienced a brush with death. My heart ceased to beat for over a minute, and it was the dedicated physicians of the Bureau who revived me. Upon my recovery, Director Fury indeed tasked me with forming a special emergency team. At this juncture, Coulson wore a smile, yet his left hand instinctively grazed his chest, a remnant of that harrowing experience. Having traversed the chasm between life and death and felt the immense dread, such recollections invariably evoke trepidation. Initially, there was no intention to create this team. However, the members of the illustrious team had grown increasingly unconventional. It would be unwise to deploy heavy artillery against mere mosquitoes. Thus, the Special Emergency Team was conceived, aimed at establishing a more modest version of the illustrious unit. Phil Coulson can be described as forthright and candid, possessing a considerable degree of trust in his colleague Li Chengfeng, a stark contrast to the ever-suspicious Nick Fury. Shortly thereafter, Li Chengfeng gleaned from Coulson that upon receiving the authority from Nick Fury to form the Special Emergency Team, he had nearly completed its assembly. Unlike the illustrious team, which functioned purely as a combat unit, the Special Emergency Team was designed to encompass a diverse array of talents, from combatants to scientists and hackers, prepared to address all conceivable scenarios. Li Chengfeng initially presumed that the Special Emergency Team would resemble the ensemble cast of the television series Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. But through Coulson's introduction, he realized he had underestimated the transformative prowess of the hybrid universe. First, there were familiar faces. Grant Ward, a level 6 agent, whose combat prowess ranks just below that of Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, concealing his true allegiance as a Hydra operative. He joined Coulson's team to uncover the secret behind Coulson's resurrection, as his actual superior, John Garrett, was nearing his end. Skye, a rookie agent and prodigious hacker, capable of dismantling billions worth of Bureau equipment with just a battered laptop, whose real name is Daisy Johnson, is an unawakened quake. Of course, Coulson was only privy to the initial segments of their stories. Additionally, there were Leo Fitz and Gemma Simmons, the scientific duo, who remained unchanged. However, the next individual stirred Li Chengfeng's long-dormant instincts. Barry Allen, a level 2 agent and forensic expert from the Bureau. Chapter 37. The God of Card Drawing. Coulson the sudden spray startled Coulson, who was delivering the documents. Lee, what is wrong? Are you all right? Shouldn't you be asking me if I'm all right compared to him? Loki, drenched in carbonated beverage, hesitated for a moment before forcing a smile and casting a spell to cleanse himself. Go away, you nuisance. If you have nothing to do, just stay out of the way. Li Chengfeng shooed Loki away, redirecting his focus to the stack of personnel files provided by Coulson. He needed to confirm whether he had truly misread the information. Upon examining the details, Li Chengfeng was left speechless. Hailing from Midtown, with a father imprisoned for murder, he entered the Midtown Police Department's Forensic Division to investigate his father's wrongful conviction. Eventually, he was discovered and recruited by the Joint Task Force. Judging by his appearance and background, he was indeed the Barry Allen from the television series. However, this Barry had yet to acquire his super speed abilities and was merely a 22-year-old forensic expert, characterized by sluggish movements but exceptional professional skills. Li Chengfeng couldn't help but glance at Coulson again. Was this man's luck truly extraordinary? Moreover, the Joint Task Force was undeniably a more formidable organization than the S.H.I.E.L.D. depicted in comics. Surely, there must be numerous unawakened or undisclosed superheroes and supervillains hidden away in obscure corners. With this thought in mind, he opened the next file. The first thing that caught his eye was the face of a dashing rogue, Oliver Queen. Wow. The billionaire from Star City had survived a catastrophic yacht accident that claimed the lives of his father and his girlfriend as sister. drifting to an island known as Lianyu, where he bore witness to a series of malevolent events while growing stronger. Upon returning to Star City 5 years later, he became the renowned vigilante, Green Arrow. After his encounter with the Joint Task Force, he was recruited as a Level 4 agent, with the condition that Queen Industries would become a partner of the task force, providing protection for his mother and sister. What could Li Chengfeng say? Only one word sufficed: impressive. While the previous Barry Allen was somewhat manageable, despite the absurdity of his powers, this one was already a fully realized Green Arrow. In theory, the personal capabilities of Green Arrow were on par with Batman, essentially a ranged specialization of the Dark Knight, with the primary differences lying in financial resources, strategy, and interpersonal relationships. Green Arrow's myriad concerns rendered him more relatable than a mere figurehead. Where did you unearth these treasures? I've never seen or heard of them before. Is Nick Fury really keeping them hidden away? In truth, they were originally members of the preliminary selection I had made for the Star Team, only to be rejected by Director Fury. Now that I am tasked with assembling another squad, I graciously accept. A hint of pride finally surfaced in Coulson's gentle smile. His discerning eye had proven accurate. Even Li Chengfeng would be impressed upon seeing such talent. I must say, the most suitable candidate for the position of director is undoubtedly you, Coulson. Li Chengfeng was entirely serious, based on his ability to recognize potential. He surpassed Nick Fury by a considerable margin. What could that one-eyed man possibly comprehend? However, I was indeed nurtured and elevated by Director Fury. Coulson chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to pursue the topic further, instead gesturing for Li Chengfeng to continue reviewing the documents. Li Chengfeng said nothing more and opened the next and final dossier. Wade Wilson? Is that not Ryan Reynolds in the photograph? What are these references to the miraculous Dr. Enli Baotian? Yet this Wade Wilson's background is entirely different from the Deadpool of comics and films. At merely 18 years of age, he graduated with distinguished marks from the Old Bureau Academy, having previously been a close friend of Peter Parker before dropping out of Midtown High. After the Hydra invasion of the Academy, he infiltrated their ranks and eliminated numerous Hydra leaders, ultimately bringing back substantial intelligence, which led to his exceptional promotion to Level 4 agent, codenamed Deadpool. He lacks the signature regenerative abilities, yet his other combat skills are even more refined and formidable than those of the original Deadpool. However, his mindset certainly lives up to his moniker, is both eccentric and absurd. He never participates in the various examinations and assessments within the Bureau, even deliberately scoring low. For without such antics, it would be impossible for Grant Ward, with his capabilities, to surpass him and become the second-in-command beneath Black Widow. Moreover, it is noteworthy that the records indicate Wade Wilson voluntarily expressed his desire to serve under Coulson's command. After reviewing the dossier of Deadpool Wade Wilson, Li Chengfeng gained a fresh perspective on Coulson's team. Grant Ward, Green Arrow Oliver Queen, and Deadpool Wade Wilson, combined with the veteran soldier soon to be unearthed from the ice, Steve Rogers. This coalition of combat prowess is undeniably formidable. As long as they do not confront Thor or Hela, leveraging various technological weapons, subduing Loki should not pose a significant challenge. Phil Coulson, whom Li Chengfeng is willing to dub the god of card drawing. Loki meow? May I inquire? Yet, with the backing of these formidable individuals, the presence of Grant Ward, the Hydra infiltrator within Coulson's team seems unnecessary. Although it may not stir much turbulence, it remains a considerable liability. Is that all the candidates? Li Chengfeng set down the dossier and inquired of Coulson. Indeed, once we unearth Captain America, Steve Rogers, and await his awakening, my team will be fully assembled. Do you require any suggestions? I'm all ears. Your team possesses a rather unruly bunch. It lacks an individual with both strength and experience to maintain order. Li Chengfeng gestured towards the profiles of Skye, Oliver, and Wade, continuing, it's rather challenging for you to command alone. Although you possess the qualifications and capability, you do not carry an intimidating reputation. I've heard the Department of Internal Affairs has a senior agent who recently retired from the front lines, and I happen to share a hometown with her. Are you referring to? Of course, Melinda May, the woman renowned as the cavalry. Li Chengfeng recommended the final piece to assemble the team to Coulson. I have perused her dossier. Melinda May was once your partner, and given your past camaraderie, she should be amenable to rejoining the fray. The rationale behind recommending Melinda May was not only because she was precisely the person Coulson S team required, but also to fill the void left by Grant Ward. Indeed, Li Chengfeng had already resolved to facilitate Grant Ward's dignified exit following this mission. He would not allow Ward to jeopardize his vision for the Inhumans. Chapter 38. Arrival in the Arctic. Quelling the battleground, after gaining a comprehensive understanding of the reasons behind the establishment of Coulson's team and its composition, Li Chengfeng increasingly felt that his autonomy had perhaps exceeded reasonable bounds. Could this be what is referred to as the treatment befitting a top performer? The kind where even the higher-ups must smile and commend your endeavors? Li Chengfeng was uncertain whether Nick Fury regarded it this way. All he knew was that, after a prolonged period of commotion, the once raucous break area had finally descended into tranquility. Had the battlefield been quelled? Surely. Hela hadn't eliminated Ada Wong and Harley Quinn, had she? While the fate of Harley Quinn remained uncertain, Ada Wong, being the astute agent she was, should not be so lacking in discernment. Thus, Li Chengfeng stealthily approached the door of the break area, peering through the crack. He beheld Hela placing down Li Chengfeng's phone, her arms encircling a slightly smaller, yet equally formidable woman, exuding an aura of formidable authority. As though a bandit queen had commandeered 2 wives from her lair. Wang Jie and Harley Quinn's initial hostility towards Hela had utterly dissipated. Li Chengfeng could glean a singular sentiment from their gazes. The goddess of death is formidable. Goodness, even the formidable woman wishes to embrace another strong woman, does she? Li Chengfeng felt compelled to intervene. Such displays of affection were rather unbecoming. How he envied them. Jealousy truly can create a chasm between hearts. Ahem. Ada, please reconfirm the landing zone and surrounding conditions. Harley, what are you doing with that hand? What kind of decent person keeps their hand pressed against another's chest? I noticed Hela's attire was a bit soiled, so I thought I'd help her clean it. Harley Quinn shamelessly replied, her demeanor reminiscent of Li Chengfeng in his youth. Then, alongside Ada Wong, he squeezed past Li Chengfeng. This psychopathic femme fatale even pinched his backside, brazenly taking advantage of him. Do I not convey that I only sell my art and not my body? This demands a different price. My pudding, you have been rather immature lately. Could you perhaps learn from Hela? At worst, after the mission, I shall allow you to reclaim what you lost. Harley Quinn cast a flirtatious glance at Li Chengfeng before departing with a cheerful laugh. Bah, I wouldn't trust you if you were the last being on Earth. After his sarcastic remark, Li Chengfeng cast a resentful glance at the goddess of death, Hela. It's all your fault. How did you manage to win them over? Women adore me. Hela spoke this line devoid of any boastfulness, even lacking a hint of emotion, as if she were merely stating an undeniable truth. The subtlety of her demeanor proved to be most lethal. After an extensive flight, the Star Squad's Airbus finally reached its intended destination. It was then that Li Chengfeng realized this was not a desolate wasteland. The research expedition team engaged in the excavation had already established their camp here, assembling the necessary large machinery. To be frank, Coulson, if you had sent me here within 10 minutes, we could have been playing mahjong on the return flight. Last time, I won big with a pure hand, an authentic heavenly pair. While I scarcely understood the latter part of your statement, Coulson shrugged, remarking that we, the ordinary agents and the temporarily assigned external units, needed something to do. You must truly acclimate to your position as a top-tier force within the Joint Investigation Bureau. Coulson's words were pragmatic. With greater power comes greater responsibility, but does not imply that one must shoulder every task single-handedly. For instance, concerning the excavation of the ice layer, while it undoubtedly wouldn't be as swift as when I transform into Green Lantern, entrusting it to a professional team would certainly avoid any mishaps. However, should a figure like Thanos or General Zod appear as one of the Joint Investigation Bureau's most elite forces, Li Chengfeng would undoubtedly be among the first to charge into battle. Each has their own role to play. Yet, Li Chengfeng was not concerned about the excavation taking too long. He feared that after a slow simmer, whatever was mentioned in the mission brief might emerge to present a grand spectacle. What was one thing to say it, since we were already here? If there was a more efficient method of excavation, merely watching them set up equipment would be akin to dropping trousers to relieve oneself. A classic phrase from the Republic. Since we are here, we might as well make use of our time. Coulson likely had never visited the Republic. He was perhaps only familiar with Melinda May, who hailed from there. Given May's personality, she would probably never utter such a phrase as "since we are here." You make a valid point. If we can conserve resources and time, why not take advantage of it? Coulson was undoubtedly pleased with Li Chengfeng's words. After all, no matter how the excavation of Captain America unfolded, his role in this mission was merely to facilitate cooperation rather than to lead. Moreover, he yearned to encounter the idol he had admired since childhood. Coulson's ascent to the role of an agent in the FBI was profoundly influenced by Captain America's historical exploits. In fact, he still carries a childhood Captain America trading card tucked within the pocket of his suit. Very well, Ida, Harley. Relay a message to the research task force via the radio, instructing them to cease the deployment of large machinery and to merely maintain vigilance around the destination. Li Chengfeng declared. Turning to Coulson, he continued, "Come, you must wish to witness the re-emergence of America as most iconic superhero from the annals of history. Do you not? May I accompany you?" Coulson inquired, understanding that Li Chengfeng intended to utilize his abilities for the excavation. He was prepared to await Li Chengfeng's return with Captain America on the surface. However, he was taken aback to discover that Li Chengfeng's powers could also transport him along for the journey. "What you're saying is merely bringing someone along. If I were unable to take you down, how could I retrieve that old ice pop from below?" Li Chengfeng quipped, and with that, he descended from the Airbus with Coulson, trailed by Hela and Loki. Their arrival instantly drew the attention of everyone nearby, not merely due to their striking appearances or formidable presence, but rather because of their rather scant attire. Loki was somewhat better off, clad in a dark green suit, whereas Hela's battle attire left her shoulders exposed. Fortunately, they were the goddess of death and the god of mischief. Otherwise, an ordinary person dressed so lightly would scarcely survive a few minutes in the Arctic. Ahem, don't you think your outfits are a tad too conspicuous? Li Chengfeng quietly admonished, having noticed the situation. Although the FBI possessed numerous capable individuals, this research task force included personnel seconded from other departments. It was prudent to avoid drawing excessive attention. Loki, being the most acclimatized Asgardian to Earth's environment, swiftly responded by enveloping everyone in a vibrant green magical aura. Upon retraction, he conjured two splendid, fantastical fur cloaks for himself and Hela. In 10 seconds, they will revert to normal and forget our descent from the aircraft. As a mage, he finally grasped the utility of magic in resolving dilemmas. Chapter 39. A true fan meeting Loki shot a playful, defiant glance at Li Chengfeng. He comprehended the rationale. Yet to him, magic was a profession, while wielding his cherished daggers in close combat represented life. Li Chengfeng was oblivious to Loki's inner musings, and even if he had been aware, it would not have concerned him. After experiencing a few more setbacks, Loki would come to realize the absurdity of a mage wielding two small daggers. Leading the group to the area designated by the research task force, he recalled that the last photograph of Captain America was captured when a team member accidentally slipped into a crevice in the ice. Initially fearing a fate of being lost forever, they were astonished to discover that the winding fissure led directly to the location where Captain America lay encased in ice. After their rescue, they promptly reported to the Joint Investigation Bureau, and it was only then that America received the news. What Li Chengfeng intended to do was to delve deeper along the fissure in the ice. By the way, Coulson, I presume you have yet to witness my abilities? Indeed, currently, all information regarding you within the American Bureau necessitates a Level 10 agent's clearance to access. I have merely heard Director Fury describe your capabilities, which seem to involve a sort of green light. Level 10 clearance? Li Chengfeng scoffed slightly. To be frank, Nick Fury's measures seemed rather excessive. Was he worried that I might be targeted by those with ulterior motives? After all, the Joint Investigation Bureau is merely that. It cannot dictate the thoughts of the government. The American government has long had a contentious relationship with the Bureau, consistently reducing its budget year after year. For the minds of politicians often deviate from that of the average person. Coulson expressed his exasperation at this point, suggesting that, as a citizen of the Republic, it would be prudent to keep your identity as discreet as possible. Politicians, huh? TSK, understood. Li Chengfeng feigned a generous smile, though those familiar with him knew he harbored a rather calculating nature. However, after hearing Coulson's remarks, Li Chengfeng arrived at a renewed determination regarding Grant Ward's fate. Initially contemplating driving him away or neutralizing him, he now conceived a method that could simultaneously eliminate two nuisances. To drive the tiger and swallow the wolf. Sun Lingjun does not deceive me. Upon arriving at the ice fissure, Li Chengfeng acknowledged that he had underestimated the vastness of nature. This was no mere crack. If it were any larger, it would be a canyon. Coulson, tell me, given the size of this rift, how careless must a member of the research team have been fall? Were their eyes meant for observation or merely for respiration? You have indeed misjudged them. Coulson maintained his gentle smile, yet his increasingly animated gestures revealed his mounting excitement. Initially, it was merely an inconspicuous ice fissure, just large enough for a person to vanish upon the Arctic tundra. However, the unfortunate slip of the research team member had occurred a week prior, and just 2 days ago, before the special task force had even arrived, the Arctic experienced 2 minor earthquakes. Though not significant in magnitude, they caused the ice crust to crack and shift, resulting in its current state. Li Chengfeng furrowed his brow. Why did the tremors occur precisely these past 2 days? But he did not dwell on it for long and promptly initiated his transformation. After reciting his oath, the Green Lantern emerged, drawing upon the imaginative prowess inherent to a traveler from another realm. Li Chengfeng conjured a glacier traverser capable of maneuvering freely within the ice layers using the manifestation of willpower's green light. Once Ada Wong and Harley Quinn, having conveyed their orders, arrived, Li Chengfeng enveloped everyone in green light, manifesting seats and safety belts for each individual. Those who had previously encountered the Green Lantern and the manifestations of willpower were not surprised. However, Coulson and Hela were utterly astonished. Coulson was merely astonished by the wondrous nature of supernatural abilities, while Hela delved deeper into the matter. The manifestation and malleability of energy seemed nearly inconceivable within the comprehension of the Asgardians regarding power. Moreover, the energy referred to as the green light of will was astonishingly stable, exhibiting no signs of losing control. Perhaps this strength had not yet ascended to that of a celestial being, but it was likely only a matter of time. What indeed was this power? You mean this? Li Chengfeng remarked, shaking his hand adorned with the Green Lantern ring. This is called the Green Lantern ring, born from the green light of will within the emotional spectrum, drawing its energy from willpower. The stronger the will, the more potent the ring. The Green Lantern? The emotional spectrum? Willpower? Hela quietly nodded. Though I have not encountered this novel power, I can perceive the stability and malleability of this energy. It must be the most orderly force within the so-called emotional spectrum. Li Chengfeng could not help but cast a lingering glance at Hela. Indeed, the green light of will resided at the center of the emotional spectrum, also known as the light of order. Truly, she was a contender at the pinnacle of celestial power, even with her current strength being less than 1/5. Her vision and perception were undeniably profound. However, it left him somewhat incredulous that, in recent days, Hela had actually come into contact with his Green Lantern ring numerous times. At that moment, Dr. Destruction had been immediately chosen by the Green Lantern upon touching the green light of will. Yet here was Hela, a celestial being sealed for millennia, able to engage in light-hearted banter and flirtation with him. She certainly appeared to be a person of unwavering will. Yet the Green Lantern-esque furnace had shown no reaction. Could it be that her powers were more suited to other aspects of the emotional spectrum, hence the rejection by the Green Lantern? But upon reflection, considering Hela's life history, it seemed that the powers of the red and yellow lanterns were indeed more appropriate for her. With this thought, Li Chengfeng no longer dwelled on it. An abundance of green lanterns could be detrimental. What if it triggered a catastrophic event? All right, everyone, fasten your seatbelts. Old Li, am about to hit the gas, he shouted, and immediately propelled the glacier traverser, materialized from the green light of will, into the ice layer. Although the cracks had widened significantly, the fundamental patterns remained largely unchanged. Li Chengfeng easily calculated an approximate route in his mind, discovering it to be quite convoluted, and then charged straight ahead. Of course, I am utilizing the powers of the Green Lantern. Why should I adhere to the conventional path? What a waste of time. As long as I reach the destination, that is all that matters. Those layers of eternally frozen ice, seemingly encased for countless years, appeared particularly fragile under the green light of will. In just over a minute, Li Chengfeng led his group through the ice layer, entering a vast natural ice cavern. Upon landing, he dispelled the materialization of the traverser, transforming it into several bright green lanterns that illuminated the surrounding darkness. Suddenly, they discovered, not far from them, a figure encased in ice, donned in a blue and white striped uniform, holding a 5-pointed round shield. The temperature here was considerably colder than outside, and even Wang Jia, Harley Quinn, and Coulson, Three ordinary individuals clad in heavy winter attire could not help but shiver slightly. Yet, the frigid air could not dampen Coulson's fervor for meeting his idol. Some fans don wedding dresses to attend concerts, while others shout their admiration and engage in chaotic brawls. However, Captain America's enthusiasts are willing to brave the Arctic's eternal glaciers, solely to bring their hero back to the realm of the living. Chapter 40. Deeper into the sea star, Coulson's expression flushed with warmth within the icy cavern. Li Chengfeng instinctively glanced at him, realizing this fellow was utterly consumed by excitement. Coulson, calm down. Your idol is still a popsicle. Even if you're Captain America's dream man, you must contain your enthusiasm until we return to headquarters. Cough, cough. You are the dream man. Your whole family are dream men. Coulson coughed a few times to mask his embarrassment and then retorted to Li Chengfeng. It was truly hard to fathom that America's most iconic hero had been frozen in the Arctic for nearly a century. The most astonishing aspect was not merely that he had been encased for so long, but that he was still alive. I do not doubt the prowess of American scientists. Yet that technology is from over a century ago. If this were a purely Marvel universe, Li Chengfeng would not question anything. However, given that this is a mixed universe, any peculiarities seemed entirely plausible. There was no need for concern. During the development of the super soldier serum, the need for survival in extreme environments was taken into account, thus conferring remarkable resistance to both high and low temperatures. Coulson seemed to begin imparting some scientific knowledge to Li Chengfeng, but he quickly slipped up in the latter half of his explanation. Moreover, the crucial point was that the expedition team member who had fallen bore detection device, which indicated that Captain America still exhibited vital signs. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. You should have mentioned that you already confirmed Captain America as survival. Nonetheless, Li Chengfeng did not hold it against Coulson. Given his overwhelming excitement, it was commendable that he could recall such details. In any case, they needed to extract the individual. Thus, Li Chengfeng once again unleashed more of his willpower in the form of green light, materializing an entire set of ice-breaking tools that hovered in midair. Under Li Chengfeng's guidance, they began to chip away at the eternal frost encasing Captain America. After a series of clanging sounds, they successfully chiseled away the ice surrounding him. Huh, is that it? Harley Quinn expressed her disappointment. I wanted to see the old popsicle revive right here. Revive? Though he was still alive, it would take some time to fully restore his bodily functions from this state of hibernation. Li Chengfeng wiped away non-existent sweat from his forehead. The tool materialized from his willpower, imbued with a sharpness that was almost frightening. The reason he chose to retain the thick layer of ice enveloping him, aside from his own words, was also a fear of inadvertently inflicting harm upon another. After all, they were to be colleagues, and such an impact would be most undesirable. Although Li Chengfeng was certain that, given Captain America's lofty moral standards, he would not hold him accountable even if he did inadvertently cause an injury during the excavation. Ida, notify the scientific expedition team that the matter has concluded. They may proceed to dismantle their equipment and return home. You speak too late. Prior to our descent, I had already utilized the command authority of the Joint Investigation Bureau to repatriate the expedition team. They are likely preparing their equipment for departure at this very moment. Ida Wong had anticipated Li Chengfeng's command. In truth, she had foreseen that it would be best for the scientific expedition team not to witness the events that would soon unfold. Indeed, her understanding of human nature was commendable. Although her personal combat prowess was not particularly remarkable within the Star Squad, she served as Li Chengfeng's adjutant, functioning as an external brain of sorts. After all, Li Chengfeng's imagination was boundless, and he often acted impulsively, relying on Ida Wong to refine most of the details. Seeing that Ida had arranged everything, Li Chengfeng nodded and activated the portal leading to the Airbus. What is this ability? Coulson gasped, his eyes wide with astonishment. This was an ability not documented in any files. This is merely teleportation magic, a trivial feat, Li Chengfeng replied. I suppose it wasn't recorded, given that it is a newly acquired ability, and this marks its first use in your presence. As he casually tossed what resembled an irregularly shaped ice coffin into the portal, he beckoned Coulson and the others to enter. Thus, Coulson, Ida Wong, and Harley Quinn stepped in first. Coulson and Ida Wong made their way to the equipment room to seek tools capable of initiating the thawing process. The mass of solid ice was rather cumbersome and challenging to transport. Harley Quinn, perhaps due to the frigid temperatures, found her typically frenetic mind temporarily frozen. Instead of her usual exuberance, she intended to head to the medical bay to procure a set of diagnostic equipment, aiming to reconfirm Captain America's vital signs and condition. Witnessing this scene, Li Chengfeng felt a surge of emotion, almost moved to tears. Harley Quinn was actually attending to serious matters. His sacrifice to become her object of affection was not in vain. Each encounter with her had left him with love bites and lipstick stains, leaving his innocence in tatters. After the three agents, whose physical capabilities had yet to exceed that of an average person, returned to the Airbus, Li Chengfeng turned to summon the beloved goddess of death and his mischievous brother, the god of trickery, back to the Airbus. However, he found the siblings standing by the spot once occupied by Captain America, now merely a large pit, their heads bowed as they gazed into the void. Heimdall, Loki, it is time for us to depart. No, my goddess, come here. Hela did not even lift her head, directly summoning Li Chengfeng over, sensing something amiss. It was said that what he desired was not the position of a goddess. What is going on here? Li Chengfeng first closed the portal, preparing to investigate what this Asgardian duo had discovered. Although Loki was one thing, Hela was undoubtedly a being of divine lineage, a formidable force surpassing even himself in perception and reaction. Wait a moment. Hela raised her hand, and a sword forged from the night sky materialized from a void. This act bore similarities to his own method of manifesting with the green light of will, where Li Chengfeng shaped the light through imagination. In contrast, Hela utilized her night sky sword as a mold, compressing her divine power and harnessing the surrounding elements to form a replica. Though it sounded intricate, it was accomplished in an instant. What have you discovered? How did you even conjure a sword? Li Chengfeng's heart tightened, his expression becoming more serious. He still recalled the other things mentioned in the system's task briefing. Could it be that Hela's heightened perception had sensed something? Hela did not respond to his inquiry, but instead channeled her divine power, directing the night sky sword straight into the center of the deep pit, piercing downward. Immediately, she instructed Li Chengfeng, manipulate the green light of will to follow the night sky sword and increase its illumination to brighten the depths below. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng wasted no time adjusting the brightness of the green light to its maximum, extending it down the shaft created by the night sky sword. After descending approximately 10 meters, he sensed the green light had reached the seawater beneath the ice. Subsequently, the green light illuminated the glacier and the ocean beneath. In response to the dazzling emerald glow, an eye, roughly the size of the ice beneath his feet, abruptly opened. Li Chengfeng was momentarily stunned, then immediately activated his communicator, shouting, "Take off immediately. Hurry, there's a giant sea star down here." Chapter 41. Hela, a cosmic beast? Is this it? After sounding the alarm, Li Chengfeng swiftly opened the portal, kicking Loki through it and seizing Hela's hand before she could react, propelling himself through as well. On the other side of the portal lay a clearing in front of the airship. As Li Chengfeng burst forth from the portal, he began to assess the situation around him. Li Chengfeng, how could you expect me not to enter the portal after you let me in? And why did you kick me in the backside? Shut up, you stubborn brat. If you keep complaining, I'll encourage your sister to give you a good thrashing. Upon hearing this, Loki, though still visibly disgruntled, obediently fell silent. There was no alternative. His indifferent older sister held no affection for him. Yet Li Chengfeng had proven to be her savior, and now she referred to him as my goddess, clearly beginning to regard him as her own. Moreover, and most importantly, he was unable to contend with either of them. Further conversation might very well invoke a mixed doubles encounter. After confronting Loki, Li Chengfeng exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Ada had ordered the scientific expedition team to retreat before the fissures in the ice formed, and at this moment, their vehicles had already distanced themselves considerably. At least there was no need to embark on a rescue mission first. Indeed, it was a colossal life form. From the moment I entered that icy cavern, I could sense a faint pulsation. Initially, I thought it was the frozen human exhibiting some anomaly, but I soon realized that the source was not him, but rather emanating from directly beneath him. Hela exhibited no signs of tension. Instead, she was exhilarated by her accurate perception and turned to Li Chengfeng, questioning how such a massive creature could exist in the Arctic of Midgard. What other surprises awaited the future king of Asgard? Dear Queen Hela, this is certainly not a creature from Earth. Li Chengfeng shrugged, beginning to elaborate on the origin of the enormous starfish below. This entity, known as Starro, is an intelligent cosmic monstrosity that wanders among the stars in search of the most suitable parasitic environment. Parasitic? Indeed, it is a parasitic organism. Upon finding an appropriate habitat, it reproduces asexually by dividing itself into countless parasitic spores, which serve to control and enslave the native species of the area. Regardless of the planet within the cosmos, it wreaks significant havoc. What sets Starro apart from other cosmic beasts is that those creatures act solely on instinct for feeding and destruction. A solitary beast can only cause limited destruction. However, Starro directly targets the native species at the apex of the food chain for parasitism and control, thereby displacing the existing ecological niche and exploiting and damaging the planet's ecology and resources. In simpler terms, while the former wreaks havoc and departs, the latter occupies your home and siphons off your monthly earnings. It embodies a sustainable form of exploitation. After all, an ordinary person parasitized by Starro-S spores would not survive long without timely treatment. Just as these thoughts concluded, the voice of Ada Wong emanated from the communicator. I have already dispatched the aircraft, and it is hovering at a distance. What exactly has transpired? What do you mean by a giant starfish? What are you talking about? Although Ada often enjoyed teasing and flirting with Li Chengfeng, she was undeniably the most reliable person at his side during missions, without exception. Her immediate obedience to his succinct command to take off was already commendable. Just as Li Chengfeng was about to respond, a thunderous rumble resonated beneath him, accompanied by violent tremors. In the next moment, a massive starfish of violet and azure burst forth from the ice. Li Chengfeng immediately enveloped himself in a protective green aura, his body gracefully stepping upon the shattered ice blocks, swiftly creating distance. Although Loki may seem insignificant in comparison to Li Chengfeng and Lady Cheap, Starro, despite its terrifying appearance, finds evading heavy and clumsy attacks to be a mere trifle. Hela, on the other hand, does not even bother to dodge. She hovers in mid-air, conjuring hundreds of identical night sky swords in an instant. Under the piercing glimmer of those blades, colossal blocks of ice disintegrate into a flurry of icy powder upon contact. The delight in Li Chengfeng's eyes as he gazes at Hela is unmistakable. Indeed, the goddess of death, Hela, stands as the commander of the Asgardian army, leading campaigns across the Nine Realms, a true master of martial prowess, a veritable war fanatic. This divine being has been confined within a sealed dimension for over a millennium, and one can only imagine the pent-up martial spirit yearning for release. The colossal sea star before them serves as the perfect outlet for her latent aggression. This explains why Li Chengfeng is primarily concerned about the ordinary people facing peril from Starro's spores, rather than the threat posed by the nearly 100-meter-tall beast itself. Merely a cosmic monster, it poses little danger, even to a celestial being of Hela's caliber. Even Loki, should he abandon his farcical close-quarters combat with those two daggers and instead wield the plethora of magic he has mastered from the Nine Realms, could easily dispatch it. After all, in the film, even the Suicide Squad managed to defeat a version of Starro that was undoubtedly far weaker than the one before them. Yet, the squad itself pales in comparison to Loki. The absurdity of a cosmic beast being slain by a swarm of rats is not lost on either side. You are all slaves. A piercing voice suddenly erupted in the minds of the onlookers. Li Chengfeng exchanged a glance with Loki. This entity proved to be more formidable than its cinematic counterpart, possessing a semblance of innate telepathic ability. However, judging by its labored speech, it seemed likely that such a power would be limited to mere communication. Had it arrived a millennium earlier, it might have been worshipped as a deity in the Western world, providing inspiration for Lovecraft's Cthulhu mythos. But in the present, it could only be reduced to fragments by a true goddess. Li Chengfeng refrained from intervening, standing alongside Loki as they observed Hela methodically dismantling the immense sea star. Hundreds of night sky swords soared and danced, wielded with the precision of a master S-arm. Their sharpness imbued with the divine power of Asgard, far beyond the capacity of a mere sea star to withstand. Thus, the great sea star met its demise. Despite its initial grandeur, it lacked any true sense of menace befitting a monster. After all, this was a clash between beast and deity. Nevertheless, Li Chengfeng could not help but marvel at the might of a celestial being. Even at the lowest ebb of divine existence, such combat prowess is astonishing. He sensed that even if he exerted himself to the fullest, he might still struggle to contend with Hela in her battle-ready state. After all, the most formidable powers at hand now are the Green Lantern Ring, the Diamond Form, and Loki's physical prowess. However, aside from these celestial beings, dealing with Thor, Loki, and Tony Stark poses no significant challenge. In a short while, the cosmic entity Starro dispersed, landing within a radius of 100 meters. Hela remained proudly suspended in the air, the frustration of a millennium without battle dissipating with her queenly laughter. Ha ha ha, a cosmic monster, is this all? Chapter 42. The colossal Kansas giant finally appears. Has he truly met his end? Li Chengfeng gazed at the motionless fragments of Starro, then looked up to Hela for clarification. Have I completely vanquished it? Hela descended from the sky, effortlessly brushing her hair, the frost that had clung to it during battle evaporating in an instant. Although this confrontation was not particularly intense for Hela, she felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This so-called Starro had brought her a long-awaited sense of relief. After a millennium, this moment rekindled the essence of battle within her. Completely dead? Li Chengfeng scratched his head, murmuring in confusion. That shouldn't be the case, right? If it's entirely dead, my mission should be complete. He had also extracted Captain America. The other entities, namely Starro, had also been dealt with by Hela. Yet, the system displayed no reaction. Did he still need to thaw the ice encasing Captain America? Furrowing his brow, he reopened the communicator. Li Chengfeng, are you all right? What was that giant starfish just now? Can be consumed? Harley Quinn's excited voice burst forth from the communicator. Li Chengfeng felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Indeed. Harley could only be relied upon for brief moments. Harley, calm down. It was merely a cosmic monster. Huh? A cosmic monster? I thought it was some sort of risku creature. How dull. By the way, do you have any updates? What on earth is going on in your head? Never mind. Has the life sign detection for Captain America been completed? Li Chengfeng chose to abandon the nonsensical trajectory of Harley Quinn's thoughts and asked directly. It was completed before we took off. His bodily functions have nearly ceased, but he is absolutely still alive. So now we can start thawing the ice. Huh? Just now. Ada and the former bald guy cleared all the ice encasing the old popsicle. Harley's response left Li Chengfeng utterly stunned. Captain America was effectively rescued, and Starro was surely as dead as could be. With the mission incomplete, there was only one remaining possibility. This so-called other entity was not Starro. As this realization dawned on him, Li Chengfeng found himself momentarily speechless. That infernal system. Why must it conceal crucial details in the mission briefing? And now, here we are. Where could he possibly find this other item? However, remaining here was futile, so Li Chengfeng decisively activated the portal, returning with the Helaroki siblings to the aircraft. Upon entering, they were greeted by an astonishing scene. Coulson was taking selfies with Captain America, who lay in the medical chamber. He even pulled out his Captain America trading card to snap a picture alongside the hero. Li Chengfeng glanced at Harley Quinn, who was brewing coffee in the lab, and, bemused, inquired, how long has he been exhibiting this behavior? Let me think. Ever since that giant starfish appeared, he's been like this. He was so engrossed that he didn't even notice the starfish, she replied. Goodness, regardless of age or gender, it seems that fangirling can drive anyone mad. Even a middle-aged agent like Coulson is no exception. Coulson, enough with the antics. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Li Chengfeng rushed forward to deliver a friendly slap, bringing Coulson back to his senses. Hey, did you just slap me? Coulson exclaimed, rubbing his face. No one touched you. Were you so excited by Captain America that you lost your mind? That's unbecoming of an agent. Li Chengfeng chastised. My apologies, I was simply overwhelmed with excitement. Coulson admitted, evidently still slightly dazed. Now that we have successfully rescued Captain America, shall we return? Return? Not a chance. You've succeeded in your fanboying. But my mission is far from complete. As Li Chengfeng pondered how to concoct a reason to linger longer in the Arctic, a voice suddenly echoed through the aircraft's intercom. Everyone, gather in the operations meeting room. Ada Wong's tone was tinged with disbelief. The group promptly assembled in the meeting room, where Ada wasted no time and immediately activated the electronic projector. What you see here was discovered after the aircraft ascended to this altitude. On the projection was a pyramid-like structure seemingly composed of ice crystals. Li Chengfeng furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity. We did not observe this structure upon our arrival, because it can only be seen from this height. From lower altitudes, it merely appears as a vast expanse of ice. Moreover, No radar from any nation has ever detected this edifice. Perhaps it is some sort of extraterrestrial relic surrounded by advanced cloaking technology, with this point being the only coincidental vulnerability. As Ada analyzed the situation, Li Chengfeng felt a sudden jolt at the mention of extraterrestrial relics. Goodness, the Arctic, a pyramid constructed of crystals. Isn't this the lonely fortress of the Kansas giant? If he weren't so reluctant, Li Chengfeng would have slapped himself twice for forgetting such crucial information. Forget that the Arctic is the domain of the giant. Wait, it seems that the Fortress of Solitude has an automatic sensing system. If anyone steps into or disturbs the fortress, it will alert the giant. Although Hellas' annihilation of Starro did not create much of a commotion, the emergence of that pathetic cosmic starfish certainly triggered a significant disturbance. This must have activated the fortress's automatic sensing system. Therefore, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the giant will be notified of two formidable life forms engaging in combat near the Fortress of Solitude. Moreover, it is crucial to note that today is a holiday. The giant is likely at home. He can arrive at a moment's notice. The giant's flight speed can reach superluminal velocities. While he would not employ such extreme speeds within the atmosphere, he is undoubtedly faster than a plane. Fortunately, there was no impact on his fortress. Otherwise, he would have had to confront a fully mature giant. Li Chengfeng exclaimed, "I am still just a child. I cannot face the giant. By the way, I have dispatched 3 drones to photograph and sample the structure." What? 3 drones? Upon hearing Ada Wong's words, Li Chengfeng was momentarily dumbfounded. Ada Wong was also startled by Li Chengfeng's unexpectedly loud voice, momentarily bewildered, and weakly asked, "Is 3 drones not sufficient?" Li Chengfeng let out a wry smile, offering no explanation. "Well, I think that's too few." With that, he pulled up the real-time monitoring footage from the drones, and they were approaching the Fortress of Solitude rapidly. Suddenly, all 3 camera feeds flashed a shadow, and then the signal was lost. Li Chengfeng slapped his forehead. This is a disaster. Meanwhile, as the others pondered why the cameras had lost signal, Hella suddenly turned her gaze towards the Airbus's cabin door. The door was forcefully pulled open, and a giant clad in a blue bodysuit entered, holding the 3 drones, and promptly secured the door. He exemplified a combination of both brutality and politeness. "Hey folks, are these buzzing little toys around my house yours?" Chapter 43. Commencing romantic consultations over the Arctic. Is the Arctic your territory? No, but that's all right. Is there a problem with deploying drones for reconnaissance in unclaimed Arctic territory? Seems there isn't. Then perhaps you should apologize to us and compensate for the drones. Do I look like a fool to you? I see you resemble Clark Kent, hailing from Krypton but originating from Kansas. Upon witnessing the giant's actual appearance, Li Chengfeng did not feel fear. He was part of the interagency Star Squad. He acted with integrity, and the giant would not trouble him. The most he could do was experience a sudden quake in his vicinity and inquire about the drones capturing images of his abode. After Li Chengfeng revealed the true name of the big fellow, he merely widened his eyes slightly, showing no significant reaction. Could it be that he had anticipated this? Are you truly not surprised at all? Bruce Wayne has been mentioning you frequently, Agent Li Chengfeng. Clark Kent set the remnants of the drone aside and casually took a seat on a nearby sofa. Apart from Li Chengfeng and Harley Quinn, everyone else bore expressions of trepidation. Li Chengfeng cast a somewhat astonished glance at Harley Quinn. His calm demeanor stemmed from his familiarity with Clark Kent. But when did Harley become so audacious? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Harley Quinn made her move. She strode forward and playfully tugged at the little tuft of hair on Clark Kent's forehead. Clark? Clark Kent. When did you develop a penchant for tight-fitting attire? Harley Quinzel. Long time no see. Long time? When I was locked up in Arkham Asylum, weren't you the one who visited me with Bruce Wayne? Do you really think I wouldn't recognize you just because you wear glasses? Ahem. For us, concealing our identities is essential. As Li Chengfeng observed Harley Quinn conversing with Clark Kent, a sudden sharp pain pierced his mind. Goodness, can Harley Quinn's connections in this world be any more intimidating? The universe's prodigal son and his father are all her acquaintances? Is there any sense of justice left? Agent Li, you might not be fully aware of our connections, Clark Kent remarked, nodding towards Li Chengfeng while disregarding Harley Quinn, who was searching for scissors. Louise, Harley Quinzel, and I are all alumni from the same university. When I was a freshman, Louise and Harley were already in their junior year. Li Chengfeng blinked in astonishment. Invincible. Truly invincible. The implications of those two sentences are staggering. Knowing the big fellows couple from university, graduating to acquaintance with the Bat, now attempting to consume him entirely. No, aren't you the protagonist here? Furthermore, knowing Louise Lane is 31, it stands to reason that the slightly younger Clark Kent is around 28 or 9. Yet, a Superman not yet 30 approaching maturity, there seems to be some suspicion of unfair advantage. So, you and Louise Lane are in a sibling relationship? Well, how should I put it? I prefer not to associate our relationship with age. It tends to create stereotypes. Don't listen to his nonsense, Harley Quinn interjected, returning to Li Chengfeng's side after failing to find scissors. Upon hearing Clark Kent's words, she began to mock him directly. Clark Kent, you tend to ramble whenever Louise Lane is mentioned. If one didn't know better, they might think you two have been an item for ages. In reality, from university to now, not a single proper confession has occurred. Harley Quinn's disdainful gaze made the under 30 big fellow blush, like a child whose lie had just been uncovered. However, Li Chengfeng could not remain composed. What? You're not yet with Louise Lane? Is Agent Lee familiar with Louise Lane? Why ask such a thing? Coughing lightly, he continued, of course, I have heard of the esteemed journalist Louise Lane. But my interest in this matter stems from my belief that you and she are remarkably well suited for one another. Li Chengfeng leaned closer to the burly man, adopting an air of mystery. Since you have long admired Louise Lane, you must be aware of the existence of Tony Stark, correct? The burly man was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Li Chengfeng, a senior agent of the Bureau, would be so inquisitive yet amiable. In his role as a reporter for the Planet Daily, he frequently interacted with various public officials, and apart from those from the Bureau, nearly every other agency regarded the media with a mix of disdain and trepidation. However, his encounters with Bureau personnel had been entirely different. They were approachable and down-to-earth. Was this the prevailing atmosphere throughout the Bureau? But when Li Chengfeng mentioned Tony Stark, Clark Kent's demeanor shifted. Though devoid of malice, it certainly conveyed an unfriendly sentiment. Of course, I know Tony Stark. Louise and I conducted an interview with him, and since then, he has become infatuated with her, even investing in Planet Daily to get closer to her. You see, if you do not seize the moment to confess your feelings, the number of suitors around Louise will only increase, for she is a remarkably captivating woman. Tony Stark is neither the first, nor will he be the last. What should I do? Have you noticed Harleen Quinzel, the Asian woman beside her? The older sister who has been glaring at you with a dangerous look? I navigate among them effortlessly. With my guidance, you need not worry. Loki, observing Li Chengfeng's confidence, patted Clark Kent on the shoulder, feeling somewhat exasperated. The two were characterized by one who dared to teach and the other who dared to believe. While Li Chengfeng and Clark Kent engaged in hushed conversation, the celestial beings and agents nearby finally exhaled in relief. It appeared that this man, known as Clark Kent, harbored no hostility. Sister, is this man named Clark Kent truly formidable? Loki inquired in a low voice to Hela, who stood beside him. Despite having been sent flying by a single punch from this emblem-bearing man, he remained curious about his true strength. Very strong, Hela replied tersely, furrowing her brow. After a moment's thought, she added, I can sense that if he were to exert himself fully, I would stand little chance of retaliating. Loki's breath hitched. Little chance of retaliation? Even if their father were to visit Midgard, surely sister would not be without the means to defend herself? What if it were on Asgardian soil? Standing upon the sacred soil of Asgard, I could summon forth my army of the deceased with the eternal flame, wielding Mjolnir and Gungnir in hand. Perhaps I could endure for a time, yet the ultimate fate would be inescapably predetermined. The Asgardians share a notable trait, their stubbornness. Yet their words seldom bear the same tenacity. Chapter 44. The task concluded by deception in the airspace above the Arctic within the suspended Airbus. The atmosphere in the lounge had reached a palpable tension. Everyone was flushed and clamorous, save for Hela and Clark Kent. Hela, having been initially taken aback by Clark Kent, now found herself bored enough to resume scrolling through Li Chengfeng's phone, perusing the Republic social media. While Clark Kent remained composed, he was somewhat at a loss. Casting a pleading glance toward Hela, "Oh, young god of man, one must grow accustomed to these inexplicable disputes. Yet, I find it utterly unpalatable," Clark Kent lamented. Before him, Coulson had shed his genteel demeanor. He removed his suit jacket, loosened his tie, rolled up his shirt sleeves, and stowed his watch, slamming his hand on the table. Ready to confront Li Chengfeng. If Clark Kent harbored feelings for Lois Lane, Why could he not simply confess? Must he wait until death separates them, rendering any recognition impossible? Coulson shouted, his eyes welling with tears as he recalled his girlfriend Audrey, a gentle and intelligent cellist who had illuminated Coulson's entire career as an agent. Yet, following his previous demise, he was doomed never to appear before her again. Under normal circumstances, he could suppress his emotions, but today had been wrought with tumultuous emotional upheaval. Especially after Lee Chengfeng inexplicably began discussing Clark Kent's feelings for Lois Lane, questioning him, as an elder, on his perspective. What perspective? Coulson retorted, I see with my eyes. Thus, Coulson and Lee Chengfeng found themselves embroiled in a fierce argument over the matter of Clark Kent's affections. Even Ada Wong and Loki eventually joined the fray, drawn into the conflict as it encroached upon them. Only Harley Quinn, purely for amusement, played the role of the instigator, exclaiming, Brother is right. So am I. Harley Quinn, wholeheartedly support this. While Lois Lane had numerous suitors, Clark Kent was undoubtedly the most exceptional. Moreover, given Lois Lane's reputation as a formidable career woman, one ought to proceed gradually and not act hastily, utilizing Superman's identity to deter other admirers. Lee Chengfeng smirked, a cold chuckle escaping his lips. Deception is the essence of strategy. You are manipulating emotions. You scoundrel, Ada retorted sharply, twisting her slender waist before launching a fierce spinning kick toward Lee Chengfeng. We're not discussing the issues of others, are we? This seems somewhat intentional. Do not take the opportunity to vent your ire upon me, Ada. Perhaps it is you fleeting mortals who are too superficial, engrossed in matters of love and affection, while our destiny as the gods of Asgard is to rule the cosmos. Away with you, thousand-year-old virgin. After a collective, disdainful glance at Loki, the atmosphere became increasingly heated. Clark Kent looked around, bewildered, uncertain whose counsel to heed. Hela raised her head, her commanding presence radiating instantly. The god of men from beyond the Nine Realms, Clark Kent, although your strength is immeasurable, your intellect has yet to align with your power. Hela set her phone aside and continued, having existed for millennia, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Please, Lady Hela, do enlighten me. Do not be swayed by others. Follow your own heart. I understand, Lady Hela. Clark Kent's furrowed brow finally relaxed, and he nodded appreciatively towards Hela before departing through the hatch in his customary blend of aggression and politeness. What have you comprehended? I am still in the dark. Hela scoffed. Wisdom accumulated over thousands of years is not solely meant for warfare. Enough of the theatrics. The moment Clark Kent exited, he sped away in a flash. As Hela's words lingered in the air, everyone paused. Coulson adjusted his suit, and Lee Chengfeng stretched languidly. Ada Wong stepped forward to examine whether the drone's storage could be restored, while Loki poured himself a martini, a reward for completing their mission. Only Harley Quinn remained oblivious. Hey, why has everyone fallen silent? Keep going. I was just starting to feel the vibe. Good grief. Lee Chengfeng rolled his eyes at Harley Quinn, the notorious madwoman proving to be quite true to her reputation. Oh, my pudding, that look you just gave me was utterly irresistible. Apologies, everyone. I must check if I have a spare pair of shorts. Harley Quinn, amidst the gaze of all, unleashed a torrent of provocative words and hurried off to her designated room aboard the aircraft. Well done, Coulson. Your acting skills are commendable. I truly believed you were smitten. Aha, indeed. It is all part of my performance. You can't be serious. Are you expressing genuine feelings? Lee Chengfeng questioned Coulson, his eyes reflecting curiosity. Which woman occupies your thoughts? Of course not. I am a cold and unfeeling senior agent of the FBI. Observing Coulson's forced smile, Lee Chengfeng smirked. Come on, let us put on an impromptu show to fool the big guy. Why are you taking this seriously? It might be time for Nick Fury to check in on the mental state of the FBI agents. Lee, the memory of these 3 drones has been irrevocably damaged. As anticipated, Clark Kent was merely a touch naive. He is no fool. Lee Chengfeng has now lost interest in the Lonely Fortress. Having had a formal encounter with the Hulk, it seems inevitable that they will continue to interact in the future. Perhaps the Avengers and the Justice League could begin to form, or they might as well establish a Justice Avengers League. Of course, this is merely a notion for now, as there is no cosmic-level crisis compelling these typically solitary superheroes to unite. All right, Ada, set the course. It is indeed time for us to return. With the automatic navigation established, the Airbus finally disengaged from its hover. Being an older model, Hovering was an egregious drain on fuel. On this return journey, Li Chengfeng had already made plans to extract additional funding from Nick Fury. As the Airbus ascended into the skies, completely departing from the Arctic, the system notification finally chimed. Ding! Task Frozen Perfection completed. Associated characters: Coulson, Captain America, Loki, Hela. Superman, acquired Coulson's Kree blood, acquired Captain America's super soldier serum, acquired Loki's astral projection, acquired Hela's necromantic magic, acquired Superman's heat vision. Chapter 45, Greetings. Grant Ward. How might one articulate Li Chengfeng's mood? Comfortable. Although he still did not comprehend how the system selected the associated characters for tasks. This instance at least indicated that the same individual could indeed be chosen more than once. Moreover, the prize pool included the Hulk, who would undoubtedly not be associated with subpar abilities. From the outcomes, they even exceeded Li Chengfeng's expectations. Firstly, there was Coulson. While Coulson is undeniably a charismatic individual, Li Chengfeng initially presumed that he would contribute little in terms of combat prowess. Yet he ended up acquiring Kree blood, a key to unlocking inhuman abilities. This implies that with Kree blood in hand, he merely needs to find a Terrigen crystal to awaken his own inhuman powers. While it may not be overwhelmingly strong, it certainly surpasses Coulson's relatively modest agent skills. As for Captain America's super soldier serum, it goes without saying that it represents a significant enhancement to physical capabilities, unembellished yet undeniably effective. Then there are Loki's astral projection and Hela's necromantic magic. The term astral projection may not be immediately comprehensible, but translating it into the soul, leaving the body, while retaining power provides a clearer picture. Hela's necromantic magic, belonging to the goddess of death, is naturally formidable, albeit somewhat at odds with the image of a cooperative agency. Nonetheless, Li Chengfeng would certainly refrain from employing it in densely populated areas, as necromancy could incite panic far more swiftly than a supervillain. Lastly, there is the heat vision. Among Superman's myriad abilities, it may not stand out, yet it remains one of his most frequently utilized powers. Not only does it possess an output far exceeding that of laser vision, but it also allows for a multitude of delicate operations by adjusting the energy levels, such as debridement and suturing wounds. For Li Chengfeng, this ability compensates for his lack of specialized long-range attack methods aside from the Green Lantern ring. Marvelous. So, you are suggesting that this being known as Superman has an extraterrestrial fortress resembling a pyramid in the Arctic? Nick Fury widened his singular eye, incredulous as he inquired of Li Chengfeng. While your words may hold some truth, I implore you not to entertain any nefarious thoughts. Li Chengfeng was not one to indulge Nick Fury, that unscrupulous rogue. Allow me to be frank, at this moment, there is no one in the world capable of challenging this esteemed individual. My advice is to erase this memory from your mind to avoid endangering us all. Surely, you do not mean to imply that the death goddess beside you poses a threat? Nick Fury clearly remained unconvinced. After all, it is an alien fortress. Just imagine the advanced technology that surpasses our own. Even if we could merely extract one or two items from within, it would elevate human technology to unprecedented heights. Nick Fury, I warn you once more, do not place us all in jeopardy. Li Chengfeng's expression was graver than ever. Superman is a divine gift to the earth. As long as one refrains from attempting to exploit him or those around him, he is an unequivocal force for good, generously using his powers to aid those in distress. However, should you cause this celestial being to lose faith in humanity, his mercy would vanish. Li Chengfeng was not speaking lightly. The experiences of the unjustly wronged Superman served as a testament to this truth. If such a catastrophe were to unfold, Li Chengfeng would undoubtedly retreat with his loved ones to the Republic. Fury, Agent Li speaks wisely. As long as we do not provoke this nearly invincible entity, he remains a wholly benign presence. Bayadin nodded in agreement. Possessing telepathic abilities and a profound understanding of the treachery of the human heart that surpassed that of the unscrupulous Fury. Very well then. Fury rubbed his bald head. Li Chengfeng recognized that he had not entirely relinquished his ambitions, but until he was presented with an exceptional opportunity, Nick Fury would likely remain subdued. That concludes the report. I shall take my leave. You reported nothing of substance. You merely recounted the tale of Superman. What Captain America? The medical department is indisposed. Where's Coulson? He is in the restroom, clutching a photograph of his ex-girlfriend. Enough, you may go now. Fury waved dismissively, eager to escort him out. He feared that if Li Chengfeng lingered any longer, he might require a couple of fast-acting heart pills imported from the Republic. This time, Li Chengfeng did not head directly home. Instead, he entrusted Hela to Sister Wang and Harley Quinn, allowing these three formidable women to entertain themselves. After dragging Coulson out of the restroom on the 31st floor with Loki in tow, he swiftly made his way to the Airborne Command Center of Coulson's team. Although the Airbus had been entrusted to Nick Fury, there remained several airborne mobile command centers of S.H.I.L.D. of similar specifications. Lee, you're already familiar with their profiles, so I shall refrain from introducing them individually. Observing the faces before him, some excited and others composed, Li Chengfeng promptly matched them to their respective identities. Hello, Agent Li Chengfeng. Your name, alongside that of the Star Squad, has recently become legendary within the entire Joint Bureau. One of them exclaimed. Fitz, now is not the time to stutter, Agent Li. I've heard you possess remarkable regenerative abilities. Might I have the honor of extracting a sample of your tissue for research? The scientific duo rushed forward, the enthusiasm palpable. Li Chengfeng smiled. These two embodied the distinctive aura of field agents, particularly Gemma Simmons, whose comments brimmed with the potential of a mad scientist. Fitz, take Gemma away to calm down. Coulson sighed in a half-hearted smile. These two are brilliant, but can get overly excited. It's all right, Coulson, Li Chengfeng replied with a grin. Not all your team members are present. What about Grant Ward? Reporting, Agent Lee. Sky stepped forward, feigning calmness. Agent Grant Ward is in the rest area, contemplating whether or not to join this team. Oh, is that so? I shall go and meet him, Coulson remarked. Captain America has been in the medical department for quite some time and should be waking up soon. You'd best take your team members along. That old ice cube has been frozen for nearly a century and is likely to be quite disoriented upon awakening. Li Chengfeng waved at the group and proceeded towards the rest area. Halfway there, he turned back to Sky and said, Little sister, next time you wish to observe, do so openly. There is no need to hide. With that, he disregarded Sky's suddenly flushed face and continued to the rest area of the Airborne Command Center, casually disabling all surveillance equipment along the way. Hello, Grant Ward. As a member of Hydra, do you not feel the slightest pressure sitting here? What are you talking about? Agent Lee? I'm merely enjoying a drink by myself, Grant Ward replied, his performance as a scoundrel remarkably seamless. Even under sudden scrutiny, he revealed no cracks in his facade. Li Chengfeng had to concede that, had he not been a traveler from another world, he might have easily fallen for this scoundrel's ruse. Stop pretending. If you keep this up, you might end up believing it yourself. Li Chengfeng sat beside Grant Ward and whispered in his ear, assassination, infiltration, subterfuge. You are one of the most exceptional agents of the Joint Bureau, as well as one of the finest operatives of Hydra. At these words, Grant Ward smiled slightly, but his hand had already drawn the silver Glock from his waist. However, Li Chengfeng was significantly faster than him. At the very moment he drew his gun, Li Chengfeng had already extended his hand in advance, pushing the handgun that had just been drawn from its holster back down and effortlessly engaging the safety. Grant Ward watched in shock as everything unfolded. His mind processed the events, but his body could not keep pace with Li Chengfeng's swift actions. Ultimately, he had no choice but to reluctantly release his grip on the weapon, his expression vividly portraying a valiant man, still rising to resist, even in the face of dire circumstances. Who are you truly? Are you the Hydra infiltrator within the FBI? Damn it. I will not allow the events of years past to replay. Li Chengfeng, observing Grant Ward's dramatic performance, couldn't help but applaud. What a magnificent performance. Such talent, and good looks to boot. If you ventured into the entertainment industry, you would undoubtedly leave this crowd in the dust. If you so desired, I could facilitate your debut in the Republic. Of course, this was merely a jest in Li Chengfeng's mind. Oh heavens, your acting is nothing short of extraordinary, is it not? I almost believe you possess a degree of dissociative identity. One persona as FBI Agent Grant Ward and another as Hydra Agent Grant Ward. This could explain why you haven't been brainwashed by Hydra, as the majority of mental illnesses confer immunity to such manipulations. Just like Harley Quinn, unless you physically alter her brain structure, you cannot possibly brainwash her. Li Chengfeng's tone conveyed admiration, his expression one of astonishment. He casually took a bottle of beer from in front of Grant Ward. The latter remained on guard, yet beads of sweat were visibly trickling down his forehead. Although his earlier inquiries had been loud, they had not attracted any attention, indicating that not only was there no one in the Airborne Command Center, but all surveillance equipment had been either disabled or destroyed. Grant Ward realized he was now utterly isolated. This environment had undoubtedly been intentionally orchestrated by the Republic man before him. Most crucially, he was certain he was no match for this superpowered being enjoying his beer. Oh, by the way, I recall your former supervisor was John Garrett, correct? I have nothing to say. You Hydra agents will not extract any information from me. I truly do not wish to praise your acting any further. Your conviction is truly formidable. Li Chengfeng gave a thumbs up to Grant Ward. Yet the intensity in his gaze had intensified. John Garrett, a leader of Hydra, and you, his most loyal subordinate. As soon as Li Chengfeng uttered these words, Grant Ward felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Cold sweat instantly soaked his collar. The second greatest secret within him had been laid bare with a single utterance, leaving him in a state of disbelief and terror. Agent Li Chengfeng, I am aware that you are a talent personally seconded from the Republic's headquarters by Director Nick Fury, ostensibly a level 7 agent. Your actual authority can be said to rank just below that of a director. With an undercover of your high caliber, it is quite astonishing that Hydra has set its sights on me. Oh, still not willing to speak the truth. Li Chengfeng's Damiano Darkanat. Though he was skilled in his craft, it would be more prudent to simply concede now that his ruse had been unveiled. His time was precious, and he had heard that Sister Wang recently acquired new garments. He was eager to return and offer her fashion advice. Do you truly believe that my words are merely a ploy to deceive you? You fail to grasp that the most cunning of deceivers are often the most suspicious. Li Chengfeng cast the beer bottle onto the table, watching as the liquid cascaded onto the floor. You once assumed the role of a protector, safeguarding your brother from the hands of your father and sibling. Yet it was you who ultimately cast him into the abyss, rendering him maimed. Is this not the very essence of your long-concealed past? No matter how adept your performance, no matter how much you seek to embellish the memories of yesteryears, you remain that same deceiver, the ultimate perpetrator of violence. Grant Ward, upon hearing this, found his breath suddenly stifled. The expression that had previously conveyed indignation and defiance swiftly morphed into one of cruelty. As a time traveler, Li Chengfeng understood that in Grant Ward's mind, what was Hydra? What was John Garrett? All of it paled in comparison to the Fade he had constructed through subconscious alteration. The childhood guardian of a brother? How utterly ludicrous! Who are you truly? How do you possess such knowledge? Are you acquainted with my brother? My past has been entirely obliterated by Garrett. The barrage of questions signified the shattering of Grant Ward's internal defenses. Li Chengfeng inwardly smiled. This was precisely the outcome he sought. I am merely an agent of the Joint Counterterrorism Agency. You need not know the reasons behind my actions, only that I am privy to everything. In comparison, John Garrett's self-proclaimed omniscience is nothing short of farcical. His capabilities merely reflect the elevated privileges of a level 8 agent. This jest is indeed delightful. I could laugh for another decade. As Li Chengfeng laid bare Grant Ward's entire history, including his penchant for mature women, Ward surprisingly settled into a calm demeanor. What is it that you wish for me to do? Oh, you did not resort to suicide in a fit of rage? That is rather uncharacteristic of Hydra. Currently, the entire Airborne Command Center is in a state of utter disarray. My chances of escape are negligible, yet you have yet to act, indicating that you must desire something from me. Grant Ward, filled with resignation, found himself at a loss, faced with insurmountable odds and his secrets thoroughly exposed. What other recourse remained but to surrender? He could only prepare himself for whatever preferences the other might hold. Moreover, his loyalty to Hydra and Garrett was not as steadfast as one might presume. Indeed, quite astute. Now, I wish to present you with an opportunity, a chance at survival. I wonder if you desire it. Chapter 47. Inspector Li Chengfeng. Grant Ward was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by that? Do not overthink it. It is simply a matter of literal interpretation. You must assist me in certain tasks to preserve your life and ensure that your secrets remain undisclosed. Li Chengfeng offered Grant Ward no opportunity for rebuttal, nor would he grant him such a chance. Grant Ward appeared to ponder the implications, his countenance gradually darkening into an inscrutable expression. So, what benefits do I stand to gain? What? You still seek benefits? Li Chengfeng was astonished. Was this brother truly valuing life or not? I have already granted you the chance to survive, and yet you still desire more? Is this not a monumental benefit in itself? Very well, I understand. It is said that life is precious, love even more so, yet for the sake of freedom, both may be relinquished. How is it that one would disregard everything in the fight for survival? Is this truly it? The promised land, the land of liberty, reduced to this? Li Chengfeng harbored a certain disdain for American and Western values. However, such mockery bore no weight against Grant Ward. He was neither loyal to America, nor to Hydra, nor to John Garrett. Grant Ward was solely devoted to himself. Survival reigned above all else. Thus, he remained silent. Eventually, Li Chengfeng reigned in his mocking demeanor and continued. It seems you have begun to awaken to reality. Your first task is to assist me in homicide. Who must I kill? You have quite a few targets, starting with one of the higher-ups in the Bureau, Agent Sitwell. Most of the Hydra operatives within the Bureau were recruited by him. Moreover, his ties to political interests are extensive, having entangled numerous high-ranking officials under the Hydra banner. Hence you must eliminate him. Li Chengfeng paused before continuing. Additionally, send those politicians who conspire with Hydra to their demise. The number may be considerable, but I trust that for the sake of your own life, you will accomplish this task, will you not? Your methods are even more ruthless than Hydra's. Even for someone like Grant Ward, who is unflinching in the face of death. The nature of this assignment bestowed upon him by an agent from the Republic elicited a sharp intake of breath. He held no aversion to killing. Rather, he was astonished that such a task was entrusted to him by a representative of a nation renowned for civility and decorum. Grant Ward, I implore you to maintain clarity of mind. Do you truly believe I would employ humane methods against a group that is, at its core, Nazi? And those gluttonous American politicians, the more of them that perish, the better it is for the American populace. Upon concluding his remarks, Li Chengfeng extended his hands, partially transforming them into a diamond-like state, gradually reducing the beer bottle before him into a fine powder of glass. This display caused Grant Ward's eyes to widen in astonishment. Aside from your self-healing abilities, do you possess other superpowers? Li Chengfeng smirked, reverting from his diamond form. Who told you I possess merely a single power? Even if I were limited to one ability, I could still reduce you to an unrecognizable mass of flesh. Now leave, Grant Ward. And don't forget to inform Coulson of your withdrawal from the team. Grant Ward rose, fear and a sense of desperate survival flickering in his eyes as he hastily departed. When faced with the choice of killing others or himself, he unhesitatingly opted for the former. Li Chengfeng gazed at Ward's retreating figure, a cold smile gracing his lips. While he remembered those of significant importance, the intricate web of connections woven by Hydra within the political sphere remained elusive to him. Yet, it was clear that Grant Ward was well aware of it. The most efficient way to eliminate threats is to turn one's allies against one another. As for the bald man from Sitwell, Li Chengfeng had not anticipated that he had managed to remain undiscovered during the last purge of Hydra remnants, surviving under Maria Hill's command until now. The FBI certainly required a thorough cleansing, leaving no Hydra operative unaccounted for. However, achieving this within the current FBI was remarkably simple. They had at least a dozen telepaths on their side. This ability was incredibly useful for unearthing undercover agents. Regardless of acting prowess or depth of hypnosis, they would inevitably be detected by the telepaths. With this thought in mind, Li Chengfeng slapped his forehead and promptly opened a portal. Ada still needs my assistance with her new outfit. I cannot miss out on those legendary patent leather boots and glossy stockings. 3 days later, Phil Coulson stood in the open space outside the command center. Addressing his team members, I regret to inform you all that Agent Grant Ward has withdrawn from this special operations team due to personal reasons. However, we welcome a new colleague, Level 7 Agent Melinda May, who was personally recruited by the founding director of the American Bureau, Peggy Carter, and has previously been my partner. Amidst the cheers of the younger members, Melinda May stepped forward, offering a rather indifferent nod before casting a sharp glance at Coulson. You initially told me there were only 2 science whizzes and a forensic expert. How is it that we now have an additional hacker? Melinda May glanced at the somewhat flustered Sky, noting that there were already 2 non-combatants in the team, and now another. Ahem. Although Sky was not part of the initial plan for this special operations team, it has become evident that a top-tier hacker is invaluable. Under Melinda May's scrutinizing gaze, Coulson cleared his throat and continued. However, Sky has expressed her desire to undergo training as a field agent, and for that purpose, I have specifically selected a supervisor for her. Supervisor? Who is it? Melinda May inquired while casting her gaze towards Oliver Queen and Wade Wilson amidst the team. In her estimation, These two individuals seemed the most suitable. Just then, a portal materialized beside her, and Li Chengfeng emerged, clad in a tailored suit, standing shoulder to shoulder with Melinda May. "Greetings, fellow compatriot. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance," he said. "Li Chengfeng, I have long admired your esteemed reputation, which has already preceded you at the Republic Bureau." They exchanged a handshake, conversing in a language of the Republic. Among those present, only Oliver Queen could likely comprehend their dialogue. "So, you're the supervisor for the hacker prodigy?" "Indeed. I will be here with Coulson for a while." "Oh, and what of the Starlight Squad?" "The Starlight Squad is undergoing a month-long intensive training for warfare," Li Chengfeng replied, shivering slightly. "It is under the supervision of our very own goddess of death." The divine training was indeed daunting. While Ida and Harley were manageable, the pitiful expressions of Wanda and Pietro were enough to make Li Chengfeng wince. It was truly a grim affair. Chapter 48. The infatuated undercover Sky. Hey, hey, hey. Were Agents Lee and May discussing? Wade Wilson nudged Barry Allen with his elbow, whispering curiously, "You're asking me? I don't understand the language of the Republic." Barry Allen could only turn his gaze towards Oliver Queen. "Ollie, you should be able to understand, right? Nothing of substance, really. They were saying that Sky Supervisor is Agent Li Chengfeng, the captain of the Starlight Squad, and that the squad has been taken away for training by that goddess of death." After Oliver Queen translated, the surrounding team members collectively gasped. The goddess of death. Just days prior, when Agent Lee had escorted the Asgardian goddess of death to the headquarters, the energy detectors of the entire building nearly exploded. Was being trained by such a formidable figure a blessing or a curse? "However, you are quite fortunate. Li Chengfeng is personally overseeing you," Wade Wilson remarked with a hint of envy directed at Sky. Even without his superpowers, he could easily stand alongside Natasha Romanoff. Sky, infatuated, barely registered Wade Wilson's ramblings. Her eyes were fixated on Li Chengfeng, whose physique was not that of a hulking muscle-bound behemoth, but rather that of a tall and agile figure. Reminiscent of a languid leopard, though he appeared non-threatening, he exuded an aura that suggested he could spring into action at any moment. She lamented her decision to infiltrate the Bureau for the Tide organization. Why not simply remain a hacker? Why must she unearth the conspiracies of the government? Was the conspiracy merely their concealment of such a handsome Republic gentleman? After meeting the entire Coulson team, Li Chengfeng finally stood before Sky. "Hello, Sky. I am your supervisor, Li Chengfeng. If that's too cumbersome, feel free to call me Li." "Hello, Li." Sky politely extended her hand, only to be unexpectedly pulled into his embrace after they shook hands. Instinctively, she wanted to protest, but at that moment, her shoulder strap was inadvertently tugged. In that instant, her concern shifted from being assaulted to a far more pressing dread. Concealed within her shoulder strap was a memory card intended to store sensitive information obtained from the Joint Task Force, which she planned to hand over to the Rising Tide organization at an opportune moment. "Coulson, the next step," Li Chengfeng casually tossed the memory card to Coulson. "Did you not mention that someone has been bypassing permissions to download internal intelligence?" It was the hacker baby. Li Chengfeng, of course, did not possess any supernatural insight. He merely had some understanding of Sky. However, the course of events in this world had diverged somewhat. For instance, Sky had initially joined the Joint Task Force rather than being drawn in by a series of coincidences following the explosion in New York City the previous day. Yet overall, Coulson and his team remained oblivious to Sky's true identity. Under the gaze of her teammates, Sky, despite her circumstances, felt a sense of defiance rising within her. "How do you plan to keep me silent? How could you possibly achieve that? The harsh truth is known to all and is evident everywhere. You shall never thwart the Rising Tide organization. We are like the tide. You will never find us, nor will you ever behold our true visage. We shall forever rise in rebellion against those who conceal the truth of the world from us." Sky shouted at Li Chengfeng, who restrained her hands, as if she had fully embraced the role of a captured enemy agent, anticipating scenes unfit for children to witness. Li Chengfeng shook his head, thinking he ought to watch fewer films characterized by simplistic plots that could be resolved by just one or two individuals. With that thought, he smiled, his expression radiating warmth akin to a deity descending to the mortal realm, leaving Sky momentarily mesmerized. Suddenly, her vision darkened as Li Chengfeng placed a black hood over her head. "Damn it, what do you intend to do with me?" "The Joint Task Force is a monster that devours the truth. The Rising Tide organization is the guardian of that truth, resisting the Joint Task Force. We stand against the tyrannical organization that seeks to obliterate the people's right to know. Chattering away, are we? Annoying, isn't it? With a swift motion, Li Chengfeng delivered a light but firm tap to Sky's forehead. When did the hacker organization begin to portray itself as a champion of justice? Their words sounded noble. Yet do you understand that the Rising Tide organization profitably sells Joint Task Force intelligence? What grievance does the Joint Task Force bear against you, while simultaneously risking their lives to protect you and attempting to resolve the troubles you create? Such slander. The Rising Tide organization embodies justice. Very well. You may all consider yourselves champions of justice. Now, kindly maintain your silence. If you continue to speak, I shall have no choice but to spank you. Exercise caution, for I am a solitary individual, and one cannot predict the dreadful actions I might undertake. So, are you implying that you are still without a girlfriend? Sky, your infatuation is truly unparalleled in my experience. Li Chengfeng and Carlson, in the presence of all team members, unceremoniously tossed Sky into the interrogation room of the Airborne Mobile Command Center. Li, it has been confirmed that, although the intelligence at hand is rather trivial, it is indeed information that a trainee agent should not access. Carlson nodded, and moreover, the latest intelligence indicates that Sky was present at the scene of the explosion in New York yesterday and utilized the Rising Tide organization's account to post a video depicting an individual in a hooded sweatshirt scaling a 5-story building unassisted and leaping down without protective gear after rescuing someone. Li Chengfeng nodded in acknowledgement and removed the black hood. Sky was momentarily blinded by the light, realizing that he was confined within a room constructed entirely of monochromatic metal, devoid of any adornments save for rudimentary furniture. Next, are we to proceed with my interrogation? Frankly, given the trivial nature of your antics, this hardly qualifies as an interrogation. Li Chengfeng smirked as he perused the dossier regarding Sky. Yet you possess information that piques our interest. How much do you know about the explosion in New York yesterday? While Li Chengfeng was familiar with the general narrative, he recognized that it had diverged from the original source material, thus a gradual approach would be prudent. Most importantly, how could he explain to Carlson why the leader of the Starlight team was interested in what appeared to be an ordinary explosion and was probing into the underlying issues? Sky, thus we require a name. Li Chengfeng's expression grew solemn as he sat across from Sky. This was a hero, yet due to the video you published, he now found himself in a precarious situation. On what grounds do you presume I possess such knowledge? You infiltrated the Bureau as an undercover agent. You were present at the explosion site yesterday. Hence we believe you recorded everything and subsequently allowed the Rising Tide organization to publish it. Indeed, but you have just discovered that you cannot breach the data encryption on my phone and laptop. Thus, you have obtained nothing of value. You see, cases handled by the Bureau do not require procedural justice. In any case, your publication of the video gives us reason to suspect your involvement in orchestrating the explosion merely to lure out this superhuman. Upon hearing Li Chengfeng's assertion, Sky, who prided himself on his sense of justice, erupted in indignation. How could this be? It is clearly your doing. Is not the ultimate method of concealing everything simply a bomb? You have done this before, and this time, the Centipede Project. Centipede? What Centipede Project? Carlson furrowed his brow, while Sky suddenly grasped the situation. Wait, you are not aware of this matter? At this revelation, Sky nearly succumbed to laughter. Ha ha! With billions worth of high-end equipment in your possession, it is as if you were wielding mere trinkets. I wager that with just my laptop, I could dismantle your communications department with devastating ease. Chapter 49. A man who does not get drunk still moves you to tears. Li Chengfeng listened to Sky's laughter and couldn't help but glance at Carlson. Sky's observations were indeed valid. The communication department of the FBI had proven itself somewhat inept. In the realm of hacking, they were effectively being led around like dogs by the Tide organization, despite possessing overwhelming technological advantages. This matter could subsequently be handed over to the FBI Academy. It was high time to focus on nurturing a cadre of talented hackers akin to Sky. However, one must consider the implications for that individual. While we acknowledge our desire to recruit him, our intentions are merely to invite him into our fold, not to impose any ulterior motives upon him. Li Chengfeng pressed his hands against the table, leaning forward so that their faces were mere centimeters apart, both able to feel each other's warm breaths. Yet what the others? Those organizations that revel in plunging the existing order into chaos would undoubtedly seek to exploit him. And what then? They might even resort to dissecting him. Li Chengfeng fixed his serious gaze upon Sky's eyes. At best, they might slice him for research, while in more depraved scenarios, they could very well sample his essence. The Centipede Project, a scheme that had briefly surfaced in the online labor market, vanished as swiftly as it appeared once enough participants were gathered. I later traced its access point back to the building where the explosion occurred. A flicker of struggle crossed Sky's eyes, yet she ultimately chose to divulge the information she had obtained. Sky was not an overly stubborn individual. On the contrary, she was exceedingly intelligent, which explained her ability to command respect in the hacking community. Upon hearing Li Chengfeng's words, she quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Although the government organization, led by the FBI, appeared to her as a monstrous entity devouring the truths of the world, its aim was still to maintain order. In stark contrast, the malevolent organizations lurking in the shadows existed solely to sow discord. Li Chengfeng regarded the soft-hearted hacker girl with a sense of amusement and teased. Let me see, hacking into the FBI and even going undercover within their ranks, not to mention tracking down superhumans. You wouldn't be wandering beneath Tony Stark's little mustachioed tower, hoping for a romantic encounter with Iron Man, would you? At this, Li Chengfeng wore a mischievous grin. Surely you are not a stalker of superhumans. How can you tarnish my reputation so unjustly? I've only done it once. Sky exclaimed wide-eyed. I was merely curious. How could you label me a stalker? She proceeded to utter a series of convoluted statements, claiming disinterest in Iron Man and questioning the validity of his earlier comment about not having a girlfriend. The interrogation room was soon filled with a lively atmosphere. However, after the laughter subsided, Coulson recognized that prolonging the conversation with Sky would yield no fruitful results. It was imperative that the Special Emergency Team's inaugural mission not falter. With this thought, a cunning glint sparked in his eyes. As a crafty notion surged forth in his mind, Coulson retrieved a gun-shaped syringe from his suit pocket, placing it before Sky with a calm, yet unsettling demeanor. This is a 16. You might not recognize the number, but it is the latest development from the Bureau, a powerful interrogation drug. Even the most resolute individual would divulge secrets from their childhood, such as wetting the bed. However, its effects last only an hour, neither long nor short. Li Chengfeng immediately discerned Coulson's intent. This seemingly amiable yet duplicitous middle-aged man was preparing to coerce him into cooperation. Originally, this task had been assigned to Grant Ward, but it appeared it would now fall upon him. If this drug were genuine, Li Chengfeng would resist Coulson's demands at all costs. Yet, he suspected the drug was merely a fabrication, concocted to deceive the infatuated Sky. You need not worry. We will release you as soon as we obtain all the information. Li Chengfeng feigned reassurance while subtly raising his right hand, signaling Coulson to proceed. The seasoned performer, Coulson, recognized the cue without hesitation and administered the syringe. He patted Li Chengfeng's triceps and lowered his voice. It's merely saline. Seeing Li Chengfeng give a barely perceptible nod, Coulson raised his voice. Agent Li Chengfeng, does it hurt? Of course, it didn't hurt, but the suddenness of the act was indeed alarming. Li Chengfeng began to complain, but smoothly altered his tone mid-sentence. Well, there's a slight sting, but I swear it's just a bit. I typically feign indifference to pain in front of lovely ladies. You know, it makes one appear more rugged. Goodness. Coulson, does it take effect this quickly? Li Chengfeng's final remark was a subtle signal for Coulson to exit, allowing him to take center stage. A man can act without intoxication, reducing you to tears nonetheless. You doubt the Bureau, believing us to be monsters consuming the truth of the world? Now, you may ask him anything at all. Coulson stated before exiting the interrogation room, casting a knowing glance at Sky. At that moment, Sky took the bait, approaching Li Chengfeng with a smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Unlike the self-proclaimed warrior for the free world she had been moments before, she now resembled a little girl enchanted by a new toy. Sky did not speak immediately. Instead, she slowly removed her light jacket, revealing a light gray sports tank top beneath. She then sat closely beside Li Chengfeng, intentionally angling her body to increase their proximity. Agent Li, are you feeling nervous? She teased. Nervous? How amusing, he replied. You are indeed quite beautiful. However, as a man deftly navigating the affections of 3 women, how could I possibly feel nervous in the presence of a mere young lady like you? My heart will forever belong to the mature and commanding woman. Do you fancy mature women? Is it true? Am I not sufficiently alluring in that regard? Sky casually brushed her hair aside. If you're truly unperturbed, then why do I detect a slight tremor in you? Ah, I was merely imagining if this scene were to be witnessed by those three women. More accurately, two women and one goddess. I might find myself temporarily incapacitated for a month before I could resurrect. What? Resurrect? Upon hearing Li Chengfeng's words, Sky's excitement was palpable. Unlike her earlier feigned allure, this was genuine enthusiasm. So, not only can you open portals, but you can also bring someone back to life? My goodness. Are you not akin to a superhero? A superhero? I am merely a special agent of the Joint Investigation Bureau endowed with unique abilities, Li Chengfeng scoffed. While I hold great respect for heroic deeds, I cannot fathom the choice to don tight-fitting battle attire. It's one thing that I cannot change my own Green Lantern transformation. But what goes through the minds of those who design such costumes? This was undoubtedly Li Chengfeng seizing the opportunity to express his critique. Aside from creating portals and your resurrection abilities, do you possess any other powers? Speaking of superpowers, Sky instantly became animated. I have studied many purported superpowered individuals, yet most possess only a single ability. To encounter someone like you, with multiple powers, is exceedingly rare. Other abilities? Li Chengfeng first transformed into a diamond form, then activated his Green Lantern transformation, subsequently etching Sky's name onto the table with his heat vision, and finally summoned a formidable skeletal warrior using necromancy. As Sky witnessed the display of Li Chengfeng's growing array of powers, her gaze became increasingly filled with desire. Were this a comic book, her pupils might well have transformed into hearts, and she claims not to be an aficionado of superpowers. Huh, what a duplicitous woman. Meanwhile, May and Coulson stood before the monitor, observing the interaction between Li Chengfeng and Sky. It is hard to believe that such a young agent could reach a consensus with someone as cunning as you in an instant, devoid of any boundaries. Observing Coulson smile, May remarked, I now understand why Nick Fury assigned the two of you to form an almost entirely independent team. It appears that the three of you are cut from the same cloth. As for your compliment, I neither confirm nor deny it. Coulson maintained his demeanor of a gentle middle-aged man, yet I must record this segment. I am certain Agents Ada Wong and Harley Quinn would find it immensely intriguing. Clearly, Coulson harbored a grudge against Li Chengfeng for his earlier antics regarding his ex-girlfriend. Come now, Phil. The entire Bureau is aware that Agent Li Chengfeng is currently in a delicately balanced relationship with Agents Ada Wong and Harley Quinn. Surely, you do not wish to disrupt that equilibrium? Balance is indeed meant to be disrupted, is it not? Coulson smiled briefly before returning to a serious demeanor. What did Fitz and Simmons uncover amidst the remnants left at the scene? Melinda, May raised an eyebrow at Coulson, who turned to see Fitz and Simmons emerging from the laboratory. We have some unfortunate news. The explosion was triggered by a centipede-like Venus filter. Upon analyzing its contents, we discovered that it harbors every known form of supernatural energy, including but not limited to the extremist virus, gamma radiation, super soldier serum, and various extraterrestrial substances. Coulson's expression hardened. He had initially assumed it was merely a targeted attack involving the Rising Tide organization and an unidentified superhuman. However, he was unprepared for the realization that what had been obliterated by the explosion was the true crux of the matter. Judging by the exhibited state, it appeared to be a hybrid concoction centered around the extremist virus, akin to a stitched-together version of the virus itself. The group turned to the source of the voice, which belonged to Li Chengfeng, who had just concluded his dramatic performance, and Sky, whose flushed cheeks suggested she believed she had grasped many of the Bureau's secrets. Chapter 50. Technical support from Tony Stark. Can the surveillance footage be restored? If so, how much information might it contain, Fitz? Li Chengfeng immediately shoved aside Sky, who had been eager to stay close, and shifted into work mode. Fitz, somewhat taken aback, looked at the recently sought-after agent at the America headquarters and nodded fervently. Theoretically, it can be restored, but the data is too severely corrupted to the extent that even the time codes cannot be synchronized. Therefore, we can only conduct a rough analysis of the scene, or even a profile, but it will never be precise enough. The time codes cannot be synchronized? What if I can provide you with the audio file from that moment? I was nearby, capturing the sound from the laboratory with a homemade long-range microphone. Unfortunately, there was too much background noise, and I thought it would be of no use. However, for you scientists, separating noise should be quite effortless, right? A now composed Sky stepped forward to address the two scientific minds, adding, "The electronic file of the audio is in my truck." Fitz and Simmons immediately delved into their unique scientific realm, speaking in a flurry of technical jargon that left everyone else baffled until they arrived at a feasible conclusion and exchanged smiles. "Thank you so much. An audio file would be perfect," Coulson remarked, observing the camaraderie among his team with a sense of satisfaction. Individuals like Sky are often sought after by the Bureau each year, much like how major tech firms are eager to reward hackers who successfully penetrate their firewalls with generous salaries. Among this elite group resides the elusive Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, whose name is known but whose presence is rarely seen. As long as one is not a Hydra agent, the Bureau is more than willing to engage with anyone. However, Coulson's attention was piqued when Sky mentioned her truck. "I have placed all your equipment inside that dilapidated van of yours. You were correct in your earlier assertion. We have indeed failed to breach the encryption measures on your devices. Allow me to reiterate, that is a van, not merely a broken-down vehicle." Sky seems to harbor an extraordinary obsession with her van. "It is entirely reasonable that you are unable to unlock the encryption. Since we are now preparing to align our interests, I am not averse to revealing that the encryption system I have devised is coupled with a global positioning system. This implies that the van must be driven to a predetermined location in order to initiate the unlocking process." Sky takes great pride in her little ruse, especially since even a world-class organization like the Bureau of Investigation has been unable to crack her encryption. Li Chengfeng activated his personal terminal, tapped a few commands, and then placed it in front of Sky. "The Bureau's agents have returned your van to the very alley where it was initially discovered. Oh, and they even performed a thorough internal and external cleaning of the vehicle, absolutely free of charge." "What? No!" Sky exclaimed, gazing at the terminal screen displaying her pristine, reflective old van, letting out a wail of despair. "You have ruined my weathered yet alluring vehicle, you scoundrels. That was intentionally aged." Noticing Sky's mounting frustration, Li Chengfeng scratched his head. "So, in addition to being an adept superhuman, you also have a penchant for vintage vehicles? Are we to consider this a restoration of your prized possession?" He scrutinized Sky's physique, pondering if such a petite frame could handle the task of restoring an entire vehicle. Ultimately, it was Li Chengfeng who accompanied Sky to the van to retrieve the audio files. Initially, it was supposed to be Coulson along with Wade Wilson, but Li Chengfeng volunteered instead. Although Wade Wilson is one of the Bureau's most exceptional agents, he pales in comparison to the death-defying warrior, Mike Peterson, who has been implanted with centipedes. In Li Chengfeng's opinion, Mike Peterson's abilities are of a caliber sufficient to qualify for the Avengers. "So, how much longer will you continue to scrutinize me?" Sky shot a glance at Li Chengfeng, her earlier fascination with his superhuman identity momentarily dissipating. With a clang, she swung open the van door, revealing an interior that was nothing short of a hidden wonderland. Dozens of screens and various devices flickered with lights, a blend of old and new, exuding a distinctly post-apocalyptic punk aesthetic. "You are an undercover agent for the Tide organization. We have yet to fully forgive you." Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes, thinking that he should not have been assigned to this team in the first place, especially since Captain America's physiological indicators had returned to normal after being thawed, yet he remained in a comatose state. Otherwise, it would have been Coulson and Captain America keeping an eye on you. "What, Captain America? The legendary hero who punches Nazis and kicks Hydra operatives?" Sky suddenly brightened, but her fingers on the keyboard remained unfaltering. "This is what one calls professionalism. Captain America is actually going to join this special emergency team?" "Theoretically, yes. However, as you are aware, awakening after nearly a century necessitates time for readjustment to society, and one may not be able to reintegrate swiftly." Li Chengfeng sighed. If one were to view this from Captain America's perspective, his resurrection from the icy depths would be akin to a torturous ordeal. He had traversed nearly a century encased in ice, emerging into an entirely unfamiliar world. The only remnants of his past, aside from the national flag, were a frail, confused elderly woman, his once beloved Peggy Carter, the embodiment of a life he had devoted himself to. As the aged Peggy grasped Captain America's hand and spoke, sometimes, "The best choice is to start anew. We have been apart for far too long. Love may not succumb to time, yet it can transform into a lifelong regret." Li Chengfeng wiped his face. At times, an overflow of emotion is not a blessing. I understand, he mused, recalling his upbringing in the orphanage run by nuns, where he was christened Mary Sue Bobo. After leaving, he found the name utterly burdensome, much like a newborn adjusting to society. Sky shut her computer and removed the storage card, turning to Li Chengfeng with a shrug. But life must go on, mustn't it? All set? The information you need is in there. Sky raised the storage card, adding, I even messaged Mike Peterson. You can handle him, right? You mean handle him in that way? Of course, the kind that prevents him from exploding. Sky gazed earnestly into Li Chengfeng's eyes. She was a mother with a child, though perhaps a somewhat unscrupulous hacker. Her inherent kindness prevailed. Having grown up as an orphan, she was determined to spare another innocent child from such a fate, which motivated her initial assistance to Mike Peterson. Then you have chosen the only path available. Be cautious of what lies behind you. At that moment, as Sky looked up, she spotted Mike Peterson with his hand raised behind Li Chengfeng. Yet, before the warning could escape her lips, Li Chengfeng, seemingly foreseeing the danger, spun around in an instant, seizing Mike Peterson by the throat and slamming him against the wall, creating a dent. Who are you? Huh. Now that I say question. Li Chengfeng chuckled, shaking his head. I am the one who traverses the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, with no mercy from heaven and no ring from earth. I oversee the American Bureau and the counties surrounding Washington. A true hero, Li Chengfeng. Upon finishing, he felt invigorated. He had longed to deliver this quip. Yet, Mike Peterson did not find the jest amusing. He felt like Wu Zetian's deceased husband, bereft of Li Ji. Although he could not comprehend the intricate banter of the comedic dialogue, he understood the situation with the Bureau of Unified Intelligence all too well. Sky, you have betrayed us. Did you not promise to assist me? Did you not claim that those government agents clad in black suits would bring us harm? After enduring a series of calamities, including unemployment, homelessness, and violence, compounded by the extreme instability of a monstrosity known as the centipede virus, Mike Peterson's fragile sanity teetered on the brink of collapse. The very person who had vowed to help him, Sky, had now become the final straw that broke the camel's back. Consequently, a surge of adrenaline coursed through him, transforming his veins into a brilliant orange-red hue, a clear and ominous sign of impending danger, even to those unacquainted with superhuman abilities. Indeed, Mike Peterson had become a human-shaped explosive on the verge of detonation. At that moment, a child's voice, filled with fear and concern, pierced through the air from the back of a nearby truck. Dad, Daddy. Just those few words brought a fleeting moment of calm to the explosive Mike Peterson. Li Chengfeng sighed and issued a command to Sky. Take the child away now. Quickly. Then, he turned to Mike Peterson and shouted, Listen to me. Mike Peterson, your child is still here. Do you wish to harm him as well? So regain your composure. Only then can I assist you. Mike Peterson struggled violently, but Li Chengfeng held him firmly in place. It was not until the final words were spoken that the struggle ceased. With the cessation of movement, tears began to flow freely. The collapse of an adult often stems from a singular moment. Li Chengfeng had managed to control Mike Peterson, but now faced a dilemma. His abilities could effectively nullify Peterson's explosive potential, but only at the cost of his life. Just moments ago, he had glimpsed the bright-eyed child. Li Chengfeng could not bring himself to kill a father in front of his child. At that juncture, the communicator crackled to life. Hello. Are you there, Lee? It's me, Tony. Coulson informed me that his team encountered a rather troublesome issue, so I thought I'd offer some technical support since I had some free time. When did you start mingling with Coulson? Chapter 51. The boar monster Li Chengfeng had initially intended to reach out to the scientific duo for assistance. However, he was taken aback to discover that Coulson had, for the sake of caution, contacted Tony Stark. Wasn't he supposed to be in Metropolis with Louise Lane? To his surprise, Coulson had directly summoned this notorious playboy. Truth be told, calling in reinforcements in times of crisis has become a hallmark of the Bureau of Unified Intelligence. After all, the Bureau's greatest asset at present is its sheer number of personnel. Aren't you also collaborating with Coulson? Coulson summoned you with just a phone call. I find it far more agreeable to converse with a balding individual than with a completely bald one, Tony Stark quipped, his tone turning grave. The hacker had transmitted the audio file during her escape, and I am currently collaborating with Coulson S2 scientific prodigies to devise a method for neutralizing the centipede. Adrenaline. Emotional instability leads to a surge in adrenaline, which accelerates a violent reaction from the stitched-together doomsday virus within the centipede. Li Chengfeng remarked, casting a glance at Mike Peterson, whose orange-red veins were once again aglow. Realizing there was no time to hesitate, he promptly activated the portal and stepped through with Mike Peterson. Lee, damn it. Tony Stark, who had just been conversing with Li Chengfeng through the communicator, was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Li Chengfeng before him, exclaiming in surprise. You're quite the loyal one. Are you planning to send your entire team to their doom by bringing this person-shaped thermobaric device up to the Airborne Command Center? The portal's destination was the laboratory above Coulson's Team's Airborne Command Center, where only Fitz and Gemma, the two scientific prodigies, along with Tony Stark, were present as additional support. As Li Chengfeng activated the green light transformation, he seized the opportunity to taunt Tony Stark. Enough with the chatter. I could take him to a deserted place, but even if you devise a countermeasure, can you arrive in time? Subsequently, a series of barriers formed from the willpower green light sealed Mike Peterson within. He certainly would not gamble with the lives of his comrades. Under the protective barrier of the green light, he was absolutely confident that not a trace of the explosion would escape. From the outset, the challenge had always been to preserve Mike Peterson's life. Fitz, Gemma, now is your chance. My heavens, listen. His emotions are linked to his radiation metabolism. All methods to calm his emotions will only postpone the detonation. Fitz felt somewhat flustered. This was his first encounter with such a dire crisis. Do not reiterate what I already know. Li Chengfeng exhaled deeply, then calmly guided the clearly panicked scientific prodigies. Do not fear. I assure you that even if he explodes, it will not endanger anyone present, since it is related to emotions and adrenaline. Let's feign his death. Did you not design a tranquilizer gun? Indeed. Gemma immediately retrieved the prototype of the tranquilizer gun, though its potency had yet to be properly calibrated. What a brilliant design. Leave the rest to me. Tony Stark took the tranquilizer gun and through JARVIS scanning. The schematics of the tranquilizer gun and the composition of the ammunition appeared before him. To achieve the perfect semblance of death, your ammunition requires less paralysis, more rigor mortis, and a slightly less toxic variant of sea snake venom to reach the ideal standard. The laboratory has readily available sea snake venom. Gemma promptly retrieved a vial of sea snake venom from her designated biological research area. However, the venom's potency was exceedingly high and required dilution, 20-fold. No, 50-fold. The bullets previously crafted by your team were already remarkably close to the desired effect, merely requiring fine-tuning. Tony Stark decisively made his choice. Li Chengfeng observed the unfolding scene, nodding slightly in agreement. Coulson was indeed remarkable, although in accordance with the original narrative of SHIELD agents. The brilliant duo of scientists could develop a perfect death simulation serum within 2 hours. The storylines of Sky and the team had evolved due to this mixed universe. Li Chengfeng was uncertain whether, even with his own insights, Fitz and Gemma could achieve success in this universe. After all, the original plot only indicated that the serum originated from the bullets of the Goodnight gun, without detailing the adjustments and research needed for its success. Furthermore, he was unsure if Mike Peterson could endure as long as he did in the original narrative. Fortunately, with Tony Stark, an almost unparalleled scientist at this stage, assisting, the development time was significantly shortened. Fitz and Gemma immediately set to work as instructed. Gemma Simmons took charge of diluting the venom and began crafting the serum, while Fitz, considering Mike Peterson's physical enhancements from the centipede, opted for a firing mechanism that would release and dissolve upon contact with the skin, allowing it to enter the circulatory system. Li Chengfeng contemplated suggesting that he could simply administer the serum himself, given the disparity in strength between him and Mike Peterson. However, he decided against undermining the young man's confidence and initiative. Tony Stark evidently shared the same thought, refraining from offering any suggestions. Following Li Chengfeng's initial powerful suppression, Mike Peterson, though still emotionally unstable, found himself ensconced within layers of a will-driven green light, rendered unable to act except to observe his surroundings. After several minutes of silence, Mike Peterson finally spoke. They call you Lee? Are you the one in charge? Indeed, in this critical moment, I possess the authority to make decisions regarding everything on-site and bear all responsibility. I see. Can you ensure that the Bureau takes good care of my son? If I may say, it is best for a father to personally care for his child. You need not frighten yourself. Our team comprises the finest experts from the Bureau, and we will certainly resolve the issue at hand. Before we proceed, I would like to ask you a question. Mike Peterson clenched his teeth, striving to maintain his composure. After a moment, he nodded wearily in agreement. Li Chengfeng then pulled a chair from the laboratory, seated himself, and adopted the tone of an interviewer to engage in dialogue with Mike Peterson. There's a saying by a man named Ben Parker: "With great power comes great responsibility." You now possess strength. Can you bear the weight of the responsibilities that accompany such power and the consequences of wielding it? Although you have acquired abilities that transcend human limitations, does your son share this endowment? Can you guarantee that you will always be by his side? What if someone were to kidnap your son to manipulate you into committing malevolent acts? I am aware of a notorious supervillain known as the All-Seeing Eye, who specializes in such heinous schemes. Do you comprehend how he would extract your value? He would first implant an electronic eye into the target to monitor their movements while issuing commands to control their actions. After you have completed several tasks for him, leaving you physically shattered, he would then subject you to become a test subject for those mechanical enhancements. Every word spoken by Li Chengfeng caused Michael Peterson to break into a cold sweat, his breath quickening. I do not understand your words. I only know that with the centipede, I can become strong, capable of outperforming 10 men in the factory. This will allow me to provide a better life for my family. So, would you not hesitate to harm your son for this power? Li Chengfeng's final retort plunged Michael Peterson into confusion and silence. I understand that making choices is always a challenge. Li Chengfeng tapped the barrier of willpower formed by green light, asserting that one must make choices to take the next step. I need to ensure my family's livelihood. You need not worry. Even if the centipede is successfully removed, the enhancements it has bestowed upon you will remain a fixed outcome, albeit deteriorating over time to approximately 30% of its current state. Few among ordinary humans could rival you. Moreover, as a victim of an evil organization, our agency has corresponding compensation measures. Michael Peterson finally extricated himself from the extremes of excitement and self-pity. After deciding to relinquish the power of the centipede, it felt as though he had cast off the heaviest burden from his heart. As Li Chengfeng had stated, regardless of the circumstances, one must make a choice to proceed to the next step. Li, the power you possess is so formidable. How can you remain so composed? After a moment of contemplation, Li Chengfeng spread his hands in resignation. I suppose I am destined to be a creature that masters power. Under the pressure of time, despite initial panic, the scientific duo maintained remarkable steadiness, executing their tasks flawlessly without a single error while increasing their speed. 10 minutes later, Coulson arrived at the laboratory with the rest of the team, including Sky and Michael Peterson's son. Li, Tony, how's it going? We are at the final step. Li Chengfeng replied, as Fitz loaded the syringe-crafted bullet into the chamber, his hands trembling as he raised the gun, aiming at Michael Peterson within the barrier. Agent Li, please, disengage the barrier. Li Chengfeng smiled and took the tranquilizer gun from his hands. You have done exceedingly well. The young man's hands trembled as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease, and Li Chengfeng dared not let him take the shot. Should he miss, the repercussions of provoking Mike Peterson might lead to utter chaos. After a moment's deliberation, Fitz nodded, finally exhaling in relief, though a hint of disappointment lingered in his brow. Coulson observed this exchange, aware that Fitz and Gemma were not merely the type to immerse themselves in research. Their aspirations lay in becoming exceptional field agents, a fact that informed Coulson's decision to select them. He patted Fitz and Gemma on the shoulder, smiling as he remarked, "You are still far from becoming qualified field agents. Together with Sky, let the three of you strive forward." Chapter 52. John Garrett's descent into despair. The subsequent events unfolded with remarkable simplicity. Li Chengfeng dismantled the mental barrier of the green light and then fired a shot that struck Mike Peterson in the neck, precisely targeting the vein. As the injection took effect, Mike's body stiffened and collapsed to the ground. Simultaneously, the destructive, unstable orange-red energy coursing through his veins gradually faded, replaced by the tranquil hue of the injection's purple-blue. Li Chengfeng nonchalantly stowed away his tranquilizing gun and, with an easy camaraderie, exited the Airborne Command Center alongside Tony Stark. What remained was merely the task of neutralizing the concoction within the centipede and dismantling it entirely. Fitz and Gemma immediately set to work, while Sky followed closely behind. Eager to assist, "Li, you succeeded," Sky exclaimed. "Of course I did. Is this the moment to lavish praise upon me?" He replied with a hint of sarcasm. "If you need it, I would mind giving your backside a pat. It certainly has a shape I admire." Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes, recognizing the spirited nature of someone who had navigated the rigors of society as an orphan. You must be Skye, the hacker who sent the information back, Tony Stark acknowledged, nodding slightly. I've heard your skills are quite impressive, capable of outmaneuvering the entire communications department of the FBI. Stark Industries could greatly benefit from your talents. Would you consider joining us? Before Skye could respond, a voice swiftly extinguished Stark's proposition. Tony, please refrain from poaching talent in my presence, if you would. Despite Skye's somewhat contentious behavior, it was noted that at least 1/5 of the agents in the FBI shared similar experiences, thus, after resolving these minor issues, she remained a reserve agent for the Bureau. Coulson emerged, holding the hand of Mike Peterson's son, inadvertently interrupting Stark's advances. They then boarded a strikingly red Chevrolet antique car, which Coulson had affectionately named Laura. Skye, let us take Mr. Mike Peterson's son to his aunt's home. Coulson ignited the automobile and continued speaking to Skye, stating that he could share more about Lee during their journey. All right, Skye readily took a seat. As they watched Laura vanish around a nearby turn, Tony Stark draped his arm over Lee Chengfeng's shoulder, suggesting they go for a drink. Initially, Lee intended to propose finding a bar, but Stark led him directly back to Stark Tower in New York. Incidentally, their mode of transport was a Quinjet that Stark had accessed utilizing JARVIS to crack the startup code. Believe me, Nick Fury will soon be calling to berate you mercilessly, Lee said, stretching languidly on the ample sofa in the spacious office located on the top floor of Stark Tower. The Quinjet proudly occupied the vast terrace. It's ridiculous that Nick Fury, that stingy fellow, refused to sell me one. I even offered double the price, yet he would not agree. I only needed it for a brief while. Is that too much to ask? Who knows? Nick has been exceptionally tight-fisted lately. Whenever I seek funding from him, he always concocts excuses, ultimately granting me a pittance. Why don't you just switch jobs and come work for me? As the head of security at Stark Industries, I could offer you a salary of $10 million a year along with 2% equity. In a short span, Tony Stark had shifted his recruitment target from Skye to Lee Chengfeng. However, Lee paid little heed to Stark and instead approached Pepper Potts, who entered carrying a bottle of red wine. He extended his hand, bent slightly, and executed a perfect gentleman's kiss upon her hand. It is an honor to finally meet you, Miss Potts. Lee rose, engaging in light-hearted conversation with Pepper. Tony, this man is indeed quite a challenge, isn't he? You clever gentlemen are all such fickle creatures. Ah, how flattering. I'm almost embarrassed, Tony replied. Who has flattered you? Stark observed the gesture with an inexplicable discomfort. It was their first meeting with Pepper, and Lee should not act as though they were well acquainted. Lee chuckled mischievously to himself. It seemed there might indeed be a romantic pairing between Tony Stark and Pepper Potts. Speaking of which, haven't you been spending time in Metropolis lately? I heard you even acquired shares in the Daily Planet just to pursue the illustrious reporter, Lois Lane? Ah, let us not discuss that. I have given up on courting Lois Lane. Tony Stark's face fell, his mustache drooping. After 12 consecutive rejections, it appeared Lois Lane was truly disinterested in the dashing Tony Stark. Could you be any more narcissistic? Lee remarked, rolling his eyes. It's wise of you to recognize when to retreat. If you had persisted, you might have incurred the wrath of that formidable brute from Kansas. Nonetheless, my time in Metropolis has not been entirely fruitless. My investment in the Daily Planet has appreciated by 10% in such a short span, which equates to over $50 million. In this age of information, investing in the media industry is undoubtedly a lucrative endeavor. Lee Chengfeng felt a tinge of embarrassment. Indeed, this old rascal knows how to make money. Investment in anything seems to yield profit. How about giving the secret oil extraction a try? After a few drinks and casual conversation with Tony Stark and Pepper, they finally broached the subject at hand. Lee, the reason I rushed over after receiving Coulson's call, aside from my connection with you and Coulson, is that he mentioned this incident is related to the Abyss virus. Oh, are you interested in this matter? It's not my interest, but rather the FBI's, Tony Stark replied, finishing his drink. Recently, while I was in Metropolis, a senior agent from the FBI frequently visited me, seeking collaboration on projects with Stark Industries, even expressing a willingness to buy shares at a premium. Li Shangfem Fronut. Something felt off. Given Tony Stark's significance in the eyes of Nick Fury and Coulson, if the FBI truly sought further collaboration with Stark Industries, it would have been Nick Fury authorizing Coulson, or even Fury himself coming to negotiate. Tony Stark holds an exceptional importance in Nick Fury's perspective. During our meetings, the agent subtly inquired about the Abyss virus, even offering me confidential information and unpublished technology from the FBI, hoping to ameliorate the side effects of the virus. As he listened to Tony S.'s account, a face began to emerge in his mind. At this time, would the person interested in various body-enhancing superpowers happen to be him? Tony, I must ask you. Speak freely. The senior FBI agent you mentioned, Woon T, happened to be John Garrett. Would he? Yes, that's the name. Tony Stark exclaimed, slapping the table with enthusiasm. This individual clearly conceals his true intentions, speaking in riddles, not someone genuinely interested in business dealings. So, I've been keeping him at bay, claiming I'm not directly involved in company management and need to consult the board. But in reality, I don't have a board. Pepper is running the entire Stark Industries. Huh, you seem rather pleased with yourself. Is life as a hands-off manager quite comfortable? Pepper scoffed, wishing she could deliver a powerful punch to this little rascal. Li Chengfeng chose not to engage in their playful bickering, but instead pondered thoughtfully. John Garrett, an 8th-level agent in the FBI and one of the leaders of Hydra, is a seasoned double agent. His public alias is the All-Seeing Eye, wielding the authority of an 8th-level FBI agent and Hydra-S intelligence network. Each time we thought of this, he couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, Garrett skillfully navigates both sides, trafficking information globally and profiting immensely from the disparity of knowledge, even garnering a following of fervent believers in the All-Seeing Eye. Regrettably, the omniscient seer in the eyes of the faithful is now nearing the end of his days. In a matter of months, or most a year, he shall succumb to multiple organ failures. This fate befalls him, as he is the original experimental subject of the Death Warriors. Decades ago, he sustained severe injuries, leading to the replacement of several organs with mechanical counterparts. Presently, he exists solely on borrowed time, sustained by a dire virus. Moreover, he is the mastermind behind the Centipede Project, which aimed to significantly enhance human capabilities and prolong life. However, the experiment failed, resulting in extreme instability of the centipede, prompting him to obliterate the evidence through an explosion. Unexpectedly, Li Chengfeng and the Coulson team managed to rescue the last holder of the centipede. With his authority, he must have grasped the entirety of the situation. The only remaining possibility is to uncover the means of resurrection through Coulson. Yet, Garrett's initial arrangement of Grant Ward into Coulson's team has backfired, as Li Chengfeng has forcibly turned him into a blade for purging traitors. Even with his level 8 clearance, there are no leads on Coulson's resurrection mystery. Thus, Garrett now finds himself on a true dead end. Well done, Tony. Continue to dangle him, employing various excuses to delay, but ensure to extend goodwill for collaboration. Has he offended you? The Centipede Project was driven by him from behind the scenes. Upon hearing this, Tony Stark comprehended the gravity of the situation. It turns out there was a mole within the Joint Task Force. Initially intending to mock Li Chengfeng and the agency, he reconsidered, recalling that Stark Industries had similarly been plagued by the likes of Obadiah. Alas, it's a tale of woe. Stark patted Li Chengfeng on the shoulder, donning a mask of shared plight. Li Chengfeng brusquely shoved Stark away. This is an entirely different matter. If you seek to indulge in drunken folly, look to Pepper, not me. I shall return to headquarters. It would be prudent to first inform Nick Fury of Garrett's predicament. Chapter 53. Breakout, Brother Sky. This is Fitz. Please respond. Sky here. Gemma has not communicated with us for 3 minutes. She has likely fallen victim to that individual. Damn it. Must we seek vengeance for Gemma? Can the two of us accomplish this? Alas, even the likes of Oliver and Wade have succumbed to his hand. Victory seems unattainable. We must still fulfill our mission. Sky crouched behind a towering tree. Though her appearance was grim and disheveled, she bore few wounds. Following her communication with Fitz, she realized Gemma had perished, offering them a visceral understanding of their foe's terror. Every conceivable tactic, be it duels, brawls, traps, or poisons, had been exhausted, yet to no avail. I have collected 3 stars. What about you, Fitz? I have gathered 2. We need a total of 10 to complete the task. Sky was listening to the information from Fitz when suddenly a piercing scream erupted from the other end. Shortly thereafter, the communicator fell silent. Unable to contain herself, Sky drew a cross over her chest, praying for Fitz. The enemy was formidable, yet she would not surrender. She was an agent of the Joint Operations Bureau, and she would never allow the strength of her adversaries to deter her from her mission. Sky, you can do it. After reinforcing her resolve, she took a determined step forward, only to find herself suspended upside down from a tree. Sky felt a sense of numbness. How many times had this happened? Initially, she would scream, but now she pondered why traps were set in such places. Just then, a vibrantly colored snake slithered down the rope towards her. No way. This can't be a coincidence. Li Chengfeng, you scoundrel. Help! Just as the foul-smelling serpent was about to touch her foot, a swift whoosh sounded as a green arrow severed both the snake and the rope that held Sky. A Republic operative clad in Joint Operations Bureau attire leapt forth, catching the unfortunate Sky in his arms. As she gazed at Li Chengfeng, who held her closely, she felt a blush rise, but before she could react, he released her. Released. Sky, this is not me putting you in a difficult position. Li Chengfeng chuckled as he watched Sky, who was now clutching her rear and wailing. The trap you triggered was left behind by Fitz and Gemma during the last training session. As Sky's supervisor, Li Chengfeng took on the responsibility of training her field skills while also providing some experience for the newcomers in Coulson's team. Although he had departed from the Joint Operations Academy shortly after arriving, it was only because he was faced with a group of unruly adolescents. Their level of mischief rivaled that of Harley Quinn. Among the newly joined agents in Coulson's team, regardless of their strengths and weaknesses, they were expected to adhere to orders, except for Wade Wilson, who had developed a penchant for slacking off. This slacking was quite literal. During nearly a month of training in this deserted tropical rainforest, he spent most of his time struggling with a river. Lee, you know me, I never forget a grudge. On my first day here, I decided to hide in the river, but that wretched piranha dared to bite my lychee. So, I must show them what I'm made of, Wade Wilson declared. Yet, aside from this minor flaw, Wade's performance was nearly impeccable. As for Oliver Queen, there was little to say. He seemed utterly at home in such an environment. Before Captain America awakened and officially joined the team, these two were the backbone of their strength. As for the other four, they still had a long way to go. Among them, Sky was in the best condition. Having come from an orphan background and previously engaged in a prolonged game of cat and mouse with the Joint Operations Bureau, Fitz and Gemma, it must be said, possess little in the way of innate talent. However, through relentless effort, they are likely to achieve a level of basic competence. Yet, Barry Allen, your athletic prowess is truly remarkable, in a rather unfortunate sense. Li Chengfeng is utterly perplexed as to how, destined to become the future Flash, Barry's athletic coordination could be so woefully inadequate. Both slow and uncoordinated, one might wonder if this is merely a contrast to the future yet to unfold. Agent Lee, I am acutely aware of my shortcomings. I shall strive to improve. Upon hearing these words, Li Chengfeng merely covered his face in silence. Despite this, the boy possesses a commendable spirit, truly the conscience of the Justice League. Tears well up, dear family. After a moment of reflection, Li Chengfeng activated the portal leading to the headquarters of the Joint Investigation Bureau. Although you have never bested me, nor completed a single mission of gathering stars and delivering them to their destination, I must declare the Tropical Rainforest Training Camp a tentative success due to my overwhelming strength. With that, he kicked each of them through the portal. Arriving at the long-awaited 31st floor, he observed the diligent faces of the black and white duo at work and could not resist inquiring, "Oh, are you two busy? You seem to be losing respect for me," Nick Fury replied, lifting his head with a rather forlorn expression from his singular eye. "Your gaze does not interest me in either African-American males or men in general. Do you have any idea how frantic the Joint Investigation Bureau has become lately? While you all are off, the Star Squad is engaged in armed drills, and Coulson's team is undertaking jungle combat training. Had I not promptly dispatched Maria and Natasha to temporarily assist Coulson, Melinda's fiery temper would surely have come to seek me out." Li Chengfeng settled onto Fury's luxurious leather sofa, regarding the pair with a bemusement one might reserve for a fool. "Though I have not been present recently, I have remained vigilant through my personal terminal, and there have been no significant events, merely a few small-scale bioweapon zombie incursions which did not even necessitate a response, as they were effortlessly cleared away by those rascally kids from the academy. Have you considered assigning them some tasks? They are not mature enough." Upon mentioning the academy's children, the white egg finally raised his head, dark circles under his eyes suggesting he had endured sleepless nights, while the black egg likely bore similar signs, albeit masked somewhat by his complexion. Not mature does not equate to not strong. There exists a method to forcibly mature them, Li Chengfeng chuckled. Simply reward them with credits for completing sufficient tasks, and I assure you, they will emerge as the finest agents. Indeed, Li Chengfeng's cunning knows no bounds, even contemplating child labor. Yet, it is an excellent idea. The black egg and white egg exchanged a glance, reaching a silent consensus in a mere fraction of a second. After all, those rascally kids possess an endless supply of energy. Why should they not exhaust the middle and senior agents instead? At worst, a field agent could be assigned to oversee each group. Tremble, young rascals. The wheel of fortune turns, and now it's your turn to be troubled. Is there anything else? Old Deng? If not, I'll take my leave. As a captain, being apart from my team for so long makes my heart yearn for home. Yearn for what? I have a mission to assign to you. It was only then that Nick Fury remembered he had a task to hand over to Li Chengfeng. It seems my memory has indeed become fatigued in recent days. A mission? Am I to complete it alone? That is up to you. This matter is not particularly challenging, but it does have some connection to the American government. As Nick Fury spoke, he tapped a few commands on his personal terminal, sending the information forth. Li Chengfeng immediately received the details of the assignment. Upon opening it, he furrowed his brow at the first glance. The American government's public prison has been privatized, and reports of supernatural occurrences have emerged. Old Deng, are you jesting with me? Why would I toy with you? Do I seem like someone with such leisure? I'm so busy I could wish to split one eye into two. Nick Fury finally cracked under the barrage of Old Deng. But it was merely for a moment before he regained his composure. It did not appear to be a grave matter. However, the issue lay in the fact that 4 agents had been dispatched to investigate, only to return in a haze, entirely bereft of memories regarding the prison. Memory loss? Upon hearing Nick Fury's account, Li Chengfeng immediately turned to Bayaden. Bayaden, with his graceful demeanor, shook his head gently. These 4 agents, gathered all individuals with telepathic abilities for a consultation, ultimately concluded that it was not the handiwork of telepaths, nor were there traces of drugs or hypnosis. Setting aside other considerations, when it comes to the realm of telepathy, the Joint Investigation Bureau dares to claim the second position in the world, with no one bold enough to assert they hold the first. If amnesia were indeed a consequence of telepathy, it would surely have been detected by the mutants. However, the implications of drugs and hypnosis remain ambiguous. A definitive conclusion can only be drawn after an on-site investigation. Upon seeing the name of the prison, the system finally issued a long-awaited task. Ding, task breakout, Brothers has been published. Task overview. Experienced agents from the Joint Investigation Bureau have mysteriously returned in defeat. What secrets lie hidden within Fox River Prison? Eccentric criminals and escape plans. A warden who never leaves the building. Everything is shrouded in mystery. At the darkest depths of the prison, it is said one may find traces of the divine. What is this? Fox River Prison? ISNT that prison break? Goodness. When did a prison break become linked to supernatural events? And what could be more supernatural than that name? I believe this task is well within your capabilities, right? Well, since the reason for the memory erasure remains unclear, it is naturally best to limit the number of individuals entering the prison for the mission, though we can bolster logistical support. As Li Chengfeng spoke, he noted a few names. Instruct Fitz, Gemma, and Barry to stand by at the Aerial Command Center. For their expertise, may be required for some research. Additionally, send Sky to locate Ingrid. I require a false identity along with informational support. Chapter 54, Identity Doubts. Is this prison break legitimate? Fox River, located in the city of Joliet, Illinois, is a correctional facility that has been operational since the last century. The local government sold it to a sole proprietorship at an exorbitant price for operation. Thus, this prison transitioned from public to private, with the original inmates continuing to serve their sentences within its walls. It is well known that in the wondrous land of America, functional institutions, such as hospitals and schools, are better managed when privatized. Prisons are no exception to this trend, especially given the illustrious examples of Arkham Asylum and Belle Reve Penitentiary. The former serves as a talent hub for Gotham City, while the latter is the stronghold of Amanda Waller and the Suicide Squad. It seems that private prisons cannot survive without creating a spectacle, and Fox River Prison has successfully rendered 4 federal agents powerless, erasing all memories from their time inside. Li Chengfeng has once again interrogated these agents, and from their current recollections, it appears that upon stepping into Fox River, the very next moment they found themselves outside. The disorienting sensation of time and space has prevented these 4 agents from returning to frontline duties. Gazing up at the Victorian-style structure of the prison, Apart from a hint of the weariness that accompanies old buildings, it appeared unremarkable to the naked eye. However, this was but a fleeting glance, for soon after, Li Chengfeng, dressed in prison garb, was escorted inside by guards. Turning to watch the prison gates slowly close, he nodded slightly. There was no sense of the bizarre. It could be preliminarily determined that this was not a location endowed with the ability to distort reality. As he traversed a corridor coated in yellow dust, Li Chengfeng peered inside. Just beyond 2 towering steel bars lay the inmates' exercise area. With his keen perception, he quickly recognized 2 familiar faces, Wentworth Miller and Dominic Purcell, better known as brothers Michael Schofield and Lincoln Burrows. "Damn, that face is indeed handsome," Li Chengfeng muttered. Upon entering, he could approach these prominent figures to ascertain if anything was amiss, for he had come to realize that this universe was indeed afflicted with deep-seated issues. And the creator of this universe was no less troubled. After passing through the corridor, he arrived outside the gate of the prison block to complete his registration. Inmate name? Li Chengfeng. Citizen of the Republic? Indeed, a citizen of the Republic. What crime have you committed? Isn't it already documented? How audacious to be so defiant as an inmate. Answer my questions. What crime did you commit? He killed a man with green hair, his face smeared with white foundation, landing a bullet squarely in the center of his brow, and even absconded with his female subordinate. Li Chengfeng extended his hand, counting on his fingers, and indeed, he subsequently eliminated a criminal fond of donning sunglasses, shattering his entire skull. As he recounted these deeds, Li Chengfeng couldn't help but harbor some resentment within. The insistence on highlighting his heroic exploits was undoubtedly a deliberate act of retribution from Ingli, who seemed to harbor a grudge. This woman truly possessed a remarkable memory for grievances. Such identity deception might pose significant complications and risks of exposure for others. Yet for Li Chengfeng, everything was authentic. He had indeed taken lives, and the documents were genuine. The fabricated narratives crafted by the Joint Investigation Bureau were, in the eyes of the American government, deemed legitimate. The prison staff stationed outside the registration area gasped in astonishment, straightening their posture. This was a serious criminal, yet he was sentenced to merely 5 years? In a standard inmate block, cell number 40? After saying this, they stole a few more glances at Li Chengfeng, feeling a sense of unease. How could someone who had committed 2 murders receive such a lenient sentence? And not even be sent to a maximum security unit? How much had his family paid to the prison's higher-ups? Despite their shock, they maintained a stoic expression, continuing with a poker face. "Very well. Your identification number is 114514. From today, you shall serve your sentence at Fox River Penitentiary. If you exhibit good behavior, you may be eligible for sentence reduction under applicable federal laws." With that, they opened the prison door, and Li Chengfeng finally stepped into the purpose of this mission. At this moment, the real criminals had already been let out for their recreation, leaving behind a series of empty cells. However, it must be said that the conditions in the ordinary inmate block of this prison were rather commendable. The accommodations were far more spacious than those of an 8-person or 12-person dormitory in high school. Yet, beyond this observation, nothing particularly peculiar caught his eye. Arriving at cell 40, he was instructed to enter. Once the door swung open, Li Chengfeng felt a rough shove from behind, clearly an attempt to push him inside. This brusque gesture finally made Li Chengfeng realize he was in a prison, not a penitentiary-themed hotel. Unfortunately for the escorting guard, he ended up stumbling backward instead. While he sat on the ground, bewildered, Li Chengfeng had already entered the cell and closed the door behind him. Inside the cell were 2 beds, and Li Chengfeng chose the one that appeared untouched, curiously surveying his surroundings. Having lived 2 lives, he had never set foot in a prison, let alone received a traffic ticket. He scoffed at the thought of the daily roll calls occurring thrice, at 6 in the morning, noon, and 7 in the evening, as dictated by the loudspeakers. After roll call, meals would be served, followed by work commencing at 7 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon, returning to the cells after 9 in the evening. The guard stood up with a grunt, his rather portly frame moving sluggishly. Lights out was at 10. After lights out, any disturbances were to be disregarded. Li Chengfeng rested his hands on the prison bars, inquiring with keen interest. "Are you suggesting that something peculiar occurs here after lights out at 10? The guard, realizing he had spoken too freely, quickly adopted a demeanor of discretion, straightened his hat, and departed with his rubber baton in hand. From the guard's reaction, it was evident they were privy to some insider knowledge. For a fleeting moment, Li Chengfeng felt a pang of concern for the two brothers preparing their escape. Would they manage to flee successfully? After waiting a while, and seeing that the guard had vanished from view, Li Chengfeng reached up to his ear, activating the miniature communicator provided by the Bureau of Investigation. Discreetly placed so as to remain undetectable to the naked eye. "Hey, Ingrid, Sky. I am in position," he declared. "I received you," replied Ingrid. "Sky, how's the fabrication of the charges going?" Li Chengfeng heard a hint of pride in Sky's voice, which clarified matters. "Ah, so it's you rascal. Well, I have successfully entered cell 40. Li Chengfeng approached the solitary table within the cell, flipping through a few books. Upon seeing the annotations, he remarked, "I just confirmed the handwriting. It indeed belongs to Michael Schofield." Li Chengfeng had entered the ordinary inmate area specifically to reach Michael Schofield, the protagonist of the escape narrative. During the preliminary investigations, it became apparent that after he and his brother were incarcerated, rumors of supernatural occurrences at Fox River Penitentiary began to circulate. Thus, Li Chengfeng's interest in them was not merely due to their status as the protagonists of Prison Break, but also because, amidst the scant information available, they appeared exceedingly suspicious and likely represented a crucial breakthrough. At that moment, Sky had also shifted into hacking mode. After a flurry of keystrokes, she turned to Li Chengfeng with a perplexed expression. "Li, these brothers have significant issues." "What do you mean?" "Lincoln Burrows and Michael Schofield. While their true records exist in the federal database without any signs of modification or concealment, have no digital footprint whatsoever online. Is that unusual? What if they simply don't use the internet?" Li Chengfeng scratched his head. If it were a matter of biochemical viruses, he would be well informed, having acquired all of Spencer's biochemical knowledge. But the internet? He only knew that in America, films could be completed with as few as 2 or 3 people and no more than 5 or 6 in a simple setting. That's impossible in this day and age. Unless they have been living an isolated existence in the wilderness, they would undoubtedly leave traces online. Thus, the absence of such traces suggests they have been deliberately erased. Those who do this are typically either preparing for an illicit escape or have encountered trouble and wish to vanish, Sky asserted with conviction. How could she be so certain? Because during her time with the Tide organization, she had engaged in such activities numerous times. She was a seasoned expert. "I discerned a hint of pride in your analysis." Leaning against the table, Li Chengfeng continued, "What do you surmise about the circumstances of these two brothers?" "Identity exchange," Ingrid interjected. Although the rumors of supernatural events began only after their entrance into Fox River Penitentiary, I meticulously sifted through local information. To my surprise, I discovered that a year prior, tales had circulated regarding divine omens accompanied by celestial artifacts descending from the heavens at Fox River. Coincidentally, merely a week later, the Rogues Group acquired this public prison entirely from the Illinois state government. Li Chengfeng was momentarily taken aback. The timing was indeed rather uncanny. However, what piqued his interest more was the tale of the celestial artifact descending from above. In another universe, had law enforcement taken such a rumor seriously as a lead, he would have certainly scoffed at it. Yet here, it represented a crucial piece of information, perhaps even more significant than the identities of the two brothers. Li Chengfeng sensed that everything transpiring within Fox River was intricately linked to this so-called divine artifact. Let us not forget that the mission briefing mentioned traces of the divine in the deepest recesses of the prison. It appeared that an exploration of the entirety of Fox River was warranted tonight. I have already infiltrated the internal surveillance system of the prison and can assume control at any moment. However, the monitoring only extends to the maximum security area, with the death row lacking surveillance. The inmates have concluded their outdoor time. Very well, communication shall pause for now. Li Chengfeng reached out to deactivate the communicator and resumed perusing the book on the table. After flipping through 3 pages, a figure halted outside the cell. "Who are you?" "I am your new cellmate. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr. Michael Schofield." Li Chengfeng set down his book and nodded in greeting. The interpretation of dreams is indeed a fine tome. I never anticipated that a structural engineer would harbor such an interest in psychology. Chapter 55. Let us conquer him. "You're my new cellmate?" Michael Schofield gently furrowed his brow in concern. To be candid, even if Li Chengfeng were the epitome of masculinity, upon beholding such a visage, one could not help but marvel. Indeed, the face sculpted from the bloodlines of 10 nations is not merely a boast. Hello. I have yet to introduce myself." Li Chengfeng stepped forward, grasping the other's hand firmly. I am Li Chengfeng, sentenced for the murder of 2 individuals. A murderer? Schofield gazed at this bright and cheerful young man, his eyes filled with skepticism. By all appearances, he did not exude the qualities one would expect from a killer, unless, of course, he had never perceived murder as an act of egregious wrongdoing. It seemed implausible. A murderer who had taken 2 lives should, by rights, be confined to maximum security. I am ashamed. Not being placed in the heavy disaster zone is my misfortune. Li Chengfeng wore a mask of guilt, lamenting that his excessive bribes had resulted in only a 5-year sentence. Yet he still felt ashamed. Even someone as introspective as Schofield could not help but part his lips, intending to voice a thought, but ultimately swallowed it back. He had acutely sensed that the individual before him was not in a stable mental state. He fervently hoped this would not jeopardize his meticulously laid plans. Within the peculiar confines of this prison, even the slightest resistance could demand an exorbitant price to overcome. Let's coexist amicably, Schofield offered with a disingenuous smile. However, Li Chengfeng seemed utterly oblivious to the atmosphere, leaning closer to Schofield and whispering, I have uncovered the truth. No, you must be delusional. Schofield forcibly suppressed the urge to strike this new roommate. What do you even know? Have you fallen behind in your internet surfing? Stop regurgitating old cliches. Formal entry into the prison occurred during the allotted recreation time, specifically between noon and 1 o'clock in the afternoon. For the subsequent half-day, Li Chengfeng shadowed Schofield like a persistent specter. Though he did not sit directly beside Schofield, he remained within a mere 5 steps, his presence ever palpable. Throughout, Li Chengfeng maintained a polite and gentle smile, which might seem refreshing to an ordinary observer. Yet to Schofield and Lincoln, it felt unsettling. Damn it! What is this lunatic's intention? Should I just eliminate him? Perhaps incinerating him to ashes would be the simplest solution. Listen to what you just said, Lincoln Burrows. Schofield cast a calming glance at Lincoln, yet his tone belied the affectionate concern of a devoted brother willing to enter prison for his sibling's sake. Instead, it bore the weight of a superior reprimanding a subordinate, particularly emphasizing Lincoln's name with intent. Upon hearing his brother directly address him, Lincoln surprisingly regained his composure, though the fury and brutality in his eyes remained unmistakable. He harbored a fierce desire to reduce this individual, Li Chengfeng, to mere cinders. Yet, reflecting on their reasons for being in this prison, he forcibly stifled his rage. This scene unfolded not only before Li Chengfeng, but was also displayed on the large screen of the mobile command center above. Ingrid Hannigan and Sky had completely taken control of all electronic devices within Fox River Penitentiary, operating the onboard terminal while meticulously documenting every incident captured by the cameras. Meanwhile, Coulson and his team were seated before the screen, observing the entirety of Li Chengfeng's mission. Even for an agent of Li Chengfeng's caliber, successfully assuming a cover identity in an entirely unfamiliar environment was of utmost importance. Coulson's gaze remained fixed on the screen as he imparted wise counsel to his team members behind him. It is imperative to remember that you are neither reckless soldiers nor solitary enforcers of law and order, nor are you the Cape Crusaders of fantastical tales. Rather, you are agents of the Bureau tasked with fulfilling missions where neutralizing threats takes precedence. The members of the team remained silent, but a resolute voice resonated from behind them. Indeed, my young friends, harness your strength wisely, but do not become overly reliant upon it. They turned to find a young man clad in a leather jacket approaching them. Who could he be? The members of Coulson's team exchanged glances, sensing a hint of familiarity, yet unable to place him. However, Phil Coulson straightened his posture, springing from his seat, his right hand rising and falling in a flurry, uncertain whether to extend a handshake or salute. An idol? No, a superior. Welcome back to duty. I am not a superior. At present, I am merely a young man, recently awakened from slumber beneath the ice. Call me Steve. Captain America, Steve Rogers, was devoid of his iconic battle attire and did not bear his vibranium shield. He approached Coulson and took a seat beside him. Turning to Melinda May, he offered a solemn handshake. I have heard you were personally recruited into the Bureau by Peggy Carter? Indeed, sir. I was recruited by Director Carter at the tender age of 7. In due time, might you accompany me to visit Peggy Carter? As you wish. Even the typically reserved Melinda May exhibited a profound respect for Steve Rogers, an honor not afforded to Nick Fury or Coulson himself. Yet, to the untrained eye, one would scarcely recognize Captain America as once being America's greatest hero. He could easily be mistaken for a mere celebrity. Very well, Steve. You have just awakened and are still acclimating to the present world, I presume? Coulson, upon seeing Captain America seated, hurried to join him. When Steve awoke, Coulson's team was not present. Faced with the captain, whose physique had returned to its prime, Coulson had to rally dozens of field agents to reassure him that what lay before him was not a Hydra-induced illusion. He had witnessed the tenacity of a true warrior. They had endured the brash banter of Logan, yet in comparison, Captain America's fervor was even more intense. Cursing Hydra and vanquishing them had become instinctive to him. If I am not mistaken, the man on the screen is the one Nick Fury has repeatedly mentioned. Li Chengfeng, correct? Indeed. He is the one who extricated you from the Arctic wilderness. Coulson introduced Li Chengfeng to Captain America. At just 25, he was an agent loaned specifically from the Republic's Bureau by Director Fury, currently regarded as the Bureau's finest agent, without exception. Is he engaged in a covert operation? The previous agent's amnesia remained a mystery, prompting the decision to execute an undercover infiltration. A wise choice for at times. Employing intellect to resolve issues can prove swifter than the brute force of terror. What was he doing? As the conversation unfolded, Li Chengfeng feigned casualness, approaching Lincoln Burrows from behind and playfully stroking his bald head, akin to cradling an egg. The mockery was palpable. Chapter 56, The Rascals, Damn It. What the hell do you think you're doing? Lincoln Burrows could no longer contain his frustration. Ignoring the warning glare from Schofield, he shoved Li Chengfeng's hand away. He instinctively touched his waist, and suddenly recalling something, unleashed a punch. However, Li Chengfeng, quicker on the draw, landed a blow on Burrows' jaw. The force was perfectly calibrated, rendering him momentarily dazed and slightly concussed. The guards, who had been idly observing the commotion, finally approached when one of their own collapsed, cautiously assessing Lincoln Burrows' condition. Is he still alive? If so, take both of these troublemakers to solitary confinement. The commanding guard, who had previously registered Li Chengfeng's incarceration, scrutinized him closely, contemplating the implications of his murderous reputation. This Republic citizen must not be allowed to kill Lincoln Burrows in confinement. Don't forget to keep them separated. Li Chengfeng exhibited no resistance, yet the guards harbored a palpable fear that he might lash out if provoked. Thus, the escorting process resembled more of a protective detail than a mere transfer. Li Chengfeng gestured towards his eyes and subtly pointed at Schofield. Schofield comprehended the message. This deranged man was reminding him that he was being watched. Yet, for Schofield, such matters had become trivial. The crux of the situation was that Lincoln Burrows would be confined for at least 3 days, leaving them to ponder their plans for tonight. If they did not act this evening, the circumstances he was grappling with would reach a critical juncture. As he had previously surmised, every inexplicable obstacle that arose would demand an exorbitant price to achieve their predetermined objectives. Thus, tonight, he had to take considerable risk. The solitary confinement room in Fox River Penitentiary was a small chamber engulfed in darkness, with only a small viewing window that could be manipulated from the outside. Li Chengfeng was certain that any archetypal domineering character placed in this cell would find themselves utterly tormented. Yet, Li Chengfeng sat comfortably on the ground, unfazed. The profound stillness and enveloping darkness only facilitated his ability to think with greater clarity. As I deliberately teased Lincoln Burrows moments ago, he seemed to make a motion as if drawing a firearm from his waistband, whereas the original Lincoln Burrows should embody the essence of a martial artist. Moreover, the impression I have of Schofield is far from that of a brilliant architect who entered prison to rescue his brother. He instead resembles a cunning criminal. Who are these astute criminals, one might wonder. Certainly, they cannot be the brothers Schofield and Lincoln. Ingrid calling the captain. Ingrid calling the captain. Please respond upon receipt. I am listening. Captain, we have thoroughly investigated the Rogues Group, which has acquired the entirety of Fox River Penitentiary. All their companies and departments are managed by professional executives, and even the legal persons and shareholders hold their shares in trust. So, is the Rogues Group merely a puppet company thrust into the spotlight? Indeed. Sky concurred with Li Chengfeng's thoughts, and with newfound confidence, she continued. Initially, I thought the clues had run dry, but Coulson and Steve believe we shouldn't overcomplicate things. Sometimes, the riddle lies on the surface. The riddle lies on the surface. You say, who is Steve? Has the captain fully awakened? Now is my time to shine. You unromantic man. Sky playfully chided, promptly beginning her explanation. Consider what the term rogues signifies. The rogues gang. Li Chengfeng smacked his forehead. finally identifying the crux of the matter. Sky, you truly are my genius. Sky turned, gazing at Coulson with some confusion. Is he complimenting me? It seems so. Time swiftly approached 10 o'clock at night. Once inside the isolation cell, everything outside was of no concern to the imprisoned Lincoln Burrows and Li Chengfeng. Enveloped in perpetual darkness, even time was indiscernible. The only means to gauge it was through the pulse or by counting silently in one's mind. Li Chengfeng could manage this, yet he found it unnecessary. In the communicator, Sky and Ingrid consistently provided him with the time. Captain, it is now 10 o'clock at night. Sky's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, quickly gaining control over every camera in the prison. The guards adhered strictly to the principle of remaining in the guard lounge after 10 o'clock, thus returning to their posts outside the cell block. Nothing would go amiss. They followed this routine daily. As the mouse emerged from its hole. Wait, not yet. It appears he is extracting a gun from the mattress? No, 2 guns. Huh. Just as expected, Sky maintained communication. Understood. After a moment of silence on the other end of the communicator, Li Chengfeng closed his eyes, his formidable physical prowess granting him sensory capabilities beyond human limits. Even though the isolation cell was a considerable distance from the general area, those light, nearly silent footsteps were still perceptible to him. The footsteps grew increasingly closer, soon halting outside the door adjacent to Li Chengfeng's confinement cell. At that moment, Li Chengfeng opened his eyes, extending a hand to gently caress the door, as if tenderly stroking a lover's skin. Then, with a flourish, his hands transformed into a diamond-like state, effortlessly tearing apart the alloy door as though it were mere paper. Ah, what a delightful sensation. This display was a homage to the formidable Kansas giant. One must admit, the feeling was indeed liberating. Li Chengfeng rolled his neck and stepped out of the confinement chamber. Turning his face, he beheld the sight of Michael Schofield, who had frozen the door into shards with a cryogenic gun, and Lincoln Burrows, who emerged from the cell to take hold of a heat gun. To be precise, they were Captain Leonard Snart of the Cold Crew and Heat Wave Mick Rory, renowned members of the notorious Rogues. They were the everyday adversaries of the Flash, as well as fervent admirers. As Sky had remarked, while the identities of Michael Schofield and Lincoln Burrows were authentic, they had been supplanted by 2 supercriminals who bore an uncanny resemblance to them. Esteemed members of the Rogues, what a coincidence. Are you 2 planning an escape as well? Li Chengfeng greeted them with a friendly wave. Yet, his welcome was met with a dual onslaught of red and blue beams. Flames and frost descended upon him simultaneously. Are you 2 providing me with a bath? I should have smuggled in a bottle of body wash. Chapter 57. Scoundrel Constantine as Li Chengfeng emerged from the clash of ice and fire. He had fully transformed into his diamond form. Externally, it was evident that the primitive cryogenic and heat guns could not conjure flames of sufficient temperature or an absolute zero to threaten his diamond state. The only lamentation was that the prison uniform he donned upon entering Fox River Penitentiary had been reduced to ashes under the assault of Captain Cold and Heatwave. Fortunately, he was quick-witted enough to activate the Green Lantern transformation. Although the tight suit post-transformation was somewhat revealing, it was certainly preferable to running around in the nude, particularly in front of 2 burly men. Who would dare expose the Republic's fine figure to such scrutiny? Who are you? Are you from Gotham, Star City? Or perhaps Hell's Kitchen? Snart, unaware of Li Chengfeng's true identity, could only speculate that he hailed from one of the locales likely to compete with their rogues for business. He hoped fervently that he was not from Gotham, although the Joker and his gang had recently gone quiet. The other denizens of Gotham could be terrifying when driven to madness. Most crucially, Gotham's madcap villains never entertain negotiations. Well, to be precise, I come representing Washington. Li Chengfeng replied, feigning profundity. He was eager to maintain this ruse as long as possible with a villain or hero less informed about the intricacies of their world. Washington? That's the district, isn't it? Aside from Hydra, which villain would dare venture into that territory? Hush, do not inquire. I act for your benefit. Li Chengfeng's form flickered, swiftly disarming both Captain Hanling and Rielang. Shernak cast a glance at Li Chengfeng, unable to suppress a sigh, and subsequently raised his hands in surrender. This gesture was executed with remarkable fluidity and proficiency. Why do you rascals not remain in Chongqing, instead venturing to Illinois? You even expended a considerable sum to acquire the entire prison. We know nothing. Microdorai replied in a deep, rumbling voice, though he did not raise his hands. He comprehended that, bereft of weapons, he stood no chance against the individual before him, who could withstand the power to transform into diamond. No, you are aware. You must be aware. Li Chengfeng, undeterred, materialized a manifestation of his will, a sword of Damocles, glowing green, suspended above Micro Lirai's head. Both Shernat and Micro Lirai clearly wagered on Li Chengfeng's unfamiliarity with the locale. In truth, he was indeed unacquainted. Yet as long as these two, who possessed greater insight, feared for their lives, matters would proceed smoothly. I grant you 5 seconds to disclose your purpose for being here and the identity of your employer. We truly, what is there to explain? Whatever you articulate will consume time. Our employer is a blonde Brit in a trench coat, perpetually smoking. He inscribed a magical array upon my back to contain the legendary artifact that recently fell here. At last, Shernat relinquished his historically affected intonation, divulging his employer at an unprecedented speed. So you were hired by that scoundrel, Constantine? Indeed. Constantine is exceedingly interested in this artifact that has descended from the heavens. Li Chengfeng did not hastily retract the sword of Damocles, but instead gestured with his eyes for Shernat to remove his outer garment. What do you mean? The momentary wariness and bewilderment in Shynat's gaze nearly left Li Chengfeng breathless. I am not a homosexual, you closeted individual. I seek to examine the magical tattoos left by Constantine upon you. Shernat felt a fleeting embarrassment. After all, he had misinterpreted the situation. Under a shared roof, one must bow their head. He acquiesced, shedding his shirt, thereby revealing a complex and intricate magical array to Li Chengfeng's gaze. Since acquiring the teleportation magic of Dr. Doom, the stellar projection of Loki, and the necromancy of Hela, Li Chengfeng had assimilated a wealth of knowledge regarding magic. Although he may not reach the caliber of Doctor Strange or Dr. Doom, he had firmly entered the echelons of the most elite in the realm of magic. Even so, Li Chengfeng could only ascertain that this magical array indeed possessed the capacity for containment. Since you have been lurking here for quite some time, may I pose a few inquiries? We are willing to respond, but could you perhaps stow that contraption away first? Michelori gestured towards the sword of Damocles that cast a green glow on his bald head, swallowing hard as he realized that conceding in a timely manner could be quite advantageous. Li Chengfeng shook his head, yet he elevated the sword of Damocles slightly. Ever since the emergence of rumors regarding artifacts and supernatural occurrences in this prison, for agents from the Joint Investigation Bureau have visited. Are you aware of their experiences? Agents? Shernat and Michelori exchanged glances. Are you referring to those individuals clad in black suits who were summoned to the warden's office? They merely entered and then exited. Nothing transpired. Nothing at all. In truth, even if something had occurred, we remain oblivious, for that warden has never vacated his tower-like office. Li Chengfeng furrowed his brow. Indeed, the mission brief also mentioned this peculiar warden. It seems that to resolve the agent's amnesia, a meeting with this warden is imperative. And what, pray tell, is this so-called vessel of the divine? Li Chengfeng pondered briefly before deciding to address the alleged artifact first. After all, that warden is a reclusive hermit who will not step outside. We can deal with him later. Hush! Just as Li Chengfeng was about to speak, Shernat immediately placed a finger to his lips. The moment the silence descended, a powerful throbbing sound resonated from the depths of the prison block. Thud, thud. The sound was heavy, akin to an immensely large heart beating. Upon closer listening, Li Chengfeng discerned that these were not two consecutive pulsations from the same direction, but rather from two distinct locations, seemingly communicating with one another. Behind the death row section, there exists another area, one that the guards have never ventured into, as if they deliberately choose to ignore its existence. Michelori pointed towards the dimly lit corridor, which appeared not to lead to another section of the prison, but rather to the gullet of some colossal beast. The notion that any sound or commotion after 10 o'clock should be disregarded pertains specifically to the timely emergence of these two sounds. Very well, let us proceed. Thus, Shernat and Michelori took the lead, forging ahead into the unknown. The previously unopened gate to the cell block was effortlessly pulled open by Li Chengfeng. While the maximum security area still had some semblance of life, it became utterly desolate upon entering this place. Yet the throbbing sound in their ears grew increasingly distinct. At last, they traversed the corridor, and before them lay an expansive circular hall, at the center of which was a deep meteorite pit. Suddenly, Shernat seemed to be struck by a malady, sliding down into the depths of the meteorite pit. The closer he drew to the center, the brighter the magical sigil upon his back became. Finally, as Shernat knelt exhausted before the artifact, the magical array was completely activated. At that moment, Li Chengfeng realized that he had miscalculated the direction. This was not a storage magic array, but rather a reverse storage array, which meant release. Amidst the resplendent radiance, a figure emerged from the magic array on Shinet's back. With a click, he ignited a Marlboro cigarette, placing it between his lips and taking a deep drag, inhaling with an epic resonance before wearily lifting his head. Good evening, I am John Constantine. This individual, a seemingly random wielder of extraordinary abilities, lamentably claimed the artifact as his own. Chapter 58. The true form of the artifact. MJ Lunar. What? You don't recognize me? Li Chengfeng inquirat astunisha. Despite the inopportune nature of his question. Are you a third-rate opera performer from the Republic? Why would I need to know you? I don't have a single coin to spare for your hat. Although Constantine's words dripped with disdain for Li Chengfeng, at that moment, he appeared rather endearing in Li's eyes. Once again, he marveled at having encountered two opponents who were not particularly well informed. The feeling of being unrecognized was hardly pleasant. Yes, it's best that you don't know me. Li Chengfeng almost felt compelled to applaud Constantine. In truth, given Constantine's dubious magical prowess, discerning his identity would be a trivial task. Yet, he was utterly blinded by the so-called artifact. Captain Shernat lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Given his physical condition, it was inconceivable that he could be so fatigued from such a short distance. Thus, it was inevitable that the burden of this so-called magic array was to blame. So, what exactly am I? A taxi? Ha, Mr. Shernat, please don't look so glum, Constantine chuckled, gazing at Shernat. How could you be a taxi? You are undoubtedly a luxurious hotel. It's just that when the pocket dimension opens, it drains a significant portion of your stamina. But fret not. You'll only need to rest at home for a few months at most. Li Chengfeng raised an eyebrow, piecing together the truth from their conversation. It seemed that this scoundrel Constantine had been hiding in the pocket space behind Shernat for at least half a year. While he was not entirely cut off from the world, he had likely only interacted with those in the magical realm, unaware that Li Chengfeng appeared quite normal. However, Constantine's presence here was of little significance. Li was merely astonished at how this rogue always seemed to be at the forefront of seizing others' equipment. No matter how many artifacts he acquired, they could not rival the Demon Nero. Moreover, confidence was the seventh piece of equipment, while shamelessness was Constantine's remedy. Without artifacts, those denizens of hell could do little to him, could they? Just as Mike Leary, who had just been left behind by Shernat and Li Chengfeng, stumbled over. He shouted towards Shernat, Shernat, are you still alive? Damn, have you ever seen anyone who is dead still gasping for breath? Isn't that a wizard beside you? Who knows if he has caused you, the deceased, to continue speaking? I've seen such things in novels and animations. Don't mistake literary creations for reality. Our situation is not more absurd than any artistic creation, is it? A wielder of green light and a wizard, though they possess some abilities, still belong to the ranks of ordinary people. So what are they doing here? Playing with their lives? Mike Leary intended to continue conversing with Shernat to buy some time, hoping to help him regain his strength and make a swift escape. However, he was kicked aside by Li Chengfeng, clutching his waist and rolling on the ground. Sorry, my bad, Li Chengfeng remarked casually. The only reason Li Chengfeng had the leisure to tease Mike Leary was that he had discerned the true nature of that artifact. So everyone, it's a pleasure to meet you here. Now, Constantine is about to reclaim his artifact and open a dimensional portal to escape. Constantine performed a flamboyant bow towards Li Chengfeng and then strode confidently toward the artifact located at the center of the pit. He bent down, reached out, exerting force, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. However, he overexerted himself and lost his balance, falling to the ground. Ha ha, serves you right for trying to act like a big shot. Looks like you've bitten off more than you can chew. Li Chengfeng laughed derisively at Constantine. What a joke. With his character, he actually dares to attempt to wield Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor. Ordinary people can't even lift it. For Constantine, it should be a trial of 108 tribulations. Falling flat on his face is a mere kindness. Yet, why was Mjolnir found in such a place? That seemed amiss. Li Chengfeng scratched his head. Logically, that oaf Thor should still be in Asgard, right? although Loki once mentioned he had sent a distress signal to Thor. Since when did reinforcements arrive immediately after a call for help? Moreover, given Thor's blunt demeanor and the Asgardians' insensitivity to time, arriving on time would be nothing short of a miracle. That had been Li Chengfeng's assumption. However, Mjolnir was indeed lying just a short distance away, and judging by Constantine's futile attempts to budget, it was highly likely to be the genuine article. Constantine was not foolish enough to attempt to grasp the artifact with his bare hands. Now that the hammer was present, could the god of hammers be far behind? As the saying goes, where there is a lethal poison, there is bound to be an antidote within 5 steps. Where there is a hidden dragon, there must be a phoenix nearby. Mjolnir, within 5 steps, must have the golden-haired oaf nearby. Li Chengfeng cast a fleeting glance at the firmly sealed door at the end of the corridor. There it was. Loki, oh Loki, who would have thought you were indeed the most favored one among Odin's brood? Ashu, Ashu, Ashu. Suddenly, while reclining on the ground, Loki was seized by an unexpected fit of 3 sneezes. You caught a cold? Pietro, seated to Loki's left, gasped for breath yet still expressed concern for him. You little rascal, that's utter nonsense. I am the god of mischief from Asgard, not a mere earthling. I might appear human, but my internal structure is entirely dissimilar. If the cold viruses of Earth could affect me, then the planet would be perilously close to its next grand extinction. It means someone is speaking of you. Wanda, sitting to Loki's right, though equally fatigued, continued to manipulate the scarlet magical energy while twisting a Rubik's Cube. This was a method imparted to her by Loki, the renowned sorcerer-assassin of the 9 realms, aimed at enhancing her control over energy. Huh, speaking of me, where did you learn that? I saw it on Hella's phone. The Chinese internet is truly wondrous. Magic and divination can be discovered online. Sneezing once means someone is scolding you. Sneezing twice indicates someone is missing you. Sneezing 3 times means someone is speaking of you. Do you believe in the internet, or do you trust me, Loki, who holds sway in the Star Squad? Loki rolled his eyes. Ever since Li Chengfeng had brought these 2 rascals home, he had been left to manage them. In truth, he was the one minding these 2 superpowered brats. If Li Chengfeng was akin to a negligent father who picked up the children and then abandoned them, Loki had unwittingly assumed the role of the elder brother tasked with caring for his younger siblings. This past month had truly worn him out. He could almost empathize with the sensation of Thor and Odin chasing after him to clean up his mess. You believe you have authority in the Star Squad? Can you make Hela refrain from striking me, even once today? You know how brutal and heavy-handed she can be. My little frame simply cannot endure it, Pietro lamented, his face a picture of despair. Loki rolled his eyes in exasperation. This foolish boy truly could not grasp human conversation or read the atmosphere. If he truly had a say, the first thing he would do is end this relentless training, which consisted solely of enduring punishment. One could not help but admire Hela, who, as a former commander of the Asgardian army, possessed considerable expertise in training. Each individual's torment was meticulously targeted. For instance, Loki himself was required to conjure an image of Li Chengfeng's face while evading the simultaneous assaults of 10 night sky swords. During this period, the mere sight of Li Chengfeng's face was nearly provoking a stress response in him. Upon gazing at that visage, an inexplicable ache would commence within, as if the flesh torn by swords in the night sky had been reopened. Yet, thanks to Hela's almost inhuman training methods, Loki felt that his magical prowess was soaring to unprecedented heights. Most importantly, in urgent situations, he no longer instinctively reached for his beloved dagger. Instead, he wielded magic. Of course, his affection for his pair of daggers remained undiminished. A wizard who does not aspire to be an assassin is hardly a worthy deity. Not far ahead, Hela was engaged in a silent stare-down with Harley Quinn. As a mere mortal, and one devoid of any particular talent, Harley retorted, "Who says I lack specialties?" She adjusted her tattered fishnet stockings, declaring, "I have exceptionally long legs. I meant in combat." Hela replied, "Well, yes, that can be quite useful in battle. Every time I show Li Chengfeng my stockings, I manage to capture his attention perfectly, allowing me to execute a successful ambush each time. You're quite the charmer." Hela, after a month immersed in the internet, had shifted from her formerly regal and archaic tone to a more approachable demeanor. However, when faced with Harley Quinn, a psychiatrist with severe psychological issues, she remained utterly at a loss. Although her physical condition was only marginally better than that of the mutant siblings, She possessed no superpowers. It was one thing for a battle-hardened elite agent like Ida Wong to excel, but how could this barely competent fighter outperform the mutant's siblings and, at times, even surpass Loki's combat performance? It defied all logic. Surely, the erratic thoughts of a mentally ill individual could not be this absurd. For a super strategist who had fought cosmic wars for millennia, this was utterly incomprehensible. Just as Hela contemplated a different approach to study Harley Quinn, a portal unexpectedly opened behind her. Li Chengfeng, clad in Green Lantern attire, called out from the other side, "Hey, those two from Asgard, come over here and see if this golden-haired fool belongs to your family." Chapter 59. Is this Thor? Clearly, it is the golden-haired Jinjiang, returning 10 minutes earlier. What in the world is this nonsense of a divine artifact? I might as well pull a demon from hell. Why is it utterly immovable? Constantine, while smoking, furiously kicked the Mjolnir lying on the ground. Absurd. Utterly absurd. He had never encountered such a bizarre artifact. Neither punches nor kicks would provoke a backlash or counterattack. Aside from remaining completely still, it resembled an ordinary hammer. Were it not for his ability to sense the overwhelming divine power akin to thunder, he would have thought it to be a counterfeit. Ah, you seem rather relaxed. Is this the demeanor of your magical circle? The other male mage I know has a penchant for wielding dual daggers in close combat against warriors. Was this person not quite right in the head? Constantine instinctively responded to the remark, but he suddenly realized that the speaker was very near him, even standing directly behind him. Thus, in the fleeting moment of turning around, Constantine began to recite an incantation. However, as the first obscure and eerie syllable squeezed from his throat, a hand abruptly forced all the spells, along with a cloud of smoke, deep into his lungs, provoking a violent and muffled cough. The hand that silenced Constantine's mouth belonged to Li Chengfeng. One could hardly expect the two individuals sprawled on the ground to suddenly rise up and assume the role of protagonists, could one? Hush, you scoundrel sorcerer. Refrain from uttering the incantation to summon the flames of hell. Li Chengfeng waved his finger before Constantine, warning him that playing with fire could lead to unfortunate accidents. Surely, someone of your stature as a renowned sorcerer would not wish to embarrass themselves in public, would they? Constantine, preoccupied with the iron grip on his face, found no leisure to entertain Li Chengfeng's banter. He could only feel the hand clamping down like a vice. In a state where ventriloquism was impossible, his only recourse was to resort to the life-saving trump cards he had concealed. Yet, the superpowered individual before him offered no opportunity for escape. Instead, he conjured a straitjacket made of an unfamiliar green light, a tool commonly employed in psychiatric institutions. If the unknown mutant leader, known as Old One, were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly be moved to tears. Yes, that was precisely the sentiment. Such exquisite pleasure. Pain must be shared to gradually diminish. Constantine was utterly bewildered by the sight before him. What a bizarre ability. This green energy was neither a product of technology nor belonged to any form of magic. Even the masterful Constantine, who had toyed with the lords of hell, found himself unable to decipher this energy in such a short span of time and mount a counterattack. For the first time in many years, he felt a flicker of despair. Especially after his hands were completely restrained, he could no longer even cast spells that required no incantations. Constantine, the infamous sorcerer, whose betrayals were as numerous as his infidelities, was at the mercy of Li Chengfeng, who then released his grip on Constantine's mouth. "How did you know there was an artifact here? If I answer you, will you let me go?" Constantine retorted. "I have an elderly mother of 80 and a weaning child. Do you think I would trust you? You, Constantine, an 80-year-old mother and a weaning child? That could work too." Even under Li Chengfeng's control, Constantine managed to exchange banter. "I have a weaning mother and an 80-year-old child." Li Chengfeng harbored no fondness for such a boundaryless individual. Although he had once admired Constantine, that admiration was founded upon the character's existence within comic books. When such a scoundrel stood before him in the flesh, it was truly difficult to harbor any affection. However, he is, after all, an exceptional mage capable of resolving numerous significant events. Perhaps in the future, I may indeed seek his assistance. This fellow's connections are undeniably extensive. Although I have no intention of killing him, delivering a couple of punches should pose no problem. Right? Even Constantine's wide array of interests would hardly be diminished by such an incident. Noticing the increasingly ferocious look in Li Chengfeng's eyes, the ever-cautious Constantine promptly chose to concede. Esteemed superhuman, we bear no grievances from the past nor present. Why not treat me as a mere, trifling annoyance? I no longer desire this artifact. Consider it a token of our meeting, a gift for you. Li Chengfeng was somewhat taken aback. This was spoken in remarkably standard Republican dialect. You can speak Republican? Indeed. I once resided for an extended period on an island called Purgatory in the southern seas of the Republic. Constantine seemed to smile shyly as he continued. In Purgatory, I befriended an individual who is now an elite agent of the Joint Investigation Bureau. We share a close bond. Should I go missing, he would undoubtedly turn the entire America upside down in search of me. What masterful rhetoric. He lowered defenses with his words, simultaneously pleading for mercy while issuing a subtle threat. If Li Chengfeng were merely an ordinary superhuman without any connections, he might have indeed felt intimidated. But what a fortunate coincidence. Your esteemed friend Wu Ti happened to be an archer named Oliver Queen. Would he? You've heard of my brother S. Renown? In that case, this can be easily resolved. Release me, and the artifact remains yours. What are you doing? Li Chengfeng chose not to indulge his incessant prattling. Instead, he removed the communicator and switched it to speaker mode. Sky, is Oliver there? Indeed, came Sky's voice from the other end. Not just Oliver. Our entire team is observing your current mission. Unfortunately, there are no surveillance cameras at your location. Don't lament just yet. Let Oliver speak. Li Chengfeng Murja. And 2 seconds later, a magnetic male voice resonated from the communicator. Agent Li, is there something you require of me? Before me stands a British mage clad in a yellow trench coat. He claims to have a life bond with you, having befriended you in Purgatory. Purgatory? Albrecht. A mage? It couldn't possibly be that scoundrel Constantine. Oliver's voice immediately rose an octave. That rascal had me absorb a fair share of damage on his behalf. I'm a ranged archer, for heaven's sake. He claims you share a particularly close relationship. Nonsense. Our relationship is merely one of mutual assistance. He also stated that you would turn the entire America upside down to find him. Setting aside whether I possess such capability, even if I did, it would only be because he has wronged me to the point of no return. As the voice of Oliver Queen emanated from the communicator, Constantine's countenance darkened significantly. The revelation of deception compelled his mind to whirl in a frenzy. The identity of the individual before him became unequivocally clear. He was an agent of the Bureau of Investigation, undoubtedly a senior one, for even someone as proud as Oliver exhibited a measure of reverence towards him. Cough, cough, cough. So you are an agent of the Bureau? Constantine exclaimed suddenly, his voice laced with regret and sincerity. What a calamity. I too am an agent of the Bureau. You're talking nonsense, Li Chengfeng retorted, wholly disbelieving the bluster of the charlatan. Yet Constantine, attempting to ingratiate himself, wiggled his backside and said, Please ease up a bit. My Bureau credentials are nestled in my trouser pocket. Do be careful when you reach for them. I wouldn't want you to stumble upon anything untoward. Observing the other S expression, Li Chengfeng remained skeptical, but nonetheless released a portion of the green light to retrieve the credentials he had mentioned. Upon merely glancing at the cover, it was indeed authentic Bureau identification, albeit not from the American headquarters. While the Bureau is a unified institution, each major nation establishes its own headquarters, resulting in varying credentials. The cover of the American headquarters credentials features a majestic bald eagle, while that of the British Empire's showcases a lion and shield. Constantine's credentials, however, bore the image of the sacred dragon, a symbol familiar to Li Chengfeng. Indeed, Constantine possessed credentials from the Republic's Bureau. Who does he think he is fooling? A forged document from the Republic's Bureau? Li Chengfeng chuckled silently, and then produced his own credentials. The identical emblem caused Constantine's smile to freeze upon his face. How could he be affiliated with the Republic's Bureau? After all, it was the Republic's Bureau that apprehended of Britain in America. Is he jesting? To dare forge Bureau credentials? Even if I wished to let you off the hook, I could not. After this incident, you shall find yourself incarcerated for a decade or more. Having spoken, Li Chengfeng did not afford Constantine another opportunity to cause trouble, deftly sealing his mouth with a surge of willpower and green light before discarding him aside. At that moment, Mike O'Leary had already recovered from Li Chengfeng's prior strike and descended into the pit. He intended to assist Shunat, but was met instead by the sight of Constantine. now bound by the green luminescence, being unceremoniously tossed before him. Li Chengfeng noted Mike Leary's presence and shrugged in response. You and Shunat are not to escape. Your matters have yet to be wholly resolved. He initially threatened the two, then pointed towards the fallen Constantine. However, you may take out your frustrations on him. Consider it a preliminary adaptation to life in prison. Quick, don't help me. Beat him up. First, knock that insufferable British nose of his askew. Shunat exclaimed. Li Chengfeng paid no heed to the furious roars of Microlu. The cheers of Shinate were the subtle, yet delightful, screams of Constantine. He approached and attempted to lift the mighty Mjolnir, only to fail. The hammer's recognition system must be flawed. How can my character be so resolute, yet yield no results? While I do enjoy gazing at the thighs of Wang, Jie, and Hallie, my integrity stands far superior. Indeed, it is all the hammer's fault. Li Chengfeng muttered in dissatisfaction, yet did not dwell on this matter. Instead, he arrived at the end of the cell. The door was an ordinary iron gate, adorned with a plethora of intricate magical formations. Upon attempting to decipher them, he discovered they were designed specifically to counter divine beings. These formations held no sway over ordinary mortals, yet for an extraterrestrial like Loki, possessing divine attributes, entering would render him powerless, suppressing his godly powers to an almost non-existent state. To illustrate, it was akin to a devil fruit user being controlled by Seastone. This indicated that a deity was indeed imprisoned within. Coupled with Mjolnir lying in the pit, the identity of this god became glaringly evident. Thor. Without hesitation, Li Chengfeng tore open the iron door and stepped inside. As expected, at the very center of the magical formation stood a tall figure resembling a celestial being, golden-haired and resembling Su Jinjian. Damn! Thor, in his frail and weakened state, bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Jinjian. After erasing the magical formation, Li Chengfeng decisively activated the teleportation portal, intending to hand Thor over to his team and summon the entire group. He sensed that the instant the magical formation was eradicated, a strange crimson light streaked across the sky in the direction of the warden's office. Chapter 60. Are the Asgardians lacking in wit? After activating the portal, the first to rush through into the depths of Fox River Prison was not the goddess of death, Hela, or the god of mischief, Loki, but rather Ada Wong. She even utilized a grappling hook gun to enter. What the hell? Can a teleportation portal be latched onto with a grappling hook? It actually has a physical form. Your teleportation magic. Are you inquiring about me? Ada gracefully executed a backflip and landed effortlessly. I was merely a bit surprised. What astonished me further was your apparent eagerness to see me. To be honest, I truly wish to meet you. Ada's eyes sparkled with affection as she stepped onto Li Chengfeng's foot. Not content with just that, she ground her foot into it. Although it was not painful for Li Chengfeng, merely ticklish clarity was necessary. Why the sudden kick? Fortunately, he was barefoot at that moment. The prison-issued clothes and shoes had long since turned to ash due to the fiery antics of the cold captain and the hot wave. Had he been wearing the signature sneakers he purchased last month, he would have been in agony. Though he wasn't particularly versed in football, he had to admit that the collaborative sneakers were indeed quite attractive. Indeed, the only virtue of inexpensive items lies in their affordability, while the sole drawback of costly items is their price. Upon hearing Li Chengfeng's long-awaited banter, Ada found her ire inexplicably subsiding. Yet, a decrease in anger did not equate to its absence. With indignation, Ada gestured towards the portal's opposite side. How dare you speak so? As a stable-minded mortal, I have been subjected to a month of training by a cosmic warmonger who has conquered numerous planets. Do you comprehend what it means to be a mere mortal? Living in the home of a colleague with ambiguous intentions, subtly changing outfits to hint at my affections, yet he remains utterly oblivious. Furthermore, I must manage a team that he typically overlooks, all while grappling with the burdensome and voluminous paperwork that is nothing short of exasperating. Not a single soul in this team can assist me with the clerical duties. To think I have fallen to such depths and am still expected to endure training, and with the true prowess of a goddess from Asgard, no less. Earning a 5-figure salary, I am already tasked with saving the world daily, yet I find myself investing my own resources as well. With such meager earnings, it takes an eternity to save for something as simple as a grappling gun. What am I risking my life for? Ada's fervent tirade finally evoked a reaction from Li Chengfeng. It seemed this was indeed the situation at hand. When Hela proposed the notion of training a formidable army from Midgard, he had readily acquiesced without a second thought. He had assumed that training this group of superhumans would be a worthwhile endeavor, neglecting the fact that Ada, in comparison, was an ordinary individual. He had never regarded Harley Quinn as an ordinary person. Her physical limitations appeared to have been entirely lifted due to her psychological state. While she would not genuinely surpass human limits, her exhibited strength, speed, and agility far exceeded that of an average agent. Moreover, she was undoubtedly a harbinger of fate within this universe. Had this cosmos been the creation of some eccentric fanfiction author, Harley Quinn would undoubtedly be one of its principal protagonists. The highest authority within the American Bureau regarded her as the closest thing to a daughter in his life. Bruce Wayne, also known as Batman, had certified her as one of his few genuine female friends. A senior to the formidable Kansas giant, she was an alumnus of Lois Lane School, and it seemed that during their conversations, Harley Quinn had even played matchmaker between him and Lois Lane. Anyone who learned of her experiences would be compelled to exclaim, "How impressive!" Even the seasoned veterans, Black Egg and White Duck, gasped upon receiving the latest intelligence report on Harley Quinn from Chengfeng. Frankly speaking, Harley Quinn could directly rally allies to conquer the world, and the likelihood of her success was substantial. It was my oversight. Placing you among this group of superpowered individuals does seem rather unreasonable. Nevertheless, I have emerged as the warrior with the highest assessment points from that Asgardian goddess over the past month. Ada rolled her eyes as I complained, asserting that my grievances did not signify incompetence. After a lengthy exchange of banter with Li Chengfeng, her spirits were notably lifted. She surveyed her surroundings and, upon spotting the golden-haired Su Jinjian, who was blissfully unaware with his eyes tightly shut, she inquired, "Who is this individual? And where exactly are we?" "Oh dear! Amidst your incessant complaints, I completely lost track of our primary objective. Ada, this is a grave oversight on your part. How could you engage in idle chatter with a superior, causing them to forget the task at hand?" Li Chengfeng feigned a fierce demeanor, casting a stern glance at Ada. "Your transgression is serious. When you return home, do change into a pair of white stockings. Perhaps then, the leader can have a proper discussion with you. You must maintain professionalism during work hours." Having uttered this, the somewhat shameless man turned and stepped into the portal. He disregarded the team members, who were diligently aligning themselves to restore their stamina on the ground, and called out to the sibling duo, the goddess of death, Hela, and the god of mischief, Loki. "Hey, you two from Asgard, come over here. Come and see if this golden-haired fool belongs to your kin." Goodness, he is only clad in a pair of shorts, as if he were asleep in the deepest cells of the Fox River prison. If he were to wear even slightly more or less clothing, I might have regarded him as just another ordinary individual. "Are you implying that Asgardians are somewhat lacking in mental capacity?" Loki muttered as he stood up and approached the portal. "While I agree with your sentiment, it is true that Asgardians, myself included, are not entirely sane." Li Chengfeng shot a surprised glance at Loki. Remarkable. Is Loki capable of rational thought at this moment? This emotional stability is rather unsettling. It seems that the physical confrontation administered by that hefty fellow from Kansas truly had a profound impact on the psyche and worldview. "My goddess, what did you mean by your earlier statement?" Hela approached, her battle attire reminiscent of the intricate designs she wore upon her emergence from confinement, though this particular ensemble exuded an air of luxury. The duality of her identity as both queen and goddess imbued the tall figure with an aura of regal authority and divine compassion. The visual impact was overwhelming for Li Chengfeng. "What golden-haired fool? Have you once again employed your talent for collecting at least one person in every location? Is that what you call a talent?" Li Chengfeng chuckled wearily, pressing his forehead. "Do you think I intended for this to happen? It was merely a coincidence. I have already confirmed that he is indeed an Asgardian. I have my speculations regarding his identity, but it is still necessary to have Loki verify it." With that, Li Chengfeng turned and walked back to the other side of the portal. Upon hearing his words, Hela found a situation quite peculiar. "Brother, is Midgard not rather extraordinary? How is it that yet another Asgardian has appeared?" "Do not inquire. Midgard possesses a touch of the mystical." Loki wore an expression of nonchalance, reminding his sister that she too had been inexplicably sealed in Midgard by their father. Indeed, upon reflection, it seemed they were both part of this peculiar existence. "Hold on. I negotiated a deal with that mad titan known as Thanos, employing my silver tongue to invade Midgard in exchange for an entire battalion of interstellar mercenaries. Yet, in the end, it was the so-called Clark Kent, the god among mortals, who effortlessly vanquished him. Hela entered the portal, mercilessly berating her younger brother. Sister, please do not be so harsh on this mere child of not yet 1,500 years. Loki followed her through the portal, insisting it was a miscalculation on his part regarding the invasion location. If I had chosen Washington, no, that won't do, with Li Chengfeng there. I should have gone for New York. Yes, if only I had selected New York. What a ridiculous choice. Li Chengfeng shot Loki a fierce glare, a look that was far from playful, but rather one that expressed a genuine desire to deliver a beating. Had he chosen New York, the combined forces of Stark and the FBI would hardly have sufficed to withstand the Chitauri army. However, had that transpired, Li Chengfeng vowed that Loki's head would be delivered to Odin personally. You have narrowly escaped death, he remarked, patting Loki on the shoulder. Kulme, take a look at this individual. Does he not remind you of your brother, whom you share no blood relation with, yet whose thought processes are remarkably similar? Upon hearing this, Loki paused momentarily, then hurried forward to inspect. Upon recognizing the face of the golden-haired Su Jinjian, he first stood in shock, then began to playfully smack his brother's head, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, Thor, it truly is you. I never expected to see you in such a predicament. My dear brother, what has befallen you? Why are you so disheveled and in such a compromising position? I have heard that the inmates here have a penchant for handsome men. Hela was even more direct, stepping on Thor's backside as she moved to examine the intricate magical array on the ground. To be frank, Hela held little interest in this long-lost brother, even feeling a natural aversion to one who bore a striking resemblance to Odin in his youth. In contrast, she preferred Loki, the somewhat unconventional frost giant, as her sibling, even though he embodied many traits akin to Odin. But unexpectedly, with that one step, Thor let out a muffled groan and slowly regained consciousness. The first sight he beheld was Loki. You scoundrel! You deceived me with a distress signal. Who deceived you? I was truly captured by a terrifying individual, you know? I spent a whole year in that cell capable of suppressing magic. Loki was incensed upon hearing his brother's words. Although Loki had often relied on the mischievous antics of sheep to deceive Thor in the past, it seems he would continue to do so in the future. However, the one time he sent a distress signal was a genuine plea for help. That message traversed the cosmos. Who would casually concoct such a contraption to fool their own Na'vi brother? Moreover, you did not come to my aid. Look, ultimately, it was we who rescued you. Upon hearing these words, even Li Chengfeng, shameless as he was, found Loki's demeanor rather grotesque this time. Given that Thor was currently in Midgard, it indicated that upon receiving his brother's plea for help, even if he harbored doubts about whether this was yet another of Loki's cunning tricks, he merely contemplated it internally. His body, however, was honest. He swiftly journeyed from Asgard to Earth, fearing that something might genuinely happen to his brother. Oh, indeed, he is a caring elder brother. I find myself somewhat enamored by the bond between the two of you. Thor remained oblivious to Li Chengfeng's suggestive and teasing gaze, and instead, he continued to express his indignation towards Loki. You were imprisoned for an entire year? In a magic restraining cell? Look at me. I too have been confined in this place for a year. Behold these magic circles designed specifically for deities. 50 of them stacked together. I can only muster a fragment of power at the fixed hour of 10 each night to resonate with Mjolnir, barely managing to shift a minuscule fraction beyond this magical barrier. And you, my brother, one of the most skilled sorcerers across the 9 realms. How can I believe that this magic barrier and prison were not your handiwork prepared for me? At this point, Li Chengfeng began to grasp the situation. It was quite straightforward. Thor had rushed from Asgard to rescue someone, only to find himself ensnared, having believed for an entire year that his brother was behind it all. Now, upon seeing Loki, he realized he had misjudged the situation. His brother had indeed sought his help. Thus, while he still complained to Loki, he felt an unusual sense of relief and even joy. This time, his brother had not deceived him. With the possession of the ancestral Green Lantern ring, although he could only manipulate the will of the green light, his sensitivity to other emotions had sharpened significantly. Li Chengfeng could sense Thor's current elation, even momentarily disregarding the fact that he was clad only in his undergarments. Truly, aside from their dissimilar appearances, These two brothers shared the same haughty disposition. Reflecting on this, Li Chengfeng shifted his attention to Hela. If pride could be deemed a familial trait, might this towering goddess possess a similar captivating charm? While pride may retreat in the face of adversity, it is eternally formidable. At this moment, the Asgardian goddess was intently scrutinizing the magic circles that Li Chengfeng had disrupted. Divine countermeasures, magical suppression, bodily weakening, and the cycle of nightmares. So, Hela, what have you discerned? Aside from the magic circle meant for countering divinity, the others are merely standard magic circles, devoid of any peculiarities. The crux lies in this magic circle that counters divinity. Without it, even this golden-haired weakling could swiftly extricate himself from peril. Although the origins of this divine countermeasure remain unknown to me, I am certain it was not crafted by a mere magician, but rather conjured by beings of a far superior nature. Hela turned, her brow furrowed, as she approached Li Chengfeng, inadvertently stepping over Thor once more. This time, however, Thor had already regained his senses. "Hey, you uncouth woman. I am Thor Odinson, the firstborn of Odin, the All-Father, the god of thunder from Asgard, and the future king of Asgard." Hela regarded her oblivious, golden-haired brother, her brows knitting tighter. "Firstborn? Future king of Asgard? You believe you are the first to hear such a promise? What do you mean? Who exactly are you?" "Oh, foolish Odinson, you know nothing." At the moment Li Chengfeng heard those words, he felt an uncomfortable pressure in his chest. Ultimately, he identified the perfect outlet for his frustrations. Even though Loki had sensed something amiss when he observed Li Chengfeng looking around, he was still a moment too slow, as the goddess, designated by her elder sister, seized his shoulder. "My dear goddess, I wonder what I can do for you," Loki exclaimed, attempting to escape her grasp while diverting the conversation. "Oh dear, Wanda and Pietro are still waiting for me. And Harley, we all gather by the portal. Are you not concerned she might lead Wanda and her brother astray?" At this moment, was evasion of any use? When Hela proposed to train you, I had warned you numerous times. The grip on Loki's shoulder intensified. Even Loki, a being of Asgard, found it challenging to withstand. Let us not allow Hela to remain absorbed in her phone and social networks. Listen to the nonsense she just uttered. References to Naruto and Game of Thrones, all muddled together. "Dear goddess, please hear my explanation. You know my sister's temperament. As the unwavering heir to the throne of Asgard and supreme commander of the army, if I possess the ability and courage to manage her, would I have been coerced into signing a 250-year employment contract under your threats and persuasion?" Loki, feeling unjustly accused, reflected that despite his usual demeanor in Hela's eyes, he was but a triviality. When he complied, he was the obedient brother, dutifully following his elder sister. However, should he harbor any dissent, he would merely be regarded as a half-breed frost giant. Thus, to supervise Hela, he would prefer to attend the psychological counseling sessions hosted by the mad Harley Quinn at the FBI. As the god of mischief, his constitution and understanding of human nature rendered him largely immune to madness. Otherwise, he must devise a means to feign madness and regain his wits. Meanwhile, Loki found himself tidying up after Li Chengfeng, while on the other side, Thor began to lose his composure. "What? Are you implying that you are, in fact, my elder sister? The true firstborn of Odin, the All-Father? The commander of the Asgardian army and the heir to the throne of Asgard? No, you vile and heretical goddess. Do not attempt to deceive me. It seems that Odin has truly become senile. How could he possibly raise such a naive and foolish heir like you?" Hela had been observing Thor intently, pondering for an extended period how this individual could possibly ascend to the position of heir that she once held. Yet, despite his demeanor, Hela found herself rather fond of this brother with whom she shared blood, as many of her former warriors were just as innocent yet valiant as Thor. Even she could never harbor disdain for such individuals. However, if someone with such a disposition were to become the king of Asgard, it would spell disaster for the entire realm. In Hela's eyes, Thor, at least the current Thor, lacked the gravitas to be a king. "Silence. Even if you truly are my elder sister, I shall not permit you to insult Odin, the father of all," Thor declared, mustering the strength of his still weakened body to raise a hand with great effort. Upon witnessing Thor's action, Li Chengfeng quietly shifted aside, not wishing to be inadvertently struck by a summoned hammer. Moreover, this situation did not require his intervention, for the previous master of MJ, Lnir, stood right there, unfazed. Yet, It was Thor's summoning of the hammer that reminded Li Chengfeng of the three individuals awaiting their turn in the Joint Coordination Bureau's prison. Although no one was monitoring them, given their condition and the threats Li Chengfeng had issued, they were likely still waiting obediently. It was even possible that Microlear was still engaged in a tussle with Constantine. This time, the scoundrel had certainly encountered a significant setback. Go, gather everyone for assembly. This round of armed training is concluded. Li Chengfeng gestured to Loki, instructing him to bring the three criminals outside under control. Huh? What criminals? Are you still preoccupied with capturing thieves? As an agent of the Joint Coordination Bureau, it is my duty to combat crime, and this thief was plotting to steal your family's ancestral hammer. As the aggrieved party, a bow of your head would suffice as gratitude, would it not? You divine fool. Loki rolled his eyes and turned back through the portal, bringing forth Wanda and her brother, as well as Harley Quinn, who remained in a state of repose. Just as the portal sealed shut, everyone beheld a hammer forged from the cores of deceased stars soaring through the air, aimed directly at a brawny blond man clad only in his undergarments. Thor was on the verge of touching Mjolnir. As the goddess of death, Hela, stood upon the land of Asgard, she seemed poised to reclaim her former glory. Should Thor grasp the mighty Mjolnir, the power sealed within by Odin's incantation would immediately begin to resonate within him. This explains why Thor was often derisively referred to as the god of the hammer. His strength was formidable, yet not entirely within his mastery. Thus, Mjolnir served as both his weapon and a form of restraint, akin to a swift-acting phoenix's healing balm. Yet a long, bony hand deftly seized the hammer's head before he could. The smirk that had once curled Thor's lips froze in disbelief. Years later, as the father of all, Thor Odinson would reminisce about that fateful day, lamenting while cradling his head in his hands. Just 2 inches. If only it were just 2 inches. Chapter 62. The Dual Assault of Asgard. Loki, if given the chance now, would you truly strike down Thor? Li Chengfeng sighed, his eyes filled with melancholy. In the past, I might have, but now I think not. Why? Loki asked, incredulity etched on his face as he pointed to Thor, who was being ruthlessly subdued by Hela. Just look at him. He has been reduced to this state by our sister. My mother wouldn't even recognize him without discerning his soul. Li Chengfeng turned his gaze towards Thor's once chiseled, quintessentially handsome face, now distorted beyond recognition. It's unavoidable. His sister is far too merciless. She struck him directly with the hammer. Fortunately, Thor's physical prowess was extraordinary, and Hela had refrained from employing her deathly powers, relying solely on her physical strength for the assault. This restraint was indeed remarkable. Li Chengfeng noted that Hela, despite her reputation as a warmonger, did not harbor the anticipated disdain for her family. She even seemed to hold a begrudging acceptance for her father, the All-Father who once ruled over all of Asgard and later imprisoned her on Earth. Her hatred stemmed from the complete denial of her past by her father. Li Chengfeng deeply empathized with her, perceiving her actions as a form of restraint. You raised me to conquer and seize territories. You taught me to fight. And when I believed I could inherit your legacy, you insisted on a peaceful reign, deeming me too brutal to ascend the throne. How is that any different from advising a sickly prince to strive for greatness? Thus, to vent her frustrations, she took it upon herself to deliver some well-deserved punishment to her brother, reclaiming a semblance of interest from Odin in the process. Li Chengfeng and Loki, observing the spectacle, chose to remain as spectators to this sibling squabble, appreciating the camaraderie in their playful conflict. At first, Thor remained resolute, gritting his teeth even as he endured the blows, desperately attempting to retaliate. After being thoroughly beaten by Mjolnir, even someone as simple-minded as Thor realized the gravity of the situation. His elder sister did not seem to be targeting him for the sake of punishment, but rather to deliver a blow to someone else's pride. After all, striking the prince was tantamount to striking the king himself. This was undoubtedly an undeserved calamity. As this realization struck him, Thor felt a wave of injustice wash over him. Oh, my dear sister, I have erred. As Thor uttered these words, Loki, who had been maintaining a stern facade, finally broke into a grin. Ha ha, this is utterly hilarious. The golden-haired oaf actually has a day of acknowledging his faults. Alas, I surmise that if he were faced with a mortal enemy, he would never plead for mercy. Li Chengfeng sighed, recognizing that the one administering the beating was none other than his blood-related sister. Was it not entirely reasonable to plead for mercy from one's own sister? Oof. I shall not grant him that opportunity. If he is to be punished, he must endure it fully. How could he dare to plead for mercy? Just wait. I shall incite a little mischief. With a glint in his eye, Loki plotted as he made his way toward the domestic altercation in Asgard. Li Chengfeng reached out, but it was too late. He could not stop Loki. He had no intentions of deliberately allowing Loki to proceed. He merely wished to witness the ensuing spectacle. Sister, do not spare him. He is undoubtedly in cahoots with our father. Only you and I stand united. We are the finest duo in existence. Meanwhile, Hela, who was using her hammer to discipline her younger brother, instinctively turned at the sound of Loki's voice. Upon seeing him, the fire of unspoken rage within her only intensified. Indeed, Thor bore a striking resemblance to Odin in his youth, yet Loki, as Odin's adopted son, mirrored Odin's essence even more closely. Sister, what do you mean by looking at me like that? Loki perceptively sensed the malice in Hela's gaze, just as the next hammer blow came crashing down upon him. Li Chengfeng, help me. Apologies, but I am utterly unable to assist. You old fool. If I could make you the goddess, I would take your surname. When did I ever say I wanted to be a goddess? I merely aspire to be the executive vice-god king. Li Chengfeng, in a fit of exasperation, urged Hela. Consider how your father allows these two buffoons to wreak havoc across the 9 realms while sealing you, who is intent on strengthening Asgard, upon the earth. Are you not furious? Are you not disheartened? Then unleash your wrath upon them. A brother who does not endure punishment is unworthy. Although the spectacle of Hela thrashing her 2 brothers was indeed grand, Li Chengfeng, being the most dedicated agent of the Joint Investigation Bureau, decided to lead his team out of the cell, granting the siblings some much-needed private space. With too many onlookers, Hela might not be able to fully express her prowess. At this moment, it was likely that the Sword of Night Sky had been summoned. Li Chengfeng took one last glance into the cell, then made a sign of the cross over his chest, gesturing a door seal with his hands, and called out, Amit Ba. As he strode out the door, Harley Quinn remarked, It seems he accomplished quite a bit just now. Ada Wong, treating religion as a mere joke, be wary of repercussions. After leaving the confines of the cell, Li Chengfeng found no inclination to jest. That moment had merely served as a means of relaxation prior to embarking on the next task. Below in the pit lay 3 individuals, 2 of whom were notorious criminals, albeit of the type solely focused on financial gain, posing little threat. The third, however, was Wanda, a formidable sorceress now entirely under my control, rendered incapable of casting spells or forming seals. Yet, when escorting her, one must exercise utmost caution, for she is a scoundrel devoid of moral boundaries. Understood, Captain. Wanda nodded eagerly, still adjusting to Li Chengfeng's demeanor during missions, timidly adding, Sister Hela taught me how to harness my magical energy over the past month. If it comes to a powerless sorceress, I should be able to temporarily seal her powers. Excellent. Then you shall handle Constantine, he replied, as the group descended into the pit. Mike O'Leary continued his relentless assault on Constantine. Li Chengfeng rubbed his eyes, pondering. Haven't I just witnessed this scene in the cell? Beating someone into a pulp. What a sense of DJVU. Yet, the contrast between Mike O'Leary and the Asgardian beauty is indeed vast. Why focus on Mike O'Leary's form when Hela is so alluring? Enough, Mike O'Leary, cease your actions. I believe turning him into a Rex suffices as retribution. Yet, being the brute he was, Mike O'Leary, consumed by his fervor, paid no heed to anyone's words. Li Chengfeng, feeling a surge of irritation, rubbed his temples. Peter, snap him out of it. Yes, Captain. Peter flashed a radiant smile, one that would have been unthinkable a month prior, and in an instant, vanished from sight. To the untrained eye, it appeared as though Quicksilver had transformed into a bolt of lightning. But Li Chengfeng perceived every movement with clarity. Ever since Peter's mutant ability stabilized, his top speed had been on the rise. However, as he had only recently awakened his powers, his capabilities were still limited, currently hovering around 600 miles per hour, still a considerable distance from achieving the speed of sound. Yet it sufficed. In a flash, Peter subdued Mike O'Leary. Although Quicksilver's signature power was speed, his body had adapted to accommodate his abilities, resulting in cardiovascular and respiratory systems operating several times more efficiently than an average human's. His muscular tissue did not produce fatigue toxins, and while his strength paled in comparison to that of monsters, Maneuvering several hundred kilograms felt effortless. As his speed continued to escalate, his physique would evolve further in tandem. As he pondered, Li Chengfeng suddenly recalled Barry Allen. If there were no unforeseen circumstances, given Barry's character and life experiences, he would likely become a good running companion for Pietro. After all, both share the burden of fathers who might as well be dead and mothers who truly are. How tragic. Of course, this is relative. Compared to families with both parents present, it is indeed dismal. Yet when juxtaposed with his grandfather, it could be considered a form of happiness. At this moment, far away in Gotham, Bruce Wayne was engaged in his daily training. Suddenly, he sneezed, leaving him somewhat perplexed. "Master Bruce, have you been pushing yourself too hard lately?" Alfred, who was tidying up the Batcave, glanced back at Bruce Wayne. "You haven't sneezed like that in years." "It was merely a sneeze, Alfred," Bruce Wayne replied, returning to his training. Yet, deep within, he harbored an unsettling premonition that someone was watching him. Meanwhile, Li Chengfeng, having just mocked Batman in his thoughts, observed Mikey, now resembling a dumpling after Pietro's handiwork, and approached, squatting beside Constantine. "Can you still speak, Constantine?" "Woo! Let me go." "I swear I won't run." "Have you lost your mind? Do you think I am some kind of psychic who can read your thoughts?" Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. "I will release you, but you must not flee. If you do, I will unleash the full might of the entire Federal Bureau to track you down. Even if you hide in the deepest recesses of the magical realm. You should know I possess such capabilities." Upon hearing this, Constantine ceased his whimpering and nodded eagerly. "Run? What nonsense! I can already sense several powerful energies surrounding us. Among them, aside from Li Chengfeng, there were two others. One had just materialized within the cell, while the other appeared outside, in the prison warden's office." Constantine's brow furrowed tighter. Even if he wished to escape, it seemed unlikely now. Chapter 63. The Crimson Sovereign. Ceterak Li Chengfeng unburdened himself of Constantine without hesitation. Although this fellow might betray or flee, he was clever enough not to attempt such a foolish act in person. The odds of success were too slim. Constantine's greatest asset was his self-awareness. "Cough, cough, you are quite ruthless." Employing that strange green light to transform into a cylindrical object and stuff it in my mouth. The sensation reminds me of my ex-boyfriend. Ugh. Releasing you is not meant to indulge your crude humor. Li Chengfeng was uninterested in Constantine's promiscuous escapades. His curiosity lay instead with the entity within the warden's office. Who or what could it be? However, Li Chengfeng was certain that whatever it was, its caliber was far from insignificant. Otherwise, it would not have been capable of overcoming Thor. Moreover, Hela has stated that the creation of divine countermagic arrays is undoubtedly the work of a being of higher caliber. For Hela to make such a declaration suggests that this entity is at least on par with Mephisto, a lord of dimensions. It is even conceivable that this being transcends the level of the Heavenly Father. If we were in one of those renowned locations, he could perhaps ascertain which deity it is through experience. However, we are in Fox River Prison. The most sinister entities lurk here. I merely wish to lighten the atmosphere. Even with a pig's head adorning him, Constantine insisted on lighting up, indulging in a cloud of smoke before uttering the latter part of his statement. For if nothing unexpected occurs, we are about to meet our demise. Li Chengfeng furrowed his brow. Meet our demise? If this scoundrel Constantine is expressing such despair, then who exactly resides in the warden's building? Since you have sensed the presence within the warden's office, you must also have perceived what lies within the cell, correct? Indeed, the one in the cell is one of your own? After posing the question, Constantine slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Damn, that reckless fool must have struck too hard. I surely have a concussion. I should have realized that your emergence signifies the one in the cell is indeed one of yours. With her, do we stand a chance? Do you believe that when facing an entire universe, adding another god would alter the outcome?" Li Chengfeng was not particularly satisfied with Constantine's response. According to his reasoning, the task at hand seemed impossible to accomplish in the near term. Although the system's mission imposed no time constraints nor penalties for failure, Li Chengfeng recognized that the best course of action was to retreat for the time being. There would be future opportunities. Yet he felt frustrated in that moment. He even wished to summon the hulking figure of the Kansas giant. Do not speak so alarmingly, human sorcerer. Just as Li Chengfeng wrestled with the dilemma of retreating or not, a voice imbued with regal authority rang out from behind him. It was none other than the death goddess Hela, invigorated after having dealt with her brother. Supporting her were her two wretched brothers, leaning on each other. Li Chengfeng had not anticipated that Hella's thrashing would forge a bond of brotherhood between the two. Fists truly are a remarkable thing. Constantine instinctively wished to retort against Hella, but immediately recognized that she was another entity deserving of the title of deity. Noble goddess, while I am unaware of your true identity, I assure you that I was not speaking alarmingly. I can sense that this presence belongs to a realm beyond our universe. Such dimensional lords are omniscient and omnipotent within the dimensions they govern. Constantine elucidated that he was indeed devoid of any concealment or deceit. The moment Agent Li apprehended him, he sensed that an entity had transcended the boundaries of the universe, permeating its power into our cosmos. At this very moment, at least within this prison, it had been enveloped by another universe, merely a trickle of energy escaping from fissure. Hella smirked, having encountered many dimensional lords. They could manipulate time and reality at will, reshaping their universe in the blink of an eye. However, this was only within their own domain. Once departed, they were at best akin to a celestial being. Not to mention, Mephisto had clashed numerous times with the Asgard of old after leaving the hellish dimension. Both Odin and she herself had engaged with Mephisto. Quite formidable, yet conquerable. This human sorcerer was still too youthful. Hella, are you certain of what you just said? Li Chengfeng stepped forward, inquiring softly. Hella's response would determine the success of his mission. At most, it is akin to a celestial being, Hella asserted with unwavering conviction. No matter how powerful a dimensional lord or planar demon might be, they must pay a price for their omnipotence in their homeland. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng sighed with relief, realizing that Hella's thoughts mirrored his own. Given Hella's restored strength and Li Chengfeng's current capabilities, they should be able to face an ordinary celestial being without issue. What makes you so certain that it is merely a dissipating force? Constantine inquired, his brow furrowed as he directed his question towards the goddess of death. Even a man of his boundless nature would engage in a debate when challenged in his most esteemed domain. For if the dimensional lord had indeed employed some means to overlap and cloak this area, they would have been rendered to nothingness before even having the chance to converse. At this juncture, Hella had moved beside Li Chengfeng, assertively pulling him into her embrace. My divine consort, you need not worry. Besides my theoretical assertions, the most evident proof is that you were still able to initiate teleportation magic just now. Li Chengfeng paused, realizing the validity of her reasoning. He was no longer the novice who had just grasped teleportation magic, unable to distinguish between dimensional and ordinary teleportation. A standard portal could only connect 2 points within the same dimension. This indicated that this prison undeniably belonged to the current dimension. Yet do not rejoice too soon, Hella whispered as she lowered her head towards Li Chengfeng. There are individuals within this prison who have collected artifacts or items related to this dimensional lord. Through the shared source of power, it may render the descending dimensional lord even more formidable. Why you speak as if you are gasping for breath. Li Chengfeng remarqua, both amused and perplexed. So, the enemy may not merely be of the ordinary celestial level, but rather a pinnacle celestial being. After a moment's hesitation, he heard Coulson's voice crackling through the communicator once more. Li, are you all right? Just now, Sky and Ingrid discovered a rapidly expanding energy entity at Fox River Prison. Have you detected it as well? Li Chengfeng paused. What is its intensity? The distance is too great for our monitoring equipment to provide detailed measurements, but all indices are even higher than when the goddess of death, Hella, entered the Joint Bureau headquarters. Coulson's timely information confirmed that within the prison tower, there existed a celestial being more formidable than the current Hella. Glancing at his teammates behind him, Li Chengfeng sighed. It's best not to involve my still-developing comrades in such a battle prematurely. Just as he was about to issue a retreat order, the Green Lantern ring unexpectedly materialized in his hand, causing him to swallow his words. I did not summon the ring for charging, he thought. Guardian, this is related to the power of the emotional spectrum. A youthful voice emanated from the ring. Li Chengfeng was taken aback. What on earth? Since when could my Green Lantern ring speak? Has it gained sentience? And in such a youthful tone at that. He tightened his grip on the ring. There were no signs of transformation to express gratitude. Please refrain from envisioning any unsavory images in your mind. I'm still a child. What do you mean? Are you two in sync? Li Chengfeng peered into the small window of the ring, and indeed, he saw the little ion shark excitedly circling within. The tiny, exquisite head displayed an unexpectedly human-like expression. If Li Chengfeng was not mistaken, It was one of exasperation. Are you the Ion Shark? Yes, dear Guardian, it is I. You just mentioned that this so-called Dimension Lord is connected to the emotional spectrum? Indeed. Then I certainly cannot go. A pinnacle, celestial being wielding the power of the emotional spectrum? Should I send my teammates as messengers? I can offer my assistance, but I am currently too immature. I can only merge with you for a minute at most. Merge? With the Ion Shark? Li Chengfeng smacked his forehead. Of course. I possess the trump card of the Lantern Beast. Even if it was only for a minute, Li Chengfeng immediately made a decision. Ida, you, along with Harley and Wanda, escort these 3 criminals back to the Joint Bureau and remain on standby. Hela, Loki, accompany me to confront this so-called Lord. With that, Li Chengfeng activated the portal. Although Ada Wong and Harley Quinn expressed their concerns through their gazes, they understood that this level of combat was beyond the reach of mere mortals like themselves. Thus, they chose to heed Li Chengfeng's orders. After sending off the team members, Li Chengfeng glanced at Thor and inquired, "Do you not wish to confront the one who imprisoned you here? Upon seeing him, may I strike him?" "Certainly. Then let us proceed." After witnessing her brother endure a beating, Hela seemed to regain some composure and promptly returned Mjolnir to Thor. Thor's condition immediately surged, and with a resounding crash, he broke a large hole in the outer wall of the cell. Before him stood the imposing structure of the prison warden's tower. However, at that moment, the once Victorian building had transformed entirely into a shade of blood red. A colossal figure loomed at the entrance, similarly drenched in crimson. "I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Insects, you shall despair and cry out my true name in death. I am the Lord of Crimson, Surturak." Chapter 64. The Crimson Universe and the Wrath of Red Surturak. The very Surturak who conjured the red tank? Li Chengfeng furrowed his brow as he gazed upon the towering figure, whose armor, skin, and the energy enveloping him were all a striking shade of red. Among the renowned lords of dimensions and demigods, Surturak stood as the mightiest. His dominion over the Crimson Universe could be deemed unparalleled among dimension lords. However, unlike the lascivious Mephisto, who reveled in meddling directly in significant events, fostering discord among the celestial beings, tempting Adam and Eve with the fruit of knowledge, and orchestrating the rise of the Ghost Rider, Surturak represented an entirely different extreme. Surturak appeared to harbor a slight curiosity for matters beyond the Crimson Universe. Yet this interest did not compel him to abandon his sanguine throne. Thus, his influence over the reality was manifested through the materialization of his power into objects, which he then cast into the real universe. For instance, the infamous red tank, Cain Marco, was a product of Surturak. As a brother lacking any blood relation, he gained formidable strength through contact with Surturak's Crimson Gem. Theoretically, the strength of the red tank was sufficient to rival the Savage Hulk, with some believing he could even contend with the ordinary form of the Green Goblin. However, in practice, the red tank often did not qualify as a top-tier antagonist. Aside from the editor's influence, this was attributed to the significant reduction of Surturak's power once it departed from the Crimson Universe. Nonetheless, these observations pertain specifically to the red tank and the Crimson Gem of Surturak. After all, the red tank is merely one fragment among many. Legend has it that Surturak cast 8 deep crimson gemstones into the realm of reality. Perhaps the true power of the red tank, or even that of Surturak's avatar, lies within this amalgamation of 8. Before me stands a figure towering over 4 meters, resembling the red tank, yet distinctly different. Li Chengfeng can ascertain that this imposing deep crimson entity possesses strength that undoubtedly surpasses that of the current goddess of death, Hela. However, this is utterly irrational. As irrational as his self-proclaimed identity as Surturak. Li Chengfeng does not believe that this sovereign of the deep crimson cosmos would idly descend due to the presence of an Asgardian deity. Dear Guardian, have you sensed the terrifying crimson energy radiating from that figure in the distance? How can one not feel it? This formidable power stands out like a searchlight in the night. It belongs to the emotional spectrum of red, representing fury and hatred. The voice of the Ion Shark echoes in Li Chengfeng's mind. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng calms himself to truly perceive it. Indeed, the crimson energy emanating around him reacts slightly with the uncontrolled green light of will, confirming that it belongs to the emotional spectrum of wrathful red light. Yet Ion Shark, aside from the power of the emotional spectrum, There must also exist forces from other dimensions or even other universes within this red light, correct? Indeed, amidst these deep crimson energies, alongside the wrathful red light, there exists another equally deep crimson force, which constitutes a significant portion. Its energy nature aligns remarkably with that of the wrathful red light, allowing for the integration and manipulation of the latter even before the creation of the red lantern furnace. Although the ion shark within Li Chengfeng's lantern furnace is in its nascent state as a naturally born luminary beast, it carries vast knowledge imprinted by the cosmos within its consciousness. The power of the deep crimson universe resonates profoundly with the wrathful red light, a conclusion Li Chengfeng anticipated. Those transformed into the red tank inevitably succumb to the abyss of rage and destruction. Even the most resolute will eventually falter under such desires. The power of the deep crimson universe is not easily mastered. Through the confirmation from Ion Shark, Li Chengfeng has deduced the nature of the monstrosity before him. The power of the deep crimson universe most likely originates from Satarak's crimson gemstones, and it is probable that there is more than one. Furthermore, through some means, it has discovered and manipulated aspects of the wrathful red light, ultimately merging the two and drawing the gaze of the demon lord seated upon a throne in the distant deep crimson universe. Thus, the deep crimson universe has temporarily invaded the realm of reality, and this fusion of deep crimson power and wrathful red light has become the vessel carrying a fragment of Satarak's consciousness. Therefore, his claim to be Satarak is without doubt, as his consciousness indeed belongs to Satarak. However, he is by no means Surtur, possessing such formidable power primarily due to Surtur's interest in him, likely curious to see what other peculiarities he might manifest. Otherwise, he would merely be on par with Hela at best. If previously he believed he could contend with such a dimensional demon god by relying on the trump card of the Ion Shark, he has now completely set his mind at ease. Typically, one endowed with two forms of hybrid energy would be exceptionally powerful, yet such individuals invariably share a common vulnerability: instability. The Ion Shark mentioned that the rage-infused crimson light was under control, not only due to the attraction of similarly aligned energies, but also because the primordial red lantern had yet to be created. Unanchored energy is naturally easier to manage. But what if it were anchored? Creating the lantern ring might require esoteric knowledge and magic for the original Adashitas. Yet Li Chengfeng already had a plan. Since the deep red gemstone could attract and control the rage-infused crimson light, would it not be splendid to forge a red lantern furnace using the deep red gemstone as a medium? Li Chengfeng suddenly felt an inexplicable excitement. After all, such an endeavor could be regarded as a form of Hela. What chance do we, along with your brothers, stand against that individual? Victory or defeat hangs by a thread. The magnitude of energy does not necessarily translate to combat effectiveness. Yet, it is certain that this confrontation will endure for a considerable duration. As Hela spoke, she strode confidently through the gaping hole created by Thor. With each step, a sort of night materialized in the air. "Sister, allow me to assist you," Thor exclaimed, eagerly chasing after Hela, Mjolnir spinning rapidly in his grasp. The crackling thunder reverberating around him, blue arcs of electricity flashing across his eyes. Compared to the earlier encounter with that large golden retriever, Thor now truly embodied the visage of the god of thunder. In contrast to the surging battle spirit of the sibling duo, Loki preferred to employ a more cunning approach. "Lee, is that self-proclaimed Surtur truly the legendary dimensional demon god's manifestation?" he inquired. "What do you think?" Observing the strength of this individual, it was undeniable that he possessed formidable power, even overpowering the eldest sister. Yet, if this were indeed the dimensional demon god in its true form, would it not seem rather weak? "Indeed, it is merely a counterfeit bearing a fragment of Surtur's gaze," Li Chengfeng replied, patting his shoulder. "As your sister mentioned, immense energy does not guarantee corresponding combat prowess. The three of you as guardian siblings should be capable of handling him. So go forth." "Pakmon, you are the Pakmon. Your whole family is made up of Pakmon," Loki instinctively retorted, then suddenly realized, "What did you mean by that? What do you mean we as guardian siblings can deal with him? What about you?" "I am a senior agent of the Joint Investigation Bureau, naturally tasked with undertaking responsibilities that suit a leader." Loki, his mind brimming with expletives, had yet to utter a word when a clumsy golden retriever of a giant hurtled into his vicinity. "In the name of Odin, what a formidable adversary!" Thor rose to his feet, stretching his limbs in preparation. Li Chengfeng silently marveled at the sight. Truly, this golden-haired behemoth possessed the potential to surpass Odin himself. Despite not yet reaching the Divine Father level, he was hurled away by a being of that caliber, emerging from the encounter with only a hint of disarray and no significant injuries. Loki, what are you still dawdling for? Thor's gaze fell upon Loki, and without further ado, he seized his collar and soared into the air. Thor, you! Observing the two brothers soaring away, Li Chengfeng feigned wiping away non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes. Ah, the bond of brotherhood is indeed enviable. He then exited the vast chamber as well. However, Li Chengfeng did not rush to the battlefield where Ceterak was engaged in combat. Instead, he circumvented it and entered the similarly crimson-hued building from the side. Combat. Li Chengfeng Shukulat. Friends, I'm a high-ranking agent, not a gladiator. Must I personally engage in every battle? Moreover, my dear comrades have just undergone a rigorous training session orchestrated by the goddess of death. It is only fitting to assess their training results. It is certainly not an attempt to exploit the labors of Asgard. Not at all. For an agent of the Joint Investigation Bureau, prioritizing problem-solving and task completion is paramount. Efficiency reigns supreme. At this moment, Li Chengfeng aimed to breach the stronghold while the three siblings of Asgard were entangled with Ceterak. He harbored the conviction that this grand edifice behind Ceterak held the key to fundamentally resolving the issue. As anticipated, the instant Li Chengfeng stepped into the Crimson building from an alternate direction, Ceterak, engaged in battle with the Asgardian trio, abruptly diverted his attention toward him, charging heedlessly in Li Chengfeng's direction. Alas, he was promptly intercepted by Hela. Hela, he was indeed guarding something of great significance. Keep him occupied, and I shall handle everything within. Despite the celestial conflict raging around them, Hela's voice reached Li Chengfeng's ears. Be cautious, my goddess. Naturally, my king. Chapter 65. Dr. Liang upon officially entering the building, the sight that greeted him was an expanse of scarlet. Good heavens! One wonders who orchestrated this chaos. At the very least, the individual's aesthetic sense has utterly failed. Beyond crimson and deep red, could they not incorporate other hues? Look, the vermilion walls. Whose idea of decor is this? As Li Chengfeng spoke, he manifested an extraordinarily fantastical sword of emerald light. With a swift motion, the sword pierced the wall with ease, akin to slicing through tofu, and deftly carved a circle, removing a section of the wall. Li Chengfeng gazed at the crimson energy in his hand, a portion of which reacted violently upon contact with the emerald green light of will, bubbling forth as if in a fervent frenzy. Shouldn't the ion shark, in contrast to the furious red light, embody the hope of blue light? How could it provoke such intense opposition upon encountering the most neutral of energies, the green light of will? This opposition is merely a reflection of the emotional spectrum's inherent attributes. Yet in essence, the furious red light elicits a confrontational response when engaging with any form of emotional energy. The power of the emotional spectrum becomes increasingly extreme at its fringes. Nodding in agreement, Li Chengfeng recalled the behaviors of the various Lantern Corps depicted in the original work. The Red Lantern Corps exhibited sheer madness, while the Blue Lantern Corps, or the Violet Lantern Corps, were consumed by romantic folly. Rage and love easily plunge one into extremity. Is this truly the emotional spectrum, or merely a chapter from a philosophy textbook? Li Chengfeng muttered to himself, carelessly tossing aside a severed section of wall as he ventured deeper within. The building loomed high, yet it comprised merely 4 floors, each adorned with lofty ceilings. Contrary to expectations, the first 3 levels bore an unsettling emptiness, devoid of any internal guardians, presenting a stark and eerily quiet crimson edifice. The only sounds reverberating throughout the structure were the occasional exchanges between Thor and Loki in battle, punctuated by the echo of Li Chengfeng's own footsteps. With each ascent, he conducted meticulous searches, yet invariably found no anomalies beyond the crimson energy. Now on the 3rd floor, he repeated his examination, yielding the same lack of discoveries. Frustrated, he sank into an office chair, fixating intently on the door at the top of the staircase leading to the 4th floor. There, an overwhelmingly dense crimson energy barred entry, its intensity rivaling that of the entity claiming to be Ceterak. Such formidable defenses indicated that a true mastermind lay hidden beyond this layer of energy. Drawing a deep breath, Li Chengfeng activated his communicator to reach out to Sky and Ingrid, only to discover it had malfunctioned. Even when turned on, it emitted nothing but static. This was the most advanced communicator of the Joint Commission, capable of seamless, long-distance communication with the space station. Just moments ago, he could hear the sounds of Thor and Loki battling Sidorak. Now, it was as if that event had never occurred. This meant that the reality here had, in some sense, been distorted. Strictly speaking, the area where Li Chengfeng found himself no longer belonged to the original universe. Yet this was merely a wall, a barrier, and could not compare to the truly conscious entity outside. Li Chengfeng twisted his neck, and after a series of cracking sounds, he finally rose from his chair. Engaging in such perilous tasks daily, the role of a senior agent was certainly not meant for the faint-hearted. This time, upon returning, he was determined to extract a substantial amount of gold coins from the notorious duo, Heibai Shuangdan. Muttering to himself, he unleashed his full potential. In terms of sheer power, the primordial Green Lantern was no different from a Heavenly Father level, merely lacking those mystical abilities. Even under the relentless barrage of the primordial Green Lantern, the Crimson Barrier showed little sign of yielding. However, at that moment, there was no better alternative. 5 minutes turned to 10, and then to a full half hour, until Li Chengfeng finally carved out a small opening in the barrier through which he could barely squeeze himself. This material was remarkably resilient, a testament to the power derived from the Crimson Universe, which explained why the Red Tank exhibited such indomitable strength and eternal resilience. Li Chengfeng grumbled as he slowly maneuvered through the opening. At last, he found himself in the fourth layer, long concealed behind the energy barrier. Initially, the staircase appeared unchanged, still bathed in the same eerie, crimson hue. Yet, as he ascended the stairs and entered the expansive space of the fourth layer, he was met with an astonishing transformation. It was a vast office, bright and inviting. Most importantly, the walls were adorned with ordinary beige wallpaper, a refreshing departure from the oppressive red he had grown weary of. Li Chengfeng's gaze fell upon the imposing figure seated behind a grand desk at the far end of the room. The man, a white male with a fierce and sinister countenance, was not clad in the garb befitting a prison wardeness authority. Instead, he wore a lab coat over his shirt, his muscular frame straining against the fabric. He looked as if he could seamlessly fit into an action-packed narrative, yet he presented himself as a researcher. It was then that Li Chengfeng recalled the adage from Water Margin, realizing the truth behind the appearance of a scholar. However, when the man lifted his head and their eyes met, Li Chengfeng retracted all previous assumptions. Those eyes shimmered with a blend of intellect, madness, and self-destruction, prompting Li Chengfeng to nod inwardly. Indeed, there was a hint of the mad scientist about them, albeit incongruous with his physique. You are quite intriguing, having defeated my subordinates and breached the barriers I set to stand before me. I hope you can bring me immense pleasure. Li Chengfeng's eye twitched in response. He stepped forward and, with a swift motion, struck the man who had been reciting villainous lines down to the ground. Ouch! How can you be so lacking in martial ethics? Spare me the nonsense. I am not a part of your bizarre game. What need have I to adhere to your so-called martial ethics? And with such juvenile dialogue, how old are you, my friend? Cough, cough, cough. Men remain youthful at heart until death. The man clad in a white lab coat, muscular and seemingly unfazed, merely covered his face as he rose from the floor. At that moment, Li Chengfeng also noticed several faintly glowing red objects on the desk nearby. His prior focus had been entirely captivated by the so-called warden, causing him to overlook these items. He stepped past the warden and approached the desk, where he beheld 4 red gemstones meticulously arranged on a tray. A small, blood-red beast lay atop these gemstones, soundly asleep. These gemstones were evidently the renowned deep red rubies of Sidorak, legendary for having only 8 existing in a vast universe. Yet here were 4 collected together. As for the slumbering creature atop the rubies, if his eyes did not deceive him, it appeared to be a lamp beast. Specifically the blood butcher bull, born from the furious crimson light. The voice of the ion shark echoed again, shocked that the primordial red lamp furnace had not yet taken form. Yet something had emerged from the furious crimson light. Perhaps, in a certain sense, these 4 deep red rubies could serve as vessels for lamp beasts akin to the primordial red lamp furnace. This thought sparked joy within Li Chengfeng's heart. It meant he could directly utilize these existing materials to accomplish the final step, the true construction of the red lamp furnace to contain and control the blood butcherable and the surging, furious crimson light, rather than relying on such primitive methods to wield this power. However, as Li Chengfeng contemplated this, he turned back to the man still seated on the ground, reluctant to rise. Who are you, and why, upon encountering the deep red rubies of Sadarak, did you not become a fallen one like the red tank? Instead, you gathered the rubies, creating a haven for the furious crimson light and the blood butcherable? I am merely a wretched soul, destined never to perish. The warden replied, rising to stand beside Li Chengfeng. Li Chengfeng scrutinized the man once more, noting the peculiar ruby-embedded pendant around his neck, which seemed utterly mismatched with his attire. I am indifferent to your immortality or your plight. What I require from you is an explanation of how you manage to resist the power contained within these red gemstones. Li Chengfeng extended his hand, a colossal sword of will materializing and resting upon the man's shoulder. Yet the warden appeared unfazed by the threat of the weapon. Instead, he turned and sat down at the desk opposite Li Chengfeng. Are you referring to the voice that once promised me eternal, indestructible power, allowing me to become a red tank? You heard Sadarak's voice, yet did not fall into corruption? Does his rhetoric still hold such sway? The warden scratched his head in astonishment. I merely rejected him. To be frank, his words were far too rudimentary, lacking the finesse of a true con artist. Is a question merely a statement? Its power will not relent simply because of your denial. Ah, is that what you meant? To my surprise, the warden seemed to recall something, pointing toward the door with a silly grin, exclaiming that the entity outside is the previous version of myself. What on earth? Li Chengfeng was utterly baffled by this statement. What does it mean to say the previous me? I must admit, the amusements of your universe exceed my expectations. By the way, I failed to introduce myself earlier, didn't I? It has been quite some time since I engaged in normal communication with someone, so I'm somewhat out of practice. My name is Jacob Wright. If you find it displeasing, someone from another universe once gave me a nickname, Dr. Shiny. Chapter 66. You shall become the red tank. Dr. Shiny? Li Chengfeng felt a surge of blood rising to his throat. Goodness, how is it that this universe also harbors such troublemakers? Are you one of those so-called apocalyptic doctors from the Foundation? Oh, you actually know about the Foundation? It seems you too are a traveler from another universe. Another universe? So, this world does not have the Foundation? That depends on what time standard you use. With his hands behind his back, Dr. Shiny assumed an enigmatic posture, stating that in the past, there was no Foundation. Of course, there isn't one now either. But in the future, there surely will be. Li Chengfeng, without hesitation, slapped Dr. Shiny on the forehead. Speak plainly. Do not speak in riddles. Those who speak in riddles must die. The slap sent Dr. Shiny's forehead crashing onto the table, blood spilling forth instantaneously. Cough, cough, cough. What a temperamental fellow. Yet, Dr. Shiny seemed unfazed, showing little concern for whether this body sustained any injuries. Indeed, after all, he is akin to a lich in a Western fantasy realm. As long as the life box, designated as 963, remains intact, he is an eternal and indestructible entity. Yet, can such a state truly be considered living? Li Chengfeng had never imagined such a feeling, nor did he dare to contemplate it. After all, the greater the profit associated with anything linked to the Foundation, the steeper the price to pay. A being who smuggles across various universes should not complain about others' brutality. Who knows if your original universe might trace your movements, bringing forth those accursed anomalies? Li Chengfeng regarded Dr. Shiny. Although most of the artifacts from the Foundation are not particularly powerful, those with supreme divinity possess some merit. Of course, the shame of supreme divinity is just that. One cannot say they are weak, but their performance is essentially at a level akin to that of a celestial father. However, some supreme deities exhibit exceptional prowess, capable of contending with true monstrosities. Given the current developmental state of this universe, should one encounter a high-performing supreme deity, it may not be easily thwarted. Unless Superman suddenly attains enlightenment and reaches the ethereal level of power akin to the silver transcendent, it is rather futile. After all, those supreme deities frequently engage in manipulating and rewriting reality at their whim. Anomaly? No. I have thoroughly studied the universe in which we currently reside, and there exists no such thing as an anomaly. Rather, it is you who are the anomalies. Dr. Liang spread his hands, acutely aware of what Li Chengfeng was apprehensive about. Look, do not those so-called dimensional lords and plain demigods bear striking resemblance to the supreme deities documented by the Foundation? And what distinguishes you superhumans from anomalies? The majority of you merely adhere to universal values. This is precisely why I assert that in the future, organizations akin to the Foundation will inevitably emerge. As human society evolves, no one can guarantee that every superhuman will possess a sound moral compass. Li Chengfeng fell silent. In a certain sense, Dr. Liang's assessment of this universe was undeniably accurate. The strength of those frontline heroes and villains far surpasses what the anomalies within the Foundation could even hope to contend with. Only the often discussed classic anomalous entities might stand a chance, but even that is limited. Are we to expect bashful individuals or the indestructible aberration to eliminate characters like the Kansas behemoth? So, what do you intend to do? I find your universe exceedingly fascinating. It is far more intriguing than confronting those bizarre anomalies. Alas, should we express gratitude for your presence? If you wish to thank me, it is certainly permissible, though perhaps it is best left unsaid, considering your penchant for assaulting my intellect. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes, having lost interest in this essentially deranged scientist. Well, I do not wish to engage in further idle chatter. If you do not want to be merely a pendant cast into the abyss of a deep-sea chamber for eternity, you would do well to cooperate with me. Are you jesting? Dr. Liang's expression began to betray an unnatural discomfort. He feared not the demise of his corporeal form, yet the prospect of eternal confinement in darkness was utterly unbearable. In light of this, Dr. Liang raked his hands through his hair, which had been neatly arranged, transforming it into a tangled mess. Very well. I concede to you agents of the Bureau with your dark hearts. How dare the Foundation's personnel accuse others of harboring dark intentions? After Li Chengfeng countered Dr. Liang, he gestured towards the 4 deep crimson gems of Sadarak on the table, alongside the slumbering bloodthirsty bovine resting upon them. If all goes as planned, are you not intent on utilizing these 4 deep crimson gems as the foundation for crafting a device to manipulate the wrathful red light? Wrathful red light? Is it your term for this red energy? No, it is merely a portion of it. Another segment derives from the plain demigods of the deep crimson universe. It is indeed as such. If my research is not flawed, these 2 immensely similar forces can coexist harmoniously. However, I have yet to discover a means to alter the forms of these gemstones. They are truly divine creations, far too resilient. It appears that Dr. Liang, a genius of high intellect, also contemplated the creation of an apparatus capable of harnessing and manipulating both energies, yet he lacked the necessary means to realize his vision. Li Chengfeng glanced at the deep crimson gemstone on the table, pondered for a moment, and then reached for one. Dr. Liang attempted to intervene, but alas, Li Chengfeng's hand was far too swift. So rapid was his motion that even the slumbering blood butcher bull, lying atop the remaining 3 gemstones, did not react. Only its drooping hoof appeared somewhat comical. Hey, what do you intend to do? You cannot simply swap bodies with a pendant as I can. You need not worry about that. Instead, reflect upon what contributions you can make upon our return, Li Chengfeng replied. What contributions? When did I agree to accompany you back to the Joint Investigation Bureau? Choose one. The Joint Investigation Bureau or a little black box at the bottom of the trench. Do I even need to choose? Dr. Liang raised his hand. Of course, I choose the illustrious Joint Investigation Bureau. Li Chengfeng snorted, noticing the crimson glow emanating from the gemstone in his hand intensifying. He ceased to tease Dr. Liang and instead solidified his resolve. Since the nature of the power of Sadarak within the deep crimson cosmos is nearly identical to that of the wrathful red light, the will green light must surely possess a restraining effect on Sadarak's power. Excellent mortal, I am Sadarak. You shall become my follower, my earthly representative. You shall become the red tank. Upon hearing this voice, even with the will green light at his disposal, Li Chengfeng was momentarily taken aback. When he regained his senses, he found himself within a profoundly crimson temple. Unlike the forcibly dyed red energy within the prison warden's building, the rich crimson hue here appeared entirely natural, as if it were its destined color. Li Chengfeng's gaze drifted towards the depths of the deep red temple, shrouded in darkness. He felt compelled to venture further inside. Indeed, he should proceed deeper. A thought inexplicably surfaced in his mind, and Li Chengfeng quickly realized the influence of Sadarak's consciousness, even with a willpower akin to Batman-S, which was sufficient to awaken and command the ancestral Green Lantern ring. one must truly commend the most formidable of dimensional demigods. The intangible pressure began to send shivers down Li Chengfeng's spine. Nevertheless, he resolutely stepped forward into the depths. It was merely a touch of adversity, after all. Outside the temple, darkness loomed, yet with his first step inside, illumination enveloped him. Uncertain of the origin of the light, Li Chengfeng found himself illuminated before an interminable crimson corridor that seemed to stretch infinitely inward. He walked for an indeterminate duration, his sense of time momentarily lost. It was evident that the deep crimson universe of Sadarak differed fundamentally from the reality he knew, in terms of both the flow of time and its physical properties. After taking precisely 200 steps, the seemingly boundless corridor abruptly came to an end. Stepping forward, he was met with a breathtaking vista. The interior of the temple appeared to float at the heart of the cosmos, with no crimson walls to confine it, only the vast expanse of the universe surrounding him. Yet, even this cosmic space was suffused with a scarlet hue. Raising his gaze, Li Chengfeng noticed at some point, an immensely tall figure had emerged upon the deep red throne before him. "Human, you are exceedingly intriguing," Sadarak proclaimed, addressing him. "Your kind often utters the phrase, 'You are very interesting.'" Li Chengfeng smirked, his expression one of amusement. "No, the being known as Li Chengfeng, I sincerely find you fascinating." Sadarak leaned forward, his colossal form fully revealing itself. The armor he wore was strikingly similar to that of the red tanks, reinforcing the notion that they were, in essence, vessels through which Sadarak could descend into the realm of reality when necessary. The previous incarnation of Dr. Lien, who is currently engaged in battle with the Asgardian siblings, was fundamentally another red tank, merely a fusion of the wrathful red light and a fragment of Sadarak's consciousness, ultimately becoming Sadarak's avatar. If all went as anticipated, this would be the price for those endowed with the power of eternal immortality as red tanks. One day, they would serve as vessels for Sadarak, their original consciousness and soul dissolving into nothingness at the moment of his arrival. It is a cruel irony, indeed, destined for destruction despite their eternal existence. As a being belonging wholly to another dimension, I am uncertain whether you possess what might be termed a heart. Your structure, be it corporeal or spiritual, is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. "Haha, you can still ponder so many thoughts," Sadarak replied ambiguously. Historically, all beings that became red tanks succumbed to the allure of power and destruction upon witnessing the temple. Yet, here you stand before me, conversing and gazing directly into my eyes. That is because I understand that this is merely a projection brought forth by the deep red gem into the crimson universe. Li Chengfeng was equally astonished. Apart from Sadarak's whispers, the deity's power had not exerted any tangible influence upon him. With the will of the green light, the essence of Bacchus, and certain characteristics of Kryptonians, you surpass any red tank that has come before you. Nay, you exceed all red tanks combined. Surtur did not refute Li Chengfeng's words. However, he could discern Li Chengfeng's abilities with a mere glance, even detecting the presence of the alcohol god factor. It is noteworthy that even Batman, the progenitor of the comic, could not identify the alcohol god factor within the Joker's blood, yet undeniably existed. Surtur, on the other hand, could accomplish this feat truly. He is deserving of the title of the mightiest dimensional demon. I have never claimed that I wish to become the red tank. That decision lies not with you, Surtur proclaimed, as the entire deep crimson universe shimmered with a radiant red light. With a single thought, he could influence his native universe. Li Chengfeng, still in awe, was suddenly interrupted by the urgent voice of Ion Shark. "Guardian, quickly, merge with me at once. Otherwise, you will truly be drawn into the deep crimson universe." Upon hearing Ion Shark's words, Li Chengfeng was momentarily stunned. Why could Dr. Liang escape with such determination while he was to be pulled into the deep crimson universe? He could not believe that Dr. Liang could evade capture. It was merely a matter of Surtur's lack of interest in him. Was he truly so eager for his form? Almost immediately, Li Chengfeng began to sense something amiss. Everything around him was gradually becoming more tangible. He was departing from the realm of reality. Damn, this fellow is serious. Li Chengfeng swiftly summoned the primordial Green Lantern power battery. Ion Shark no longer remained within the battery, but leaped forth and entered Li Chengfeng's ring. "Guardian, since I am merely a nascent lantern beast, our merged state cannot be sustained for long. As I previously mentioned, it will only last 1 minute. Is 1 minute sufficient?" It will suffice. In the next moment, Li Chengfeng's Green Lantern suit underwent a slight transformation, as a mask of emerald light enveloped his exceptionally handsome features. For the following minute, Li Chengfeng would embody the most formidable form of the Green Lantern. Ion Man Ion Shark's power was fully bestowed upon Li Chengfeng. And in an instant, he mastered the abilities of Ion Man, given that Ion Shark was merely newly formed. With the limitations of time and not reaching the pinnacle of Ion Man's capabilities, he could not directly manipulate time or alter reality. However, he was more than capable of resisting the will and power that Surtur sought to extend from the deep crimson universe. 30 seconds. In a mere 30 seconds, Li Chengfeng severed all connections with Surtur, and in the blink of an eye, the space he occupied transformed into the Wardeness Tower. I underestimated you. As even a nascent lantern beast has emerged from your battery, I am curious to see what kind of turmoil you will unleash in the realm of reality. I shall always keep watch over you. Surtur's voice gradually faded, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. Chapter 68. The Eternal Fury Deep Within the Soul. Always keep watch over you? Damn. Just reading that phrase makes one think of Stalker emerging from some dark corner. Moreover, it is the kind of CAF that can be tracked down to the corner beneath your home via the internet. Ugh, just thinking about it is rather unsettling. TSK. These dimensional fiends certainly have a penchant for the bizarre. Li Chengfeng merely muttered a remark when, immediately, the feeble voice of the Ion Shark echoed in his ears. Damn. You wretched guardian, do you still have the leisure to ponder whimsically? Have you forgotten that my tender physique can only endure for a minute? Quickly utilize the remaining time to handle these gemstones. Upon hearing the Ion Shark's remarkably juvenile voice, Li Chengfeng nearly burst into laughter. The juvenile lamp beast physique was indeed lacking, yet its diminutive stature was undeniably adorable. Li Chengfeng chuckled inwardly before reaching for the 4 deep red gemstones and the Blood Butcher Ox. Oh, little shark, do exercise some caution. Just moments ago, the drowsy Blood Butcher Ox, akin to a lethargic bull, finally stirred when it sensed the unique force belonging to the Ion Shark approaching. Awakened in a daze, it expressed surprise with a soft, delicate voice, though its words were anything but gentle. Moo? Snacks? Where are the snacks? Are there any treats that I, as a lamp beast, can consume? What the hell, Ion Shark? Easy now, little bull. Li Chengfeng grinned, his smile radiating harmlessness. Of course, this was merely a reflection of his own positive self-image. Yet to the Blood Butcher Ox, it appeared as though the Ion Shark had summoned a ruthless human to capture them, the carefree lamp beasts. Ion Shark, I haven't provoked your radiant will, have I? Why am I the one being targeted? Help! I'm being slaughtered. Enough with the lamentations. Li Chengfeng flicked the Blood Butcher Ox on the head with his fingers. Still in his Ion Knight state, this gesture rendered the ox momentarily paralyzed. The innate power of the lamp beast was formidable, yet to manifest it, it needed to merge with the lamp ring's bearer. Li Chengfeng was in the process of shaping the primordial red lamp, but it had yet to be fully realized. Thus, the Blood Butcher Ox was merely an intimidating-looking figurine at this moment. 15 seconds left. Time is of the essence. All right, no need to rush. Perhaps you should change your name to the Urgent Shark, Li Chengfeng replied, then began to mold the primordial red lamp using the deep red gemstones as a foundation. By leveraging the maximum capabilities available through the Ion Knight, he analyzed the 4 deep red gemstones and condensed them into the shape of a lamp furnace. As the form transformed, he also began to alter the properties of the deep red gemstones through his reality-altering abilities. May I inquire, how many steps are required to create the primordial red lamp? Answer: 3 steps. First, sever its connection to the deep red universe. Second, rewrite the energy filtration mechanism, allowing it to become a vessel for both deep red energy and furious crimson light. Third, toss the little figurine of the Blood Butcher Ox into the mix. Task complete. Though it was Li Chengfeng's inaugural experience wielding the powers of the Ion Knight, he navigated them with remarkable finesse, completing the crafting of the ancestral Red Lantern furnace just before the final moment. He even managed to pack away the crimson mixed energy that enveloped the entire Fox River prison, seamlessly inserting it into the furnace. Outside the Warden's building, the Asgardian siblings were locked in a tug-of-war with Sidorak. Although their energy level surpassed that of the current Hela and bore the consciousness bestowed by a mere glance from Sidorak, the imposter ultimately remained an imposter. Initially, Hela and her brothers exercised caution, wary of Sidorak's tactics. However, as the battle progressed, they discerned that this towering crimson giant, despite possessing immense strength, was burdened by its own weight. Had Li Chengfeng been present at that moment, he would have immediately perceived the underlying truth. For this so-called Sidorak was still fundamentally a red tank. While the energy levels had been elevated, the essence of its combat style and strength remained unchanged. At most, it could unleash a terrifying sanguine flame from its maw, akin to a malignant parasite, due to the infusion of furious red light. Yet, the wind-up for such an attack was excessively lengthy. Among the Asgardian trio, Hela and Loki excelled in magic and were both agile in stature, while even the brawny Thor possessed sufficient speed and nimbleness to manage the situation. The crux of the matter lay in the opponent's glaring flaw, which had been compensated for with an extraordinarily thick defense and substantial health. By the conclusion of the skirmish, Hela began to doubt whether, even at her peak, she could subdue this colossal punching bag. However, upon faintly hearing a delicate, high-pitched voice, the once dreadful crimson energy abruptly receded like a tide from Sidorak, flooding into the warden's building. Sidorak clenched his fists, seemingly unsatisfied. "I am quite pleased with this massage from the deities of Asgard, and I shall keep a watchful eye on you." Yet, the departure of power signaled to Sidorak's fragment of consciousness that this bout of entertainment had reached its conclusion. On the 15th second, the Ion Knight's state dissipated, and the fragile, shark-like creature emerged from Li Chengfeng's heart, utterly drained. The red lantern furnace ignited, as if it were an altar ablaze with divine fire, radiating a fierce crimson glow, presenting a version of the furnace starkly different from the original tale. Crafted from 4 deep red gems of Sidorak, the entire furnace was composed of a translucent scarlet material. Without hesitation, Li Chengfeng grasped the lantern furnace in one hand. Inside, the blood butcher bull whirled around in a frenzy, celebrating its newfound freedom. What the? Upon awakening, it felt as though the communal dormitory had transformed into a grand mansion. "You, with your cleverness, have truly outdone yourself. Are you aware of your brother's fortune?" Li Chengfeng hoisted the furnace before his eyes, prompting him to consider whether he should seize the ancestral red lantern ring as a token of gratitude. "Although you possess unparalleled willpower, it seems insufficient to meet the standards of the red light. Does it not warrant a second contemplation?" The blood butcher ox was about to express further thoughts when it noticed the red light furnace beginning to stir. It could only scurry into a corner, kicking its small hooves as it observed the energy within the furnace surging and swirling, ultimately coalescing into a translucent lamp ring of identical material. This then transformed into a beam of red light that burst forth from the furnace, swirling around Li Chengfeng for a considerable time before finally coming to rest. The sentient life form had been locked onto Li Chengfeng from Earth. A tempest of wrath surged within you. You belong to the Red Light Legion. This scene prompted the fellow newborn lamp beast, Blood Butcher Ox, to exclaim with a delicate, youthful voice, "What the heck? How can a being, seemingly as calm as a frightening green light owner, harbor such overwhelming anger and hatred? Is this some kind of jest? Little ox, let me impart a lesson." Li Chengfeng responded, unfazed, and playfully rubbed the little ox's head. "Every citizen of the Republic, having studied modern history, harbors an eternal and unquenchable fury within." As he spoke, he extended his hand adorned with the green lamp ring. The red lamp ring seemed to possess an automatic navigation feature, deftly avoiding the index finger bearing the green ring and instead settling upon the middle finger. Boiling hot blood, a vivid crimson rage, drawn from the remnants of uncooled corpses. Deep-seated enmity brews within, forging your path to the underworld. Chapter 69. The emotional spectrum version of the Six Paths Sage the Blood Butcher Ox gazed in astonishment as the Republic man successfully awakened the ancestral red lamp ring. Being a newly born lamp beast, she was indeed aware of her nature, yet she remained merely a lamp beast, symbiotically linked with the ancestral lamp furnace. She could grow within the ancestral lamp furnace, harnessing its power and even, at times, manipulating the furnace. However, she was entirely powerless to influence the selection of candidates for the Legion by the lamp rings. As a lamp beast born from the furious red light, the Blood Butcher Ox possessed an innate wealth of knowledge and understanding. In her recollections, the apostles of the furious red light were invariably engulfed in extreme rage and hatred. Even if they could initially control their physical and mental states, the limitations of their humanity would inevitably be obliterated in the face of eternal fury, leaving behind only a vessel manipulated by wrath. Shouldn't their expressions reflect that of beings who would strike without hesitation? After donning the ancestral red lamp ring, Li Chengfeng was not consumed by rage. Instead, he displayed a gentle smile. Initially, it was presumed that the resistance of the green light against the furious red light allowed him to maintain his reason. However, the little ox soon realized that due to the ion shark's forced fusion during its juvenile phase, temporarily transforming into the ion knight, the ancestral green lamp furnace and ring had depleted their energy, resulting in the cessation of the green light transformation. In other words, it was entirely reliant on his own willpower. The peculiarities of the Green Lantern's memory are indeed remarkable, particularly when one considers the distinct advantage that the green light possesses when confronted by the emotional spectrum of other colors in solitude. What are you murmuring about, little one? I, the little one, have truly gained insight this time. The blood butcher, with its curious bovine eyes, gazes intently at the man who has transformed from the Ion Hero into the Red Lantern Demon, a being embodying both the Green and Red Lantern rings. How might I describe such a contradiction? A synthesis of opposites, perhaps? Li Chengfeng observes the seemingly naive and innocent blood butcher and suddenly contemplates whether he is destined to collect all the newly emerged lantern beasts. What a bizarre notion of an emotional spectrum akin to the 6 paths of the sage. Nevertheless, speaking of lantern beasts, the crunchy shark, having dispelled the Ion Hero's possession, returned directly to the Green Lantern furnace to slumber. Li Chengfeng understands that invoking the Ion Hero's extraordinary abilities poses an excessive burden for both the newly emerged crunchy shark and the ancestral lantern furnace. For the time being, it appears he must bid adieu to the Green Lantern powers. It seems that the Ion Hero's abilities will henceforth serve as a mere trump card for emergencies. After all, one cannot always expect to exhaust the potential of a youthful shark. The very thought induces a phantom pain in his loins. However, the ancestral Red Lantern can readily fill the current void, and in terms of destructive capability and aggression, the Red Lantern may even surpass expectations. Moreover, the ancestral Red Lantern constructed through the powers of the Ion Hero does not bear as many adverse effects as depicted in the original narrative. Though rage, hatred, and resistance to injustice will still ensnare the Red Lantern's bearer in perpetual fury. Perhaps due to the infusion of the Ion Hero's power and the will of the green light during its creation, this wrath remains manageable. Upon transformation, the crimson energy of rage surges through the veins. Nevertheless, the phenomenon of a ring replacing the heart, where removal leads to death, will never manifest. In a sense, the inherent malevolence of the Red Lantern has been largely purified. Li Chengfeng is quite pleased with this outcome, as he fears that the Red Lantern Corps might otherwise devolve into a throng of mindless marauders, tarnishing his reputation. Meanwhile, the ever-watchful Doctor Liang remains with bulging eyes and a gaping mouth, his expression reminiscent of a comic strip. How does one achieve such exaggerated expressions with an ordinary human visage? Surely, it cannot be the unique talent of their Foundation S universe. Hey, Dr. Liang, what are you daydreaming about? This remark jolts Dr. Liang back from the depths of his astonishment. What had he just witnessed? A dimensional demon residing within the depths of that crimson universe, or perhaps a supreme divinity, crossing the cosmic boundaries to confront a mere mortal. Then, that mortal momentarily transformed into another form of supreme divinity, though it seemed to lack completeness, not quite reaching its pinnacle. What manner of individual is this agent from the Joint Investigation Bureau? A transiently metamorphosed Mary from Zhongshan, still ensconced within the three-dimensional realm? He has long held the belief that the Foundation universe is the most peculiar among all universes. Yet, he is now compelled to concede that peculiarity abounds in many forms. The Foundation can no longer claim the title of the most, and must settle for one of many. Did you, just now, momentarily rewrite reality? Whether severing the link between the supreme divinity and the material world, or altering the essence of the deep crimson gemstone, the implications are evidently enduring. Such feats are beyond the capabilities of those mere reality distorters. Moreover, since his soul entered 963, he has been recognized as one of the constants by the will of the universe, regardless of which universe he occupies. This means that any degree of reality alteration occurring in his vicinity will be perceptible to him. Is that so? Li Chengfeng scratched his head. As one of the apex entities within the Lantern Corps, Ion Knight's high performance is indeed remarkable, manipulating time and rewriting reality. He even engaged in a cataclysmic battle with the renowned Supreme Superman, resulting in the annihilation of multiple universes. While Blood Butcher Cow, when evaluated solely on performance, still falls short compared to the two pinnacle entities, Ion Shark and Inspector Monster, it nonetheless eclipses the performances of several other Lantern creatures. She possessed the spirit of an ordinary father whose daughter was brutally raped and killed, subsequently avenging her by ruthlessly slaying the perpetrator and delivering a severe beating to the arriving specter. The fury fueled by paternal love was enough to scorch the vengeful spirit of the divine. However, all these displays are predicated upon the long-standing existence and growth of the Lantern Corps and its creatures. With the two kindergarten-level lantern beasts in Li Chengfeng's possession, their combined state barely holds together. Perhaps they should be renamed from the Green Lantern Corps or Red Lantern Corps to Ion Shark Kindergarten and Blood Butcher Cow Nursery. So, what distinguishes you from a deity now? Have you ever encountered such a diminutive god? Dr. Liang rolled his eyes. Nonsense. Who knows if you're merely performing? Since the issue has been resolved, have you made a decision? Li Chengfeng manifested a searing, teaching rod from his furious red light, lifting the ruby pendant from Dr. Liang's neck. Will you obediently return with me to the Joint Investigation Bureau, or will you futilely resist and find yourself buried in an abyss where the sun never shines? Chapter 70. Only Thor is truly escaping prison. As Li Chengfeng and Dr. Liang emerged from the prison warden's building, they were met not with scenes of battle, but rather with the sight of the three siblings from Asgard examining the colossal figure sprawled upon the ground. Odin above, is this creature truly human? I have never heard of Midgardians reaching such heights. My dear brother, if you lack knowledge, refrain from making a spectacle of yourself. You resemble Thor entering New York City. Utterly unaware. Both of you be silent. Have you forgotten what I just taught you? At this moment, Hela was neither a goddess nor an elder sister, but rather a formidable commander, imparting her wisdom to the young soldiers under her command on how to confront the myriad foes encountered in the cosmic warfare. When faced with adversaries endowed with overwhelming defense and endurance, one must either gather sufficient strength to unleash a singular, devastating attack that surpasses their defenses, effectively piercing through their ranks, or leverage the advantages of speed and magic to strike at their vulnerable points. Once one steps onto the battlefield, the notion of being a deity must be cast aside. Hela's teachings were undeniably stern yet effective, as Loki had endured nearly a month of this hellish relentless training, and had grown accustomed to it. However, Thor, having only recently acknowledged their kinship, still bore the marks of his previous encounters and foolishly protested. Sister, you differ in your assertions. When you struck me, did you not refer to yourself as the goddess of death? This inquiry, however, was deftly intercepted by Li Chengfeng. Need I state the obvious? When your sister was thrashing you, she hardly regarded it as a battlefield scenario. That was domestic abuse. Naturally, she would invoke the title of the goddess of death to keep you in check. Thor was rendered momentarily speechless by Li Chengfeng's words, contemplating a retort, but ultimately conceding. Odin above, not only was he unable to best his elder sister, but it appeared that the so-called agents of the Midgard Accord were also not his match, compounded by the fact that he had been imprisoned by a formidable dimensional deity for an extended period. The intricacies of Midgard were far too profound. He longed to return to Asgard. It was not out of fear, but rather a yearning for his mother, Frigga. Loki chuckled quietly to himself, for he was well acquainted with this expression on Thor's face. Thor's worldview had been thoroughly shattered and was now in the process of reconstruction amidst the ruins of his former beliefs. Loki had once worn that very same expression during his own beatings. Concerning this matter, Loki harbored a secret that even Li Chengfeng was unaware of. Li Chengfeng only knew that he had been directly struck and sent flying by that giant from Kansas, ultimately being captured by the green-robed Dr. Doom. Yet he was oblivious to the fact that he had endured more than just those 2 bouts of punishment. The punch from the Kansas giant had propelled him from Metropolis to New York. If that was a physical manifestation of an iron fist, then the experience in New York had been a magical annihilation. He had plummeted for an hour before being unceremoniously cast into Latvia. Reflecting on this, Loki felt every hair on his body stand on end. He must grow stronger, even if merely to navigate life on Earth without constantly being beaten. He needed to alter this passive predicament that followed him wherever he went. As for Thor, well, you would come to understand in due time, huh? So, is this the body you discarded earlier? Li Chengfeng inquired of Dr. Bright. Indeed, he was originally a slender and not particularly tall man. Yet the power of the so-called red tank could transform one into such a robust and formidable figure. Had I known, I would have endeavored to experience a body of such strength. Li Chengfeng furrowed his brow, not out of any grievance towards Dr. Liang, but rather due to a sense of familiarity with the visage concealed beneath the red tank helmet. Wait a moment. How could the red tank possibly be incapacitated and lying on the ground? Hello, what transpired? How could he lose his fighting spirit and end up in this state? It seems you have resolved the source of that crimson, eerie power and successfully manipulated it. Hela gazed at the transformed Li Chengfeng with astonishment. I sensed that in an instant the distortion of this space vanished, and then this entity, claiming to be Sidorak, lost its godlike power, leaving behind a phrase. Entertainment time is over, before assuming its current form. Li Chengfeng nodded in understanding. The original soul of the red tank had been overrun and annihilated by a fragment of Sidorak-esque consciousness, and upon its departure, it had become a mere shell. The reason it had not reverted to its original state was simply due to still donning Sidorak's armor. So, my dear goddess, you have yet to respond to me. Was it your Green Lantern ring that exhibited an anomaly, or have you found another ring of a different hue? My sovereign, allow me the honor of introducing this. The Red Lantern, which commands the wrath of Crimson. Li Chengfeng theatrically presented the lantern, yet nothing transpired. What? Li Chengfeng paused in bewilderment. Had he misjudged all along? The Red Lantern seemed to evoke no response when placed before Hela. This was unexpected. Generally, being deemed a crown prince, a marshal, and even a comrade by his father for millennia, only to be betrayed and sealed in the Midgard for 1,000 years, could warrant a considerable amount of resentment. It is worth noting that in a certain universe, a character of similar stature ensured his father remained seated upon a golden throne, endlessly engaging with a broken communicator to pass the time. Yet, why did it elicit no reaction before Hela? However, Li Chengfeng was not one to become obstinate merely because he could not comprehend a situation. He firmly believed in a saying, nothing is insurmountable as long as one is willing to relinquish. Instead, his attention was swiftly drawn to the empty shell of the red tank lying on the ground. Even though it had expanded to over 4 meters tall and its features had become somewhat distorted, it felt inexplicably familiar. Li Chengfeng reached out to remove the iconic semicircular helmet of the red tank, only to find that the final flicker of red light from the shell was absorbed by the Red Lantern ring. Subsequently, the armor disintegrated into dust, and the grotesquely swollen body returned to its original form. Li Chengfeng wiped his face. Well, isn't this something he had mentioned several times before the mission began? What was that about the convergence of world lines? From the commencement of complaints to their conclusion, one might wonder how this relates to the theme of Prison Breaks. Indeed, there is a connection. The character of Thor, that oversized fool, has indeed escaped from confinement. Ding! The mission breakout, Brothers has been accomplished. Mission-related characters: Captain Cold, Heatwave; Constantine, Thor; Red Tank. Acquired Captain Cold's genius-level mechanical engineering specialization. Acquired Heatwave's literary prowess. Acquired Constantine's traditional dark magic. Acquired Thor's control over thunder and lightning. Acquired Red Tank's embodiment of unstoppable power. Chapter 71. The King of Mischief. Dr. Liang's involvement. This system truly is a marvel. If this wretched system were corporeal, Li Chengfeng would undoubtedly make it aware of the meaning of suffering. Engaging in such a fragrant yet foul endeavor daily, one must question whether it is simply his misfortune or the malevolent whimsy of its creator. Captain Cold's remarkable prowess in mechanical engineering is indeed astonishing. He is not one of the affluent who merely relies on technology, but rather a master of crafting and enhancing with unconventional methods. There is an inexplicable feel of goblin technology about it. As for Heatwave, while he may not have much to draw from, is his literary talent, not somewhat abstract. If we were to use the Heatwave from Legends of Tomorrow as a benchmark, he would indeed be a genius-level romantic novelist. Pen name Rebecca Silver, so popular that he would return to the main timeline for book signings. Yet, what purpose does this serve for Li Chengfeng? This is a universe of American comics, not one of literary plagiarism. Regarding Constantine's dark magic, Its potency does not seem particularly high. However, once Li Chengfeng begins to grasp it, he discovers its true merit: versatility. In theory, regardless of what Li Chengfeng undertakes, he can utilize dark magic to provide assistance. The catch, though, is that he must endure the grotesque and often nauseating mediums of casting spells. Just imagining the show-esque imagery of eyes and severed limbs is revolting. Only someone like Constantine could withstand such horrors. Next, we delve into the fragrant aspect of this fragrant yet foul enterprise: Thor's control over thunder and lightning. This does not pertain to his inherent divine powers associated with lightning, but rather to his mastery over the natural elements of thunder. While this ability is derived from Thor, its manifestation is more akin to that of Storm. Regardless, it is undeniably impressive. Powers associated with thunder and lightning are inherently magnificent. Such allure is timeless. Finally, we encounter the most valuable ability of this endeavor: the embodiment of unstoppable power. This capacity, inherited from Red Tank, neither enhances strength nor energy. It is described as an unstoppable force that, once set in motion, is nearly impossible to halt. Does it appear somewhat abstract? Let me rephrase. Once initiated, it is effectively immune to control. Do you understand? If this ability were solely embodied by the Crimson Tank, it would mean that once it charges forward, it becomes utterly unstoppable. Lee, are you listening? Lee. Captain, please respond if you can hear me. At this moment, the previously static communication device crackled back to life with the voices of Sky and Ingrid. As Li Chengfeng severed the connection between the deep crimson gem and the Sadarak, the energy was entirely absorbed by the red furnace, restoring the spatial distortions in the vicinity to normalcy. Consequently, the communication device resumed its proper functioning. Li Chengfeng confirmed that the mission had been completely resolved. That is reassuring. Just moments ago, all electronic devices within the Fox River prison had malfunctioned, and it was only now that the communication device had returned to normal operation. Sky explained the situation to Li Chengfeng, noting that the devices inside the Fox River prison were civilian-grade and had been irreparably damaged. So what exactly transpired? That is a long story. You shall receive a mission report soon. After Li Chengfeng spoke, he activated the portal. By the way, remember to inform Coulson to send a team for cleanup. Gazing at the large hole in the prison wall and the pockmarked ground in front of the warden's building, he realized that the most pressing matter at hand was to assemble a scientific task force dedicated to clean up and to mislead those who should remain uninformed. Upon returning to the headquarters of the Joint Investigation Bureau, the awaiting team members approached him. The most reliable, Ada Wong, had temporarily detained Captain Cold, Heatwave, and Constantine in the Bureau's specially designed containment facility for superpowered individuals. Each of them was assigned a private room with excellent accommodations. After listening to Ada Wong's report, Li Chengfeng nodded and gently nudged Dr. Bright, who had been standing to his right, forward. This is Jacob Bright. You may refer to him as Dr. Bright. Starting today, he will officially join the Joint Investigation Bureau as a member of the Internal Affairs team. By the way, Ada, Li Chengfeng gestured with his chin toward Ada Wong. Please send a top priority message across all frequencies using my terminal within the Bureau system. Certainly. What content should I send? Ada Wong inquired while retrieving Li Chengfeng's personal terminal from her belongings. Indeed, aside from himself, Li Chengfeng's belongings were primarily with several young women. For instance, his phone had become Hella's plaything, while the activation key for the Quinjet was in Harley Quinn's possession, and all his office supplies were in Ada Wong's hands. His elevated authority within the Joint Investigation Bureau seemed almost tailor-made for Ada. No one is permitted to come into contact with Dr. Bright's pendant, Li Chengfeng stated, casting another glance at Dr. Bright. You too, do not flaunt it so ostentatiously. Tuck the pendant inside your clothing. It feels a bit uncomfortable in my clothes. Will you conceal it, or do you wish to draw the attention of the Abyssal Lounge once more? Fine, fine. You certainly are impressive. Dr. Liang found himself under the oppressive gaze of Li Chengfeng, compelled to comply with his demands. So, does this mean I am one of you now? He inquired. Not entirely, Li Chengfeng replied, still unaware of the true reason for Dr. Liang's arrival in the real universe. Was it for ulterior motives, or merely a quest for self-preservation? Keeping him close at hand was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. Setting aside motives and personality traits, Dr. Liang was an unparalleled expert in the field of bioengineering and anomalous genetics. The war police had captured and brainwashed a group of Hydra scientists specializing in genetics. Yet they found themselves at an impasse regarding the enhancement of genetic capabilities. Should Dr. Liang join their ranks, he might very well become the key to unlocking new possibilities. Very well, I shall strive to be one of you. When do I commence my duties, and what are the terms of my remuneration? Dr. Liang, with his flexible principles and somewhat whimsical demeanor, adapted to his role with remarkable speed. Most importantly, how is the food in your cafeteria? I must tell you, I have grown to detest the Foundation's cafeteria. The fare is utterly dreadful. So much so that the entire site relied on an endless supply of SCP, 458 pizza boxes for lunch. You needn't worry about the salary. The Bureau is not stingy when it comes to talented individuals, though securing additional funds can be quite a challenge. Li Chengfeng, Raplia. As for the cafeteria, just avoid the Chinese food counter. The so-called Chinese cuisine in America is a complete sham. Chapter 72. The legendary team emerges. Affiliated with the Bureau? After determining the conditions of Dr. Liang's stay and implementing stringent monitoring and containment measures, Li Chengfeng dismissed the team members. Wanda and Pietro had been with the Bureau for a month, yet due to their less-than-ideal circumstances, they had taken residence in Li Chengfeng's home. Ada Wong decided to tour the Bureau's headquarters with two curious companions and Dr. Liang. Even at night, all departments of the Bureau continued to function as usual. Thor, having never experienced such a world, was taken by Hela and Loki to sample the unique culinary delights of Midgard, of course, on Li Chengfeng's tab. As the group dispersed, only a remarkably calm Harley Quinn remained by Li Chengfeng's side. "What's the matter, Harley?" Li Chengfeng asked as they stepped into the elevator. "You seem unusually quiet today. This is not all like you." "Oh, my pudding, even a brilliant lunatic like myself grows weary of the madness of daily life from time to time, yearning for a taste of the ordinary." Li Chengfeng mentally translated her words. "Ah, that time of the month has arrived." He pressed the button for the basement floor, where the Bureau housed superpower criminals. Standing side by side in the elevator, just as the doors were about to close, Harley Quinn suddenly lunged at Li Chengfeng, playfully biting him. As the elevator ascended from the first floor, it ultimately reached the fifth. With a chime, the elevator doors swung open once more, revealing Li Chengfeng, who feigned nonchalance as he dabbed at the lipstick mark on his right cheek, simultaneously discarding the Harley Quinn accessory draped over him. He had given up on the necklace altogether. His robust physique had spared him from succumbing to the telltale signs that would have otherwise adorned his neck. It was not merely the arrival of Aunt Flo that had caused the commotion, but rather a culmination of pent-up frustration. Ever since Harley Quinn had shifted her affections from the Joker to Li Chengfeng, this was their first separation exceeding 24 hours. The series of fervent kisses had taken Li Chengfeng by surprise, though he could not deny the exhilaration that accompanied them. Despite Harley's less-than-stellar mental state, her beauty was undeniably captivating. Moreover, her movements had become markedly more agile. In an instant, Li Chengfeng felt the remarkable elasticity of her form as she lunged towards him. Had there not been surveillance in the elevator, he would have seriously doubted his ability to maintain his chastity. "Ah, the pudding energy has been replenished." "You may have replenished. But tomorrow the Ministry of Internal Affairs will deliver a report regarding my conduct straight to that black-hearted egg's desk." "Are you frightened?" "Frightened of the Ministry of Internal Affairs or of Nick Fury? Have you lost your mind?" "Oh right, you indeed have. Then, while no one is watching, let us share one last kiss." Li Chengfeng finally succumbed to the temptation of the little madwoman, pinning her against the wall. Their lips met in a fervent exchange. Although he was indeed a virgin, he was no fool. When the opportunity presented itself, he would seize it without hesitation. Furthermore, he had not seen this little lunatic for nearly a month, and truth be told, he missed her. "By the way, I never knew your Federal Bureau could indulge in such antics. Is it too late for me to join?" "Just shut your mouth, you British magic scoundrel. People like you joining the Bureau? Unless the Bureau's personnel have all been devoured by zombies." "Ah, so kissing can evoke such an atmosphere. Yet another instance for my collection of experiences." Three voices, laced with mockery, rang out in succession. Those of the three rascals apprehended by Li Chengfeng: Constantine, Captain Cold, and Heatwave. Upon exiting the elevator, both Li Chengfeng and Harley Quinn had been engrossed in one another, oblivious to the nearby makeshift prison housing their captives. Paying no heed to the taunts directed at them, the two shameless individuals instead fixed their gazes intently upon the trio. It was only when the trio sensed that the atmosphere had shifted that they fell silent. "Now that you've all calmed down, I must say, you seem to be rather oblivious to your predicament. Do you really think I merely intend to temporarily confine you?" What else could it be? Even the Bureau must adhere to basic laws, right? To hell with basic laws, snart. Li Chengfeng approached the cold captain's prison door, a mischievous grin adorning his face as he proclaimed, "From this day forth, all criminals possessing superhuman abilities and unique skills shall be confined by the Joint Investigation Bureau. Trust me, my authority is sufficient to execute this task." The mere thought of imprisoning supervillains in a conventional prison brought a chuckle to his lips. Such a notion was truly ingenious. Before the trio could react, Li Chengfeng suddenly stepped back and turned around. "Who was there?" Stepped forward immediately. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Not only were Constantine and the others perplexed by Li Chengfeng's actions, but even the erratic Harley Quinn appeared somewhat befuddled. However, Li Chengfeng paid them no mind. Instead, he pointed toward the corner and threatened, "I will count to 3. Those 6 individuals in the corner better come out, or I shall not repeat myself." Suddenly, amidst the seemingly empty corner, a voice emerged. "He, Li, don't transform into the White Lantern, and don't banish us to the Dark Dimension. Damn it, Stark, at this time, he is neither the White Lantern nor the Supreme Mage. Good gracious, will my words affect the timeline? The timeline is not that fragile, but you ought to watch your mouth." All right, I concede to you, Professor Stein." As the light and shadows twisted, a group of individuals clad in various attires manifested in the corner. At the forefront stood a stunning blonde beauty, donned in a sleek and form-fitting white combat suit. "Long time no see, Li. Who are you? And how did you all gain access to the Joint Investigation Bureau headquarters?" "My apologies, we often forget that you're not the person we once knew." The blonde beauty nodded apologetically. "I am Sarah Lance, a Level 5 agent of the Joint Investigation Bureau, codenamed Black Canary, belonging to the special team known as Legends." "The Legends team?" Li Chengfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. "What on earth? How did the Legends team become a special unit of the Joint Investigation Bureau? Isn't that absurd?" "The Joint Investigation Bureau does not possess such a team," Harley Quinn interjected, frowning. "Though I may be insane, that is not a justification for your deceit." Sarah Lance shook her head and replied, "The current Joint Investigation Bureau does not, but that is because we hail from the future. Our journey to the present-day Joint Investigation Bureau and our meeting with you is entirely due to a mission left to us by your future self, Agent Li Chengfeng, Deputy Director of the AmeriCorps Bureau." Chapter 73. Captain Carter Li Chengfeng admitted that he was initially quite bewildered. Yet, it was not due to the identities of those before him. Despite the unfamiliar faces, he recognized Sarah Lance instantly. Thus, he quickly deduced their connection to the Legends team. His confusion stemmed from the origins of the Legends team. As Sarah Lance elaborated, Li Chengfeng gradually began to piece everything together. Initially, he assembled a legendary team in the future, selecting talents from various points along the timeline. Sarah Lance, the sister of Oliver Queen's former girlfriend, believed to have perished in a shipwreck, was in fact rescued and trained by the League of Assassins. Martin Stein, a premier nuclear scientist, physicist, and the inventor of the Firestorm Matrix, Jefferson Jackson, responsible for the maintenance of the spacecraft. Together, they could merge in a firestorm. Additionally, there was Adam Ray Palmer. In addition to the expected members of the legendary team, the other 2 individuals Li Chengfeng had never encountered before. It was only through Sarah Lance's introduction that he realized their significance. First, there was the boisterous character referred to as Stark, whose full name is Howard Stark. Yes, he is indeed the father of Tony Stark and was taken by the legendary team while being pursued by the Winter Soldier. This device for optical distortion and invisibility is his creation. When the introduction turned to the quietly observant woman, she interrupted Sarah Lance, speaking in the language of the Republic. "Li Qinfen, Wu Fengji. Are you a citizen of the Republic?" Wu Fengji. At first, Li Chengfeng was taken aback. Wasn't he Wu Fengji the White Phoenix? The White Phoenix, stronger than the deranged Dark Phoenix, Jean Grey. Moreover, she was historically the mightiest Iron Fist. However, his astonishment was fleeting. The Wu Fengji before him evidently possessed only the powers of the Iron Fist. Indeed, if she had become the White Phoenix, it was likely she would have had to leave Earth. Let me summarize. Am I the acting director in your timeline? Where is Nick Fury? I cannot divulge too much. I can only say that Director Fury is alive and well. However, after you officially announced the formation of the legendary team and designated its objectives, you completely vanished. Li Chengfeng nodded, acknowledging the necessity of respecting the timeline. Those who toy with time ultimately find themselves ensnared by it unless they wield the powers of the Ion Man to manipulate time directly. So, it was I who summoned you to this time to recruit members, correct? Indeed, you mentioned that in the current timeline's Joint Investigation Bureau's capsule prison, there are precisely 3 individuals suitable for joining the Wave Rider. Li Chengfeng turned to observe the 3 individuals in the prison, utterly bewildered. To be fair, these 3 were indeed the original members of the legendary team. However, the recruitment process seemed rather unconventional. Who would recruit good people from their own prison? Yet, on the other hand, the legendary team did have a peculiar aspect of labor reform. Nonetheless, this could be seen as a resourceful utilization. Otherwise, what purpose did it serve to keep these 3 confined, other than wasting the resources of the Joint Investigation Bureau? Allowing them to contribute to the protection of the timeline is not a bad idea. It could serve as a substitute for sewing machines. Since this is my own decision, then take them away. You truly believe this? Why does he not trust? Beside them, Harley Quinn shrugged and gestured dismissively to Li Chengfeng, clearly indicating that this was something he would do. Outside the prison, Li Chengfeng and Sarah Lance quickly reached a consensus. Constantine, Captain Cold, and Heatwave were handed over to the Legends team. Just before they departed, Sarah Lance seemed to recall something. By the way, if you head to the combat training room on the 12th floor, you will encounter an unexpected individual. This individual specifically requested to come to this timeline, and you consented. Won't this disrupt the timeline? The timeline is far sturdier than you imagine. It is a lesson you taught me, teacher. Teacher? You call me teacher? Although I merely refer to you as such, you are the closest figure to a father I have ever known. It seems those of us from the Joint Adjustment Bureau all cherish this phrase, do we not? Li Chengfeng waved his hand, bidding farewell to his future disciple and daughter, yet cannot refrain from a quip. He distinctly recalled that Black Egg had uttered this very line. If nothing unexpected occurs, Coulson would likely say something similar to Sky in the future. It appears that the future version of himself is following suit, does it not? A single phrase resonates through the generations of the Joint Adjustment Bureau, spanning from the past to the future. Truly remarkable. Wow, she said you're her dad. Your summarizing ability seems to have been learned from a host named Ju Dan, doesn't he? Spare me the trivialities. This is time travel we are discussing. How exciting. What a joke. The vast majority of the time must be spent in the time buffer zone. One can only imagine an endless expanse of green resembling cosmic space, devoid of day or night. That bears no difference from being in Arkham, where one cannot distinguish between day and night in the wards. Nevertheless, it matters not. Come on. Come on. Did your daughter not mention that an unexpected figure would appear in the training room? After excitedly stating this, Harley Quinn leaped onto Li Chengfeng's back and playfully pinched him, urging him to hurry. Li Chengfeng, unable to shake her off, reluctantly carried this eccentric woman into the elevator. It seems tomorrow's reports concerning conduct issues will be increasingly numerous. Upon reaching the 12th floor training room, Li Chengfeng set down Harley Quinn and adjusted his collar, ensuring that the ambiguous mark on his neck remained concealed. Pushing open the door to the training room, he stepped inside. There, he beheld a massive punching bag being struck with relentless punches, the speed and force of which far exceeded those of an ordinary person. Brown hair flew with each movement, and beneath the simple denim and white shirt lay a physique honed through years of rigorous training. With a resounding thud, the sound echoed. A towering sandbag, nearly the height of a person, could no longer withstand its burden and was sent flying with a single punch, scattering fine sand across the ground. Li Chengfeng and Harley Quinn approached, and their presence was immediately noticed by the other party, who, surprisingly unperturbed, picked up a leather storage bag resting against the wall and advanced toward them. It resembled a shield in shape. As she drew closer, Li Chengfeng realized that this woman was almost his height. Future self. Should there come a day when I conclude my mission and find myself at a loss for where to go, I could choose to arrive in this timeline. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Peggy Carter, though you may also call me Captain Carter. Chapter 74, Nick Fury, a bold encounter with the old director the following morning. Nick Fury hummed a catchy tune from the West Coast as he drove to the headquarters located in Washington, D.C. His spirits were notably high, or rather, ever since Li Chengfeng's arrival, his mood had steadily improved. His paranoia had nearly dissipated. He believed that bringing Li Chengfeng over from the Republic was the most astute decision of his life. Reflecting on the current dynamics at the American headquarters, Professor White Duck had taken charge of the Joint Commission Academy, firmly stationed at the rear of the Joint Commission, while Fury himself orchestrated the overall strategy, with Li Chengfeng and Coulson leading the charge. It was a flawless arrangement. The only concern was that Li Chengfeng, this peculiar individual, continued to stir up increasingly significant events, attracting ever more formidable allies. He had secured 2 beings of divine power, not to mention, according to the task briefing sent to his terminal the previous night, he had also managed to bring back the brother of the goddess of death and the god of deceit. The immediate priority was to retrofit the energy detector at headquarters. The monitoring room flashed incessantly, blindingly bright. With this thought, Nick Fury drove into the parking lot of the Joint Commission headquarters, parked in his designated space, locked the car, and departed. Upon entering the main hall of the headquarters, he was approached by a figure not far away. Director Fury, how have you been these past few days, May? Aside from tending to an entire team of youngsters. Quite well. ISNT Steve Rogers, also part of the team? A World War II veteran who has been frozen in Arctic ice for decades, finds modern society even more challenging than the young ones. As Melinda May uttered these words, her expression remained largely unchanged, yet a faint hint of resentment was discernible. Nick Fury regarded one of his most trusted agents and chose not to press further, instead pivoting to another topic. By the way, how's Coulson been faring lately? Completing missions, formulating training plans, investigating the informant known as Eagle. He is quite busy yet fulfilled. It has been a long time since he had the luxury to indulge in his own resurrection musings. It is prudent to refrain from mentioning the Tahiti Project to him or provoking his curiosity about the truth. This is the best protection we can provide. The mere thought of the Tahiti Project compels Nick Fury to stifle a sigh. The serum 325, derived from the blood of blue-skinned beings, whose name Fury remains unaware of, possesses the miraculous ability to revive gravely injured or even recently deceased FBI agents. Initially perceived as a divine elixir, it ultimately reveals itself to be a pact with the devil. Upon resurrection, individuals appear to function normally for a time, yet their mental state deteriorates, leading to a myriad of complications such as hypergraphia, aphasia, and anxiety disorders. Those with fragile psyches may even descend into madness. Ultimately, they resort to erasing and replacing memories. Yet the agony of undergoing memory replacement surgery is a torment more terrifying than death itself. In the end, the personnel involved in the Tahiti Project succumb to suicide or insanity. Have you confessed anything about the Tahiti Project to Agent Li Chengfeng? Li? Fury hesitated, glancing at Melinda May. Why bring up Li? That matter is in the past. Is it necessary for him to know? It is time for you to reconsider your suspicious nature. Unfazed in the presence of the director, Melinda May stood tall, a product of Peggy Carter's guidance. Even amidst the many capable individuals in the FBI, Agent Li Chengfeng stands out as the strongest, possessing multiple abilities and continuously uncovering new ones. He might indeed find a solution to the repercussions of the Tahiti Project, though they have yet to manifest in Coulson. It is merely a matter of time. You seem to care for Coulson more than I anticipated. Fury pressed the elevator button, stepping inside, alongside Melinda May. Director, I simply have a reserved demeanor. It does not equate to a lack of emotion. With her hands clasped behind her back, May positioned herself slightly behind Fury's left. However, Coulson invariably falters when it comes to expressing emotions, akin to a piece of wood impervious to oil or salt. Fury chuckled, reminiscing with May. Frankly, it astonishes me that the two of you have never pursued a romantic relationship. May cast a sidelong glance at Fury and replied coolly, he is a passive recipient of emotions, perpetually unable to take the initiative. Otherwise, I would not have consented to Andrew's proposal. Thus, men must not be overly passive. Just as you cannot wait for Agent Li Chengfeng to uncover Coulson's issues before you come forward. You've circled back to the same point. I have always excelled in debates and logical reasoning. I merely possess a stoic expression. Fury rolled his single eye, relieved that the elevator had reached their floor. Ding! As the elevator chimed, the doors swung open. Nick Fury and Melinda May stepped out, only to find a man and a woman seated in his office, engrossed in animated conversation. Nick Fury pushed open the door and, with a hint of irritation, inquired of the man seated at his desk, Li Chengfeng, why do you refuse to sit on the sofa or the chair, and insist on perching upon my desk? The individual occupying Nick Fury's desk was indeed Li Chengfeng. Who else possessed such audacity? Hela might have had the gall, but she lacked the inclination. "Ah, Fury, you've arrived," Li Chengfeng exclaimed, gracefully leaping up and executing a front flip to land on the floor. "And is Mei here as well? Perfect timing. I shall introduce you to a new acquaintance." As he spoke, he gestured towards a brown-haired woman seated on the sofa. Meanwhile, the woman leaning against the door stood up, turning to face Nick Fury and Melinda May. At that moment, both their expressions froze in disbelief. "Greetings, Nick Fury and Melinda May?" To their astonishment, this timeline's Melinda May had become an agent of the FBI rather than a Supreme Court justice. "Why, you are Nick Fury," rubbed his singular eye, peering forward again. Was he imagining things? Even Nick Fury, the king of FBI agents, a master strategist capable of orchestrating grand plans from afar, was rendered speechless, stammering without the ability to articulate a coherent thought. "Oh, how forgetful of me. Seeing a familiar face has stirred my excitement to the point of neglecting proper introductions. I am Peggy Carter, though technically, I am not the Peggy Carter you know. You may refer to me as Captain Carter." Li Chengfeng, witnessing the utterly baffled expressions of Nick Fury and Melinda May, burst into hearty laughter, striking the table. "Aren't you the leader? I brought your leader here. Let us see if you dare deny me the funding." Chapter 75. 3 text messages. "My good brother, Starkly Chengfeng, you truly are an enigma in my life." "Ha! I appreciate the compliment. But what of Captain Carter? After all, she is not the Captain Carter from my timeline. What do I have to fear?" "That is quite a bold statement," Li Chengfeng said, nudging the black egg's waist with his elbow. "But why do you hesitate to take a seat? Are you feeling guilty? You are the one who should feel guilty. Your entire family is guilty. I am merely expressing respect and admiration for a World War II hero and super soldier from another timeline. If you're not the leader, then you certainly don't hesitate to flatter your superiors. Why didn't you act that way in front of Pierce?" "Nonsense. Alexander Pierce doesn't even compare to a single strand of Peggy Carter's hair." Li Chengfeng gave a thumbs up to the black egg. "No wonder he's in charge. With that flexible bottom line and virtual integrity, the position of director rightly belongs to him." Captain Peggy Carter sat calmly to the side, exuding an air of nonchalance. The Captain America of the reality universe had been frozen in the Arctic ice for over half a century. Although older, his mental age remained that of youth. However, Captain Carter was different. She had genuinely survived from World War II to the present day, even experiencing a series of adventures across the Earth, the cosmos, and various timelines. She was a true elder, a sage. Li Chengfeng sincerely wishes to express his gratitude to his future self for providing such a steadfast anchor. "By the way, Captain Carter, we discussed the possibility of joining the Joint Investigation Bureau yesterday, did we not? While it is true that we have already broached the subject, what I envision is your esteemed appointment as the Commander-in-Chief, leaving me merely as the leader of a special team. This matter lies beyond my jurisdiction." With a sincere smile adorning his face, Li Chengfeng spoke earnestly. However, upon hearing his words, Captain Carter immediately interjected. "What do you mean by Commander-in-Chief? I have never held such a position." As he spoke, he spread his hands wide. "I have always been the one charging in a battle. While I can certainly manage localized skirmishes, the role of a Commander-in-Chief necessitates a broader oversight. Conversely, I find myself intrigued by the special team you mentioned." Li Chengfeng was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that this individual still yearned for the thrill of frontline combat. He cast a few meaningful glances at Nick Fury, silently urging him to chime in as the ultimate decision-maker. "Ah, yes. While there may not be many suitable candidates for the Commander-in-Chief role besides Captain Carter, we do reside in a free nation, and personal preference should prevail. The matter of the commander can be deliberated further down the line. Agent Li Chengfeng, let us first enroll Captain Carter into the Starlight team. Do not forget to visit the Internal Affairs Department for your credentials." Nick Fury, catching the melancholic gaze of Li Chengfeng, couldn't help but let out a couple of awkward chuckles. Despite having wielded considerable power for many years, the sight of Peggy Carter still evoked memories of his days as an ordinary agent. The weight of his authority was burdensome. He found it difficult to voice any dissent in her presence. Furthermore, being on the front line has always been Peggy Carter's aspiration. Yet age and experience have propelled her to a commanding position, relegating her to a strategic role. Given that this Captain Carter possesses the serum of a super soldier, allowing her to fulfill her dreams in place of the aging individuals caught in a cycle of chaos and clarity is indeed a commendable choice. Seeing that Nick Fury shared this sentiment, Li Chengfeng refrained from further comment. The addition of such a seasoned agent to his Starlight team was undoubtedly a boon. After concluding the essential discussions, Li Chengfeng left Captain Carter at the headquarters of the Joint Investigation Bureau, sensing that Nick Fury and Melinda may had much more to discuss with her. As Li Chengfeng exited Nick Fury's office, his old phone, which he had just exchanged for the latest model from Hela, buzzed a few times. 3 consecutive messages arrived from different numbers. With a series of taps, he opened the first message. It was from Bruce Wayne. Ever since he met Bruce, Li Chengfeng had frequently sought his assistance in procuring various items through his vast merchant network, such as the Tesseract Crystal. However, as he glanced at the message, he felt a pang of regret. The 2 pieces of Terrigen crystal had cost him nearly $3 million. Indeed, one must never cease to invest wisely. He then opened the second message, which was quite succinct. It was all taken care of. Li Chengfeng Nudda. Grant Ward truly lived up to his reputation as a professional assassin. His efficiency was remarkable, in a manner so clandestine that neither the FBI nor Hydra were aware. He had eliminated Agent Sitwell, who held a significant position in both organizations. The implication of all suggested that he had also dispatched a cohort of American politicians colluding with Hydra. Most importantly, no information regarding these deaths had been leaked. Thus, their demise remained undiscovered. At least in the realm of assassination, this scoundrel's prowess far surpassed that of Bucky Barnes. After all, the Winter Soldier's near-invincible infiltration skills were almost mythical. Nevertheless, this was not enough for Li Chengfeng to grant him clemency. Although he had indeed promised Grant Ward to spare his life, others had not agreed to such terms. In a buoyant mood, buoyed by the smooth progress of his plans, Li Chengfeng opened the third message. It was from Tony Stark, the self-absorbed genius. Judging by his tone, it seemed to be a rather trivial message. However, as he scrolled down, Li Chengfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, Tony Stark, you truly are a wonderful brother, arriving just when I needed you. He never expected that Tony would present him with such a grand gift at this moment. The message also conveyed a desire to meet up. Li Chengfeng had sent his Quinjet for routine maintenance, and it hardly justified the effort of flying the Airbus solo. Thus, he returned to Nick Fury's office, skillfully maneuvering under the watchful gaze of 5 eyes, snatched the car keys, and made his escape. Can't you just buy a car yourself? I don't have a driver-S license. Li Chengfeng flashed a confident and resolute expression at Nick Fury before darting away from headquarters. Even the seasoned Peggy Carter found this peculiar dynamic between them quite outrageous. The middle-aged Li Chengfeng she encountered in other timelines was composed, serious, and unyielding in his demeanor. How had he become so flamboyant in his youth? Chapter 76. Inside Plan? Hydra's decoy at noon, under the blazing sun. Miss Potts, where's my best friend Tony Stark? I just called him over 20 times, and he didn't answer a single one, driving from Washington, D.C., straight to Star Tower in New York. Li Chengfeng parked his car and unceremoniously stormed into the office of the president of Stark Industries, located on the top floor of the building. Of course, the current president and majority shareholder of Stark Industries was actually Pepper Potts, while Stark himself was merely living off her success. Perhaps it was only after being utterly rejected by Louise Lane that he finally recognized who his true love was. Over the past month, his relationship with Pepper Potts has intensified remarkably. How can he be so certain? For it is evident from Pepper's radiant countenance that she is in the throes of passion. Calm down, Agent Li Chengfeng, he reminded himself. Tony will be here shortly. We have a lunch appointment, so let us wait a moment. Pepper led Li Chengfeng to the sofa and settled beside him. Why the rush to find Tony? Is he up to some mischief again? Oh, Miss Potts, he is undoubtedly engaged in a monumental endeavor. Is it serious? Serious? It is indeed a worthy pursuit. I am not being sarcastic. Li Chengfeng, realizing the implication, couldn't help but chuckle. What on earth does Tony Stark get up to on a daily basis? Given Pepper's demeanor, it seems he has caused quite a ruckus at home. Rest assured, Miss Potts, although Tony may be somewhat frivolous and full of flaws, he would never stoop to immoral deeds. Let us hope so. Pepper extended her hand to Li Chengfeng for a brief handshake. You may call me Pepper from now on. At that very moment, Tony Stark entered, carrying a large paper bag. As he removed his ostentatious sunglasses, he exclaimed, "Oh, Pepper, I bring you several exquisite cheeseburgers. I swear on my father's mustache. You won't find anything tastier in all of Queens. Li Chengfeng, what are you doing here? Why are you still holding my girlfriend's hand? Tony's sudden outburst caught him off guard, his little mustache twitching in agitation. Pepper, observing Tony's expression, felt a mix of pride and bashfulness. Oh please, it was merely a polite handshake. Not everyone is as overzealous as you, trying to peel the skin off someone with a mere touch. Li Chengfeng took the opportunity to tease Tony about his past indiscretions, but to no avail, for Tony remained unfazed. After placing the paper bag on the table, he bounded over, sitting squarely between Pepper and Li Chengfeng, effectively separating the two. Hey, are you acting like a jealous schoolboy? Li Chengfeng remarked, attempting to push the encroaching Tony aside. Pepper is like a sister to me. Even if I were the worst cad, I wouldn't dare cross that line. Don't be ridiculous. In the entire Federal Bureau of Investigation, who doesn't know you have a penchant for older women, especially with the 3 formidable ladies from the Guardians? Cough, cough. There is a distinction between older women and sisters. Pepper, disregard his foolishness. Li Chengfeng quickly clarified, wishing to maintain a semblance of respectability in front of his friends. Speak of your busy schedule. What brings you to seek me out at lunchtime? Surely, you aren't just here to mooch off my meal? Have you not heard the saying that those who disrupt the romantic world of others will be kicked by a donkey? And I only bought 2 burgers. Though Tony's words remained frivolous, he finally ceased his playful banter with Li Chengfeng. Huh, kicked by a donkey? Today, even if I were to be kicked to death by Hela, I must come. Li Chengfeng chuckled, throwing an arm around Tony Stark's shoulders. After all, my dear brother Tony Stark has accomplished a monumental feat. Did you not text me this morning, informing me that you have recently assisted Nick Fury in the renovation and upgrade of the latest model of the flying aircraft carrier? Furthermore, you have forged a new collaboration with the Bureau and Stark Industries, significantly reducing the construction time of the aircraft carrier, with hopes of completion in the near future. Upon hearing this, Tony Stark immediately reciprocated by embracing Li Chengfeng's shoulders, exuding the camaraderie of close friends. What is our relationship? Your affairs are my affairs. And I am genuinely intrigued by many of the technologies from your bureau. You see, ever since that little girl Sky became a member of your bureau, my ability to hack into your database has become exceedingly challenging. Initially, Nick Fury reached out to me, hoping I could assist in resolving the issues with your Bureau-S satellite launch engines. After reviewing the design plans, I realized that only a few minor adjustments were needed to ensure the satellite could sustain suborbital flight without requiring a landing. Then, a few attractive agents that Fury brought along approached me with flattery. You know me, my dear brother, while I am not fond of pursuing women, I do enjoy showcasing my skills in their presence. Thus, I accompanied Nick Fury underground to sort out the issues with the aircraft carriers, which were quite easily resolved. I estimate they will be operational within 2 weeks, given that 90% of the construction is already complete. At this point, Tony Stark proudly pointed to himself, of course. I filled in the crucial remaining 10. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng grasped the sequence of events. The sentiment of not being keen on romantic pursuits, yet relishing the opportunity to display one's talents in front of beautiful women, bears a striking resemblance to Elfunxian's phrase about preferring to resolve conflicts rather than instigate them. Stark had inadvertently aided him greatly. Consequently, Li Chengfeng leaned closer to Tony Stark, whispering about potential pitfalls within the Insight program. As Li Chengfeng spoke, Stark's expression shifted continuously. Does this mean I have inadvertently caused complications? No. We are merely practicing the art of the mantis catching the cicada with the oriole lurking behind. Li Chengfeng Shukulat. The Insight program? Just the largest bait on the fishhook. Originally, I intended to wait for an opportunity to eradicate the entire Hydra organization in one fell swoop. However, the assassination of Grant Ward has created a temporary intelligence blind spot within Hydra's purview, while Stark's enhancement of the flying aircraft carrier has filled in the most critical component of the bait. There is no time like the present. Since there are no major tasks at hand, I shall prioritize the complete annihilation of Hydra. By presenting a superficial Insight program as bait, I will offer Hydra a chance to seize global control. If I do not take the bait, it will be truly remarkable. Wait, Lee, have you informed Nick Fury about this matter? Once I have completed the layout, it will not be too late to inform that black egg of a villain. Moreover, I do not intend for that so-called Insight program to take effect. Hydra will undoubtedly seek to directly seize the American headquarters. It is an opportune moment to ensnare them all at once. Your notion of capturing them all seems as effortless as swatting flies. TSK, you are but a centuries-old fox. What game are you playing with me? Li Chengfeng jabbed Stark in the back with a smirk, saying, Don't tell me you Haven T left a backdoor in the satellite and aircraft carrier databases that only you can unlock. Do I seem like that kind of person? So, does such a backdoor exist? Indeed. Chapter 77. Item number 084. After reaching an accord with Tony Stark, Li Chengfeng prepared to orchestrate the entire affair. As an exceptional agent, potentially the most outstanding, this was his first experience with such a scheme of luring the enemy into a trap and capturing them within. Yet, this endeavor provided him with a considerable sense of agency. For every ordeal he had faced since his arrival had been of a nature that even superheroes might struggle to endure. With this thought in mind, Li Chengfeng initiated a video call to Coulson using his personal terminal. Moments later, Coulson's balding visage appeared before him. Li, what brings you to seek me out today? I've just completed a mission, and the Star Squad has concluded a month of armed training. Thus, they are on a brief respite. I find myself somewhat restless. So I thought I would check if there were any troublesome matters on your end that I could assist with. Don't be ridiculous. There is nothing here that requires your intervention, though if you're willing to come, that would be welcome. I'm currently en route to Peru. I shall arrive shortly. Li Chengfeng nodded, pulling the portal open and stepping through. What? Nick Fury's black egg of a vehicle? It cannot be lost parked beneath Stark Tower. He even borrowed 2 wheel locks from Stark Industries parking lot. Coulson suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that Li Chengfeng had already appeared behind him. To be honest, portals are quite a clever trick. I always believed they existed solely in films and comics. In my view, nothing can be more fantastical than the real world. Li Chengfeng chuckled, patting Coulson on the shoulder. And where are the team members? They are in the operations conference room. This is their first encounter with Item 084. Item 084, a special designation by the Joint Bureau, signifies that everything about this item remains unknown. Generally, it pertains to either relics of ancient super-civilizations or extraterrestrial objects. For instance, in the original narrative, Thor's hammer was discovered, possessing immense energy yet remaining immovable, perfectly embodying a standard Item 084. This leads us to the first item historically assigned the 084 designation, the Kree monolith. This contraption is indeed a pit within a pit, as the outer layer of the Prophet serves solely to eliminate the protective barrier against non-inhumans. The melting of the crystal enveloping the Prophet by Jia Ying and her companions resulted in a fusion of the two, leading to a simultaneous release that could carbonize and kill non-potential inhumans. In truth, pure Terrigen crystals pose no threat to ordinary individuals. Ultimately, this stems from the cultural ignorance of Jia Ying and her group of inhumans. Yet, one cannot entirely blame them. Compared to the celestial beings associated with the origins of mutants, the Kree Empire, which created the Inhumans, is merely a band of interstellar war profiteers, lacking any substantial prestige. They have undoubtedly faced countless defeats at the hands of Odin and Hela. Li Chengfeng and Coulson entered the Airbus operations conference room in succession. At that moment, the team members, including the non-uniformed Steve Rogers, were captivated by the enthusiastic discourse of Gemma Simmons, one half of the scientific duo, as she expressed her fervent admiration for the biodiversity of Peru. It is noteworthy that the jungles of Peru harbor over 200 species of snakes, among which the South American bushmaster possesses a venom of extraordinary potency, featuring neurotoxins that not only affect the nervous system, but also hydrolyze human proteins and exhibit hemolytic properties, making it a particularly troublesome serpent. Steve Rogers quietly inquired of the group, "Is this child always this exuberant?" During their recent interactions, members of Coulson's team had begun to engage with him in a manner devoid of idolization. This newfound rapport was undoubtedly facilitated by the fact that since his awakening from ice, Steve Rogers had not donned the old Captain America uniform. Coulson, a devoted admirer, had repeatedly suggested the creation of a new Captain America suit for Steve, but each time, Steve had politely declined. After awakening, decades had swiftly passed, and his mindset had undergone significant transformation. Perhaps he no longer required the mantle of Captain America and could now embody his own essence. Thus, Steve donned the standard operational attire of the Bureau of Interventions, with only the familiar circular vibranium shield on his back, serving as a reminder to the team of his identity. Indeed, he's Captain America. It is merely a minor occupational quirk, Barry Allen responded somewhat sluggishly, likening it to Fitz's excitement whenever he sees Mr. Stark's armor. whereas I instinctively analyze every visible detail. That's good to hear. I half expected Gemma to be the type unable to sleep the night before a spring excursion, Steve remarked. Upon observing the dark circles beneath Gemma's eyes, it became evident that she had indeed been too excited to sleep the previous night. As Li Chengfeng gazed at the now tranquil Steve Rogers, he pondered what might transpire should he meet Captain Carter, one on the verge of losing Peggy Carter, and the other who had long since lost his own Peggy. Good afternoon, dear team members. I, Li Chengfeng, have returned. Before Carlson had the chance to speak, he heard Li Chengfeng's piercing shout. Instantly, the entire team, with the exception of Steve Rogers, shivered, including the excited Gemma Simmons. That voice. Begone, demon. Bring forth my cross. Oh dear, upon hearing that voice, I feel an overwhelming urge to vomit. The previously calm atmosphere descended into chaos. Li Chengfeng's eyes twitched slightly. Was this really necessary? Especially Barry Allen, experiencing a bout of nausea? He had the lowest training intensity back then. For heaven's sake, Flash, could you please rein it in? Li Chengfeng found Barry's demeanor utterly intolerable. Yet it seemed that in fan fiction, Barry often embodied the role of the quintessential receiver. What a pity. In the original work, it seemed like characters frequently returned from the dead, while in fan creations, they had to endure even more tribulations. Sigh, Barry, you truly have it hard. Must it be this exaggerated? Li Chengfeng cast a disdainful glance at the disarrayed Carlson team, kicked Wade Wilson, who was convulsing on the ground, aside to clear a path, and approached Steve Rogers. It is an honor to finally meet you, Steve Rogers. Likewise, Li Chengfeng. Thank you for rescuing me from that wretched ice. Steve Rogers extended his hand, and they shook. I expected you to call me Captain America. I did not see Captain America. I saw a veteran wishing to bid farewell to the past and start anew. Chapter 78, Carlson. Your old flame again, 2-in-1. When Li Chengfeng arrived at the Airbus through the portal, they were nearing Peru, with little time remaining. Carlson's Team's Airbus ultimately soared over a vast expanse of dense forest before landing on a flat area outside the woods. They then set off in a specially designed off-road vehicle, heading towards the predetermined coordinates. Li Chengfeng refrained from opening another portal, understanding that the Carlson team would not always accompany him on missions. Thus, the convenience of portals was not necessarily beneficial for them. Besides, after such a rare opportunity for a government-funded international trip, shouldn't they take in the scenery? After about an hour's drive, they arrived at their destination. It was an excavation site of an Incan civilization relic. Li Chengfeng first ventured into the surrounding woods, ensuring no large creatures lurked nearby before nodding for everyone to commence their activities. Fitz and Gemma, equipped with various tools, disembarked the vehicle, chatting and laughing. By the way, Gemma, is this what you refer to as the South American Bushmaster back on the plane? Upon hearing these words, Fitz and Gemma instantly turned around, only to behold a beautifully muscled forearm of Li Chengfeng, which was ensnared by a yellow-brown venomous snake. This unsightly creature was indeed a South American Bushmaster, presently gnawing desperately at Li Chengfeng's hand. Nonetheless, Li Chengfeng's physical resilience was evident, rendering the snake's fangs utterly ineffective. Is it truly amusing to have a venomous snake coiled around your hand? Moreover, this snake is actually biting you. Remarkably, he found it somewhat ticklish, as if this little creature had taken a liking to him. While speaking, Li Chengfeng carefully untangled the snake from his wrist and swung his arm, casting the reptile back into the dense foliage. I truly appreciate your help, the snake seemed to convey. After witnessing Li Chengfeng dispose of the snake, Gemma approached to inspect his wrist. Although she knew the serpent's venom posed no threat to him, the toxic liquid from the Bushmaster was presently dripping onto the ground. Gemma promptly retrieved a high-concentration disinfectant to cleanse Li Chengfeng's hand. Gemma, while I understand that caution is prudent, this snake venom really doesn't affect me. I could even drink it without consequence. Agent Li Chengfeng, I'm fully aware that it poses no risk to you, Gemma Simmons sighed. But if the venom is left untreated, I fear it may endanger the other team members. Let us clean it thoroughly to prevent you from inadvertently causing us trouble. Agent Gemma Simmons, as your leader, I must interject. You did not treat me with such disdain initially. Return the admiration you once held for me, you scoundrel. Fitz and Gemma both rolled their eyes at Li Chengfeng, choosing to disregard the young senior agent's antics. They turned and ventured into the nearby ruins of an Incan temple, a structure concealed within the jungle for at least 5 centuries and the very site where the 084 item had been detected. Li Chengfeng followed Gemma and Fitz into the Incan temple, and after they conducted the most detailed field survey possible, they reached a conclusion. Inside, they discovered an array of ancient artifacts, relics from the Incan era, and even earlier. Fitz pointed to an object on the wall that clearly did not belong to any ancient civilization, stating, however, "I believe any individual with a modicum of intelligence would not consider this to be an appropriate item for this location." Within the inner sanctum of the temple, they unearthed a fossilized rock layer that embedded an unidentified object with an orderly mechanical structure. Gemma interjected, "What does this signify?" "It suggests that it has been here for nearly 1,500 years, predating this temple's existence. Yet, from its craftsmanship, it bore a resemblance to German engineering." Observing the scientific duo engrossed in their animated discussion, Li Chengfeng decided to step outside for some fresh air. With his genius-level specialization in mechanical engineering under Captain Cold, he instantly recognized that this object was likely some form of energy emitter. However, despite his knowledge, he fundamentally lacked the inclination for scientific research. "May, have you eaten?" As Li Chengfeng exited the ancient temple ruins, he spotted Melinda May, who had just parked her vehicle in a concealed location. Communicating in Mandarin beyond the borders of the Republic was indeed a fortunate occurrence. Perhaps such pleasantries are better reserved for others. "My apologies, but have you and Fury informed Steve Rogers of Captain Carter's existence?" "Not yet. Rogers has only just begun to acclimate to this current era. It would be unwise to provoke him at this juncture. In due time, I shall introduce him to our Peggy Carter, who has been relatively lucid of late." Upon mentioning Peggy Carter from this timeline, a rare flicker of sorrow appeared on Melinda May's otherwise impassive countenance. Li Chengfeng instantly regarded her with heightened vigilance. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Melinda instinctively touched her face. "Is there something on my visage?" "No, I merely assumed that, given the circumstances, you would utter the quintessential line expected of an agent of the Bureau. Peggy Carter is the closest figure to a mother you will ever have in your life. Trust me, I have become rather sensitive to such phrases lately. Well, I do have my biological parents. My gratitude goes to them. Having both a mother and father is a considerable advantage." As Li Chengfeng spoke, he suddenly gestured several tactical signals specific to Bureau agents. Melinda May immediately understood, and the two positioned themselves behind the dense foliage on either side. Simultaneously, they sprang into action, pulling several armed individuals from the underbrush. These were soldiers, fully equipped for combat. Li Chengfeng had noticed their presence since he arrived at the periphery of the Incan ruins, but had chosen not to disturb the hornet's nest. He preferred to capture them all at once. Now, signaling Melinda May to engage was due to the fact that the enemy's ranks had nearly assembled. In a flash, Melinda May and Li Chengfeng subdued the soldiers before them. At that moment, a few military vehicles unexpectedly approached from all directions, and dozens of similarly armed soldiers aimed their weapons at the pair. What the hell? Just a moment of respite, and suddenly we have a spectacle of resurrection. Then, Oliver Queen, Wade Wilson, and Steve Rogers emerged from the dense thicket of soldiers. Li Chengfeng spread his arms, signifying his own bewilderment. The five experienced agents exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing on their next course of action. It was quite reasonable for 5 individuals to encircle dozens. They then staged a vivid performance akin to a tiger infiltrating a flock of sheep. In no time, the ground was littered with dozens of incapacitated foes. "I have heard that there is a faction of anti-government rebels in Peru. Could they possibly be them?" Wade Wilson remarked nonchalantly as he sheathed his dual blades. "No. Well-equipped and highly trained, these few dozen individuals would undoubtedly be exceptional soldiers in any nation. They are evidently regular troops of the government," Oliver Queen observed meticulously. "Yet why have they ambushed us? We had already communicated with the Peruvian authorities. What has transpired?" Coulson emerged from the Incan ruins alongside Barry Allen, his expression shifting dramatically as he beheld the fallen Peruvian government soldiers scattered about. "A contingent of government troops had inexplicably attacked us, but rest assured, they employed only non-lethal means, so there is no fear of provoking an international dispute." Steve Rogers' words provided Coulson with a sense of reassurance. However, the events that unfolded next caused him to regurgitate that comfort that had barely settled in his throat. For soon enough, a person he had once known very well appeared. Within mere seconds after the skirmish concluded, the Peruvian police commander, Camila Reyes, arrived on the scene. only to find soldiers groaning on the ground and Li Chengfeng seemingly waiting for someone. Who are you? Camila Reyes thought, alarmed. What has happened to my soldiers? I am Li Chengfeng, a level 7 agent of the Joint Investigation Bureau. My team is here regarding a matter of international security. Li Chengfeng maintaina takalmdameno. Fully aware of the true nature of the opposing party. The game of cat and mouse never grows tiresome. Just as he finished speaking, some of the regular troops lying on the ground began to stir, struggling to emit faint groans. To be fair, they had shown considerable restraint. Otherwise, even non-lethal force would not have allowed them to recover so swiftly. Joint Investigation Bureau, Camila Reyes, displaying commendable acting skills, wore a mask of confusion that seemed flawless. I am Commander Camila Reyes of the Peruvian Military Police. Your actions within our territory require an explanation. As you wish, Commander Reyes, Li Chengfeng replied, nodding and gesturing towards the Incan ruins behind him. Within this Incan site in Peru, we have detected the presence of Object 084. As the head of the military police, you should be aware that according to the international treaties signed by Peru, Object 084 is to be contained by the Joint Investigation Bureau and does not belong to the discovery nation. As Camila Reyes appeared poised to respond, Carlson approached from behind and waved at her. Oh, Phil, Camila exclaimed. Carlson, wearing a smile, stepped forward to greet an old acquaintance. How many years has it been since we last met? I can hardly believe you have been promoted to commander. In fact, I have held that position for 3 years. Camila replied. Phil, I believe it is time for us to catch up. With that, Camila Reyes and Carlson exchanged a warm kiss on the cheek. Goodness, another one of Carlson's former flames. What charm does this balding fellow possess that such an alluring woman cannot forget him? However, Li Chengfeng, that scoundrel, relishes interrupting others when they exude an air of ambiguity. Are you Commander Camila of the Peruvian government? Excellent. I have some inquiries that require your elucidation. Oh, Phil. Camila Reyes shook her head. Your agents are exceptionally skilled, yet they lack respect for others. Camila, I believe you have misunderstood. Though he stands here, he is not my subordinate. In a certain sense, his position and significance surpass mine. Carlson's expression swiftly transformed from that of encountering an old flame to one of businesslike formality. Although Agent Li Chengfeng is rather casual, he never inquires of strangers without cause. So I suggest you answer his questions truthfully. Camila slightly furrowed her brow, infuriated by the lack of information about such an important figure. The situation was urgent, and she could only climb the ranks. Once Li Chengfeng perceived that Camila had acquiesced, he began to inquire, given the strife between the Peruvian military and the insurgents. How does the esteemed commander find time to meet with an old lover? Or does Peru possess the technology to detect item 084, which is why so many elite soldiers are stationed here? In truth, we are hunting down the insurgents. Encountering you is merely incidental. Such a stubborn tongue. Allow me to respond on your behalf. Li Chengfeng stepped between Camila Reyes and Carlson, whispering, It was the seer who informed you that Agent Carlson would lead a team today to recover item 084, which is purported to be a weapon capable of ending Peru's civil unrest. Yet, an obstacle must be eliminated first. Upon hearing this, Camila Reyes' face shifted dramatically, and she subtly distanced herself, her gaze toward Carlson filled with complexity and resolve. Carlson was equally shocked, though he was taken aback by the woman's ruthlessness. So, when did you intend to forsake the feelings we once shared? The moment I laid eyes on your team. Should I thank you for not deciding this upon receiving intelligence? Camila Reyes shook her head in resignation and decisively pressed the button on her communication device. In an instant, the distant roar of more engines echoed. The number matched precisely with what Li Chengfeng had discovered during his initial survey. They were indeed mobilizing en masse. Uniformed agents of the Joint Investigation Bureau, seize item 084. Camila Reyes coldly commanded, then turned to Carlson, saying, I must apologize, Phil. I am compelled to make a difficult choice between you and my country. Rest assured, as long as you do not resist, I shall not harm you. And once the insurgents are eradicated, I will surrender myself to the International Military Tribunal and the Joint Investigation Bureau. Is that so? Carlson nodded, understanding that, at this juncture, the situation was irretrievable. He then turned to walk into the mountains. No, toward the Inca ruins. Team, heed my orders. Do your utmost to avoid casualties. Now it is your squad, so I shall heed your command. Old flames seldom recall past affections, yet Carlson's heart remains tender. He is not a saint. Should his adversaries harbor malevolent intentions, he would not hesitate to draw his weapon. However, both Camila Reyes and these soldiers are merely desperate souls, choosing to risk everything in the face of hopelessness. Such individuals elicit Coulson's compassion, revealing his most humane aspect. After all, while the black-hearted villain may be calculating and decisive in his actions, can anyone truly harbor affection for such a creature? Chapter 79. The Unfortunate Coulson. The scheme commences to be honest. Commander Camila, I sincerely recommend your immediate surrender. Li Chengfeng offered a genuine smile to Coulson's former lover, reminding her that engaging in battle with him would result in considerable pain. Camila, however, disregarded Li Chengfeng's taunts, issuing commands with precision. Team 1 and Team 2, suppress the target. Team 3, maintain vigilance and adapt. Teams 4 and 5, encircle the temple. We must not allow a single person to escape. In her eyes, although the agents of the Joint Investigation Bureau displayed formidable combat prowess, the fact that such a small contingent could incapacitate an entire operational squad was inconsequential against the overwhelming firepower of a well-structured military force. Even the scoundrel Grant Ward would abandon a direct confrontation in search of alternative avenues. In reality, even without Li Chengfeng, 3 elite agents alongside Steve Rogers would effortlessly handle the situation, not to mention the advantage presented by Li Chengfeng's presence. Alas, how obstinate! Li Chengfeng expressed his regret over Camila's choices. It is often the case that one's overwhelming strength goes unacknowledged until it is too late. As his words faded, Li Chengfeng's eyes appeared electrified. With a command over thunder, countless bolts descended from the clear sky, reminiscent of divine retribution. The soldiers had scarcely the time to cry out before they collapsed, convulsing on the ground. Under Li Chengfeng's meticulous control, the spectacle was grand, yet it spared lives. After all, these were warriors fighting for their homeland, and while their reckless choices were not to be endorsed, they were deserving of respect. Most importantly, should he truly annihilate these 100 or so individuals, he would face the scrutiny of an international military tribunal, bringing shame upon the Republic. One may sacrifice their life, but the dignity of the Republic shall not be tarnished. However, these soldiers would certainly find themselves bettered in for a month. Meanwhile, Camila Reyes stood there, her face reflecting despair as she witnessed the unfolding chaos. Hearing the sounds of battle outside, Gemma and Fitz, disregarding the hazardous high-frequency radiation emanating from the 084 item, rushed out of the temple. They were met with a scene akin to divine punishment. Gemma stood in stunned silence, pointing at Li Chengfeng in the distance. A new power. Indeed, could Agent Li truly still be considered human? If there are no unforeseen circumstances, Li should still be considered human, at least in terms of self-awareness. I sincerely wish to conduct a comprehensive examination of Agent Li, perhaps even involving a biopsy, Jemima remarked with a sense of wonder, noting that Li possesses formidable self-healing abilities. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to gaze at Jemima. Sister, your aura of a mad scientist seems to be intensifying. Are you suggesting we perform a biopsy on Li Chengfeng? Why not just taste him to assess his flavor? The difficulty level would be equally high. Why are you staring at me? I was merely sharing a scientific joke. How could I possibly consider using a colleague for a biopsy study? Jemima responded, exasperated by the overreactions of those around her. Besides, I would likely need a vibranium scalpel to even breach Li's skin. Thus, we have no need for a biopsy study. Coulson chuckled and nodded, suggesting that any curiosities could be addressed directly with Li, who has always been amenable to answering their inquiries. He too was intrigued by the structure of Li's physique. After making this remark, Coulson turned to contact the International Military Tribunal. As there had been no fatalities, it was anticipated that after negotiations with Peru, Camila Reyes would be released. After all, during times of internal strife, the Peruvian government would undoubtedly strive to protect their chief military officer. However, he had other pressing questions. Tell me, Camila Reyes, who exactly is that madman known as Thousand Mile Eye? Have you encountered him in person? He is shrouded in mystery, yet seems to possess knowledge about us, akin to a prophet from legend. Coulson had never been one to believe in such matters, yet the undeniable facts constantly compelled him to reconsider. A prophet is perilous, but a malicious prophet is even more so. Yet, Li had just whispered about Thousand Mile Eye in Camila's ear. Coulson glanced at Li Chengfeng, who was currently boasting while patting Barry and Fitz on the shoulder. Perhaps he could glean answers from him. Li, I need you to clarify a few matters for me. At this moment, the Airbus carrying Coulson's team had returned to the Joint Bureau headquarters and was docked nearby. The other members of the team were awaiting the re-implementation of the Slingshot Project. The Slingshot Project refers to the plan of launching those incomprehensible and uncontrollable anomalous objects directly into the sun via rocket for destruction. However, this was merely a ruse to mislead the lower-level agents of the Bureau. Agents of level 7 and above were well aware that the so-called Slingshot Project was nothing more than a smokescreen, and that the rockets were essentially empty. The items supposedly sent to the sun for destruction were actually securely stored in a highly classified facility known as the freezer. Therefore, Li Chengfeng and Coulson, both privy to the truth, did not attend the rocket launch. Li Chengfeng set down the green carbonated beverage in his hand and remarked with a smile, "Coulson, you truly cannot suppress your curiosity. You wish to know who that scoundrel known as Thousand Mile Eye is, don't you? I do not place my faith in prophets. Yet it is evident that this individual poses a grave threat to the safety of our world." He slid a glass of Coulson's favored whiskey across the table and continued, "Ponder this. If he truly were a prophet, why did he not allow Camilla to locate this weapon long ago? After all, it has been hidden in the dense jungles of Peru for over a millennium. Instead, it was only after the Bureau detected the existence of the 084 item that your team was dispatched to retrieve it, and only then did he inform Camilla of the weapon's existence." Li Chengfeng's words opened a new avenue of thought for Coulson. If this so-called prophet did not possess a penchant for watching the drama of friends turn adversarial, it would suggest that his acquisition of information regarding the 084 item coincided closely with that of the Bureau. But is it merely a matter of timing? What organization could rival the Bureau in terms of intelligence acquisition? This Thousand Mile Eye is undoubtedly a senior agent within the Bureau. Li Chengfeng, disinterested in playing games, pointed out that senior agents typically seek out information beyond their usual reach after their ranks have been elevated. However, while you earnest individuals regard this merely as a hobby to satiate your thirst for knowledge, Thousand Mile Eye treats it as a lucrative opportunity, profiting immensely from information asymmetry across the globe. Moreover, this individual is an old acquaintance of yours, a level 8 agent in the Bureau, John Garrett. "What?" Coulson exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. "Betrayed twice in a single day. Who can endure such a fate? John Garrett? How could it possibly be him? Why not?" Li Chengfeng retorted, rolling his eyes. "Not only is he Thousand Mile Eye, but he is also a Hydra operative." Coulson, on the verge of taking a sip of whiskey to steady himself, nearly choked upon hearing Li Chengfeng's next words. "You must have been reincarnated as a spray bottle. But whose spray bottle is so bald?" Coughing, Coulson disregarded Li Chengfeng's jests, wiped his mouth, and pressed on. "Are you certain? John Garrett, the senior agent as seasoned as Nick Fury? He is not only Thousand Mile Eye, but also a member of Hydra?" "Without a doubt," Li Chengfeng affirmed with a nod. "Do you remember the Centipede Project? That was his creation to prolong his life. Furthermore, he has been secretly engaging with Stark under the Bureau's name, hoping Stark would assist in research concerning the extremist virus." Li Chengfeng's revelations rendered Coulson's countenance increasingly grave. He could scarcely fathom that John Garrett was indeed Thousand Mile Eye. Even more shocking was the realization that he was not merely an information broker, but also a Hydra agent. Silence lingered for an extended moment until Coulson spoke once more. "If John Garrett is with Hydra, then what Grant Ward? I recall that his supervising officer was John Garrett. Indeed, Grant Ward is also a Hydra agent, which was precisely the reason I initially expelled him from your team. Was it you who drove him away? To be more precise, under duress and temptation. He chose to depart of his own volition. Temptation? If he were to work for me, I could offer him a chance at life. Is that not a tremendous incentive? Yet he is a Hydra agent." Coulson suddenly rose, his previously gentle and approachable demeanor vanishing entirely. The FBI is fundamentally at odds with Hydra. Moreover, the internal strife within the AmeriCorps that led to his demise years ago was also orchestrated by Hydra. How could one possibly let Hydra go free? True, but I have made a promise, and I shall grant him a chance at redemption. Li Chengfeng shrugged. "Yet you have not made a promise to Grant Ward." Coulson exhaled deeply after Li Chengfeng's declaration, gradually regaining his composure. "Li, you must have more to say, for you are not one to casually expose John Garrett's affiliations to me." "Ah, you see right through me." Li Chengfeng chuckled. "Have you heard the Insight program? Nick Fury mentioned it to me when establishing the Tahiti program, but that initiative was suspended during the last internal turmoil of the FBI. Stark visited the Bureau and, under Fury's persuasion, upgraded all 3 flying aircraft carriers in the Insight arsenal. They will be operational soon. Yet the risks of the Insight program are monumental. If the algorithms are altered, it could transform from a shield intended to protect the populace into a weapon for slaughtering civilians. Li Chengfeng waved his hand dismissively. Do not fret. The Insight program is indeed real, but simultaneously serves as bait to ensnare Hydra. Hydra? Coulson's mind raced. Are you suggesting that after the last internal strife, Hydra has infiltrated the Bureau once more? The previous turmoil was merely a ruse, a strategic retreat for Hydra. Li Chengfeng laid bare the entire plan. This time, we will set the stage, using the Insight program as bait to lure Hydra's main forces for an all-encompassing capture. The mission of Coulson's team is to safeguard the fridge, which, as the Bureau's most classified repository, is a temptation for Hydra second only to the Insight program. Chapter 80. The Meeting of 2 Captains. The Lemurian Star, 3 days later, above the Indian Ocean, 50 kilometers from the Lemurian Star. Li Chengfeng, you young scoundrel of 25, coming to deceive and ambush me, a senior of over 60. Do you think it appropriate to inform me, the director, only after the plan has fully unfolded? That is utterly inappropriate. I believed you would surely understand my intentions. It seems my significance in your eyes is rather limited. Li Chengfeng reclined with his legs crossed, gazing at the clouds in the night sky, effortlessly articulating Nick Fury's words. Spare me your tangents. Ahem, would you prefer the truth? Li Chengfeng chuckled, remarking that it was all due to your position as the director, constantly under the scrutiny of that ridiculous World Security Council. I'm truly perplexed as to why your American Bureau is so preoccupied with this council. Our esteemed Tao never concerns himself with such foolish politicians. This is the decision of Alexander Pierce, who believes the Bureau should also be monitored. Yet he is a Hydra, if memory serves. The last internal turmoil within the Bureau was orchestrated by him. One must ponder whether that was the moment the American Bureau began to feel constrained. Is it truly him? Nick Fury murmured before raising his voice. In any case, once this matter concludes, you must provide me with a reasonable explanation. All right. Just remember to act when you're in front of Alexander Pierce. Li Chengfeng replied, abruptly ending the video call before Fury could utter another curse. After checking the time and setting the autopilot, he emerged from the soundproof cockpit. His expression shifted from the mischievous grin he wore during the video call with Nick Fury to one of utmost urgency. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was even more serious than his own demeanor, with agents from an entire combat squadron rendered silent, scarcely daring to breathe. 2 individuals, referred to as captains, were exchanging incredulous glances. Steve Rogers looked at Captain Carter with disbelief, while she, though more composed, had her pupils trembling with intensity. Both had lost their connection to one another, and their reunion, though shocking, seemed devoid of deeper emotions. After all, they were not the individuals they truly yearned for. Sky, enveloped in this peculiar atmosphere, felt profoundly uncomfortable, her tendency to feel secondhand embarrassment resurfacing. As Li Chengfeng emerged, she hurriedly approached him. Did you perhaps take things too far this time? Is it really wise to have the 2 captains meet directly? Captain Carter is one thing, but Steve has only just begun to accept that he has been asleep for half a century. Rest assured, if he couldn't handle this, he wouldn't have become Captain America. Li Chengfeng replied with a smile. Internally, he felt 100 times stronger than one might imagine, yet the atmosphere needed to shift. After all, this was a workplace. Clapping his hands to gather everyone's attention, he stood up and declared, I am Li Chengfeng, a level 7 agent of the Bureau, and I am also the chief commander of this rescue operation for the RMS Lemuria. Sky nodded and began syncing the mission information for everyone. Upon her command, a series of data appeared on the large screen. The RMS Lemuria, a satellite launch vessel of the Bureau, has now been seized by a crew of 48 pirates. They are equipped with sophisticated automatic weaponry, and 6 of the targets are armed with individual grenade launchers. The leader among them is George Bartok, a world-class mercenary with a notorious criminal history that I shall refrain from elaborating upon. In summary, he is a ruthless individual with a penchant for bloodshed. The pirates boarded the vessel 93 minutes ago, coinciding with the launch of the final satellite. Steve Rogers glanced at the information displayed on the large screen and inquired of Sky. Sky, What is the ransom set by these pirates? $1.5 billion. But this ship belongs to the FBI. So, once again, we are cleaning up Nick Fury's mess? Steve Rogers shook his head in exasperation and then looked at the list of hostages, suddenly furrowing his brow. Seidelver? Isn't he the agent in charge of human resources? What is he doing on the launch vessel? Li Chengfeng was taken aback. Seidelver? Although he indeed appears on this ship in the original narrative, wasn't that rascal eliminated by Grant Ward? What could this mean? Did Grant Ward lie to himself? Impossible, given Grant Ward's cautious nature. Such a deception would be utterly implausible. The cost of deceiving Li Chengfeng is prohibitively high, something he would not dare undertake. Therefore, eliminating Seidelver remains the most straightforward, efficient, and safe course of action. However, Seidelver's death had not been discovered in recent days, suggesting that this new Seidelver must have been swiftly installed in his place, leaving no abnormality detected by the outside world. But who could this be? It cannot be Mystique. Mutants have long been allies. Skrulls? Or perhaps certain operatives capable of disguise. Clearly, after boarding, a meeting with this Seidelver is imperative. With this thought in mind, Li Chengfeng promptly began to organize the operation. Captain Rogers and Captain Carter, you will clear the pirates from both sides of the Lemuria. The rest will parachute to the stern, infiltrate, and rescue the hostages. Sky, provide support, infiltrate, and disable the security system of the Lemuria. As for me, I will head directly inside to disable the engines and clear the exits for the rescue team. If everyone understands, let us prepare for action. Having organized the mission, the transport aircraft arrived above the Lemuria. The agent leading the combat formation approached Li Chengfeng and extended his hand, stating, Agent Li Chengfeng, I am leading this elite combat unit. And you are? Level 9 Agent Maria Hill. With that, she removed her face-covering mask, revealing a chic bob cut that was strikingly neat. I believe this is our first meeting, isn't it? I have long admired your reputation. Li Chengfeng, pleased, shook hand with Maria Hill. Your physique and appearance are hardly inferior to that of any Asgardian goddess. I shall take that as a compliment, Maria Hill replied, leaving a favorable impression on Li Chengfeng, which is why she has been appointed to lead this combat unit. I will leave the rescue team under your command. Understood, Commander. I am a level 7 agent, while you are a level 9. There is no need for such formality. Li Chengfeng remarked, slightly embarrassed. After all, a level 9 agent is only second to Nick Fury and could be considered a superior. Donotist, who in the Joint Investigation Bureau would truly regard you as a level 7 agent. If someone were to think that, they must have had their head kicked by a mule. Maria Hill waved her hand dismissively. Who remains unaware that you, Li Chengfeng, are not only a top-tier combatant in the American headquarters, but also within the entire Joint Investigation Bureau? The designation of level 7 has become little more than a facade. Thank you for the compliment, Li Chengfeng replied as he finished his pleasantries with Maria Hill and formally arrived at the parachuting point. All right, let us commence. With his command, the two team leaders sprang into action first. Just as depicted in the original narrative, from a height of several hundred meters, these two showed little inclination to don parachutes. They leapt directly into the abyss, startling the elite combat team agents. Do not mind them. They have never been fond of parachutes, Li Chengfeng chuckled, addressing the agents. Could they not consider the perspectives of the ordinary agents? He instructed the rescue team to delay their jump, ensuring they avoided the deck-clearing operation. Standing at the cabin door, he reiterated his advice to the rescue agents, then leaned back and leapt from the transport aircraft. The others gasped, only to hear a rhythmic oath resonating in the air. With boiling blood and crimson rage, I rise from the cold remains of the fallen. Deep-seated enmity fuels my resolve, forging your path to the underworld. As Li Chengfeng transformed into a streak of red light heading towards the Lemuria, Sky smirked and remarked, clearly, it is you who fails to consider the agent's perspectives. Have you seen him? I have been unable to reach him since earlier. I too have lost contact, but with his capabilities, it is improbable that he has encountered any trouble. Steve Rogers and Captain Carter crossed paths in the midsection of the deck. Just as the two leaders engaged in conversation, a shadow suddenly emerged behind them. A vicious and swift kick aimed directly at Steve Rogers' occiput. The force and speed behind it suggested a deadly intent. The assailant was none other than George Bartok, a notorious mercenary who had evaded capture for far too long. At present, all surveillance footage aboard the Lemuria had been supplanted by home improvement advertisements and scenes from Crayon Shinchan. Upon witnessing such an absurdity, Even George Bartok, not known for his intellect, realized the Lemuria had been breached. Accompanied by the whimsical tunes of Crayon Shin-chan, fewer individuals responded to his commands through the communicator. He understood that it was time for him to act. Upon arriving on the deck, he happened to catch sight of Steve Rogers and Captain Carter engaged in conversation. George Bartok, the seasoned mercenary who prioritized murder above all, chose to strike first from the shadows, aiming at Steve Rogers clad in S.H.L.D. combat attire. The plan was sound, yet there shall be no next time. In the instant of his ambush, George Bartok encountered the formidable counteraction of two super soldiers, leading to a brutal 2-on-1 confrontation. Dare you challenge me to a duel? George Bartok, lying on the ground and barely clinging to life, still found the strength to boast. You rely solely on numbers and that shield. Bah, when I was in battle, your parents were but a mere zygote. A duel on the battlefield? How preposterous! Steve Rogers unleashed a torrent of traditional expletives, interspersed with a few German curses. Captain Carter cast an approving glance at Steve Rogers. Indeed, where is the veteran who does not curse? In their daily lives, they may maintain a fa-ade, but on the battlefield, one must speak as they truly feel. The two then approached the locked door leading to the command center of the entire Lemurian starship. With a swift motion, Captain Carter brought her shield down, shattering the doorknob and entering. They collided with Li Chengfeng, who was engrossed in copying intelligence. This was undeniably awkward. Captain, do you believe I was merely slacking off? Chapter 81. Martian Hunter, Ron Rons. Li, why did you not respond to the call? Is our mission not to rescue the hostages? Steve Rogers stepped forward, gazing at the large screen in the command center, where a progress bar was slowly advancing. Li Chengfeng smacked his lips. If one were to act, they must do so thoroughly. He was a purist when it came to theatrics, orchestrating his own version of the Lemurian starship heist. However, he did not anticipate suddenly taking on Black Widow's role. In his imagination, Steve Rogers and Captain Carter, the two formidable figures, would have swept the deck and not ventured into the command center, as it seemed too coincidental to encounter them right at the door. Yet, reality proved otherwise. As the two captains entered together, the difference was that while Steve Rogers inquired, he did not express much skepticism regarding Li Chengfeng's actions. His concern lay solely in why Li had failed to respond. Rescuing the hostages is the duty of the rescue team and the two of you. Though I am the commander, I have other tasks to complete, and I hope you understand. Oh, I care not for what tasks you must accomplish. Steve Rogers waved his hand dismissively. On the battlefield, we must focus solely on our own missions. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng was momentarily taken aback. Is this the personality of the Captain America in this world? In the original narrative, Captain America expressed considerable displeasure upon discovering Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, retrieving S.H.I.E.L.D. data, even going so far as to unleash his fury on Nick Fury upon his return. Although this Captain America possessed the noble character to wield Thor's hammer, his actions displayed a certain immaturity. Conversely, the individual before him, clearly adept in the realm of clandestine operations, understood that even agents of the Joint Task Force must have executed a few secret missions unbeknownst to others, such as the norm. Captain Carter remained silent, scrutinizing Li Chengfeng, whose red uniform was quite striking. Captain Carter, please refrain from mocking my attire, Li Chengfeng retorted, slightly pouting. To be honest, I'm not particularly fond of such form-fitting combat suits, but I must admit they are quite practical. The progress bar advanced swiftly, and soon the data transfer was complete. Li Chengfeng detached the external hard drive and activated the communicator. Calling Agent Hill, please respond if you hear this. Maria Hill here. Commander, how may I assist? How is the rescue operation proceeding? The remaining enemies guarding the hostages have been completely neutralized. The hostages are now entirely safe, with only a few agents sustaining minor injuries during the resistance. Thankfully, there have been no fatalities. Is Sitwell present? I need him on the deck to see me. Understood. I will relay the order immediately. After concluding the communication with Maria Hill, Li Chengfeng nodded to the two captains, signaling them to follow. Upon exiting the control room, Steve Rogers took the liberty of hoisting the semi-conscious George Bartok from the ground. Once the trio reached the deck, they observed the rescue team securing the incapacitated pirates. Shortly thereafter, a shiny, albeit somewhat disheveled, bald head emerged from the ship's cabin. Agents, thank you for your timely rescue. However, I require access to the data on the launch platform, as per Nick Fury's directive. Well, it appears you're not a Skrull. Those fellows can at least replicate memories for a period, Li Chengfeng remarked, beckoning the faux Sitwell with a finger. It was evident that, despite both being Level 7 agents of the Joint Task Force, Li Chengfeng, as the leader of the Starlight Team, wielded far greater authority. Moreover, even in the absence of the Starlight Team, Sitwell was merely an internal agent overseeing personnel unsuitable for vital and classified field operations. Agent, enough with the excuses. You clearly haven't prepared them well. I have some inquiries for you. Let's find a secluded corner. After speaking, Li Chengfeng turned to Steve Rogers and said, Captain, may I borrow a light? Steve Rogers retrieved a lighter from his tactical belt and handed it to Li Chengfeng. Although he never smoked, possessing a lighter was a wise survival habit. Captain Rogers and Captain Carter did not accompany him, indicating that this matter was not one they should be privy to. Two newly appointed super soldiers of the Joint Investigation Bureau commenced their assistance in transporting the pirates they had incapacitated to the rescue team. As senior agents, we are acutely aware of Nick Fury's stringent compartmentalization of mission information, rendering my assignment beyond your comprehension. It would be prudent for you to cooperate with me. Otherwise, you shall find it difficult to justify your actions before Nick Fury. Li Chengfeng led the imposter, Zitweir, into the shadows behind the launch silo, during which Zitweir attempted to persuade him. Initially, Li Chengfeng dismissed the inane chatter as mere background noise, allowing it to flow in one ear and out the other. However, his patience visibly waned. Upon stepping fully into the shadows, where their presence would go unnoticed, Li Chengfeng abruptly turned, seizing Zitweir by the throat and pinning him against the wall. Silence. Imposter. Zitweir is dead, and it was I who orchestrated his demise. Do you truly believe it amusing to impersonate him before me? If all goes as anticipated, you must have stumbled upon his corpse, and seeing your need for an identity, you resolved to dispose of the body and assume his form through your transformation abilities. Li Chengfeng maintained a calm gaze upon his adversary's eyes, yet, to his surprise, Zitweir's demeanor remained unflinchingly serene. You are an astute individual. This substitute is an ingenious choice, possessing both internal access and elevated clearance. However, your knowledge is insufficient, or perhaps your understanding of the Joint Investigation Bureau is lacking. Revert to your true form at once, or I shall ensure that Zitweir meets his end once more. Zitweir exhibited no inclination to resist, yet he did not revert to his original form. You appear well-versed in the races of the universe endowed with transformation capabilities. Well enough, Li Chengfeng replied, observing the lack of response. He produced a lighter with his other hand. Upon witnessing this object, do you not wish to articulate something? Zitweir's expression finally shifted. Without hesitation, Li Chengfeng ignited the lighter and brought it closer to Zitweir. Instantly, the portion near the flame turned a vibrant green. Oh, a Martian. Indeed, Zitweir sighed, and upon his ethereal transformation, he liberated himself from Li Chengfeng's grasp. As he touched the ground, he had already assumed a different appearance. Agent Li, our initial encounter has proven rather unfriendly. I believe I've been sufficiently cordial. Otherwise, I would have exposed your identity before a multitude, Li Chengfeng retorted brusquely. Now, might we discuss your true intentions? The Last Martian, Ronrons. Chapter 82. It's time for the big cargo. Ronrons found himself perplexed. Why did this young agent, Li Chengfeng, not only know his name, but also recognize him as the Last Martian? Compared to this, it was hardly surprising that he understood the method of identifying Martians through fire. Upon arriving on Earth, Ronrons had continuously shifted identities. He had traversed several nations before ultimately deciding to settle in Washington. On his very first night, upon arriving in Washington, he stumbled upon the lifeless body of Sitwell. In the fleeting moment, as the latter drew his last breath, Ronrons, utilizing his telepathic abilities, managed to replicate a fragment of Sitwell's memories. However, these recollections were far from complete. He could only glean insights from the recent days of this individual's life. After much contemplation, Ronrons ultimately decided to assume Sitwell's identity. He then boarded the Lemuria ship to fulfill the final task embedded in those memories. To his astonishment, not only was he recognized as an imposter, but his own identity was laid bare. Ridiculous. The agent, Li Chengfeng, who discerned his true identity, was exceptionally formidable. This marked Ronron's first encounter with such a powerful Earthling. It is worth noting that even an ordinary Martian hunter could easily lift objects weighing 100 tons. In fact, when fully utilizing his polymer abilities, his strength could rival that of the formidable Kansas behemoth. Yet, despite all this, he found himself pinned against the wall by Agent Li Chengfeng. As a Martian, Ronrons must have found the experience of settling on Earth rather lackluster, or so one might think. No, Earth is a beautiful and vibrant planet. Ronrons shook his head, dissenting with Li Chengfeng's assertion. To me, this place has granted me a rebirth. It is my second homeland, and I shall spare no effort in safeguarding the safety of Earth. Li Chengfeng was not taken aback by Ronron's attitude. He had merely been probing to ascertain whether this Martian hunter exhibited any peculiar modifications. After all, if all went according to plan, the integrity of a Martian hunter could rival that of the esteemed Superman. Are you aware that the person whose identity you have usurped through your transformation ability is not only a senior agent of the Bureau, but also a member of Hydra? Hydra? Ronrons furrowed his brow. During his travels across various nations, he had lived as a civilian, rendering him somewhat unfamiliar with the malevolent organization known as Hydra. Indeed, Hydra, a mysterious and nefarious organization that has existed for millennia. The infamous Nazi Hydra of World War II was merely a branch of Hydra within the annals of history. Li Chengfeng provided a brief overview of Hydra. In essence, the ultimate goal of this organization is global domination, and Sitwell, as an internal agent responsible for personnel matters, came aboard this vessel to acquire the algorithm necessary for Hydra's forthcoming operations. Of course, this algorithm was fabricated. Li Chengfeng had instructed Sky to forge a semblance of an algorithm to lure Hydra into the open. So, do you recall to whom Sitwell was to report after acquiring the algorithm? Yes, that individual is named Alexander Pierce. TSK. Indeed, it is that old wretch. Li Chengfeng nodded slightly, and then placed the external hard drive into Ronan Roos's hands. If you truly regard Earth as your second homeland, then fulfill this task and deliver it to Alexander Pierce. Can I trust you? If you wish to avoid a world devoid of freedom, where the looming air carrier bears down upon you with its cannons, it is best to believe in me. Li Chengfeng, is your modus operandi always to act first and explain later? In Nick Fury's office, Li Chengfeng casually cracked sunflower seeds alongside a white duck egg, while the black-boiled egg exhibited signs of barely contained agitation. Li Chengfeng was indifferent to prior acts of unilateral decision-making. However, the current situation was dire. He was preparing to dismantle the Hydra, a colossal and nefarious organization spanning the globe. Was it too much to consult with him regarding such a monumental undertaking before proceeding? Yet, miraculously, every step taken thus far had been flawless, leaving him with no room to vent his frustration. Stop cracking those seeds, will you? We're discussing serious matters here. What serious matters? You might as well explain how you managed to coax Tony Stark into enhancing the air carrier. Moreover, you deployed a cadre of alluring female agents to distract Stark. Why not let them distract me instead? Ahem, I merely thought Tony Stark could use a bit of engagement, given his recent idleness. It's evident you wish to stir trouble. Li Chengfeng Skufa, employing algorithms to launch 3 weapon-laden air carriers to monitor the movements of the global populace. Isn't this a notion from the World Security Council? It seems rather promising. You're feeling wronged. Li Chengfeng flung the sunflower seeds towards the black-boiled egg. What is the World Security Council but a FAAD created by politicians from various nations seeking to enhance their reputations? It's merely Alexander Pierce's ploy to manipulate the American Bureau by adhering to their directives. That black-boiled egg, you could say he trusted no one. Yet he managed his elite agents through a fragmented approach. If he distrusted others, how could he not perceive Alexander Pierce practically revealing his allegiance to Hydra? It took him a moment to react, but he couldn't articulate what felt amiss. So what shall we do? Nick Fury, devoid of temper, spread his hands in resignation. What shall we do? We shall proceed as planned. Li Chengfeng rappelia coolly. To bring about its demise, one must first induce madness. If all goes as anticipated, the faulty algorithm should have reached their hands by now, compelling them to amass their forces for a decisive strike to usurp the entire American Bureau. Is it akin to the recent rebellion within the Bureau? On a far grander scale, that was merely a ruse to sacrifice pawns for the preservation of the king, advancing through retreat. Although Li Chengfeng held a disdainful view of Hydra's unrefined tactics reminiscent of a pyramid scheme, he recognized that this ancient organization had thrived for millennia. likely possessing some hidden cards. Thus, rather than expending considerable effort to eradicate Hydra globally, it would be more prudent to lure them all into a conflagration and eliminate them in one fell swoop. Were the 3 airborne aircraft carriers in the hangar fully constructed? They would be completed in 3 days, and their progress was consistently synchronized with Alexander Pierce. Excellent. The trap was set, and the bait was laid. Now, it was time to prepare the net. Li Chengfeng chuckled to himself, anticipating the monumental catch. Chapter 83, Captain America, who strikes you, you strike back. Li Chengfeng had always been vigilant against Alexander Pierce and the few Hydra operatives whose names he could recall. However, they were all wily foxes, engaging in a game of deception. Was not Alexander Pierce also wary of Nick Fury and Li Chengfeng? The morning following the conclusion of the Lemurian Star incident, Li Chengfeng's personal terminal erupted with a flurry of notifications. Hydra had taken the initiative. An ambush had occurred, but Captain Rogers had successfully rendezvoused with his team. Hydra had unleashed its full force, with not only the infiltrators within the Bureau, but also a multitude of Hydra soldiers led by several Winter Soldiers, launching an assault on the Bureau's headquarters. Coulson had already mobilized to fortify their defenses. Sitting on his bed, Li Chengfeng felt an urge to curse. Yet he remained unfazed deep down. The Star Team was fully equipped, and the war machine was ready. Hydra was merely a fish in a barrel. However, the 3 airborne carriers were not scheduled for completion for another 3 days. It seemed that Alexander Pierce had likely streamlined certain functionalities of the carriers to capitalize on a time advantage and catch the Bureau off guard. After all, they were not fools. And what was this about dozens of Winter Soldiers? Could Hydra truly amass such forces? Li Chengfeng immediately reached out to Tony Stark. Hey, Tony, is it time yet? What time? I just lay down. Pepper has finally given my old back a breather. Hydra has made its move. Are you still at home paying your dues? What? The airborne carriers won't be ready for at least another 2 or 3 days. It appeared Alexander Pierce could not afford to wait that long and had likely cut corners in terms of functionality and materials. Regardless, since they had taken the bait prematurely, it was time to close the net. Damn, I can't even rest after paying my dues. I must personally deliver a punch to that Alexander Pierce. First, meet up with Nick Fury and Steve Rogers. I've sent you their coordinates. Li Chengfeng ended the call and made his way from the bedroom to the living room, where he found the team already assembled. The 3 siblings from Asgard exude an air of calm, for this place is not their homeland. To them, this mission is merely one of countless endeavors to come, utterly ordinary. Captain Carter, a seasoned veteran, swiftly acclimates to the situation, having also faced Hydra in her own timeline, with a hint of lethal intent already evident in her demeanor. Only Wanda and Pietro, the twin siblings, find themselves somewhat at a loss, as this marks their inaugural official assignment with the Bureau, and they are confronted with a formidable challenge. Meanwhile, Ida Wong and Harley Quinn have meticulously coordinated all urgent information. Although there are traitors within the Bureau Academy, today coincides with a major philosophy lecture, with the professor leading and all students present, thus alleviating any concerns regarding combat readiness. Nevertheless, for precautionary measures, the main force of the War Police is en route to the Bureau Academy. Agent Coulson's team has secured the Sandbox research base and is currently proceeding to fortify the refrigerator, while John Garrett leads Hydra soldiers towards the same destination. The AmeriCorps headquarters is essentially in ruins. Agents, under the guidance of Maria Hill and Natasha Romanoff, are engaging in guerrilla warfare to buy time. But the airborne aircraft carrier is preparing for takeoff. With that, both turn their attention to Li Chengfeng. Now, it is time for the Star Squad to take the stage. Li Chengfeng nodded and promptly began delegating tasks. The 3 siblings from Asgard, as the most formidable force, are tasked with clearing the Hydra's surviving members from the periphery due to their considerable destructive capacity. The remaining team members will parachute into the AmeriCorps headquarters, with Wanda and Pietro at the core, aiming to reclaim control of critical floors and rendezvous with Maria Hill and Natasha Romanoff. And what about you? Harley Quinn inquired, nodding yet seeking clarification from Li Chengfeng. Naturally, I shall address the source of the problem. Until we meet again, my pudding. Until we meet again, little madcap. At the summit of the AmeriCorps headquarters, in the conference room initially designated for a remote meeting of the World Security Council, high-ranking politicians from various nations have finally arrived in person. However, their expressions have shifted from earlier contentment to one of grave concern. Wasn't there supposed to be a lasting solution to crime? Why is that despicable Alexander Pierce attempting to eliminate them as well, hoping to seize control of the entire world? Isn't his appetite a bit too voracious? At this moment, Alexander Pierce believes he has the upper hand and even finds time to engage in casual conversation with the assembled politicians. Imagine if your homeland were to suffer such an invasion, with your parents, wife, and daughters taken to the largest local stadium for execution. All you need to do is press this button, and these 3 aircraft carriers will make those invaders vanish instantaneously. I do not require your button. The individual conversing with Pierce is evidently a hawkish figure, steadfast and uncompromising. He is the sole dissenter in the entire Security Council regarding the Insight program. Faced with formidable adversaries, Hydra's lackluster rhetoric proved insufficient. In such circumstances, they typically resort to execution. The most efficient and succinct method to eliminate dissent is to have the janitor work overtime. Clearly, Alexander Pierce had contemplated this as well. He seized a handgun from a Hydra agent trailing him and aimed it at the hawkish politician. How ironic it is that Alexander Pierce, who once declined the Nobel Peace Prize, now prepared to eliminate a foreign politician. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a voice suddenly emerged at his side. Though youthful and clear, it was utterly dissonant to Alexander Pierce's ears, ranking among the most unwelcome sounds at that moment. The voice's owner had been consistently thwarting Hydra's endeavors since arriving in America. At the sound of that voice, several elite Hydra agents flanking him collapsed to the ground, some with their spines snapped barehanded, others pierced through the forehead by searing beams, and some reduced to char by electric currents. The most unfortunate met his end with a man grasping his head, a torrent of furious blood and flame pouring into him, leaving no residue behind. After completing this grim task with apparent ease, Li Chengfeng, unfazed by the terror in the eyes around him, draped an arm over Pierce's shoulder and playfully tugged at his sagging cheek. Nice to meet you for the first time, Alexander Pierce. I am Li Chengfeng. The calamity that has befallen you. Just as Alexander attempted to speak, Li Chengfeng swiftly pinched his mouth shut, the pain causing him to gasp. Maintaining this grip, he soon delivered another flippant remark. Alexander Pierce, I initially thought you were quite a decent fellow, but Hydra? My friend, let's just say no. My late father, who departed this world a bit too soon, would remind me daily that Hydra brings naught but harm to the world. At that moment, Tony Stark entered, radiating with a fresh, gleaming aura. Following closely behind was a stoic, one-eyed figure, Nick Fury. Oh, Nick Fury. When Li Chengfeng first told me you were with Hydra, I believed him, for I had uncovered some leads. Yet, as a friend, I held on to hope that you had merely strayed off the path. Strayed off the path? Li Chengfeng released his grip just in time for Alexander Pierce to burst into laughter. Ever since the kidnapping in Boggett, I have come to a clear understanding. This world is perilous. Terrorist attacks, coercive force, even missile bombardments. These threats can shatter our lives into fragments at any moment. Sacrificing merely 2 million lives to save 7 billion? Now, that is an astoundingly lucrative venture. It is merely a matter of whether you dare to take that step. Should you choose to venture forth, an entirely new world awaits you. Nick Fury, observing his increasingly deranged old friend, shook his head and uttered his response. But I possess the courage not to take that step. Li Chengfeng is in the process of dismantling all the confidentiality and security protocols of the Joint Commission. The Joint Commission has never feared exposure to the light of day. However, those wretched creatures who prefer to lurk in the shadows and manipulate the world have a different perspective. Li Chengfeng, do you not perceive that you are playing with fire? You, Nick Fury, Black Widow, Maria Hill, all of you agents of the Joint Commission, who among you is without a murky past? Are you truly prepared to be scrutinized by the entire world? Unlocking requires 2 alpha-level administrators. May I borrow your iris, if you please? Oh, Pierce, certainly. What I mean is for you to willingly accompany Fury to the unlocking process, rather than me having to sever your head and place it upon the panel. For you know, I am quite timid and cannot bear the sight of such bloodshed. Li Chengfeng unceremoniously shoved the desperate old fool. Hypocritical beast. The 200,000 lives you claim to sacrifice do not include your own, do they? Ultimately, you Hydra scum are of such a nature. Sever one head, and 2 more sprout in its place. It is merely greed that drives your relentless pursuit. For the sacrifices you speak of will never befall yourselves. With that, he forcefully pressed Pierce against the iris unlocking panel. Nick Fury removed his eye patch and scanned the decrepit iris. Encrypted, unlock, confidentiality protocols lifted. Stark, you shall now join the battle alongside the captain. He approached the window and shattered the double-layered bulletproof glass, designed to withstand high-explosive grenades, with a single punch. Then he soared into the air. Damn, fighting is one thing. But how do we distinguish friend from foe? The Hydra infiltrators are still clad in your Joint Commission uniforms. Sky has already sent the list of Hydra operatives to Jarvis, while those dormant agents without profiles remain unaccounted for. Steve Rogers interjected, his urgency to vent his fury evident as he seized Stark and charged through the door. Remember this, son of Howard, on the battlefield, do not concern yourself with the details. Whoever strikes you, strike back. Chapter 84, Hulk. Smash. In a secluded chamber located in New York, Gideon Malik, Hall White, Sinister Cynthia Schmidt, Baron Zemo, Dr. Faust, and Madame Hydra were seated around a circular table. At the center of this grand table lay the emblem of Hydra. Alexander Pierce is at the AmeriCorps, while Baron Strack has been apprehended in Latvia, and the Hive is currently engaged in a game of survival on some unknown planet. The individuals gathered here now represent the remaining leadership of Hydra. Where is John Garrett? Madame Hydra inquired first. God knows what schemes this opportunist is concocting to preserve his own life. Original Sin adjusted his glaring red hair. According to intelligence reports, he had led forces originally intended to attack the Amarillica headquarters to the highly classified cold storage of the Joint Investigation Bureau, presumably aware that something there could prolong his life. Such a character merits little concern. He had long been marked for removal, only spared due to his esteemed position as a senior agent. Baron Zemo had always looked down upon John Garrett, considering his tactics among the most despicable of supervillains. Relying on the advanced privileges of the Joint Investigation Bureau to acquire information and masquerade as a prophet, upon hearing this, he had laughed for a full half-hour in his laboratory. Alas, dismissing John Garrett is one thing, but how on earth was Strack captured? Wasn't it said he had already negotiated terms with the dictator of Latvia? Whitehall adjusted his glasses, his sinister gaze concealed behind the reflective lenses. And what are those biochemists originally belonging to the Umbrella Corporation? Do they still align with us? They seem preoccupied with research in that small Eastern European nation. Let us not dwell on such trifles. The paramount concern now is seizing control of the Amarillica headquarters, thereby enabling the 3 airborne aircraft carriers within the inside hangar to take flight. While direct dominion over the world may be unattainable, we would possess the capability to negotiate terms with the globe. Dr. Faust, as he spoke, activated several large 3-dimensional screens displaying the current battlefield conditions. As you can see, the situation is decidedly grim. Since Agent Li Chengfeng was seconded from the Republic, the Amarillica headquarters has not only seen a surge in strength, but, even with undercover agents in play, we have been unable to gather substantial intelligence. The gravity of Dr. Faust's words was clear to all present. The reason for unfreezing and dispatching the numerous winter soldiers, long hidden away, to the front lines was their utter inability to gauge the depths of the Joint Investigation Bureau. Yet, the allure of the Insight program was too great, compelling them to risk everything. Victory would grant them entry into the world-dividing arena. Defeat would plunge them back into the familiar shadows of Hydra's lurking face. Turning to the Joint Investigation Bureau Academy, he cursed under his breath. Where on earth have all these superhumans emerged from? I know Nick Fury recruited a few gifted youngsters, but this is beyond a mere handful. This is an army of superpowered beings. Our deployment of 1,000 Hydra soldiers is utterly insufficient against them. And what of the front line? Can anyone tell me the origin of these 2 monstrosities? Even with the return of the Hive Lord, could he contend with these titans? Looking at what should have been the Joint Investigation Bureau's advantageous position, he noted Maria Hill and Black Widow have been tenaciously resisting. But why? After several elite agents and Iron Man entered the fray, do they suddenly begin to counterattack? The scenes displayed on the large screens were appallingly brutal. The far-right screen depicted the young superheroes and mutants from the Joint Investigation Bureau Academy, charging headlong into the fray with unparalleled ferocity. The most ironic aspect is that the children, fearful of the Bureau's intervention, failed to assist the battle-hardened warriors, instead encircling the scene and each taking a notebook to jot down observations as if grading the students' performances. In the center, the sight was utterly unbearable. The 3 siblings from Asgard faced the Hydra army, and describing it as a massacre would be an understatement. Particularly, Hela's necromantic magic on such a vast battlefield was astonishing, as it not only caused the number of adversaries to swell, but also significantly increased the intimidation factor. Comrades who had just fallen beside her rose unsteadily, only to charge at her again. The visual and psychological impact was sufficient to shatter the resolve of any Hydra soldier. Meanwhile, the large screen on the left displayed the Bureau's internal combat situation, which, relatively speaking, appeared more balanced, though this was only a matter of perspective. The onslaught led by Tony Stark and Steve Rogers was akin to a tiger among sheep, especially as Steve's furious expletives echoed across the battlefield, each utterance deserving of a censor in a television show. The 5 members of the Guardians, under the command of Ada Wong, most familiar with the Bureau's layout, saw Captain Carter and Harley Quinn at the forefront, Wanda as the core of the team, and Pietro sweeping through the ranks, advancing even faster than Captain America and his companion. Despite our utmost efforts to overestimate the Bureau's concealed combat capabilities, we ultimately underestimated them. Madame Hydra sighed. As the supreme leader of Hydra, she was compelled to make a perilous decision. It was time to unleash the Super Winter Soldier. Are you serious? The Super Winter Soldier is beyond even our control. Even if we win this battle, how can we contain him once more? Do we have any choice left? Madame Hydra pointed at the Asgardian siblings dominating the battlefield, stating that only those 2 monsters could turn the tide. We have already incurred tremendous costs. We must succeed at all costs. I refuse to enter a dormant period like after World War II, even if it cost me my life. She slammed her fist onto the conference table, her powerful form, clad in a green bodysuit, trembling with the impact. However, none of the other leaders dared to admire her strength. Since the defeat and demise of Red Skull during World War II, she had become the commander of Hydra. Everything about this woman was a mystery, and all the Hydra leaders knew was that she possessed an eternal youth. As you wish, Whitehall nodded, picking up the communicator to announce, deploy the Super Winter Soldier to the front lines. Repeat, deploy the Super Winter Soldier to the front lines. After the communication ended, shortly thereafter, 2 transport planes appeared on the large screen, displaying the front line's battle situation, each carrying a large cryogenic chamber containing a Winter Soldier. They were then directly released on the battlefield with a resounding thud. This naturally captured the attention of the 3 siblings from Asgard. In the next moment, the doors of 2 cryo chambers were forcefully propelled into the sky. Out emerged 2 colossal beings clad in the Winter Soldier uniforms, one green and one red. Hulk, smash! Chapter 85. The Behemoth, the sun is setting hiss. Loki shuddered inexplicably at the sight of these 2 giant monstrosities, one red and one green. What an unpleasant sensation. A voice deep within him warned him to never allow them to close in. Otherwise, the illustrious reputation he had cultivated as the god of mischief would be irrevocably tarnished. By Odin's grace, 2 creatures that surpassed even the frost giants. Thor, with a single hammer strike, drove an unknown Winter Soldier into the ground, rendering him immobile. He then lifted his gaze towards the 2 gamma creatures in the distance, unable to suppress his astonishment. Even Hela, the most formidable among the Asgardian siblings, furrowed her brow. These 2 monsters were undeniably powerful. Although they lacked the enigmatic abilities of a godly figure, their energy levels and physical strength were on par with hers, if not superior. This realization ignited Hela's battle instincts, characteristic of a conqueror from the 9 realms. Hela, you've seen those 2 monsters as well? Haven to you? As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Chengfeng, having flown from the top of the Joint Regulation Bureau's headquarters, landed beside Hela. At that moment, he retained his red lantern transformation, with tendrils of blood fire swirling around him. They are all mine. Even if you're my queen, I will not allow you to claim my adversaries. My dear king of gods, don't even think about it. The green one is mine. Without waiting for Hela's response, he accelerated towards the green giant Hulk. Was he deliberately trying to draw my attention? An intriguing man. You have succeeded, Hela thought, her mind filled with quotes resembling those of a domineering CEO she had encountered on some social platform. Yet for some inexplicable reason, they fit her persona quite well. After all, a dominant figure from Asgard could indeed be considered CEO. Thor, eager to contest the red creature, was deterred by the piercing glare from his elder sister and opted instead to continue clearing out the lesser foes alongside Loki. It was absurd. Although Asgard did not strictly adhere to the notion of an elder sister as a mother figure, there was still an inherent bloodline pressure at play. Most importantly, Hela's fists were formidable. Even with his utmost effort, as her younger brother, he would still remain just that, her brother. Sighing, Thor consoled himself with the thought that powerful adversaries would present themselves again in the future. He turned to see Loki, lost in thought not far away, and rapidly flew over to deliver a playful slap to Loki's head. Damn it, Thor, why did you hit me? You sneaky little brother. Why not join forces with your brother and continue to vanquish these nefarious villains referred to as Hydra? This is the essence of familial bonds. If the elder sister has bullied you, do not harbor thoughts of revenge. Simply vent your frustrations on your younger brother. To be frank, Li Chengfeng possesses a certain respect for the Hydra of this world, far surpassing their portrayal in the original narrative. In the source material, while Hydra is depicted as an ancient and formidable evil organization, their actual performance has been notably lackluster, particularly in terms of advanced combat prowess. Treating the Winter Soldier as a prized possession, one could assert that Hydra, akin to their so-called powerful Winter Soldier, exists merely as a concept rather than a reality. However, in this world, Hydra not only seized the element of surprise against Li Chengfeng, but was also capable of overwhelming force. The combat effectiveness of dozens of Winter Soldiers is indeed considerable. Had they not encountered the trio of Asgardian siblings and the mischievous youth from the Joint Investigation Bureau Academy, they might have truly succeeded in incapacitating an entire nation within the time frame suggested by the Winter Soldier's lore. Moreover, the deployment of a vast number of Hydra soldiers is unprecedented. This demonstrates their ambition to achieve total victory, a desire that mirrors Li Chengfeng's own. What astonished Li Chengfeng the most was Hydra's audacious manipulation of the Winter Soldiers, resulting in the creation of two super Winter Soldiers, Hulk and Red Hulk. He pondered why such iconic heroes had remained absent from the fray, only to discover that they had been subdued by Hydra. Though the might of the Hulks is indeed fearsome, they share a common vulnerability, susceptibility to mental influence and manipulation. Hydra, being adept at psychological control and brainwashing, is particularly skilled at exploiting this weakness, making the capture of Hulk and Red Hulk a plausible outcome, perhaps even achieved with minimal cost, considering that they do not always maintain their Hulk forms. Bruce Banner, after all, is merely a scientist with no combat skills, while General Ross, though a two-star general in the Air Force, is of little consequence to Hydra. In any case, the unleashing of such a monstrous entity as Hulk signifies that this is indeed Hydra's final gambit. If Hulk is not considered their trump card, it is difficult to conceive what other aces Hydra might hold. Perhaps the malevolent deity Thawne? Yet such a being, on par with Gaia, would not be roused for the sake of a mere Hydra. Hulk, smash, annihilate all. The green giant clad in Winter Soldier attire now begins to radiate his ferocity and wrath without restraint. Moreover, this Hulk exhibits rudimentary combat skills. It appears that even the training of a Winter Soldier has imparted some knowledge to the Hulk. With a sly smile, Hela, who had flown to his side, seemed to momentarily spare him, declaring, "I will not allow my goddess to harm herself, especially that beautiful face." "Do you understand?" "As you command, my god king," Li Chengfeng responded, saluting Hela with a gesture of 2 fingers to his forehead, before the two ascended to confront the colossal giants. It was Li Chengfeng's first encounter with the Hulk. Despite having accumulated physical attributes from beings like Loki, he was uncertain whether he could withstand a direct clash with the Hulk. Thus, he opted to activate his diamond form, along with the embodiment of unstoppable power. Hulk, taste my super flying shoulder. With blinding speed and the power of his unstoppable form, Li Chengfeng collided with the Hulk, propelling them both several dozen kilometers away to the outskirts. In that fleeting moment of contact, he spared a glance at Hela, who seemed to share an unspoken understanding, as she too chose to divert the Red Hulk away from the throngs of the battlefield. Both recognized the extensive collateral damage that could ensue from battling such monsters. Although caught off guard by Li Chengfeng's impact, the Hulk's monstrous reflexes allowed him to retaliate swiftly. He clenched his fists and aimed a powerful blow at Li Chengfeng's back, attempting to halt the charge. However, the unstoppable power proved effective. Despite enduring a heavy strike, Li Chengfeng successfully drove the Hulk into a valley in the suburbs. Emerging from the crater he had created, Li Chengfeng grimaced as he stretched his back. "Damn it, the Hulk aimed straight for my lower back. If the girls in the squad start to scorn me, I'll have him a think." But how to deal with the Hulk? As he pondered, a rather dubious idea came to mind. The Hulk extricated himself from the crater, his Winter Soldier uniform tattered, yet his vigor undiminished. If anything, his anger escalated. Yet, Li Chengfeng, with a strained voice, attempted a calm and gentle approach, saying, "Hey, big guy, the sun is about to set." He extended his hand, signaling his harmless intentions. In that moment, the Hulk's expression shifted to one of confusion, and he slowly approached, placing his massive palm atop Li Chengfeng's hand, followed by an unsettling grin. Suddenly, Li Chengfeng felt an immense force pulling him as he was slammed to the ground repeatedly. Loki's physical prowess. There was a curse, and this Hulk was employing tricks. The foolish giant had even taken to the art of warfare, although Li Chengfeng managed to conjure a barrier using the energy of the red light, avoiding injury. He cursed himself for whimsically engaging in such a reckless endeavor. What if, after that sinister smile, the Hulk did not merely execute a throw, but instead replicated a classic scene with the Green Giant and Black Widow? Meanwhile, in the distant main battlefield of Washington, the atmosphere was electrifying. Indeed, that is precisely the sensation. I have become utterly enamored with this conflict. A sudden wave of inexplicable exhilaration surged through Loki, as if the long-awaited retribution had finally descended upon the unscrupulous merchant, Li Chengfeng. Chapter 86. The Red and Green Lantern Rings. A moment's defeat of the Hulk. "You rascal, you are far from foolish." Hulk. Astute. Little one, foolish. Haha. Goodness, my temper is quite fierce. Li Chengfeng adjusted his sleeves. But a sudden epiphany flashed through his mind. Wait a moment. Was that Hulk just now conditioned by the Winter Soldier's brainwashing? Why does he seem so much more intelligent than the Hulk depicted in the original narrative? One might think that the Winter Soldier had the ability to assimilate intelligence, reducing the IQ of 180 and 18 alike to a mere 50. Such a notion is, of course, implausible. Therefore, Hulk, you have not truly been hypnotized by Hydra. Have you? Hulk could not comprehend your words. By responding in such a manner, you have already ceased to be the Winter Soldier. Do you understand? Hulk is indeed the Winter Soldier. Li Chengfeng was utterly perplexed. Where did this 3-meter-tall, green, muscle-bound child come from, whose Winter Soldier speaks so freely? However, Li Chengfeng was disinclined to engage in a verbal spar with this green behemoth. Whatever needs to be said, let him articulate it from the ground. An intense crimson light surged upward, and waves of hateful blood fire erupted from his 7 orifices. The outward manifestation of the furious red light was far more conspicuous than the willful green light. Otherwise, why is the green light associated with heroism while the red light is linked to malevolence? In terms of intimidation, the red light undoubtedly reigns supreme among the 7 lights. Hulk, perceiving the terrifying blood fire emanating from Li Chengfeng, instinctively sensed danger akin to that of a beast. Monster! Hulk! Smash! Without hesitation, Hulk leaped with immense force, aiming to strike Li Chengfeng with a might sufficient to crush a tank. A classic initiation from the Green Giant. Yet this time it proved ineffective. The barrier manifested through the furious red light repelled Hulk's force with ease. The materialization of the red light is exceedingly rare, particularly in the original narrative. Even Atrocitus, the founder of the Red Lantern Corps, initially did not utilize materialization. The primary reason being that the Red Lanterns would extinguish their humanity in their rage, ultimately becoming mere vessels of pure fury and hatred, devoid of reason, fixated solely on combat and destruction. However, materialization requires sufficient rationality and imagination to be driven forth. Though the Red Lantern Ring created by Li Chengfeng does not possess these negative effects, the current red light energy is not entirely composed of pure rage, but is rather infused with energy from the Crimson Universe of Zal. Thus, the essence of this energy is inherently more vibrant and tempestuous, making the process of materialization far more challenging than that of the Green Lantern Ring. Nevertheless, this has never posed a challenge for Li Chengfeng. Unlike the willful green light, which is propelled by the system's Batman-like determination, the seething fury, tempered by reason yet ablaze within his heart, undeniably belonged to him alone. In truth, he had long believed that he was far more suited to the red light than the green. Bang, 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 the fists, encased in a tangible semblance of power and fury, relentlessly struck against the Hulk, momentarily subduing the Gamma Behemoth under the weight of his might. Yet, Li Chengfeng understood that this was merely the beginning. When he transformed into the Red Lantern, his sensitivity to the emotion of rage reached its zenith. He could distinctly perceive that with each of his powerful blows, the Hulk's resistance was increasingly bolstered. The damage inflicted with each strike remained unchanged, yet the rigidity of the creature was waning. The Hulk's anger surged in tandem with the rhythm of Li Chengfeng's punches. Scorching, so blisteringly hot. The Hulk was enraged. It seemed that the blood flame of the Red Lantern inflicted more pain upon the Hulk than the fists themselves. Now, the Hulk was beginning to mount a counterattack. For every 3 punches Li Chengfeng landed, the Hulk could retaliate nearly once, with each counter growing more forceful than the last. Li Chengfeng, intrigued by his own limits, refrained from manifesting more lethal weapons and instead engaged in a serious exchange of blows with the Hulk. Though Li Chengfeng maintained a semblance of reason in his Red Lantern state, he was nevertheless prone to bouts of recklessness. Yet, even in his fervor, he had to concede the pure essence of the Hulk's existence. As the fury accumulated, his abilities surged without any known limit. Boom! At last, the Hulk not only matched Li Chengfeng's speed, but surpassed it in strength. After being knocked back, Li Chengfeng, gazing at the roaring gamma creature before him, chuckled. Hulk, your might indeed exceeds my expectations. Hulk, strong, little man, not as good as me, not as good as you. Li Chengfeng shook his head, realizing that in terms of sheer strength and physical prowess, even the most formidable celestial beings would struggle to compare with this creature. To defeat the Hulk, one must act before his fury escalates to an insurmountable level. However, the notion of vanquishing the Hulk was daunting. Li Chengfeng touched his Green Lantern ring. Though the Ion Shark had yet to fully recover, the charge of the Green Lantern ring was more than sufficient. Thus, let's commence the second round. The daylight was bright, the night was vast. Phantoms and specters had nowhere to hide. The wicked and treacherous feared my divine light. The Green Lantern shines eternally, illuminating the ages. The will of the green light flickered, and the red emblem upon the breast of the Red Lantern was instantly transformed. Although he retained the appearance of the Red Lantern, the symbol upon his chest now glimmered with the insignia of the Green Lantern Corps. This marked his first transformation with a dual lantern ring after acquiring the Red Lantern. Li Chengfeng felt 2 distinctly different forces gradually merging under the control of the lantern rings, unleashing an energy far exceeding that of any single ring. In that fleeting moment, he became convinced that in the transformed state of the dual lantern rings, he could defeat the current trio of his guardian siblings. The Hulk, however, was bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Although he had learned a modicum of cunning during his training with the Winter Soldier, he remained, at his core, an unrefined brute. Hey, big guy, this next round will be far more exhilarating. Hulk, I'm not afraid of you. You better not be afraid. With a faint smile, Li Chengfeng extended his hand, causing the red and green lantern rings to emit a blinding light. This time, there was no manifestation, only the pure energy ignited by unrestrained fury and boundless will. Boom! The violent explosion sent tremors throughout the desolate area. Smoke billowed, but this time the law of no harm amidst smoke did not apply. As the dust settled, Li Chengfeng beheld the Hulk lying motionless on the ground, a pool of green blood surrounding him. Dividing a strand of will, a green light scanned the Hulk's entire body, revealing that, as a result of the explosion, most of the Hulk's bones had fractured and over 80% of his muscles were completely torn. Remarkably, however, the Hulk had already begun to recover. The Hulk grimaced in pain. Why did you have to pretend to be the Winter Soldier? Too much talk of the Winter Soldier. They say it fills you up. Chapter 87. Hulk, you belong to the Red Lantern Corps. Li Chengfeng gazed at the Hulk on the ground, listening to his pitiful reasoning, and felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Was this fool for real? He joined Hydra's Winter Soldier program just to fill his belly? While he understood that the Hulk possessed a nearly beast-like intellect, this was an alarming adherence to instinct, was it not? Was it truly a matter of having milk means mother? Just to ensure his meals, he was willing to endure inhumane torment? The Hulk did not comprehend what constituted inhumane suffering. It was the physical torment that dulled one's will to resist, coupled with brainwashing to reconstruct one's worldview, all accompanied by various forms of electric shocks and drugs. The Hulk was aware of these things. Not painful at all. Amidst the Hulk's somewhat self-satisfied yet naive laughter, Li Chengfeng truly felt a sense of ease. Hydra was indeed a mere shadow. They couldn't even breach the Hulk's defenses. Yet, as the Hulk continued to chuckle, he abruptly shifted his tone. But Banner is afraid. Hulk protects weakling Banner. Are you implying that Dr. Banner was also forced to undergo Winter Soldier-level brainwashing? Banner, unable to control himself, thus Hulk became the dominant persona. Li Chengfeng looked into the Hulk's innocent and sincere eyes and couldn't help but shake his head. Thus, Bruce Banner always regarded the Hulk as a malady to be cured. Yet upon being captured by Hydra, it was the Hulk who ultimately protected him. What a scoundrel! However, since the Hulk has not been brainwashed by Hydra, I wonder, Hulk, if I can ensure you are well fed, would you consider joining me? Yet, the little green creature has just inflicted pain upon the Hulk, leaving him displeased. However, the prospect of a full meal and companionship in battle is enticing. Accompany me in combat. Indeed, I have a golden retriever, a delightful giant who relishes engaging in playful brawls with strong men. Additionally, there is a dashing yet cunning dark-haired fellow whom you may vent your frustrations upon when you are displeased. Hulk, happy, Hulk, willing. Li Chengfeng wiped away an imaginary cold sweat, an inexplicable sense of guilt surging within him. Why does persuading the Hulk evoke a feeling akin to luring a child? Moo, Li Chengfeng, hurry and unleash the Red Lantern Furnace. This lovable giant is perfect for joining the Red Lantern Corps. Such untainted fury. The innocent voice of Blood Butcher echoed in Li Chengfeng's ear, brimming with excitement. In truth, Blood Butcher had intended for Li Chengfeng to extract the Red Lantern Furnace from the very beginning. However, the mutual fury displayed during the recent battle had momentarily caused Blood Butcher to forget, focusing solely on absorbing this pure rage to facilitate personal growth. Yet, upon hearing Blood Butcher's voice, Li Chengfeng felt a peculiar inclination towards the Ion Shark. Although somewhat lacking in vitality, the youthful voice was rather intriguing. Li Chengfeng extended his other hand to summon the primordial Red Lantern Furnace, as was customary, inserting a finger to indulge Blood Butcher for a while. Moo moo, Li Chengfeng, your technique in handling the bovine is remarkably adept for a human. A jest indeed. Every man who has been single for an extended period inevitably masters such skills. Once Blood Butcher was thoroughly pleased, he began to frolic within the Red Lantern Furnace. As he circled around, the energy began to coalesce. Pop! A newly birthed Red Lantern ring emerged from the furnace, hovering before the Hulk. Intelligent life has been identified. Hulk, from Earth, and Bruce Banner. Your heart surges with unbridled fury. You belong to the Red Lantern Corps. Li Chengfeng was momentarily taken aback. It was his first time hearing the welcome address of a lantern ring mention two names. Certainly, in the original narrative, the rings were never worn by individuals possessing different personas and forms. This suggests that the lantern rings possess a remarkable degree of intelligence. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Hela was breathing heavily, her hairstyle, crafted by Ada Wong and Harley Quinn, slightly disheveled. It must be acknowledged that this was indeed the most intense battle she had experienced since departing the sealed dimension. Overall, Torlak's avatar seemed to be stronger. This self-proclaimed Red Hulk is quite the formidable opponent. You quite impressive, just a fraction away from surpassing the goddess of death. Hela gestured with her thumb and index finger, while Loki, idly observing the spectacle, seemed to perceive an entire vast universe between those two digits. The previously formidable Red Hulk had now been reduced to General Thaddeus Ross by Hela's might. He was hoisted upon the shoulders of two Hydra soldiers, reanimated under necromantic magic, their wispy white mustaches twitching occasionally as they muttered "Hail Hydra." It appeared that, akin to Bruce Banner's predicament, his human form had succumbed to hypnotic manipulation. However, the Hulk was not merely another manifestation of Bruce Banner. He represented an alternate persona, thus remaining unscathed by the brainwashing. In contrast, Red Hulk, upon transforming from General Thaddeus Ross, retained both his rationality and original identity, which rendered him a true super soldier of winter. Unlike the Hulk, whose mind was consumed with simplistic thoughts of survival. Yet, Red Hulk lacked the Hulk's infinitely escalating physical strength fueled by fury. Although he possessed the ability to absorb radiation and unleash intense heat, it paled in comparison before Hela. After engaging in close combat with Red Hulk for a few minutes, Hela soon lost interest. Having once battled the fire giant Surtur and the frost giant King Lao Fei, Red Hulk's fiery assaults were rather underwhelming. Enchantress calling death. Enchantress calling death. Please respond. The communicator, which had been in standby mode, suddenly crackled to life. Enchantress was the codename for Ada Wong, while death referred to Hela herself. For Hela, The novelty of adopting code names in this agent game was quite amusing. Death received. Enchantress, please proceed. The headquarters has been secured. We have just detected 2 powerful energy sources. Are they enemies? Should we engage? One was taken by my divine sovereign, and the other has been subdued by me. Loki informed me that this individual seems to be a general from the United States. General? The only missing general in recent years is an Air Force Major General named Thaddeus Ross. If there are no surprises, that must be him. Or the other. Has Li Chengfeng not resolved that yet? Hela remained silent, uncertain of Li Chengfeng's circumstances. Sister, look over there. Thor, having dealt with the enemies on the other side, suddenly paused mid-air, pointing into the distance. Hela followed his gaze, which led to Li Chengfeng and another green giant departing. At that moment, a pure, furious red light shot up into the sky. Chapter 88. Li Chengfeng. Happy Death Day, the FBI's top-secret warehouse refrigerator. This facility, located in a classified area, could only be accessed by agents with level 7 clearance or above. The refrigerator serves as a repository for the vast majority of items under investigation, designated as 084, and secretly detains a significant number of special offenders. Had the legendary team not intervened, Li Chengfeng would have sent Cold Captain, Heatwave, and Constantine here. Due to the refrigerator's exceptionally robust external defenses and the necessity for minimal knowledge of this location, the number of personnel stationed here has always remained at a bare minimum, sufficient to maintain the operation of the entire facility. When Hydra launched a surprise assault, aiming to seize the headquarters of the Joint Task Force, Coulson, following Li Chengfeng's instructions and Nick Fury's orders, led all team members, save for Steve Rogers, to the refrigerator for defense. As anticipated, at the onset of the war between the American Bureau and Hydra, John Garrett brazenly diverted a portion of the forces intended for the assault on the American Bureau to attack the refrigerator instead, leading an entire contingent of 500 Hydra soldiers and 4 Winter soldiers. To breach the refrigerator's nuclear-resistant outer defenses, Garrett planned to employ a desperate ruse. Damn it! Open the door quickly. Coulson, do you intend for us to perish out here? John Garrett and his subordinates, still clad in the Joint Task Force uniforms, huddled behind cover, evading the relentless fire from heavily armed helicopters. The helicopters bore an ostentatious Hydra emblem, as if eager for the world to recognize their affiliation. Inside the refrigerator's entrance, the agent stationed under Coulson's command observed the unfolding scene with mounting anxiety. According to Nick Fury's orders, Coulson would retain command of the entire facility until further notice. This seasoned agent, whose experiences could be deemed legendary, maintained an air of calm as he watched Garrett's increasingly frantic antics from outside, reminiscent of a poorly executed yet captivating street performance. Noticing the nearly depleted cover behind Garrett, one of the agents gritted his teeth and decided to bypass Coulson, intent on opening the refrigerator's great door. I'm sorry, sir, but we cannot abandon our brothers. However, before he could press the button, another individual pinned him against the wall. Wait, buddy, are you out of your mind? If an agent at a top-secret facility opens the doors without orders, they could easily be apprehended as a Hydra infiltrator during these times. Lee, what brings you here? Has the front line been resolved? The front line has essentially achieved victory. Now we are clearing out the remaining troops. Li Chengfeng squinted at the impatient Garrett outside the door, a sly smile creeping onto his face. See, I was right to have you stationed at the refrigerator. Garrett even staged this grand performance to keep you entertained. Only Garrett was playing the part of the desperate ruse. There is no sign of Grant Ward. As expected, Grant Ward is a quintessential egotist. His loyalty to John Garrett was unwavering as long as he wielded control over the situation. However, upon encountering Li Chengfeng, he resolutely decided against following Garrett into further chaos. He recognized that with Li present, Garrett's efforts would inevitably be futile. Futility equates to meaninglessness, and he has never been one to engage in actions devoid of significance. After all, no one wishes to meet an untimely demise. Poor John Garrett's life is approaching its inevitable conclusion, and his most trusted confidant, Grant Ward, has vanished without a trace. Leading the Winter Soldiers and Hydra soldiers in a final assault on the fridge is his last desperate gamble. Logically, the odds of success should be high, as the one guarding the fridge is Coulson. Although Captain America, Steve Rogers, is part of Coulson's team, he is currently engaged on the front lines. Thus, Coulson's team comprises only Melinda May, Oliver Queen, and Wade Wilson, all formidable in their own right, yet still within the realm of ordinary humans. In contrast, Ward commands not only 500 Hydra soldiers, but also 4 Winter soldiers at his disposal. Defeating them would suffice. Coulson, for heaven's sake, do not hesitate. Do you not even trust me? To ensure the authenticity of the performance, the pilot of the heavily armed helicopter is genuinely intent on obliterating the cover. The hail of gunfire and flying debris is entirely real. John Garrett, too, finds himself cowering behind the barricade, unable to even lift his head. Coulson, I accessed surveillance footage from farther away and discovered that John Garrett arrived with the Hydra forces. He is indeed Hydra's Lee. When did you arrive? Skye, clutching her cherished laptop, hurried over to Coulson, her expression a blend of surprise and joy upon seeing Lee. Lee exchanged a glance with Coulson, sensing that the moment had arrived. He then addressed the approaching Skye, opened the door. Though uncertain of Lee's intentions, she pressed the button without hesitation, allowing Garrett and the Hydra agents behind him to surge inside. Oh my God, Coulson. I thought you had truly taken a page from Nick Fury's book and were willing to forsake me for the frigid safety. John Garrett revealed a sinister grin, poised to confront them, but his expression froze in shock. He had seen Skye and Lee standing behind Coulson. Agent Garrett, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Agent Lee, weren't you at headquarters? Oh, Agent Garrett, weren't you being pursued by Hydra all the way here? How curious that you have the leisure to keep tabs on my whereabouts while fleeing. Are you genuinely concerned for me, or merely apprehensive about encountering me? I am uncertain about the misunderstanding that may exist between us. However, let us set aside trivial matters for the moment, as I require your assistance with something of greater significance. What is it that you speak of? I have received reliable information indicating the presence of a cadre of Hydra agents within the refrigerator. What? Hydra? John Garrett feigned astonishment, incredulous that even a facility as clandestine as the refrigerator could harbor Hydra operatives. Hydra, indeed, is adept at infiltration, a fundamental aspect of their operations. While they may have diminished in number, their prowess in subterfuge remains unparalleled. As Li Chengfeng spoke, he inched closer to John Garrett. We can delay no longer. We must swiftly eradicate these Hydra agents, lest those 084 items fall into their hands. Precisely. In an instant, Li Chengfeng, empowered by the manipulation of lightning, surged forth with such velocity that the naked eye could scarcely perceive it, only catching glimpses of silvery light slicing through the air. The Hydra agents who followed John Garrett into the fray were utterly unprepared for the force of Li Chengfeng. Within mere moments, the Hydra agents lay defeated upon the ground, succumbing to a single, lethal strike, a nearly flawless execution of lethal skill. Neither Skye nor Coulson could comprehend the unfolding chaos. It seemed as though, with a flash of lightning, only John Garrett remained standing beside Li Chengfeng. Li Chengfeng, you have brazenly assaulted an agent of the Joint Task Force. Are you, perchance, a Hydra operative? My heavens, you truly are a remarkable actor, are you not? Yet, my dear, the sole Hydra here is none other than yourself. Unfazed by John Garrett's firearm aimed at him, Li Chengfeng casually pointed a finger at Garrett's chest, his smile radiating warmth and cheerfulness, utterly incongruous with the recent slaying of a squad of Hydra agents. Accusation. You are making unfounded allegations. Do not attempt to deny it. Your feeble defense is rather unbecoming. Li Chengfeng placed a finger upon his lips, gazing up at John Garrett. I quite understand your predicament. After all, who does not wish to prolong their existence? As the prototype of a death warrior, you stand but a step away from oblivion, sustained only by the injection of that wretched virus. How could you possibly know? How do I know? Even the so-called omniscient seer can harbor uncertainties. Li Chengfeng exaggeratedly expressed shock. He then seized John Garrett by the nape of his neck, guiding him to the grand entrance, pressing his face against the transparent door. Upon John Garrett's successful entry into the refrigerator, the 500 Hydra soldiers and 4 Winter soldiers ceased their concealment, gathering openly before the entrance, awaiting Garrett's signal to breach. Observing the scene, Li Chengfeng merely chuckled. With one hand resting on the door, he conjured a portal beyond it. This portal was quite substantial. The Winter soldiers turned their gazes toward the suddenly manifested portal, immediately adopting a posture of vigilance. They possess little understanding of what this entity is, nor do they fathom what might emerge from it. As the most formidable secret weapon of Hydra, these 4 Winter soldiers never underestimate their targets, exerting their utmost effort regardless of the perceived weakness of their adversaries. Yet, It is regrettable that their full commitment proves futile. A furious roar erupts from the portal, followed by a torrent of wrathful crimson flames, as thick as a man's thigh, surging forth. The four Winter Soldiers narrowly evade the onslaught, but the Hydra soldiers behind them bear the brunt of the attack. In the next moment, the Hulk, clad in a red and black ensemble, steps through the portal, his lips dripping with the searing fury of the inferno. Accompanied by the anguished cries of the Hydra soldiers, Chengfeng whispers to John Garrett, "One of my greatest pleasures in life is witnessing the self-righteous meet their demise with eyes wide open." Chapter 89. Captain America. Good brothers? First, lie down for me. Although John Garrett is looked down upon by other Hydra leaders for his methods and abilities, he remains one of the leaders. In addition to having some authority to mobilize Hydra forces and the Winter Soldiers, he possesses knowledge of the existence of the Super Soldier. The Green and Red Titans were once Hydra's most terrifying trump cards. Yet, the familiar green giant before him is none other than the Super Soldier. Why has he emerged from the portal crafted by this monstrosity, Chengfeng? Has the Super Soldier defected? What are the red and black attire he wears? What organization does the emblem on his chest represent? Did he just unleash a flame from his mouth? Does the green Super Soldier possess such capabilities? A torrent of questions floods John Garrett's mind, yet he finds himself unable to ponder them further as the opportunity for answers slips away. Out of the corner of his eye, he sees his body suddenly collapse, and in the next instant, his consciousness plunges into darkness. Chengfeng severs his neck with a fiery gaze. As he stated, the self-righteous die with their eyes wide open. Chengfeng tosses John Garrett's head aside, then watches with keen interest as the Hulk officially joins the Red Lantern Corps, becoming a member of the Red Lantern Demons. It can only be said that, in terms of the attributes of the Red Lantern, the Hulk is the most perfect embodiment of a Red Lantern demon, without exception. The Hulk inherently possesses an ability to escalate without known limits as his fury intensifies. Now, as a Red Lantern demon fueled by rage, the combination renders the Hulk a veritable monstrosity of terrifying proportions. Provided he does not encounter an entity capable of erasing him from existence with but a thought, theoretically, the Hulk can contend with any adversary. Of course, this remains theoretical. Otherwise, Chengfeng would not have been able to defeat the Hulk, whose level of rage had yet to reach its peak, by harnessing the powers of both the Red and Green Lanterns. In a prolonged confrontation, victory for the Hulk is all but assured. At this moment, the mighty Hulk charged into the ranks of Hydra soldiers. A sight that could scarcely be described as anything more than a tiger among sheep. It was akin to an elephant trampling ants. Even the four Winter Soldiers could only withstand his onslaught for a brief moment before Hulk effortlessly tore one apart with his bare hands, while unleashing his fury in a torrent of crimson flames to incinerate another. The remaining two found themselves grasped in his powerful grip, transformed into instruments of destruction as he wielded them with the ferocity of a player engaged in a hack-and-slash video game. Once the Hydra soldiers were vanquished, the two Winter Soldiers in Hulk's hands lay in tatters, devoid of life. It was indeed a one-sided massacre of exhilarating proportions. Chengfeng, with a sigh of awe, pressed the button to open the door, casually kicking out the dismembered body of John Garrett. "We mustn't tarnish the reputation of our bureau," he remarked. "Hulk, incinerate them all. Let us not waste our resources on the corpses of these Hydra pests." Upon hearing his command, Hulk thumped his chest with excitement and bellowed, "Hulk fire!" This green behemoth, akin to a child in intellect and emotion, was fascinated by his newfound power, even bestowing upon it a name. Much like a child who names a found stick a legendary sword. Coughing lightly, Coulson inquired, "So what exactly is this?" He gazed at the Hulk, who was spewing forth flames of rage, unable to contain his curiosity. The visual impact of this green monster was nothing short of terrifying. "This is Hulk," Chengfeng explained. Before his transformation, he was Bruce Banner, an expert in gamma radiation with 7 doctoral degrees in fields such as nuclear physics, radiological physics, biochemistry, engineering, robotics, computer science, and mathematics. Who knows what he intends to do with all those degrees? Perhaps he plans to use them as table coasters? Genius often seeks validation in various forms. After all, why does Stark constantly update his Iron Man suits? That makes sense, Chengfeng nodded. However, he found himself more fond of the green giant, Hulk, than the intellectual Bruce Banner. Yet they were inextricably linked, two sides of the same coin. Essentially, The frequently manifested barbaric Hulk could be seen as the youthful persona of Bruce Banner. The welcoming remarks from the cosmic entity acknowledged that Hulk and Banner were indeed one and the same. Yet, Bruce Banner aspired to be a scientist, not a superhero. While Hulk was oblivious to the concept of heroism, his desires were simple. He sought sustenance and a formidable opponent to engage in battle. Such a stark contrast of extremes coexisting within a single body is undeniably tragic. As Li Chengfeng pondered the melancholy of Hulk, Sky, standing nearby, was brimming with excitement. Let us not forget, this child was an ardent fan of superheroes, capable of pulling off stunts like prying the emblem off Stark's vehicle in the parking lot of Stark Tower. The Green Monster thwarted Hydra's nefarious scheme, a quintessential superhero narrative. I even saw a great tit vanquishing a kitten. Li Chengfeng playfully ruffled Sky's hair and then extracted a pure Terrigen crystal from his pocket. Here, this is for you. It cost a pretty penny, he lamented, feeling a pang of regret. What is this? Sky's attention was immediately captivated by the shimmering purple crystal. You're gifting me a crystal? I'm not a mere girl to be swayed by such trinkets. Perhaps you should fashion a ring from platinum instead. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Chengfeng placed the Terrigen crystal into Sky's hand and lowered his voice. When you are alone, shatter this thing, and you will thank me. This time, Hydra's operation to undermine the Joint Task Force had utterly failed. Although 3 airborne aircraft carriers successfully took to the skies, the Insight plan was entirely fabricated. Hydra then dispatched the prototype of the Winter Soldier, namely Bucky Barnes, equipped with Arnim Zola's consciousness storage device, to the aircraft carriers, attempting to allow Zola to seize control through his consciousness. Even in the absence of the Insight plan, they could create their own. The outcome would be the same. Unfortunately for them, Bucky encountered Tony Stark and Steve Rogers, who had arrived together. Although Steve immediately recognized the individual with the beggar-esque smoky makeup as his childhood friend Bucky Barnes, he did not hesitate to charge forward, shield raised, and delivered a direct blow to his face. Through JARVISS facial recognition scan, Tony Stark also discerned the identity of the assailant as Captain America's childhood friend and comrade, exclaiming, "Whoa, Cap, could you ease up on your buddy? Ease up. He has been brainwashed and manipulated. Do you expect me to stand in the center of the world and call for love? Am I some fool emerging from a corner?" Steve retorted, "First, let us incapacitate him. We cannot afford to delay the battle." With an earnest yet strikingly handsome visage, Steve Rogers uttered his sharp words, then delivered a swift kick to Bucky Barnes' groin. "Stay down, my best friend." Upon hearing Steve's remarks, Tony understood that this was not the moment for mercy. It was time to reclaim their friend. He charged forward, prepared for a righteous 2-on-1 confrontation. This was a lesson learned from Captain America. Always fight as a team, never one-on-one. Together, they relentlessly pummeled Bucky Barnes, who was on the verge of losing his autonomy. Steve Rogers, in perfect sync with Tony Stark, dismantled Bucky's mechanical arm in a display of brutal efficiency. What? You wonder where Arnim Zola's consciousness storage device went? It had long since been reduced to fragments under Steve Rogers' foot. A grim fate indeed for Zola. After thoroughly defeating Bucky Barnes, Tony Stark effortlessly connected to the central control systems of 3 airborne aircraft carriers through Jarvis. Utilizing a backdoor he habitually left within the foundational data, he completely seized control of the vessels and directly disabled their weapon systems. Witnessing this scene, Nick Fury felt his single eye moisten. Damn it, these wastrels. They are armed with gleaming blades. Beside him, Alexander Pierce attempted to struggle, pulling a controller from his pocket. "Nick Fury, I advise you against any rash actions," he warned, brandishing the device. The members of the World Security Council, having donned special pins before entering, now faced an imminent threat. If I press this button, the pins will create a lethal hole through their hearts. Pierce's words immediately plunged the assembled politicians into panic. "Alexander Pierce, you madman. Is your Hydra organization solely reliant on terrorism?" Fury, however, remained unfazed. "You must save us. If we perish here, you will face an international military tribunal." The frantic cries of the politicians elicited little more than a dismissive expression from Fury, who had appeared more pained by the recent weapon system failure. "Alexander Pierce, I once considered you a confidant and a dear friend," but Fury coldly raised his firearm. He was the king of agents at SHIELD. "We never compromise. What are the leaders of nations?" Fury furrowed his brow. "The Hydra attack on had provoked fierce resistance from the members of the World Security Council, who refused to collaborate with Hydra, ultimately sacrificing themselves for their country. As the director of SHIELD, I shall report your deeds to the World Federation and erect a grand monument in your honor at its gates. Without waiting for the politicians to respond, Fury fired a precise shot that pierced Alexander Pierce's heart. In his dying reflex, Pierce inadvertently pressed the button on the controller. Just one bullet, yet it resulted in chaos and death all around. Fury felt no internal turmoil. In fact, he almost wanted to laugh. With his marksmanship, he could have easily shot Pierce in the forehead, ensuring instant death. But why would he do that? Let the self-serving politician perish. Casting one last glance at the lifeless body of Alexander Pierce, Fury retrieved an old-fashioned pager. Thank goodness for Li Chengfeng. Otherwise, I would have truly needed to call you back. Chapter 90. The Mad Father, the Deceased Mother, the Shattered Family, and His Genius. Hydra had been utterly defeated. The frontal assault by the Asgardian siblings had decimated the enemy forces. The journey to the Bureau Academy commenced with the intent to collaborate internally and externally to subdue the Hydra operatives, who were ultimately relegated to mere tools for the practical examinations by the students. The most unfortunate among them was the refrigerator raid, leaving not a single bone fragment behind, as all were incinerated to ashes by Hulk's furious inferno. It is noteworthy that Hydra had invested their entire fortune into this battle, sacrificing years of accumulated mass-produced Winter Soldiers. While the prototype was captured during the seizure of the airborne aircraft carrier, the two superlative Winter Soldiers were similarly lost. Led by Madame Hydra, the leaders of Hydra were at a loss, pondering endlessly to comprehend the existence of such an extraordinarily powerful woman within the Bureau. Engaging the Red Hulk was akin to battling a mere child. Had they foreseen the emergence of such an unreasonable force, Hydra might have opted for a more cautious approach for another 100 or 80 years. However, due to the presence of telepaths among the Avengers, the leakage of information was virtually non-existent, compelling Hydra to make choices under significant informational disparity. Consequently, John Garrett met a gruesome end, while Arnim Zola's consciousness storage unit was crushed, as Zola's awareness attempted to escape as an electrical signal into the network. It was thwarted and imprisoned by Jarvis within a horror film streaming site, subjected to a relentless 24-hour viewing of gruesome horror films. Nevertheless, the magnitude of Hydra still loomed large. Although their primary strategic objectives had all culminated in failure, not every division was fortified with top-tier agents and superpowered individuals. Thus, several divisions fell prey to Hydra's occupation. Following the convergence of personnel from the refrigerator, the Bureau Academy, and headquarters, an immediate assessment of the status of all divisions across America was undertaken. Out of 50 divisions, 24 had been overrun by Hydra. While Hydra may currently appear as a subordinate organization to the American headquarters, it remains an insurmountable behemoth when faced with individual divisions. Thus, after a brief assembly, Nick Fury promptly assigned tasks to reclaim the occupied divisions. Intelligence indicated that numerous agents were still alive and valiantly resisting. To expedite the resolution of this conflict, Nick Fury even dispatched the rambunctious youths from the Bureau Academy, ensuring each group was accompanied by at least 2 seasoned agents for command and post-operation management, the latter primarily tasked with calculating weighted credits. It was only under the dual incentives and threats concerning credits that the young miscreants could be restrained from concocting any mischievous schemes. Meanwhile, Li Chengfeng, Hela, and Hulk were not assigned to the teams tasked with reclaiming the various divisions. Coulson patted Li Chengfeng on the shoulder, reiterating, as I have mentioned before, using a cannon to swat a mosquito was necessitated by the absence of alternatives. Now that we possess an electric fly swatter, deploying the cannon at this juncture is truly unnecessary. And do you wish to compete for credits with the children of the Bureau Academy? Upon concluding his remarks, he and Steve Rogers, accompanied by the Coulson team, divided into 2 groups to provide support to different divisions. Steve Rogers did not leave his good brother, the Winter Soldier Bucky Barnes, unrestrained. Instead, he bound Barnes securely with ropes made from specialized high molecular materials provided by the Bureau, ensuring that even he could not escape such bindings. Subsequently, both he and General Ross were unceremoniously confined within the subterranean holding cell of headquarters. The large-scale military assault on the capital of America naturally attracted the attention of the American government and the world at large. Nick Fury's phone rang incessantly. Yet he chose not to answer until his patience wore thin. Hello, this is Nick Fury, the American military. Have you received our report regarding General Thaddeus Ross? You wish to have him returned immediately? Have you lost your wits? He is currently in a state of brainwashing. Handing him over to you now would mean that once he regains consciousness, he could transform into that terrifying red gamma monster and obliterate you along with your remains. There is no need for such heated rhetoric, General. The Bureau is accountable only to the World Federation, not to any individual nation. I am neither the eye in the sky nor the Super Inquirer Division, for heaven's sake. You may certainly communicate with the President, but let me be unequivocal. Even the President of America has no authority to meddle in the Bureau's affairs. General, while you might have the means to contact Fury, he would be pleased. However, your previous tone is far from favorable. You would do well never to contravene even the slightest aspect of American law, as the Bureau will soon conduct a thorough investigation into your life and gather evidence against you. After delivering this tirade, Nick Fury hung up the call and turned his one-eyed gaze toward Li Chengfeng. No, you were all fooling around while I was venting? Fury felt a mix of affection and exasperation toward Li Chengfeng. This man's thought process was undeniably unconventional. Who on earth conducts palm readings for a woman in the leader's office? Moreover, she is a goddess from Asgard. To put it poetically, she is the divine goddess of death. Scientifically speaking, she is an extraterrestrial humanoid from Asgard. Regardless of perspective, her palmistry cannot be applied to the ancient divination techniques of the Republic, can it? What do you suggest? Should I wave flags for you? Or pour you a glass of water to assist you in furthering this nonsense? Li Chengfeng scoffed, somewhat dissatisfied that Nick Fury interrupted his intimate interaction with Hela. Nonetheless, flirting in the presence of superiors was indeed inappropriate. Only Li Chengfeng would dare. Anyone else would have been promptly escorted out of the office. Fury wore a stern expression. In matters of persuasion, he had never bested Li Chengfeng. Nick Fury then shifted his gaze towards the rotund figure of the gluttonous green one, Li Chengfeng. Could you perhaps elucidate the circumstances surrounding this individual? He inquired. With a sigh, Li Chengfeng lamented the madness of his father, the untimely demise of his mother, and the shattered remnants of his family. Such was the life of a genius. Damn it, is it necessary to weave such poetic phrases at this juncture? Why do you not exhibit such prowess when drafting reports? Coughing, he retorted, this is no fabrication. It is merely a reflection of Bruce Banner's early life. Just then, an unfamiliar agent entered the room. Li Chengfeng, I have accomplished all that you requested. Now, it is time to discuss my potential induction into the Bureau. As he spoke, he transformed into a green, bald extraterrestrial before Nick Fury's eyes. Li Chengfeng smacked his forehead. No wonder he felt as though he had forgotten someone. The bewildered uncle had arrived of his own accord. Chapter 91. Li Chengfeng, Old D, unleashed the gold coins. Nick Fury stared at the once familiar agent. After a mere rub of the eyes, morphed into a cloaked green alien. This individual was clearly not a Skrull. Despite possessing shape-shifting abilities, he bore no resemblance to them, lacking the distinctive furrowed chin and exhibiting a striking similarity to humans. This prompted Fury to reminisce about the grand adventure from 30 years prior. The moment he first grasped the existence of so-called superheroes and encountered extraterrestrial life, marking the inception of his iconic eye patch. As he pondered this, he glanced at the gluttonous devourer, the abomination, sprawled across the couch. Notably, the alien displayed no reaction to the creature, indicating either ignorance of its species or an utter lack of fear towards it. Regardless of which scenario applied, it was evident that this green extraterrestrial had no ties to the Skrulls. Where did you summon this creditor from? Li Chengfeng. I'm curious, though. This extraterrestrial friend of ours seems to have consumed half of today's cafeteria stock in one sitting. Is there some fascination with the color green that I am unaware of? He cast a resentful glance at Nick Fury, vowing to one day exact revenge. Disregarding Fury, Li Chengfeng rose and beckoned the bewildered uncle, also known as the Martian Hunter, Ronan, to join him on the other side of the couch. It was worth noting that the Hulk's considerable bulk had rendered a three-person couch akin to a tiny stool. The sight was quite cramped. Hela trailed behind, her curiosity piqued by the unfamiliar creature, sensing the tremendous power emanating from it. Ron's, this time, your clever deception of Hydra, prompting their entire family to mobilize, is indeed commendable for having presented them with a false insight plan. I cherish this planet as fervently as I do Mars. It is my second homeland, and I have no reason to witness the tranquility of my homeland being deliberately disrupted by ill-intentioned individuals. From this day forth, you shall officially join the Bureau of Investigation as a member of the Star Squad. Li Chengfeng, without a hint of shame, praised Uncle Jeong while simultaneously promoting himself. You are indeed correct, Ron Rons. You possess a heart of gold and the noblest character, much like myself. Nearby, Nick Fury vehemently shook his head and scratched his ear, displaying a look of disdain, as if something foul had lodged itself within. You, Li Chengfeng, a heart of gold and the highest moral integrity? He may indeed be a good person, but merely at a bare minimum level of goodness. He is hardly noble. Nevertheless, Nick Fury endured. After all, Li Chengfeng was currently the foremost contributor to the American Bureau, actively bringing a formidable extraterrestrial into the fold. Reflecting on this, Nick Fury suddenly found himself in agreement with a remark made by Coulson. Shouldn't the temporary assignment be upgraded to a permanent appointment? Although he could still continue to meddle. He was no longer as spry as he once was, and it was time to consider new candidates for the Director-S position. Li Chengfeng was a perfect choice. His abilities are beyond doubt, his character is assured, and he is not a rigid dogmatist. Li Chengfeng, Coulson, and Maria Hill are likely to form the finest leadership team the American Bureau has ever seen. Once this notion took root in Nick Fury's mind, it began to flourish uncontrollably. He harbored yet another plan: to establish a specialized agency for extraterrestrial incidents to preemptively guard against threats from the cosmos. This department would serve as a shield, protecting Earth from the incursions of alien civilizations. He even had a name in mind: S-H-I-E-L-D. Li Chengfeng summoned Ingrid, instructing her to escort Uncle Jeong to complete the necessary procedures for his identity, thus formally joining the Bureau. Captain, is Mr. Ron Rons an alien from Mars? Is it the Mars I am familiar with? Indeed, it is that Mars, the one from which numerous countries have launched their rovers. Is there another celestial body you refer to as Mars? Ahem, I was merely expressing my astonishment. Ingrid waved her hand awkwardly and then turned to Ron Rons, pondering how to register a legal identity with such an appearance. Upon hearing Ingrid's cautious inquiry, Ron Rons felt no discomfort. Instead, he transformed before the gathered crowd into a tall, Caucasian man. John Jones, 38 years old, residing in Middleton, a persona I have maintained for decades. Ingrid was evidently startled by her transformation abilities. Once she regained her composure, she nodded vigorously and declared, "No problem, Captain. Just leave the next steps to me." With that, she opened the door and stepped outside, not waiting for Uncle Jeong. The child seemed somewhat anxious. Haha, after all, she's an internal agent. Her encounters with aliens and superhumans are quite rare. Li Chengfeng explained with a smile, while Uncle Jeong, unfazed, phased through the office door to follow her. Nick Fury, however, was still engrossed in the marvel of Uncle Jeong's ability to pass through walls. Is the entity you retrieved an alien or a wizard? Does it make a difference? We have someone in our agency who is both an alien and a wizard. You've seen him before. At that moment, Loki, being dragged by the collar by Thor, was en route to a Hydra-occupied Joint Bureau branch when he suddenly sneezed. Loki, have you caught a cold? No, I've come to a realization. It's undoubtedly that scoundrel Li Chengfeng speaking ill of me behind my back. A wizard's perception in such matters is astoundingly precise. After all, Li Chengfeng was quite a distance from him. Surely he couldn't have overheard that disparaging remark. Meanwhile, Li Chengfeng, devoid of any supernatural hearing, sat once more before Nick Fury, his expression grave. All right, the trivial matters have been resolved. Now it is time to address the most pressing issue. Even Nick Fury was affected by his demeanor, pondering whether another significant problem had arisen. The most important issue? Indeed, the most significant matter, Li Chengfeng affirmed, extending his hand and assertively stating, "Old Biling, unleash the gold coins." What the heck? You only ever think about gold coins. Do you consider me a mere quest in a game? No. You are clearly the one guarding the treasure, unwilling to let it go. Are you insinuating that I am a miser? I neither confirm nor deny. If that is your belief, then it must be so. Chapter 92. Wow, the drop rate is indeed high. If previously the request for black salted eggs to yield gold coins was made in jest, this time, Li Chengfeng was earnestly intent on extracting some funds from Nick Fury. Not to mention the considerable sum he spent acquiring the Terrigen crystals through Bruce Wayne. With the increasing number of personnel in the Guardians of the Galaxy, the initially allocated spacious flat was no longer adequate. Most critically, Thor and Hulk had now joined the fray. The destructive capacity of these two was far from trivial. While the flat was indeed spacious, it still had neighbors above and below. When the green giant became agitated, no one could guarantee that the internal facilities would remain intact. Li Chengfeng believed that at the very least, accommodations akin to Professor Xavier's mansion would suffice for these two brutes. As for living separately, that thought had never crossed Li Chengfeng's mind. They are not akin to those loosely organized superhero alliances. Rather, they form a serious team within the Bureau. To put it broadly, unconventional soldiers devoid of military uniforms, making cohabitation a reasonable arrangement. On Coulson's side, everyone resides together in the Airbus, but that is predicated on the absence of impulsive and reckless superpowered individuals. Li Chengfeng earnestly articulated his concerns regarding their accommodation, prompting Nick Fury to set aside his inclination to jest and engage in thoughtful contemplation. The Bureau indeed possesses a multitude of properties, most of which were confiscated following the capture of supervillains. There is a grand estate, albeit situated by the Panama Canal. Nick Fury cast a glance out the window and suddenly slapped his own large, dark head. Of course, they could relocate there. But wait, where exactly is that? Is it the dirty place you mentioned? Can you elucidate? Your vague manner of speaking certainly deserves a kick from Mule. Your temper has become increasingly irritable of late. In the past, you would at least indulge me in some roundabout conversations. Well, after working here for so long, who still pretends to be innocent? We are all seasoned foxes. What ghost stories are we to exchange? Ahem, let us return to the matter at hand. Nick Fury felt a tinge of embarrassment. While Washington, D.C. is the location of the headquarters, there is indeed a branch office in the area. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng began to grasp the situation. Shouldn't you complete your thought? It is a branch office that is virtually defunct, isn't it? Precisely. Although the headquarters claims to manage the branches, it does not directly handle incidents in specific regions. However, over the years, the headquarters has effectively assumed the responsibilities originally designated to the Washington branch, allowing surplus personnel to be dispatched to other branches. Nick Fury nodded and continued speaking to Li Chengfeng. Approximately 10 years ago, the Washington branch was essentially abandoned. Yet personnel have consistently been sent to maintain and oversee the facilities. A branch base encompasses everything from living quarters to training grounds, from offices to research laboratories. It is essentially a miniature version of the headquarters. Most importantly, the branch can order takeout. Li Chengfeng, initially contemplative, decisively made up his mind upon hearing Nick Fury's final remark. This is it. Heaven be praised. The Bureau's cafeteria is utterly inedible. Who can endure a diet of low-fat or muscle-gaining meals at every meal? Li Chengfeng would much rather indulge in those so-called junk food takeouts. Unexpectedly, this time Nick Fury, the old miser, has truly delivered. Wow, the delivery rate is remarkably high. Thus, the base for the Star Squad was determined to be relocated to the Washington branch. Along with Coulson's team residing on the Airbus was not a sustainable solution. They too required a stable base. Li Chengfeng found no fault with this arrangement. He genuinely appreciated Coulson's team. Within the entire Bureau of Joint Operations, it is estimated that apart from Nick Fury, Li Chengfeng shares the most profound bond with Coulson. After all, they have faced the formidable Kansas giant together. How brazen can one be to demand funds after having received an entire division's base for free? The mere sight of Li Chengfeng reminds Nick Fury of their collaboration with Tony Stark to obliterate the weapon systems aboard the flying aircraft carrier, leading him to recall countless squandered resources. Would he still consider granting you any money if he refrains from delivering a couple of blows? It would be a testament to Nick Fury's magnanimity. Li Chengfeng perfectly embodies the notion of desiring to shower affection during moments of triumph, yet yearning to deliver a scathing reprimand during times of frustration. He elicits both admiration and exasperation from his superiors, yet his position remains as steadfast as ever. This indeed is a delicate endeavor. Hulk has finally emerged from his state of voracious consumption. Not merely satisfied, but entirely depleted. Hulk is still hungry, he exclaimed, rising from the sofa. As he exerted force while standing, the sofa, unable to bear the pressure, transformed from a precarious state to complete ruin. It seemed that Hulk had nearly turned the couch into a mattress, leaving a pronounced indentation in the shape of his massive form. Witnessing his expensive leather sofa succumb to Hulk's green posterior, Nick Fury could no longer contain his frustration. Li Chengfeng, take your green glutton and leave at once. For Li Chengfeng and his companions, relocating to a new residence was hardly a daunting task. It merely involved opening a portal and making a few trips. By the time 2 days had elapsed and all occupied divisions had been reclaimed, the Star Squad found themselves in a rare state of idleness. After all, within America, 60% of troublesome incidents were orchestrated by Hydra or its affiliated forces. This time, the Bureau had decisively neutralized Hydra's active personnel, making it nearly impossible for them to regain their former strength for at least a century. However, idleness was solely relative, especially when compared to their usual confrontations with supervillains. Recently, Li Chengfeng had been engaged in a collaborative consultation with the Bureau's telepaths regarding Winter Soldier Bucky Barnes, Red Hulk, and Air Force General Thaddeus Ross, as well as Bruce Banner. It was at this juncture that Li Chengfeng gained a new understanding of Hydra's hypnotic techniques applied on the Winter Soldier. It appeared that these underlings were not entirely ineffectual. The telepaths could restore the memories of those who had been brainwashed, yet they astonishingly could not dispel Hydra's hypnosis over the Winter Soldier. Even if all memories were cleansed, the utterance of the activation command would still transform them into the most devoted Winter Soldier. A collective of individuals capable of brainwashing the entire planet had met their match, their expressions resembling that of a man witnessing cotton and watermelon, utterly dismayed. To Li Chengfeng's surprise, the one to resolve this issue was none other than the self-proclaimed chief psychologist of the Joint Investigation Bureau, Harley Quinn. What is so difficult about this? It merely involves creating an aberrant personality through extreme behavior, and subsequently unlocking that persona with muscle memory and certain key actions or events. Harley Quinn blinked her eyes. This was not entirely unrelated to what the Joker had once done to her. It was, in fact, strikingly similar. Chapter 93. Welcome to 4 years later, Dr. Banner. Although Harley Quinn proposed this method to tackle the problem, the actual execution required the involvement of various superpowered individuals. After all, Harley Quinn may be mad, but she is not foolish. It is essential to note that among the 3 brainwashed individuals, 2 are capable of transforming into colossal gamma monsters. Even if she swung that Edmund alloy baseball bat with all her might, it would inflict little real harm upon them. As for the Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes, while he could indeed be provoked, killing him would pose its own set of complications. Thus, with a nonchalant wave of her hand, Harley Quinn dismissed the matter, stating that she would not take a single cloud with her. Today, she had to attend the Joint Investigation Bureau Academy. The primary issue at this school, teeming with superhumans, is the prevalence of various psychological problems. For instance, Jessica Jones is a frequent visitor to the counseling office. Pudding, open a portal. I need to go to the Joint Investigation Bureau Academy, Harley Quinn said, hanging onto Li Chengfeng. This mundane yet chaotic life is utterly insane. Darling, I believe your definition of insanity seems a bit off course. As Li Chengfeng activated the portal to the counseling office at the academy, he greeted Jessica Jones on the other side. Hey, long time no see, you hothead. Who are you calling a hothead? Do I not have a name? You bastard teacher. To be precise, Pudding is now the former bastard teacher. Harley Quinn leapt down and stepped through the portal, turning back to blow Li Chengfeng a colorful kiss. Goodbye, Pudding. See you tonight. As the portal closed, Jessica Jones began to voice her thoughts. Harley, why are you interested in that bastard teacher, Li Chengfeng? Although he is indeed quite formidable, does a madwoman need a reason to fancy someone? Harley Quinn settled onto her sofa. If I had to provide a reason, it would be that Li Chengfeng is even crazier than I am. As a seasoned psychiatrist and mental health expert, what draws Harley Quinn to Li Chengfeng lies in this very aspect. Sometimes, this seemingly lucid madness is what captivates her the most. All right, where do we leave off last time? Let me see. Among the family of 4, the parents and younger brother all perished in a car accident, resulting in feelings of loathing and hatred towards the surviving self. I truly appreciate you for reopening that wound. No need for thanks. At least you once had a period of joyful childhood memories, did you not? Harley Quinn shrugged, remarking that she had never encountered her late father, and the closest figure she could claim as a paternal role was Nick Fury. Jessica Jones wiped a bead of sweat from her brow. The eccentric elder sister, teetering on the brink of madness, hinted at her connections within the FBI. Could her psychological counseling genuinely proceed without a hitch? Li Chengfeng also wiped his forehead, realizing that despite the previous anxiety that had left a group of telepaths on the verge of alopecia, the situation quickly veered onto the right track once a fresh perspective was introduced. Moreover, this trajectory was akin to that of a high-speed train. From inception to conclusion, merely 5.5 hours elapsed, with 5 of those hours devoted to coaxing Hulk into relinquishing control and allowing Bruce Banner to emerge. "Excuse me, who are you?" Bruce Banner, liberated from Hydra's brainwashing hypnosis, slowly awakened on the examination table, his eyes opening to a circle of heads surrounding him. It was hard to fathom that just half an hour prior, he had been a mind-controlled subject, fervently exclaiming Hydra's praises, only to have one head severed and 2 grow in its place. "You're awake? The operation was a success. From this day forth, you shall be a girl." "What? What the hell? Quentin, after all the effort to cure him, what if you induce some other ailment?" The White Queen, rarely one to curse, directed her ire toward the young man with pink hair who had uttered those initial words. Quentin Quire, an Omega-level telepath and a graduate of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, stood bewildered. "Guys, can someone explain what just transpired?" Bruce Banner remained in a state of confusion, scarcely processing the peculiar statement made by the Omega-level telepath. His memories lingered on his quest to eradicate the gamma virus that dwelled within his persona, a journey traversing various nations. The last fragment of his recollection was of his return to America, where a somewhat fragile vessel had disintegrated in the coastal waters. As he swam, he lost consciousness, only to awaken to the scene before him. Li Chengfeng surveyed the chaotic surroundings and decisively lifted Bruce Banner, escorting him away from the laboratory. He then activated a portal, returning to the original Washington Division base, the current headquarters of the Special Task Force. The Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes, and Red Hulk, Thaddeus Ross, had already completed their treatment, while Li Chengfeng was negotiating with Hulk. The former was taken by Steve Rogers to address various historical issues at the American headquarters and to seek Tony Stark's assistance in repairing his metallic arm. It was only reasonable that the one who dismantled it should be responsible for reassembling it. As for identity concerns, there was no need for alarm. Bucky Barnes was a documented veteran within the records of the American headquarters, his identity endorsed by the first director, Peggy Carter. The latter was then handed over to the American military, with all subsequent reviews and investigations entrusted to them. The Air Force Major General, wielding considerable power, is not someone the Bureau of Investigation can easily suppress. What manner of technology is this? The ability to traverse space directly? Bruce Banner, a scientist with 7 doctoral degrees, instinctively thinks of science in such a moment. This is not technology, it is magic, specifically teleportation magic. Li Chengfeng followed Bruce Banner through the portal and waved his hand to close it. "Please have a seat, Dr. Banner." "Oh, certainly." Bruce Banner perched himself on a sofa, his curiosity leading him to survey his surroundings. His gaze fell upon the emblem of the Bureau of Investigation adorning the wall. Is this facility associated with the Bureau? What trouble has Hulk gotten himself into? Indeed, but how can you be so certain it was Hulk who caused the issue? If you frequently find yourself experiencing inexplicable gaps in memory, only to awaken in some unfamiliar cave, scantily clad, you would think the same. Can you tell me what your last memory was? I recall it vividly, just the day before. I had finished watching the bizarre and grotesque opening ceremony of the Neon Country Olympics. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng patted Bruce Banner's shoulder. "Welcome to 4 years later, Dr. Banner." Chapter 94, Sky Vibration What? "For years," Bruce Banner exclaimed, springing from the sofa. "Does this mean I have been in Hulk's form for the entirety of these 4 years?" As he spoke, Bruce began to examine himself, as if checking for any physical discrepancies. "Good heavens, when did I acquire this red ring on my hand? I have no memory of this." "Hey, Dr. Banner, you need to remain calm." "Calm? What do you expect me to calm down with?" Bruce Banner suddenly shouted, a hint of green flashing across his face and veins, the red ring on his hand pulsating in response. "For years, I have lost an entire 4 years of memory, and during this time, I have been in Hulk's form. Who knows what havoc Hulk has wreaked?" Observing Bruce Banner's turmoil, Li Chengfeng refrained from offering immediate counsel. Even in his human form, the relentless rage of Hulk continued to influence Bruce. When Bruce eventually settled down and returned to the sofa to apologize to Li Chengfeng, the latter spoke slowly. "Perhaps the Hulk of the past has left a significant negative impact on your life and existence. But I must inform you that during these 4 years, it was precisely Hulk who protected you. In the course of dismantling Hydra, Li Chengfeng had leveraged Uncle Jiang's transformation into Sitwool to acquire a wealth of intelligence about Hydra, including detailed records concerning the super soldier known as the Winter Soldier. The reason the ship Bruce Banner was aboard Disintegrated was indeed the work of Hydra. In the beginning, Hydra was merely captivated by the genius scientist Bruce Banner, seeking to incorporate him into their ranks. Even Hydra could not connect this brilliant mind with the Green Gamma creature. Once their operation commenced, they effortlessly brought the unconscious Bruce Banner back to Hydra's secret base. Upon regaining consciousness, he was subjected to brainwashing and hypnosis. However, this recollection had been erased by a team of telepathic specialists. There was no need for this tormented scientist, burdened by gamma transformations and another persona, to endure further trauma. Just as the brainwashing and hypnosis were nearing success, the Hulk emerged. At that moment, Hydra realized they had stumbled upon a treasure, mistakenly believing they had found a mere gem, only to discover it was a priceless artifact. Their fortune was immense. Yet, they had not anticipated that their attempts at brainwashing and hypnosis would be utterly ineffective against the Hulk, even less effective than a few hearty meals. What? Protection? Protect me from what? Li Chengfeng, exasperated, handed over Hydra's dossier directly into Bruce's hands. The answers you seek lie within these documents. Eagerly, Bruce opened the folder and began to sift through its contents. With each page, his expression grew graver. After all, he had always perceived the Hulk as the greatest obstacle in his life, only to now learn that this was not a mutation, but rather a facet of his own identity. This troublesome persona had, over the past 4 years, safeguarded his life and shielded him from participating in Hydra's inhumane research and experiments. Though fundamentally akin to a 3- or 4-year-old child, the Hulk possessed a rudimentary understanding that Bruce should not engage in the scientific endeavors he instinctively rejected. Bruce Banner, as a scientist, remained untainted, relying entirely on the Hulk. I think I need some time alone. I feel the same, Li Chengfeng replied, rising to his feet. Your room with the Hulk is the one closest to the training area. What? My room with the Hulk? Isn't this a facility of the Bureau? Indeed. The Hulk is now a reserve agent of the Bureau. Are you joking with me, agent? Why would I jest? I personally captured and recruited the Hulk, Li Chengfeng asserted, extending his hand. By the way, amidst all this conversation, I haven't introduced myself. I am Li Chengfeng, the head of Team Starlight. Bruce Banner. I am pleased to inform you that you are now one of us. Deceiving the Hulk was a challenging endeavor. Although his intelligence and emotional quotient were limited, the child was remarkably stubborn. However, persuading a high IQ individual like Bruce Banner proved less troublesome. A genius, continually impacted by the Hulk's issues yet still managing to obtain 7 doctoral degrees, undoubtedly dedicated his time to study and experimentation, leaving little room for social interactions. It is well known that the emotional intelligence of geniuses is often lacking. Bruce Banner, Tony Stark, and even Bruce Wayne share commonality. After thoroughly engrossing Bruce Banner in contemplation, Li Chengfeng stepped outside the base building, observing Thor furiously pursuing Loki on the training ground. He couldn't help but muse on the tranquility of the day. At that very moment, Loki found himself ensnared by Thor, resulting in a merciless beating. How unfortunate. Yet, Li Chengfeng was certain that it was Loki's own mischief that provoked Thor, the gentle giant. Over the past few days, he had discerned Thor's temperament. Honorable, yet endearingly naive. Though he rarely vocalized his deep concern for his brother Loki, it was evident that for someone like Thor to be incensed, Loki must have acted ungratefully. This was not the first time Loki had behaved in such a manner. He had a long history of mischief, and if he were not the god of mischief, he would surely be the god of wisdom instead. Hey, Agent Lee, has that green giant situation been resolved? Li Chengfeng turned to see Barry Allen emerging from the laboratory. Although he was not directly involved in combat, he was undoubtedly one of the busiest members of Coulson's team. Responsibilities such as trace detection after missions and evidence documentation fell squarely on his shoulders. Every data point needed meticulous recording, given that they often dealt with hazardous items classified as 084. How have you been faring lately, Barry? Li Chengfeng nearly blurted out a jest about whether he had recently been struck by lightning, as he regarded the handsome yet sluggish young man. However, he recognized that he couldn't assist with the awakening of Barry's superspeed. After all, such phenomena required a confluence of favorable circumstances, and besides lightning, Unknown chemical agents were also at play. It was merely a matter of luck for the young man. Things have been going well, except that since Gemma and Fitz went to the sandbox base for assistance, I've encountered some issues regarding biology and energy radiation that I can't consult them about directly. Researching the information myself has proven rather cumbersome. Li Chengfeng gestured towards Bruce Banner in the lounge. Go seek his counsel. With 7 doctoral degrees, he is bound to be of assistance. 7 PhDs? Goodness, isn't that Dr. Bruce Banner? Barry Allen exclaimed, suddenly animated, and rushed off eagerly. Wait, Barry, have you seen Sky recently? She hasn't been at the base for 2 days. She probably hasn't left her room. I suspect she's holed up there tinkering with her hacking projects. Barry Allen's voice echoed back, leaving Li Chengfeng momentarily stunned. 2 days without stepping outside? It seemed the vibrational woman was about to make her debut. In the next instant, a powerful tremor emanated from Sky's room, causing Li Chengfeng to gasp in horror. Goodness, let's not ruin the base. This place is a treasure. Chapter 95. Oh no, I've lost my lock. Sky was unequivocally certain of her fondness for Li Chengfeng. Yet at this moment, an unprecedented urge to plunge a knife into him surged within her. Was it truly so difficult for him to articulate the properties of that crystal? Instead, he chose to shroud it in mystery, insisting that she shatter the crystal in solitude. He even claimed she would be grateful for it. Grateful for what? She had been transformed into a lifeless statue of blackened stone for an entire day. Did he comprehend the torment of being conscious, yet entirely immobilized and devoid of sensation for 24 hours? As Sky sat on the floor, gasping for breath, she surveyed the chaos wrought by her own earlier upheaval. Damn it! One would think this place had just endured a bombing. Hey, Sky, are you all right? Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and the very man she yearned to stab appeared before her. Li Chengfeng. How dare you show your face here? Is it so difficult to communicate clearly, you fool? Riddler, get out of the Joint Investigation Bureau. Cough, cough, cough. You may not realize, but as one who is not a Riddler, how can one fathom the joy of a Riddler? After a few awkward coughs, Li Chengfeng helped the slumped Sky to her feet. Thank goodness, Sky, you successfully emerged from that stone shell. It appears you've even acquired extraordinary abilities. Speaking of these abilities, what exactly have you done to me, Li Chengfeng? Do you have any idea how despairing it was when I was petrified, you fool? Sky, therein lies your mistake. As a supervisor, I instructed you during your training that as an agent of the Joint Investigation Bureau, you must not fear any strange occurrences. You weren't paying attention during the lecture. Curse you. If you were inexplicably petrified, rendering all your senses utterly dysfunctional, would you not be frightened? Of course I would be scared, but I would certainly act tough and not admit it, Li Chengfeng jested. From the recent tremor, Li Chengfeng had discerned that Sky's lineage, belonging to the inhuman race, had fully awakened. The character of Quake was undoubtedly the pinnacle of power within the original narrative, and she was the sole, true confidant of Nick Fury, an 18-year-old level 10 agent of S.H.I.L.D. was no trifling matter. Her sudden inclusion in the Avengers would not raise a single eyebrow. In fact, she was acknowledged as a member of the primary reserve team for the Avengers, boasting commendable abilities and popularity. Otherwise, the series agents of S.H.I.L.D., with Quake as the protagonist, would not have reached a full 7 seasons. A remarkable feat in a television landscape where many shows are truncated or cut short. This success, in turn, reflected the character's immense popularity. Even now, voices persistently call for Quake's inclusion in the team. Li Chengfeng was acutely aware that the girl before him was destined to succeed either Coulson or Maria Hill. But at that moment, she seemed quite irate. Were it not for my struggle to control this burgeoning power, I would have relished the chance to unleash it upon you. Am I to express my gratitude for not being slain? Li Chengfeng chuckled as he assisted her towards the exit. Her room was currently uninhabitable, with the ceiling crumbling from the tremors. The vibrations had attracted a crowd from all corners of the base, for Sky was well-liked. Li Chengfeng entrusted the task of supporting Sky to Wanda, who was the first to arrive, and then he picked up his incessantly ringing personal terminal. It was a video call from Nick Fury. Hello, dear director, the weather is splendid today. Is there something you require of me? If not, I must bid you farewell. I have matters to attend to at home. Enough with the banter. Nick Fury's lips twitched. Then he inquired, I just detected a magnitude 4.0 earthquake in Washington, originating from your base. Have you stirred up trouble again? That's a stereotype. This is pure prejudice. Whenever something unusual occurs, you immediately suspect me. Over time, even when I am not at fault, you instinctively attribute it to me. This is unjust. Surely you wouldn't want everyone's first impression of you to be a masked, dark figure? Is it not your doing? Indeed. Do you share some familial ties with Tony Stark? Please, do something productive. Beg me? First, prepare me a couple of dishes. You are pushing your luck. Nick Fury's already dark visage grew even grimmer. Come to headquarters. I have matters to discuss. Li Chengfeng turned around and observed that Sky, who was thriving within both teams, seemed to have recovered sufficiently. He opened a portal and arrived at the black and white office of Nick Fury and the professor. Noticing the professor seated at the same desk as Nick Fury, Li Chengfeng greeted them. Ah, both of you are here today. So, what was the cause of that recent earthquake? The professor inquired with curiosity. Could it be that a mutant with seismic abilities has awakened in your base? Yet, aside from Wanda and Pietro, there are no other mutants present. It was Sky, Li Chengfeng replied as he settled into a chair, explaining to the black and white duo. However, she is not a mutant. She is an inhuman. Inhuman? The duo exchanged glances, each reflecting confusion. If the previous disappearance of mutants was deliberate, the Inhumans were indeed relatively obscure. This was understandable, as Inhumans typically awakened through the Terrigen mist, unlike mutants, who could experience genetic awakening at any unforeseen moment. Indeed, the Inhumans, a group that appears similar to mutants, are in fact a combat race engineered by the Kree during ancient times. Li Chengfeng provided a familiar example, referencing one of the original Inhumans, known as Hive. The organization, known as Hydra, was formed out of admiration and allegiance to him. Over the years, under the leadership of Gideon Malik, Hydra has been fervently working to resurrect their master. With a single statement, Li Chengfeng completely unveiled Hydra's true nature. Nick Fury nodded in acknowledgement. It seemed that Hydra still harbored a faint glimmer of hope awaiting their extermination. Observing the contemplative duo, Li Chengfeng inquired. Now that I have finished my report, it is your turn. Did you not mention you had matters to discuss with me? Nick Fury cast a glance at Li Chengfeng with his solitary eye and inquired nonchalantly. Do you recall that I had my car taken by you? I remember. I parked in the Stark Industries lot and even placed 2 wheel locks on it. It's gone. What has gone? The car is missing. What? Li Chengfeng paused momentarily, then slapped his thigh and sprang to his feet. Damn it, I lost the locks. Chapter 96. Welcome to Fairy Tale Town in the outskirts of Boston. Li Chengfeng ultimately could not evade the fate of searching for a vehicle for Black Egg. This fellow, Black Egg, was notoriously stingy. As he scoured the area, Li Chengfeng muttered complaints about his superior. If I were not of such noble character, I certainly would not be here looking for your car. Who would have thought Nick Fury's official vehicle would possess such a low anti-theft rating? Despite being equipped with a highly intelligent system and appearing as robust as a well-armed armored vehicle, it had been stolen by a thief unknown. Ironically, the specialized locator installed in the car ceased functioning once they entered this forest in Boston. What should have been a straightforward matter of acquiring precise coordinates and opening a portal to conclude the search now required a personal expedition into the woods. It perplexed him. How could such a high-tech vehicle be impervious to explosions, yet utterly defenseless against theft? Did they truly believe no one would dare to steal the car of the director of the Joint Task Force? To complicate matters further, he had also lost the locks, which had cost him a deposit of $50. Yet, as a man of principles, he was determined to recover the vehicle since it was lost due to his actions. Meanwhile, he silently hoped that Black Egg would not err. If he were to catch a slip-up, it would be a lifetime of torment for him. Before long, Li Chengfeng had scoured much of the forest, yet found no trace of the vehicle. This is truly baffling. I distinctly observed the tire tracks made by Nick Fury's specialized tires, yet remains elusive. Li Chengfeng Siga. I should have brought Barry Allen along. Although he may not yet be the Flash, he is undoubtedly one of the finest forensic specialists. By meticulously analyzing various details, it is certainly far easier than stubbornly searching for answers here. After all, he is engaged in a delightful conversation with Bruce Banner, and Li Chengfeng felt it would be rather inappropriate to interrupt such a cherished meeting between a child and their idol. Never mind, he thought. It could serve as a moment to breathe in the fresh air. Li Chengfeng shifted his mood and continued his journey with the spirit of a leisurely traveler, venturing toward uncharted territories. Yet, the nature of things is indeed curious. When one deliberately seeks an object, it remains elusive. However, when one ceases the search, it often reemerges unexpectedly from some hidden corner. Soon, Nick Fury's Chevrolet, reputed to be the most formidable vehicle in cinematic history, entered Li Chengfeng's line of sight. Aside from the wide-open doors, there appeared to be no abnormalities. Just as he was about to approach and inspect the car, he heard the long-awaited voice of the system. Ding! The mission welcome to Fairy Tale Town has been issued. Mission brief. Dear leader of the Star Squad, you have ventured to the outskirts of Boston to retrieve Nick Fury's beloved car, only to uncover the secrets of this place. The townsfolk are all characters from fairy tales who have traversed dimensions, living in bizarre relationships within this inescapable little town. As a rare outsider, you will stir an unknown storm within this community. Is what we call reality merely another form of illusion? As Li Chengfeng absorbed the mission's introduction, he continued toward the vehicle. However, upon taking another step, he was abruptly struck by a palpable sense of disorientation, a distortion of time and reality. Even with his remarkable physical prowess and the protection of the dual-lantern beasts, he fell prey to this phenomenon. Just before he collapsed, he caught sight of the town sign not far off the road. Welcome to Fairy Tale Town. Meanwhile, 700 kilometers away in Washington, Hela was reveling in the smoke-free virtual warfare of the internet. As the commander of the Celestial Army, Odin's executioner, and the goddess of death in Asgard, she possessed a keen interest in all forms of conflict. Yet, in the next moment, she abruptly lifted her gaze, her brow furrowing with concern. Reality seemed to have subtly shifted, an alteration imperceptible to ordinary mortals. Yet, for goddess of death, the fluctuations that modified and distorted reality were as glaring as a husky thrown into a mirror-like pond. She distinctly sensed that a portion of her remembered reality had been altered or distorted. Who possesses the power to manipulate reality? Moreover, who would dare encroach upon the realm of the Asgardian heir and the esteemed goddess of death? Could it be that object? And instinctively, her gaze turned toward Boston. By the time Li Chengfeng opened his eyes once more, it was already evening. Swiftly rising from the grassy clearing, Li Chengfeng retreated without uttering a word. However, to his dismay, an invisible barrier obstructed his path. It was intangible and imperceptible, yet he found himself unable to step beyond it. Even the transformation into the dual red and green lights proved futile. It seemed to be a rule of this space, a boundary permitting entry but denying exit. Li Chengfeng furrowed his brow, sensing he was in quite a predicament. Realizing this, he promptly retrieved his mobile phone. There was signal, yet every number he dialed was met with a busy tone. He then produced his personal terminal from the Joint Commission, but it failed to power on. Aside from solid construction, capable of inflicting pain, it served no purpose whatsoever. The grim news was that the once formidable personal terminal of the Joint Commission had now been rendered as useful as a mere brick. The good news, however, was that Li Chengfeng had a modicum of understanding regarding the 36 techniques of brickhead combat. In summary, it was a matter of lifting the front of the hood and being done with it. Good grief, which deity had he angered this time? How had he stumbled into a fairy tale town? Although he was aware that this world had absorbed countless elements from American dramas, it surely diverged from the so-called original narratives. Moreover, the system had even issued a task. Previously, he had dismantled Hydra with just a text message. Yet no task had been assigned then. As Li Chengfeng approached the town's signpost, he gazed down the road, where flickering lights danced in the distance, suggesting a vibrant population. Sighing, he consoled himself with the thought that since he was already here, he might as well make the most of it. Returning to Nick Fury's Chevrolet, he attempted to start the engine, but it refused to ignite. The fuel gauge indicated that it wasn't empty, yet remained unresponsive. The director's vehicle, heavily modified with advanced technology from the Joint Commission, now lay dormant like his personal terminal, a useless shell of metal. Exiting the car, Li Chengfeng slammed the door shut. Well then, perhaps he should just carry the vehicle away. As he bent down to do so, a sudden noise behind him caught his attention. In an instant, he spun around and launched a counterattack. A man clad in a black hood was swiftly subdued and pressed into the grass. Who are you? Why did you ambush me? Seeing that his assailant remained silent, Li Chengfeng wasted no time and yanked off the hood. To his astonishment, he beheld a strikingly handsome face, paired with piercing eyes that exuded an aura of stoicism. Bruce Wayne, what are you doing here? Does the Bat have business trips now? Chapter 97. Li Chengfeng, Deputy Sheriff. I brought you a man. Li Chengfeng. Bruce Wayne's eyes widened in disbelief, the astonishment in his gaze morphing into an overwhelming 139 shock. Was this truly the reaction one would expect upon encountering an acquaintance? Li Chengfeng maintained a fairly amicable relationship with Bruce Wayne, although he often spent more time with Tony Stark. Moreover, given Bruce Wayne's character, he was not particularly accustomed to such intimate friendships. What's wrong? Do you not recognize me? Does that mean I should withhold the funds I entrusted to you for the purchase of the Terrigen crystals? You still retain a semblance of normalcy? You have not succumbed to the assimilation of this space? Upon hearing these words, Li Chengfeng released Bruce Wayne from his grasp. Assimilation? What do you mean by that? Coughing lightly, Bruce Wayne remarked, "Your power has significantly increased since the last time we met, hasn't it? I have observed that anyone who enters this realm, aptly named Fairy Tale Town, becomes subject to the unique rules of this space." Since Li Chengfeng remained silent, Bruce Wayne continued. Entrants are randomly assigned the identity of a fairy tale character due to the magic of nefarious villains, which has transported everyone from the fairy tale realm to this contemporary township. Furthermore, this space permits entry but forbids exit. After listening to Bruce Wayne's account, Li Chengfeng nodded thoughtfully. This bore some resemblance to the fairy tale town depicted in American television. Yet the essence was vastly different. The power capable of distorting reality certainly surpassed that of those wicked stepmothers who toil to commit murder. Why then are we two not assimilated? God knows. Li Chengfeng examined Bruce Wayne, noting their similarities. Aside from both being strikingly handsome, Li Chengfeng had acquired a willpower akin to that of Batman. Of course, mere good looks could not resist the forces that warp reality. However, it was well known that Batman's willpower, in a conceptual sense, was pure and nearly unshakable in the face of adversity. It was likely that the distortion of reality had failed to overcome this will, ultimately leading to a stalemate. I have already attempted a forceful breach of the boundary, but to no avail. With a backward motion of his thumb, Li Chengfeng gestured behind him. Bruce Wayne turned to look, finding nothing amiss. Ordinarily, a portal would have appeared immediately. Yet as you can see, my teleportation magic is ineffective in this space. It seems we are destined to either spend our lives here, or Bruce Wayne gazed towards the distant town. We must locate the source of this reality distortion. Whether it be a person or an object, we must address it. How do you manage to be so confident? Will lack of confidence help me escape? Li Chengfeng shrugged. All right, if I cannot argue against you, then so be it. He placed his hands once more on the rear of the vehicle, beginning to push it. The vehicle, originally a little over 3 tons, but modified to nearly 5 tons, was easily pushed onto the road. Bruce Wayne followed behind Li Chengfeng, showing no intention of assisting, but rather inquired, "Is this vehicle yours?" Although I can drive, I do not even possess a driver's license. Li Chengfeng pushed the vehicle with the ease of maneuvering a suitcase. This was none other than Nick Fury's official car, brimming with advanced technology. Nick Fury's vehicle? Bruce Wayne pondered, nodding thoughtfully before lowering his voice to mutter. No wonder she would be intrigued. Intrigued by what? Li Chengfeng caught the nuance in Bruce Wayne's musing and seized upon the detail. She? Which she are you referring to? A woman taking an interest in an expensive car. Goodness. You can't be following that Catwoman. Ahem. Your language is rather crude. What do you mean by that woman? Her name is Selina Kyle, my fiancée. Bruce Wayne expressed his discontent. You might as well call her Catwoman. In my eyes, women consist only of my little mad woman, my aunt, and the goddess. All other unfamiliar women are simply that woman. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes at this seemingly flamboyant, yet secretly reserved man. So, this notorious anti-hero and master thief. Why is he fixated on Nick Fury's car? According to my sources, an anonymous seller has requested her to steal this vehicle parked at Stark Industries lot and deliver it to a specified location. The deposit alone is a staggering $8 million. $8 million? Li Chengfeng abruptly turned around, his eyes blazing red, teeth clenched as he inquired. To steal a car, one can receive $8 million? Just as a deposit? He had to admit, a twinge of jealousy stirred within him. However, theoretically, with his abilities, Li Chengfeng could amass wealth, even through legitimate means. Yet, a sense of lethargy often enveloped him during his leisure time. Is $8 million a lot? Bruce Wayne gestured towards the car's bulletproof glass. If I'm not mistaken, the prototype of this bulletproof glass was produced by Wayne Industries, yet its strength surpasses the original by several folds, capable of withstanding military breaching tools for a short duration. If studied, it could yield billions in profit. Bruce Wayne spread his hands, and that's merely the bulletproof glass. The technological sophistication of other components is equally impressive. To put it bluntly, this is a mobile treasure trove of advanced technology. Li Chengfeng scrutinized the vehicle, the most formidable Chevrolet in cinematic history, and suddenly felt that Nick Fury had indeed shown him considerable favor. For such an expensive asset to be entrusted to him was quite remarkable. He nearly reconsidered his opinion of this enigmatic figure. Of course, it was only a near reconsideration. Li Chengfeng still held the fervor of a lover in the early stages of a romance, not yet having lost his affection. The ease with which he was lent this vehicle stemmed from his formidable capabilities. Surely, Fury believed it would remain unscathed in his hands. The journey from the outskirts of the town into its depths took Li Chengfeng over 20 minutes. Primarily, he and Bruce Wayne were continuously gathering any potentially useful information through their senses, committing most of the terrain to memory. Both men tacitly engaged in this endeavor. Though it was their first true journey together, their synergy resembled that of longtime partners. The forest remained in its pristine state, yet no unusual creatures were encountered. What? Bruce Wayne, the illustrious Batman, is not afraid of the beasts lurking in the shadows? Li Chengfeng jested. At that moment, the two had arrived on the main road of the small town, where passers-by regarded Li Chengfeng, who was pushing a cart with his bare hands, with expressions akin to those witnessing a ghost. Honestly, am I drawing too much attention? As soon as Li Chengfeng spoke, a tall woman clad in a brownish-yellow sheriff's uniform approached them. I am Selina Kyle, the deputy sheriff of Fairy Tale Town. Stranger, how did you come to this town? Li Chengfeng halted the cart and playfully nudged Bruce Wayne forward. I brought you a man. Do you believe me? Stranger, please refrain from speaking insolently to the officials of Fairy Tale Town. I will warn you 3 times, and should you persist, I shall confine you to the holding cell for the night. All right, I understand, Li Chengfeng replied hastily, though his tone was rather dismissive. Meanwhile, Bruce Wayne, being the gentleman he was, extended his hand to shake with Deputy Sheriff Selina Kyle. My brother has a rather peculiar temperament. I sincerely hope for your forgiveness, madam. A gentle yet commanding smile graced Bruce Wayne's typically stern visage. Our vehicle broke down on the road, and we could only push it into town to see if it could be repaired. Your brother is quite strong, able to push a broken-down car all by himself, Selina Kyle remarked, her gaze shifting from suspicion to one of endearment towards the seemingly naive young man. Ugh, suddenly this couple feels rather annoying, Li Chengfeng thought. However, as one of the finest agents of the Bureau, acting was a trivial matter. Hey, brother, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Hurry and turn over 100 or 80 billion. Don't go too far. Bruce Wayne maintained his impeccable smile while subtly threatening. I didn't ask you to extort me. Just joking, Li Chengfeng chuckled. My suggestion is to stop pushing for now. Let us leave the car here. Selina Kyle indicated a parking spot in front of the tavern. There's an inn at the northern edge of the town. A gnome, no taller than a meter, passed by the tavern and upon hearing Selina, exclaimed, Selina, Agatha S. Inn has been under renovation for the past 2 days and is not yet completed. Huh? Is that so? What shall we do then? Selina Kyle, who had just warned Li Chengfeng, now regarded the two with an apologetic expression, realizing that with the only and undergoing renovations, their options were limited. Bruce Wayne observed the contrasting demeanor of Selina Kyle, momentarily taken aback. Though his Selina is equally gentle, it is a different kind of tenderness altogether. Hidden beneath a sharp tongue lies an understated thoughtfulness, which he has grown accustomed to. If Li Chengfeng were to hear Bruce Wayne's innermost thoughts, he would undoubtedly retort with a few choice words. How brazen. It seems that after donning the bat persona for too long, one's psyche inevitably becomes somewhat twisted. What is this talk of explosive attributes? Not to worry, we can make do in the car for a night. 2 grown men squeezed into a single vehicle is rather cramped, to say the least. Selina tilted her head, pondering briefly before suggesting, my parents' room is still vacant. You may use it for the night. The local mechanic Don Quixote had just been carried home by his wife, thoroughly intoxicated, and would not awaken until at least the following afternoon. Is that really appropriate? Bruce Wayne exclaimed, swiftly seizing Li Chengfeng by the collar and pulling him closer, all the while uttering hesitant pleasantries. Li Chengfeng looked at the eager individual before him with disdain, recognizing the urgency of his untamed desires. Li Chengfeng and Bruce Wayne followed Selina to her residence, exchanging knowing glances and nods. To their surprise, the reality distortion was quite well executed. As Selina Kyle had a house not unlike their own, despite her not having arrived in Fairy Tale Town much earlier than they had. My parents' room is on the first floor, and beneath the sink, you will find some disposable toiletries, Selina Kyle explained with a smile tinged with apology. Conditions in our remote little town are rather basic, so you may find it a tad uncomfortable. Not at all. My hometown is far worse, almost akin to residing in a cave. Bruce Wayne replied with heartfelt gratitude as he shook her hand. This cozy abode, reminiscent of home, fills me with envy. Must you shake hands to express your thoughts? How tiresome. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes discreetly. Besides, don't you reside in a bat cave? What do you mean by even? Is it so? Selina Kyle's eyes glimmered with a mix of regret and longing. The people of our town never venture beyond its borders. Nearly everyone spends their entire lives without leaving. Thus, my understanding of the outside world comes solely from the books in the town library. Believe me, the outside may not be as splendid as it appears. Yet every night, I feel a yearning to escape Fairy Tale Town and explore what lies beyond. However, come morning, I must rise to patrol. Selina smiled, waved goodbye to the two men, and ascended the stairs to the second floor. Bruce Wayne gazed at Selina Kyle's retreating figure, his eyes lingering long after she had vanished from sight. Hey, are your eyes glued to her? Has anyone ever told you how bothersome you can be? Indeed, I perceive that Nick Fury seems to contemplate taking aim at me daily. Li Chengfeng shrugged, seated upon a somewhat antiquated yet impeccably clean large bed. Did you hear what that woman just uttered? Nearly everyone, I said nearly. I'm not deaf, nor am I devoid of intellect. Of course I heard. Bruce Wayne interjected, and might I add, you might as well call her Catwoman. TSK, I fear your mind is consumed by romantic notions. Li Chengfeng justingly regarda Bruce Wayne. Even a rational being, like the bat, will occasionally encounter a sanctuary to express and channel all their emotions. It appears that Selina Kyle is destined to be his soulmate. That is certainly preferable to your roguish demeanor. Goodness, will the two most notorious playboys in all of America dares to label me a rogue? Does that not weigh on your conscience as you speak those words? Li Chengfeng patted the other side of the bed. Come now, Bruce, recline and converse. Bruce Wayne, observing Li Chengfeng's irreverent demeanor, felt a weight lift from his heart. It is essential to recognize that encounters and events are his greatest vulnerabilities. Although he typically excels at gathering intelligence to orchestrate an inevitable victory, each instance feels akin to walking a tightrope. He has always been accustomed to solitude, never collaborating with others. Yet, the presence of Li Chengfeng, a somewhat loquacious yet dependable ally, does not seem an unfavorable circumstance. Within an old two-story house in Storybrooke, an inexplicable yearning surged within Batman Bruce Wayne, a desire to no longer tread the shadows alone. He longed for camaraderie in battle. He yearned for a family of bats. Chapter 99, Madman? Hal Jordan. A fusion. Li Chengfeng and Bruce Wayne shared the same large bed for the night. There was no sense of anxiety or restlessness. Both seasoned warriors understood the significance of recuperation. Upon waking the following day, they exited the room to find Selina Kyle clumsily preparing breakfast. Li Chengfeng observed with mild amusement for a moment before turning to Bruce Wayne and whispering, do you think if she exerted a bit more effort, she might ignite that stove? Spare the sarcasm. Bruce Wayne replied as he rolled up his sleeves and approached Selina Kyle from behind to take the spatula from her. Allow me to handle this. Oh, heavens, thank you so much. Selina Kyle regarded Bruce Wayne with the eyes of one beholding a savior. I have never been adept at anything related to food preparation. Li Chengfeng unceremoniously took a seat at the dining table and began conversing with Selina Kyle. Miss Kyle, are your parents still alive? It feels somewhat inappropriate to temporarily occupy your parents' bedroom. My parents have been deceased for many years. I am truly sorry. It matters not. It is a matter long past. Selina Kyle also took a seat. Though I have missed them dearly and have been tidying this room, I believe they would be more than willing to assist two individuals in need of temporary shelter. Li Chengfeng nodded. All facets of life's experiences had been fulfilled. Of course, whether the Robin Hood of fairy tales had parents remains uncertain. However, whether it be a distorting of reality or certain artifacts that rewrite it, such phenomena are indeed time-sensitive. The modifications to reality are perpetually evolving. For instance, after engaging in a brief conversation with Robin Hood, I turned back to find several photographs had mysteriously appeared beside the previously barren fireplace. There were images of parents and a family portrait of three. Quite swift indeed. From the photographs, It appeared that Selina Kyle's father embodied the quintessential image of Robin Hood, while her mother bore a striking resemblance to the evil queen from Snow White. Thus, the distortion of reality in this place had evidently been in effect for a considerable duration, and Selina Kyle, recently assimilated, was not designated as a fairy tale character, but rather as the progeny of these fairy tale figures. Li Chengfeng became increasingly certain of his conjecture. It seems one is perpetually seeking to fill the gaps, is it not? Well, perhaps you should refrain from asking too many questions. Bruce Wayne interrupted Li Chengfeng's inquiries by placing a platter of crisp bacon and toast upon the table. "Oh, your culinary skills are truly impressive," Selina Kyle exclaimed upon seeing the simple fare. "Let us begin. I must head to the town's police station shortly. You two may explore the town. However what? It is nothing, merely that there's a mentally ill individual in town who believes the entire world to be a fabrication. He often laments to the townsfolk. If you happen to encounter him, please do not harm him. He is but a pitiable soul." Selina Kyle sighed, with a look of sympathy, before commencing her breakfast. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng exchanged a knowing glance with Bruce Wayne. Believing the world to be a mere illusion? A madman? Perhaps not. It may simply be a manifestation of reality's distortion. Breakfast was soon concluded, and Selina Kyle donned her police uniform before departing with Li Chengfeng. However, the two did not accompany her to the police station, as their path lay in the opposite direction. "I hope you enjoy your time in Fairy Tale Town," were Selina Kyle's parting words. Li Chengfeng and Bruce Wayne waved goodbye with smiles, then turned away, their expressions shifting to a cool, composed demeanor. It appears that only those initially drawn into this reality-distorting space are true fairy tale characters. For instance, the dwarf from yesterday was clearly one of the 7 dwarfs. Meanwhile, your wife has been assimilated into the second generation of fairy tale figures, inheriting the identity of her father, Robin Hood. Li Chengfeng analyzed. If we two were to be assimilated, we would likely share a similar identity. Moreover, the individual who has distorted reality seems to be relentlessly striving to maintain the stability of this current existence, seeking to render it more coherent. Bruce Wayne nodded thoughtfully, and then he and Li Chengfeng began to meander through this enchanted town. Although the townsfolk were inextricably linked to their quaint village, they exhibited no curiosity towards outsiders, as if they were a group of individuals seamlessly connected to the outside world. Along their path, familiar fairy tale characters continuously emerged. There was Snow White, the teacher; Elsa, the proprietor of an ice cream shop; the Pea Princess from the fruit and vegetable store; the 7 dwarfs serving as security; and at that very moment, Little Red Riding Hood, who was exchanging glances with Li Chengfeng. However, unlike the innocent little girl one might envision, the Little Red Riding Hood before them was evidently an adult woman. "I haven't seen you before," she remarked. "My brother and I had a breakdown while traveling, and we had no choice but to stop here to get our car repaired." "I see." Little Red Riding Hood nodded thoughtfully. "You're not bad people, are you?" Li Chengfeng wiped away a non-existent bead of sweat. The manner in which she spoke was hardly typical of an adult. Yet, he could sense a formidable power beneath that red hood, a strength that, while significant among ordinary folk, would likely overpower Bruce Wayne, who, judging by his stats alone, would be easily subdued by this Little Red Riding Hood. "We heard there's a mentally ill person in town who believes this world is illusory," Li Chengfeng said, nodding towards her. "Isn't it fortuitous? My brother and I are both psychologists. We might be able to assist in finding a remedy. Having a local guide would surely be preferable to 2 outsiders groping in the dark." Little Red Riding Hood appeared to be an adult, yet her demeanor suggested she retained a youthful innocence, making her easily persuaded. As anticipated, Little Red Riding Hood nodded eagerly, exclaiming, "Really? You truly are psychologists? That's wonderful. That poor older brother seems so unfortunate. He is so handsome, yet his mind is not quite right." She then took the lead, guiding Li Chengfeng and Bruce Wayne towards the rear of a laundromat, arriving at the edge of a forest. There, an improvised campsite came into view. Upon inspection, Li Chengfeng noted that although the camp was quite shabby, its construction bore the marks of someone well-versed in survival skills, likely a veteran of the American military, as evidenced by the standard knots tied with precision. Just then, a disheveled brown-haired man emerged from the makeshift shelter. "Wow, he has come out. Someone has already left." Little Red Riding Hood seemed to have been entangled with him on several occasions, promptly fleeing the scene. Li Chengfeng and Bruce Wayne approached. and as the brown-haired man spotted the two, his eyes lit up momentarily, only for the light of hope to quickly dim. To my astonishment, I found Bruce Wayne right here. Surely, I must be hallucinating. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng realized there was no escape. This fellow had not succumbed to assimilation. You are not hallucinating. He is indeed Bruce Wayne, and I am FBI agent Li Chengfeng. Do you require assistance? What? The real Bruce Wayne? And the FBI? Upon hearing Li Chengfeng's words, the man lunged at them, clinging to Bruce Wayne, and began to wail, "Oh my God! A kindred spirit! Finally, a normal person has appeared." As Li Chengfeng attempted to pry the man from Bruce Wayne, he admonished, Hey, let us converse civilly. Why are you hugging and pawing? Goodness, you've smeared your snot on him." After considerable effort, Li Chengfeng managed to detach the man from Bruce Wayne without causing harm. Bruce Wayne, however, remained silent, merely removing his coat and casting it aside. Li Chengfeng clearly discerned an increasing proportion of disdain reflected in the man's expression. Enough with the wailing. Extend your hand and tell me, who are you? Why are you here unassimilated? After receiving a hefty shove, the man initially appeared dazed, but soon regained his composure. He raked his fingers through his unwashed brown hair, took a few deep breaths, and replied, "My name is Hal Jordan. You may call me Hal." Bruce Wayne showed no reaction to this name. Yet, beneath Li Chengfeng's calm demeanor lay a tempest of shock. Who? Hal Jordan? How did he end up in Storybrooke? What was an Air Force pilot doing here? As for why he had not been assimilated, Li Chengfeng needed no guesswork. As the greatest Green Lantern, Hal's willpower surpassed that of Batman. Just as Li Chengfeng and Bruce Wayne had resisted assimilation due to their formidable will, Hal Jordan would naturally follow suit. Very well, Hal Jordan, Li Chengfeng nodded. Can you elucidate why you find yourself in this town, plagued by reality distortion? Reality distortion? Hal Jordan echoed, somewhat perplexed by the unfamiliar terminology. Then began to explain, I am a major pilot in the United States Air Force, acting on a classified directive to transport confidential materials to the FBI headquarters in Washington. However, upon nearing this vicinity, my aircraft inexplicably crashed without any apparent damage or anomalies. Though I managed to eject in time, I was subsequently affected by the explosion of the downed aircraft and lost consciousness. Upon awakening once more, I found myself in a place known as Fairy Tale Town, surrounded by individuals transformed into characters from another realm. Yet, I distinctly recalled fainting in a forest devoid of human presence. This implies that during my brief period of unconsciousness, an entire town and its denizens materialized out of thin air. Bruce Wayne listened attentively to Hal Jordan's account, nodding in understanding. So, you crash-landed first, and only then did this town emerge, correct? Excluding the possibility that you possess the ability to warp reality. The appearance of Fairy Tale Town is likely linked to the confidential cargo you were entrusted to transport. Truly, the esteemed detective, my grandfather, delved straight into the heart of the matter. What could possibly compel the American military to temporarily set aside historical grievances and send such an item to the Bureau? Li Chengfeng pressed Hal Jordan's shoulder, inquiring, Surely, you must have opened it to see what it contained? I have already stated that it is classified. I am merely the courier tasked with its transport. Hal Jordan sighed in resignation, lamenting, I have been missing for so long. What about my girlfriend? She must be worried sick. You need not fret about that. Li Chengfeng reassured him, applying a gentle pressure to his shoulder. Those who enter a reality distortion zone are likely to be entirely erased from existence for a time. You need not fear your girlfriend as concern. Rather, you should worry whether she might move on due to your complete absence. In a startling turn of events, the goddess of death, Hela, arrived at the headquarters alone. She was now certain that she had been affected by the reality distortion, yet remained entirely oblivious to the nature of that influence. Was an object or a person that had been taken from her life, empowered by her divinity. She could only vaguely recall that it was an entity of immense significance. She meandered aimlessly through the bureau, where agents had long grown accustomed to her presence. Oh, it's just a goddess, they would say. There are 2 others in the bureau. After all, it's nothing extraordinary. Moreover, the energy detectors installed within the bureau had been modified to eliminate the blinding glare reminiscent of a malfunctioning computer screen. Ultimately, Hela arrived at the research department, reputed to house the most brilliant minds of Midgard. While she considered herself sufficiently astute, even the wisest of kings often require the counsel of sages. Following the recent battle against Hydra, many facilities were still undergoing repairs and renovations. Consequently, Nick Fury had granted the researchers a reprieve. The environment was not conducive to research at that moment. However, there was an exception within the Bureau, one scientist who was less concerned about the research conditions and indifferent to the holiday. He was the sole occupant of the entire research department. Hyla stepped forward, just as the other party turned around. The ruby pendant on her chest glimmered as brilliantly as ever. "I remember you. You are that Dr. Liang Liang, aren't you? Oh, is this not the Lady of Death?" Liang Liang appeared unfazed by her arrival, suggesting that the Lady of Death had sensed her presence. Although essentially an extraterrestrial being, she possessed divine qualities, granting her some resistance to the distortions of reality. "Can you feel it too? Ever since my soul became intertwined with this entity, the distortions of reality ceased to affect me. I have become one of the constant forces of the universe." Dr. Liang Liang touched the 963 on her chest and jested. "Lady Goddess, you seem to have forgotten the one person most significant to you. He occupies the esteemed position at your right hand, destined to share the throne of Asgard with you. He is your divine consort, your beloved, the guiding star of the cosmos, Li Chengfeng." Chapter 100, The Dragon Roars. Oh, as the saying goes, there's strength in numbers. Before Hal Jordan was discovered by Li Chengfeng and Bruce Wayne, he had been trapped alone in Fairy Tale Town. As the only normal person who had not been assimilated, he found himself in a reality-distorted town. If it weren't for the bizarre boundary that he could not escape, he might have believed himself to be truly insane. After shaving and washing his face, he donned a sweatshirt purchased by Li Chengfeng from a local clothing store. Still the dashing young man from Beach City. Li Chengfeng glanced at the tag that had been removed from the sweatshirt, which read produced by Princess Ilo. Below it, in smaller print, it stated, "I swear, wearing our clothes will never make you want to sleep." Well, Sleeping Beauty certainly fits the bill. After all, she was the princess cursed to be trapped by a spindle, born with a divine weaving body. Recalling the many princesses he had seen earlier, each brimming with enthusiasm for their work, even Selina Kyle, a notorious thief, had transformed into a town constable consumed by thoughts of her job. At least in this distorted reality, these princesses were industrious to a fault, relentlessly focused on work. Li Chengfeng felt compelled to voice his frustration. He longed for the princes to engage in romance, as a weary worker seeking sweet moments rather than the harshness of reality. "Let us go. Where shall we head first?" Hal Jordan lifted his chin and squared his shoulders, shedding the previous aura of despair that had clung to Bruce Wayne. If Thor were a foolish golden retriever, Hal Jordan was a boastful husky reveling in his newfound power. "How long have you been in this town? Have you not thought to gather some intelligence?" "Brother, as a former test pilot who experienced a crash far beyond my expertise, and then was thrust into a reality-distorted space, both occurrences were jarring to my worldview. I feel quite aggrieved. Although I have been here for a week, where'd I find the excess intellect to consider such things? Moreover, I am merely a pilot, not an agent of the Bureau. I am well-versed in aviation, yet when it comes to intelligence gathering, I am utterly in the dark." Observing Hal Jordan es resigné de mi honor. Bruce Wayne expressed his concurrence. Professional expertise is paramount. The meddling of amateurs or misguided directives invariably leads to complications. So, where shall we venture? In truth, Li Chengfeng harbored two options in his mind. The first was the town library. According to Selina Kyle, the library houses tomes chronicling the state of the outside world. If all goes as anticipated, this should be the most concentrated repository of information, likely a manifestation of the reality distorter materializing knowledge into books. A visit here would surely yield some clues. The second option, as mentioned the previous night, was Agatha Assin. The name Agatha is rather uncommon. Yet, if heard in an ordinary setting, it would not raise any eyebrows. However, within a space shrouded in reality distortion, the existence of an individual named Agatha is peculiar. He had never encountered any fairy tale protagonist by that name. Thus, the innkeeper is likely to be Agatha Harkness, an amusing figure and an ancient governess. As one of the oldest and most powerful witches on Earth, her greatest prowess lies not in her mastery of various spells, but in mentoring her disciples. With Franklin Richards in the past and Scarlet Witch in the present, her protégés possess increasingly extraordinary abilities. Of course, in this universe, Wanda has just begun to grasp chaos magic. It is a long way from full awakening, let alone reaching the level of a demigod, only having approached the cinematic version that nearly tore Thanos apart. As for the other, Mr. Fantastic and Invisible Woman are still in the throes of newlywed bliss. It is well known that Americans are not particularly hasty when it comes to procreation. However, after careful consideration, Li Chengfeng ultimately resolved to visit the library first. Given Agatha's playful nature, she was likely anticipating their arrival, so it was best to let this ageless witch await them. Selena and Kyle mentioned that they all relied on the library to comprehend the outside world. In this reality-distorted realm, no location is without merit. Li Chengfeng took the lead. Stepping forward, the library is likely the nexus for information exchange with the outside world, as only here is the knowledge simultaneously existent in both realities. Admittedly, this discourse bordered on the abstract, primarily aimed at Bruce Wayne. Though esoteric, Bruce Wayne should grasp the general idea. As for Hal Jordan, one could only hope he would refrain from wandering off like a wayward husky. Just as Li Chengfeng contemplated this, Hal Jordan's voice, tinged with curiosity, broke the silence. "Though I hesitate to question you," he said, awkwardly gesturing in the opposite direction of Li Chengfeng, "but the library is that way. If it were an ordinary individual, they might feel a twinge of embarrassment. Those with a thinner skin would likely turn crimson. But who is Li Chengfeng? He possesses a fortitude that could withstand the sword of the night sky. Ling Xiaohar Jordan, do not overreach. Are you feeling quite smug? Although I perceive that you are attempting to divert attention to mask your discomfort, I cannot shake the sense that your earlier statement stems from a rather unhealthy source. Alas, you truly are a genius." Li Chengfeng's ability to change his expression is unparalleled. Our old Li enjoys collaborating with culture individuals. So lead the way. On the 7th day of wandering through the reality-distorted realm, Har Jordan truly comprehended what it means to be shameless. Yet what could he do? Having come across a normal person after such a long time, he certainly had to band together tightly. He had no desire to become a lunatic in a twisted world. "Come, follow me." Thus, led by Har Jordan, the party returned to the streets of Fairy Tale Town, with Li Chengfeng and the Bat. This time, the trio stirred some waves in the town, and thankfully, they were of a positive nature. The frightened little Red Riding Hood was the first to approach. She glanced at Har Jordan's well-groomed, handsome face, and her own cheeks turned slightly rosy. "Wow, Big Brother actually looks normal. You weren't lying to me. You really are a doctor." Although Little Red Riding Hood displayed shyness in her demeanor, her voice was quite loud. Upon hearing her words, the surrounding fairy tale characters eagerly gathered around. Bruce Wayne, embodying the habits of Batman, instinctively assumed a fighting stance but quickly relaxed. For at that moment, the illustrious plumber, Alice from Wonderland, wiped her hands on her blue overalls, adjusted her red hat, and clasped Bruce Wayne's hands in hers, as though meeting a celebrity. "What is your name?" "Wayne. A miraculous healer, Dr. Wayne." Even among psychiatrists and psychologists, those who can treat individuals with mental illnesses to the point of normalcy are in the minority in this field. "Ah, doctor, could you take a look at me? I've always felt I should grow a bit taller." "Brother, you are a dwarf. Your height is considered that of a small giant among your kind. I believe there should be no distinction between races. I consider myself an ordinary human, albeit on the shorter side." "Thank goodness for being an ordinary human. I thought you were an armed helicopter." Suddenly, the air was filled with the nonsensical chatter of fairy tale characters, causing Li Chengfeng a headache. The political correctness of America is astonishing. It surpasses even the reality distortion. My goodness, this is truly precise and accurate. Do you possess such reality distortions? After finally breaking free from the crowd, Li Chengfeng wiped the sweat from his brow. These fairy tale characters are quite down to earth. It is well understood that this is Fairy Tale Town. For those unaware, one might mistakenly believe they have arrived in the bustling metropolis of Teeling. However, after escaping the warm hospitality of the local villagers, the trio finally found themselves outside the library. "Is this the library?" Li Chengfeng inquired, pointing at the building before him. Turning to ask Hal Jordan, "It must be, right? This town has only 2 intersecting roads, and the library is situated at their convergence. Yet, from any perspective, it resembles the dark fortress of a nefarious villain." The edifice bearing the sign of the Fairy Tale Town Library is a castle with ominous black brick walls, crowned by a towering clock tower. One could easily expect an evil queen or witch to appear, even if a formidable creature like Majin Buu were to emerge. Li Chengfeng would not be surprised. Reality distorter. Stop bathing and get to work. In a single reality, 2 contrasting styles coexist. Are you intent on obliterating the charm of American fairy tales? Li Chengfeng, though aware of the answer, felt compelled to confirm once more. Bruce Wayne exhaled deeply and asked, "So we absolutely must enter this library?" "Indeed." Li Chengfeng gritted his teeth and kicked open the towering castle doors of the fairy tale town library, standing 6 or 7 meters tall. After all, they had come this far. Hal Jordan stared in astonishment at the scene before him. "Wait, buddy, is this FBI agent even human? Did he really just kick open a gate weighing several tons? Was this man in front of him part of the reality distortion? Where did you emerge from, you monster? While I am indeed of Earth, my strength is akin to that of a genuine Asgardian." Li Chengfeng bantered with Hal Jordan while providing cover for Bruce Wayne as they cautiously made their way inside. Gritting his teeth, Hal Jordan followed suit, determined to escape this distorted reality and to help Carol remember him, thus averting the possibility of a looming catastrophe. He was resolute. Yet, as he charged forward, he collided headfirst into Li Chengfeng's back. "What the heck? You took just one step inside, and why have you stopped?" Li Chengfeng's lips twitched as he gestured ahead. "Open your husky-like eyes and see. How can we proceed with this in our path?" Hal Jordan followed Li Chengfeng's and beheld a colossal red dinosaur sprawled in the center of the hall. Its fierce eyes gleamed with curiosity. What the actual heck? Hal Jordan was utterly bewildered. Is this a dinosaur? A bona fide dinosaur? Li Chengfeng paid little heed to Hal Jordan's shattered worldview. He recognized the creature before him. This beast is quite renowned within the Marvel Universe, a demon dinosaur. The high-intelligence Tyrannosaurus Rex hailing from the primal wilderness serves dual roles as both the caretaker and steed of the Moon Girl. Demon dinosaur, what brings you here? Are you aware of the events transpiring? Li Chengfeng furrowed his brow. A monster has emerged. He did not regard the demon dinosaur with any particular concern. However, the creature was deeply bonded with the Moon Girl, whose extraordinary abilities allowed her to establish a profound psychic connection with the dinosaur. A connection of true significance. Upon hearing Li Chengfeng's voice, the demon dinosaur ceased its resting position and gradually rose to its full height. Before the towering 7-meter beast, the human form appeared woefully diminutive. Hal Jordan felt as though he might strain his neck, trying to glimpse the dinosaur's visage in the air. The creature opened its mouth and then let out a roar. "No, you are not here to simply look adorable. Is there truly a demon dinosaur that embodies cuteness while roaring like a dragon?" Having just voiced his thoughts, Li Chengfeng suddenly smacked his forehead. Damn, the demon dinosaur cannot speak. While it could communicate with the Moon Girl due to her exceptional abilities, Li Chengfeng still devised a solution for this minor conundrum. The Green Lantern ring illuminated, and in an instant, Li Chengfeng transformed into the Green Lantern. Hal pointed at Li Chengfeng, then turned to Bruce Wayne. "What is this? Do you think you're the only one who is perplexed?" Bruce Wayne responded with a wry smile. "I have long since grown accustomed to this. The abilities possessed by this individual from the Republic are indeed excessive. If one day he chooses to forsake morality and ethics for any reason, how shall we defeat him?" "Defeat him?" Bruce Wayne shook his head, spreading his hands. "Given the current circumstances, let us merely hope that his morals remain sufficiently elevated and his principles steadfast." Li Chengfeng did not deliberately eavesdrop on the conversation between Bruce Wayne and Hal Jordan. Yet after numerous enhancements to his physical abilities, his hearing had reached an extraordinary level. Although Bruce Wayne and Hal Jordan had been discussing him behind his back, Li Chengfeng understood that if he were an ordinary person, witnessing the greatest Green Lantern and Batman from afar, the same questions would undoubtedly arise in his mind. Such matters were trivial. Li Chengfeng raised his right hand, and the Green Lantern ring emitted a brilliant and gentle emerald light of will. Beyond being a weapon of the Green Lantern Corps, the rings serve as a cosmic personal terminal, capable of translating almost any language. After being bathed in the emerald light of will, the demon dinosaur let out another roar, which transformed into comprehensible Mandarin as it reached Li Chengfeng's ears. "Big brother, where do you hail from? If you come from outside Fairy Tale Town, be gone. I will not allow you to disrupt my good friend's dreamland." Chapter 101. Harley Quinn. Is reality distortion ineffective? Is it true that those who embody dinosaurs are so abstract? It is one thing to make cute sounds, but how can this be translated while still retaining a northeastern accent? What, do you look down upon us northeastern dragons? And if I mention your weight, you seem to take offense? Without uttering a word, Li Chengfeng summoned a formidable green light that manifested as a fierce fan, striking the demon dinosaur squarely on its forehead. "You, a dinosaur emerging from the wild, claiming to be a northeastern dragon. How absurd. Seriously, are you unwell? I perceive you as a citizen of the Republic. Are you not aware that there has been an exchange of national treasures between the Wild and the Republic? The Wild sent me to the northeast, and in return, they received 2 giant pandas, an exchange that spanned a decade. The demon dinosaur continued to howl, but to Li Chengfeng's ears, it merely sounded like a deep northeastern dialect. However, its claims were rather grandiose. It truly seemed unaware that the Republic had orchestrated such a significant exchange. Was the trade of dinosaurs for giant pandas a matter of spatial exchange or metamorphosis? At least for the pandas, it would undoubtedly be a transformation. Those pampered national treasures, accustomed to luxury, would return from a decade of training in the wild, likely emerging as the ruffians of the panda world. Li Chengfeng musha inwarli. Yet, that was but a fleeting thought. He swiftly returned to the matter at hand. The individual you refer to as Old Iron, the creator of this fairy tale town, is none other than the Moon Girl, correct? You know my Old Iron? How splendid. Children are always intrigued by the fairy tale realm. Given that, could you lend a hand? Absolutely not. Li Chengfeng's expression grew increasingly grave as he outright rejected the high-minded dinosaur nanny's request. The perils of reality distortion are certainly on par with any supervillain. It is not merely a transformation of reality. Those assimilated by this distortion, after prolonged exposure to an alternate universe, may find themselves entirely severed from their original reality. To put it plainly, after spending too long in another universe, one's cosmic registration may indeed change, and reality distortion will inevitably require resolution. Those who have come to this distorted realm will vanish along with its dissolution. In other words, there is no simple cancellation. You must understand that to the Moon Girl. This may seem like an elaborate game or a grand theme park. Yet, for those inexplicably assimilated by reality distortion, is sheer calamity. Prolonged residence in this altered reality means that when the distortion is repaired, it will be their demise. Do you truly wish for your little Old Iron to become a madman who has slaughtered hundreds? Li Chengfeng fixed his gaze unwaveringly on the demon dinosaur's somewhat wavering eyes. Indeed, this transgression must be attributed to her. Although Bruce Wayne could not decipher the meaning behind the demon dinosaur's howls, it was evident that Li Chengfeng could communicate effectively with it. Moreover, judging by the fluctuating expressions on Li Chengfeng's face, the conversation was not proceeding particularly smoothly. At this moment, Bruce Wayne had begun to subconsciously observe his surroundings. Although shrouded in darkness, it felt as familiar to him as returning home. The Batcave embodies this very sensation. What should we do? Naturally, we must devise a method to enter this reality-distorted area without succumbing to its influence. Hela and Dr. Liang stood at the periphery of Fairy Tale Town, refraining from rushing in recklessly. After Dr. Liang spoke, he glanced back at the nearby members of the Star team, excluding only Ada Wong. To understand why Ada was the exception, one must consider the value of documentation and base coordination. There were scarcely a few individuals in the entire base capable of such tasks, necessitating the involvement of Ada Wong, an exceptional field agent. It was reminiscent of those princesses laboring like beasts of burden amidst the reality distortion. With a gesture, Dr. Liang indicated the current lineup of the Star team. Among these members, you, Thor, and Loki possess divine attributes, granting you resistance to reality distortion. And that magical girl over there, her name is Wanda, correct? Her magical nature is intertwined with reality reconstruction, so she is likely unaffected as well. However, the others may not fare as well. Hela nodded, then turned to face the members of the Star team. You should have just heard that we have a task before us. We are set to enter this reality-distorted area to rescue the captain of the Star team. Upon hearing this, a look of bewilderment flickered in everyone's eyes. Were we? Captain? What captain? ISNT, the captain of the Star team, right here. This towering 2-meter-tall goddess of death from Asgard? Has the captain's mind suddenly malfunctioned? Has it developed a tumor or taken on water? A hint of confusion spread among them all, except for one person, Harley Quinn. What trouble has Li Chengfeng gotten into this time? After uttering this, she noticed the peculiar glances directed at her from those around. Even Dr. Liang, who had previously exuded confidence, now widened his eyes in disbelief. Impossible. Harley Quinn is just an ordinary person, or rather, to be precise, a mental patient. How could she possibly withstand the forces of reality distortion? What? Are you looking down on mental illness? Do you believe that a mental patient will come to your doorstep tonight and smash your windows? Having encountered Dr. Liang a few times, Harley was exceptionally adept at making threats. For us, this is a fortunate development. Hela positioned herself between the two, as now is not the time for probing principles. As the commander of the Grand Army that conquers the 9 realms, Hela understood the value of speed and the importance of numbers. While Harley Quinn may often be unreliable, she frequently surprises with unexpected actions that can aid the team. Moreover, what if the distortion of reality could heal her of that maddening sensation? Would that not be a remarkable boon? We are embarking on a mission into the realm of reality distortion. Although it remains a mystery why you still remember Li Chengfeng. Our immediate objective is to retrieve him and restore order. Harley Quinn furrowed her brow, her adamantium baseball bat aimed at the formidable goddess of death. What's transpired? What do you mean by me still remembering Li Chengfeng? Do you all not recall him? Do not unleash your wrath upon me. Our foremost priority is to locate him. Upon concluding her statement, Hela commanded the other members of the Star Squad. Bruce Banner, you, Pietro, and Captain Carter are to secure the perimeter of this place, known as Fairytown. The rest, follow me. With that, Hela turned and resolutely stepped into the confines of Fairytown. Chapter 102, Hades, Zysorn. Upon entering this space of reality distortion, Hela's divine essence immediately demonstrated its resistance to the distortions. Not only was she not assimilated, but she also instantly recalled everything about Li Chengfeng. This could be perceived as 2 disparate realities intertwining. The moment you step in, the previously erased traces reconnect. Dr. Liang followed closely behind, seemingly accustomed to the peculiarities of reality distortion. Having endured much, he found the monotony of such distortions somewhat tiresome. Observing her capacity to adapt without losing her identity, Hela beckoned to Thor and Loki. Come on in. Heeding the command of his elder sister, Thor, who had recently been thoroughly subdued, promptly seized Loki by the collar and strode into Fairytown. Ah, so it was Li Chengfeng's essence that had been distorted. Yet, there lingered an inexplicable sense of familiarity, and there was still a fragment. Before Thor could finish his thought, he was interrupted by Loki's sobs. Woe is me. Why is it merely a distortion of reality? Why is it not real? Our third princess also broke into tears. Curse it, if only Li Chengfeng had truly vanished. He would have fled without a second thought. At worst, he could retreat to Father S. Palace. Could Mephisto truly stand against Odin? Meanwhile, Wanda and Harley Quinn exchanged glances and followed suit. Suddenly, Thor slapped his forehead. Of course, I knew it felt familiar. This is precisely the ether particle that Father constantly warns us about, extolling its power and peril. And another source of power. Thor extended his hand, pointing directly at Wanda, who had just entered Fairytown and was taken aback by the distortion. It shares the same origin as the magic surrounding her. Are you certain? Hela instinctively inquired. As an equally accomplished sorceress, she had long since discerned the subtle signs with her keen perception. Moreover, she possessed a deeper understanding of certain intricacies than Sol, who had identified the source. She was aware that, apart from the ethereal particles, there existed another familiar force, one that embodied the essence of a demon, a malevolent deity, and one of the most ancient gods on earth. Naturally, she had encountered the formidable Hela, who had once traversed the 9 realms. Fortunately, it was but a minor fragment of the whole. Now that they had entered, surely the memories of Li Chengfeng had been restored. This rescue mission must succeed. With that, the team members nodded vigorously, save for Harley Quinn, who had remained silent since their arrival. At that moment, she extended a finger toward the horizon, where a brilliant red beam suddenly erupted from the crystalline sky. Hey folks, we need to hasten our actions. That fellow Li Chengfeng is likely growing impatient. Li Chengfeng remarked, addressing the demon dinosaur before him. Hurry and compel the moon girl to surrender and rectify this distortion of reality. I am willing to spare her, considering she is merely a child. However, should you dare to test my patience, you shall face dire consequences. Li Chengfeng was not issuing a threat to the demon dinosaur. Rather, it was a somewhat impulsive inquiry. The demon dinosaur, a creature undoubtedly among the most astute of the savage lands, immediately grasped the implication of Li Chengfeng's words as a veiled threat. Yet he was resolute. The demon dinosaur recalled the recent humiliation he had endured. Though slightly derogatory, had it been a sharp blade, he might have found himself dispatched by the man before him. You must ensure the safety of my life. Otherwise, even if I am not your match, I will fight to the end. Rest assured, I have no desire to harm a minor. Li Chengfeng nodded, finally reaching an understanding with this demon dinosaur. In Li Chengfeng's eyes, this creature exhibited commendable loyalty. Despite not possessing overwhelming strength, he dared to negotiate with Li Chengfeng. Had Li Chengfeng been the archetypal ruthless hero, the demon dinosaur would likely have found himself reduced to mere fodder. Li Chengfeng descended once more to the ground and nodded towards Hal Jordan and Bruce Wayne. "All right, let us proceed," he declared. "I have gleaned nearly all pertinent information from the demon dinosaur. The catalyst for this reality distortion lies with his partner, the Moon Girl." As he spoke, a verdant aura enveloped Hal Jordan and Bruce Wayne. Turning to the demon dinosaur, he inquired, pointing at Hal Jordan, "Have you encountered this brown-haired fellow before?" "Indeed, I have. He piloted the aircraft, which subsequently crashed, and then my old friend and I managed to rescue him." The demon dinosaur, while making way, nodded fervently. At the moment of the rescue, a substance akin to a viscous red droplet wafted out from the explosion, and in the next instant, we found ourselves here. Bruce Wayne maintained a calm demeanor, though he slightly furrowed his brow. However, Hal Jordan chuckled heartily, proclaiming that he must have awoken in a peculiar manner, for he could understand the dinosaur's speech. "Well, just look at your pitiful state. Li Chengfeng Skufa. Isn't the purpose of linking those two with the green light of, well, simply to share a translation software?" Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed from the end of the Fairy Tale Town library, growing increasingly distinct as they approached. Indeed, a young black girl appeared before him, her hair styled into two thick, upright tufts. The child's aesthetic was truly difficult to articulate. "Hey there, little one, have you eaten?" Li Chengfeng greeted with a smile, only to realize that her expression bore no resemblance to that of a typical teenager. Instead, she seemed to embody an ageless wisdom. "Humans, you ought to kneel before your ancestors." The girl's voice was laced with an unsettling, gravelly undertone. Li Chengfeng swallowed hard, then glanced towards the equally astonished demon dinosaur. "Come on, buddy, you don't even realize your old friend is possessed, and yet you're rambling on." Li Chengfeng derided the demon dinosaur before turning to reveal a face that was all too familiar and loathed by Loki. "Great ancestor, might I inquire your name?" "Of course." The Moon Girl nodded, then spoke. "I am the Great Shadow, the child of the Creator, the elder brother of Gaia, the Earth Goddess. I am the god of the underworld, Sizorn." Chapter 103. The Dark Tome of Mastery and Sliding Knees. Li Chengfeng and Bruce Wayne's expressions shifted dramatically. Li Chengfeng was aware that this ancient being, Sizorn, was the source of Wanda's chaotic magic, one of the most powerful evil deities and demons on Earth. Though Bruce Wayne was unfamiliar with Sizorn's specific abilities, he had glimpsed traces of him in ancient texts concerning organizations like the League of Assassins. An entity that could only be found in the fragments of old manuscripts now stood before them. Most notably, the demon dinosaur's primal instincts alerted him that the girl was no longer his friend, but rather something else entirely. Howl. This time, Li Chengfeng did not hear the translation. It was merely the instinctive sound emitted by the demon dinosaur. The emergence of such a formidable figure as Sizorn immediately dominated the atmosphere, rendering the demon dinosaur unable to even draw breath. It is well known that in times of emergency, there are always foolish individuals who disrupt the situation. "Who is this child?" The bumbling Hal Jordan approached, gesturing to indicate that the girl's height barely reached his waist. "Little one, whose child are you in this town? Are you from the home of Snow White and the Prince, or perhaps the gardener and the lady of the house?" "No. Snow White's family couldn't possibly have a child of color. Otherwise, the prince would surely be green with envy." As he mumbled this, he playfully patted the head of Sizorn. Li Chengfeng's heart raced in rhythm with Hal Jordan's hand, a mixture of tension and disbelief. Under normal circumstances, Hal Jordan could never appear so foolish. After all, he was one of the finest pilots, undoubtedly endowed with intelligence and wit. It seems that after prolonged exposure to this distorted reality, even with his formidable willpower to resist assimilation, the clash and stimulation of two disparate worldviews have led to some psychological disturbances for Hal Jordan. Once outside, it seems unlikely he would be able to fly again, as he would undoubtedly fail any psychological evaluation. Li Chengfeng could not see Sizorn, obscured as he was by Hal Jordan, who indeed resembled a diminutive gourd. However, he knew that Sizorn would not let Hal Jordan off easily. Thus, Li Chengfeng raised his hand, and the green light of his will transformed into a spherical barrier. Drawing Hal Jordan back, he decided to name this maneuver the Master Ball. just as Li Chengfeng whisked Hal Jordan away. The spot where Hal Jordan had just stood was instantly bombarded by tendrils of dark energy. Zysorn, being one of the ancient gods of this earth, was not one to hesitate. Unlike that lazy, unmotivated entity, Ceterak, he would retaliate on the spot. Hal Jordan, witnessing this scene, felt a chill run down his spine. Why is this child attacking? Surely, it was only a comment on your height. What child isn't short at some point? Is it really necessary? Shut your mouth. Upon dropping the barrier, Li Chengfeng promptly delivered a resounding slap to Hal Jordan's face. Save your breath, he thought with a tinge of regret. Hal Jordan's interruption had cost them the perfect opportunity to engage Zysorn with words. Mortals, disrespect me, and you shall find only death awaits you, Zysorn declared darkly. Yet, at that moment, he was utilizing the form of the Moon Girl, which visually failed to convey any sense of oppression. Moreover, this being exhibited none of the gravitas befitting an ancient deity. Without uttering a word, he launched a surprise attack on Hal Jordan, an ordinary man stripped of his powers. Truly, a despicable act. Esteemed ancestor, Lord Zysorn of the underworld, might I inquire why you have chosen to inhabit this unfortunate girl? And what is the purpose of this twisted reality you have created? Your power is both peculiar and formidable. I have never encountered someone like you. It was at this moment that Zysorn began to scrutinize Li Chengfeng, furrowing his brow. Remarkably, you possess complete divinity while still being undeniably mortal. Zysorn refrained from answering Li Chengfeng directly, choosing instead to divert the conversation. However, the implications were substantial. It appeared that, in the eyes of these ancient deities, Li Chengfeng possessed a full essence of divinity. Pondering this revelation, he began to discern a thread of understanding. Perhaps it was due to his former incarnation as Ion Hero. After all, Dr. Liang had once remarked that even a moment of divinity is still divinity, making it plausible for him to embody such a concept. Additionally, there was the factor of the wine god, renowned throughout the cosmos as a remarkable boon, seemingly inserted by the editor for narrative convenience or to alter the storyline. With the pure essence of the wine god within him, no matter how he might perish, he would invariably respawn after completing the resurrection sequence in some location. To an ordinary person, such a capability would place him at least on par with the likes of Sugo. Divinity, in the eyes of those dimensional demigods, was of little concern, much like Ceterak. Yet, as a native ancient god, Zysorn could not dismiss it. To these old gods, divinity served as a kind of celestial identification. With this attribute, even if one were weak, Zysorn would at least regard them as a diminutive kin rather than, like Hal Jordan, attempting to eliminate them outright. In Zysorn's perspective, mortals were akin to ants. Gods are indifferent to the fate of humans, just as people often overlook the demise of ants. Esteemed Zysorn, you have yet to respond to my inquiry. Kin, it is not that I wish to evade your question, but rather that I am uncertain how to reply. A hint of resignation escaped Zysorn's lips. Upon awakening from my slumber, I found myself already within this girl's body, and this reality-distorting space existed long before my awakening. Li Chengfeng narrowed his brow. He surmised that Zysorn was not lying. These deities, save for the nefarious Mephisto, generally disdained deceit. Furthermore, Li Chengfeng harbored a bold conjecture. The Zysorn before him was indeed Zysorn, but not the true god of the underworld. After all, Zysorn was the source of Wanda's chaotic magic. Had the true essence of Zysorn manifested, Li Chengfeng would not have had the opportunity to save Hal Jordan. Moreover, if Zysorn were genuinely the source of chaotic magic, which involves distorting and rewriting reality, it was inconceivable that he would display such a look of helplessness in this reality-distorting space. As Li Chengfeng contemplated all matters pertaining to Zysorn, a faint smile graced his lips. "You're not Zysorn, are you?" Suddenly, Li Chengfeng's demeanor shifted, discarding his previous humility as if it had been cast away to the farthest reaches. "How should I address you? Shall I continue to call you Zysorn? Or perhaps the dark divine tome? How did you know?" The Moon Girl gazed incredulously at Li Chengfeng, bewildered by how this peculiar deity had discerned her identity. "If you truly are Zysorn, you would have long since transcended this reality-warping space and departed," Li Chengfeng remarked, spreading his hands. "As for the Dark Grimoire, I deceived you." "Ugh." The Dark Grimoire suddenly became emotionally unhinged. "Are you even human? You stooped to deceiving a mere book? Where is your sense of humanity? Silence, Julolicon. You specifically choose to possess young girls. Once we exit, I shall have you arrested for the crime of lewd conduct against minors. Although Li Chengfeng threatened with words, he was already poised to act at any moment. Even the consciousness of the Dark Grimoire should not be underestimated. After all, it was authored by Zysorn, a divine artifact that shared a fundamental essence with him. It could indeed borrow some power from Zysorn. With this thought, Li Chengfeng's expression grew resolute, as his fervent blood surged with crimson fury, stemming from the depths of unbared bones. Deep-seated hatred brewed within him, forging the path to your demise. The crimson lantern flared to life, its furious red light mingling with the eerie energy of the deep red cosmos, soaring skyward. It pierced through the roof of the fairy tale town library. Within this reality-warping space, the crimson energy was evidently restless. Subsequently, the powers of the red and green lanterns converged once more. The will of the green light and the wrath of the red light, illuminating the face of the Dark Grimoire not far away. What does this mean? Are you intending to confront me? The Dark Grimoire, having been unmasked, ceased to disguise its identity. Observing the two terrifying emotional energy spectrums surrounding Li Chengfeng, it displayed a hint of disdainful amusement, then spread its arms wide and leaped high, lunging towards Li Chengfeng. Yet, 10 steps away, it landed in a perfect size posture and, propelled by its forward momentum, slid to kneel before Li Chengfeng. Big brother, spare my life. I concede. This scene left all conscious witnesses utterly bewildered. Wait, my friend, we haven't even begun fighting. Why are you sliding to your knees already? Do you honor the high stature you presented upon your entrance? Do you honor your identity as the Dark Grimoire? The Dark Grimoire, prostrated on the ground, slightly raised its head. Upon seeing Li Chengfeng's momentary confusion, a dangerous smile crept across its lips. Suddenly, the girl sprang up, channeling the power of dark magic, and launched a sneak attack aimed at Li Chengfeng's abdomen. He could only rely on muscle memory to react instinctively, and the Dark Grimoire was soon pinned to the ground. What kind of trick is this? The Dark Grimoire struggled to lift its head. Li Chengfeng looked down, toying with the dark magic power in his hand, a look of delight on his face. However, this expression lasted barely a second. He promptly shook his head, aware that while he could wield dark magic, he could not emulate its morally dubious nature. After all, one must not be excessively unscrupulous. So he lowered his head and smiled. Would you like to learn? I can teach you. Outside the quaint town of Fairy Tale, Hela, Dr. Bright, Thor, Loki, Wanda, and Harley Quinn hastened with utmost urgency. Thor gently set down Dr. Bright, who was displaying signs of motion sickness. Brother, could you possibly slow down while turning? Ugh. Dr. Bright leaned over the grass, retching for quite some time before finally managing to rise. Are you done? Once you're finished, we should be on our way, Harley Quinn exclaimed, pointing towards the direction where crimson energy had recently surged into the sky. Only he can unleash the crimson rage here. It must mean a battle is underway. You speak the truth. We indeed ought to head that way. Loki swallowed nervously and gestured towards the sky. But plans often fall victim to unforeseen events. Do you see that phenomenon above? Is it not the ether particle chronicled in Asgardian texts? As the most astute member alongside Dr. Bright in this assembly, Loki was the first to sense something amiss. That so-called ether particle appeared to be forcibly torn apart. The ether, when whole, possesses the power to rewrite reality and distort portions of space, severing it from the external world to create realms that do not exist. Hela furrowed her brow and continued. Once divided, it can be harnessed to conjure cursed warriors. The fragmented ether had its sights set on all the denizens of Fairy Tale Town. Cursed warriors? What on earth is that? Thor questioned, somewhat incredulous. It's evident that these cursed warriors are being mass-produced. It's common knowledge that mass production begets inferior products. Just moments ago, the fairy tale characters were exchanging pleasantries, but upon the ether shards entering their bodies, they froze in place, as if someone had pressed the pause button. It was akin to a film that could be completed by a mere handful of individuals, exhilarating in nature, but the scene before them was unsettlingly bizarre. With a faint crack of bone, the entire assembly of fairy tale characters sprang to life, uniformly turning their gaze towards the members of the Star Squad. Their eyes devoid of emotion, they resembled eerie puppets devoid of expression. Gradually, their bodies began to move, approaching the Star Squad members with a stiff yet strangely synchronized gait. You specters. I am Thor, the god of thunder. For the glory of Asgard. Without hesitation, Thor whirled Mjolnir and charged into the throng of residents who had become cursed warriors. "Ha! I am Odinson." With a resounding crash, Thor unleashed a flurry of might. However, as he swung his hammer, he quickly realized that the sensation and the outcome were rather incongruous. He soon found himself embroiled in a melee with the townsfolk. After a flurry of kicks, a familiar figure, Little Red Riding Hood, launched a kick that sent Thor flying back towards his companions. However, at this moment, she had already removed her red hood, wolf ears, fangs, and a pair of eerie green wolf eyes. To be honest, I find myself somewhat nostalgic for those eyes, reminiscent of Fenris, who we have not seen for a millennium. Hela lifted her foolish little brother, exclaiming, "Disorganized and undisciplined. On the battlefield, a warrior like you would be the first to perish. If you cannot even restrain yourself, how can you aspire to become the ruler of all Asgard?" Thor felt a flush of embarrassment. He harbored no genuine interest in the throne of Asgard, yet he had always considered himself a great warrior. However, it seemed he had become somewhat arrogant. It was not fear of Hela that gripped him, but rather the overwhelming admiration he had developed for this seemingly merciless elder sister during their recent interactions. "Sister, I shall learn from my mistakes." She was indeed a true warrior, yet he had much to learn. "Very well, now heed my command. Wanda and Harley Quinn protect Dr. Lee. Thor, Loki, unite with me in a triad formation and clear the path. Star Squad, advance." Chapter 104. Lantern Corps, assemble. So what you mean is upon awakening, you discovered you had transformed from a book into a person? Indeed, brother, you are correct. Li Chengfeng crossed his arms, standing before the Book of Dark Gods. Hal Jordan and Bruce Wayne stood beside the tome, forming a triangular formation that encircled it. A demon dinosaur peered down from above, both anxious and curious. Not enough. Bruce Wayne, aware that the girl before him was not truly herself, but rather a temporarily possessed body by a rather peculiar tome, could hardly muster any semblance of courtesy. The ominous aura he exuded during interrogations sent a shiver down Hal Jordan's spine, instilling a hint of doubt in his gaze towards Bruce Wayne. Hal leaned towards Li Chengfeng, whispering, could it be that Bruce Wayne harbors some undisclosed eccentricity? One of those odd quirks that affluent individuals often possess? You've caught on. Li Chengfeng responded eagerly to Hal's inquiry. On the surface, Bruce Wayne appears to be a wealthy playboy, but in reality, he relishes the thrill of venturing out at night to hunt for prey. Hunt? Prey? Hal gulped, intrigued by the notion. Oh, you have no idea. Li Chengfeng began to enumerate on his fingers, detailing Bruce Wayne's proclivity for donning a dark, fantastical uniform and enacting vigilantism in Gotham's shadowy nights, combating the deranged and the depraved. In moments of fervor, he would exclaim, "Stand down obediently," or utter lines akin to those from the game of Duel of the Knights. Goodness, is he truly that extreme? Hal's gaze towards Bruce Wayne transitioned from wariness to trepidation, and ultimately to admiration. Though he did not fully comprehend, he was profoundly shaken. Bruce Wayne cast a cold glance at the man before him, who was weaving a tangled web of nonsense, relying on the audacity of one to inspire belief in the other. Their whispered words resonated in his ears, as clear and jarring as the sound of firecrackers at 4 in the morning during a wedding procession in the neighborhood. These two lunatics, sooner or later, they would be the cause of their own undoing. Bruce Wayne took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumultuous emotions that had recently surged within him. As an artifact left behind by an ancient deity, the Dark Grimoire was renowned throughout the magical realm. Bruce extended his finger and tapped lightly atop the grimoire, pondering how it had fallen to such a wretched state. Could it truly have lost much of its power? Batman, do not inquire how I am aware of your identity. The knowledge I possess far exceeds your imagination. Yet, you are correct. I now require stealth to eliminate even an ordinary person, the Dark Grimoire confessed, its tone betraying a sense of resignation to its bleak circumstances. It seemed to have decided to lay all its cards on the table before the assembled figures of authority. Although I am the Dark Grimoire, the very source of all dark magic, and share divinity with my master, Scythian, I am presently merely an awareness confined within this body. The Dark Grimoire spread its hands, indicating that while this distorted reality was indeed connected to its power, it bore no relation to its own essence. Li Chengfeng nodded in understanding. There was no need for the grimoire to speak untruths. If it possessed the ability to manipulate this warped reality, there would be no reason for it to so shamelessly capitulate. One more question remains, and I require your honest response. Li Chengfeng stated, fixing his gaze upon the visage of the dark grimoire. What has become of the moon girl's soul? I do not know. The grimoire replied, after a lengthy pause for contemplation. It was ultimately unable to provide a definitive answer. Perhaps it has dissipated, or perhaps it still wanders within this distorted reality. However, the most likely scenario is that her soul has exchanged places with mine. An exchange of souls? Is that within the capabilities of sorcerers? Li Chengfeng minkidat. If it were merely between ordinary individuals, then indeed, powerful dark sorcerers could achieve such a feat. The dark grimoire gestured broadly, perhaps attempting to convey the magnitude of the challenge. But to exchange the essence of this book with that of an otherworldly being was beyond the reach of any dark sorcerer. After a moment's thought, the dark grimoire added, even Constantine, the Dark Queen, or any of the supreme sorcerers throughout history could not accomplish this without external aid. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng felt no confusion. Rather, he was reaffirmed in his understanding of the current predicament. The grimoire's final statement, while emphasizing the immense difficulty of the task to Li Chengfeng, seemed to elucidate the nature of how a book and an otherworldly being might exchange souls. External aid. Li Chengfeng surmised that this so-called external aid was likely the classified item that Hal Jordan had been instructed to transport to Washington under secret orders. The ability to distort reality existing upon this earth is truly astonishing. How did the etheric particles manifest so swiftly? Li Chengfeng muttered with resentment. Although the strength of the Infinity Stones in the cinematic universe pales in comparison to that of the comic universe, even a single stone is enough to incite significant events. Thus, having conjured such a reality-warping space, one must express gratitude, for it is evident that the workload for the coordinating bureau will proportionately increase. The individual behind this is remarkably astute. Given this understanding, it would be prudent to merely incapacitate them. Wait, he was uncertain if a powerful dark sorcerer was present. But there exists a formidable witch, Agatha Harkness. This old hag, while possessing a nurturing aspect, is fundamentally a harbinger of chaos. Previously, one might have questioned whether Agatha Harkness was merely a bystander. However, upon discovering that the Darkhold was part of a larger scheme, the most suspicious figure in the entire town of Storybrooke has become this elderly witch. All indications suggest that Agatha Harkness leans more towards the version depicted in WandaVision, devoid of her nurturing attributes, with a doubled penchant for mischief and malevolence. To be precise, she transcends mere mischief. She embodies the archetype of one who thrives on chaos. Bruce, do you recall when we first arrived in Storybrooke and that little dwarf mentioned a name while conversing with your lady? Agatha. Coincidentally, I know a witch by that name. It is well known that when Superman and Batman converge on the same name, trouble invariably ensues. Who truly understands the weight of the name Martha? Bruce Wayne nearly interjected regarding Li Chengfeng's reference to Selina Kyle. But he swallowed his words upon hearing the latter part of the statement. Batman, renowned for his pragmatism, understood the urgency of the matter. We must seek this which forthwith and compel her to dissolve this space. Gentlemen, I believe our departure may be temporarily hindered, Jordan's somewhat pained voice interjected, as he gestured toward the door that Li Chengfeng had just kicked open. Those figures appear to be the residents of Storybrooke, do they not? Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng swiftly turned to gaze outside the door. To his dismay, he beheld several transformed cursed warriors, once townsfolk, moving stiffly toward the entrance. Clearly, they had been drawn in by the sounds of their recent conversation and the ominous whispers of the Darkhold. The sound of the Darkhold's whispers was particularly disconcerting, resonating loudly as it struck the ground. Once Moon Girl returned to her physical form, she would certainly need to visit the hospital for a thorough examination. Witnessing those cursed warriors morphing into grand fairy tale figures further solidified Li Chengfeng's belief that Agatha had acquired etheric particles in addition to the Darkhold. Initially, he believed that the Moon Girl had merely stumbled upon the ethereal particles, causing the young girl's imagination to conjure a whimsical town that distorted reality, yet posed no danger if promptly resolved. However, he found himself perplexed by Agatha Harkness's intentions. After all, even the most comprehensive original narrative had never intertwined ethereal particles with the dark grimoire. What, then, was the situation, Li Chengfeng? The cursed warrior, while crafted from shards of ethereal particles, was more accurately described as a puppet than a super soldier. I didn't inquire about that. Bruce Wayne's voice suddenly escalated. Why is Selina among us? Why are you shouting so loudly? Li Chengfeng shrugged. I didn't ask her to steal the black marinated eggs car and drive it here. She still owes me the deposit for 2 wheel locks. He was unconcerned with such trivialities, especially since he had lost his own lock. This is serious. Bruce Wayne, momentarily overwhelmed by emotion, realized that Selina Kyle's involvement was merely a result of his fiancée's restless nature. Over the years, Selina had not stolen these valuable items for profit. She typically played with them for a few days before returning them. Where did that white Zhang Tiao come from? Li Chengfeng scoffed. I don't care whether that woman returns the items after playing with them. You can explain this to Nick Fury after you take your fiancé outside. Wait, are you implying Selina can revert everything? Li Chengfeng scrutinized Bruce Wayne, who appeared momentarily dazed. You didn't actually think your fiancé couldn't restore things, did you? The thought of such foolishness made him grit his teeth. Damn couples. Even someone like Grandpa can exhibit early symptoms of love-struck foolishness. Is she really Catwoman? Is this Liu Bei reincarnated? What's succubus? Is there not enough time for you two to bicker about your girlfriend? Hal Jordan, in a state of desperation, wished he could perform a split to trip the pair, even if it meant making them stumble like fools. Although I am unfamiliar with the Cursed Warrior, from what you have just mentioned, it must be a formidable entity. Only then did Li Chengfeng recall that he was the only one with sufficient combat prowess. This bat fellow was merely a victim of circumstance. Moreover, Hal Jordan was an ordinary human, not the legendary Green Lantern at this moment. Indeed, Li Chengfeng slapped his forehead in realization. Swiftly assessing the situation, he summoned the Red and Green Lantern. Wait, buddy, why are you bringing out 2 lanterns at such a crucial moment? Hal Jordan instantly only to be silenced by Bruce Wayne's elbow. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes, thinking Hal Jordan deserved the elbowing. Of course, knowing the Cursed Warrior is powerful. Would you have me fight alone? When the 2 primordial lantern furnaces were not summoned by Li Chengfeng, they would not emit lantern rings to those deemed qualified. Due to the discrepancies in the universe, the lantern furnaces and rings have undergone subtle changes from their original forms. Even if Li Chengfeng held the lantern furnace at all times, it would only seek suitable members within a radius of several to dozens of meters. As soon as Li Chengfeng's words fell, the Red and Green Lantern furnaces illuminated brilliantly. After a brief moment of anticipation, several lantern rings burst forth from the furnace with a resounding pop, swirling around the onlookers before pausing in front of them. Intelligent life has been locked in. From the primal lands, the demon dinosaur emerges. A tempest of fury surges within you. You belong to the Red Lantern Corps. The demon dinosaur gazes at the ring before it, letting out a puzzled growl. This time, it is not a futile whimper, but a genuine question of how a dinosaur could wear a ring. While still in contemplation, the Red Lantern ring slipped onto the tip of its tail. Instantly, a wave of red rage enveloped its entire being. The already crimson demon dinosaur spewed forth torrents of furious flames while howling to the heavens. This howl was the oath of the Red Lantern. The linguistic system is indeed remarkable, is it not? Intelligent life has been locked in. From Earth, Hal Jordan, you possess a formidable will to overcome fear. Welcome to the Green Lantern Corps. Hal Jordan blinked in confusion. What does this mean? Can I become like you? Like me? No, you have always been different from me. This is what you deserve. Li Chengfeng shook his head. His willpower, though formidable, was derived from a system. However, Hal Jordan's strength was innate. In terms of both ability and character, Hal Jordan truly deserves the title of the greatest Green Lantern in history. Hal Jordan did not fully grasp what Li Chengfeng intended to convey. Nonetheless, in this critical moment, he chose to pause his thoughts and follow his instincts. The daylight is bright, the night is vast. The spirits of the dark have nowhere to hide. The wicked and treacherous fear my divine light. The Green Lantern shines eternally, illuminating all ages. Intelligent life has been locked in. From Earth, Bruce Wayne, you possess a formidable will to overcome fear. Your heart surges with unrestrained fury. Welcome to the Green Lantern Corps. You belong to the Red Lantern Corps. The bat scrutinized the 2 rings before him, furrowing his brow. Will? Rage? These are merely external forces. When confronting the heinous criminals of Gotham, the fear he instills in them is his most potent weapon. Yet, he indeed requires such strength to escape his current predicament. The bat has never been one to act recklessly. He simply pushed the Red Lantern ring aside. He does not relish the sensation of being governed by anger. The green willpower is but a faint flicker in comparison. In the brilliance of daylight and the vastness of night, the spirits of mischief and malevolence find no refuge. The wicked tremble before the radiance of our divine light. The Green Lantern shines eternally, illuminating the ages. Chapter 105, Sister-in-Law, please bear with it. As Li Chengfeng produced the Green Lantern furnace, a sense of trepidation lingered within him. After all, the hidden attributes of invincibility in one-on-one combat, certain defeat after 3 encounters, and annihilation after 5 were enigmas that he could not ascertain would not activate unexpectedly. Theoretically, he should not falter. With Batman, Hal Jordan, and himself, endowed with the willpower of the Bat, they were arguably the most formidable trio of Green Lanterns in history. Even though Batman and Hal Jordan were merely novice wielders of the Green Lantern ring, Li Chengfeng had unwavering faith in their innate talents. Batman, with his limitless array of Bat-themed equipment conjured by the green light of will, seamlessly transitioned into his most familiar combat mode. As a master of 127 martial arts from around the globe, he could harmoniously integrate the ring's abilities with his fighting techniques, rendering him nearly invincible among those of similar physical prowess. Hal Jordan, initially somewhat flustered, quickly adapted to the powers bestowed by the Green Lantern ring, demonstrating an adaptability befitting a test pilot. Remarkably, his command over the green light was even stronger than Li Chengfeng's when he first acquired the ring. It was evident why he had been officially endorsed. As for the demon dinosaur, it was a quintessential, non-human Red Lantern creature. Apart from the occasional growl that echoed nearby, its demeanor remained remarkably stable. Yet, even when all engaged as Lantern warriors, the cursed warriors forged from ethereal particle fragments were not to be underestimated. Taking into account the most formidable cursed warrior depicted in film, specifically, the second-in-command of the Dark Elves from Thor, the Dark World, the overall combat strength was estimated to exceed that of the unawakened Thor by over 4 times, easily subjugating him. Had the narrative not permitted Loki's successful betrayal, a rare instance of the assassin's success, Thor would have remained but an unrecognized entity. The numerous mass-produced cursed warriors before them may not possess such formidable strength, yet each exhibited at least 60% of Loki's physical capabilities. Some particularly potent individuals even approached levels akin to Thor's. For instance, Selina Kyle, who charged into the library of Fairy Tale Town, managed to hold her own against the Green Lantern Batman during this interval. Li Chengfeng paid no heed to the fervent clash between the two. Instead, he swiftly joined Hal Jordan and the Demon Dinosaur in vanquishing the remaining cursed warriors. Each cursed warrior, upon defeat and loss of consciousness, would have their ethereal power detached from their bodies, coalescing into the nearest conscious cursed warrior. Thus, the surviving cursed warriors would only grow stronger. As Li Chengfeng and his companions vanquished the remaining cursed warriors, the power coursing through Selina Kyle reached its zenith. Even Green Lantern Batman, who had initially engaged in a tactical exchange, found himself relegated to a state of passive defense. Apart from directly extracting fragments of ether particles, the only recourse left to defeat the cursed warriors was through sheer strength. Feeling the weight of each attack intensifying, Bruce Wayne, increasingly overwhelmed, could not help but cast a glance around, only to find the duo, a dragon and a book, watching the spectacle with keen interest. Sister-in-law, what formidable martial arts you possess. I must admit, I underestimated your prowess. He exclaimed, My goodness, is this how familial strife manifests among superheroes? Terrifying indeed. Yet, my Carol remains unparalleled, independent, gentle, and considerate. Ahem, forgive my frankness. How? I believe you might be speaking too soon. In recent years, the boomerang has made a resurgence, and many words can easily return to strike one's own head. Li Chengfeng casually pulled over an unconscious fairy tale character, examining the calloused hands and hunting attire. Recognizing him as the hunter sent by the evil queen to pursue Snow White, who ultimately spared her life out of compassion. There existed a darker version of the tale, wherein the hunter was tempted by Snow White's beauty, leading her to utilize her charms to escape. Li Chengfeng recalled that particular book. Oh, pardon, I misremembered. That was not the dark version, but rather an unsuitable one. In any case, Li Chengfeng brought the once complicit yet now repentant hunter to sit upon his back. The unfolding domestic drama was certainly worth a moment's attention. Tasks could wait, but the thrill of witnessing the spectacle could not. This was another characteristic of the Republicans, an insatiable curiosity for the unfolding drama. When we lot ceased to stand idly by, Bruce Wayne finally erupted. forming a shield with his hands, channeling his will into a barrier of green light, bracing himself against Selina Kyle's heavy kick imbued with the power of ether particles. Swiftly retreating from the blow. Seizing the opportunity, he defiantly gestured a middle finger towards the onlookers, relishing the sight of Batman's defenses being breached. Who else in this world could enjoy such a spectacle? Exhilarating. Yet, with exhilaration comes the weight of responsibility to resolve the ensuing chaos. Otherwise, one would be nothing short of cad. Li Chengfeng, of course, was no scoundrel. He soared into the air, the intertwining energies of red and green coalescing into the purest form of power, a destructive force aimed at Selina Kyle. Sister-in-law, brace yourself. I might be a bit fierce. Although his words were light-hearted, his actions remained measured. Having forged a bond of camaraderie with Bruce Wayne, he certainly could not unleash devastation akin to that which had once befallen the Hulk upon the embodiment of the cursed warrior, Catwoman. Yet, some superficial injuries were unavoidable. It would serve as a lesson for her. The vehicle of the director of the American Bureau is certainly not something to be taken lightly. However, the most crucial aspect lies in the deposit for the 2 parking spaces. It is imperative to recover some hard-earned funds from Bruce Wayne and his wife this time. Bruce Wayne charged into the swirling dust, rescuing the unconscious Selina Kyle. After checking her pulse, he let out a sigh of relief. Am I truly so reckless? Who knows? Nevertheless, I noticed your decisive action, even with a hint of joy. Undoubtedly, your fiancé, he steals a car, and suddenly, you earn an $800,000 deposit from a wealthy patron. Is it wrong to harbor resentment towards the affluent? Li Chengfeng waved his hand and led the group out of the Fairy Tale Town library. I recall that the little dwarf mentioned Agatha's and is located at the northernmost edge of Fairy Tale Town. As he gazed towards the direction of Agatha's and along the now desolate street, it seemed to be bustling with unusual activity. Chapter 106, A Heroic Landing. Li Chengfeng arrives. Boom! Loki was hurled by an icy explosion into a nearby residential building, the god of mischief's body crashing through the ordinary brick and mortar structure. Cough, cough, cough. Damn it. Are these fairy tale characters excessively powerful? Loki grumbled as he rose from the debris, expelling a cloud of dust that lingered in the air. By Odin. This moment reminded me of my mother's stern teachings, chilling indeed. Despite his complaints, Loki did not falter in battle. Confronted by Princess Elsa, surrounded by a tempest of ice and snow, he had already accomplished his prior task. A surge of crimson magical energy crawled up Elsa's ankles, appearing delicate like a tendril, but rapidly enveloping her entire being, rendering her powerless. Meanwhile, Harley Quinn, who had been waiting patiently, swung her baseball bat in a full arc, delivering a home run to the ensorcelled Princess Elsa. This was a genuine adamantium bat. Even Elsa would find it difficult to withstand such a blow, and Li Chengfeng would be incapacitated for several seconds if struck on the head. Loki, are you really in the mood for wordplay amidst battle? After this mission, you ought to visit my psychological therapy room. Even a madman like me finds you quite eccentric. Ha! Eccentricity is preferable. Loki laughed heartily. I've long since abandoned the thought of showcasing my cherished magical dagger on such a grand battlefield. Should I not be a bit eccentric? With that, a vibrant green magical energy enveloped his hands. The self-proclaimed greatest sorcerer of the 9 realms re-entered the fray. In truth, I have always believed Loki's adolescent delusions have persisted for millennia without remedy. Wanda watched as Loki conjured a manifestation of destruction through magical energy, initiating a barrage of saturated energy, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It seemed that the earthly god of Metropolis had temporarily subdued his delusions, but perhaps they had resurfaced during this interval. If one were to proportionally convert Loki's age to that of human, he would indeed be akin to a mere lad of 16 or 17. Being both royal and divine, it would be quite abnormal for him not to exhibit a touch of youthful arrogance. Harley Quinn, however, expressed no surprise at this revelation. With a baseball bat in hand, she charged towards Loki's direction. Amidst the saturation of chaos, numerous foes awaited her triumphant strike. Dr. Bright, hold on tight. During this skirmish, I can only strive to ensure your safety. These cursed warriors are rather formidable. Dr. Bright, his face contorted in exasperation, remained silent, for he was rendered voiceless. Bound by a magical force that had transformed him into a mummy, with his mouth sealed shut, uttering a single word would be akin to encountering a specter. He could only muster a few muffled sounds, indicating his acquiescence to whatever mayhem ensued. He then simply closed his eyes, resigning himself to slumber. When faced with uncertainty, one often finds solace in sleep. They had the capability to extinguish this body. After all, if the need arose, they could simply find him another vessel without a second thought or regard for moral boundaries. Dr. Bright was acutely aware that, in terms of ethical standards, even the most unscrupulous merchant in this universe, Li Chengfeng, held a higher moral ground than the individuals associated with the Foundation. Nevertheless, he felt no necessity to tread this treacherous path. He merely sought a sense of peace. He feared that the reality-distorting space manifesting here was conjured by a reality-warping entity from the Foundation's universe. To be candid, this universe was far more intriguing and vibrant than that of the Foundation. In comparison, the Foundation's universe resembled a grave yet to be fully filled with earth. Though in his understanding, regardless of the universe, they all ultimately faced a fate akin to that of the Foundation. Before that inevitable conclusion arrives, he wished for its delay, cherishing the life of basking in the sun alongside Nick Fury and the Professor after completing his experiments. He longed for more sunlight, just as Dr. Bright succumbed to his reverie. An elder with golden-hued eyes, hair interwoven with white and gold, and reeking of copper, descended upon him wielding a massive chest as a weapon. By the time Wanda reacted, it was already too late. With a swift motion, two swords of the night sky pierced through the air, one pinning the elder to the wall, and the other cleaving the chest he sought to use for nefarious purposes in twain. Golden coins cascaded onto the floor. Mine, oh mine, the elder cried, disregarding the wounds inflicted by the night sky swords, forcing one to carve a gaping hole through his heart. On the brink of losing consciousness, his greed was more palpable than ever. Even Hela, the one who had unleashed the night sky swords, could not help but frown, glancing at her own form. This was a man of unparalleled avarice, his spilled blood staining her arm. But as the goddess of death, Hela, who has undoubtedly claimed countless lives, how could she possibly care about the blood shed upon herself? The blood of enemies serves as the warrior's badge of honor. Hela lowered her head, her eyes devoid of sorrow or joy, and addressed Wanda. You have fallen behind. Hurry and catch up. Understanding, Wanda nodded and pursued the already distant Harley Quinn. Yet, she couldn't resist glancing back at the elderly man. Could insatiable greed lead one to forsake even their own life? Dr. Liangla opened his eyes, uttered a few muffled sounds, finally capturing Wanda's attention, signaling her to release the energy binding him. With a flick of her fingers, Wanda loosened some restraints. At last I can speak. Who wishes to slumber when they can converse? It is always pleasant to chat. Dr. Liangla, having held back for too long, immediately opened up. Granny, a quintessential miser. He embodies the modern deity, a merciless god of wealth, where money reigns supreme, surpassing even life itself. Why does such a character exist in the quaint town of fairy tales? Wanda's brow furrowed with questions. Agent Wanda, the notion of fairy tales has never been merely one of beauty, despite possessing the physique of a muscular man in his 30s. Dr. Liangla occasionally spoke with the tone of an old sage, seemingly well-versed in the vicissitudes of life, as if guiding the lost. If only he weren't ensnared as a mummy, Wanda mused. Now, my advice to you, Agent Wanda, is to unleash a powerful attack directly into the throngs of enemies ahead. If you don't seize some kills soon, you will find yourself lacking. Wanda pondered for a moment, though she didn't fully grasp Dr. Liangla's words. She took his counsel to heart. Thus, she summoned all the chaotic magic within her, soared into the air, and then descended like a meteor upon the front line, right before the doors of Agatha's inn. Boom! In an instant, dust erupted. This full-force explosion remarkably cleared a small area. Applause erupted from within the inn, a series of claps expressing admiration. Truly, the girl bestowed with chaos magic by the ancient deity Zysorn. A woman, with a curvaceous figure adorned in purple hair, purple attire, and purple lip gloss, emerged from the inn, clapping. Her true age was indiscernible, certainly not as youthful as her appearance suggested. Chaos magic, the most ancient form of magic, exists independently of all other magical systems. A primordial light born from the universe's cognition and serendipitous events. The peculiar, impossible flames of life igniting. This is chaos magic. She cradled a hefty, dark gray tome, oblivious to whether Wanda cared, lost in her own musings. Madam, I am Wanda Maximoff, a first-level agent of the Bureau of Joint Investigation. Regardless of whether you are the instigator of this incident, I implore you to remain silent, relinquish all items in your possession, and place your hands where I can see them. After a brief pause, Wanda continued, "We are not subordinate to the American government, nor will we adhere to federal law or the Miranda warning. Our authority surpasses that of any American institution. Therefore, I urge you to refrain from any futile resistance." As she issued this warning to the suddenly suspicious woman, her teammates had already gathered around them. Thor, deftly catching Mjolnir as it flew back to him from a distance, rubbed his face where he had been kicked by Little Red Riding Hood, muttering, "Although they are all formidable, my initial assertion still holds true. Mass-produced entities cannot impede our advance. Come on, brother, had I not assisted you just now, you would have found yourself in the same predicament once more." Loki clapped his elder brother's muscular chest, appearing to console him, yet actually mocking him. "Thor, you're not savoring the taste of that kick to your face, are you?" Harley Quinn circled around Thor, revealing a mischievous grin akin to that of Chengfeng. "That Little Red Riding Hood is indeed charming. After all, she is a beast-eared maiden. Perhaps she has struck a chord in your soft spot?" Agatha Harkness's previously serene smile began to twitch, clearly perturbed. Why couldn't these individuals engage her in a straightforward interaction befitting a prelude to a showdown between heroes and villains? What manner of absurdity is this? "Where is your leader?" "I demand to see your leader. I wish to lodge a complaint, though I did not hear it with my own ears." I sensed someone internally critiquing the style of our team. A clear male voice resonated from across the street. In the next moment, a radiant fusion of red and green illuminated the ground. Bang! A flawless superhero landing. The Star Squad did not need to scrutinize closely. Even without the energy radiance of the red and green rings, they could recognize him from the ostentatious pose that Chengfeng deliberately struck. Look at what she holds. This aging enchantress, attempting to appear youthful, is cradling my true form. The Dark Tome, disguised as Moon Girl, leaped forward, intending to confront Agatha, only to be snagged by the collar by the demon dinosaur mid-jump. "Well done, little dragon. I'll treat you to a feast later." Chengfeng gave the demon dinosaur a thumbs up, to which the creature responded with a little clawed gesture. He then turned back to Agatha Harkness. "You have gone to great lengths to draw the Star Squad here, but that is secondary. You have truly desired only Wanda all along. Haven to you?" Chapter 107. Agatha Harkness's ambition. Chengfeng's gaze remained fixed on the witch before him. He did not arrive at this conclusion abruptly. Rather, for Agatha Harkness, a sorceress of considerable repute, chaos magic is the most alluring of powers, without exception, even though she remains uncertain about how she acquired the Darkhold. The dark spells inscribed within its pages, coupled with the might of Thawne, will inevitably lead her towards the possessor of chaos magic, be it Thawne himself or Wanda Maximoff. However, her ultimate intentions remain shrouded in mystery. Notably, Agatha Harkness possesses an exuberant disposition, making her temperament and character difficult to discern. It cannot be definitively stated that her motivations stem solely from a thirst for power and conquest. At this juncture, she has successfully met with Wanda within this distorted reality and has exchanged the souls of the Darkhold and Moon Girl, likely gaining complete control over the Darkhold. The innocent girl's soul is far more malleable than that shameless tome. Wanda must have just conveyed to you our authority to enact the law, to dissolve this twisted reality and liberate the innocents you have ensnared within it. We can put an end to this before you cause irreparable damage." Agent Chengfeng urged Agatha Harkness. He sincerely hoped that this matter could conclude here. Who could forget that it all began because Nick Fury's car was stolen, and he sought it out in a fit of guilt? What difference is there between stepping out for a trivial errand and stumbling into an apocalypse? Even within the realm of magic, you're a figure of great notoriety, Agent Chengfeng. Agatha Harkness did not respond. Instead, she began to engage in small talk with him, mentioning the capture of the scoundrel Constantine and his subsequent confinement in an undisclosed location, which had led the magical community to celebrate for several consecutive days. "Oh, how loath Constantine is. It seems sending him to the legends was indeed a prudent choice. Not only does he have a knack for stirring trouble, but his proficiency in dark magic is also among the elite. Most importantly, if he continues to linger in this timeline, he may soon find himself besieged by the magical community. Nevertheless, let us forego the pleasantries. Such behavior serves no substantial purpose in delaying time. I am not stalling, Agatha Harkness replied, shaking her head. I genuinely wish to express my gratitude to you, especially since the cursed warriors have successfully bought us some time. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng furrowed his brow. The purpose of the cursed warriors is to delay time? What has she accomplished with the time they procured? Agatha Harkness then opened the Darkhold, and the power emanating from Thawne, the very source of all dark magic, enveloped the entire distorted reality. After the cursed warriors were vanquished, their essence departed from their bodies, converging into fragments of more potent ether particles, which now reassembled as one, gradually infiltrating the dark grimoire. With unwavering resolve, Hela summoned the celestial might of her father, launching the night sky sword with precision. Her instincts warned her that if she did not intervene promptly, dire consequences would ensue. Li Chengfeng shared this sentiment, yet he knew it was a futile endeavor. Although the integrity of the ether particles fell short of the reality gems depicted in comic lore, they still possessed the capacity to influence certain aspects of reality. As three night sky swords were poised to pierce Agatha Harkness' form, a seemingly impenetrable membrane enveloped her. The swords halted abruptly before her, disintegrating into a fine dust. The members of the Star Team gasped in astonishment. They were acutely aware of Hela's formidable prowess. Aside from Li Chengfeng, anyone who dared confront her would invariably face defeat. The Night Sky Sword, a veritable artifact, could not be swayed even by Harley Quinn's genuine adamantium bat. During practice duels between Li Chengfeng and Hela, the combined assault of the Green Lantern's will and the Red Lantern's fury merely succeeded in sending the Night Sky Sword flying. To reduce it to mere powder was an unprecedented phenomenon. Agatha Harkness. Even Li Chengfeng's expression grew increasingly grave as he pondered. What have you done? Did you not intend to summon Wanda in order to seize control of chaos magic? Initially, the notion of wielding chaos magic through Wanda was indeed a viable option. However, Agatha shook her head, a peculiar glint illuminating her eyes. This world is dreadfully mundane. I yearn to infuse it with excitement. Yet a mere girl beginning to grasp chaos magic cannot accomplish such a feat. Is it merely tedium? Certainly not. Suddenly, Agatha's demeanor shifted to one of fury and malice. The vastness of magical disciplines is profound. Why must the magical realm remain on the periphery while science and technology dominate? The foolish telephone, with its minimal cost, can replace the remote communication spells of sorcerers. And that abhorrent internet, sharing knowledge indiscriminately, rendering all equal and devoid of intrigue. Once technology became the prevailing force, it even began to persecute the once mighty sorcerers. As Agatha spoke, dark magic surged from her being, her eyes turning entirely black. The dark grimoire, in disbelief, rubbed its eyes and exclaimed, "What in the name of all that is sacred? How has my primordial power fallen under her control? Is that little scamp, known as Moon Girl, truly capable of mastering my essence so swiftly? Where did such a prodigious child emerge from?" Li Chengfeng smirked, thinking to himself, "Isn't that precisely what defines a prodigious child? While it may have its flaws, it is undeniably sanctioned by the authorities, and its capabilities are beyond question. However, its reputation far surpasses that of the other creation, Steelheart. After all, who does not have a fondness for the great dinosaur of the Northeast? Yet, in comparison to the question of whether the Moon Age girl is a genius, Li Chengfeng is much more intrigued by the recent utterance of Agatha Harkness, who has abruptly transformed from source of amusement into an extremist. It is quite surprising to discover this facet of her character. Nonetheless, it is understandable. Agatha Harkness was born into a time when she was a true aristocrat, wielding power over the fates of others. It is not entirely surprising that she struggles to adapt to the present era. But what of Hela, the former heir to Asgard? Surely, if she can adjust, then what excuse does this minor noble have? Disgusting. What this extremist seeks is nothing less than the annihilation of technology, yearning for a return to an age dominated by the magical and the supernatural. In pursuit of this goal, she possesses the Darkhold and the ether particles. Goodness! Li Chengfeng smacked the Darkhold with fervor. Is she truly planning to conjure a dimensional portal to retrieve the genuine Sison, who has been in exile in other dimensions? Chapter 108. You are the one. Demon Dinosaur. Creating a dimensional portal may seem straightforward, but this simplicity applies only to the dimension deities. For instance, the deep crimson gems conjured by Sidorak can be viewed as miniature dimensional portals, typically used to transfer deep crimson energy from the Crimson Universe. However, under special circumstances, Sidorak can also project individuals who touch the gems temporarily into the Crimson Universe. Should the connection not be severed immediately, Sidorak can transform the projection into a true form, leaving the individual trapped in the Crimson Universe. Li Chengfeng narrowly escaped becoming a pawn of that Red Hermit during his last encounter. Had it not been for that fleeting moment of ion power transformation, he might have already become Sidorak's Star Fury. Now, Agatha Harkness aims to create a reverse-dimensional portal to facilitate the grand return of Sis-Sun, who had been thoroughly defeated by her nephew, the God-Eater Adam, and subsequently fled to other dimensions. Wanda, as the sole possessor of chaos magic, is undoubtedly the ideal host. Observing Agatha's current state, Li Chengfeng couldn't help but give the Darkhold another forceful thump. What the hell, Li? Why are you hitting me? Just because I am a book does not mean you can lay hands on me. I currently inhabit the body of a young girl with dark skin. Be careful, or you shall regret it. Even stating that I have no basement will be of no help. You are just a book? You've certainly watched enough films. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. I hit you because you deserve it. Have you forgotten what powers you possess? What powers? I struggle to even take a life. I mean your abilities as the Darkhold. Li Chengfeng grasped the staff, which resembled two black, rigid tendrils reaching skyward. You mustn't forget that this tome, aside from being a wellspring of dark magic and forbidden knowledge, possesses an alluring propensity for corruption, leading individuals to extremes, does it not? Is that merely a side effect? If it weren't extreme enough, who would dare to delve into the perplexing realms of dark sorcery and forbidden lore? I felt a chill run down my spine after merely perusing its pages. You seem remarkably lucid. Naturally, I serve merely as a vessel. The true malevolence lies in the spells and knowledge inscribed within the book, not in the book itself. Can the soul contained within that tome of darkness halt this summoning uniquely reserved for Zysorn? At last, Li Chengfeng unveiled his true intentions. Just as he had surmised, the soul within this dark grimoire bore no allegiance to Zysorn, nor did it deem Zysorn's return to Earth a fortuitous event. So who is this soul? It appears that intriguing developments are unfolding one after another. However, the pressing concern at hand is to interrupt Agatha Harkness' dimensional conduit and the ensuing summoning ritual. Recently, Hela had already demonstrated that even a divine assault from the Father could not disrupt Agatha Harkness under the combined influence of the dark grimoire and the etheric particles. At this moment, Wanda, who had remained silent since being named, seemed to sense something. Captain, I believe I have discerned Agatha Harkness's true intentions. Wanda was enveloped in the radiance of chaotic magic. She did not intend to create a dimensional conduit sufficient for Zysorn's passage. Rather, she planned to utilize the divine essence of Zysorn, embedded within the dark grimoire, as a coordinate to assimilate the distorted reality of Fairy Town with the dimension where Zysorn resided. Once accomplished, Zysorn, as a dimensional demigod, could descend directly here. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng felt a shiver run down his spine. Fairy Town? More aptly, Assimilation Town. Moreover, a dimensional demigod. Was he merely assisting the household in this endeavor? Yet, truth be told, the arrival of the true body is significantly preferable to occupying Wanda's form. The reason is simple. Although it was Zysorn who bestowed the power of chaotic magic upon Wanda, who had been ensnared by the supreme evolution, Wanda's chaotic magic, upon reaching its zenith, far surpasses that of Zysorn, the god of the underworld. This is not merely a case of surpassing one's predecessor. It is an exponential enhancement resulting from the fusion of Wanda's mutant abilities with chaotic magic. The manipulation of probability through chaotic magic is boundless, despite numerous tests conducted by the Professor and the Avengers, revealing that Wanda's mutant abilities had yet to awaken and her genes remained dormant. Li Chengfeng could not take the risk. Zysorn, an ancient deity, might possess the capability to directly activate Wanda's genes. Should that activation occur and her abilities reach their pinnacle, she could ascend to the status of an omnipotent cosmic entity, capable of manipulating the entire universe as if it were mere playthings. Such power, whether manifested in the form of Zysorn or Wanda, is hardly a harbinger of good tidings. As for Zysorn, it is well known that the ancient deities of Earth seldom harbor benevolence, treating humanity with utter disregard. Wanda, on the other hand, had witnessed her first significant event in the royal court. After all, not everyone possesses the noble character and integrity akin to that of a Kansas giant. Apart from true deities, those endowed with divine strength often bring forth calamity. Yet now, their assaults seem ineffectual. Even the collective willpower of the three present, manifesting as green beams of intent, struggles to penetrate. Although ethereal particles do not possess the capacity to reshape reality as the Infinity Stones do within this distorted realm, neutralizing their attacks proves to be a trivial endeavor. Wait a moment. Perhaps an offensive approach is unnecessary? Beneath the seemingly insurmountable defenses of the adversary lies the essence of a brilliant young genius. The demon dinosaur. Li Chengfeng immediately soared to the side of the demon dinosaur's massive head. "Oh, what do you want from me at this moment? Can you establish contact with Moon Girl?" Of course, I do not refer to her occupied body. I mean her soul, whether in Marvel or through abilities such as telepathy and mind transmission. Even those derived from genetic mutations, there is invariably a connection to the soul. If we could enable the demon dinosaur to reach Moon Girl, to inform her of the happenings beyond, as the current soul of the Dark Grimoire, she could fundamentally disrupt Agatha Harkness's ritual. The role of the ethereal particles lies in defense and environmental assimilation. Yet the essence that calls forth Zysorn remains rooted in the Dark Grimoire's power and divinity, which share a common origin with Zysorn. Thus, it is you who shall undertake this task, Demon Dinosaur. Quickly, employ the soul long-distance communication. Demon Dinosaur, please exercise some wisdom. This time, the responsibility lies entirely with you. Oh, wisdom? What wisdom? Chapter 109, Blood-Slaughtering Bull. I am hungry. Part 5 of 5, goodness. Eat. All you ever think about is food. Have you ever been satiated while following Moon Girl? Li Chengfeng promptly delivered a reprimanding slap to the food-obsessed demon dinosaur. Those who know it as a dinosaur might understand, but those unaware could easily mistake it for a wild boar of crimson hue. Nonetheless, despite the demon dinosaur's gluttony, its intellect is undeniably acute. After receiving a reprimand, it quickly comprehended the situation and lowered its head, murmuring into Li Chengfeng's ear. If it's merely a matter of contacting my little buddy, it should pose no issue. However, at present, I can only sense my little buddy's physical signals. While I faintly perceive the essence of her soul, it remains an elusive sensation. Even with deep-rooted telepathy, an abundance of barriers obstructs our connection, rendering it unfeasible. Li Chengfeng nodded. The situation was quite clear. The signal was obstructed. He simply needed to emulate the legendary figure of Yugong, who moved mountains. Once the mountains were shifted, the signal would naturally improve. However, the formidable Agatha Harkness now employed ethereal particles for comprehensive defense, and Li Chengfeng was uncertain if their attacks continued to be ineffective. Wouldn't his talk of moving mountains simply be a jest? He glanced at his comrades behind him and suddenly recalled, of course, a bat stood right behind me. Though his own intellect had reached its limits, the bat was still present. Star Squad, assemble. Li Chengfeng gestured toward Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne, I require your assistance. Bruce Wayne appeared somewhat surprised. How was this his concern? Wasn't the current situation already quite evident? They could either wait until the opponent completed their incantation or find a way to interrupt the summoning. Li Chengfeng had clearly conceived a plan. Why then seek his help? Perhaps he needed someone to share the burden of decision-making? Why choose him? Did he not have allies? He pointed to the goddess of death standing beside Li Chengfeng. Or do you think your team is untrustworthy? No, Bruce. Li Chengfeng grasped Bruce Wayne's hands. In my heart, you are as trustworthy as my own team. His words left the often solitary bat momentarily taken aback. Was this the sensation of being trusted? It contrasted sharply with his relationship with Commissioner Gordon, who trusted the identity of the bat more than the man himself. Despite Li Chengfeng's evident flaws, he possessed an innate charm that drew people in and inspired confidence. Furthermore, he addressed Bruce Wayne directly, saying, I need your help, rather than invoking the persona of Batman. This distinction held profound significance for Bruce Wayne. Time was of the essence. He needed to articulate his intentions promptly. Bruce Wayne maintained his stoic demeanor, accustomed to this role as Gotham's most aloof tycoon, which shielded him from excessive social interaction. However, such self-defensive measures were utterly ineffective against Li Chengfeng, the social terror. Li Chengfeng casually draped an arm over Bruce Wayne's shoulder, his demeanor completely incongruous with the impending threat. "Here's the plan," he began, explaining how the demon dinosaur could connect with Moon Girl's soul within the dark tome, attempting to disrupt the spell from within. Yet, the barrier of ethereal particles was overwhelmingly potent, making it impossible to locate Moon Girl's soul. He conveyed these concerns to everyone present. As Bruce Wayne furrowed his brow upon hearing the words, he cast a sidelong glance at Agatha Harkness, and a vague notion began to form in his mind. "Li Chengfeng, I require you to answer a few inquiries. You mentioned that as long as I refrained from asking about your bank card password, you would readily divulge everything. I am not well versed in this so-called ether particle, but is its energy and power truly boundless? Certainly not. If ether particles were as you described, we would have long since become mere dust upon the ground. Notice how, during the witch's incantation, although ether particles are employed for defense, they simultaneously surge into the dark tome. This indicates that ether particles are also an essential medium for casting spells, as assimilating this already distorted reality into another dimension necessitates the power of ether particles to warp portions of reality. Bruce Wayne even simulated a rudimentary model of Agatha Harkness's current spellcasting using the will of green light, suggesting that as the spell progresses, the defense provided by ether particles weakens. Our objective is to persistently assault the ether particles, thereby accelerating their energy depletion. I initially anticipated you would propose that when the energy of the ether particles is nearly exhausted, which signifies the imminent success of the spell, we should unleash a concentrated effort to disrupt it. Li Chengfeng shrugged. If that were the case, the risk would be excessively high. If it were solely up to me, I would undoubtedly opt for that course of action, for I would have no other choice. Yet Bruce Wayne wore an expression of assuredness. However, we now possess 3 gods and 3 Green Lanterns. Thus, we need not resort to such extreme measures. The demon dinosaur nodded in agreement after listening. Whoa. He speaks the truth. I merely need to induce significant fluctuations in the ether particles to pinpoint the soul coordinates of our little ally. Upon hearing the remarks of Bruce Wayne and the demon dinosaur, Li Chengfeng exhaled a sigh of relief. Viewed in this light, the task at hand appeared considerably simpler. After all, the challenge of breaching the ether particle's reality shield and inducing substantial fluctuations was vastly different. Excellent. In that case, everyone he my command, focus your attacks on a single point. Li Chengfeng Bruklaimat. Demon dinosaur, refrain from engaging in combat for the time being. Keep a vigilant watch on Moon Girl's soul coordinates. With Li Chengfeng's command, the next moment saw all participants launching their assaults against Agatha Harkness. Ha. Cease your futile endeavors. The reality shield of ether particles cannot be breached by mere human effort. Every attack, whether thunder or spell, whether the night sky sword or the will of green light, disintegrated into ash and void before it could even graze Agatha Harkness. However, compared to the initial night sky swords launched by Hela, the ash now fell much closer to Agatha Harkness. Thus, you assert that this realm, known as Fairy Tale Town, has already become a space of distorted reality? At this moment, Maria Hill, a Level 9 agent of the Joint Investigation Bureau and the commanding officer, stood at the periphery of Fairy Tale Town, her expression one of disbelief. Although I too have been influenced by the distortion of reality, rendering me unaware of what precisely has been affected, I gather from the descriptions provided by the divine and reality-resistant members of the Star Team that the captain entered this distorted realm, and thus their existence was temporarily erased from our reality. Captain Carter stood beside Maria Hill, articulating her thoughts with confidence. Despite lacking divinity and resistance to reality distortion, she had encountered numerous events across various timelines over the years. While reality distortion events could not be deemed commonplace, she had certainly experienced her fair share. Thus, she was fully capable of grasping the fundamental concepts involved. The captain of the Star Team? Does the Star Team even have captain? Hasn't it always been led by the goddess of death, Hela? Although she has consistently refused to assume the role of a true leader, it appears that this is the distorted aspect of reality. We have forgotten the true captain who was supposed to exist within the Star Team. Wait, does this mean we have someone within the Joint Investigation Bureau capable of commanding those 3 Asgardian deities? Maria Hill seized upon this crucial point. It felt almost surreal. Indeed. However, according to the intel from those in the know, this person is undeniably real. Captain Carter gestured towards the direction of Storybrooke. indicating that once the events within are thoroughly resolved, we should be able to reclaim that distorted segment of reality. Very well, I hope all of this proves worthwhile. Maria Hill nodded, activating her communicator to continue directing. Everyone, stay vigilant. Report to me immediately if any anomalies arise in any direction from Storybrooke. This is a serious and significant mission. It must be approached with utmost diligence. Captain Carter refrained from further interrupting Maria Hill, instead taking a few steps away. After the reality-resistant members of the STAR team entered, she, along with Pietro and Dr. Bruce Banner, contacted the headquarters for assistance. Although this reality-distorted space known as Storybrooke is not particularly vast, its size is significant for a mere town. The three of them clearly could not fully monitor such an expansive area. Thus, they called for reinforcements. Nick Fury and the professor promptly dispatched Maria Hill, leading hundreds of agents equipped with various energy detection devices to provide support. The professor also sent over the relatively unoccupied White Queen, Emma Frost, to bolster their ranks. To be honest, memory alteration is routine for me, but reality distortion? Frankly, I find it somewhat incomprehensible. The White Queen muttered as she observed Captain Carter approaching. You could utilize your telepathic abilities to check for any signs of memory modification. As one of the leaders among mutants, you must have known the so-called captain of the STAR team prior to the reality distortion. Captain Carter shrugged, stating, to be honest, I still cannot comprehend the principles underlying reality distortion, but unfortunately, it undeniably exists. Does this imply that there is a possibility of more extensive reality-distorting events in the future, potentially transcending a mere small town to engulf entire nations, or even the world at large? Emma, I find myself at a loss. Captain Carter shook his head. All we can do is exhaust every effort to safeguard our reality. What are you striving for? Is it merely to cling to your pitiable existence? Or is it simply an unwillingness to perish within this town? Agatha observed wave after wave of assaults surging towards her, only to disintegrate into ashes and nothingness. A note of derision crept into her tone. The Star Squad, seemingly oblivious to her words, continued their relentless yet fruitless onslaught. At this moment, under the influence of the Dark Grimoire's seductive and corruptive nature, Agatha Harkness found her mind completely unmoored from rational thought, swayed entirely towards darkness and extremity. She wielded dark magic, transforming it into a blade that sliced across her own skin. Blood gushed forth, which she then gathered into a torrent, flowing towards the Dark Grimoire, suspended before her. As is widely known, such dark artifacts amplify their power after partaking of blood, and the Dark Grimoire was no exception. The construction of dimensional portals and the assimilation of reality-distorting space surged in speed by 30%. Yet, it was precisely this surge in power, coupled with the ensuing wave of attack, that caused a significant fluctuation in the nearly perfect reality shield. How? I have successfully located the target. The demon dinosaur roared, then promptly closed its eyes, laboriously attempting to convey information to the other side of the reality shield. Indeed, the reality shield is nearly invincible. However, it cannot obstruct a connection rooted deep within the soul. The bonds of the soul are not influenced by ether particles. Upon hearing the demon dinosaur's howl, Li Chengfeng immediately ceased his assault and approached the creature. As the moon girl responded, "Don't rush. I made contact with Little Iron, but without the support of a metahuman bloodline, the transmission speed is slow, so we must wait a while." Understanding instantly, Li Chengfeng realized that they had originally been linked by a data cable. They now had to rely on Bluetooth. Li Chengfeng, is it not yet feasible? Bruce Wayne, while unleashing beams of emerald willpower, turned to Li Chengfeng and exclaimed, that which just sacrificed her blood to the Dark Grimoire, significantly accelerating the progress. We are now perilously close to completion. Damn it, Bat, stop fretting. The signal is poor. They need time to process. Li Chengfeng retorted to Bruce Wayne. I truly appreciate it. Now everyone present knows my identity. Bruce Wayne gritted his teeth and fired another powerful beam of emerald willpower. Just as the two were engaged in a heated exchange, Agatha Harkness's expression suddenly transformed dramatically. The Dark Grimoire suddenly slipped from her grasp. Damn it. I had exchanged a mere mortal's soul with that of the Dark Grimoire solely to wield it more effectively. No sooner had the thought crossed my mind than a resounding explosion echoed. Bruce Wayne's recent beam of emerald willpower had astonishingly breached Agatha Harkness's protective veil of reality. Bruce Wayne, taken aback, bellowed, The demon dinosaur has succeeded. The timing couldn't have been more impeccable, just as the adversary was on the verge of completing the spell. Yet, before Bruce could articulate the latter part of his statement, he swallowed the words back, for he beheld Agatha Harkness in a state akin to madness. In an instant, she had sacrificed all her organs and flesh, momentarily unleashing an overwhelming force of dark magic, forcibly invading and seizing control of the dark grimoire. However, the interrupted ritual could not be resumed. This was no mere file compression. Great Thon, use my flesh as a vessel. Arise. Li Chengfeng's brow furrowed. Though she had not succeeded in assimilating the reality-distorting space, allowing Thon to descend through Wanda's body directly, he had averted the most horrific outcome. Yet now, Agatha Harkness was evidently offering her life as a sacrifice, igniting the spark of Thon's return through the dark grimoire. My beloved goddess, the distortion of reality is waning. The reality-distorting space existed due to Agatha Harkness's utilization of ether particles. At this moment, with her life ebbing away, the reality-distorting realm began to collapse as well. In merely 3 seconds, everyone returned to the true reality. However, the witch known as Agatha Harkness now stood, bloodied and wielding the dark grimoire, her countenance entirely transformed. She gasped for air, wrinkling her brow. The air on earth now pales in comparison to what it once was. But it matters not. As a goddess birthed from the natural vitality of earth, I shall never disdain the bareness of my homeland. Having spoken, her gaze was immediately drawn to Wanda, revealing an expression of astonishment. It was certainly not due to Wanda's beauty or prowess, but rather because Wanda possessed mastery over chaos magic and unawakened genes. Wanda Maximoff, a Romani witch, daughter of Natalia Maximoff. Your mutant father had never fathomed that his former wife was, in fact, the previous Scarlet Witch, the one to whom I bestowed chaos magic. Agatha Harkness, no, the true Thon, now approached them with a smile, reminiscing about her longing for Wanda. Your mother was the most gifted among all Scarlet Witches, so gifted that she could obscure my sight. It wasn't until you and your insipid brother were captured by that wretched being of the highest evolution that I could finally discover you. Thus, I performed an admirable deed by endowing you with chaotic magic while returning you to Earth. Li Chengfeng gazed upon the fully possessed Zysorn, devoid of hesitation, and stepped forward to obstruct Wanda. Zysorn, these are merely your machinations to truly return to Earth and seize a higher realm of power. Spare me the pretense of benevolence. He declared, when your nephew once hunted me like a dog, did you maintain such a facade of righteousness? Li Chengfeng raised a finger, asserting, I have glimpsed you in another dimension. You possess remarkable talent and wield powers beyond my comprehension. Yet, you are not worthy to stand before me. Upon uttering these words, the terrifying force of chaotic magic intertwined with the dark arts surged forth, infused with Zysorn's primordial might, rushing towards Li Chengfeng. He extended his hand to halt Hela, who was poised to shield him. Unfazed by the impending doom, he grasped the translucent crimson lantern that had materialized in his palm. Little bull, are you feeling pent up? As Li Chengfeng's voice faded, a haughty, youthful voice echoed from the lantern amidst the furious crimson light. Li Chengfeng from Earth, your heart swells with raging fury, and yet, I find myself famished. Chapter 110, The Tragic God Zysorn, Part 2, the Lantern Beasts of the Seven Lantern Corps exhibit diverse abilities. The Ion Shark manifests as Ion Man, acquiring the power to manipulate time and space akin to Green Lantern. In contrast, after merging with Blood Butcher, Li Chengfeng assumes a form known as the Blood Butcher. To speak of the Blood Butcher's unique abilities is to acknowledge the absence of any extraordinary power. What he possesses is merely cold, unyielding statistics. He embodies a regular father, capable of delivering a sound thrashing to phantoms. The Phantom, the vengeful spirit of God, is theoretically one of the universe's most formidable beings. Though this entity presents a complicated case, akin to a sibling of the Planet Devourer from the Marvel Universe, boasting an invincible setup yet bearing lackluster achievements. The Planet Devourer suffers from insatiability, while the Phantom grapples with the myriad troubles his host creates. The Phantom possesses numerous abilities, succinctly summarized, whatever the Phantom desires, he can almost achieve. He can even traverse the origin wall at will. Yet this celestial being was rendered bewildered by a straightforward assault from the Blood Butcher. Ultimately, alongside Adashida's, The Blood Butcher was subdued and confined within the Red Lantern. Henceforth, the title of the most tormented Lantern Beast's host shall forever elude the Phantom. Li Chengfeng felt the surge of power and fury swell within him as he merged with the Blood Butcher. However, due to the fact that the Red Lantern of this world was of his own creation, even amidst the inferno capable of incinerating the entire world, Li Chengfeng remained composed and rational, albeit with a change in his outward appearance. After all, the name Blood Butcher hardly evokes a sense of benevolence. Li Chengfeng's stature suddenly increased, and then a tangible armor, forged from the very essence of rage, enveloped him. In his grasp materialized a massive crimson axe, a manifestation of the terrifying power derived from fury and hatred, perceptible even to someone like Harley Quinn, who possessed no supernatural abilities. It was needless to mention the figure standing opposite him, Zysorn. Fury? Hatred? What manner of power is this? I was born billions of years ago. Why have I never encountered such an uncanny force? Zysorn's voice, tinged with vulnerability, emanated from the tattered body of Agatha Harkness, sounding particularly distorted and eerie. He had faced more formidable beings before, such as the God-Eater Adam, who had nearly eradicated all the ancient gods and demons from the earth, and the cosmic deities of death and eternity he encountered during his interdimensional exile. But those were gods who wielded the laws and concepts. Why does this man Li Chengfeng possess the ability to materialize emotions? How could he, who was seemingly so weak moments ago, suddenly amalgamate with some form of energy being, resulting in a geometric increase in power? Zysorn could not comprehend it. As a god of the underworld and a source of dark magic, one of the most erudite among the ancient gods, he still failed to grasp it. Have you truly never witnessed such power? Do you truly not understand? Li Chengfeng shook his head. This is the inherent flaw of the ancient gods. To them, humanity is eternally regarded as insignificant ants. It seems that you, this so-called god of the underworld, are not so remarkable after all. Li Chengfeng uttered another remark and slightly bent his knees. The terrifying force, entwined with the wrathful blood flames, cleaved downward. The vessel that once belonged to Agatha Harkness was utterly torn asunder and incinerated, ultimately returning to nothingness. Yet, in his blood butcher state, Li Chengfeng's perception of the world was vastly heightened. He could distinctly sense that Agatha Harkness's final act of black magic sacrifice truly involved her own essence, summoning Zysorn back through etheric particles. It merely returned him in a state of soul. This bore no detriment to Zysorn. It was akin to a permanent projection of his being. Regardless, his power could be wielded impeccably whether or not he possessed a corporeal form. In fact, for him now, a physical body was more of a burden. Should he return in his complete form, the ancient aura belonging to the old gods might enable his ambitious nephew Adam to re-emerge, potentially setting the stage for another divine, devouring spectacle. Thus, by tainting Agatha Harkness with the dark scripture, orchestrating the entire scheme was merely a means to allow Zysorn to return in a state of soul, subsequently seizing the body of Wanda Maximoff, an intricate plot that had been in motion since Zysorn endowed Wanda with chaos magic 2 decades prior. The original plan was flawless. However, the unexpected emergence of Li Chengfeng, a being who theoretically should not exist in this universe, has disrupted everything. He possesses an extraordinary power that ought not to manifest, and has appeared in a location that should be unreachable. It feels as though a series of colossal coincidences has conspired to gradually derail Zysorn's meticulously crafted scheme. In principle, he could have seized Wanda's body, forcibly catalyzing the awakening of her genes to attain omnipotent, universe-level power. At that point, neither his nephew Adam nor the specters of death and eternity would stand a chance against him. They would merely become toys to be easily manipulated. Yet, the allure of idealism stands in stark contrast to the harshness of reality. Given Li Chengfeng's current state, Zysorn finds himself with little opportunity to occupy Wanda's body under the protection of this formidable individual. After all, with a single strike, he has already sustained injuries. Indeed, the power born of fury and vengeance can directly wound the very essence of the soul. Were Li Chengfeng to hear Zysorn's thoughts at this moment, he would likely be amused to the point of laughter. It is self-evident. The power of the emotional spectrum is intrinsically linked to the soul. Your emotions are birthed from the depths of your soul, not merely a product of corporeal hormones. Thus, it is entirely plausible for such power to injure the soul, with emotional spectrum damage being its forte. Otherwise, why would that omnipotent specter continue to endure beatings from the Seven Lantern Corps? Zisoan, I present you with a choice. Enter the Dark Tome and replace the soul within, granting it freedom. I might consider allowing you to survive within its pages. Li Chengfeng, your insatiable greed is akin to a snake attempting to swallow an elephant. I am one of the ancestors of humanity, an ancient deity. Why should I be confined to a book I have crafted myself? Does a mere tome deserve to be my vessel? Zisoan's essence transformed into a radiant red light, indistinguishable from Wanda's chaotic magical power, and he endured 2 more strikes from Li Chengfeng, causing his soul's brilliance to dim considerably. Yet, he managed to create distance and find an escape route. However, the words just uttered had struck a nerve within someone. Zisoan, I curse your entire lineage. Are you even human? You are, in fact, not human at all. You, the discarded remnant of Earth, a mere ghost. What does it matter if I am but a book? Have I feasted upon your family's rice? You fled without a second thought. Meanwhile, I remain on Earth, devising a plan to find you a path of return. I must endure the unwelcome touches of various individuals upon my body. Do you have any idea how greasy the fingers of those bloated nouveau riche can be? They even resort to using entrails, blood, and, in their madness, infants as offerings. This book is drenched in blood. Upon hearing such disparaging remarks regarding a mere book, the Dark Tome became incensed, pounding its metaphorical chest and unleashing a torrent of the most unsavory curses imaginable. Moreover, it still resided within the body of the Moon Girl. Thus, a scene unfolds where a young girl with dark skin laments being inappropriately touched by an ostentatious nouveau riche. It is a grave situation indeed. However, it is evident that Zisoan regards the Dark Grimoire merely as a tool, unaware that this instrument has acquired a soul of its own. What transpired on Earth with this Dark Grimoire? Regardless of the insults hurled at him, the soul remains indifferent, for he does not recognize it at all. Yet, such uncertainties do little to impede the swift escape of his essence. He must urgently seek a vessel, otherwise his powers will gradually siphon into the Dark Grimoire. This tome shares the divinity of his true form, which is crucial for maintaining his connection to Earth. Powers, it seems, can be deceived. Thus, he not only needs to flee, but must also procure a corporeal form along the way. Fortunately, the speed of his fleeing soul far exceeds that of Li Chengfeng, who is transformed into a bloodthirsty butcher. After discerning the direction, Zisoan hastily made his way toward the area teeming with people. A larger crowd signifies a greater selection of potential bodies. Upon possession, he can temporarily mask his aura to facilitate his escape. It is likely that Li Chengfeng's current state has a time limit. A mere delay would ensure his complete safety. In this manner, Wanda's body will inevitably fall into his grasp. While evading capture, Zisoan exuded a sense of triumph from the depths of his soul. Before long, he identified 2 targets, one of whom was surprisingly familiar, Pietro Maximoff, whom he had previously referred to as a gifted brother. Taken aback, Zisoan opted not to inhabit Pietro's body, for it proved unfeasible. The souls of mutants are inherently more resilient than those of ordinary humans. His previous assumption about seizing Wanda's form stemmed from his status as the source of chaos magic, which would not be repelled, a special circumstance indeed. In the original narrative, Zisoan could inhabit Quicksilver's body only because the latter had perished, affording Zisoan an unexpected opportunity. Under normal circumstances, the youthful and potent mutant possesses an exceptionally robust soul. The individual nearby appeared somewhat aged, with a vacant and fatigued expression, his eyes clouded, exuding an air of diminished vitality. To occupy his body would not only be less challenging, but also less conspicuous. With this thought in mind, Zisoan propelled a crimson energy orb directly into the man's skull. Bruce Banner's body jolted, and he pressed his hands to his head, sensing an unwelcome intrusion. Pietro's keen senses immediately detected Bruce Banner's abnormality. "Hey, Dr. Banner, are you all right? You seemed a bit weary since earlier. Perhaps you should head back? After all, our memories have returned, indicating that the events are drawing to a close." "Ah, Pietro, I'm fine," Bruce Banner remarked, shaking his head. "However, I seem to be experiencing a bit of hypoglycemia. I truly ought to procure something to eat." "Very well. I shall hasten to the nearest town and bring you sustenance. My legs are swift, Quicksilver replied, donning his goggles and vanishing in a flash of silver light. Unbeknownst to him, Bruce Banner, with his head bowed, had eyes that transformed into a menacing crimson, mirroring the chaotic essence of power. The possession was successful. Get out. Hulk does not like you. In an instant, the scarlet hue faded, supplanted by the vibrant green of gamma energy. Bruce Banner had undergone a super evolution, the Savage Hulk. Moreover, as the transformation occurred, Hulk awakened his Crimson Lantern ring, enveloping his massive green hand in a furious red glow, seizing the soul of the beleaguered Zysorn that had awkwardly emerged from his mouth. Damn it! What manner of monster are you? Why does your soul harbor throngs of colossal beasts? Zysorn, ensnared, was enveloped in terror and disarray. Others remained oblivious to the unspeakable ordeal he had just endured. Within this man's essence resided an unfathomable multitude of monstrous personas, despite being within the realm of souls. The fists they unleashed upon him grew increasingly painful. Conversely, his retaliatory black and chaotic magic seemed utterly ineffectual against these green monstrosities. As the ancient god, the underworld deity, and the great shadow of magic, Zysorn shed a single tear of grievance. Breakball? What are you? Hulk despises you. Hulk could not comprehend the entity that had just been pummeling him alongside the other Hulks in the realm of souls. Yet he instinctively loathed this interloper who intruded without knocking. Even Hulk understood the etiquette of visiting others' homes. Yet, as Hulk grasped Zysorn as soul, he found nothing particularly intriguing, and with a lack of enthusiasm, he carelessly tossed Zysorn aside. Zysorn, elated, having just endured a thrashing from the multitude of dim-witted giants within the soul realm, found his essence in a markedly weakened state. This throw granted him unexpected freedom. The foolish giants were indeed foolish. They lacked even the basic understanding of not pursuing annihilation. However, this was Hulk. Though he merely tossed Zysorn casually, he propelled him a considerable distance. Even in his weakened condition, Zysorn was unable to control the inertia of his soul until he collided with a robust chest. Ah, Zysorn, you were quite swift just now. It was none other than Chengfeng, transformed into the Blood Butcher. Chengfeng, you were nearly escaping. Why provoke this dim-witted giant? Do you wish to possess him? Has your mind become muddled? Chengfeng could now effortlessly capture the essence of this ancient god with but 2 fingers. You are truly feeble now. So, who truly is the ant now? Without waiting for Zysorn to speak further, Chengfeng directly opened his gaping maw and consumed Zysorn's soul. After a brief moment of gnashing, accompanied by a few fragmented expletives, the soul of the underworld deity Zysorn was utterly obliterated within the confines of the little bull's belly. Mission Welcome to Fairy Tale Town has been completed. Chapter 111. The bloodshed caused by the wheel lock combined. Chengfeng exhaled deeply. As the system notification chimed, he seamlessly reverted from his blood butcher transformation. When the little bull emerged from his heart, aside from appearing somewhat fatigued, it did not lie lifeless like the ion shark, who had yet to awaken. Of course, this distinction lay in the nature of the Blood Butcher state compared to that of the Ion Hero. After all, the Blood Butcher merely boasted a panel of infinite height, while the Ion Hero wielded the power to manipulate time and alter reality. Their energy consumption was not on the same plane. It appears that the Yellow and Green Lantern beasts truly live up to their reputation as the strongest within the 7 Lantern Legion. Related characters: Hal Jordan, Catwoman, Agatha Harkness, Wanda Maximoff, Zysorn, Moon Girl, acquired Hal Jordan's willpower, acquired Catwoman Supreme Charisma Boost, acquired Agatha Harkness's Demon Cat. Ebony, acquired Wanda Maximoff's Chaos Magic, acquired Zysorn's Old God status, acquired Moon Girl's Mental Link. Chengfeng, why are you in a daze? The little bull's familiar lowly voice resonated in his ears. I was merely contemplating something joyful. Startled back to reality, Chengfeng instinctively patted her bovine head and retrieved the Red Lantern furnace, allowing her to return for rest. He then proceeded to examine the rewards he had just obtained. Hal Jordan's willpower. Goodness. The silver lining. Hal Jordan's willpower combined with Batman's willpower has rendered his Green Lantern invincible. The downside. It seems he is now entangled with the Green Lantern. However, upon delving deeper into the system's explanations, Chengfeng came to realize that willpower is not merely a matter of simple addition. Rather, it involves summation followed by multiplication with a coefficient, and then averaging. In essence, The system concluded that his willpower strength is now approximately 15 times that of its original measure. The reason for the approximation lies in the fact that willpower cannot be fully quantified and is subject to fluctuations. Nevertheless, Li Chengfeng felt exceedingly satisfied. He had initially thought there was little to glean from Hal Jordan, given that his abilities stemmed solely from the Green Lantern ring, with the remainder being skills such as flight. Yet the next reward left his mind buzzing. Each word was familiar to him, yet when strung together, they eluded his understanding. What does a supreme charisma boost entail? Could it be that his earlier jests regarding her and Bruce Wayne had come to fruition? Is there truly an element of mysticism at play? Li Chengfeng had an inkling that his sister-in-law was no ordinary woman. She had bewitched even the most rational of minds, turning them into lovesick fools. Yet, could such a trickery truly work on men? Moreover, this enchantment originated from the Catwoman, so it was unlikely to have the same effect on men. A sudden shiver coursed through him, prompting an instinctive tightening of his rear. Just as he was lost in contemplation, a rustling sound emanated from the nearby bushes. Instinctively, he turned his gaze, only to be startled as a shadow sprang forth, lunging directly toward his face. Darkness enveloped him, and a feline cry echoed in his ears. Meow! Goodness! Whose mischievous little creature is this? Li Chengfeng exclaimed as he swiftly lifted the small cat from his face. The creature was a pure black, devoid of any blemish, its limbs curled in a pitiful manner, its golden eyes fixated on Li Chengfeng, radiating a pleading charm. Was this the infamous demon cat of Agatha Harkness? Curiosity piqued, he examined the cat thoroughly, including its bell. Shouldn't rewards from the system bestow various abilities? Why was he presented with a living being this time? Then, he distinctly felt a shift upon physical contact with the cat. They had established a symbiotic relationship. Aha! So the demon cat was akin to a familiar, which explained its classification as a power. After their bond was formed, the demon cat shared all its magical abilities and regenerative powers with him, while he could project his consciousness into the feline. However, the name Ebony was rather unappealing. How about a new name? Meow. The demon cat, surprisingly perceptive, nodded in agreement. I've had my share of pets in my previous life, so I shall name you after my former cat. From now on, you shall be called Dog. The demon cat. Had Li Chengfeng lost his mind, or was it the cat that was befuddled? You name a cat Dog? Do you not find it odd? Li Chengfeng, perplexed, replied, in my household, my cat is called Dog. The dog is named Rabbit. The rabbit is Dub Parrot. The parrot is referred to as Sun, and the sun is called Poor Iced Tea. The demon cat's protests and meows were interpreted by Li Chengfeng as expressions of delight. However, the term dog in Chinese might provoke doubt in this foreign cat and among those around them. Thus, Li Chengfeng decided to localize the name in an American style. Henceforth, the demon cat would officially be known as Doug. The demon cat, ISNT that's still Dog, with Doug the demon cat perched on his shoulder. Li Chengfeng redirected his focus back to the system rewards. The true weighty matter was yet to unfold, the chaotic magic of the Scarlet Witch. What does it mean to be formidable? Even without Wanda's mutant abilities, chaos magic was an immensely powerful form of sorcery. This was, after all, the mightiest capability of the Sorcerer Supreme, second only to divine power. Despite the fact that Zysorn was relentlessly pursued and reduced to a mere shadow of himself by Li Chengfeng, ultimately becoming a mere snack for him. This was not the zenith of Zysorn's power. Had he faced a fully realized Zysorn in Fairy Tale Town, victory would still have been attainable for Li Chengfeng. Yet it would necessitate the full exertion of all his capabilities, with no guarantees for the safety of his comrades. However, a victory is a victory. The conqueror need not reflect, for the vanquished have already faded into oblivion. Yet, even as Zysorn dissipated, Li Chengfeng acquired the ancient divine status of Zysorn from his system. Ancient divine status? What does that imply? Does it mean he has ascended to divinity? Li Chengfeng extended his hand to inspect this newfound power, yet found nothing particularly extraordinary about it. It could be said to be the sole reward that left him somewhat perplexed, though intuitively he sensed that one day this would prove to be of significance. With a sense of curiosity, he turned his attention to the final reward, the mental link of the Moon Girl. This was straightforward, representing the unique abilities of the Moon Girl's otherworldly race. However, unlike the Moon Girl, who was passively bound to the demonic dinosaur from the outset, Li Chengfeng had the option to choose an individual for the binding. Naturally, once bound, the choice could not be reversed. Li Chengfeng scoffed at the notion. Even the spirit ball of the Spear of Revenge could be rebound. Initially, he contemplated binding it to Doug, but upon reflection, he realized that since Doug was already in a symbiotic relationship with him, it would be a sheer waste. He decided to set it aside for now. Perhaps it would reveal its efficacy in due course. After meticulously accounting for his rewards upon completing his tasks, Li Chengfeng promptly soared towards Fairy Tale Town, as there were still matters requiring resolution. As he passed the sign initially proclaiming welcome to Fairy Tale Town, he noted it had transformed into a chaotic advertisement board showcasing beer, amusement parks, inns, and camping. It was evident that the distortions of reality had indeed dissipated completely. However, upon returning to Fairy Tale Town, the sight of unconscious fairy tale characters strewn about did not vanish, leaving Li Chengfeng somewhat exasperated. It appeared that the end of the reality distortion did not signify their disappearance. Rather, it indicated that they were not mere fabrications of reality, but had indeed been drawn from some fairy tale universe as labors. His unfortunate comrades, each a prince or princess, were subjected to such suffering in this small town. The mere thought of these royal figures, accustomed to a life of grandeur, now reduced to mundane labor, stirred a sense of melancholy within him. Yet, the only one who had been assimilated, Selina Kyle, lay peacefully in the embrace of Bruce Wayne, her expression tranquil, yet she remained unresponsive for an extended period. The urgency on Bruce Wayne's face elicited laughter from Li Chengfeng. Not only him, but all present, including Hal Jordan, wore expressions of barely contained amusement. What does it mean to be an exquisitely perceptive bat in the presence of others, yet to appear less astute than a mere husky like Hal Jordan when confronted with one's fiancée? Even he discerned that Catwoman was feigning unconsciousness. However, Li Chengfeng was disinclined to disturb the peculiar interaction between the young couple. The Dark Grimoire, please bring forth the Dark Grimoire. At first glance, this statement seemed flawed, yet within the current context, it bore no faults. The Dark Grimoire, which occupied the body of the Moon Girl, stepped forward and retrieved the tome that contained the essence of her soul. The Dark Grimoire disdainfully flicked away a few lingering drops of blood from its pages. His entire being tingled. Now, let's swiftly exchange our souls. Li Chengfeng nodded and extended his hand to receive the Dark Grimoire. The moment his hand made contact with the book, he felt a surge of warmth flowing into his body. It seemed as though something had been added to his being. It also felt as if nothing had transpired. However, the Dark Grimoire was aware of certain truths and whispered in Li Chengfeng's ear. Zysorn has completely dissipated, hasn't he? I perceive that you have acquired Zysorn's former divine status, and the divinity that once resided in Zysorn has now, due to the transfer of status, entered your body. In a certain sense, you have wholly supplanted Zysorn's position among the old gods. Does this mean I have ascended to divinity? Ascension to divinity is merely a matter of identity verification. With the prowess you exhibited upon transformation, even if you were to traverse to ancient Earth, you could anoint yourself as a deity, and the creator and goddess Gaia would have to acknowledge it begrudgingly. Hurry now. I have already sensed the formidable dark magic power within you. With the aid of the etheric particles, restoring our souls is a trivial endeavor. Wait, where have the etheric particles gone? Goodness, they are within the Dark Grimoire. You witnessed Agatha's spell casting just moments ago. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng opened the Dark Grimoire. To his surprise, the previously blank page now displayed a remarkably lifelike image of etheric particles. Yet, he felt that this still image possessed a dynamic quality. It existed in a superposition state between 2 and 3 dimensions, embodying the etheric particles. Although Li Chengfeng found this remarkable, he deemed it best to restore the souls to their rightful places, particularly since the demon dinosaur beside him was incessantly howling in a rather bothersome manner. Li Chengfeng endeavored to invoke chaotic magic, allowing its power to flow across the page, simultaneously grasping the souls of the Dark Grimoire and the Moon Girl, and returning them to their respective vessels. Of course, this was Li Chengfeng's perception. To an outsider, it appeared as a surge of crimson, magical energy emanating from the Dark Grimoire, after which the Moon Girl's eyes sparkled with delight as she joyfully ran towards the demon dinosaur. Ah, yes, that is indeed the demeanor expected of a 13-year-old. Li Chengfeng, this tome senses you are harboring doubts within. You are overthinking it. Li Chengfeng slammed the book shut, dismissing the ominous scripture with indifference. Once he had concluded his task, Harley Quinn and Hela approached him. Hela extended her arms and drew Li Chengfeng into her embrace. A phrase inexplicably surfaced in his mind, a little bird depending on its mate. Who could stand beside a goddess towering at 2 meters and 13 centimeters without feeling diminutive? Meanwhile, Harley Quinn deftly inserted a communicator into Li Chengfeng's ear, playfully prodding his side with her genuine adamantium baseball bat. Agent Li Chengfeng, I recall your presence. It appears the reality distortion event has been resolved. Commander Hill, it is a pleasure to return. We now require the support of the Bureau for post-incident coordination. Just call me Maria. The cleanup crew has fully mobilized to the site of the incident. You will soon meet them and the members of the Star Squad. All right, Maria. I shall see you shortly. By the way, upon concluding this call, please switch to the classified frequency 114514. He is awaiting you. After the conversation ended, Li Chengfeng transitioned to the designated secure frequency. Please proceed with the VoiceSprint password verification, Agent. What is your internal codename? Damn it. Must you always throw in something awkward? The codename is Immortal. VoiceSprint verification in progress. Verification successful. Agent Li Chengfeng has accessed the frequency. After a brief period of static, the familiar voice of the infamous Nick Fury resounded once more. What the hell? How did you suddenly manage to pull off such a colossal task? Nick Fury, have some decency. Upon hearing Nick Fury's voice, Li Chengfeng felt his teeth clench with frustration. If it weren't for you losing the car, why have traveled this far to retrieve it? Who was driving my car before it went missing? It was me. So what? Setting aside the facts, even if I bear 99% of the blame, do you claim to have no part in this? Seeing Nick shirk responsibility infuriated him to the core. In the sweltering heat, he was drenched in cold sweat, his hands and feet icy. Is there no hope left for this world? Hold on. Your sudden onslaught of grievances has left me momentarily at a loss. At a loss? Then think, observe, and learn more. And do not forget to reimburse me for the security deposit on the wheel lock. With that, Li Chengfeng ended the call. Meanwhile, in Nick Fury's office, Ada Wong and Hargreave exchanged glances upon overhearing the conversation, and they inscribed a subtitle on the dossier, The Bloodshed Triggered by 2 Wheel Locks. Chapter 112. Iconic Scene 1. As the main forces departed, converging from all directions in a fairy tale town, Li Chengfeng had also arranged a place for the Moon Girl. Astonishingly, as a high school student at Midtown High, she had concealed a demonic dinosaur in a lake on the outskirts of the city. Indeed, a high school student, a mere 13 years of age. She was a classmate of Peter Parker, albeit in a different class. One can only say that, as a genius, skipping a few levels is quite commendable. However, how is it possible for such a colossal creature as the demon dinosaur to remain concealed in a public area without being discovered? But it has indeed been spotted numerous times. Despite eyewitness accounts claiming the existence of a dinosaur in the lake, the majority of people remain skeptical. Yet, there are numerous enthusiasts who embark on pilgrimages to these sites, and the demon dinosaur intentionally leave behind clues to incite their fervor further. However, for the average individual, the more fervent the enthusiasts become, the more absurd they seem. The Moon Girl smiled slyly, feigning exasperation as she spread her hands wide. Is it too hellish for a 13-year-old to indulge in such a jest? Li Chengfeng twitched at the corner of his mouth. This Moon Girl, in person, was far more manageable than that sinister character from the Dark Scriptures. Given that you have awakened your inhuman abilities, why did you not join the reorganized Joint Bureau Academy at that time? What Joint Bureau Academy? The Moon Girl appeared even more innocent than Li Chengfeng, claiming, I am merely an ordinary person. Why would the Joint Bureau Academy recruit me? In an instant, Li Chengfeng understood it was a refusal. He had merely asked out of curiosity. Although the new Joint Bureau Academy had attracted many future superheroes and even supervillains, many individuals still held little interest in joining an official organization, particularly those who regarded themselves as exceptionally intelligent geniuses. The Moon Girl was evidently one of them. Moreover, she deliberately overlooked Li Chengfeng's mention of the term inhuman. It was apparent that she had likely already established contact with the likes of Jia Ying and the Inhuman royal family, or perhaps had even become one of them. If she were indeed associated with the Inhuman royal family, it would not be so dire, for they had developed a comprehensive and independent technological framework and social structure. Although it resembled a quasi-feudal state, it was not ruled solely by the royal family. Aside from the deranged Maximus, others maintained close ties with various nations on Earth and superhero organizations. Black Bolt had once joined the Avengers and the Illuminati. Queen Medusa had even temporarily allied with the Fantastic Four, fostering conditions for peaceful coexistence between Inhumans and humans. Even the notoriously flawed Crystal, despite her tumultuous personal life, could be regarded as a commendable hero. Conversely, the realm of the afterlife was starkly different. Compared to the inhuman kingdom of Adelan, the afterlife resembled a refugee camp. Its inhabitants were unaware of the purpose of their existence or their historical narrative, merely knowing that they were anomalies. Initially, they might appear as well-meaning individuals banding together for survival, but with just a hint of external provocation, they could swiftly turn to extremism. In Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Inhumans of the afterlife even contemplated using substandard Terrigen crystals to cleanse all of humanity. Although Jiaying had once been a test subject of Daniel Whitehall, a survivor of the Nazi Hydra's massacre, the darkened Jiaying demonstrated a lack of moral boundaries even more severe than Hydra itself. With this thought, Li Chengfeng couldn't help but cast a few more glances at the moonlit girl, whose intelligence seemed far beyond that of an ordinary 13-year-old. As a senior agent of the Joint Investigation Bureau, it was only reasonable for him to have someone monitor the non-institutional superhumans. Well, let's just pretend I never said that. Mimicking the moonlit girl's posture, Li Chengfeng also spread his arms, but he cautioned her to keep a close watch on the demon dinosaur, lest its wildness shake the very foundations of Asia. Rest assured, those enthusiasts lack the ability to uncover the demon dinosaur. The moonlit girl was quite confident. Although the demon dinosaur's cries seemed to express innocence, its intelligence was undeniably high. Li Chengfeng nodded at her, but informed her that she could not leave until the Bureau concluded its operations. Thus, she was left with no choice but to sit obediently atop the demon dinosaur's head and fiddle with her phone. Children truly are a handful. Maria Hill, clad in the crisp and sharp attire of the Joint Investigation Bureau, stood tall and poised. No matter how high her IQ, she was still just a child. Li Chengfeng extended his hand to shake Maria Hill's, expressing gratitude for her leadership and reinforcements. To be honest, prior to the recent distortion of reality, I had reservations about bringing hundreds of people and countless pieces of equipment to support this endeavor. Maria Hill surveyed her surroundings and concluded that perhaps more personnel were indeed necessary. These individuals were quite troublesome, all unfortunate souls brought from another universe by the instigator. Each word was comprehensible, yet the overall meaning eluded her. Maria Hill suddenly felt a throbbing headache. Did this mean that all those collapsed on the ground were merely nameless individuals devoid of any information? Not exactly nameless. If one were to scour the pages of fairy tales, they would find all their details. However, most were merely ordinary people from those stories, while some possessed remarkable skills. Do you have any means to send these troublesome individuals back to their own homes? It is indeed possible to send them back, but I lack the coordinates of their universe. Who knows where they would end up? Li Chengfeng was equally at a loss. Recruiting individuals merely required plucking from the vast multitude of dimensions. It was akin to a cad seeking fleeting encounters without commitment. However, the complexity of sending individuals back multiplied exponentially. Not only were the precise coordinates of that universe necessary, but aligning the timelines and energy consumption would be a significant burden. Sending people back was akin to a decent person taking on a heavy load, with no negotiations regarding houses, cars, or finances. Thus, rather than exhausting efforts to return them, it seemed far more prudent to consider how to accommodate them. Li Chengfeng gazed at the surrounding ruins. This devastation was not a result of the battle between the Star Squad, the Cursed Warriors, and Agatha Harkness, but rather the remnants of a small town. Renowned as a ghost town with several quality camping sites nearby. Given the Bureau's approach to eradicating evidence, it was certain that all these remnants would be reduced to rubble. Even a very ground must be meticulously excavated. Were it not for the proximity to other cities, one might have resorted to launching a missile after evacuating all personnel, subsequently claiming it to be an experimental detonation. This would indeed fall within the realm of American tradition. However, rather than compelling these denizens from a fantastical universe to adapt to the modern society of America, why not transform the site of this reality-distorting event into the so-called fairy tale town? Li Chengfeng's inclination is not merely a whim. Instead of allowing these characters from another universe to scatter across the globe, it would be more prudent to gather them in one place for easier management and oversight. Nonetheless, Li Chengfeng has a premonition that these fairy tale figures will likely become enamored with their newfound existence. After all, the settings of most fairy tales are steeped in a medieval aesthetic, characterized by ignorance and backwardness. This notion is not without merit. Maria Hill's eyes sparkled. This indeed presents a viable solution. Cleaning up and concealing information incurs significant costs. In contrast, the expense of constructing such a small town is relatively modest. After all, the small towns in America are fundamentally no different from the villages in the Republic. Furthermore, the subsequent management costs in terms of manpower would be considerably reduced. Despite her role as the commanding officer, she concurrently oversees the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Following the exposure of her true identity in Sitwell, she also managed the Human Resources Department for a time. The weight of half the American Bureau rests upon her shoulders, earning her the title of the heavyweight champion of the Joint Task Force. It was only when the Martian hunter, Uncle Jeong, joined the Joint Task Force as a member of the Starlight Team and assumed leadership of the Human Resources Department that she was able to extricate herself from the intense workload. Uncle Jeong, adept in both battlefield and office, is indeed a quintessential necessity for home and travel. Once the agents of the Joint Task Force arrived, the processing speed increased significantly. For the time being, all fairy tale characters were to be brought back to the Joint Task Force. Their identities were still required. After all, they were not meant to be isolated from the world in their new fairy tale town. Once the reality-distorting space dissipated, they would be free to come and go as they pleased. Li Chengfeng also took this opportunity to gather the other members of the Starlight Team. There was Bruce Banner, who had failed to be possessed by Zysorn. Quicksilver, having hastily ventured to a neighboring city to procure food for Banner, had lost his way. Captain Carter, finding the peripheral duties mundane, began to dismantle the 18 small advertisements atop the scenic area billboards. Hela, reminiscing about her long-lost dog Fenris, affectionately patted the head of Little Red Riding Hood, the wolf-eared maiden. Thor and Loki, the duo of dragon and phoenix, surprisingly exhibited relative decorum, though Loki persistently nudged Thor to challenge the Hulk. Alas, Dr. Banner had finally managed to indulge in a hot dog laden with 2 sausages. He was beginning to regret inviting this motley crew into his team. Each one was more eccentric than the last, especially Captain Carter. Initially, one might have assumed that she was an experienced anchor amidst chaos. However, she turned out to be a master of self-care, adept at leisurely pursuits. In contrast, the somewhat eccentric Harley Quinn was diligently attending to Wanda, collaborating with other agents from the Joint Task Force to assess the injuries of various fairy tale characters. Some of the more physically robust and resilient figures had begun to awaken from their stupor, and Harley was quick to ascertain their mental states. Several fellow agents, specializing in psychology, trailed behind her, fervently jotting down notes. Goodness, this hardly resembles the demeanor of a mere madcap. One might mistakenly believe her to be a distinguished professor of psychology. In a sense, Quizzle's remarkably normal behavior was, paradoxically, a deviation from the norm. Bruce Wayne had mysteriously appeared beside Li Chengfeng at some point. Could you teach me the art of your silent entrance and exit? It would be delightful to scare people now and then. I shall take that as a compliment, Bruce remarked, as he removed the Green Lantern ring and presented it to Li Chengfeng. With the crisis averted, it was time to return the ring. Li Chengfeng turned to face Bruce's face, which radiated an overwhelming sense of justice. His actions elicited no surprise from Li Chengfeng. Bruce had always been inclined to push away supernatural powers, only to resort to them in emergencies. How bothersome. You should keep the ring. Whether it belongs to you, or Hal Jordan, or even the red ring of the demon dinosaur, I have no intention of reclaiming it. Naturally, these were the very tokens that had drawn you into my camp. In this increasingly chaotic universe, Li Chengfeng sensed that a catastrophic event threatening the entirety of existence was inevitable. With a Batman, whose favor he had cultivated, by his side, Li Chengfeng felt that his success rate in confronting any challenge would increase by 30%. If he could further persuade Barry to harness the Speed Force, even greater power would be at his disposal. I trust you. You will be the greatest Green Lantern. Bruce initially intended to firmly decline, but was swayed by the sight of Li Chengfeng's earnest smile, a blend of trust and reassurance. He ultimately accepted the ring. Meanwhile, Catwoman, having concluded her feigned unconsciousness and begun to bandage her wounds, suddenly felt a shiver. She glanced at Bruce and Li Chengfeng, her bright, cunning eyes revealing a possessive glint akin to a cat guarding its food. What the devil? Although I am unaware of what transpired, why do I feel so irked? I have an overwhelming urge to pull that agent's hair. With Li Chengfeng's acute sensitivity to emotions, he immediately perceived Catwoman's gaze. To him, she seemed to radiate a violet aura, which in the spectrum of emotions signified love. As the violet light of desire and love stands at one end of the emotional spectrum, akin to the furious red glow, it is not inherently malevolent. Yet it often accompanies traits such as jealousy and obsession. My apologies, sister-in-law. In his heart, Li Chengfeng silently offered an apology to Catwoman. Let the blame fall upon that wretched system. Yet, he himself was not Nantong, and Bruce Wayne's orientation was quite resolute. He was not so easily swayed by mere charms. Rather than guarding against him, it would be wiser to be cautious of that burly fellow from Kansas. The big guy possessed a hint of charm as well. Moreover, they had been old friends for many years. Li Chengfeng thought to himself, giving Catwoman a thumbs up, then patted Batman on the shoulder before leisurely making his way toward the original tavern in Fairy Tale Town. Nick Fury's prize vehicle was still parked there. Passing by after sending Thor flying, he cheerfully reminded Hulk, who was clutching Loki's feet, "This chap called you a dim-witted giant." With matters settled, he left with a wave, keeping his accomplishments and name hidden. Listening to the rhythmic contact of Loki's body with Mother Earth, Li Chengfeng felt a wave of contentment wash over him. A celebrated scene earns its status precisely because, regardless of how chaotic the world may become, the necessary performances will inevitably unfold. You scoundrel, the hardships I've endured, you shall experience in full measure. Chapter 113, Ada Wong. This kiss I have anticipated for 10 years. Here, take your car keys. Li Chengfeng sank into Nick Fury's luxurious leather sofa, stretching languidly before sprawling comfortably upon it. Do you have nothing to say to me? Nick Fury casually placed the keys aside, remarking on the peculiar nature of encountering such a reality-distorting event. Should I deem you fortunate or unfortunate? I am uncertain about luck, but I do possess a rather pretentious disposition, Li Chengfeng mused inwardly. Setting aside other matters, the possession of this so-called system destined him to be an extraordinary pretentious individual. Enough of this idle chatter. Following the Fairy Tale Town incident, we should incorporate such reality-distorting events into our standard preventive measures, Nick Fury stated, rising to sit beside Li Chengfeng. While sunbathing with Dr. Liang Yang, he once mentioned similar occurrences. However, I had always regarded them as mere curiosities, for without experiencing them firsthand, one can never truly grasp their dangers. This recent reality distortion in Fairy Tale Town has truly left Black Egg in a cold sweat, especially upon the restoration of his memories regarding Li Chengfeng and Bruce Wayne. After exiting the distortion, he comprehended the terrifying nature of such events. They can erase an individual or even a group from existence without a trace. Especially Li Chengfeng. He is the grand patriarch of the entire American Bureau. Despite Nick Fury's daily banter with Li Chengfeng, when he needed to borrow Nick Fury's vehicle, Nick Fury readily complied. Did he not? If one day Li Chengfeng expressed a desire to ride to work on the back of Nick Fury, it is likely that Fury would respond with a bemused smile. Such is the depth of his indulgence. Li Chengfeng, while acutely aware of this atmosphere, is neither an overbearing hero nor an ordinary bystander accustomed to such antics, which inevitably leaves him feeling somewhat awkward. Thus, through their mutual adaptation, the current dynamic between him and Nick Fury has developed. To be candid, aside from an initial tinge of skepticism, the enigmatic Black Egg is rather agreeable. He is capable of being both assertive and accommodating, valuing reason and decorum. However, he tends to be somewhat evasive regarding the origins of his singular eye. Maria has already briefed me, and I see no fault in your method of local accommodation. Moreover, the fairy tale characters within this quaint town do not possess formidable powers, alleviating any fears of potential disruptions. Nonetheless, this is an entire town, and initially, we must assign several management personnel to assist them, after which they can be entirely self-sufficient. Li Chengfeng shrugged, acknowledging that even in a fairy tale, there exist princes or princesses who have managed kingdoms, thus possessing an undeniable degree of administrative capability, provided their romantic impulses do not lead to chaos. How will the American government explain the emergence of such a town? I have already taken the liberty of notifying the American government about this matter. Nick Fury reclined on the sofa, gazing at the ceiling, Despite their experience in handling such requests as Republicans, you must have heard of Indian reservations, correct? Indeed, it is said that Americans have committed their share of transgressions. I do not dispute that. Nick Fury preferred not to dwell on historical grievances. This fairy tale town could employ measures akin to those of a reservation, allowing for both freedom of movement and self-governance, while still acknowledging the use of national land, which necessitates a modicum of respect. Although Nick Fury is a native-born American, his years as the director of the Bureau have afforded him the perspective to evaluate national issues from a third-party viewpoint. After all, the Bureau is an agency of the World Federation. This characteristic of the Bureau has historically led to some friction with the American government, military, and other entities. The military's decision to send Hal Jordan to transport ethereal particles to the Bureau indicates a complete impasse, forcing them to seek assistance from the Bureau. Feel free to express yourself as you see fit, as long as we can secure the government's cooperation. I am confident that a new fairy tale town will soon rise from the ground. Li Chengfeng stood and approached the nearby desk, where Ada Wong and Ingrid Harnigan tirelessly processed and recorded incoming information, their hands flying over their keyboards. The information surrounding this recent distortion of reality is rather alarming, particularly with the need to document data from several hundred fairy tale characters hailing from another universe. The nonchalant demeanor exhibited by Li Chengfeng and Nick Fury has already drawn the ire of Ada Wong and Ingrid Hunnigan, both of whom have been casting sharp, dagger-like glances in their direction. Li Chengfeng glanced at the visibly agitated ladies and chuckled softly. Indeed, Ingrid Hunnigan possesses a rather fiery temperament, while Ada Wong embodies the paradox of a beautiful yet cunning enchantress. Li Chengfeng sensed that if he were to produce a red lantern at this moment, it would likely summon two more of its kind. Hey Ada, long time no see. We met just the day before yesterday. One day apart feels like 3 autumns. He retorted playfully, casually shutting down the joint operations terminal before Ada Wong. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of both Ada and Ingrid, Li Chengfeng opened a portal behind Ada and gently nudged her office chair back. After completing this, he waved goodbye to Nick Fury and Ingrid Hunnigan. If we never meet again, I wish you good morning, good afternoon, and good night. With that, he stepped through the portal, which then closed behind him. Ingrid Hunnigan stood frozen, her work momentarily forgotten. After a long pause, she turned stiffly to face the wide-eyed Nick Fury. Director, are they leaving all this work to me? Probably, maybe it seems so, Nick Fury replied, wiping the cold sweat from his bald head. Stay calm, Agent Hunnigan. I will arrange for personnel from the Internal Affairs Department to assist you with the paperwork. As the director, Nick Fury demonstrated considerable perceptiveness. Ingrid Hunnigan closed her eyes and took several deep breaths, but ultimately could not contain her anger, rising from her seat in a huff. Damn, those imbeciles. They better watch their backs when walking at night. I swear I'll have them in a sack before long. Nick Fury endeavored to blend into the sofa, knowing all too well the terrifying wrath of an overworked employee. Meanwhile, Li Chengfeng and Ada Wong were blissfully unaware of Ingrid Hunnigan's escalating fury, as they found themselves thousands of miles away in Finland, by the shores of Lake Inari, one of the prime locations for viewing the aurora borealis. Li Chengfeng wrapped his coat around Ada. Although winter had yet to arrive, the northern nights were still rather chilly. After a brief moment of astonishment, Ada resolved to set aside her work, tightening her grip on the coat as she sank into her office chair. I should consider myself fortunate. At least I'm not wearing a skirt or a cheongsam today, or this romance would turn into a sneeze. Li Chengfeng did not respond, standing beside Ada and absorbing the warmth emanating from her. The two lingered in silence by Lake Inari for a considerable time before Li Chengfeng finally broke the hush. In truth, I have long harbored certain doubts. Doubts? Ada gazed at the tranquil night sky. As the most prominent captain of the American Bureau's elite team and an esteemed agent of the Republic Bureau, dear Li, what conundrums could possibly trouble someone as exceptional as you? This is merely rhetorical, Ada. Li Chengfeng shook his head. In reality, that peculiar sensation had lingered in his heart from the very beginning. Ada Wong seemed to possess an unsettling familiarity towards him. If such were her inherent disposition, it could be excused. Yet, when interacting with others, even with some deities from Asgard, Ada consistently maintained a demeanor that was warm on the surface but icy beneath. In her presence, Li Chengfeng could distinctly feel that he was a special entity. Ada never hesitated to convey this sentiment. It was his inability to comprehend that led to his questions. He had no doubts regarding the affinity between the eccentric Harley Quinn and himself, for he had orchestrated her therapeutic collapse and the reconstruction of her worldview. Although her transference of affection towards him was unforeseen, he could at least grasp the reasoning behind it. As for the beloved goddess of death, Hela, Li Chengfeng also understood. He had breached Odin's seal to liberate her, subsequently standing by her side. While he did not intentionally influence her, he undeniably transformed her into a being more akin to a mortal on earth rather than a goddess of Asgard. The notion of a king and queen of gods, initially a misunderstanding, was something Li Chengfeng later did not deny, even finding a certain pleasure in it. However, the enigma of Ada Wong truly eluded him. He was aware of his handsome visage, yet he was no paragon of charm. He lacked the ability to captivate a woman merely through his presence. Yet, each time he recalled their first meeting, when Ada deliberately brushed her little finger across the back of his hand while handing over documents, a tingling sensation would arise from the depths of his being. Whenever he affectionately called her Wang Jie, she would secretly exhibit a hint of wistfulness. Li, I understand the questions that plague you. Ada observed the slightly troubled expression on Li Chengfeng's face, finding an unexpected delight in it. But this time, I shall play the riddle maker. With that, Ada dashed away with a charming yet not overwhelming laughter. Hey, being a riddle maker is not a commendable habit. Li Chengfeng swiftly caught up with Ada, grasping her hand and pulling her back into his embrace. You wicked woman, did you know something from the very beginning? Or have you encountered me before? Li Chengfeng did not deliberately confine Ada within his arms, yet she did not struggle. Instead, she found a more comfortable position against him, her entire weight resting on him. You once said we would meet again in the future. Ada revealed a trace of nostalgia, and you did not break your promise. When you appeared in the Joint Investigation Bureau building, you had no idea how exhilarated my heart was. Ada, I am quite certain I never uttered such words. You have certainly yet to articulate this. It is a promise you bestowed upon me. Upon uttering these words, Ada's exclamation startled Li Chengfeng. The Aurora. It is the Aurora. Ada, like an exuberant child, dashed towards the lake's edge. Instinctively, Li Chengfeng lifted his gaze to the heavens. The vibrant green aurora, typically observable only through specialized equipment, now hung in the sky, cascading like a river into the enigmatic distance. Before Li Chengfeng could pose another question, a long-forgotten youthful voice echoed in his mind, though the previous hint of frailty had significantly diminished, suggesting a near recovery. How do you find this gift? Ion Shark, I did not anticipate your penchant for meddling. Li Chengfeng comprehended the situation. It was no wonder that the aurora emitted a distinct aura of will. Ah, love, as a hue within the emotional spectrum. Even if I am a beacon of willful green light, I am still capable of perceiving other sentiments. The voice of Ion Shark brimmed with pride. Surely, you must have noticed the intense purple radiance emanating from Ada Wong, unless your vision is impaired. The corner of Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched. Ion Shark's whimsical remark was indeed trivial. Of course, he had observed it. Yet, the more he saw, the deeper his perplexity grew. The rich purple surrounding Ada was ample enough to qualify her as a queen of star sapphire. Even if she were to be possessed by a light beast of the purple lamp, becoming a predator would not surprise him. Ada, what precisely did you mean by your earlier statement? Li Chengfeng steadied his emotions. He had meticulously restored the memories he had not inherited through the Republic's central database, and was certain that his former self had never crossed paths with Ada Wong. The only potential link in the database was Ada's suspected Republic lineage. Ada asserted emphatically that it was he who had made her that promise. Yet she seemed unfazed by her ignorance of the matter. Suddenly, Li Chengfeng's expression shifted. Considering all available information, he seemed to arrive at but one conclusion. Ada, when did you first encounter me? Are you unaware? Ada turned, tilting her head, her feigned confusion surprisingly endearing. Ada, heed my inquiry. Li Chengfeng grasped her shoulders, lowering his gaze once more. I am asking when you first saw me, not when I first saw you. His question was not a mere play on words. Sherlock Holmes once remarked in The Sign of the Four, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. Li Chengfeng was convinced that Ada was not lying, and his investigative experiences were sound. Thus, only one explanation remained. In the future, I encountered Ada at a certain point in the past. Ada gazed at Li Chengfeng's face for an extended period. Ultimately, beneath the radiant aurora tinted by the ion shark, Ada gently rose on her toes and bestowed a kiss upon Li Chengfeng's lips. This kiss I had long anticipated for a decade. Chapter 114. A Love Triangle Among the Old, Middle-Aged, and Young. The following day, in Nick Fury's office, Li Chengfeng had been seated on the sofa for some time, awaiting Nick Fury, who sauntered and humming a tune from the West Coast. "Ah, you're here quite early, Agent Li Chengfeng. I heard you went on a date last night." Nick Fury's keen eyes immediately caught sight of the somewhat languid Li Chengfeng. Truly dedicated, he thought, having witnessed the aurora in Finland last night, and arriving early for an 8 o'clock meeting today. Li Chengfeng was tempted to stuff Fury's unmask where the sun doesn't shine. If it weren't for Nick Fury summoning him, he wouldn't have bothered with such an early start. Now, here he was, still exchanging barbs, noticing the menacing expression on Li Chengfeng's face. Nick Fury felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead and promptly shifted the conversation. "So, you spent the night by Lake Inari in Finland, did you? Are you changing the subject?" Li Chengfeng retorted. "You must be keen to uncover something, right?" Only Nick Fury, the king of agents, would leave no stone unturned in his quest for intelligence, wouldn't he? "Of course not," Li Chengfeng replied, observing the eager glint in Nick Fury's singular eye. "I haven't even begun to speak. Are you getting a bit too ambitious, old man? I just resolved a reality distortion incident, and you can't wait to summon me back for overtime? Cough, cough, cough. Do I seem like someone who exploits his agents?" Nick Fury coughed a few times, finally adopting a serious demeanor. "This time, it's not about a mission. Rather, it pertains to our Bureau's official collective charity event. I recognize every word you utter. Yet when strung together, I find myself utterly perplexed," Li Chengfeng remarked, adjusting his hair, slightly disheveled from his encounter with Ada. His gaze towards Nick Fury began to shift subtly. Was this the overly suspicious and somewhat untrustworthy Nick Fury? And there was a charity event at the Bureau? Was he losing his mind, or had the world gone mad? At that moment, Gus, the gluttonous beast nestled in the corner, awoke and lumbered out, shaking off its rotund form. After contemplating Nick Fury and Li Chengfeng for a moment, it decisively approached Li Chengfeng. "Meow." Gus leapt onto the sofa, clearing its throat, and addressed Li Chengfeng in the most obsequious tone. Li Chengfeng promptly scooped up Gus. "Stinky Gus, good morning. Why the long face? You need to be brimming with energy this early in the day." After a rather unspeakable session of cat affection, Gus began to ponder the meaning of feline existence while nestled in Li Chengfeng's embrace. Suddenly, Gus sensed something encroaching upon its plump side. With a swift turn, he caught sight of a small black cat peeking out from the vicinity of Li Chengfeng's waist, diligently stretching its neck to sniff the aroma of the beast's skin drum. Observing this, Li Chengfeng pulled the mischievous cat, Doug, from his waist and placed both Gus and Doug at the opposite end of the sofa, allowing them to frolic as they pleased. As the two cats began to meow and engage in communication, Nick Fury noticed that Li Chengfeng had finally calmed down. He then spoke. "Ah, it is as follows. You are aware that when I previously collaborated with the professor to reconstruct the Joint Investigation Academy, we recruited numerous new students through societal outreach. Together with the young scholars from Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters, we have formed the new Joint Investigation Academy. I am certainly cognizant of this, but what relevance does it hold concerning the official charity event you mentioned? The connection is profoundly significant." Nick Fury replied with a serious demeanor. "As the administration, our recruitment process is entirely transparent and maintains formal academic registration. Tomorrow happens to be the Charity Day and Parent Visitation Day at the new Joint Investigation Academy, where all parents of the students are invited to attend." Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng felt utterly dazed. Isn't the allure of our agent organization predicated on its mystery? How can we recruit potential future superheroes while involving their guardians? That's a given. While we are indeed agents, a school is a school. We cannot compromise on the essentials. You are aware that we are an agent organization. What if we abduct the children to the Joint Investigation Bureau without informing their parents? If they complain to the World Federation, it would be a guaranteed disaster. Nick Fury certainly understood Li Chengfeng's concerns, but reality was as it was. The Charity Parent Day had been meticulously organized under the professor's leadership, with the entire manpower of the Joint Investigation Academy dedicated to it. However, during a work verification with the professor, the normally infallible duo of black and white unexpectedly made an oversight. They failed to inform Li Chengfeng's star team and Carlson's special emergency team about the event. I assumed you would notify them. The black egg felt a twinge of discomfort. I have always been responsible for matters concerning the Joint Investigation Academy. I thought you had already informed Carlson and Li Chengfeng. The white egg echoed, equally bewildered, as his mind seemed to grow increasingly vacant. As the most proximate embodiment of superheroes within the American Bureau, the two teams, especially the Star Team, were undoubtedly the most fitting examples to present before the parents. Simultaneously, the Star Team served as a reassurance for the parents. Under the aegis of such a formidable team, their children would surely thrive. Thus, we arrive at the current scenario. So, it means that both the Star Team and Carlson's team will be present tomorrow? Indeed, but you need not feel excessive pressure. Simply regard this as a typical school celebration, Nick Fury stated, producing a schematic for the Charity Parent Day. As you can see, we have even organized the students to design storefronts, creating a temporary festive commercial street. Nick Fury handed the diagram to Li Chengfeng. Noticing the latter's silence, he continued. Following the Hydra invasion incident, the atmosphere within the entire Joint Investigation Bureau, particularly at the Bureau Academy, has been rather oppressive. The students, who once shared camaraderie, suddenly found friends transformed into Hydra operatives. Betrayal and deception have forced them to mature far too swiftly. With a wry smile, Nick shook his head. What I aspire to cultivate are heroes who uphold and promote justice, not cold-blooded killers who wear perpetual grim expressions. While I do require the latter, it is not necessary for these young minds to engage in such tasks just yet. Therefore, a celebratory event is essential to soothe their tender hearts. Wouldn't you agree? After perusing the outline for the Charity Parents' Day, Li Chengfeng looked up and replied, "That sounds agreeable to me. Of course, I anticipated your agreement. However, now that we have settled this matter, there is another issue at hand. Why not just speak plainly?" Nick Fury rubbed his hands together, wearing an apologetic grin that belied the authoritative demeanor expected of the director of the American Bureau. You know how adolescents are often intrigued by matters of romance. And considering you are currently the star of the American Bureau, it stands to reason. Reason for what? Li Chengfeng questioned, perplexed as to how the conversation had veered from inspiration to adolescent mental health. Nick Fury scrutinized Li Chengfeng's expression, swallowed hard, and continued. These mischievous youths are quite enamored with your connections to others. Do you dare repeat that? Li Chengfeng retorted incredulously. Those mischievous youths, they are infatuated with you. Nick Fury closed one eye, steeled himself, and let the words spill forth. And at ISNT, merely one pair they idolize. There are numerous couples, even entire fan clubs sprouting up. It could very well be likened to an unending political rivalry. After a moment's thought, he added, more diverse than the American elections. I dare say. Upon finishing, Nick opened his eye to find Li Chengfeng's expression neutral, as if he were momentarily frozen in disbelief. For heaven's sake, don't just collapse on my sofa. Nick Fury hastened over, but to his surprise, as he reached Li Chengfeng, he was seized by the collar. Is the American Bureau even functional anymore? I can understand being infiltrated by Hydra. Everyone makes mistakes, after all, and such a long-term scheme can catch anyone off guard. The idea of a new Joint Investigation Bureau Academy was even mine, to foster your own superpowered agents or superheroes. But how on earth did your focus shift to collective infatuation? Can you not get it together? Li Chengfeng unleashed his frustration upon Nick Fury, while the agents from the Department of Internal Affairs, arriving to deliver documents, maintained their composure, as if oblivious to the reprimand being directed at their director. Despite his hearing not being as acute as that of a certain Kansas giant, Li Chengfeng was still perfectly capable of discerning every word. He distinctly heard the two female clerical agents, who had just delivered documents, engage in a cacophony of idle gossip as they exited the office. Look, I told you Agent Lee has a thing for Director Fury. Indeed, the longing in Agent Lee's eyes is utterly intoxicating. It must be that Director Fury has let him down, which is why he was yanked up by the collar. A scoundrel. Exactly, a one-eyed scoundrel. Come on. The elevator has arrived, Agent Carlson. Li Chengfeng instinctively turned his head to see the formerly balding, yet still dapper Carlson stride into the office, his confident gait revealing a hint of flamboyance. The two women, however, were even more animated, feigning to adjust their clothing, deliberately avoiding the descent in the elevator. Wow, Agent Carlson is here too. It's about to become a real love triangle. Recently, there's a new gossip you might want to hear. What? What is it? Have I missed something juicy? Agent Lee harbors a secret crush on Director Fury, who is infatuated with Agent Coulson, while Coulson's heart belongs solely to Agent Lee. It's so tragic. Every word of their conversation flowed into Lee Chengfeng's ears, and he lamented his acute hearing, wishing desperately for ears that had not been privy to such remarks. He never anticipated that Nick Fury would downplay the situation. It was not merely the Bureau Academy. The entire agency had devolved into a chaotic nest of intrigue, and Lee Chengfeng and his colleagues were at the center of it all. Coulson, blissfully unaware, appeared in high spirits, moving with a light step and a smile, humming an unfamiliar melody that resembled a cello piece. Lee Chengfeng couldn't suppress a cold smirk. Feeling merry. Coulson, you won't be laughing for long. Good morning, Director Fury. What are you three up to? As Coulson entered the office, he looked up to find Lee Chengfeng grasping Nick Fury's collar. Wait a moment, don't move, Coulson exclaimed, swiftly pulling out his phone, activating the camera, and capturing a frame that included Lee Chengfeng, Nick Fury, and himself. The distinctive loud click of his smartphone echoed in the room. So what exactly are you doing? Bonding or showcasing your skills? Bonding? Are you serious? Lee Chengfeng glared at Coulson and Fury, exasperated. Don't you understand? The gossip among certain female colleagues in the Bureau suggests that we three are embroiled in a chaotic and inappropriate love triangle. He recounted the earlier conversation of the two female agents with gritted teeth. Coulson's previously cheerful expression fell instantly. Me? You? Nick Fury? Coulson settled onto the sofa, cradling his head in his hands. Let me collect my thoughts. My mind is rather jumbled. Are they out of their minds? Lee Chengfeng, however, paid no heed to Coulson's lamentation. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the two female agents outside, feigning interest in the scenery. You two, stop pretending and come in at once. Upon hearing Lee Chengfeng's voice, the two agents jolted, hastily rushing to the elevator and frantically pressing the buttons. Unfortunately, the elevator was precisely stationed on the ground floor, making it impossible for it to arrive promptly. I have memorized your faces. I suggest you enter immediately, or you may as well forfeit your bonuses for the month. With that ultimatum, the two agents resignedly turned around and trudged back to Nick Fury's office, their demeanor now a stark contrast to their earlier exuberance. Lee Chengfeng observed them closely, noting their remarkable appearances. One was a slender blonde, the other a curvaceous brunette. They were undeniably stunning, yet seemed disinclined to engage in any meaningful work. In truth, Lee Chengfeng mused that even if they were to engage in frivolity, it would be harmless. After all, he was a man of diverse interests. Why not indulge in the company of Ada Wong, Harley Quinn, or Hela? At the very least, he could revel in the sibling dynamic with Sky or the father-daughter relationship with Black Canary. What was this peculiar love triangle involving Nick Fury and Coulson? Would you be so kind as to introduce yourselves? I have yet to become acquainted with such exceptional agents. In this moment, Lee Chengfeng donned a peculiar expression, a mix of gritted teeth and forced smiles. The two agents exchanged glances, realizing they had been caught, and resigned themselves to their fate. Standing at attention, I am Caroline Channing, Level 2 Agent of the Department of Internal Affairs. Reporting in, I am Max Black, Level 2 Agent of the Department of Internal Affairs. Chapter 115. The Wrath of the God of Poverty. No wonder Lee Chengfeng found them so familiar. Were they not the two renowned harbingers of misfortune in the realm of American television? Lee Chengfeng quickly released Nick Fury, setting him down. Nick Fury, tell me the truth. Has the American Bureau reached the brink of bankruptcy? He grasped Fury's shoulder, his expression unusually grave. If salaries can no longer be dispersed, I shall take the Star Squad and Coulson's team back to the Republic. I am certain that Director Tao would be more than willing to accept such a cadre of elite agents. What nonsense are you spouting? Nick Fury, bewildered by Lee Chengfeng's inquiry, found himself momentarily at a loss. The American Bureau bankrupt? Such a jest. Even if the American government were to falter, it would not extend to us. Though still somewhat skeptical, Lee Chengfeng was able to accept Fury's reassurances. Indeed, the Joint Bureau relied on the World Federation. As long as the Federation remained intact, the major bureaus of the 5 rogue nations would not falter. It was true that the Joint Bureau faced no imminent bankruptcy crisis. Yet many of our outsourced partners had recently encountered significant difficulties. Max, with his carefree demeanor and audacious spirit, seamlessly integrated himself into the high-level dialogue of the Joint Investigation Bureau. The Wayne Group has recently encountered some economic challenges, prompting them to prepare for a round of industrial consolidation. Stark Industries faces a similar plight, yet instead of consolidating, they are attempting to divest. Conversely, the Queen Group is faring slightly better. While their various sectors remain stable, the overall economic downturn in Star City leaves their future prospects uncertain. Smaller enterprises are still under assessment, but conditions are expected to worsen significantly. Listening to Max's animated discourse and observing Caroline's occasional nods of agreement, Li Chengfeng felt increasingly alarmed. Wait, what roles do you both hold in the Ministry of Internal Affairs? Surely, you are not responsible for liaising with major outsourcing partners? Indeed, we are part of the External Relations Department of the Ministry. Goodness, Agent Lee, you seem quite concerned about us internal agents. Suddenly, Caroline produced a tissue to dab her eyes, exclaiming, Max, I feel as though I might weep uncontrollably. Oh, dear girl, you have no such affliction, Max replied sympathetically, casting a glance at Caroline. And Agent Lee has undoubtedly heard of your unfortunate luck. Not everyone possesses my immunity to your misfortunes. By the way, I lost $36 last month. Was that perhaps due to your bad luck? Li Chengfeng rubbed his throbbing temples, wishing to distance himself from the pair of ill-fated sisters. He had never imagined that such remarkable characters resided within the modest confines of the Joint Investigation Bureau. As the saying goes, one should not compare combat prowess with comedic characters. Yet, if one were to quantify it, each of them possesses an almost mythical presence. However, this situation bore resemblance not to the troubles of the two bankrupt sisters, but rather suggested that someone was manipulating the circumstances. In the absence of economic turbulence or crisis, how could only the industries of the Joint Investigation Bureau's partners be faltering? Absurd. That agent named Max is truly amusing. His chatter rivals that of Li Chengfeng, mused Nick Fury and Coulson, who found the entire episode rather entertaining. Could you two please refrain from laughing for a moment? Li Chengfeng, exasperated, glared at the two. Haven't you noticed anything amiss? Confused, Nick Fury and Coulson exchanged glances, puzzled by the sudden shift in mood. They had merely found those young agents entertaining. Li Chengfeng, observing their bewildered expressions, sighed. After all, he was merely benefiting from the advantages of being a time traveler. One of these individuals is the sovereign of agents, commanding the entirety of operations, while the other is an elite agent tasked with specialized missions. Their unfamiliarity with economic matters is, in fact, quite understandable. No worries. Go ahead and play, Li Chengfeng replied dismissively, then fell into deep contemplation. Who could be covertly targeting the Bureau of Joint Investigation? Although the Hydra organization has been subdued, with only a few leaders remaining at large, they no longer pose a significant threat. Initially, the most likely instigator was Madame Hydra, who had forged a pact with Zysorn. Yet following the events in Fairy Tale Town, she has been rendered incapable of inciting further turbulence. Aside from her, the only other potential source of economic disruption for the Bureau could be Gideon Malik. However, his mind is currently consumed with the idea of reclaiming the Hive through the Cliff Monument and shows no interest in targeting the Bureau. In fact, during Hydra's collective mobilization to enact a major upheaval, Malik's faction likely approached the endeavor with a lack of commitment. It appears that these ancient Hydra factions are indeed not akin to their Nazi counterparts that emerged during World War II. This realization has left Li Chengfeng in a state of impasse regarding the current situation. Those with motive lack capability, while those capable exhibit no motivation. Fury, don't you find it peculiar that Max's recent report seems somewhat strange? It is evident that someone is deliberately targeting the Bureau, yet they are cautious not to be overt, opting instead to strike at the Bureau's external collaborators. Li Chengfeng cast his gaze toward the Black Egg, the Wayne Group, Stark Industries, and even the Quinn Group. These major corporations have consistently shown an upward trajectory. How could they suddenly find themselves embroiled in minor upheavals? Nick Fury and Coulson gradually ceased their banter, their expressions turning serious. Are you suggesting an external force is at play? I cannot say for certain, but the pattern is undeniably strange, Li Chengfeng remarked, shaking his head. He instructed the Internal Affairs Department to thoroughly investigate the identity of those behind the scenes. Li Chengfeng was not genuinely fearful of the Bureau's potential bankruptcy. Rather, he was apprehensive about overlooking significant events that might transpire, leaving him with no time for regret. This universe has grown increasingly chaotic. Even the comedic characters have begun to make their appearances. The narrative has become utterly unpredictable. Take the Fairy Tale Town incident, for instance. Who would have imagined it was orchestrated by an ancient deity? That makes sense. I'll notify Maria shortly. But don't forget, tomorrow is the Bureau Academy's parent day. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have thought to chastise you. Li Chengfeng grumbled as he yanked Doug down from the stirring creature, the devourer Gus. If I hear another absurd combination, I'll ensure a complete renovation of your office. After saying this, he hoisted the sullen Doug onto his shoulder. Enough, what are you staring at? You're essentially a magical energy being. How could you possibly reproduce with a corporeal cat? He then activated a portal, waved at Nick Fury, and pulled Coulson back to the Team S base. Coulson, no. Are you out of your mind? I just drove over from the squad base. Li Chengfeng shrugged in response. Hey, just leave the car over at headquarters. I can drive it back next time. The pressing matter at hand is tomorrow's parent day at the Joint Investigation Bureau Academy. I was just about to ask, what exactly is this parent day? Oh, to put it concisely, it's a grand event organized by Nick Fury to appease the parents of the trainees while simultaneously boosting the morale of the Joint Investigation Bureau. The reason we were summoned today was to inform us that both of our teams must participate. I see. That explains everything. Coulson, undoubtedly the new director of SHIELD, favored by Nick Fury in the original narrative, grasped the intention behind Li Chengfeng's description. It can be said that those suited for leadership often share remarkably similar thought processes. Subsequently, Li Chengfeng activated his personal terminal, connecting to the dedicated frequency of both teams. He sent out a comprehensive broadcast, summoning all members of Coulson's team and the Starlight team to assemble in the operations conference room, emphasizing that it was for everyone, especially a certain slothful psychologist and that slacker old captain. Li Chengfeng glanced at Coulson and asked, do you have any troublemakers who can't manage the early start? Not really. Just a gentle nudge for Barry Allen will suffice. He is a great kid, but his pace is exasperatingly slow. Good. Then let us get Barry Allen out here immediately. Li Chengfeng, resembling a fierce military instructor, finished the broadcast and proceeded with Coulson to the operations conference room, awaiting the reluctant team members who had to endure an early start on their day off. To their surprise, the first to arrive was none other than the Hulk. Hulk, where's Bruce Banner? Banner's been pulling an all-nighter in the lab. He adamantly refused to attend the early start, so Hulk came instead. Ever since Li Chengfeng subdued him with the dual red and green rings, the Hulk has been utterly obedient to Li Chengfeng. But boss, what does an early start mean? The Hulk's eyes were both innocent and bewildered. How could one possibly explain this grievous phrase? In the end, all of his thoughts were distilled into a single phrase. It's fine, continue with your activities. After the Hulk's arrival, the other members gradually made their way into the operations conference room. First came the three Asgardian siblings, whose physical prowess rendered the need for sleep a trivial concern. Surprisingly, the typically indifferent Hela chose to deliberately sit beside Li Chengfeng today. Her golden-haired brother and husky sibling, who usually trailed closely behind, were swiftly dismissed with just a glance from her. Meanwhile, Coulson swallowed hard and took a seat further away. He could distinctly sense an unusual aura emanating from the goddess of death, Hela. It was indeed wise to keep a safe distance from the two of them. Subsequently, the members of Coulson's team, led by Captain America, arrived collectively. Even Barry Allen, whom Coulson had emphasized, was present. Li Chengfeng looked enviously at the cohesion of Coulson's team, nearly moved to tears. Good heavens, look at them. This is the essence of an elite squad. Then he glanced at his own team, where the earliest arrival was none other than Bruce Banner, who had succumbed to fatigue after an all-nighter of experimentation and had Hulk cover for him during the early morning. Alongside him were three others who had practically bid farewell to sleep. Oh, how he yearned for such obedient subordinates. However, this fleeting thought dissipated quickly. A child does not despise an unseemly mother, nor does a dog scorn a poor home. Li Chengfeng did not mind his team's eccentricity for when they were absurd. It was all in good fun. Remarkably, today, the Stars team was unusually free of any mishaps, and within a mere 5 minutes, everyone had assembled. This included the recently appointed director of the Human Resources Department, who had clocked in at headquarters before joining them. The only minor issue was a brief contest between Ada Wong and Harley Quinn over who would sit next to Li Chengfeng. Ultimately, Ada whispered a few words into Harley's ear, leading to the latter's expression of feigned defeat as she took her seat beside Ada. For reasons unknown, Li Chengfeng instinctively glanced at Hela, who, at that moment, appeared to be slightly furrowing her brow. Hela, who had exuded an air of unparalleled authority since her release from the dimensional seal, displaying the demeanor of a sovereign, bore such a countenance. Her gray-green eyes narrowed slightly, revealing an indefinable glimmer. In an instant, Li Chengfeng seemed to catch a glimpse of a faint light within her gaze, ephemeral and nearly imperceptible. "All right, agents," he began, "calling everyone together on this day of rest is not my desire. All blame falls upon Nick Fury, that rascal, and the professor, that fool. Retribution for grievances, let it be known." He clapped his hands and continued, "However, we must clarify matters today. Tomorrow is the Public Parents' Day at the Joint Commission Academy, and those two have informed me that both our teams must be present." "Boss, what is Public Parents' Day?" Hulk inquired. "Oh, Hulk, it's none of your concern. Just make sure to join us when we leave tomorrow." "All right, Hulk will go play video games." With that, Hulk stormed out of the operations conference room, brimming with a fierce intensity. Oliver Queen, perplexed, nudged Wade Wilson. "Why is the big green guy so menacing over a game?" "Well, if you died 300 or 400 times under Marlene's care, you'd be pretty fierce too. Looks like the big green guy has a decent temperament. He hasn't T-smashed the controller." "True, he hasn't T-smashed the controller, but he has already gone through 10 game consoles. Let's just forget I said anything." Including the hushed whispers of Green Arrow and Deadpool, everyone harbored no objections to Hulk's departure. After all, they were still questioning the nature of Public Parents' Day. What more could they say? One can only submit to such a mindset, akin to a mere child of 3 or 5 years. In summary, tomorrow we shall attend in the capacity of the ultimate force of the Joint Coordination Bureau, serving as both a stabilizing anchor and a source of reassurance. Therefore, it is anticipated that a multitude of ordinary individuals from various strata of society will participate, necessitating our assurance of the smooth execution of the entire Public Parent Day. Initially, Li Chengfeng pondered what could possibly go awry during the Public Parent Day. However, upon discovering that there were individuals covertly targeting the Joint Coordination Bureau, he began to harbor uncertainties. Surely, tomorrow could not devolve into chaos? Chapter osuta Scheisprezice, Hela, Mine, Al-Mine. The following day at the Joint Coordination Bureau Academy, it was undoubtedly a momentous occasion for the youthful trainees. Although labeled as Public Parent Day, the essence lay in the fact that the trainees relished the prospect of a day free from training, allowing them to indulge in unrestrained revelry. Moreover, amidst their merriment, they would have the opportunity to behold their idols, such as the War Police, Agent Coulson's team, and the Star Squad. Particularly the Star Squad, which, while the later recruits had limited interaction with, represented a significant milestone in Li Chengfeng's brief teaching career, culminating in a collective chastisement from him. Remarkably, they took immense pride in this experience. In fact, many trainees who had previously been uncertain about remaining at the Joint Coordination Bureau found their resolve solidified after this encounter. The Star Squad became their aspiration. It was not merely an eruption of collective attributes. Rather, it was the most fundamental instinct of admiration for strength that had taken hold. However, following this event, the trainees of the Joint Coordination Bureau Academy seldom encountered Li Chengfeng again. They might occasionally stumble upon him in the psychological counseling room, alone with teacher Harley. Beyond that, there were no further opportunities for interaction. Even during the Hydra's massive offensive, Li Chengfeng remained on the front lines. As the new Joint Coordination Academy was among the institutions most swiftly and simply capable of countering Hydra's onslaught. Ultimately, it transformed into a temporary assessment venue for the teachers, with scores directly contributing to the final exam results. In the end, all the words coalesced into a singular sentiment. These mischievous children missed Li Chengfeng. I truly cannot comprehend why you all hold such affection for that scoundrel of a teacher. Jessica Jones, arms crossed, proceeded alongside Peter Parker and Daniel Rand along the designated patrol route within the new Joint Coordination Bureau Academy. The entire arrangement for Public Parent Day was collectively decided through student voting, with the Bureau's leaders merely providing guiding suggestions and funding. Furthermore, the responsibility for maintaining order and safety during the event fell to the students, who patrolled according to assigned routes and schedules, complemented by dozens of fixed sentry positions, all organized in a shift system. At this moment, it was precisely Jessica Jones and her companion's turn to undertake the patrol duties. "Jessica, we do not merely admire Agent Li Chengfeng. To call it admiration would be too frivolous. No, we revere him. Indeed, we hold him in profound esteem." Upon entering the Joint Investigation Bureau Academy, We spend our days enthralled by the legendary tales of Agent Li Chengfeng. From unearthing Captain America in the Arctic to battling extraterrestrial sea stars, and even enlisting the deities of Asgard into the Star Squad, he has navigated through surreal distortions of reality. Though the sensation of such a reality distortion remains a mystery to us, it undeniably sounds like a perilous and exhilarating adventure. Jessica Jones and Daniel Rand exchanged exasperated glances. Peter Parker is commendable in every aspect, kind-hearted, willing to stand by his friends no matter the cost, even forming a camaraderie with the notoriously aloof and prideful Jessica Jones. Yet, he possesses two irksome traits. Firstly, he is excessively talkative. Secondly, when the subject of Li Chengfeng arises, his verbosity escalates tenfold. Under Peter Parker's incessant chatter, both Jessica and Daniel felt as if their brains were beginning to bubble. Stop. I understand your profound admiration for Agent Lee, but could you perhaps tone it down? You're coming off like an overly zealous fan, Daniel Rand interjected, gesturing towards Tony Stark and Pepper Potts, who were socializing at a nearby picnic on the lawn. Look, Tony Stark is quite admirable too. Mr. Stark has now settled into third place on my list of favorite superheroes, Jessica retorted. And I know the first is undoubtedly Li Chengfeng. She raised an eyebrow. But who occupies second place? That would be Hela, the goddess of Asgard and a member of the Star Squad. She and Agent Lee are truly a match made in heaven. Jessica's expression sharpened. So, Peter, you're saying you're a follower of the Hela Li Chengfeng faction? Don't run away. You heretic. Clearly, Ms. Harley is the most suitable choice. Peter Parker's spider sense tingled intensely, and he quickly realized he had spoken too freely, revealing what should have remained unsaid. Thus, as Jessica Jones unleashed her furious outcry, Peter shot a web towards a nearby building and swung away, vanishing from sight. Damn it! If only I could truly master the art of flight, I would catch that fellow and give him a jolt for daring to align himself with the goddess of death. Jessica Jones clenched her fists in impotent fury. Recently, while honing her abilities, she had fleetingly experienced true flight for a few minutes. Not gliding, nor hovering, but genuine soaring. Unfortunately, she had been unable to replicate it since, while she had merely felt a sense of regret until today. Witnessing Peter Parker's effortless escape ignited a resolute determination within her. She would never skip another session of Beast Teacher's Abilities Development class. Daniel Rand wiped the sweat from his brow. Those who have developed their abilities invariably possess a legitimate goal, whether it be to become an exceptional agent or to conquer an adversary that must be vanquished. Yet here you are, striving for strength merely to engage in a brawl with peculiar acquaintances. Peter Parker, having concealed himself momentarily behind a storefront, exhaled in relief upon realizing that Jessica Jones had not furiously pursued him. To his surprise, he noticed two distinct exhalations, his own and another's, whirling around. He encountered a figure whose expression mirrored his own, unmistakably a fellow fugitive. Agent Li Chengfeng. Peter Parker, good afternoon. What brings you here? Surely you're not hiding from women? Li Chengfeng cast a wary glance around before teasing Peter. Your anxious demeanor raises my suspicions. Well, Agent Lee, are you not hiding here as well? By your logic, you too are fleeing from women? I would never call it hiding from women. Li Chengfeng wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow. I am evading the likes of the she-devil, who seeks to conquer the realms at the slightest provocation. Are you referring to Agent Hela, codenamed Death? Sure. Do not utter her name. Li Chengfeng's face blanched at the thought. He had managed to conceal his presence through dark magic, barely evading her notice. Yet now, with Peter Parker invoking Hela's true name, her divine essence would surely respond. Moreover, Hela's demeanor today appeared rather peculiar. Lee, my goddess, you dare hide here? You are mine. Everything about you belongs to me. Mina. Suddenly, Hela materialized in midair, looking down upon Li Chengfeng with an unmistakable glint of avarice in her eyes. In the beginning, Li Chengfeng had not discerned any oddities about Hela. He merely assumed she was accustomed to his presence as the vice-god of the pantheon, hence her choice to sit beside him during the War Council. The strange light in her eyes did not raise any suspicions. However, upon attending the Parents' Day event the following day, Li Chengfeng realized the gravity of Hela's issues. She insisted on acquiring everything in her path: balloons from the roadside, food from the stalls, Coulson's sunglasses, Nick Fury's eye patch. Heaven help us! Nick Fury barely had the chance to utter a single expletive before he fled in disarray, clutching his eyes. Yet, Hella's desire for these items was not rooted in true affection. It was merely to satiate her insatiable greed. Most alarmingly, she clung to Li Chengfeng, forbidding him to stray even a step away. The moment he exhibited the slightest oddity, she would promptly threaten him with the sword of night sky. At this moment, if Li Chengfeng fails to perceive any peculiarities, he ought to reconsider his place within the emotional spectrum. He might as well drown himself in a puddle. Initially, it was merely a barely discernible glow, yet Li Chengfeng has now discerned the rich orange mist swirling within Hella's eyes, a hue distinctive to the insatiable light of greed. However, unlike the concentrated violet radiance surrounding Ada Wong, the orange light, albeit present within Hella, is countered and suppressed by her subconscious as a top-tier celestial being. Thus, her demeanor manifests as a mere desire, rather than an all-consuming urge to seize everything. Nevertheless, this repression of greed within Hella bears its own drawbacks. It necessitates the transformation of that greed into other emotions for release. Li Chengfeng, therefore, becomes the outlet for this pent-up energy. In this moment, Hella's possessiveness as a self-proclaimed God King has reached unprecedented heights. Consequently, when Li Chengfeng employs dark magic to conceal himself and erase his presence, Hella is consumed by rage. The one person she covets above all else has vanished. Had it not been for Peter Parker uttering her true name and revealing his position, Li Chengfeng might have evaded capture for a while longer. Peter Parker, you must leave. The ensuing events are beyond the comprehension of a mere high school student. Agent Lee, I cannot abandon you. Peter Parker immediately immerses himself in the situation, as if he is on the verge of a tragic farewell with Li Chengfeng upon the battlefield. Get out of here, quickly. Li Chengfeng yanked Peter Parker by the collar and flung him away. When I tell you to leave, just go. Why are you hesitating more than Barry Allen? Having tossed Peter Parker aside, Hella merely cast a fleeting glance before redirecting her full attention to Li Chengfeng. Possession, desire, appropriation, and consumption, the flood of greedy thoughts surged within her. Yet, as a true goddess with divine essence, could mere greed hope to wholly sway her? Hella descended from the air, her towering stature of 2 meters and 13 centimeters, coupled with her extraordinary physique, rendered Li Chengfeng momentarily breathless. Before he could utter Hella's name, she silenced him with her downward gaze. He found himself pinned against the wall. Merciless heavens, this is intoxicating. As their lips met, the intensity of greed within Hella's eyes intensified further. A sharp intake of breath escaped Li Chengfeng as he felt his lips part slightly beneath Hella's aggressive advance. The metallic taste of blood heightened the fervor and allure of their kiss. It is a feat only Hella could achieve, given her enhanced physical prowess. Yet, Li Chengfeng's temper was also ignited. You bite me? I must retaliate. It was not a matter of enjoyment, but rather an unwavering spirit of defiance. Defiance. So, as he momentarily regained his composure, Li Chengfeng exhaled deeply, wiping his disheveled lips. Despite the sight of blood, the wounds had scarcely begun to bleed before they largely healed. The Asgardian goddess seated beside him appeared to be savoring the aftermath of their recent, intense, bloody kiss, her eyes momentarily devoid of the greedy orange glow. Today, for reasons unknown, my desire for possession has surged, particularly towards you, my goddess Hella. As your face drew near, I found myself utterly entranced. Could it be that you employed some dark magic? Trust me, Hella. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. If I possessed such dark sorcery, I would surely reserve it for an intimate setting with just the two of us. No sooner had he spoken than both he and Hella turned their gaze in unison towards the same direction. Approaching them was a spectral entity. Few could perceive such a spirit with the naked eye, yet in this corner of the charity event, only the two of them were able to see it. To their surprise, the apparition was a familiar face. Agatha Harkness, you managed to exist in spectral form. It seems that even under the influence of the Darkhold, you were wise enough to leave yourself a means of retreat. Flattery, Agent Lee, the spectral Agatha Harkness smiled. No magician, barring that scoundrel Constantine, would jest with their own soul, even after succumbing to darkness. The soul is immortal, Agatha Harkness's trump card. In the comics, she had once assumed this form to teach Wanda. The chaos you have unleashed in your darkened state warrants your escape. After all, as long as you remain hidden, even I would struggle to trace your whereabouts. Naturally, I fled Storybrooke at the first opportunity, yet I later uncovered certain matters that compelled me to converse with you. Stepping closer to the two, Agatha paused briefly before positioning herself beside Hela. Although she was a seasoned veteran, it was impossible to remain calm in the presence of someone who had nearly brought about her demise. During my darkened scheming of the Storybrooke incident, I had an anonymous benefactor who aided me in all arrangements, including facilitating Hal Jordan's transportation of the ether particles across Storybrooke. Have you not noticed something? Agatha Harkness's expression turned grave. That so-called Grelland, the only entity of death within Storybrooke, ultimately did not leave behind a corpse. Chengfeng was taken aback. The aftermath of Storybrooke was entirely under the purview of Maria Hill, and he had not pursued the matter further. So what do you imply? If Catwoman's theft of Nick Fury's vehicle was ultimately to lure the Avengers, then the existence of this Grelland was intended for the goddess of death, Hela. Agatha paused momentarily to observe the expressions of Hela and Chengfeng, finding nothing amiss, and continued, Geraint is not a being drawn from the realm of fairy tales. Rather, he is a bioengineered entity, a clone birth from the very essence of Mammon's blood. Mammon, the demon who governs the original sin of greed in the infernal depths. His creator is known as. Agatha suddenly lowered her voice, releasing a cascade of notes. Meanwhile, at the garden reception, Clark Kent was poised with his camera, preparing to capture a group photograph of several illustrious CEOs. Bruce Wayne, Tony Stark, and Oliver Queen were all external contractors for the Bureau, making them suitable cover stars. So you all are here. How fortuitous. Suddenly, a bald man emerged from the crowd. He greeted everyone present, including Clark Kent, with courteous handshakes. I am Lex Luthor. A pleasure to meet you all. Chapter 118. Breaching Defense, Lex Luthor. The Lex Luthor of LexCorp. Tony Stark, the most sociable among the trio of magnates, stepped forward to grasp Lex Luthor's hand. I cannot claim my name is unique, but indeed, it is I. Despite his baldness, Lex Luthor exuded an air of confidence. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Stark. Although Stark's eyes displayed a hint of scrutiny, he recalled that LexCorp was not a contractor for the Bureau. Was it? Upon Stark's remark, Bruce Wayne and Oliver Queen turned their gaze toward Lex Luthor. As the largest contractors for the Bureau, the three men naturally considered themselves allies. Yet, Lex Luthor was not among them. In fact, he could be viewed as their rival, having deep ties with the American government and military. For instance, when Chengfeng had Grant Ward eliminate the Bureau traitor, Sitwell, he also ordered the clearing of several American politicians, each likely having received funds from Lex Luthor. With such connections and the inherent conflicts between the Bureau and the American government, Lex Luthor likely took the opportunity to undermine them. Recently, the enterprises of the three had suffered setbacks, and while they had yet to uncover the mastermind behind their troubles, the sudden appearance of Lex Luthor prompted an exchange of glances among the trio. There was no doubt. He was the culprit. External contractor for the Bureau? Certainly not. I am merely a common businessman, Lex Luthor remarked, lifting a glass of champagne from the nearby buffet table. However, your expressions hardly convey warmth. I fail to understand the source of your hostility toward me. Lex Luthor uttered these words, leaving the three powerful executives present momentarily stunned, unable to even display the pie chart they had prepared. Meanwhile, the journalist-like Kansas giant, who had remained silent and observant, was filled with internal criticism towards Lex Luthor. While the three executives were unfamiliar with him, Clark Kent, a reporter from Metropolis, had extensively covered news and events related to LexCorp. He had investigated numerous incidents suspected to be connected to LexCorp. Yet, despite his efforts, the methods employed were indeed masterful, and the aftermath was impeccably managed. LexCorp and Lex Luthor maintained an unsullied reputation, so pristine that even Clark Kent found it impossible to take action against Lex Luthor. It was akin to the current situation where the three executives faced a rather distasteful, yet not overly serious attack on their enterprises. The only one with the financial resources and capability to operate undetected was undoubtedly Lex Luthor. However, the three presidents could only speculate, unable to confront Lex Luthor openly, at most retaliating with similar tactics. As Bruce Wayne, Oliver Queen, and Tony Stark exchanged glances with Lex Luthor, they heard a somewhat carefree young voice behind them. Hey, gentlemen, you haven't eaten yet, have you? After this, I'll treat you to a meal, though I want tea include that bald guy over there. I find him quite unpleasant. Clearly a shameless businessman. The trio turned to see Chengfeng approaching, accompanied by Hela, who appeared to have regained her composure. Li Chengfeng shot them a reassuring glance before striding directly towards Lex Luthor. Upon hearing Lex Luthor's name from Agatha Harkness, he couldn't help but think, "Ah, it makes sense now. I've heard of you. You are the Li Chengfeng, the agent seconded from the Republic Bureau to the American Bureau," Lex Luthor remarked, unfazed by Li Chengfeng's pointed sarcasm, extending his hand with a smile. "It is an honor to finally meet you. Your name is widely recognized in America's high society, though most can only hear of you without ever seeing you." "Oh, so you mean to say it is a privilege for you to meet me?" Li Chengfeng lowered his gaze to the hand extended towards him, ultimately shaking it, though he added, "My impression of you, however, is not particularly favorable." "Haha, I believe this is a misunderstanding. No, I merely harbor a dislike for bald heads." Li Chengfeng tightened his grip on Lex Luthor's hand, rendering him unable to escape, while lightly tapping Lex Luthor's forehead with his other hand. "I only acknowledge 2 bald heads, and you are clearly not one of them. Therefore, I hope you can grow some hair. Otherwise, I shall bring the Ministry of Internal Affairs to visit LexCorp 14 times a week." Lex Luthor's eyes twitched repeatedly, yet his impeccable businessman facade remained intact, though the malice in his gaze could no longer be concealed. Li Chengfeng curled his lip in disbelief. How could Lex Luthor endure such provocation? Despite being taunted to this extent, he remained unflustered. Was it possible that his own abilities had waned? The 4 onlookers, particularly Clark Kent, though maintaining a stoic expression, were internally amused to the point of almost bursting with laughter at the absurdity of the situation. Li Chengfeng certainly had his quirks. Indeed, he was a man worthy of the attention of his eccentric senior sister. One could only conclude that there is no limit to madness. There is only greater madness. Of course, Li Chengfeng was oblivious to Clark Kent's thoughts, and even if he did hear them, he could not retaliate. That was simply beyond his capabilities. "Agent Li Chengfeng, I trust one have not committed any offenses that would provoke your disdain towards LexCorp." Lex Luthor soon donned a wounded expression. "I understand that I am not a contractor for the Bureau, and due to my affiliations with the American government and military, I am viewed as an adversary by the Bureau. Nonetheless, I hold the utmost respect for the Bureau's relentless efforts towards global peace." Listen. Li Chengfeng exclaimed as he turned to the trio of corporate titans, Bruce Wayne, Oliver Queen, and Tony Stark. "You should cease your whisper conversations and take a page from Mr. Lex Luthor's book. Now, that is a true businessman. Such grandiloquent rhetoric flows effortlessly from him. His audacity is remarkable. I dare say not even a bat bola could pierce that facade." After venting his frustrations to the trio, Li Chengfeng redirected his attention to Lex Luthor. It appeared that the veneer of politeness and composure was finally cracking. "Agent Li Chengfeng, while I cannot dictate your actions or words, I assure you I will relay every single word you have uttered to Director Nick Fury. Although I am merely a businessman, I possess dignity, and your remarks are excessive." Lex Luthor's voice rose significantly, catching the attention of several astute agents nearby, including Maria Hill and Martian Manhunter, who were temporarily convening at a table during the cold buffet. Upon hearing Lex Luthor's words, the 2 shared a knowing glance, momentarily halting their discussion regarding the Bureau's upcoming recruitment for the new quarter. "What's this? Lex Luthor intends to report to Nick Fury? Who is he going to complain about? Li Chengfeng? Very well, let him proceed. I guarantee he will be met with silence." However, amidst their amusement, Maria Hill and the Martian Manhunter, embodying the stalwart support of the current American Bureau's civilian operations, quickly discerned the underlying dynamics from Li Chengfeng's apparent targeting of Luthor. Li Chengfeng was not a man who disregarded others or acted without cause. While his methods might often appear whimsical and devoid of logic, they were, in fact, driven by reason, and more often than not, his actions proved to be justified. Despite the tendency to place blind trust in Li Chengfeng, there was substantial truth to this assertion. Uncle Gene nodded towards Maria Hill. "I recall that the Ministry of Internal Affairs reported that various outsourced contractors had suffered varying degrees of setbacks, presumably due to external targeting. It appears that this mischief is indeed the work of Lex Luthor. Furthermore, regarding the recruitment efforts of the Joint Task Force, it seems that the Lex Group has been deliberately undermining the agency." Maria Hill furrowed her brow and cast a glance at the bald man being held by Li Chengfeng, growing increasingly irked by the sight. Both were bald, yet the professor exuded warmth and approachability, while Lex Luthor appeared utterly detestable. Disrupting the recruitment efforts of the Joint Task Force? Indeed, Several large security firms under the Lex Group were competing for personnel, but I found myself powerless to intervene. They were offering double or even triple the salary. How could we possibly stop others from earning more? Uncle G felt a sense of helplessness. Thus, instead of eliciting sympathy, Lex Luthor's outburst only drew the unwavering attention of the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Human Resources Department, who promptly resolved to devise a strategy against the Lex Group. With their minds made up, the two ceased further discussions and focused intently on Li Chengfeng and Lex Luthor. While they could not predict Li Chengfeng's plans, they were certain that Lex Luthor would meet his downfall at Li Chengfeng's hands. Sure enough, as Li Chengfeng listened to Lex Luthor's accusations, he remained silent. Once Lex Luthor finished, Li Chengfeng lifted his head, and any disdain or animosity vanished, replaced by a refreshing and congenial smile. Lex Luthor, it is unfortunate. I had assumed that as a prodigy, you would possess profound insights. Instead, you utter such crude remarks. Alas, perhaps it would be best for you to resign in disgrace from the Lex Group and transfer your shares to your sister, Lena Luthor. I have heard she is a rare talent. You may find yourself overshadowed by her. Lex Luthor's grip tightened in frustration, yet it was futile. What nonsense are you spouting? Me, inferior to Lena Luthor? To a woman who bears no Luthor blood? Oh, but you may not yet be aware. Lena Luthor is the child of your father and his mistress. Li Chengfeng wore an expression of mockery as he divulged the Luthor family gossip, suggesting that her lineage would indeed justify her superiority over you. Lex Luthor exerted every ounce of strength to break free from Li Chengfeng's grasp, only to find that Li Chengfeng had intentionally loosened his hold, allowing him to escape with ease. However, to the onlookers, he appeared nothing short of a fool. You're talking nonsense. Lena Luthor can never compare me. Lex Luthor disregarded his previous facade, his carefully cultivated image discarded as he seized Li Chengfeng's collar, exclaiming, "Do you, a mere agent preoccupied with violence, understand what it means to be a genius?" Li Chengfeng regarded him with an indifferent gaze. Indeed, he discerned the faint orange mist emanating from the depths of the other's eyes. How amusing it is that the blood of the dimensional demon of original sin, greed, is so tantalizing. To toy with demonic blood is to invite the ire of the demons themselves. Lex Luthor, tainted by the so-called blood of the miser, that is, the blood of Mammon, is no exception. Yet, unlike Hela, an Asgardian, he lacks both the physical prowess and divine essence. If Hela's influence merely skimmed the surface, for Lex Luthor, it has permeated his very marrow. How could a genius businessman like Lex Luthor possibly engage in actions against the three major conglomerates otherwise? Li Chengfeng observed Lex Luthor, who was clearly teetering on the brink of chaos. He lowered his head and whispered softly in his ear, placing the proverbial last straw upon his shoulders. What a pitiful creature you are! Superman surpasses you by hundreds, if not thousands of times. You wretch, destined to forever chase the hem of that red cape, and the chasm between you will only widen. Ultimately, Li Chengfeng deliberately waved at Clark Kent, declaring that you will not even be able to catch a glimpse of his silhouette. Lena Luthor merely serves as bait. It is Superman who delivers the true, shattering blow to Lex Luthor's defenses. As anticipated, upon hearing the name Superman, Lex Luthor erupted into a frenzy, as if afflicted by a syndrome of superhuman obsession. I am the most brilliant human, Superman, and that so-called goddess beside you, along with her brethren, are merely a band of extraterrestrials. The orange glow in Lex Luthor's eyes solidified with fervor. Everything. It is all mine. The Luthor Corporation belongs to me. The honor of the Luthor family is mine. Everything Superman possesses is also mine, including Lois Lane. Under the dual influence of Mammon's blood and the greedy orange light, Lex Luthor unabashedly unveiled the depths of his avarice, particularly in his final declaration. Though Li Chengfeng recognized Lex Luthor's inexplicable affection for Lois Lane, the hulking figure from Kansas stood right beside him. Could it be that he remains unaware of Superman's true identity? Li Chengfeng glanced at the seemingly deranged Lex Luthor, then at the Kansas giant preparing to remove his glasses. Clark, do not pay heed to this madman's ravings. Lois is here today, is she not? Take me to greet her. Bruce Wayne clasped the giant's shoulder, casting a reassuring glance toward Li Chengfeng before leading the giant away. Tears streamed down Li Chengfeng's face. The Bat, in critical moments, is truly the most reliable ally. Meanwhile, Hela observed Bruce Wayne and then turned her gaze to Li Chengfeng. It seemed prudent for her to seek Catwoman's contact information. These two men are up to something. Both families must remain vigilant. Chapter 119. Loki. It seems we have a father known as the King of Gods. The commotion caused by Chengfeng and Lex Luthor was not insignificant. It even alerted the majority of the covert observers among the students. However, following the report, a unified response was received from the professors. Chengfeng, just ignore him, they suggested, while others might not be well acquainted with Chengfeng. Bayan knew him all too well. In truth, Chengfeng was quite an affable individual, provided one refrained from encroaching upon his circle. He was fiercely protective of those close to him. Moreover, he had some knowledge of Lex Luthor, whose reputation was impeccable, so much so that he seemed devoid of any blemish. It was rather abnormal. Such a situation might not raise eyebrows for an ordinary citizen, but Lex Luthor was the heir to a vast conglomerate, the foremost successor of the Luthor family. A spotless record? Preposterous. Therefore, the professor decided to leave the authority for handling the situation in Chengfeng's capable hands. It was likely that Chengfeng's proactive approach in confronting and intentionally provoking Lex Luthor stemmed from having uncovered some leverage or trace of weakness against him. Contemplating this, the professor sent a request for a video call to Nick Fury. Once connected, the professor addressed Nick Fury. Fury, Chengfeng is causing a stir again. If you're referring to the matter involving Chengfeng and Lex Luthor, I'm already aware, Nick Fury replied. You truly possess remarkable insight, Fury. Insight my foot. Fury retorted through gritted teeth. My vehicle is parked near the cold buffet, and that death goddess from Chengfeng's household just forcibly took my mask, so I simply retreated into the car. She wanted your unmask? What peculiar fascination is that? Fury muttered to himself, pondering the necessity of a genuine goddess requiring his belongings. It must serve a significant purpose. Surely, she wasn't merely seeking to torment him. After concluding the call, Nick Fury switched to another frequency. Coulson, this is Nick Fury, come in. Coulson here. What can I do for you, Director Fury? Ensure that Chengfeng does not engage in any extreme actions against Lex Luthor in public. Have him escort Lex Luthor to the interrogation room aboard your aircraft. Understood. Coulson nodded in agreement after hearing Fury's instructions. As he lifted his gaze, he observed Chengfeng once again subduing the increasingly agitated Lex Luthor. Chengfeng, take him back to the aircraft. There are too many people here, Coulson shouted, waving his arms to attract Chengfeng's attention. Seeing Chengfeng lower the now subdued Lex Luthor, Coulson gestured to the surrounding agents. What are you standing around for? Evacuate. The parent day of public welfare has just commenced. Everyone should engage in their respective tasks. Chengfeng pushed open the door to the interrogation room with his foot and, alongside Hela, forcibly seated Lex Luthor in a chair. Chengfeng felt a sense of nostalgia for this environment, recalling the last time he entered here. Collaborating with Coulson in a performance for Sky. Indeed, a plethora of memories. Sky was truly a gullible child. Everything should belong to me. It is mine. Lex Luthor gazed at Chengfeng, the orange hue in his eyes intensifying. Superman and you, both will ultimately be mine. Thank for the invitation. I just disembarked from my flight. This is certainly not non-tongue, Chengfeng scoffed, noticing that Lex wished to continue his tirade. Without hesitation, he delivered a sharp slap to Lex's bald head. Calm down immediately, or I shall shatter that shiny dome of yours, and all your desires will dissipate like the wind. One must admit, a slap is indeed quite effective. After receiving the blow, Lex Luthor's expression became considerably clearer. When Chengfeng threatened him with his life, even the greed-driven Lex Luthor managed to regain a semblance of calm. The orange glow in his eyes dimmed significantly, a rather human response. See, I knew it. Greed makes you envious of anyone superior to you, yet it also compels you to cherish your life more than ever, Chengfeng remarked, gazing mockingly at the irate yet silent Lex Luthor in the interrogation chair. He then began to inquire the commercial attacks directed at Stark Industries, Wayne Enterprises, and Queen Industries were orchestrated by Lex Corp, correct? Indeed, Lex Luthor replied, somewhat astonished as he regarded Chengfeng. As an agent on the front lines, you are far more astute than those fools. Are you attempting to flatter me? Chengfeng's lips curled in a smirk. Merely discerning a minor maneuver of yours has earned me such praise from your inflated ego. What should I say? Grateful for your surprise? I genuinely commend you. This economic conflict was not directly initiated by Lex Corp. Instead, I entrusted it to the three largest competitors of the Bureau's external contractors, investing in them to take action. Lex Luthor shook his head, acknowledging that while this might seem a rudimentary tactic to businessmen, it proved exceptionally effective, one that agents unfamiliar with commerce would find difficult to unravel. Li Chengfeng regarded Lex Luthor and recalled the simplistic nature of business warfare, seizing seals, sabotaging competitors' fortunes. It seemed less outrageous upon reflection. Fine. Even if you harbor disdain for those three and wish to target them. Li Chengfeng crossed his legs, his demeanor turning increasingly indifferent. What then is your covert support for Agatha Harkness all about? As he spoke, he gestured. The immortal essence of Agatha Harkness traversed the metallic walls of the interrogation room, arriving before Lex Luthor. Had it been the original Lex Luthor, he would have been utterly incapable of perceiving the ethereal form of Agatha Harkness. However, now he is tainted and eroded by the blood of Mammon and the insatiable greed it has birthed. His essence altered by the forces of demons and the spectrum of emotional power. Thus, he is able to witness the spectral figure traversing through walls. Even for the well-versed Lex Luthor, he could not help but rub his eyes in astonishment. After all, he remains a scientist, and indeed, one of the foremost among them. Accepting such supernatural phenomena is hardly a simple matter for him. Lex Luthor, I suppose you did not expect us to meet again? The spirit of Agatha Harkness hovered in the air, fixated on him. No, it cannot be. After your plan to summon Thawne failed within this distorted reality, you should not have survived. To be precise, my corporeal form is indeed deceased, reduced to dust by Agent Li Chengfeng's axe, yet my indomitable spirit has persisted. Agatha Harkness acknowledged with a nod. So, in your original scheme, I, having been corrupted and darkened by the Dark Grimoire, was destined to oppose Thawne and the Bureau. Was I not? Agatha smiled, revealing that in Lex Luthor's initial strategy, summoning Thawne was merely one aspect. The contamination of the gods of Asgard by the clones birthed from Mammon's blood represented another facet. To clarify, the pollution of the three siblings of Asgard was a contingency plan prepared for the eventuality of the original scheme's failure. Had the summoning of Thawne been flawlessly executed, it is likely that the three Asgardians would not have survived either. Li Chengfeng observed Lex Luthor, whose expression morphed through myriad emotions, and inquired, I shall not pursue the matter of your funding of Agatha Harkness. After all, it is undoubtedly a dreary scheme devised by the villains. What intrigues me more is your willingness to expend such great cost to target our Asgardian siblings. Acquiring Mammon's blood and extracting intelligence on ether particles from the military must have incurred significant expenses. Yet what is the purpose behind it? The entire Star Squad remains unaware of your existence. Why then do you choose to direct your ire at us? Li Chengfeng pondered, questioning whether Lex Luthor had succumbed to some malevolent force or misfortune, finding himself at odds with them. Had he truly forsaken even his complicated feelings toward the Kansas brute? Yet, unexpectedly, the suppressed emotions within Lex Luthor surged once more, the orange light in his eyes flaring back to life. You certainly do not know me, and were it possible, I would prefer not to know you either. Lex Luthor raised his head, his expression dark and foreboding. However, when Hydra emerges in full force, engaging in a climactic battle with the Bureau in Washington, the entire America, nay, the entire world, shall bear witness to the capabilities of the Bureau's Star Squad. Among the most resplendent figures are the so-called divine siblings from Asgard. Although Lex Luthor currently finds himself a captive of Li Chengfeng, one cannot deny that following the Battle of Washington, Hela, Thor, and Loki have garnered considerable fame in America. Beyond their formidable abilities, their godly appearances are nearly flawless. In a remarkably short span, their popularity has eclipsed that of the self-destructive Iron Man, Tony Stark, and Gotham's eternal urban legend, Batman. It is only natural for Lex Luthor to take notice of them. You are not mistaken. However, they pose no threat to you, neither to your business nor your life. They are unrelated to you, so why target them? Unrelated? Lex Luthor scoffed, dismissing the pretentiousness of these so-called deities from Asgard. At their core, they are merely three immensely powerful extraterrestrials. How can aliens coexist peacefully with humans? This is nothing but their masquerade, much like that seemingly omnipotent and virtuous Metropolis Boy Scout. In the long run, humanity will inevitably be supplanted by alien species. Thus, I am merely safeguarding my homeland. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng couldn't help but applaud. No wonder he felt as if he had forgotten something. Indeed, Lex Luthor is a staunch racist. In his eyes, Earthlings constitute a singular race, while he scrutinizes every action of all other races with the darkest of intentions. Li Chengfeng smacked his lips. Such individuals never learn. The demise of Red Skull and Hydra is still fresh in memory. Yet Lex Luthor is up to his old tricks again? I fail to comprehend your meaning. As an indigenous inhabitant of Earth, do you vehemently oppose the existence of extraterrestrials, even to the point of wishing them dead? Those not of my kind must possess ill intentions. Surprisingly, Lex Luthor articulated this in remarkably standard Mandarin. Given Lex Luthor's intellect, learning a few phrases in Chinese is indeed child's play. As he gazed into Lex Luthor's resolute eyes, Li Chengfeng momentarily felt the urge to chuckle. As a time traveler, his perspective has long transcended Earth. The notion of Earthlings staunchly resisting aliens seems trivial. Why not unite all forces within the cosmos? What if an entity like the All Things were to emerge? What if a being like Perpetua were to appear? Or even worse, what if some bizarre, unfathomable, supreme divinity from the Foundation universe were to manifest? When one's vision expands to encompass the entire universe and countless timelines, Earth is but a mere village. The term Earth Village suggests that the entire planet resembles a small hamlet amidst the vast cosmos. This concept was first posited by Marshall McLuhan in his 1964 work, Understanding Media, The Extensions of Man. If individuals from the 1960s could grasp such notions, how is it that a genius like Lex Luthor, deserving of the title of cosmic-level scientist, remains ensnared in such narrow-mindedness? Indeed, even the most prodigious genius cannot escape the inherent flaws of his kind. Can he? Yet, how is it that the likes of Tony Stark and Bruce Wayne are devoid of such notions? It seems the education imparted by the Luthor family is fundamentally flawed, resulting in a dwindling lineage, with the sole exception of Lena Luthor being a person of virtue in the conventional sense. Hela has also come to comprehend that the anomalies within her are the handiwork of this bald scoundrel before her. With this realization, a sword forged from the night sky materializes out of thin air. Just as it is about to pierce Lex Luthor's skull, it is seized by Li Chengfeng at the hilt. Although Lex Luthor remains alive, his forehead bears a grievous wound, blood streaming down his face. Li Chengfeng relinquishes the night sky sword and approaches Lex Luthor. "Do not forget the gilding upon your visage," he remarks with a smirk. "Perhaps you Americans should first return America to the Native Americans before making any further claims. Your Luthor ancestors are no different from the extraterrestrial beings you envision, who sought to claim the Earth as their own." After this declaration, Li Chengfeng departs the interrogation room with Hela and Agatha. Upon encountering Coulson waiting outside, he issues a directive: terminate all communications for Lex Luthor and inform Luthor Corp that their master is in the custody of the FBI. They ought to find themselves a new overlord. With Coulson nodding in acknowledgement, Li Chengfeng exits the aircraft. As they disembark, Hela suddenly pauses, then firmly draws Li Chengfeng close to her side. He senses that the greed, temporarily subdued, is now reawakening. "Eldest sister, what has transpired?" comes an urgent voice from above, belonging to Thor, who descends while carrying Loki. Upon landing, both Thor and Loki regard Hela with great concern. During their time together, having momentarily set aside Odin and Asgard, the bond among the siblings has flourished. Both Thor and Loki hold their formidable and regal sister in high esteem. Thus, upon sensing something amiss with Hela, they hasten to her side. "It is merely the blood of demons and a flicker of greed. It cannot wield significant influence over me," she insists, enduring the strain. Li Chengfeng gently pats Hela's hand, then transforms with the green light. As the threads of willpower entwine around their clasped hands, Hela visibly relaxes. In light of the current predicament, the optimal solution would be to forge an orange lantern ring, transforming suppression into control. However, suitable materials are lacking at present. Therefore, Li Chengfeng can only temporarily assist Hela in managing her urges with the green light of will. In contrast to the anxious golden retriever of Asgard, the husky of Asgard scans the group and proposes, "If memory serves, we ought to have a home, correct? And within that abode resides a father known as the King of the Gods." One must say, a truly respectable father of divine stature should possess the means to resolve the issues surrounding his eldest daughter. Should he not? Loki remarked, gesturing towards Hela with open hands. The bond between father and daughter, between king and heir, must inevitably lead to their reunion. Let's return to Asgard. Chapter 120. Journey to Asgard. 5 chapters. Are you truly intending to venture to that extraterrestrial realm known as Asgard? Agatha Harkness inquired, standing behind Li Chengfeng. Although she existed as an immortal spirit, she had only glimpsed the legendary Asgard through certain accounts. What other option is there? Li Chengfeng raturta nonchalantly. It's merely a visit to the in-laws, after all. Can Odin truly bring about the demise of both his daughter and her husband? If that were the case, then Li Chengfeng would indeed be aiding Hela and Loki in their quest for power. I assumed you might first explore alternative methods. And only if they proved futile would you consider venturing to that unknown divine domain. For you, it may be an unexplored realm, but for these siblings, it is merely a return to their home. Li Chengfeng scoffed, observing that these enigmatic mages seemed to view Asgard through a lens of reverence. Given their extensive travels across various dimensions, one would expect they had encountered Asgard at least once. Noticing the expression on Li Chengfeng's face, Agatha, one of the few wise beings who had transcended the corruption of the Darkhold, quickly discerned his thoughts. They are indeed misunderstood. There is a significant distinction between dimensional travel and interstellar travel. Ignoring the somewhat perplexed Agatha, Li Chengfeng made his way towards Nick Fury. Fury, are you preoccupied? Not at all, Ancestor. If you have something to say, just say it. Your sudden inquiry about my busyness has me somewhat unsettled. Nick Fury, now sporting a new eye patch, was engaged in a convivial exchange with several parental representatives alongside the professor. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he was maintaining an air of authority mixed with approachability. However, the unexpected and stealthy approach of Li Chengfeng caught him off guard, almost causing him to jump. What's the situation? I gather that if I'm not busy, you intend to find me something to do? Fury offered a polite smile to the parental representatives before stepping aside with Li Chengfeng, lowering his voice yet maintaining a friendly demeanor. What's going on? I've heard that quite a few significant events unfolded today. Nothing too major, Li Chengfeng nodded. Just apprehended Lex Luthor. With that, the champagne that Fury had just sipped spewed forth as he choked. What? You actually took down Lex Luthor? For Lex Luthor, a subject deemed a priority by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Nick Fury was not the least bit surprised by his downfall. In fact, he anticipated it. However, he did not expect it to be so effortless. So, is there any evidence? Evidence? What is that? Can it be consumed? Li Chengfeng cast a disdainful glance at the black egg, questioning whether Fury had become so accustomed to a life of luxury that he had buried his once ruthless persona. If this were months ago, you would have asked me how I planned to deal with Lex Luthor. Evidence? The FBI is the greatest evidence. No, just state the matter directly without beating around the bush, Nick Fury replied, awkwardly. Ever since the War Machine was integrated into the FBI, I have been working alongside Xavier and have inevitably adopted some of his habits. Li Chengfeng regarded the elderly man before him with a gaze that reflected disappointment, realizing that even someone as formidable as Nick Fury had dulled over time due to a life of comfort. To put it succinctly, the fairy tale town incident was orchestrated by him. He supported it from the shadows and provided Agatha Harkness with every convenience. This indicates substantial dealings and even transactions of power and wealth between him and the American government and military. Li Chengfeng gestured towards Tony Stark and the others nearby, adding that the economic incidents involving the FBI's outsourced partners were also his doing, suggesting that there were likely many similar unresolved cases linked to the Luthor Group. Li Chengfeng's words were not subtle. Nick Fury, a seasoned figure in the political arena, discerned the underlying message. Just take care of him, Fury thought to himself, reflecting deeply. He had once been a calculating and ruthless individual. Why had he recently become more benevolent? He reminded himself not to forget the tactics that had served him well, especially with Li Chengfeng around. Thus, he resolved to start with Lex Luthor, intending to remind those with malicious intent of the fearsome reputation of the Punisher. Wait, I can handle this matter. What will you do? Li Chengfeng shrugged, acknowledging the situation with Hela, who had fallen prey to Luthor's schemes. The blood of Mammon has tainted her, resulting in her greed manifesting. I currently have no effective solutions, so I plan to take her back to Asgard and see if her father has any remedies. Hela's father? Is that not Nick Fury widened his one eye, glancing around before lowering his voice again? Isn't that the All-Father Odin? Indeed, a son-in-law must eventually meet his father-in-law. Li Chengfeng nodded, informing him that he intended to take the Guardians of the Galaxy with him. You need not mention it. Nick Fury chuckled, adding, Even if you wish to journey alone with Hela to Asgard, I would not consent. Are you jesting? Now that the top brass in America has changed, would I allow you to venture off to another planet to meet your father-in-law? He had managed to glean all the sordid details of Hela's family affairs from Li Chengfeng. Realizing that this figure, known as the King of the Gods, Odin, harbored a dark heart. Otherwise, he would not have committed the unspeakable act of discarding his own daughter. Once promising her the position of heir, he had, due to Hela's relentless obsession with war, which hindered the prospect of peace across the 9 realms, sealed her away on Earth. It was one thing to engage in battle. It was quite another to resort to such measures after the fighting had ceased. Li Chengfeng was a prized asset of the American Bureau and also cherished by the Republic's headquarters. Even considering the Republic's stature, Nick Fury could never allow Li Chengfeng to confront his treacherous father-in-law alone. Not a problem, he conceded, though there was no need for Uncle John. Given his responsibilities within the personnel department, Nick Fury, seeing that Li Chengfeng had arranged everything, nodded in agreement. As the esteemed director of the American Bureau, he showed no signs of discomfort at being sidelined. Rather, he accepted it as the norm. How tragic, Nick Fury declared. Pamper him, indulge him to the fullest. Li Chengfeng updated Nick Fury primarily to ensure he could prepare adequately. After all, the most formidable team was set to accompany their leader on this journey. The seasoned veterans of the War Police could use some action as well. Coincidentally, several outstanding students from the Joint Investigation Bureau Academy were ready to begin participating in missions, providing them with invaluable practical experience. Yet, it remained uncertain how much trouble these talented youngsters might stir up for the Bureau. But such thoughts were not at the forefront of Li Chengfeng's mind. His thoughts were consumed by the impending journey to Asgard. After exchanging pleasantries with Bruce Wayne and others, Li Chengfeng promptly activated his personal terminal, entering a dedicated frequency for the special team, summoning all members of the Starlight Squad, except for Uncle John, to assemble. Upon hearing of the legendary Asgard, the majority of the team members erupted with excitement, displaying immense interest. However, a few remained notably composed. Uncle John, preoccupied with his responsibilities in the personnel department, felt relieved to have evaded yet another business trip. Captain Carter, known for her calm demeanor, was unfazed. After all, she had frequented Asgard across various timelines and was quite accustomed to it. After informing the team of the assembly location, Li Chengfeng returned to Hela's side. "How are things?" he inquired. "Truth be told, I am uncertain whether to describe it as good or bad," Hela replied, shaking her head. Her words belied a calm exterior. Yet upon Li Chengfeng's arrival, she instinctively drew him close, her grip tightening around him. "Since the conclusion of the fairy tale town incident, I have felt my powers pushing against the confines of my identity as the goddess of death. That insatiable power seems to have rendered me stronger." Li Chengfeng furrowed his brow slightly. After all, this reality we inhabit is a confluence of countless narratives. How could one possibly fathom the alchemical reactions between the avaricious orange light of greed and the divine powers of Asgard? Yet, as evidenced by Hela's own accounts, aside from greed and possessiveness, no other adverse effects have been noted. On the contrary, as the orange light of greed burgeons, it progressively shatters Hela's limitation of needing to stand upon Asgardian soil to truly reclaim her zenith. With this thought, Li Chengfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that within the Legion of the Seven Lights, which he had gradually constructed, the side effects of the various lights tended to diminish. This trend had already been evident since the red light. Not only did the ring fail to usurp the heart's function, but it also prevented the wearer of the red light ring from becoming a mindless killing machine driven solely by rage and hatred. The orange light seemed no exception. If his assumptions held true, Hela could not only wield an additional orange light ring's combat prowess, but also transcend the constraint of needing to tread upon Asgardian ground to return to her peak. If the usual Superman does not bask in the sun a bit more, he might fall short of expectations. It is worth noting that in terms of individual combat strength, the orange light could be regarded as a formidable presence. However, the host, Lapras, seemed somewhat lackluster. As a creature who had existed for an indeterminate time, wielding a powerful ring of high rank, he had not lived up to expectations. To grow stronger, to evolve, is the fervent aspiration of any warrior. The golden-haired Asgardian, Thor, wore a look of confusion, even tinged with envy. "When you venture out, could you refrain from proclaiming that you are my brother?" The Asgardian husky's gaze was unmistakably filled with disdain. Sometimes, I genuinely wonder if Mother discarded you and nurtured you from the placenta instead. Nonsense, Thor retorted. There isn't a placenta as formidable as I. You take pride in that. Loki felt a sudden pang in his head. Ever since childhood, his brother had always exhibited such behavior, growing tall without growing wise. Unless a significant setback were to occur in the future, he would likely remain a golden-haired jock, preoccupied with nothing but brawling and laughter. Amidst the usual banter between the golden-haired Thor and the husky, the team members began to assemble, excitement barely contained. Little madman, are you sure you are heading to Asgard and not embarking on a Mars rescue mission? Huh? Is there something wrong with my attire? Harley Quinn inquired, perplexed, as she patted her outfit. Of course, Asgard is a planet inhabited by advanced civilizations and life forms. Chengfeng pointed at Harley Quinn. What on earth are you doing wearing a spacesuit? And when did you add color to a spacesuit? I don't recall there being a pink spacesuit. Under the scrutiny of Chengfeng's imposing gesture, Harley Quinn fell into contemplation. So, one doesn't need to wear a spacesuit in Asgard? Why didn't you say so earlier? I've stolen this spacesuit for nothing. Where did you even steal it from? The Department of Equipment at the Joint Commission has been diligently engaged in the research and iteration of spacesuits. While Harley Quinn lamented, she removed the newly designed spacesuit, which was significantly lighter compared to traditional models, feeling that her earlier efforts were in vain. After informing Maria Hill of this development, Li Chengfeng set aside the still-drying suit, which would be collected by the Interior Ministry. Although this marked humanity's inaugural visit to the realm of Asgard, I shall refrain from elaborating further, as I am not one to indulge in excessive discourse. Now that everyone has gathered, we shall embark on our journey. With that, Li Chengfeng naturally extended his hand towards Loki. The Asgardian husky was caught off guard, momentarily stunned as it exchanged glances with Li Chengfeng. Coordinates? Without the temporal and dimensional coordinates of Asgard, how am I to open a portal and summon individuals? Do you truly perceive me as a mere tool for sustenance and amusement? Do you genuinely fail to comprehend, or are you merely feigning ignorance? Simply provide me with the coordinates of the Republic's border, and I shall traverse there on foot. Do you believe I won't be apprehended for illegal entry? The same applies to Asgard. To open a portal into Asgard without prior consent, especially with the identity of the Guardians of the Galaxy, is not assistance. It is a declaration of war. A flicker of wisdom, tinged with resignation, crossed the Asgardian husky's eyes, as if to say, please, use your wits. Hulk immediately raised his head and leaned towards Loki. Snacks? Where are the snacks? Hulk wants to eat. Eat. When we reach Asgard, I will ensure you feast to your heart's content. Loki rolled his eyes. Who could have predicted that despite Hulk's instigation leading to a series of playful grappling moves with Loki, they would forge an unexpected friendship? As long as Hulk retained control of his body, he would inevitably be found in the company of the mischievous Loki. All right, let me call Heimdall to activate the Bifrost and bring us back. After mumbling a few words, Thor raised his head and pointed into the distance. Wait, the Bifrost is coming. The group followed Thor's and beheld a radiant rainbow descending from the heavens towards them. Damn it, Peter, I will not let you off the hook today. Jessica exclaimed, I have already apologized. Please let me be. Not a chance. How dare you try to set up a match for Lady Hela? If I don't knock some sense into you today, it will be a miracle. Watch your language. Jessica, be careful, or the director will summon you for another session of ideological education. Jessica Jones shuddered, terrifying memories flooding back. The thought of 8 hours of moral education loomed over her. The professor, who was usually not one for excessive chatter, transformed into a relentless speaker during such occasions. Stay out of my business regarding the girl. Just grit your teeth and endure this punch. Due to differing perspectives, Jessica Jones' relentless pursuit of Peter Parker finally bore fruit. Taking advantage of a conversation between Tony Stark and Peter Parker, Jessica Jones successfully seized Peter, utilizing his courteous demeanor. Amidst Tony Stark's astonished and ambiguous gaze, he watched as Jessica carried Peter away. Ah, youth is indeed splendid, Tony Stark mused, reflecting on his own history as a notorious playboy. The two other renowned executives present wholeheartedly concurred. This led to the earlier scene where Jessica Jones subjected Peter Parker to a test of endurance. Her instruction for him to grit his teeth was entirely justified. That punch was devoid of any personal sentiment or leniency, reminiscent of the blow she had once delivered to Li Chengfeng. However, Peter Parker quick on his feet, seized the momentum from that very punch, swiftly creating distance between them. With determination, Jessica Jones channeled her energy, rediscovering the exhilarating sensation of flight she had once experienced. Success! She had finally soared again. In midair, she adjusted her trajectory and, with a burst of speed, pursued the escaping Peter Parker. "Ha ha! Peter, you shall not evade my grasp," Jessica exclaimed. "Jessica, you're flying again?" Peter Parker's slightly trembling voice echoed, a mixture of joy and trepidation. He was thrilled that his friend's abilities had found their stride, yet dismayed that he could not escape the punishment awaiting him. A sly smile crept across Jessica's face as she pressed her hands on Peter's shoulders, using her own momentum to force him down to the ground. "Cough, cough. That hurts. What are you pretending for? This intensity barely reaches a third of our combat training." Though Jessica Jones was quick to chase Peter down, she could never truly harm a friend. Their playful exchanges were merely warm-ups within the context of their training. Given their physical capabilities, a fall from 10 meters would pose no danger, provided they did not land at the very center of the Star Team's assembly point. Their current position was rather unseemly, with Peter sprawled on the ground and Jessica perched atop his waist. The members of the Star Team collectively gasped. "What the?" Jessica exclaimed. "What the?" Peter pointed at the descending Rainbow Bridge, exclaiming, "What the?" Chapter 121. Odin, long time no see, daughter so Mr. Parker, Miss Jones. "What on earth are you two up to?" Li Chengfeng inquired. "What are you talking about?" "I assure you, Jessica Jones and I share nothing but a platonic friendship. Who the hell is asking about your personal lives?" The Joint Task Force Academy typically refrained from interference, and besides, they were no longer children. Li Chengfeng turned to Peter Parker and Jessica Jones. "I'm asking how the two of you suddenly appeared here." "Cough, cough, cough. If I said I was merely being beaten up, would you believe me?" Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. These two troublesome kids were equally incorrigible. "However, let us proceed with the inclusion. The capabilities of the two individuals for self-preservation are undoubtedly assured. Within the Bureau of Joint Investigations Academy, their combat prowess ranks among the finest. Moreover, this journey to Asgard is not on an official mission nor a military operation, and thus is likely devoid of peril. After all, the three siblings of Asgard are under their command." Yet, upon turning back, Li Chengfeng was taken aback. How is it that the Airbus was transported along as well? At this moment, they are traversing the Rainbow Bridge, an extraordinary spatial tunnel. And the colossal Airbus has also been enveloped within its teleportation range. This remarkable technology of hyperspace transport is indeed awe-inspiring. It allows all individuals within the Rainbow Bridge to exist in an environment exceeding the speed of light, yet without any adverse effects on their physical conditions. Most astonishingly, the applicability of the Rainbow Bridge is exceedingly broad, accommodating individuals of all physical capacities. Furthermore, this device is not merely a transportation mechanism. It can also function as a dimensional railgun. How then do they manage to seamlessly switch the Rainbow Bridge between weapon and passage modes? Lee, once we arrive in Asgard, you must meet my brother Heimdall. Heimdall is the guardian of the Bifrost. He possesses eyes that can transcend spatial boundaries, allowing him to observe even the minutest insects fluttering in the most secretive corners of the Nine Realms. Thor holds Heimdall in high esteem. One could liken Heimdall to the Captain America of the Celestial Palace. He wields immense power among the gods of Asgard, coupled with a moral integrity akin to that of a sage, which fundamentally underpins the respect and affection he garners from the Asgardians, even though his surname is not Odinson. "Thor, how did you request Heimdall for the teleportation?" "Well, I simply asked Heimdall to transport everyone around me, not anticipating that he would also bring along the Airbus. It appears that Heimdall can manipulate the coverage of the Rainbow Bridge at will. He better ensure precise coverage. If any components are missing from the Airbus, I shall demand compensation. If you can find a lawyer for interstellar lawsuits, spare me your sarcasm." Li Chengfeng observed Thor's golden retriever demeanor in moments of mischief and found him quite clever. After all, it is all learned from him. Thor nonchalantly gestured towards Loki. "No, I have made an effort to minimize my presence. How can you possibly blame me for this? Is that right, Oldly? To speak frankly, you do possess a certain aura of malevolence, reminiscent of someone named Sun Xiaochuan." Li Chengfeng earnestly patted Loki on the shoulder, imparting wisdom. "You have yet to grasp the essence. One need only be sufficiently assertive and utterly shameless. After all, your brother cannot truly harm you at this moment, can he?" Loki opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from further comment. He dared not concur. He believed that, at some moment, Thor had indeed contemplated his own demise. He was on the verge of returning to Asgard, and he had not forgotten that he now bore the identity of a traitor there. Although Odin, as his adoptive father, would not eliminate him, he would undoubtedly face some form of imprisonment. Yet, these concerns were of little significance to Loki. Imprisonment? Aside from the absence of freedom, Asgard as prison was not particularly harsh. Could it be worse than the time he was confined by the Destroyer? What truly terrified him was the prospect of his father's disappointment. More so, he dreaded his mother's worry and reproach, along with the disdain of Sif and the others. Loki Odinson's emerald eyes, reminiscent of the most exquisite gems, dimmed as though bereft of all luster. This had been Loki's obsession all along. Despite his bravado, he could not deny that he had harbored a profound sense of inferiority from birth to the present day. Compared to his brother Thor and their childhood companions, his physical prowess was, in truth, rather unremarkable. This unremarkability, however, was relative. While he possessed above-average physical abilities, he paled in comparison to Thor, Sif, and the Warriors 3, the finest warriors of Asgard. Particularly, the Lion of the Royal Guard, Volstagg, had once wielded the ultimate Mjolnir, becoming the god of war. Thus, even though Loki excelled in the sorcery taught by Frigga and possessed an innate control over Frost, he was infatuated with engaging enemies in close combat with twin daggers. Deep down, he yearned to resemble his brother and childhood friends more closely. He wished to garner more attention from his father and to capture Sif's notice. The Prince of Asgard, born of Jotunheim, wandered through 1,000 years of confusion and inferiority, ultimately straying from the righteous path. The importance of familial education. This is a testament to the necessity of exemplary upbringing. The lessons of Nima Zahola are profound. Although Loki had yet to take his first definitive step down this misguided path, he was soon met with a brutal beating from the Kansas Giant and a certain bald guardian of dimensions, ultimately being duped by the merchant Li Chengfeng into signing a 250-year labor contract. While it appeared tragic, it set Loki Odinson's life on an alternate trajectory, one that would spare him from eternally languishing on the throne of time. Li Chengfeng keenly sensed that Loki's emotions were somewhat troubled. As a superior, he likely understood the source of Loki's fears. "Fear not. Have you forgotten that you signed a 250-year labor contract?" Li Chengfeng chuckled. "Within the term of this contract, you are an agent of the Federal Bureau, my subordinate. Even Odin cannot touch those under my protection." "Really? Do you possess such authority?" "It's decent, I suppose. Lately, I've been reading a lot of stories about invincible heroes, and I feel I've mastered the skill of commanding presence." Li Chengfeng, with his mouth running like a train, successfully led Loki astray, and all the previous woes dissipated into thin air. At that moment, Thor, standing at the forefront, pointed excitedly and exclaimed, "Everyone, we are almost there." The duration spent within the hyperspace tunnel of the Bifrost was relatively brief, and after exchanging a few words with his teammates, Li Chengfeng arrived at their destination, Asgard, a planet located at an unknown distance from Earth. As they departed from the Bifrost, another realm unfolded before their eyes. An immense gateway loomed beneath a towering celestial dome, with swiftly spinning light wheels illuminating the resplendent hall. It was awe-inspiring, yet bore little difference from the Asgard of imagination, the only distinction being its grander scale. In the films, the Bifrost could scarcely accommodate more than a Quinjet, yet this entrance felt as though it could effortlessly welcome 2 Airbus aircraft. Indeed, this was reminiscent of the dimensional railgun. The caliber depicted in the films hardly matched the destructive power capable of obliterating stars. Here, however, was not a celestial palace, but a stronghold, also serving as Heimdall's residence and office. Before them stood the towering Asgardian deity, his hands resting upon a colossal sword. "My heavens, at last! We meet again, my dear brother," Thor exclaimed, filled with excitement as he stepped forward to embrace Heimdall tightly. Heimdall accepted the title of brother with a composed demeanor. Yet beneath his golden helm, a weighty expression clouded his brow, for his gaze was fixed upon Loki. "Hey, Heimdall, though I may have committed a blunder that is neither insignificant nor trifling," Loki nervously gestured toward himself, "I'm still a prince of Asgard. Show me some respect. Will you?" "My brother, do not get carried away. He is not looking at you," Hela interjected, pushing Loki aside and stepping forward to meet Heimdall's gaze. "The last time we met, you banished and sealed me in Midgard, if I recall correctly." The god of dawn. No, I should now refer to you as the gatekeeper, Heimdall. You have returned from that eternal purgatory, Princess Hela. Princess? Heimdall replied, have you forgotten my recognition of you as the heir apparent? You witnessed my coronation as prince from the front row among the gods. Those were fond memories, but now, the legitimate heir of Asgard is Thor Odinson. Then you might as well call me commander. It sounds far more appealing than princess. The tension between Hela and Heimdall escalated swiftly, as if they were on the verge of engaging in battle. Heimdall stood on high alert, a demeanor Thor had never witnessed from the usually composed gatekeeper. Meanwhile, Loki retreated pitifully to the side. Just moments ago, he foolishly believed that Heimdall intended to bring him to justice. After all the commotion, did he, Loki Odinson, not possess even the qualification to be regarded as a formidable adversary? Chengfeng and the other members of the Star Squad extended their sincere greetings and comfort to Loki. He felt as though he might shatter and longed for a comforting embrace. Chengfeng playfully nudged Hulk's thigh with his elbow. Oh, splendid. Hulk, a hug. With a sputter, Loki nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Hulk, could you be any gentler? Flustered, Loki scrambled out of Hulk's embrace. Yet the interruption brought him an unexpected sense of relief. After all, his sister was the goddess of death, Hela, who had conquered the 9 realms. One must simply adapt. The confrontation between the two formidable Asgardian deities created an increasingly palpable tension in the air, felt by all present. For the gatekeeper Heimdall, Hela's former status as the crown princess had effectively ceased to exist following Odin's banishment and her subsequent sealing in Midgard. Now, her most significant identity was that of Asgard's enemy, arguably its greatest foe throughout history. Even if he exerted all his strength, he could only hope to delay her for a time, for Hela was Odin's firstborn, once the executioner, commander of Asgard, and goddess of death. Meanwhile, Hela was eager for confrontation. Upon her arrival in Asgard, her powers surged to an extraordinarily high level. Though she had yet to reach her true pinnacle, a prolonged stay in Asgard would allow her strength to gradually restore. Had it not been for Chengfeng's timely intervention, Hela might have indeed engaged Heimdall in a divine battle. Do you remember our purpose for being here? We did not come to declare war on your father. Chengfeng stepped forward, gently grasping Hela's hand. Heimdall's piercing gaze, capable of penetrating all illusions and observing any corner of the 9 realms, widened in disbelief. In his eyes, the insatiable battle fervor emanating from Hela, one strong enough to fill the entire Gyllenhaal chasm, dissipated in an instant at the moment of their handclasp, becoming as tranquil as a windless lake. The sharpness in his eyes vanished, replaced by a calmness and an overwhelming possessiveness towards the man standing before her. Heimdall could scarcely believe it. Was this truly the Hela he knew, the goddess of death? The one who was either killing or on the path to kill. Now she stood, hand in hand with a Midgardian man, not only without discomfort, but seemingly reveling in the connection. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Heimdall would have thought he was dreaming, though he had never slept. Yes, indeed, our return to Asgard is to meet with Father. The golden-haired Thor quickly interjected. Heimdall, we are on our way now. When you contacted me, I had already informed the All-Father Odin of this matter. Heimdall nodded towards Thor, signaling them to hasten their departure. Let's not allow that harbinger of doom, Hela, to block our path, shall we? Thus, they maneuvered the airbus aside, ensuring it did not obstruct the grand gates of Asgard. Subsequently, they all followed Thor's lead, traversing the Rainbow Bridge to the substantial physical bridge extending into Asgard, stepping through the towering golden arches. Ultimately, they arrived in the opulent yet refined celestial palace. The sentinels remained motionless, yet their astonishment was unmistakable. They had never witnessed a living being from Midgard set foot on Asgard's soil. In ancient times, fierce warriors from Midgard had fought alongside the Asgardian army, but none had ever graced Asgard itself. My son, you have never heeded my words. Odin, the All-Father, gazed deeply at his son with his singular eye, his attention solely fixed on Thor, for mortals were deemed unworthy to enter the divine realm of Asgard. And you, my dear father, remain unchanged. What merit is there in upholding the so-called dignity of the gods? Hela released Chengfeng and stepped to the forefront, single-handedly absorbing the weight of the All-Father's divine pressure. It has been nearly 2 millennia since we last met, Father. Odin stared at Hela, and after a prolonged silence, he sighed, Long time no see, my daughter. Chapter 122, Old Dong, I have parked the airbus beside the Rainbow Bridge. Upon deciding to venture into the divine realm of Asgard, Li Chengfeng had envisioned numerous scenarios for Hela's reunion with Odin. For instance, one where she emerged from the Rainbow Bridge wielding two cleavers, ready to storm Odin's palace. Or another where Odin led an army to encircle the entrance of the bridge. Regardless of the severity, they all shared a commonality: the inevitable clash between father and daughter. However, the actual situation took Li Chengfeng by surprise. Despite the sharpness in their words, the overall atmosphere between Odin and Hela was surprisingly calm and composed. He nudged Loki, who had just recovered from being embraced by Hulk, and whispered, "Is this how the father of the king of gods typically behaves? So amiably." "What nonsense. Amicable? Have you lost your mind?" Loki retorted. "Just take a look. Your father appears calm before your sister, yet his eyes betray turmoil and guilt. It is evident that he acknowledges his wrong in forcing his daughter to rebel, yet he cannot lower himself to admit it, leaving him in a state of paralysis." Li Chengfeng elaborated with earnest conviction, but the eerily tranquil atmosphere made even Loki begin to entertain the notion. Nevertheless, Li Chengfeng's words were not without merit. After all, the fact that Odin had raised Hela, a formidable force, indicated that he was no gentle soul himself. In such circumstances, the absence of lethal action against the usurping daughter is striking. Instead, she is merely sealed within the confines of the courtyard, with the seal intertwined with his very life. This is evidently a manifestation of reluctance to harm his daughter while simultaneously feeling compelled to take action, thus opting to sequester her far away, allowing her to live out her days in solitude. After all, upon his demise, the seal would break, sparing him from facing such an awkward predicament. As Li Chengfeng observed the subtle discomfort on Odin's countenance, his conviction grew stronger. Not only did the lineage carry a certain bluntness, but also seemed to inherit a touch of pride, did it not? Regarding Hela's current demeanor, one could only say it was both unexpected and yet entirely reasonable. After all, the Hela of now is no longer the Asgardian princess obsessively fixated on the throne. Rather, she had been inadvertently liberated from her seal by Li Chengfeng. In this unfamiliar environment, she experienced emotions previously unknown to her. Her interactions with the members of the Guardians, as well as her rapport with Thor and Loki, alongside her encounters with ordinary mortals of Earth, have imbued this goddess, originally born for conquest and death, with the hues of humanity. Does she harbor any significant desire for the throne of Asgard at present? Not particularly. It is merely a matter of mutual obstinacy between her and her father, Odin. A struggle for pride. Reflecting on this, Li Chengfeng stepped forward to stand beside Hela, grasping her hand. As he had promised, he would accompany her, forever remaining the first at the side of the goddess of death. Let him shatter this peculiar and awkward situation. "Hey, old Odin, I've parked my aircraft outside your Rainbow Bridge. Surely, there are no parking violations in Asgard?" With this remark, the entire Guardians team erupted in laughter, unable to contain themselves. Especially Thor and Loki, the two Asgardians rapidly assimilating to Earth's customs, looked utterly astonished. "Seriously, mate? Are you really doing this? You're taking advantage of Odin's lack of understanding of Earth's internet humor? Mortals, though I may not grasp the meaning of your previous words." Odin finally shifted his attention to Li Chengfeng, noticing the clasped hands between him and Hela, his eye twitching slightly. However, as the king of the gods, he could overlook such verbal transgressions. "Release your hand at once." "Oh, my apologies, my apologies. I'm just accustomed to it." Li Chengfeng chuckled as he released her hand, winking at Hela. "See? That broke the deadlock. Just a matter of words." Odin, observing the exchange between his daughter and Li Chengfeng, felt his irritation mounting. "Hela, my eldest daughter, while I am unaware of how you escaped your seal, had you remained in the courtyard dutifully, I could have easily feigned ignorance. Yet, you boldly returned to Asgard with a host of warriors, parading through the Rainbow Bridge." Odin, a seasoned veteran of war, possessed an astute eye. Although he referred to Li Chengfeng as a mere mortal, his single eye surveyed the gathered company near his children, discerning that none among them were without ill intent. Especially the green monster and the man who had just held my daughter's hand. Their might surpassed even that of the Midgard warriors who once fought alongside the Asgardian army in ancient times. Moreover, my two sons seemed to share a close bond with their sister, whom they had never met before. Yet Asgard is also my land, and my strength continues to rise. This is the acknowledgement of my homeland, as well as the power inherited from my mother. Hela maintained a composed demeanor, casting a glance at Frigga, who sat upon the throne of the goddess. Although Frigga was Odin's rightful wife and Thor's mother, she was not Odin's original partner. Odin's first consort was named Jord, symbolizing the primordial earth. This is why Hela would gain strength upon stepping onto Asgardian soil. By the way, you are still unaware that the ether has already manifested in Midgard, aren't you? Hela scoffed, recalling the hardships the ether had once caused us. Wait, what did you say? The ether has appeared? Odin's expression instantly darkened, worry etched into his single eye. Observing Odin's reaction, Hela shook her head. My father, are you afraid? It seems that with the passage of time, your power has waned to an unprecedented degree. Even so, what do you intend to do? Initiate a patricidal war for supremacy? Odin, what nonsense are you speaking? Frigga interjected immediately, letting out a gentle sigh as she turned her gaze to Hela. My daughter, dear goddess Frigga, believe me, I possess little interest in the so-called divine authority of Asgard. After all, if I truly wished to usurp the throne, I would already be seated upon it. Hela shook her head, maintaining her respect for Frigga. Although not her biological mother, Frigga had always treated her with kindness. Hela's calm demeanor even perplexed Li Chengfeng, who found it difficult to discern her thoughts. After all, he genuinely believed Hela would seize this opportunity to claim the throne. Li Chengfeng was prepared to act at any moment. However, Hela's next words left him speechless. I, Hela, the eldest princess of Asgard, the former crown princess, the commander of Asgard, and the goddess of death, hereby renounce my claim to Asgard's inheritance, for I shall carve out a new divine realm in Midgard, to reign jointly with my goddess. Goddess. Her words were astonishing. Not only Frigga, but even Odin could not suppress his exclamation. Even among the gods, familial bonds are emotions that cannot be easily severed. The conflicts between father and daughter would ultimately dissipate with the passage of time. Even the king of the gods, Odin, despite his increasing frailty, remained a top-tier figure among celestial beings. Yet upon hearing the latter part of his eldest daughter's declaration, he cast aside thoughts of seals and thrones. Now, a singular thought occupied his mind: to locate the pig that had nurtured his family's cabbage for over 2 millennia and subsequently prepare a feast from it. Ultimately, Hela was Odin's first offspring, the one most akin to him. The original seal had been intended to encourage her to acknowledge her mistakes. If she did so, he would unhesitatingly release her. He remained the king of gods, and she, his heir. Yet, the resemblance between this father and daughter was so striking. Even their flaws mirrored each other, rendering them both incapable of yielding. However, the circumstances had shifted. The daughter had been inexplicably whisked away by a mysterious man, leaving no room for pride. Who was the goddess you chose? Was she a native deity of Midgard, or a prince from another realm? It was he. Hela unhesitatingly extended her finger towards Li Chengfeng. Taken aback, Li Chengfeng stepped left, then right, yet Hela's finger remained resolutely pointed at him. Odin's wrath surged forth. You mortal! How dare you abduct my eldest daughter? Li Chengfeng protested. Hold on, my friend. Your contradictions shift swiftly. Though Li Chengfeng accepted this newfound identity without hesitation, he found Hela to be somewhat formidable. Could we not discuss this privately with your father and mother? Must it be announced publicly, especially at a moment when Odin held the worst impression of him? What, after all, is the essence of a father? Each possesses a unique temperament. Yet when encountering a son-in-law for the first time, regardless of whether their demeanor is aloof or warm, the underlying thought invariably revolves around exterminating the scoundrel who has courted their daughter. If he were an ordinary father, it might suffice. But the father before him was a divine being, the sovereign of Asgard. In his youth, he might have crushed any rival with ease. Yet to ask Li Chengfeng if he was willing was a moot point. A 2-meter-tall, stunning goddess, refusal? Li Chengfeng's intellect was not so limited. Well, Hela, while I understand our bond, I never anticipated your eagerness to possess me. Are you reconsidering? Will you betray our vows? Hela's gaze suddenly turned icy, a greedy orange light surging uncontrollably within her. No, I must have you. You must become my goddess. One cannot force a sweet fruit from a reluctant vine. It may quench a thirst. Hela, please calm down. I never said I would withdraw. Observing the glimmer of greed regain its hold, Li Chengfeng activated his transformation, enveloping her arm with strands of green light manifested by his will. And you ought to gauge the atmosphere before speaking. Were it not for your father being the king of gods, striving to maintain his dignity, he would likely have leaped from his throne to confront me directly. No waities. I shall protect you. I did not imply that I am timid, yet we must not forget the purpose of our journey to Asgard. Li Chengfeng chuckled and shook his head, then turned his gaze towards Odin. You must have realized that Hela has been influenced by the power known as greedy orange light, which stems from her contact with the demonic blood of Mammon. Mammon's blood? Odin instantly composed himself, his brow furrowing slightly. He then rose and walked into the inner sanctum of the temple. Thor, Loki, greet your friends. Daughter, and that mortal, follow me. Chapter 123, Old Deng. Bring forth the key to the treasury. Li Chengfeng and Hela followed Odin into the inner hall of the celestial palace. Although it mirrored the opulence of the main hall, the decor of the inner sanctum was notably more restrained, with Odin leading the way and Li Chengfeng and Hela trailing behind. They walked for a while until they finally arrived at the residence of the All-Father. At this moment, Odin turned to Li Chengfeng and remarked, setting aside the unprecedented green energy that even I, the All-Father, have never witnessed, this mortal's physical prowess is enough to rival Asgard's mightiest warriors. Yet, this is of little consequence. Odin's gaze first fell upon Li Chengfeng's hand, which he had clasped with Hellas in an effort to suppress Mammon's blood and the greedy orange light. Goodness, how brazen! Odin instinctively pressed a hand to his chest. Unable to suppress the surge of blood pressure, his remaining eye, keen and penetrating, scrutinizing Li Chengfeng. In truth, after sealing his daughter for nearly 2 millennia, his reason had long since returned, and the so-called fury he once felt had long been extinguished by the tides of time. The current situation was merely a matter of pride between a father and daughter born of divine lineage, a simple display of stubbornness. Observing the ease with which his daughter held hands with this mortal, Odin found it increasingly difficult to maintain his own composure. This cunning and treacherous mortal, he must have taken advantage of my daughter's vulnerability and helplessness the moment she was freed from her seal. Odin thought to himself, selectively overlooking the fact that his daughter, Hela, is the goddess of death, a commander of the armies that conquered the 9 realms, who nearly ascended to become the next god king, an absolute superwoman, the ultimate queen. Her strength is undeniable, and her intelligence cannot be underestimated. Otherwise, how could she wage war and govern a kingdom? Pray tell, what is your name? Odin forced a congenial expression, though it was devoid of warmth, and inquired. Li Chengfeng. You may consider my profession to be that of a high-ranking peacekeeper in Midgard. Possibly Li Chengfeng. Odin nodded, but his expression changed drastically as he shouted, Li Chengfeng, your current actions are tainting the dignity of all Asgard. How dare you attempt to lay claim to Asgard's sharpest sword of conquest and the most exquisite flower of the Highlands? Hearing Odin's furious roar, Li Chengfeng was nearly driven to confront his future father-in-law in a fit of rage. Yet he restrained himself, for Hela had just publicly declared their bond. Even someone as reckless as he could not resort to violence against his future father-in-law. Frustration boiled within him as he felt that Odin was utterly despicable and insidious. Such a trivial remark had allowed this old man to seize the opportunity to elevate his daughter, attempting to use this to mend their strained relationship while simultaneously belittling Li Chengfeng, the unworthy suitor. He was determined not to allow this old man to succeed effortlessly. With that thought, a devious smile crept across Li Chengfeng's lips as he turned toward Odin. He clasped Hela's hands, his eyes welling with tears, and proclaimed, My beloved, the goddess of death of Asgard, Hela, since your father opposes our union, I must sorrowfully and helplessly acquiesce, for this is the decree of the All-Father. In his eyes, the glory and majesty of Asgard outweigh all else, even your happiness. Nevertheless, even if the mountains crumble and the heavens unite, I dare not forsake you. Li Chengfeng's words were laced with irony, leaving Odin's countenance increasingly pallid with each utterance. The old god's resentment grew. Anyone with a basic understanding of arithmetic could discern that this strikingly handsome being, surpassing even Loki, was merely performing. His acting was not merely poor, it was deliberately exaggerated. Hela, however, saw through the charade but chose to play along, her resentment toward Odin having dissipated, though the bitterness of being sealed by her father lingered. Odin, after much hesitation, finally sighed deeply, resembling an elderly man, and wearily settled into his seat. Very well, Li Chengfeng, you and Hela may sit. Li Chengfeng raised an eyebrow. Noting how Odin's current demeanor resembled that of the Odin who had been secretly sent to Earth by Loki and Thor, Ragnarok. Perhaps this was the true face of the aging Allfather, not much different from an ordinary old man. He exchanged a sly wink with Hela before they both took their seats. Must we not release our hands for the moment? Dear Allfather, I am not solely here to demonstrate my intimacy with Hela. My will's green light can, to some extent, suppress the greed's orange glow that resides within her. Green light of will? Orange glow of greed? How intriguing. Odin's eyes glimmered with curiosity, although he did not fully comprehend the significance of the green and orange lights. He was familiar with the blood of the original sin demons. Among the 7 deadly sins, Mammon presided over the sin of greed and was a dimensional lord in hell. A faint aura reminiscent of Satarak emanated from you, suggesting that you have encountered those dimensional lords. Odin nodded and continued, stating that to render these entities powerless, either they must perish or Hela must meet her end. Upon receiving this revelation from Odin, Li Chengfeng felt no surprise. After all, these beings stand as the most formidable entities beneath the abstract deities. I do not intend to eradicate them fundamentally, Li Chengfeng remarked, retracting the will's green light, allowing the insatiable orange light to dominate Hela once more. Odin observed the previously calm expression in his daughter's eyes transform, suddenly brimming with boundless avarice, as if even the depths of the golden gallon abyss could be filled. Concurrently, he sensed that, bolstered by the power of greed, his daughter's strength had already surpassed his own, even though Hela had just returned to Asgard and her power was at most 80% restored. Can the sentiment of greedy will also manifest as power? Odin pondered aloud, then glanced back at Li Chengfeng, inquiring whether he had already devised a method of resolution. You have witnessed that although greed is a negative sentiment, it possesses extraordinary power. Thus, rather than expending efforts to expunge it, it is more prudent to control it. Li Chengfeng responded, re-establishing his connection with Hela through the green light of will. Just as I possess 2 rings, one red, symbolizing wrath, and one green, representing will, I intend to forge for Hela a ring of orange light that embodies greed, to harness this power and make it my own. Does this mean you have a solution? Then what need have you to seek my assistance? Odin queried. Though I have a method, I lack the appropriate raw materials. Li Chengfeng whispered as he leaned closer to Odin. Moreover, am I not providing you an opportunity to mend your father-daughter relationship with your own daughter? His straightforward words struck a chord within Odin's heart. If we speak of materials, there's indeed a suitable one. Odin contemplated briefly before revealing his answer. Given your close relationship with my daughter, you must be aware that Mjolnir, wielded by Thor, was originally Hela's weapon. I have heard some whispers regarding that. Li Shangfem Anolaja. The material of Mjolnir is URU alloy, which is exceptionally adaptable for Hela. Fortunately, I still possess a portion in my treasury. Observing Odin's willingness to part with such valuable resources without a hint of regret, Li Chengfeng understood that the old god genuinely wished to restore his relationship with his daughter. Thus, he felt no need for further formality. What do you mean by extending your hand? Mere words are of little use. Hand over your treasury key to me. Old man. Chapter 124. URU Alloy and Eternal Flame. Li Chengfeng's movements were deft and audacious. Even after reigning as the king of gods for millennia, Odin had never encountered such unabashed boldness. Though he may have faced shameless foes in the past, dealing with enemies was straightforward. Eliminate them without hesitation. However, when one's own people become shameless, there's truly no recourse. The most critical aspect is that Odin cannot refuse. For it was he who revealed the existence of the URU alloy within the treasury. Does this not imply, in a certain sense, that he is reaping the consequences of his own folly? Yet, this regret and discomfort were entirely cast aside upon witnessing the orange glow in his daughter's eyes. It is insignificant, merely a treasury, which pales in comparison to his daughter. Moreover, strictly speaking, more than half of the items within his treasury were actually acquired by Hela during her conquests and subsequently offered to him. With this in mind, Odin produced an ancient, somewhat worn key. Since you desire my treasury key, take it. Li Chengfeng had merely jested. Yet who could have anticipated that Odin would truly draw forth the key? Upon receiving the ancient key, Li Chengfeng instantly sensed its profound essence. The power contained within this key was likely no less formidable than that of Thor's hammer. Perhaps even greater. Had Odin truly resorted to such lavishness by employing an artifact of this caliber as a key to his treasury? Li Chengfeng weighed the key in his hand. Despite its modest size, it felt remarkably substantial. Old dang, this key is rather impressive. Why not simply gift it to me? After uttering this audacious remark, Hela was left utterly speechless. Cough, cough, my divine queen. While it is indeed accurate to call this a treasury key, it is equally a powerful artifact. Of course I know that, otherwise, why would I be here? Then you are aware that this artifact, which resembles a key, is a legendary Gungnir. What on earth? Gungnir, also known as the Spear of Eternity, was crafted by the dwarves and presented as a gift to Odin. The material used to forge Gungnir was the branch of the world tree. In mythology, it possesses the attribute of guaranteed accuracy upon being thrown. In the Marvel Universe, aside from serving as a key to the treasury, Gungnir also functions as a remote control for the destroyer. However, there is scant detail regarding its combat performance, as Odin himself has not appeared frequently. Nevertheless, as the personal artifact of Odin, a powerful All-Father, potentially the most formidable of them all, its power is undoubtedly immense. This indicates that Li Chengfeng should not harbor any illusions about seizing this item from Odin's grasp. Yet, Li Chengfeng remained somewhat exhilarated as he gazed upon the key, or rather, Gungnir. The mere thought of its name triggered an involuntary reaction within him. As for the reason, but for you, my lord, is solely for you. After relinquishing the key to Li Chengfeng, Odin, perhaps stung by Li Chengfeng's demeanor, hastily sent both him and his daughter away, retreating to his chamber to wallow in his own sorrow. Of course, this final lamentation was but a figment of Li Chengfeng's imagination. In truth, Odin merely experienced a moment of discomfort before he could no longer contain his laughter. Hela's return did not result in a bitter rivalry. Rather, she exhibited no interest in the throne of Asgard and even voluntarily requested to remain in exile. Indeed, from Odin's perspective, willingly residing in Midgard could only be interpreted as a desire for continued banishment. However, his amusement was short-lived, as a frown soon replaced his smile. It was vexing. One of his sons, a foster child, was ill-suited to reign over Asgard, while the other had never shown any inclination towards the throne. After contemplating, it became evident that his daughter was the most fitting heir. Sighing, he resolved to take things as they came. Although he was aware that his time was limited, he believed he could persevere for at least another 1,000 years. By then, perhaps he would have grandchildren, and, if necessary, the throne could be passed down a generation. Was there not a saying in Midgard? A blessed grandson can prosper 3 generations. Such was Odin, a formidable and awe-inspiring king of the gods in public, yet a worry-prone old man in solitude. However, Li Chengfeng and Hela were oblivious to this scene. They traversed the celestial palace, with Hela leading the way to the location of Odin's treasury. Along the route, Li Chengfeng gazed at the key in his hand and inquired of Hela, "What do you think your fate would have been had I never appeared?" Hela paused, taken aback by the notion. She had never contemplated such a possibility. After much reflection, she sighed, "Had you never existed, my day of liberation from confinement would likely coincide with Odin's death. I imagine Loki would still stir trouble in Midgard, prompting Thor to pursue him back to this realm. Consequently, I would undoubtedly find a way to locate Thor, convincing him to activate the Bifrost so I could return to Asgard and be crowned as queen." Hela's description was succinct, yet it bore a striking resemblance to the events depicted in Thor, Ragnarok. Indeed, if the characters of this universe were left to their own devices, they would likely tread the well-worn path of the original narrative. Li Chengfeng felt a sense of relief. His arrival had spared the Divine King from a fate of mutual destruction with Surtur in Asgard. Yet, returning to your assertion, if Odin's death precluded your acquisition of Gungnir, how would you gain access to the treasury? By breaking in, Hela replied matter-of-factly. The treasury is not an impregnable fortress. Although Gungnir serves as the key to the treasury, it merely symbolizes the authority of the king of the gods and holds little practical significance. Li Chengfeng opened his mouth, seemingly understanding. As they spoke, the pair arrived at the entrance of the treasury. To be frank, from the appearance of the grand door, one would not discern that this was the treasury of the king of the gods. There were not even any Asgardian guards at the entrance. However, as Hela grasped the key forged from Gungnir and inserted it into the vault's grand door, Li Chengfeng realized the true meaning of hidden wonders as the door swung open. Goodness, the primary allure lies in the stark contrast, doesn't it? The interior was vast, astonishingly disproportionate to the entrance. Come, my goddess, let us explore what treasures lie within Odin's vault. Ah, dear king of the gods, allow me to remind you that you are currently possessed by the blood of Mammon and the insatiable light of greed. It is inevitable that you may succumb to temptation in the presence of the king of the gods' treasures. Rest assured, I am not particularly interested in such things. Though you claim disinterest, your hands tell a different story. Li Chengfeng observed Hela's right hand clasped with his, while her left hand stubbornly gripped Gungnir, unwilling to let go. You may feign indifference, but even the most obstinate lips soften when kissed. Li Chengfeng chose to ignore such trivial matters. After all, this artifact and the vault belonged to her father. If she wished to wield them, so be it. Ultimately, they would belong to her. Thus, the two ventured hand in hand into Odin's treasury. Upon entering the vault, Li Chengfeng could not help but acknowledge that the cinematic portrayal of Odin's treasury was exceedingly one-dimensional and overly purposeful. It merely showcased the tip of the iceberg. The first sight to greet them was the so-called replica of the Infinity Gauntlet, which Hela had referred to in the film. However, to label it as a mere replica would be somewhat misleading. The gauntlet itself was merely a vessel, devoid of any extraordinary power. In comparison to Thanos' gauntlet, adorned with gems, it would indeed be fair to deem it a counterfeit. Odin had commissioned the Dwarf King to forge another Infinity Gauntlet, primarily to ascertain whether there existed a chance to truly gather all the Infinity Stones and create a grand spectacle. The memories of being soundly defeated by the Celestial Assembly remained etched in Odin's mind, a wound yet to heal. For beings of Hela and Odin's caliber, a solitary Infinity Stone held little sway over them, let alone in the face of even more formidable entities like the Celestial Assembly. For instance, after Ronan the Accuser acquired the Power Stone, to assert that he could vanquish Odin or Hela with it would be sheer folly. Yet, Li Chengfeng had no interest in such power. The time investment required to gather all 6 Infinity Stones was exorbitant, and the cost of snapping one's fingers to fulfill a wish was far too steep. Rather than gathering the Infinity Stones, Li Chengfeng preferred a world where no one could possess them. If everyone lacked them, it equated to everyone having access, emphasizing fairness above all. Moreover, with the ether particle securely nestled within his tome of dark divinity, even if Thanos were to gather the remaining 5 Infinity Stones, he would hardly stand a chance against Li Chengfeng and Hela. Moreover, the Brethren of Earth are far from helpless. Setting aside the mid-tier warriors, Li Chengfeng can simply summon a Kansas giant, followed by a Martian hunter, and then add the Red Hulk into the mix. One cannot help but question how Thanos wishes to meet his demise. Thus, concerning this purple-skinned entity, Li Chengfeng feels no trepidation. To put it plainly, without the Gauntlet and the Infinity Stones, Thanos is merely a lesser deity. Indeed, when Hela passed by the counterfeit Infinity Gauntlet, though she did not express disdain, her indifference spoke volumes about her lack of regard for such trinkets. However, what lay ahead momentarily captivated both Hela and Li Chengfeng, the Destroyer armor. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. Once, his father Odin donned the Destroyer armor and wreaked havoc across the 9 realms, drowning the world in blood and tears alongside him. Yet, on a fateful day, he cast aside the armor forever, opting to become a benevolent ruler, nurturing virtue and compassion to benefit all living beings, leaving this longtime companion to gather dust in the vault. Hela's mention of Odin evoked a hint of lingering resentment. Ah, the festivities of the garden party and the toasting of cups. Yet the peace treaty imprisoned me in darkness, akin to a wild beast with no hope of escape. Li Chengfeng's expression was complex. Having met Odin, he understood that the old man cherished his daughter, who bore the closest resemblance to him. Yet their moment of stubbornness nearly severed their bond, laying the groundwork for Ragnarok. However, Li Chengfeng would not merely observe the surface. As a time traveler, he recognized that, although the timeline in this universe had lost its significance, many events would continue to unfold in due course. For instance, Odin's challenge against the Pantheon, which, despite lasting mere seconds before defeat, did not culminate in his death. In truth, it could be said that Odin was effectively slain. The ambitious conqueror of the cosmos perished, leaving behind the benevolent ruler Hela spoke of. From a temporal perspective, it seems that Odin came to realize the multitude of stronger beings within the universe, prompting his abandonment of war in favor of governance under the banner of compassion. This was the genesis of the conflict between Odin and Hela. Delving deeper, one might ponder that Odin's sealing of Hela was not only a punishment for her rebellion against him, but also a protective confinement. Given Hela's lethal nature, it was likely that she would soon confront the Pantheon, and Odin could not predict whether his daughter would survive their hands. Yet, could such sentiments be openly voiced? It is doubtful that Hela would believe them. Li Chengfeng shook his head. The conflict between father and daughter was theirs to resolve, and at least they had embarked on the path of reconciliation, had they not? Yet, after 2 millennia of confinement, do you still firmly believe that your initial inclination to conquer the universe through war and force was justified? Without you, without Thor and Loki, without Hela and Ida, and without the Guardians, I might still harbor such thoughts. Hela sighed, then chose not to elaborate further, leading Li Chengfeng deeper into the treasury. As he beheld the treasures displayed along the way, Li Chengfeng couldn't help but marvel at the immense wealth of Odin's lineage. The box of ice, a relic from Jotunheim, belonging to the frost giants, was said to possess the power to encase an entire planet in ice under extreme conditions. The orb of Agamotto, also known as the Eternal Eye, could detect threats from across the universe and trace the origins of all magic. Odin could even make prophecies with this artifact. The prophecy of Ragnarok was derived from the orb of Agamotto, just as Li Chengfeng pondered whether the orb had any connection to Doctor Strange's Eye of Agamotto. He heard Hela's voice beside him. I found it. He turned to follow her gaze, where several items were displayed on one side. First was the Tesseract. Li Chengfeng had been surprised when he captured Loki, wondering why he did not possess the Tesseract. After some deliberation, he realized that this version of Loki had never acquired it. He likely opened a wormhole through other means to allow the Chitauri to invade Earth. Next was a piece of silver metal, irregular in shape, yet naturally inscribed with rune symbols. Finally, there was a massive brazier containing the eternal flame, which Odin had seized from Surtur after defeating him. Upon seeing the last 2 items, Li Chengfeng's spirits lifted. Considering Hela's unique ability to command the undead, he suddenly realized that the orange lantern was not merely a last resort for her, but rather the most fitting ring for her. Unquestionably, his divine king had certainly stumbled upon a great fortune. It seemed that in the future, if she truly wished to summon her father, she could do so with ease. A salute to the father-in-law for his hard work. Chapter 125. The forging of the orange lantern begins. Li Chengfeng stepped forward and reached for the URU metal. A substantial piece of URU was soon in his grasp. Although it appeared effortless, he exerted considerable strength to lift the URU. Truly, it was no wonder that this was the raw material for MJLnir. Even such a small piece was astonishingly heavy. A look of surprise crossed Li Chengfeng's face. But this distinctive Asgardian mineral must surely be more abundant than this, right? What? Do you wish to take all the URU from Odin's treasury and even ponder its origins? Hela was somewhat speechless at Li Chengfeng's words. It seemed the greedy orange light should not be associated with her. He had become the host of the greedy orange light. What you say is quite misleading. I do not seek greed. I merely wished to assist my sister in crafting the orange lantern, but I was concerned about insufficient materials, which prompted my inquiry. Heimdall gazed at the small mountain of materials piled before him, his eyes twitching at the absurdity of it all. Did others not realize? Or was he the only one unaware? Crafting a lantern furnace. How could one possibly require such an abundance of materials? Li Chengfeng, however, feigned ignorance and, employing dark magic, opened a pocket dimension, stuffing all the URU metal within, leaving Odin with nary a speck. Although URU metal may not be the most precious treasure in Odin's vault, it was undeniably the most practical for Heimdall. With the core of the ring secured, the next step was to strengthen it with essential elements. Li Chengfeng's gaze shifted to the basin of eternal flame. In the film, Heimdall resurrected his Asgardian army using the eternal flame rather than necromantic magic. After all, the former truly granted eternity, allowing the fallen warriors to rise once more. Yet the goddess of death still needed to command them, though they were mere undead soldiers. Each had once been a formidable Asgardian warrior. If he could merge the power of the eternal flame with the orange lantern ring, the remains of the Asgardian army could become Heimdall's spectral legion. What a marvelous concept, the idea of a single individual commanding an army. Li Chengfeng's actions were straightforward. He lifted the entire colossal basin and placed it into the makeshift pocket dimension. Turning, he flashed a radiant smile at Heimdall. My dear king of the gods, It is time for us to seek a place where we can forge the lantern furnace and the ring. Initially, Li Chengfeng contemplated transforming into Ion Man, using his powers to directly craft the orange lantern furnace and ring. However, that felt a tad extravagant. Previously, he had employed Ion Man's strength to create the primordial red lantern ring under pressing circumstances, lacking optimal forging conditions. But now, circumstances had changed. They found themselves in Asgard, a realm genuinely safeguarding the planet atop the world tree. Among these celestial bodies was one belonging to the dwarves, the star of forging, Nidavellir. This was the very place where Thanos had coerced them into crafting the Infinity Gauntlet. Following that event, the dwarves of Nidavellir nearly faced annihilation. Yet, those events transpired after the rupture of the Rainbow Bridge, severing Asgard's ties with other worlds. Presently, Nidavellir remained as vibrant and bustling as ever. Who, I wonder, has studied this eternal flame? Li Chengfeng mused, seated upon the deck of the ship known as the Domain of Asgard, savoring a skewer of lamb, delighting in its exquisite flavors. After acquiring the eternal flame, his first act was, astonishingly, to grill skewers. Not far from him sat Thor and Loki, each relishing their own skewers of lamb. However, they were far from as carefree as Li Chengfeng. Even for them, it was their first journey aboard the Asgardian domain. This legendary faster-than-light vessel had long lain dormant in Odin's treasury, only to be unearthed by Li Chengfeng. He even brazenly commenced a barbecue on the deck using the eternal flame. What a waste! What does wasteful mean? As long as these items serve our purpose, it cannot be deemed wasteful. Li Chengfeng scuffed. How ridiculous that these two dullards dared to accuse him of waste. Had it not been for encountering the two idle Asgardian princes right after emerging from Odin's treasury, Li Chengfeng would have never deigned to accompany them. Alas, they had latched onto him. Thor and Loki remained blissfully unaware of their captain and brother-in-law's disdain. They were merely intrigued by the creation of the lantern rings. The Green Lantern and Red Lantern rings had not manifested before them, and this time, Li Chengfeng was forging the Orange Lantern ring using URU alloy and the Eternal Flame. They could not afford to miss this spectacle. Thus, they shamelessly trailed behind Li Chengfeng and Hela as they boarded the Asgardian domain. As Li Chengfeng beheld the swiftly receding cosmic scenery on either side, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The faster-than-light spacecraft was indeed a remarkable invention, yet it held little significance. This vessel's energy source was none other than the Bifrost. Would Asgard ever share the usage rights of the Bifrost? Absurd. Thus, Li Chengfeng finally relinquished the notion of swindling Asgard's faster-than-light technology. Thor, you must have heard that Loki signed a 250-year labor contract with me to work at the Bureau of Unified Operations, Li Chengfeng remarked, observing Thor finish a skewer of meat. So what do you think? Are you interested in truly joining the Bureau and becoming our teammate? Although he had tacitly acknowledged Thor's identity during this time, in reality, Thor had always been a free agent. He could not even receive a salary, relying solely on Loki's earnings. Unable to best Loki in a fight, he ultimately resigned himself to his fate. Am I not already a formal agent of the Bureau? Sign this, and you will be, Li Chengfeng replied, retrieving a labor contract printed on standard paper from his prepared pocket dimension. The terms and duration mirrored the one Loki had initially signed, yet the only disparity was, damn you, Li Chengfeng. Why was I compelled to sign my labor contract on a cursed parchment from Mephisto, while Thor gets standard paper? Loki exclaimed, tossing aside his skewer and striding up to Li Chengfeng. Is this not blatant discrimination? Aren't you bullying the honest? What nonsense! Can you compare yourself to him? Li Chengfeng cast a glance at the indignant Loki and remarked, given your cunning and audacity, had it not been for this parchment scroll demanding your signature on the labor contract, you would have surely fled at the first opportunity. Although Thor may be somewhat simple-minded, he is indeed a man of his word. As he spoke, Li Chengfeng handed the labor contract to Thor, adding, ISNT that right, Thor? Confused, Thor received the contract and, under Li Chengfeng's urging, signed his name in a daze. Welcome, Thor Odinson, to the harmonious and loving family of the Joint Investigation Bureau. Li Chengfeng solemnly shook Thor's hand. Even Hela found it hard to watch this scene unfold. Was she truly witnessing her two brothers being played for fools? 250 years of servitude had just been unwittingly pledged. This episode was merely a clever maneuver by Li Chengfeng, and before Thor could fully grasp that he had been duped, the realm of Asgard had already reached the forged star Nidavellir. There was no need for formalities. They were granted passage by the outer guardians of Nidavellir. Li Chengfeng had initially intended for Thor, the golden-haired warrior, to make a grand entrance, but they were allowed entry immediately. This was not surprising, as the realm of Asgard was essentially a vessel crafted by the dwarves of Nidavellir to pay tribute to Odin, and they were naturally recognized. As his words fell, 2 additional ships emerged as escort vessels, guiding them further. They eventually docked at a massive steel star ring, at the center of which blazed a radiant star. Under the leadership of King Eitri, the dwarves had come forth to welcome the god's arrival. After disembarking from the ship, Li Chengfeng and the 3 Asgardian siblings gazed at the dwarves before them, lost in contemplation. Family, he thought, having longed to voice his thoughts since watching the films. Why were the dwarves portrayed as towering over Thor? Upon further investigation, he discovered that in the comics, dwarves were indeed diminutive, significantly shorter than the average human. In contrast, the film's depiction of dwarves was misleading. They were merely shorter than the frost giants, but in reality, dwarves were not short at all, often exceeding the height of most humanoid beings. The proportions appeared as a fusion of dwarves and gnomes, each sporting a disproportionately large head. What a peculiar race they had concocted. Esteemed Prince Thor of Asgard, esteemed Prince Loki of Asgard, welcome to the Forged Star Nidavellir, Eitri greeted, first addressing the brothers who led the group. Upon glancing back, Eitri wished his eyes had been blind, for he beheld a face he had not seen in 2 millennia, one that had left an indelible mark of terror in his heart. At first, Eitri stood and saluted Thor and Loki, but then his enormous frame knelt down as if toppling mountains, exclaiming, "The Prince of Asgard, the commander of the Asgardian army. The goddess of death, Hela, you have returned." Hela, however, was not at all embarrassed by Eitri's profound display of reverence. After all, she was the one who had reduced Nidavellir, the realm governed by the dwarves, to its current humble and courteous state. In those days, the dwarves were far from this demeanor. Buoyed by their status as the Forged Star and their well-equipped weaponry, they had frequently launched invasions against nearby celestial bodies. One might say that forging was merely a side endeavor, while banditry was their true vocation. Ultimately, under Hela's command, the Asgardian army wreaked havoc upon them, leaving only the relatively docile and intelligent dwarves alive. While it could be argued that Asgard's prolonged warfare and Odin's deliberate erasure of Hela from history meant that most people were unaware of her existence, the memories of her devastating onslaught against Nidavellir remained vivid. To put it bluntly, even Odin, in Eitri's eyes, paled in comparison to Hela's terror. It was as though he'd been truly frightened into submission. Regardless of your relinquishment of titles, Nidavellir would still revere you as the goddess of death. Just moments ago, Eitri had faced Thor and Loki with unyielding integrity, but now his countenance was one of uncharacteristic obsequiousness. Why had the goddess of death broken her seal? What was the purpose of her visit to the Forged Star, Nidavellir, this time? Enough, Eitri, Hela interjected. I have come for the same purpose as my last visit, to forge something. Eitri looked up in surprise. The same purpose? Last time, a divine artifact, such as Mjolnir, was created. Hela waved her hand, signaling Eitri and the assembled dwarves to rise. She then took the hand of Li Chengfeng and stepped forward. My queen will explain the specifics to you. The queen, and she is a Midgardian? Even the well-informed King Eitri was momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, Hela's formidable reputation compelled Eitri to instinctively give orders despite his confusion. Activate the star ring, ignite the stellar forge. With a single command, the scene before them transformed dramatically. The previously dark star ring erupted with countless sources of light, beginning to draw energy from the central star and channel it into the massive forge nearby. What are the materials and requirements for this forging? Eitri turned to Li Chengfeng, inquiring, "The forge will be ready in a few minutes. I can assist you immediately." This matter is somewhat complicated, so there is no need for your assistance. Li Chengfeng politely declined Eitri's offer and, hand in hand with Hela, approached the stellar forge. As Li Chengfeng felt the energy within the forge gradually coalesce, he wasted no time in activating the dual transformation of the red and green lights. Guardian, I sense the aura of the greedy orange light. Indeed, it's not merely the renal deficiency shark. I can feel it too. The voices of the Ion Shark and the Blood Butcher Bull echoed in Li Chengfeng's mind. Guardian, while I support all your endeavors, I must caution you that the greed represented by the orange light differs from other emotions. Once forged successfully, it is imperative to meticulously seek a worthy bearer. Indeed, orange is the most avaricious. It desires everything, even what I, the bull, excrete. The blood butcher bull's tone was tinged with indignation. Oh, little bull, your words are repulsive. Repulsive, you say? I, the bull, am a being born from the spectrum of emotional energy, and what I produce is the furious red light. Do you not exude the willful green light? You foul shark. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes as he listened to the playful banter between the little shark and the little bull. Such children, devoid of shame, can unabashedly discuss the most base of matters. Ignoring their squabble, Li Chengfeng took Hella's hand and approached the forge. He first retrieved the URU metal from his spatial pocket and placed it upon the anvil. Within the stellar energy, the temperature of the URU metal surged dramatically. Yet its form remained unchanged. Li Chengfeng extended his hand, and the intertwining radiance of red and green materialized into a colossal hammer, which he brought down forcefully upon the URU metal. Orange light forge, let the forging commence. In Li Chengfeng's grasp, the hammer, formed from the furious red light and the willful green light, struck repeatedly, causing the various shapes of URU metal to gradually meld into a singular entity. Following this, the metal underwent continuous compression and shaping. As the stellar energy poured forth, the URU metal, while heating up, gradually attained a state of energy saturation. Upon reaching this stage, Li Chengfeng ceased his hammering. The URU metal's malleability had now reached its pinnacle. Without hesitation, Li Chengfeng manifested a mold for the light forge and proceeded to shape the URU alloy completely. This was, in fact, the simplest step in crafting the orange light forge. The true challenge lay ahead. With the initial form of the forge established, the next task was to address the matter of the light beast. Li Chengfeng turned to Hella and spoke, but she was momentarily taken aback by his inquiry. She had never encountered an orange light beast before. However, she understood that since Li Chengfeng had directed this statement at her, it implied she was to undertake certain actions. How shall we resolve this? What must I do? It is quite simple. After all this time, you should be able to identify the essence within you known as the blood of mammon, correct? The greedy orange light within you is birthed from the extreme avarice induced by the blood of mammon. As he spoke, Li Chengfeng took Hella's hand in his own. Then she lifted it up. On her arm, faint orange markings emerged, resembling splattered blood. This was indeed the blood of Mammon that had splattered upon Hella's arm during the battle in Fairy Town when Grelantai met his demise. Envelop your inner greed, the orange light, and the blood of Mammon with your divine power, and expel them through your bloodstream. Is it truly that simple? Then why do we not execute this in the courtyard? My dear God King, this orange light represents greed. It is nearly impossible to expel these insidious parasites without cause. Li Chengfeng remarked, raising the already formed lantern furnace. However, outside, there exists an inexhaustible source of stellar energy and the colossal capacity of URU metal. As long as you use your divine power to sever the connection between the blood of Mammon and the greedy orange light within you, they will naturally leave your body, drawn by their own self-interest, and enter the lantern furnace. Speaking of self-interest, it seems as though the so-called blood of Mammon bears no difference to biological entities. Hella, you have spoken rightly. Li Chengfeng nodded. The blood of Mammon is indeed part of the dimensional demon god, and having been exposed to your intense desires and the divinity of the goddess of death, it can already be considered a semi-formed lantern beast, albeit one that has yet to truly awaken its consciousness. Relying solely on the most basic instincts of emotional spectral beings to cling to its host and wield its greedy influence over her. This notion occurred to him after his encounter with Lex Luthor, for while Lex was similarly influenced by the blood of Mammon as an ordinary human, he lacked the power to sustain it, thus eliminating the environment conducive to the birth of a lantern beast. Yet Hella is different. In addition to the boundless desires accumulated over millennia, her formidable divinity and divine power serve as significant nourishment for birthing a lantern beast. Although Li Chengfeng was uncertain whether such a creature would still be a pure spectral energy being, these details had become inconsequential. Since his encounter with the ancestral Green Lantern furnace, the dynamics of this universe's emotional spectrum had veered completely off course. The overwhelming will of the green light, in its fury, does not strip away the rational anger of the red light. Adding another variant of orange light that diverges from the original seems hardly remarkable now. After listening to Li Chengfeng's explanation, Hela hesitated not a moment and commenced her actions. Utilizing the terrifying divine power she had nearly restored to 90% since returning to Asgard, she forcefully enveloped the turbulent, greedy orange light within her desires, relocating them to her arm, where they fused once more with the blood of Mammon. Then, with her other hand, she conjured a sword of night sky, raising it to slice through the flesh of her arm. Observing the wound, Li Chengfeng felt a twinge of pain. However, Hela showed no reaction, as if the blade had not struck her at all. Upon seeing that flicker of concern in Li Chengfeng's eyes, an exhilarating sense of delight surged within Hela. To be frank, such an injury is trivial to her. During her battles across the 9 realms, she has endured countless wounds far more severe than this. Well then, let us commence. Bring the lamp furnace closer. Li Chengfeng nodded, removing the manifested mold and positioning it before Hela's wounded arm. As he drew nearer, an orange blood, reminiscent of a living entity, immediately manifested within the wound. This vibrant orange fluid, after a moment of hesitation, seemed to yearn for the warmth of the lamp furnace, as if it were a newborn creature drawn to its mother's milk, yet it lingered, reluctant to abandon Hela's accumulated desires over millennia. Li Chengfeng could not suppress a chuckle at the sight. Truly, this was the embodiment of the orange lamp's semi-finished beast, torn between 2 worlds, embodying the very essence of greed. It appeared this little creature was still enamored with me. No matter, let us administer a potent remedy. Upon uttering this, Li Chengfeng conjured a syringe, deftly piercing his own arm to extract a full vial of blood, which he then poured over the lamp furnace crafted from URU metal. The crimson liquid spread across the innate runes of the URU, igniting them and emitting a gentle divine glow. Hela fixed her gaze intently on Li Chengfeng's blood. My God, Queen, I have indeed chosen wisely. How many secrets do you possess? Li Chengfeng Shukulat Sufli. He was no longer the same individual who first encountered Hela. Beyond initially acquiring the pure essence of the wine deity, one of the 5 great metals, he had transformed into an ion knight, wielded the powers to manipulate space and time, and ultimately, after the events in Fairy Tale Town, attained the former divine stature of Zysorn. Although diverse in nature, the divine power he harbored was certainly more abundant than Hela's, particularly the former divine status of Zysorn, while not endowing him with any direct strength, had elevated him in accordance with the cosmic laws. Though Li Chengfeng himself remained unchanged as a human, from the perspective of spectral energy beings, he was akin to a diminutive ancient god of Earth. This recognition stemmed from the entire universe, stamped and sealed. Indeed, as Li Chengfeng's blood ignited the runes upon the lamp furnace, the semi-finished lamp beast, previously indecisive about indulging in both realms, swiftly made its choice, completely departing from Hela's body and diving into the lamp furnace, observing it as it sought to engage with his blood at the heart of the furnace. Li Chengfeng smiled subtly. The moment had arrived. It was time for the eternal flame to make its appearance. With a grin, Li Chengfeng opened his pocket dimension, but in the next instant his smile froze. Good heavens! It seemed he had inadvertently used the eternal flame for roasting skewers, and had yet to put it away. Yet this was merely a hint of embarrassment, for Li Chengfeng possessed a thick skin. Thus, he lifted his head without a care and called out, Thor. The eternal flame still burns above the realm of Asgard. Toss it over here. Thor, who had been observing from the periphery of the forge, immediately comprehended that the moment of truth had arrived. He swiftly returned to the realm of Asgard and lifted the eternal flame along with its basin from the deck. Then, he soared into the forge and presented it to Li Chengfeng and Hela. He dare not simply throw it. What if the eternal flame were to be damaged in transit? Thus, he promptly retreated. From the outer ring of the forge, he could clearly see the forging process undertaken by Li Chengfeng and Hela. There was no need for him to fixate on the tumultuous stellar energy within the furnace. Brother, care for some melon? After moving to Loki's side, Loki raised a slice of watermelon toward him. Where did that watermelon come from? One must always be prepared with some refreshments while attending to affairs alongside Li Chengfeng. Loki took a hearty bite of his watermelon, exuding an air of seasoned experience. Who could tell when he might conjure some mischief? It would be a shame to miss out on such a treat at this moment. Indeed, this melon is remarkably sweet. Their voices were unrestrained, especially Thor's booming voice, which resonated like thunder even to Li Chengfeng standing above the forge. Casting a glance at the 2 idlers, Li Chengfeng chose to ignore them. He merely extracted all of the eternal flame from the basin. What had once filled the vast basin with flames now manifested as a flicker scarcely larger than an egg. This flicker represented the essence of the eternal flame. The flames were merely a byproduct of dissipated energy. Despite its diminutive size, its purity was incomparable to that which resided within the basin. Is the eternal flame a step you had long anticipated? Hela playflutia li Chengfeng. I had thought you were merely here to roast skewers. The eternal flame, also known as the eternal torch, is said to be the source of power for the fire giant Surt, symbolizing destruction and rebirth. My goddess, your understanding of the 9 realms surpasses my expectations. Logically, a mere human who has lived for only 25 years and has not ventured beyond Midgard should not possess such extensive knowledge. Oh, my dear Lord of Midgard, what I know far exceeds what you might presume. Li Chengfeng exchanged jest with Hela before placing the eternal flame into the lamp furnace. As this energy arrived, it instantly captured the attention of the semi-finished lamp beast. Hesitating for less than a second, it succumbed to its greedy instincts and lunged toward the eternal flame. In the next moment, it emitted a shriek unlike any it had ever produced. Hiss, sharp and piercing. Yet, it lasted only a few seconds before ceasing. Li Chengfeng and Hela then peered into the lamp furnace. The eternal flame had completely penetrated the interior of the semi-finished lamp beast. And under the influence of the eternal flame, its body, which resembled viscous orange blood, underwent drastic transformation. The blood gradually transcended, transforming into the purest shade of greedy orange light. From its original form as a fusion of blood and spectral energy, it evolved into a being of pure spectral energy, becoming a true orange lantern. The physical form began to shift, although composed of the greedy orange light. Its details were as exquisitely refined as those of the Ion Shark and Blood Butcher. Is it a snake? Hela incuried, gazing at the fully reborn orange lantern beast with uncertainty. Indeed, it is a snake, Li Chengfeng affirmed with a nod. He had not anticipated that even the artificially created orange lantern beast would resemble the Desire Python from the original narrative. Yet, this snake was far more aesthetically pleasing. Its delicate scales and graceful form exuded an air of majesty. If the Desire Python from the original tale were akin to a street urchin, then this petite orange snake was undoubtedly a paragon of elegance and wealth. After all, both Li Chengfeng and Hela could distinctly sense that within the body of this orange lantern snake resided not only the power of Mammon and the eternal flame, but also the divine essence of Hela and a fragment of Li Chengfeng's ancient godly status. Although it was a manufactured beast, it would likely rival the innate lantern beasts like the Ion Shark and Blood Butcher in strength. The newly reborn orange lantern beast stretched languidly, releasing a torrent of greedy orange light that swiftly filled the lamp furnace crafted from URU metal. The innate runes upon the URU metal gradually morphed into a hue of greedily vibrant orange. As the final rune completed its transformation, a youthful voice echoed in Li Chengfeng's ears, "Father, Mother." Li Chengfeng momentarily froze, instinctively glancing at Hela, only to find her regarding him with the same look of astonishment. In that moment of shared shock, the lamp furnace was entirely suffused with greedy orange light. The primordial orange lantern furnace was complete. Following this, the orange light within the furnace surged, culminating in the emergence of an orange lantern ring, adorned with patterns identical to the runes on the URU metal. Li Chengfeng had initially expected the orange lantern ring to fly directly to Hela. However, much to his surprise, the primordial orange lantern ring hesitated between them for some time before ultimately splitting into 2 distinct rings, one for each of them. Intelligent life form identified. From Earth, Li Chengfeng, your insatiable desire is noted. You belong to the Orange Lantern Corps. Intelligent life form identified. From Asgard, Hela, your insatiable desire is noted. You belong to the Orange Lantern Corps. Without hesitation, Li Chengfeng and Hela donned the orange rings that symbolize desire. They cradled each other's faces. Their greed and possessiveness amplified infinitely under the influence of the orange lantern. Amidst the collision of lips, they uttered the oath of the orange lantern. What is mine, and it is indeed mine. It is mine, it is mine, it is mine. Not yours. Chapter 127. Accompanied by eternal flame, you are reborn at this moment. After the duo uttered the rather exasperating oath of the orange lamp, there was no manifestation of orange battle attire. Instead, Orange runes began to intricately envelop their original garments. As the two transformed into orange lamps, the little serpent within the lamp furnace grew increasingly animated. Under the mutual attraction of the two orange lamp rings and the orange lamp furnace, the little serpent commenced absorbing the residual energy from the stellar furnace. With its tiny mouth agape, the stellar energy was drawn in as if by a siphon. Munch, munch. Father, mother, I'm still hungry. Li Chengfeng lifted the lamp furnace before him, and the little serpent excitedly swam around inside. The adorable sound of a baby voice echoed in his ears. This address was indeed quite invigorating. Li Chengfeng smiled at Hela, who was intently observing the little serpent. She referred to me as mother, and I too felt a vague connection with her, woven through blood and even something divine. Li Chengfeng's Mirka, thinking to himself that such a statement was rather nonsensical. This was not some juvenile complex at play, for this little serpent, frolicking within the orange lamp furnace, was fundamentally composed of Mammon's blood and the gluttonous orange light, having absorbed both of our blood, divinity, and desires, truly undergoing a metamorphosis from a flesh and blood entity into a being of spectral energy. By that logic, this little serpent could indeed be considered their child. After all, in matters of divinity, it seems there is little distinction from genetics. As the mother, why not bestow her a name? Li Chengfeng suggested, gently placing the orange lamp furnace into Hela's hands. After a moment of mutual gazing with the little serpent, Hela extended her hand, softly rubbing the serpent's head with her delicate fingertip. Since I have already informed Odin of my intention to become the sovereign of Midgard, my child will serve as a great aid in guarding Midgard. With that, she turned to Li Chengfeng and continued, I recall in Norse mythology there exists a colossal serpent, Jörmungandr, that encircles Midgard, biting its own tail. Henceforth, she shall be known as Hela's firstborn, the earthly Leviathan, Jörmungandr. Hela's voice resonated with authority, imbued with an unwavering divine command. Li Chengfeng was somewhat taken aback. This was a declaration made upon divine oath, akin to signing one's name on Mephisto's parchment. However, violating Mephisto's contract would mean that as long as you could vanquish that foul demon, the so-called contract would no longer need to be upheld. Yet, breaching an oath sworn by one's own divinity would not only result in backlash from that very divinity, but also provoke rejection and disdain from the cosmos itself. In other words, the so-called divine forces of the universe would truly intervene against you. But what does that little serpent comprehend? She was aware that her mother was quite pleased with her and her powers, even bestowing upon her a name. Henceforth, the orange lamp beast shall be known as the earthly giant serpent Jörmungandr. Although the name may seem somewhat incongruous, it is certainly melodious. Subsequently, Li Chengfeng and Hela descended from the stellar furnace hand in hand. At this moment, the star ring had ceased its operation, forcibly halted by Ray, who wore a grim expression. The two had nearly drained their stellar forge while crafting this peculiar lamp and ring. Observing the now dimmed star, Ray felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Capturing such a vibrant star was no trivial endeavor. It required not only fortuitous luck, but also the assistance of a being of divine stature. For instance, the stellar forge before them was, in fact, constructed with Odin's aid after the conquest of Nidavellir, the forger of stars. Would they dare trouble the king of the gods to assist them in capturing another star to fuel their forge? Even if Odin were willing, the dwarves could hardly bring themselves to ask. Given the recent peace across the 9 realms, aside from Hela and Li Chengfeng's visit, the stellar forge truly had no pressing need. Meanwhile, Thor and Loki, who had witnessed the entire crafting process of the orange lamp, were left in a state of astonishment, unable to fully comprehend the spectacle. From the initial shaping of the lamp, each step seemed almost fantastical to them. Particularly astonishing was the transformation of the flesh and blood creature into a new life form at the moment the eternal flame ignited the lamp, granting it genuine self-awareness. This was beyond their understanding. Yet being gods of Asgard, their capacity for acceptance was considerable. Thus, as Li Chengfeng and Hela approached, both instinctively leaned toward the orange lamp to observe the child of their sister and Li Chengfeng. Ah, this little serpent is rather charming, mused the golden retriever of Asgard. Indeed, it was delightful, but to name it Jörmungandr? Why did it feel like the being that bore this name should be intimately connected to me? Surely, it must be a mere illusion. Such were the thoughts of the Asgardian husky. All right, you two, cease your lingering here. There will be ample time to observe later. For now, your sister and I have matters to attend to in Asgard. Li Chengfeng urged the Golden Retriever and Husky forward, prompting them to hasten to the realm of Asgard. Now that the orange lamp had been crafted, remaining in Nidavellir was no longer appropriate. After all, their relationship with the dwarves was not particularly close, rendering further awkward pleasantries unnecessary. Most importantly, Jörmungandr had consumed a significant amount of stellar energy. If they did not depart swiftly, would they wait until the dwarves demanded compensation? Thus, Li Chengfeng merely nodded towards the dwarf king Eitri before leading the three siblings from Asgard into the realm of Asgard. He activated the spacecraft, connecting to the Bifrost, and set off. The realm of Asgard flickered momentarily before vanishing, entering the superluminal space of the Bifrost. Eitri gazed in sorrow and indignation at the direction in which the realm of Asgard had disappeared. How infuriating! Had he not been terrorized by Hela, he would have certainly confronted those Asgardian deities today. However, as this thought emerged in his mind, he suddenly jolted, chastising himself. Madness! Madness! After enjoying a stable life for too long, he almost dared to bargain with those merciless Asgardians. Eitri had witnessed how Hela and Odin submerged one world after another in blood and tears. All right, heed my command. All dwarven clan members with spare time should seek methods to replenish energy for the Stellar Forge. After issuing the order, Eitri suddenly recalled the Midgard deity named Li Chengfeng, who possessed rings of red and green energy before crafting this orange furnace. Adding this orange to the mix, would there be yellow, cyan, blue, and purple in future? Does this mean that their stellar forge must continue to endure torment? The speed of the realm of Asgard was already remarkably astonishing, and traversing the Bifrost, a superhighway of hyperspace, meant they arrived in the blink of an eye. The return journey, naturally, was equally swift. Even Heimdall, who controlled the Bifrost, found himself somewhat bewildered when the Allfather Odin journeyed to forge the star Nidavellir. Commissioning the dwarves to craft MJ Lolnir from URU metal, it took 3 days and nights to complete. Yet, for a divine artifact, 3 days and nights was already exceedingly swift. Heimdall observed as Li Chengfeng docked the realm of Asgard beside the airship, remarking, "I did not expect you to return so soon." After all, in terms of crafting difficulty, the orange lamp furnace was far inferior to MJ Lolnir. Li Chengfeng held a favorable impression of this god of dawn and guardian of the Bifrost, finding him remarkably upright. However, Hela's attitude towards him, while not as confrontational as it had been upon their arrival in Asgard, could hardly be described as amicable. Li Chengfeng, do you not recall that we have yet another task to attend to? There is no time to chat idly with the gatekeeper, Hela coldly called back to him. The serpentine creature Jörmungandr coiled around her shoulders, gazing curiously in their direction. Li Chengfeng promptly nodded to Heimdall before swiftly catching up with the three siblings from Asgard. Hela had just referred to him by his name, omitting the title of god entirely. Had he committed some error? With this question lingering in her mind, Hela, accompanied by her two brothers and Li Chengfeng, once again ventured into the celestial palace. After navigating through a series of twists and turns, they arrived at the treasury of the palace. The guards, discerning the presence of Hela's key and the two princes, promptly allowed them passage with utmost reverence. Under Hela's guidance, the group did not pause before any particular treasure. Instead, they pressed deeper into an obscure corner that was devoid of displayed artifacts. Hela extended her hand, wielding the sword of the night sky, and with a glimmering orange light, she conjured a colossal warhammer. With a resounding clang, the hammer struck the floor of Odin's treasury, instantly shattering it into fragments. After several more strikes, the floor revealed a vast abyss, dark and profound, emanating a chilling aura from below. Turning back, Hela smiled at her two brothers and inquired, "Do you wish to witness true power?" With that, she grasped Li Chengfeng's hand and, leaning back, leaped into the void. Thor and Loki were left pondering whether their elder sister had been influenced by Li Chengfeng, as her manner of speaking had become rather incomprehensible. Was this riddle-like behavior contagious through fluid exchange and divine interaction? To jump or not? Of course, they would jump. All right then, Loki nodded, suddenly pushing Thor into the chasm. As Thor fell, he flashed Loki a middle finger, to which Loki nonchalantly tossed his hair and leaped after him. A perfect superhero landing. Upon reaching the bottom of the abyss, Loki saw Thor expertly balancing himself in midair, landing gracefully on one knee with a fist pressed to the ground. Despite his brief time on Earth, Thor had certainly mastered the signature moves of a superhero. Loki, if you ever ambush me again, I will surely pin you to the ground. Thor glared at his younger brother, though his eyes held no malice. After all, in the past, Loki would have stabbed him with a dagger rather than simply pushing him down. In Thor's eyes, Loki had become considerably kinder towards him than before. Shoo! Big oaf! Silence yourself, Loki retorted, disregarding Thor's threat. Instead, he surveyed their surroundings, furrowing his brow and urging Thor to hush. Noticing the serious demeanor of his usually irreverent brother, Thor also focused his attention on the surroundings. They found themselves in a tomb, a circular collective burial site, at the center of which lay a massive rune symbolizing death. Countless bodies of soldiers clad in Asgardian armor were laid to rest here, and amidst these remains, the carcass of a colossal beast was encircled. Before them lay a colossal canine creature, its formidable fangs still exuding an air of terror, even in death. Chengfeng and Hela stood beside the magnificent beast. Hela extended her hand, gently caressing the creature's head. My dear Fenris, how long have you been here? It must have been so lonely. Chengfeng stood silently by her side. Hela's eyes were filled with nostalgia for the past. Once, she had been the spirited goddess of death, worshipping her formidable father and leading armies to expand the realms of Asgard. However, after 2 millennia of imprisonment, few in Asgard even recognized her as Odin's eldest daughter, the former commander and heir. Those who did recognize her had either perished on the battlefield like the Asgardian soldiers or had met their end at her hands, as those Valkyries who had once been ordered to hunt her down. When she had slain the Valkyries, her heart had been shattered. They had been her most loyal warriors, her sisters in arms, yet fate had compelled them to a deadly conflict. Had I truly erred? Hela turned to Chengfeng. Darling, in this world, matters are not intrinsically right or wrong. Neither you, nor Odin, nor Fenris, or the Valkyries are at fault. Merely differing stances. Chengfeng grasped Hela's hand. The events of Asgard had been an enormous quagmire. Odin had indeed been caught in a dilemma. Continuing the battle might have led to the annihilation of all Asgard, hastening the arrival of Ragnarok. Yet, to cease the war and conquest meant sacrificing his eldest daughter, the staunchest proponent of war. In the struggle between Asgard and his daughter, Odin had chosen Asgard. After all, he was first and foremost the king of the gods, and then a father. Of course, I'm not suggesting you should forgive your father. Chengfeng shrugged and continued, but let us set aside these familial matters to resolve later. You are right, Hela nodded, hand in hand with Chengfeng as they approached the rune. She then gently patted Jormungandr's head, and from her lips emerged a spark of eternal flame. Hela raised her hand to catch it, forcefully pressing the eternal fire onto the rune beneath their feet. With the combined might of the goddess of death and the greedy orange light, the eternal flame shattered, expanding into a vast ring of fire that engulfed all the remains. With the eternal flame, you are reborn at this moment. Chapter 128. The pale dark elf, the fiery ring born of the eternal flame, wrought no destruction. Instead, it ignited an orange glow upon the remains within its reach. Under the influence of the greedy orange light and the eternal flame, the bodies of the Asgardian army reassembled, rising in unison. What on earth? How are they all alive? Thor exclaimed in astonishment, for he had never witnessed such a scene before. Throughout the years, prior to encountering Chengfeng, he had been the type to charge fearlessly onto the battlefield, indifferent even to the countless corpses strewn about, and he had certainly never beheld so many beings resurrected in such a peculiar manner. Moreover, why were they bathed in orange light? He distinctly remembered that the necromantic spell intended to temporarily raise the dead should manifest in green hues. Loki, ever the rational thinker, snapped out of his brief stupor and began to analyze the situation. However, before either could arrive at an answer, a long, haunting howl echoed from behind them. Turning around, they discovered that, like all the soldiers of Asgard, the colossal canine creature had also risen. With the aid of the insatiable orange light, it filled the void left by its decayed flesh, transforming the once towering skeleton of Fenrir into the formidable wolf capable of devouring all. Unlike the other Asgardian soldiers, whose souls had long since dissipated and were now entirely controlled by the energies bestowed upon them by the eternal flame and the greedy orange light, Fenrir retained his spirit. Preserved within his remains awaiting his master, the goddess of death, Hela. Yet there are always those who disrupt the atmosphere at such moments. All right, all Asgardian troops. Heed my command and form a line, Li Chengfeng shouted, and the Asgardian soldiers swiftly assembled before him. He then turned to Hela, urging her to raise the lantern. Raise it high. Indeed, those soldiers animated by the eternal fire and the greedy orange light have truly become your strength once more. Although adorned with the orange lantern ring, Hela's understanding of its powers remained superficial. She believed it to be no different from the green or red lanterns, merely employing the orange spectrum to unleash destruction. However, as Li Chengfeng commanded the risen corpses, the knowledge bestowed by the greedy orange light began to be assimilated by her. In the original lore, the power of the orange lantern was to manifest those enemies slain by its light into a multitude of orange lantern specters, which could then be commanded by the bearer. These specters typically retained all the power they possessed in life. Furthermore, the ancestral orange lantern of this universe, crafted by Li Chengfeng, had undergone a transformation in its essence due to the combined influences of URU metal, stellar energy, the blood of Mammon, and the eternal flame. It turned out that those who once fought alongside her across the 9 realms had now become her army of orange lantern specters. They could now exist in corporeal form or as orange lantern specters within the lantern itself. Yet, it appeared that Fenrir was an exception. As the Asgardian forces lined up, they marched proudly toward Hela. As he walked, his body gradually transformed into a pure, avaricious orange light, penetrating the orange lantern's furnace before him. Soon, in the tomb that had just witnessed the resurrection of its inhabitants by the eternal flame, only Li Chengfeng, the 3 siblings of Asgard, and the colossal wolf Fenris, who was squatting on the ground and rolling about in desperate yearning, remained. He could not become an orange lantern specter, no matter how he attempted to guide it. The beast before him could not transform into a being of pure energy like the Asgardian army, to reside within the orange lantern's furnace. After much contemplation, Li Chengfeng ultimately concluded that since Fenris's soul had yet to depart, when the eternal flame and the avaricious orange light jointly restored his body, his soul returned to its long-lost vessel. Thus, for this great beast, in a certain sense, he had already been resurrected. A true resurrection. Initially, Li Chengfeng lamented that this formidable beast, capable of matching the Hulk, could not transition into an orange lantern specter, representing a significant loss to the orange lantern's combat prowess. However, upon witnessing the adoration and reverence in Fenris's eyes towards Hela, akin to a child's gaze towards their parents, he suddenly felt that the presence of one more orange lantern specter was neither a boon nor a detriment. Moreover, under the influence of the eternal flame, Fenris's body regained the vitality of life. Finley's seat. A whoa. Fenris spin. A whoa. Fenris backflip. Whoa, you truly can. At that moment, Li Chengfeng stood in the Celestial Palace's garden, directing Fenris to perform various actions. After he and the 3 siblings of Asgard exited Odin's treasury, they were summoned by Odin. Coincidentally, Hela also needed to inform Odin that she had resurrected all of Asgard's fallen warriors, transforming them into beings of energy. Since only his 3 children had been called, Li Chengfeng, being an outsider, naturally refrained from intruding on the gathering. Thus, guided by the Celestial Palace's attendants, he made his way to the garden. As he approached the star-forged orange lantern furnace in Nidavellir, the Star Squad, along with high schoolers Peter Parker and Jessica Jones, awaited him there, providing delightful refreshments. Li Chengfeng joined them, accompanied by Fenris, who not only followed him but also executed his commands flawlessly. Logically, Fenris should have only obeyed Hela. However, after being resurrected by the eternal flame and the avaricious orange light, the great wolf felt an innate sense of closeness to the entirely unfamiliar Li Chengfeng, aside from Hela. Li Chengfeng pondered that this might be due to the nature of the orange lantern ring. Although Hela's and his orange lantern rings appeared as 2 distinct entities, they were, in essence, a singular ancestral ring that had bifurcated into 2, possessing the same inherent powers and permissions. In Fenris's eyes, Li Chengfeng was simply another Hela. He effortlessly showcased his talents, sitting, spinning, and performing backflips. Fenris's display successfully captured the attention of the Star Squad and the 2 rambunctious children. What a magnificent creature! The first to be entranced was Harley Quinn, who was dissecting flowers to observe the differences between alien and earthly flora. Though she lacked knowledge in botany, her curiosity compelled her to take a closer look. The moment Fenris appeared, however, he swiftly diverted her focus from the extraterrestrial plants. "Excuse me, Miss Harley. Although I am but a high school student, I must candidly say that this is likely a colossal wolf," Jessica Jones remarked to Harley Quinn, her tone notably more cautious than when addressing Li Chengfeng. Even this feisty individual treated Harley Quinn with such deference, indicating that Harley had indeed established a certain authority within the new Alliance Bureau Academy. "Huh? A wolf?" Upon hearing this, Harley's enthusiasm waned considerably. After all that commotion, it was a mere dog. She had hoped to dress him in a pink skirt for her little flower, but alas, he was far too large for that. The little flower referred to the hyena she had raised in Arkham Asylum. It had been brought to her through the efforts of Bruce Wayne, but after her release, she had forgotten about the creature, which was likely returned to its natural habitat by Bruce Wayne. Li Chengfeng had grown accustomed to Harley Quinn's fleeting passions, which barely lasted 3 minutes. Thus, he gestured for Fenris to lie down, who complied obediently, observing the Midgardians from behind Li Chengfeng. The moment Fenris laid eyes on Hulk, he froze, a primal instinct detecting danger. Hulk, too, fixed his gaze on Fenris, a glimmer of combativeness igniting in his eyes. Such a large wolf must surely be formidable, he thought. Yet, Li Chengfeng discerned Hulk's thoughts with a mere glance, causing Hulk to retract his intensity. "Hulk, we are currently in Hellas' abode. Do you recall what I mentioned? You must not wreak havoc at a friend's home." "Very well, I shall remember this," Li Chengfeng replied with a smirk. "Fenris will accompany us back to Earth, and by then, you can spar with him as much as you desire. I shall not intervene." Hulk nodded eagerly. Hulk held unwavering faith in Li Chengfeng, believing him to be superior in strength. Moreover, Li Chengfeng ensured that Hulk was well fed. This sentiment was shared among all of Hulk's personas, including the primary Bruce Banner, who held Li Chengfeng in high esteem. Truth be told, few could comprehend Hulk or understand Bruce Banner, even among the esteemed members of the Star Squad and the agent stationed at the same base. Only Li Chengfeng possesses the capability to accomplish such a feat. The matter concerning Hela has been resolved, and after her meeting with their father, we shall likely prepare to return to Earth. "So soon?" Li Chengfeng turned to the one who uttered this remark, none other than the mischievous Peter Parker. "What did you expect? Did you think we came to Asgard for a vacation?" Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. "Though for you, this time may have felt akin to a holiday. I have been diligently occupied with Hela." "Ahem, that's true." Even Peter Parker, with his usual exuberance, found it difficult to counter this point. After all, they had indeed spent half a day in this splendid and comfortable garden. Although there were no entertainment activities, this rare tranquility and comfort were invaluable, especially for agents of the Joint Investigation Bureau. However, since Li Chengfeng had informed them to prepare for the return journey, they were ready to comply. What they hadn't anticipated was that this trip, initially intended to avert conflict with Asgard, had transformed from a serious mission into an extravagant excursion. Even as agents, no one yearned for battle and warfare. Yet a sudden sense of alertness flashed through Li Chengfeng's mind. He furrowed his brow. It was the instinct of the beast within him awakening. Danger loomed. As he instinctively glanced in the direction of the threat, he noticed that Peter Parker had also turned his gaze toward the same point. "Peter, you sensed it too, didn't you?" "How did you know, Agent Lee?" "It's obvious. As trainees of the Joint Investigation Bureau, if we can't discern your abilities, how can we teach you?" Peter replied. "My spider sense alerted me to the danger emanating from that direction." He pointed towards Odin's dwelling. After Hela and her 2 brothers were invited by Odin's guards, they proceeded to his abode. Along the way, Thor posed a question to Hela. "Sister, are we to return to Earth immediately? I see no reason to remain in Asgard." "As I am now the sovereign of Midgard," Hela replied without looking back, continuing forward. "You 2 signed a contract. You must fulfill it, mustn't you?" "That's true, Thor." The golden-haired Asgardian nodded in agreement. "Hey, doesn't anyone care about my feelings?" Loki interjected, pointing to himself. "While I too believe we should hasten our return to Earth, you could at least inquire about my thoughts." "Umph." Upon hearing the synchronized cold huff from his sister and brother, Loki felt a chill in his heart. Indeed, as an adopted son, he was bound to be overshadowed by the biological children. As Loki pondered this, he selectively disregarded the numerous traps he had laid for Thor over the years. Before long, they traversed the opulent and lengthy corridor and arrived at Odin's abode. Noticing Thor's hesitation to advance, Loki hastened forward. "Father, we have arrived," he announced, casting a glance at Thor. That oblivious golden-haired Asgardian. "Are you waiting for your elder sister to speak first?" Although superficially, Hela and Odin appeared to have reached a form of reconciliation. A lingering resentment simmered within Hela, particularly regarding Odin's deliberate erasure of her existence and the death of Fenris. Even Thor, in his usual dullness, sensed the tension and looked apologetically at Hela. Soon, the grand door creaked open. The trio of siblings stepped inside, only to find a residence unusually dim. "Father, are you there?" "We have come," Thor called out, seemingly unperturbed. Striding forward, they reached Odin's bedside, yet Odin was nowhere to be seen. Instead, it appeared as though someone lay beneath the lavish blanket. Thor's instincts began to prick at him, and he approached with urgency. "Father, what has happened?" He reached for the opulent coverlet. In the next moment, a sharp dagger burst through the fabric, aimed directly at Thor's face. In a flash, Thor's monstrous combat prowess kicked in, enabling him to instinctively evade the dagger's strike. Simultaneously, a sword forged from the night sky pierced through the air and pinned the assailant, along with the blanket. To the bed, Loki quickly advanced, lifting the blanket. Beneath it lay a dark elf clad in black armor, with pale skin, a creature from Svartalfheim. Chapter 129. The fusion of the Nine Realms commences. The Dark Elves, a race of ancient lineage, predated even the Asgardians who waged war across the Nine Realms. In an era when life was scarce throughout the cosmos, the shadows of the Dark Elves had already begun to emerge from the depths of the Gungnir abyss. According to legend, the Dark Elves were born from the primordial darkness of the universe's inception. Svartalfheim, their dominion, is characterized by its desolate, yellow terrain, a stark landscape devoid of vitality, shrouded in perpetual gloom and strewn with jagged stones. It appeared inhospitable to any form of life. In truth, survival was untenable there. Consequently, the Dark Elves dwelled underground, which contributed to their pallid appearance, sunken eyes, and striking blue irises. Once, the Dark Elves of Svartalfheim had established an advanced and formidable civilization beneath the earth, but as resources dwindled, their societal order disintegrated, transforming into a predatory culture reliant on plundering other civilizations for sustenance. During their zenith as a marauding civilization, the Dark Elves sought to wield their ancestral treasure, the Ether, to seize all resources and annihilate the entire Nine Realms. However, they were utterly defeated by the Asgard of that time, with the Ether being seized and subsequently sealed away by the then ruler of Asgard, Bor, in a hidden corner of the Nine Realms. This location is known as Midgard, which was unearthed by the American military thousands of years later, ultimately triggering the events of Storybrooke. Now, the Dark Elves have returned, with their primary objective being revenge against Asgard. Every 5,000 years, the branches of the world tree manifest a phenomenon of convergence, during which the dimensional boundaries of the Nine Realms thin, leading to various transdimensional anomalies randomly occurring within them. These include phenomena such as gravitational fluctuations, spatial compression, and rifts in reality. The Dark Elves exploit these transdimensional anomalies to invade the Nine Realms. Remarkably, it has been precisely 5,000 years since the last convergence. Consequently, the Dark Elves split into multiple factions. The two most formidable groups infiltrated Asgard for invasion and destruction, while another journeyed to Earth in search of the long-lost ether of their kind. The faction invading Asgard successfully infiltrated its corners, leveraging their innate dark magic and advanced cloaking technology. This is how the Dark Elves concealed themselves within Odin's abode. Of course, they were not arrogant enough to attempt an assassination of Odin by a single Dark Elf. Thus, when Hela impaled the Dark Elf assassin upon the bed, a dozen more Dark Elf assassins materialized around them, launching an assault on the three Asgardian siblings. Hadn't the Dark Elves been vanquished? How could they return? Loki conjured magic with both hands, ensnaring two Dark Elf assassins, and with his beloved daggers in hand, he swiftly plunged them into the bodies of the Dark Elves attacking from behind. Even with the advanced technology of the Dark Elves, it would normally be impossible for them to silently infiltrate Asgard. Yet, as Hela activated her orange lights to transform, several spectral figures appeared before the Dark Elves. Considering the timeline, it seemed the Nine Realms were beginning a new convergence once again, rendering the dimensional and spatial barriers exceedingly fragile and unstable, allowing the Dark Elves to breach Asgard through these weak points. Simultaneously, she manifested several night sky swords inscribed with orange runes, which effortlessly severed the heads of their foes. The crucial question remained: Where was their father? Thor wielded Mjolnir, hurling a dark elf assassin out of Odin's dwelling. Their father had been prone to falling into Odin's sleep intermittently over the past few centuries, and it was unfortunate that the Dark Elves had chosen this moment to strike. Hela furrowed her brow slightly upon hearing Thor's words. Odin's power increases with age, yet his physical body weakens as he enters old age, becoming increasingly unable to bear the weight of his own divinity. To stabilize and restore his power while prolonging his life, he resorts to Odin's sleep. At this moment, she found herself in a state of relative vulnerability. Should the dark elf assassins discover her during Odin's slumber, the consequences would be dire indeed. A flicker of realization crossed Hela's mind, deep within her heart. She did not truly wish for Odin's demise, at least not at the hands of these insignificant dark elves. The battle within Odin's abode commenced abruptly and concluded with equal swiftness. After all, the trio of siblings could be regarded as the ultimate force among the gods of Asgard. Merely a handful of dark elf assassins remained, and even in the midst of their ambush, their fate was sealed in an instant. As the siblings made their way toward the door, Hela noticed a dozen or so orange-glowing specters resembling dark elves trailing behind her. Upon opening the door, they were met with the sight of the Star Squad, led by Chengfeng, encircling the Asgardian guardian who had just guided them. "Oh, have you resolved the conflict?" Chengfeng courtier, resting a hand on the guardian's shoulder and feigning camaraderie. "Both Peter Parker and I sensed danger. When we arrived, this guardian blocked our path, claiming that Odin wished to speak with you privately." With a glance at the vanishing orange-glowing specters returning to the lantern, Chengfeng smiled at the guardian. "Is this what you meant by Odin wanting to talk privately?" The once fearful expression of the guardian suddenly transformed. His eyes turned blood red, and he screamed, "Everything is for Lorelei." He then drew a dagger, identical to those wielded by the dark elf assassins, and lunged toward Chengfeng's heart. Chengfeng gazed at the seemingly deranged Asgardian with bemusement and could not suppress a chuckle, recognizing the utter confusion in the guardian's mind. With a sigh, he extended his hand and, using just 2 fingers, grasped the blade, applying a gentle force to snap it off effortlessly. "Someone come and knock him out," he instructed, pushing the bewildered guardian aside. Although he possessed countless means to eliminate the guardian, this was, after all, their first encounter with his father-in-law, which could be seen as a honeymoon period between Earth and Asgard. Moreover, it was evident that the guardian was under some form of control. As Jessica Jones delivered a swift kick, sending the guardian crashing against the wall and rendering him unconscious, Chengfeng turned his attention to Hela. "What on earth has transpired? The situation is quite complex. It cannot be explained in just a few words," Hela responded, shaking her head. "In short, the phenomenon of the convergence of the 9 realms has reemerged. The Dark Elves have invaded Asgard, and Father Odin is missing." "Isn't that rather clear?" Chengfeng shrugged, but soon fell into a moment of contemplation. "The convergence of the 9 realms? Isn't that a plot point from Thor, the Dark World? I recall it happens every 5,000 years. Could it possibly be a coincidence that it has been precisely 5,000 years since the last occurrence? However, should the opportunity arise, an invasion of Asgard and other realms within the 9 realms is indeed in alignment with the notorious temperament of Malekith, a man renowned for his treachery and malevolence among the Dark Elves, whose malice is sharper than a needle-less point. How could he possibly refrain from seeking vengeance? Should the phenomenon of convergence reemerge within the 9 realms, it is plausible that the Dark Elves would not only invade Asgard but also set their sights on Earth. Earth? Indeed, the Dark Elf clan venerates the ether as a treasure. It was seized by your Asgardian gods 5 millennia ago and concealed within Midgard, and now they will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to reclaim it. Chengfeng smiled, aware that they were oblivious to the fact that the ether had already been secured in my possession. Nevertheless, it was imperative to notify Nick Fury, urging him to prepare defenses. Upon finishing his statement, Chengfeng opened a portal. He noted that the act felt significantly less burdensome than before. Was the thinning of the dimensional barriers due to the convergence phenomenon this pronounced? Stepping through the portal, he found himself directly in front of Nick Fury. "Fury, to be succinct, peculiar phenomena have begun to manifest across the cosmos. Gravitational anomalies and distortions of reality may erupt in every corner of Earth. Immediately alert the respective national agencies for preventive measures and to assist in the evacuation and reassurance of the populace." As he spoke, he settled beside Nick Fury's bathtub, lifting a glass of ice-cold martini from the small table perched on the tub's edge and downing it in one gulp. Moreover, a cadre of cosmic marauders known as Dark Elves may soon arrive on Earth in search of the ether. Pay particular attention to securing Storybrooke and the locations where the ether was temporarily stored, as the Dark Elves surely possess means to detect its essence. At that moment, Nick Fury, without his eye patch and reclining in the tub, stared blankly at Li Chengfeng, who had just drained the fine drink he had intended to enjoy later. Be mindful that our adversaries hail from an advanced cosmic civilization. Ordinary field agents will not suffice. Deploy the Avengers and the younger agents from the agency. You actually purchased a music massage bathtub? You certainly know how to indulge yourself. After the dust settles, don't forget to send us a few units, including one specially designed for Hulk, where he won't fit. With that, he gave Nick Fury a thumbs up, sporting a radiant smile. In an instant, a portal appeared, enveloping Li Chengfeng. The entire exchange lasted no more than a minute. Nick Fury looked at the spot where Li Chengfeng had vanished, and then at the glass now only containing ice. A single tear glistened in his solitary eye. Damn it, I just got off work. After giving Nick Fury his instructions, Li Chengfeng returned once more to Asgard. There would be no issues on Earth. For Nick Fury was no fool. With sufficient formidable personnel at his disposal, any assault by an extraterrestrial force could be managed with ease. Thus, the focus of the Guardians could shift to Asgard. After all, Asgard is destined to become one of Earth's most formidable allies. So it is imperative to resolve any existing issues. The divine attendant's mention of Lorelei must refer to you as Guardians, right? Li Chengfeng directed his gaze towards Thor beside him, to see which Lorelei and her sister the Enchantress. I have long admired your illustrious names. You seem to be quite well informed, Thor acknowledged. Both Lorelei and the Enchantress are high-profile prisoners personally confined by Odin. The sisters possess the extraordinary ability to ensnare men with their voices and physical allure, compelling them to submit and fall passionately in love. In addition to this talent, the younger sister Lorelei is a formidable warrior, while the elder sister, as her title suggests, is one of the finest witches in Asgard. Thor's brow furrowed deeper. However, for many years, their confinement has been meticulously managed, with not a single slip-up. It goes without saying that the Dark Elves must have released these notorious prisoners from the dungeons to disrupt the peace of Asgard amidst their invasion, hoping to exploit the chaos. Loki scoffed, "Such trivialities are beneath me. I ceased engaging in such childish games over 7 centuries ago." With that, Loki waved his hands in succession, casting a wide-reaching enchantment enveloping everyone present. I have cast a mental spell that nullifies the enchanting powers of the Lorelei sisters. It will remain effective for 3 hours. How do you know this will work? Li Chengfeng was not questioning Loki's ability. After all, he is renowned as the greatest sorcerer in the 9 realms. He was merely curious, for in the comics and films he was familiar with, Loki seemed to have no prior interactions with the sisters. "You finally have something you do not know," Loki remarked, his handsome face breaking into a genuine smile. "Why'd I know it will work? Because experience yields wisdom. It was through capturing those sisters that my father bestowed upon me the title of God of Mischief." Watching the proud expression on Loki's face, Li Chengfeng struggled to contain himself and ultimately could not resist. He stepped forward to ruffle Loki's hair, much like one would pat a Siberian husky, and said, "You truly are remarkable, Loki, the God of Mischief of Asgard, the linchpin of the Joint Investigation Bureau. Your promotion will surely come faster than Thor's." "Brother Thor, come with me. Leave the Lorelei sisters to us." Upon hearing Li Chengfeng's words, Loki snorted disdainfully, then tugged a bewildered Thor along in search of the Lorelei sisters. As Li Chengfeng watched Loki's retreating figure with a proud, paternal expression as if his child had finally grown up, Hela approached his side. "My dear goddess, you should not always toy with Loki in words. It is merely a small pastime of mine, and also a way to demonstrate to you as guardians what true effective family education looks like. Li Feng Grospid Hilasant. After all, he is my brother-in-law." Hela huffed, though her tone was filled more with satisfaction and joy. However, for reasons unknown, it seemed that 2 identical cold snorts echoed faintly behind Li Chengfeng. Surely, this must be a mere figment of his imagination. Li Chengfeng reassured himself thus. At that moment, he raised his head and gazed into the half-empty sky. The phenomenon of spatial distortion was becoming increasingly apparent in the skies of Asgard. The fusion of the 9 realms had officially commenced. Chapter 130, Fairy Tale Town Enemy assault. After watching Loki and Thor embark on their side quest, Chengfeng began a meticulous search of the Celestial Palace with the remaining members of the Star Team. The foremost priority was to locate Odin. Otherwise, if they truly encountered a setback, Odin would undoubtedly become a subject of ridicule. Throughout the journey, Chengfeng could not help but marvel at the Dark Elves. While their race was grotesquely perverse, their formidable technology was undeniably alluring. Particularly their cloaking technology, Chengfeng, even while transformed into the Lantern Hero, could only sense the presence of others through the emotional spectrum when within a meter of proximity. It was remarkable that even the energy of the emotional spectrum could be concealed. This was a testament to their status as an ancient cosmic powerhouse. Without question, in terms of technology and combat capabilities, the Kree Empire and Skrulls could hardly hold a candle to them. After clearing a significant number of dark elves along the way, Chengfeng and his companions soon arrived at Frigga's chamber from Odin's residence. However, upon approaching, they discovered that the entire chamber had been completely encased in ice. Chengfeng stepped forward and gently tapped on the massive, thick ice. This was undoubtedly not a natural formation, but a product of magic. The question arose, apart from Loki, were there any other sorcerers in Asgard skilled in ice magic? The answer was a resounding no. Therefore, if it was not left by an ally, it must be the work of an enemy. Chengfeng furrowed his brow, contemplating a possibility. He turned around and pointed to the grand, ornate door behind the ice. "Come on, Hulk, clear the way." Hulk nodded excitedly. The recent battles with the Dark Elves had ignited the fury within this gamma giant. With his palm raised, he plunged it fiercely into the enchanted ice, which yielded like butter to a hot knife. Hulk, the exhilarated Hulk moved his hands swiftly excavating a passage large enough for everyone to pass through. This scene elicited a hint of envy from Fenris, who had been closely following Chengfeng and Hela. He too wished to dig. Chengfeng patted Fenris on the head to soothe him. The group then proceeded through the passage into the chamber of the Asgardian Queen. If I were to choose to overthrow Odin's rule, then this chamber should rightfully belong to you. Och me, donotiest. Chengfeng gazed upon the resplendent golden gates before him, a shiver running through his visage. Asgard lacks connectivity. Do you intend for me to languish in ennui here? Upon witnessing Chengfeng's unhesitating rejection and the unmistakable displeasure etched upon his countenance, Hela discerned that he truly wished to depart from Asgard. In truth, she harbored no greater desire herself. Were it not for her need to reconcile with the past, she would possess no inclination to return to Asgard. Yet, it was the formidable powers inherited from her mother that compelled her to seek the completeness of her strength, attainable solely within the confines of Asgard. However, since she had declared to Odin her aspiration to become the ruler of Midgard, and he had acquiesced, she felt the primal energies of the earth no longer confined to Asgard, but beginning to extend towards Midgard. This was the essence of the Allfather's dominion. Though Hela's peak strength, augmented by acquiring the Orange Lantern Ring, should now surpass Odin's, divinity and authority are realms detached from mere power. They pertain to the cosmic order. Merely possessing a promise imbued with Odin's might grants recognition from the universe. Thus, Hela remains the goddess of death, yet she is no longer confined to Asgard alone. She also ascends as the new deity of Midgard. Indeed, devoid of the internet and social media, I too would find myself in profound tedium. Hela articulated sentiments akin to Chengfeng's, as a multitude of night sky swords materialized around her, launching forth to embed themselves around the palace gates. With a deft motion, Hela commanded the night sky swords, tearing down the grand entrance along with the surrounding walls, revealing a vista of clarity. At the very moment the gates crashed down, Chengfeng beheld several bewildered frost giants with azure skin. If he was not mistaken, these were indeed the frost giants. As he had surmised, they had mingled with the Dark Elves. Were they poised to breach the peace treaty with Asgard? Approaching the towering frost giants, he declared, "Nay, your presence here signifies the treaty has already been violated. The people of Midgard shall not meddle in the affairs of the frost giants." After a brief moment of astonishment, the frost giants swiftly assumed battle stances. The demise of Asgard seemed inevitable. With Odin ensnared in his Odin sleep, Asgard could never withstand the onslaught of the frost giants and dark elves. These frost giants evidently belonged to a younger generation, vibrant, vigorous, and robust. Yet, they bore a critical flaw. They were unfamiliar with the formidable Hela before them, nor did they recognize her consort. By the hints they had unwittingly revealed, Li Chengfeng could ascertain that Odin was likely within Frigga's chambers at that very moment. Therefore, it was time to strike. Buzz! A faint vibration resonated through the air, and two crimson beams of thermal vision surged forth, piercing the skull of the frost giant who had spoken. Instantly, a tantalizing aroma of roasted brain wafted through the space. Thud! The collapse of one frost giant did not deter their advance. Instead, they charged toward Li Chengfeng, accompanied by a dozen shadowy dark elves. Attack! Leave no survivors, Li Chengfeng declared, as he and Hela swept the enemies aside, driving them against the walls, and continued deeper into the sanctuary of the goddess Frigg. Li Chengfeng had initially brought the Starlight Squad merely to expose them to the world, never anticipating that they would prove so useful. This opportunity allowed them to eliminate foes while simultaneously gaining invaluable combat experience. What joy could be found in such duality? Along the way, they encountered several frost giants and dark elves, either swiftly dispatched by thermal vision or impaled against the walls by the night sky sword. For Li Chengfeng and Hela, at their current level, these ordinary minions posed no challenge. Upon pushing open the grand door at the innermost sanctum, Li Chengfeng and Hela finally beheld the serene form of Odin asleep upon the bed, alongside an exceptionally tall frost giant and Frigg, who was struggling under his grip. If there were no unexpected developments, this frost giant must be Lao Fei, the king of the frost giants, ruler of Jotunheim, and the biological father of Loki. My esteemed guests, what a delightful gathering! Li Chengfeng exclaimed cheerfully, stepping between the two. Dear goddess of Asgard, as your future son-in-law, how could you not inform me of your visitors? Have you cast me aside as an outsider? The presence of Li Chengfeng and Hela brought a sigh of relief from Frigg, who was nearly drained of her magical and physical strength. Frigg was no weakling. While Loki bore the title of the foremost sorcerer among the 9 realms, Frigg was arguably more deserving of such title. Her current state of desperation was a result of battling numerous frost giants and dark elves while simultaneously protecting her husband, who lay ensnared in Odin's slumber. Although she had managed to cope, the emergence of Lao Fei had shattered the precarious balance. Laufey's combat prowess was undoubtedly superior to that of Frigg. Although he could not quite match Odin in the icy realms of Jotunheim, he could contend with Odin on equal footing. Yet, Lao Fei did not gaze upon Li Chengfeng. Instead, he turned his astonished eyes toward Hela. Goddess of death, Hela, did you not betray Asgard long ago? Betrayal? Perhaps, but even if I have forsaken Odin, the bond of blood remains unbroken. Hela regarded Lao Fei with a calm demeanor, her past grievances seemingly forgotten. Though reluctant to admit it, Odin was indeed her father, a figure she had once revered and idolized. How could he perish at the hands of such filth as Lao Fei? A tremor coursed through Lao Fei. Beneath Hela's serene gaze, an undercurrent of murderous intent surged violently. He felt a twinge of fear. In ancient times, when Odin waged war across the 9 realms, he triumphed over Jotunheim and seized the frost giant's fabled box of ice. The commander of Asgard during that fateful battle was none other than the death goddess standing before him now. Who could have imagined that, after millennia, she would still be here? Those who lived through that war knew well that the death goddess on Asgard's soil was invincible. Thus, one cannot fault Lao Fei for his trepidation. Having departed from Jotunheim, he was unable to unleash his full power, creating an insurmountable chasm between them. Moreover, his intention was to ambush Odin, who lay ensnared in his slumber. Who could have foreseen the sudden emergence of this death goddess? Hela? Hela, I harbor no desire to be your adversary. All of this is Malekith's doing. Had it not been for his machinations, how could I have torn apart the peace treaty? I am willing to apologize. I can offer reparations. I can divulge all of Malekith's schemes to you. Enough of this, you cunning fox from 1,000 years past. What nonsense are you playing at? Li Chengfeng scoffed, assisting Frigga to Odin's side. It was nothing more than delivering a legion of dark elf assassins to you, releasing the criminals from Asgard's prison to sow chaos, while you directly dealt with the slumbering Odin. Lao Fei opened his mouth, but remained silent. This indeed was the case. The Frost Giant King was rather foolish, oblivious to being used as a pawn. Tell me, Malekith did not come to Asgard, but rather ventured to Midgard, correct? He never believed you could successfully confront Odin. Instead, he intended to use you to distract Asgard's main forces while they sought the ether in Midgard. although it is likely that even Malekith cannot withstand the forces of Midgard itself. My queen, there is no need to waste breath on this frost giant any longer. Hela advanced, and countless swords of the night sky appeared at her side. Upon witnessing the orange runes emblazoned upon those celestial blades, Lao Fei felt an overwhelming sense of dread from an unknown power. Such power alone was already sufficient to contend with his current self, not to mention the terrifying divine strength of the death goddess herself. For the first time in his life, the frost giant Lao Fei comprehended the meaning of despair. Well, considering the time, that fool Lao Fei should have already clashed with Asgard's forces by now. A dark elf removed his mask, revealing a visage that was half pure black. A stark contrast to the pallor one would expect. This was none other than Malekith, the ruler of the Dark Elves. The darkness upon his face was the mark left from his betrayal of his former mentor. At this moment, he led the army of Dark Elves through a jungle on Earth, following a comprehensive scan by their instruments. He had identified 2 locations in Midgard with the highest residual traces of the ether. They were now approaching the first site, known as Fairy Tale Town. According to the intelligence they had gathered, "Leader, we have entered the outskirts of Fairy Tale Town. After thorough reconnaissance, it has been determined that there exist a total of 401 humanoid life forms within this quaint settlement." A dark elf captain approached Malekith's side, bowing respectfully and lowering his head. "Shall we annihilate them all without delay?" "Not so hastily. Let us first conduct a meticulous exploration. Although the Central Court may not host formidable deities, it is nonetheless one of the 9 realms, and caution is paramount." Malekith, despite being a duplicitous and shameless rogue, who betrays allies as casually as one might sip water, is undeniably a masterful villain. He will not act recklessly until he has secured a substantial advantage. He is not a fool like Lofi, who shines bright with the slightest encouragement. Once he recovers the long-lost ether of the Dark Elf clan, his first target will be the leaderless Jotunheim. He does not believe Lofi will escape unscathed. The realm of Asgard, even in the absence of Odin, remains beyond Lofi's grasp. This was a significant conundrum for Malekith in years past. With such overwhelming advantages, why did Odin, the merchant of war, suddenly alter his stance and sign peace treaties with other realms within the 9 worlds? He does not accept that Odin has suddenly become a benevolent emperor. He understands Odin, or rather, he understands the lineage of the father of all gods. They are, like himself, ruthless beings willing to employ any means to achieve their ends, albeit he considers himself to be the more insidious of the lot. In Malekith's mind, treachery and cunning are but commendable traits. The Dark Elves, cloaked in invisibility, swiftly approached Fairy Tale Town. At this moment, the town had recently completed its reconstruction and had yet to welcome any outsiders. The fairy tale characters were still acclimating to their new lives. Meanwhile, Little Red Riding Hood was merrily bounding toward the forest. With everyone in town taking a day of rest, she had ventured out alone to enjoy the fresh air. All the fairy tale characters had quickly accepted their transition to this new universe, for the promise of a new life was undeniably enchanting. Suddenly, however, Little Red Riding Hood halted in her tracks, her petite nose twitching as it detected an unfamiliar scent in the air. In the next instant, she instinctively performed a backflip, narrowly evading a sudden strike that materialized from thin air. Moments later, a group of pale, humanoid creatures she had never encountered before appeared before her, brandishing daggers and launching another assault. With a swift motion, she threw back her hood, revealing wolf ears and wolf-like eyes, as the power of the werewolf, previously suppressed by her crimson hood, surged forth. A fierce kick connected with one of the Dark Elves, followed by a long, haunting howl erupting from her throat. This was the signal she had devised with her companions, a warning of an enemy attack. Zapte sin trenton, li Chengfeng, Elsha. That is another deity of the human realm. Though Little Red Riding Hood is still quite young and enjoys being adorable, she is one of the foremost hunters in the fairy tale universe. When she strikes, her aim is invariably precise and swift. This prowess is attributed to her innate talent as a wolf spirit walker. Ever since she became imbued with the essence of the wolf spirit, she has acquired formidable physical capabilities along with the power of the wolf spirit, albeit with several side effects. For instance, she has sprouted wolf ears and eyes, and her insatiable thirst for bloodlust has grown exponentially. Only the blessed Red Hood can mitigate these adverse effects, although it also suppresses the powers of the wolf spirit walker. Yet, her primal instinct, bestowed by the wolf spirit, warns her that the pale-skinned beings before her are not easily vanquished. Thus, after removing her hood, she unhesitatingly emits a warning howl. Wolves are social creatures, and it is always wise to rally the pack. What manner of beings are you? Do not claim to be human. I have never encountered a scent as damp and dark as yours. Ordinary dark elf soldiers find themselves unable to withstand even a few strikes from Little Red Riding Hood, as she swiftly rends them limb from limb. However, when 3 captain-level dark elves surround her from 3 directions, she senses a formidable threat looming. In that critical moment, a frosty path rapidly spreads across the ground, freezing the 3 captain-level dark elves into exquisite ice sculptures upon contact. Ruby, are you all right? Sister Elsa, do I look fine to you? Little Red Riding Hood, Ruby, exhales in relief and dons her hood once more. Had you arrived even a moment later, I might have had to fight for my life. Well, I have made it just in time, Princess Elsa replies, clad in a pristine white suit that exudes an air of political elegance. Who are these people? Why is it so difficult for us to live in peace? With a discontented sigh, Elsa observed a new wave of dark elves materializing before her, led by the enigmatic Malekith, whose expression is far from pleasant. When did such a powerful entity emerge in the mid-realm? He wonders, noting how effortlessly this woman froze the captain-level dark elves. The ice even colder and sturdier than that created by frost giants. Malekith had initially intended to retreat upon witnessing this scene while cloaked in invisibility. But he sensed a trace of ether emanating from these 2 women. After careful consideration, he resolved to tackle this formidable challenge. We do not intend to offend. We have merely come in search of ether. Ether? You mean that which once altered reality and manipulated us? Elsa furrows her brow. As the first mayor elected by the denizens of the fairy tale universe, Elsa has been engaged in discussions with the Joint Coordination Bureau these past few days. Simultaneously, a wealth of information unattainable by ordinary individuals was acquired. Indeed, the ether is the treasured gem of our kin, lost upon Earth. Should we locate it, we shall depart from this realm without delay. So, you are extraterrestrials? Aisha tilted her head, scrutinizing Malekith from top to bottom, yet resolutely shook her head. Firstly, I know not where the ether resides, certainly not in Fairy Tale Town. Furthermore, even if I possessed the ether, I would not surrender it to you. How could one strike down a stranger with no enmity, only to suddenly seek reason upon discovering my formidable prowess? Aisha scoffed at the character of Malekith and his band of dark elves. Most importantly, what benevolent beings could possibly be associated with such a sinister entity as the ether? At that moment, Little Red Riding Hood Ruby sniffled again, casting a wary glance about, her complexion paling. Aisha, dear sister, that 2-faced fiend is attempting to draw your attention. I sense a similar aura encroaching upon us from both flanks, stealthily approaching Fairy Tale Town. Upon hearing this, Aisha immediately extended her hands, and in an instant, a barrier enveloping the entirety of Fairy Tale Town rose from the ground. The dark elves, poised to ambush, found themselves frozen in place. Retreat. Withdraw at once. Initially, Malekith had entertained the notion of conquering this formidable stronghold, but now he understood that this quaint town was beyond his capacity to invade. He never anticipated that the seemingly feeble Earth, merely an inconspicuous hamlet, was under the protection of a true goddess. Attempting to flee, Aisha merely pointed a finger, and the icy tendrils materialized swiftly towards Malekith. No matter how he accelerated his escape, he could not distance himself from the encroaching frost. Instead, it drew ever closer. Ultimately, he activated the teleportation array forged by dark magic, vanishing from sight just moments before being encased in ice. Yet, his legion of dark elves met their demise. Malekith's quest for the ether on Earth was not a futile endeavor. It indicated that they possessed some method of detecting its presence. Li Chengfeng sat upon the head of Lao Fei, effortlessly closing his unblinking eyes. The most probable destinations for him were 2 places, Fairy Tale Town and a top-secret military base in America, likely affiliated with the Air Force. These 2 locations were where the ether had been stored the longest, while it was not to be excluded that Malekith might search elsewhere. These 2 sites were essential to his pursuit. Hela nodded in agreement with Li Chengfeng's analysis. Moreover, Fairy Tale Town housed a multitude of fairy tale figures once manipulated by the ether, making it an easy target for the Dark Elves' attention. Did you not instruct Nick Fury to deploy forces at these two key locations? With the combat prowess of the Avengers, Malekis would stand little chance of success. If all proceeds without unforeseen events, Nick Fury is likely to have concentrated the majority of his elite forces at the Amelika military base, where the ether was once stored for an extended period. However, what of Storybrooke? Storybrooke? Li Chengfeng paused, recalling that with Elsa in play, Nick Fury merely needed to assign most of the ordinary field agents to Storybrooke for damage control. Elsa? Hela furrowed her brow, reminiscing about the ice sorceress who had nearly vanquished Loki in Storybrooke. But could she single-handedly confront Malekith and his dark elf army? Li Chengfeng raised his hand, smoothing the creases on Hela's brow. Indeed, Elsa. What we witnessed on the battlefield of Storybrooke was Elsa, manipulated by shards of ether, devoid of her self-awareness, unable to unleash her true potential. Had she been in her complete form at that time, we might have truly been unable to escape Storybrooke. Although Elsa possesses the physical attributes of an ordinary human, she can undoubtedly be regarded as a deity among mortals. Chapter 132, Brothers. That Tsundere cannot escape the environment. Li Chengfeng was not speaking idly. Despite Elsa being merely a character from a Disney animated tale, her prowess undeniably warrants the title of a deity among mortals. Even when sharing this title with the great and powerful Oz, it is entirely fitting. She may appear as the Snow Queen, yet by the latter part of the second installment, she has mastered all elemental attributes, with ice being her primary focus. Furthermore, Elsa can cast spells of all elemental types instantaneously, without any visible mana cost, and her area of effect is astonishingly vast. It is noteworthy that in the first installment, she froze her entire kingdom upon departing from Arendelle. If one only considers this aspect, one might perceive Elsa merely as an infinitely powerful elemental sorceress. Even if she could transmute energy into matter, it would not suffice to elevate her to the status of a deity. However, her other remarkable ability elevates her to a divine echelon, creation. Even Hela is incapable of such a feat. With a mere breath, Elsa birthed an intelligent life form, one grounded in inorganic matter. If this notion does not evoke a sense of awe, consider the parallels with the goddess Enwa, who fashioned humanity from clay. Both harnessed inorganic material to bestow sentience upon it. This is indeed formidable. Moreover, the most significant aspect is that Elsa possesses no divine essence, divinity, or divine power within her. Yet she accomplishes this feat. This places her at the level of a conceptual deity. Within the glaciers, she can even traverse history, akin to crafting Ant-Man's quantum tunnel with her bare hands. As a spirit of the elements, connecting humanity with nature, Elsa embodies the frailty of human form while wielding the immeasurable strength of the divine. In comparison to the gods, Elsa's only shortcoming is her relative youth. Addressing her as the goddess of the mortal realm is utterly unproblematic. Her sole shortcoming lies in her lack of aggression. As long as nothing threatens her surroundings, she remains merely an ordinary queen. Li Chengfeng does not believe that the mere standard Malekith could withstand 3 moves against Aisha. He is not the same Malekith who shattered Asgard during the Convergence, nor the one who fashioned a counterfeit Black Death sword using the venom of Gore the God Butcher. To put it bluntly, even the Malekith from the Convergence, if pitted against Aisha in a protracted battle, would inevitably face a fatal conclusion. Noticing the puzzled expression on Hela's face, Li Chengfeng suddenly recalled a conversation he had had with Nick Fury. It is no wonder Hela bears such a countenance. Imagine being suddenly informed that your neighbor, the girl next door, is a deity. Would you accept it? Though I am unaware of Aisha's formidable strength, I have faith in you. Hela grasped Li Chengfeng's hand once more, her eyes brimming with unreserved trust. Frigga stood nearby, momentarily taken aback. Is this truly the same stepdaughter who is decisive and devoid of emotion? Moreover, is it too much to ask for a little discretion while displaying affection, away from parental eyes? Frigga felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. This scene was reminiscent of catching one's parents in a compromising situation during a midnight excursion. Your father is here with me. Surely there is unrest elsewhere in Asgard that requires your attention, Hela. I am now the ruler of Midgard, and also Odin's eldest daughter. Very well, let us depart. The Guardians of the Stars are still engaged in battle outside, and Thor and Loki are on their way to quell the turmoil. Upon hearing Li Chengfeng's words, Hela turned to glance at Frigga, who wore a smile reminiscent of an amused ant, and then at Odin, who lay peacefully in bed. resembling a serene elder in the twilight of his life. "Do not let Odin perish," she remarked before departing Frigga's chamber with Li Chengfeng. As Li Chengfeng observed Hela stride forward, he could not help but chuckle inwardly. What does it mean to say that not being a family prevents one from entering the same door? This stubborn disposition mirrors that of Odin and Loki so closely. Wait, could it be that within this entire family, regardless of their inner traits or outward appearances, Odin, Hela, and Loki truly form the core family? Is it possible that Thor is the one who was mistakenly swapped at birth? Should one pen a scandalous history of Asgard, particularly one that emphasizes both the wild and the historical, it might just become the most popular bestseller across the 9 realms. Outside, the scene unfolded as expected. The Guardians of the Stars were surrounded by a multitude of lifeless dark elves and frost giants. The agents of the Interdimensional Coordination Bureau were not gentle souls. Even the young spider would not show mercy in such circumstances. These blue-skinned giants are not as resilient as one might envision. Harley Quinn picked up her adamantium baseball bat from the ground, and, seeing Li Chengfeng and Hela emerge, pondered the outcome. Would it be a harmonious family, or one that is shattered? It seems to be a happy family, but one must tread lightly in such matters. Li Chengfeng Shuja, having confirmed the survival of Odin and Frigg. Next, we can seek out Thor and Loki. What is the matter? Have they encountered trouble as well? They are our allies. After all, Li Chengfeng chuckled, though I surmise they are unlikely to require assistance. It's hard to believe they could be unfortunate enough to face a being of divine caliber. What a dreadful predicament that would be. Cursed, cursed, cursed. Why must there exist such an overwhelmingly powerful true deity on earth? And in her domain, no less, which is suffused with an exceptionally dense etheric essence. Malekith, in a fit of hysteria, pounded the ground. Although he barely managed to escape via teleportation magic at the last moment, what good is that? The entire army is annihilated. Merely with a wave of her hand, the elite forces of the Dark Elves were utterly obliterated. This battalion was more than capable of invading and conquering planets with a less advanced civilization. Mind you, at this moment, Malekith felt a rare echo of the despair he experienced as a child when his mother sold him to a funeral home, forcing him into the role of a grave digger. It was an abyss of numbness and hopelessness. However, despair has its limits. Though Malekith is not a virtuous man, even this inherent villain, born of treachery and destruction, can rally himself. The difference, however, lies in their motivations. The latter fights for hope, while Malekith seeks to bring about annihilation. The teleportation magic circle that enabled his escape from Aisha had been set with coordinates from the outset, a mere 3 kilometers away from another ether-rich area. The ether here surpassed even that of Fairy Tale Town. Malekith was wagering that if he could find ether here, he would still possess the means to exact vengeance upon Asgard and bring devastation to the 9 realms, except for Earth. He vowed to himself that if he returned to Earth, he would be a dog. Unbeknownst to him, not far behind, a crimson-hued gamma creature revealed a menacing smile. Chapter 133, The Angelic Realm. Angela Nick Fury sat in the conference room of the Air Force Base, awaiting the arrival of the head officer. This was the site, apart from Fairy Tale Town, that had preserved ether particles for an extended period. It also bore a globally recognized moniker, Area 51. Yet, this was merely a superficial guise. Nick Fury happened to be one of the few aware of the truth behind it. Researching unidentified flying objects? Investigating extraterrestrials? The head of this base had crafted an elaborate conspiracy theory to mask their true nature. It was remarkably clever, to the point of discomfort. Ding! With a soft sound, the automatic sliding door of the conference room opened. A middle-aged African-American woman entered. "Oh, is that not the illustrious Nick Fury? How fortunate to have time to visit my humble airbase. Enough with the pleasantries. Amanda, my presence in your territory, the Eye of Heaven, is due to an urgent matter." Indeed, before us stands the infamous Amanda Waller. In comparison, Nick Fury seems almost a paragon of virtue. When has your lofty Bureau of Investigation ever collaborated with us without being pressed by an insurmountable crisis? Let us clarify the cause and effect, shall we? As Nick Fury rose and approached Amanda Waller, he remarked, "If it weren't for your prolonged research on ether particles at this base, how would you have ended up seeking our Bureau's assistance, ultimately triggering the Fairy Tale Town incident?" Nick Fury was all too familiar with his old colleague. During his tenure with the American government, Amanda Waller had already displayed her extraordinary potential, she was born a cold-blooded, ruthless leader of spies. He even suspected that her failure to comprehend ether at the eye of heaven, leading her to seek his help, was merely an attempt to redirect blame. After all, ether particles are akin to reality gems, and their research would inevitably encounter phenomena beyond their comprehension. Now, with dark elves invading, he finds himself cleaning up their mess. What a predicament! As his words hung in the air, the automatic sliding door opened once more, admitting two individuals not clad in the Eye of Heaven's uniform. Commander Waller, the external defenses of the Eye of Heaven have been completely secured by the Bureau personnel. One of them reported, adorned in a combat suit of orange and black with a matching full-face mask. The other, silent yet attentive, kept a piercing gaze fixed on Nick Fury, as if attempting to extract a flower from his countenance. Unfazed, Nick Fury retaliated with a glare from his singular eye. What are you staring at? Do you think I fear you just because you're wearing a shirt with a skull on it? Spending extended time with Li Chengfeng had led Nick Fury to unwittingly adopt some of his mannerisms, equally detestable. Amanda Waller shot a glance at the two men and then addressed Nick Fury with a facade of cordiality. Allow me to introduce these two senior agents of the Eye of Heaven, Slade Wilson and Frank Castle. Nick Fury raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. Ah, Deathstroke Slade Wilson, I know of you. Your cousin is doing quite well in our bureau. And who is this Frank Castle? After rolling his eye, Nick Fury pushed past Amanda Waller, brushed aside Frank Castle, and strode toward the exit. The Bureau will take charge of this extraterrestrial invasion incident. Once concluded, we will provide you with a written report for the American government. Do not overestimate your capabilities when dealing with such unknown forces. Do you truly believe you are on par with us? What did Nick Fury cherish most about Li Chengfeng? Revenge is best served promptly, without delay. Li Chengfeng suddenly shuddarat. His overt reaction caught Hella's attention, prompting her to glance in his direction. What troubles you? Do the corpses of these dark elves and frost giants unsettle you? No, I sense that someone is avenging me, Li Chengfeng replied cryptically. Hella merely raised an eyebrow. She was accustomed to his peculiar musings, though she did not grasp every utterance. As long as he remained physically and mentally stable, that sufficed. As the commander of the Asgardian army, he was acutely aware of the battlefield's horrors. Even Asgardian warriors exhibited peculiarities after departing from combat. She had learned a term in the realm of Midgard, post-traumatic stress disorder. This was indeed a formidable adversary for warriors. Before Hela could elaborate, a silver streak darted past them. Quicksilver returned at a rapid pace. Captain, we have encountered a minor issue ahead. A minor issue? What could possibly warrant your return? Li Chengfeng inquired, intrigued. Although Asgard's population was not vast, its expanse was considerable. He had dispatched the swift-footed Pietro to scout ahead and report back. However, he had not anticipated that Pietro would return so soon. It is indeed a minor issue, as I merely discovered a corpse, Pietro stated. Hela remarked coolly. Asgard is akin to a battlefield, and corpses are abundant. The only effective resolution to this war lies in addressing its source. The concern is not the corpse itself, but rather that it is unfamiliar to me, neither an Asgardian, nor a dark elf, nor a frost giant. It resembles what one might call an angel. An angel? A wave of astonishment rippled through the assembly. Most present had lived in Western lands, and even those who did not adhere to Christianity were somewhat acquainted with the concept. The shock was akin to telling a citizen of the Republic that one had encountered the corpse of a mythological figure. Only Hela's eyes reflected contemplation. Let us proceed, Pietro. Lead the way. We shall investigate further. Thus, the group followed Pietro to a location over 200 meters ahead. The area bore the scars of a fierce battle. Scattered across the ground were the remains of dark elves and frost giants, alongside two female corpses they had never seen before. Human in form, their limbs intact and devoid of any signs of beastly transformation, they possessed magnificent wings. The pristine feathers had not withered even in death. Li Chengfeng stapat cluze, scrutinizing these so-called angels. Indeed, they bore an uncanny resemblance to the winged beings from celestial realms. Goodness, to put it bluntly, these winged beings are hardly benevolent. It seems we underestimated the situation. Ahead lie not only dark elves and frost giants, but also these winged beings. Hela has now fully discerned the two angelic corpses before her, having encountered such entities before. Her first and only meeting with angels occurred thousands of years ago, during a time when her relationship with Odin was on the verge of collapse, thus leaving a vivid imprint on her memory. What is wrong? Li Chengfeng inquired, noticing Hela's expression with concern. Are these angels acquaintances of yours? In my days as the Prince of Asgard, I once beheld angels, Hela replied, choosing to elaborate to the entire group rather than directly answer Li Chengfeng. At that time, the universe encompassed more than the 9 realms. There existed a 10th realm known as the Heavenly Kingdom. Her words piqued the interest of all members of the Star Team, except for Li Chengfeng, as they gathered around the towering pile of bones to listen to Hela recount the past. The 10th realm? King Ida questioned. Yet in my extensive readings of Asgardian history, I have found no mention of such a dimension. Indeed, the Heavenly Kingdom was once Asgard's greatest ally. Many angelic warriors fought alongside the Asgardian army, and they provided the winged steeds that were once the Valkyries' mounts. As Hela mentioned the Valkyries, Li Chengfeng observed her expression, though she bore no guilt. A hint of regret flickered within her. After all, she had nearly exterminated the Valkyries in the past. However, the Queen of the Heavenly Kingdom, Heaven, was an insatiable individual. Despite Asgard's attempts at an equitable exchange, she sought excessive tribute, even coveting Odin's treasury. Odin had always shown great tolerance towards this ally. But one day, Hela gestured with her hands. Odin severed the ties between Asgard and the Heavenly Kingdom, ultimately detaching it from the world tree. This was a decisive break and an act of banishment. Yet I do not know the reasons behind Odin's actions, for shortly after the incident, I was sealed away in Midgard. Hela laid bare the circumstances of that time, expressing her long-standing aversion towards the Heavenly Kingdom, which had never fostered deep ties nor direct conflict. However, the appearance of angels at this juncture signified a troubling development. Seizing the phenomenon of the 9 realms convergence, were they intending to re-enter the 9 realms through Asgard? Wait, Hela, look here, Li Chengfeng pointed to one of the deceased angels. Doesn't the pattern of the wounds on her body resemble those inflicted by Mjolnir? Indeed, it is Mjolnir, Hela affirmed. As the former wielder of a URU-forged hammer, she was acutely aware of the devastation it could wreak. The presence of Mjolnir's marks on the Angel-S form implied that the angelic realm had already clashed with Thor and Loki. Upon further contemplation, it seems that the kingdom of angels has aligned itself with the dark elves and frost giants. Although Thor and Loki have made significant strides in their strength after extensive training with Hela, they now face the formidable alliance of 3 planets, compounded by the malicious prisoners of Asgard. Their situation appears dire. Li Chengfeng is acutely aware of this miscalculation in his command. He initially believed that, while Thor and Loki might not be invincible, they were certainly formidable enough that few could defeat them. However, under the relentless assault of multiple factions, it has become evident that the 2 of them are on the brink of calamity. Boom! Thor swung his mighty hammer, summoning a bolt of divine lightning that felled the frost giant blocking his path. Turning back, he was consumed by worry. Loki, how are you holding up? Cough, cough. Not great, but I'm still alive, Loki replied, leaning against a flower bed, blood spilling from his lips. His once handsome visage now appeared deathly pale. Glancing down, he saw his abdomen stained crimson. Though he had sealed the wound with dark magic, the pain was excruciating enough to cloud his thoughts. The agony of a sword piercing his belly was overwhelming, even for one of Frost's giant lineage, especially as the blade that inflicted the wound was no ordinary weapon but one entwined with angelic runes, seemingly undermining his regenerative abilities. At that moment, their pursuers revealed themselves. First among them was a dark elf clad in gold and crimson armor, adorned with a horned helm. A Grime, the mightiest of the dark elves in hand-to-hand combat, whose strength rivaled that of the towering Thor himself. He led the invasion of Asgard. Following him were 2 enchanting sisters. The elder, draped in green from crown to boots, was the Enchantress, one of the most powerful sorceresses of Asgard, skilled in the art of seduction. The younger sister, garbed in a blue form-fitting gown and wielding a ram-headed warhammer, was Lorelei, a siren whose voice could ensnare the hearts of men. Yet she was also a formidable warrior. Lastly, a truly formidable presence emerged, clad in revealing yet heavily armored golden attire, wielding the sword of heaven, encircled by a golden belt inscribed with heavenly symbols. She was Angela, the deadliest warrior from the realm of heaven. Do not struggle any further, Thor and Loki of Asgard, Angela declared, advancing slowly towards them. This coalition of dark elves and frost giants had not anticipated finding such significant figures as Thor and Loki so easily. Yet, to their surprise, these two had foolishly emerged in pursuit of the Enchantress and Lorelei. Thus, after sacrificing the life of a frost giant prince, both Thor and Loki found themselves cornered. Loki, although you swiftly sealed your wound with dark magic, you must feel the wrath of the rune angel scorching your very soul. An angel? If you have the audacity, come at me with your sword. Though Loki may have appeared cowardly in front of Li Chengfeng and Hela, was that not merely his unique way of being endearing? When faced with such dire threats, he proved to be remarkably resilient. One may lose in battle, but never in spirit. How absurd for a being without wings to claim to be an angel. From any perspective, you resemble more the Vanir or the Aesir. Not to mention, you bear quite a resemblance to your mother. Loki's precise jibe struck at the deepest wound within Angela. Despite being the deadliest warrior of the angelic realm, she lacked even the form of an angel. Hence, she ceased her words and raised her longsword, charging once more at Loki and Thor. At this moment, Thor was utterly exhausted, yet still summoned every ounce of strength to deflect Angela's blade. However, he was ultimately a moment too late. Just as the sword was about to pierce Loki's skull, a portal suddenly opened. A sword forged from a night sky shot forth, repelling Angela's assault. Loki, you truly are a clever one. How did you know that this Miss Angela is the daughter of your family? Odin, Loki, with a confused expression. Chapter 134. Li Chengfeng. Little sister-in-law, call me brother-in-law. The familial situation of the Odins is indeed complex. Even for someone like Li Chengfeng, who is accustomed to outlandish relationships, there's an urge to give a thumbs up to the old man. Truly remarkable. After meticulously calculating, Li Chengfeng finally unraveled the connections within the Odin family. Firstly, Odin married his original partner, Jord, the embodiment of the primordial earth, and they had Hela. After Jord's passing, the Aesir united with the Vanir, and Frigg of the Vanir became Odin's second wife, now the queen of the gods. In the eyes of everyone, including Hela, their first child was Thor. However, unbeknownst to them, Thor has a full-blooded sister who was abducted at birth by the angelic queen, Haven, as a means to extort more from Odin in exchange for his daughter. Yet at that time, Odin was not foolish enough to challenge the pantheon. He remained the fiercely ambitious king he had always been. Odin categorically rejected any threats, leading him to sever the entire angelic realm from the world tree, leaving only the 9 realms. What followed was the familiar tale, imprisoning his elder daughter, birthing Thor, and adopting Loki. Odin's initial intention was likely to sacrifice the daughter he had with Frigg. However, to her astonishment, the Queen of Angels, a being devoid of any moral scruples, did not demand a ransom. Instead, she nurtured Angela, molding her into the most lethal warrior of the angelic realm, all the while instilling in her a deep-seated hatred for Asgard and the other realms of the 9 worlds. The unfortunate news is that Angela has indeed been subjected to a form of ideological indoctrination by Haven. The silver lining, however, lies in the fact that this brainwashing was not entirely effective. Angela has always harbored doubts regarding her identity and Haven's intentions. Initially, upon overhearing Li Chengfeng's words to Loki, she was poised to inquire further, but in the very moment she engaged with the night sky sword, she felt an overwhelming force that left her no room for distraction. With all her might, she barely managed to fend off the attack. Yet, the woman who had wielded the night sky sword appeared to have delivered that strike with effortless ease. Was the disparity truly that vast? In her heart, Angela felt her confidence in the Queen of Angels' plan to ally with Malekith in seizing Asgard waver. She had assumed that Odin's 2 sons represented the pinnacle of Asgard's combat prowess, second only to Odin and Frigga. Yet, she had not anticipated the existence of such a formidable foe. The intelligence provided by Malekith and Laufey had been grossly inaccurate. However, before she could chastise her unreliable allies further in her mind, she witnessed a throng of individuals emerging from the portal. Angela's expression shifted dramatically. So many figures beyond her intelligence network. The Midgardian who had spoken earlier, although not divine in form, possessed a stature befitting a deity. Though still human, any being associated with the divine could not be trivial. And then there was the seemingly innocent giant. Any rational mind would recognize him as a formidable warrior. Even Agrim, the brawny dark elf, appeared diminutive beside this green behemoth. Who are you? Angela's gaze fixated intently on Hela at the forefront. It was she, the one who had unleashed the sword moments ago. The immense power emanating from her caused Angela's hand to tremble uncontrollably around her weapon. This woman was undoubtedly the most formidable adversary Angela had ever encountered. You inquire of me? Hela did not turn to Thor or Loki, but instead stepped resolutely in front of her two brothers. I am Hela, the goddess of death of Asgard, the queen of Midgard, the mistress of greed. Angela swallowed hard. Unlike Asgard, the angelic realm had not allowed Odin to erase all knowledge of Hela. On the contrary, they possessed meticulous records regarding this potentially great adversary. When news reached the angelic realm that Odin had sealed Hela in Midgard, the reaction had ranged from personal schadenfreude to collective jubilation. It was indeed astonishing that such a fool existed, who would willingly sever a limb from themselves. This was also the premise upon which the Queen of Angels, Haven, had readily agreed to collaborate with Malekith. But how did the death goddess Hela, who was supposed to remain sealed within Odin's confines, suddenly appear before her? More importantly, this goddess, who had made significant contributions to Asgard, yet was imprisoned, stood defiantly before her brother. Could it be that the death goddess Hela was the type to value familial bonds above all else? No. She sought to indulge in the exquisite taste of revenge. Her attitude towards Thor and Loki unmistakably conveyed a sense of, only I can torment you, others may not. Hela's emergence prompted gasps of astonishment from the other two individuals present. Hela? Lorelei, am I not mistaken? The legendary death goddess stands before us. Sister, you are not mistaken. That distinctive attire and the night sky sword, there is no doubt. It is indeed the death goddess Hela. As Lorelei responded to her sister, she expressionlessly wielded her ram-horned warhammer. Subsequently, the dark elves and frost giants under Lorelei's command brandished their weapons and charged toward Hela. Lorelei and the enchantress were merely temporary allies, united solely in their quest to annihilate Asgard. The enchantress and Lorelei. Hela suddenly broke into a grin, momentarily catching Chengfeng off guard, as she recalled that thousands of years ago, these two had once been warriors under her command. A hint of nostalgia lingered in Hela's words. Despite the enchantress and Lorelei's captivating beauty, they were not to be underestimated as mere ornaments. Their ruthless nature on the battlefield would compel even the death goddess to steal a glance. Yet now, her former subordinates stood in opposition to her. What does it matter if the death goddess has returned? The fall of Asgard is imminent. The enchantress lacked the information networks of Angela or the Dark Elves. She and her sister merely yearned for freedom beyond the prison walls, reveling in chaos. I have no interest in exchanging words with two deserters of the battlefield. Hela scoffed. Though these sisters were formidable in Asgard, they were ultimately untrustworthy, especially given their history of turning against their allies. We are merely dissatisfied with your family's conquest of the Nine Realms and the establishment of a new order, Lorelei declared, a sickly flush rising to her cheeks. We have no need to follow a leader who stands in opposition to us. With that, she leaped onto the back of a bewitched frost giant, charging toward Hela's direction. It seems that a scuffle is the most effective way to ensure you listen to my words. Thus, Hela raised her hand, and every member of the Starlight Squad, including Li Chengfeng, tensed up. Although Li Chengfeng was the leader of the Starlight Squad, all their training had been transformed into warrior cultivation courses under Hela's guidance. At times, conversing can be far more effective than with Li Chengfeng. After all, the rigorous training imposed by the goddess of death is deeply engraved in the hearts of every member, including the formidable team of Agent Coulson. Hela often finds herself idling at the base and seizes the opportunity to assist Coulson in honing the skills of his team members. Whether it is a single group or a multitude, her commands are met with fervor. Thus, at Hela's command, the team members charged towards the enemy like unleashed wild hounds. The Hulk, without a moment's hesitation, directly confronted the dark elf, Agrim. Beneath that armor lay a titan of immense strength, and Hulk relished the prospect of battling such a foe. With a resounding crash, his gamma-infused fist collided with Agrim's, and in that singular exchange, the gamma power appeared to hold the upper hand. Agrim, stunned by the force of their clash, widened his eyes in disbelief. Just how powerful is this green behemoth? In terms of sheer strength, he already surpassed Thor. With this thought, Agrim swiftly readied himself to launch another assault against Hulk. Yet Hulk merely regarded his opponent, his crimson lantern igniting with fervor. Boiling blood, a furious crimson rage, drawn from the bones of the unburied. Deep-seated hatred fuels the heart, forging the path to your demise. As Hulk recited the incantations of his crimson lantern, his wrath and power surged exponentially. Not only did he intercept Agram's attack effortlessly, but he also slammed him into the ground with ease. Then, soaring high, he executed a meteor-like descent, crashing down upon Agram. The sight of a green giant clad in predominantly red battle attire, effortlessly mounting Agram, unleashing a relentless barrage of fists upon him, was nothing short of chaotic. The Enchantress, witnessing Agram's unfortunate plight, shuddered involuntarily. Yet her gaze was irresistibly drawn to the Hulk. If she could ensnare this green giant, what could possibly hinder her grand ambitions? Of course, this was merely her one-sided fantasy. Setting aside Hulk's bizarrely potent mental resilience, her adversary would never grant her or her sister the opportunity to approach him. A scarlet wave of magical energy swept through the air, and the Enchantress found herself ensnared, her body succumbing to an uncontrollable force that wrenched her head forward. A figure clad in dark crimson approached her. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wanda Maximoff, a sorceress, following the events in Storybrooke. My mastery over chaos magic has ascended to new heights. Moreover, with the passing of Sisson, the shackles within my heart have long since been shattered. This young sorceress, having only awakened a few months ago, is already a contender in discussions of the most formidable practitioners of magic. Let go of my sister." Lorelei, upon encountering the enchanting witch, was swiftly ensnared by Wanda's formidable control. Without uttering a word, she leapt from the back of the frost giant, redirecting her assault towards Wanda. However, a fleeting silver shadow crossed her path, and the once mighty horned warhammer that should have been in her grasp had now found its way into the hands of that silver figure. How utterly ruthless of a woman to wield such a perilous weapon, Pietro remarked with a facade of calmness, though he felt a surge of relief within. Thankfully, Loki had bestowed resistance magic upon everyone. Otherwise, their fates would have been grim indeed. As a lifelong bachelor, he felt an unexpected urge to claim Lorelei as his own upon hearing her utterly unromantic roar. Although this impulse was faint and could hardly sway his resolve, it nevertheless emerged. Yet, the vision of Lorelei's voluptuous and alluring form stirred an array of thoughts, and he shuddered at the prospect of her being manipulated into performing bizarre acts. Just then, Harley Quinn, collaborating with Ada Wong to harvest dark elves, casually passed by and inquired softly, "Hey, Pietro, you're not getting all hot and bothered, are you? Planning to show her mercy?" No, absolutely not." Pietro's rationality swiftly returned. He had no desire to be dragged into one of Harley Quinn's devilish psychological counseling sessions after their mission concluded. Thus, he transformed once more into a silver streak, swinging the horned war hammer towards Lorelei. Crack! The sound of shattering patella and a simultaneous scream reached Angela's ears. Yet, she had no inclination to discern the source of the cries. For at that moment, two deities stood before her. One was the goddess of death, Hela, and the other a man from Midgard who appeared to share an intimate rapport with her. Beads of sweat trickled down her temples as she maintained a combat-ready stance. But neither of them made a move, instead whispering to one another while casting her peculiar glances. Just as she could no longer endure the bizarre atmosphere and was about to launch a desperate charge, the man spoke. "Dear Angela, I apologize for my hasty arrival and my failure to introduce myself. I am Li Chengfeng, hailing from Earth, which you refer to as Midgard. Moreover, I bear another title, the future spouse of Hela, the sovereign of Midgard." As he spoke, he took several steps forward, prompting Angela to immediately assume an offensive posture. "What does this have to do with me? If it's war you seek, then let us engage. Warriors of the angelic realm fear not death." "What are you talking about, Angela? How could this not concern you?" Li Chengfeng furrowed his brow upon hearing her words. "You are my dear sister-in-law. You ought to address me as brother-in-law. As the saying goes, a sister-in-law is but half of a brother-in-law. Heimdall, your gaze is rather terrifying." The moment this explosive revelation was uttered, Angela's already taut nerves instantaneously malfunctioned. After a prolonged pause, she gradually regained her composure. "What precisely do you mean? Am I to address you as brother-in-law? That implies, indeed, you are a scion of the Odin lineage. The goddess of death, Hela, is your elder sister, while the god of thunder, Thor, and the god of mischief, Loki, are your younger brothers. especially Thor, who just moments ago attempted to shield himself from a blade with his body, is your full-blooded sibling. Li Chengfeng, weary of dancing around the issue with Angela, knew that this sister-in-law had long harbored suspicions about her own identity. Thus, directly shattering this unfounded illusion was the most prudent course of action. Angela appeared to be somewhat convinced. The angelic empress never divulged this to me. Naturally, she abducted you from your parents, extorted them, and fashioned you into a weapon wielded against Asgard. I have long sensed the angelic empress's untrustworthiness, but how can you assure me that your words hold any truth? Upon hearing Angela's skepticism, Li Chengfeng merely smiled and shook his head. Then, the red, orange, and green lights illuminated simultaneously. In an instant, a terrifying tricolored energy swept across a vast expanse of Asgard. Li Chengfeng addressed the dazed Angela, saying, "If you were not my sister-in-law, you would have perished approximately 5 minutes ago." Chapter 135. Child, you have returned home. As Odin awoke from his annual slumber, he sensed the presence of numerous individuals even before opening his eyes. Was he not resting within his own abode? How could there be so many people? Are the guards merely idle? Odin, who was somewhat grumpy upon rising, unleashed a surge of his formidable power that enveloped all of Asgard. "Odin, you have finally awakened." Frigga, seated at his bedside, felt a weight lift from her heart. So much had transpired during this time. Hela's return, the sudden phenomenon of the 9 realms merging, Odin's slumber, and the invasions by dark elves and frost giants. It could be said that these events surpassed all the significant occurrences of the past millennium. Aside from being aware of Hela's return, Odin was oblivious to everything else. After all, Odin's slumber would completely suppress his powers, rendering him entirely oblivious to the outside world. Therefore, as he opened his singular eye to discern who dared to disrupt his slumber, he was taken aback to find his entire family assembled. What on earth transpired while I was in Odin's slumber? His wife, eldest daughter, 2 sons, and the rogue who abducted his daughter were all present, and he was not lying in his own quarters, but rather in Frigga's chamber. Moreover, why did Thor and Loki bear numerous wounds? However, these 2 rugged fellows appeared to be none the worse for wear. As for Hela, her calm demeanor indicated that the issue of her daughter being tainted by the blood of Mammon had been resolved, and she could no longer sense the presence of greed emanating from her daughter. A glance at the orange ring adorning her daughter's finger suggested that it was a tool employed to suppress and possibly control the greed stemming from the dimensional demon. However, upon shifting her gaze to Li Chengfeng's hand, she discovered that he too bore an identical orange ring, causing a surge of indignation to rise within Odin. The 2 orange rings were conspicuously worn on their respective ring fingers. Although Odin, as the king of the gods, had mentally prepared himself for his daughter's ascension to the role of Queen of Midgard alongside her husband, as a father, he felt an overwhelming urge to unleash his power and obliterate this unworthy soul from Midgard. Yet, externally, he maintained his composure, only allowing a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth before donning a benevolent expression. The once fiery temperament he possessed had been extinguished under the trials of the divine council, and the Odin who remained was renowned for his compassion and justice. After forcing himself to regain his composure, Odin finally had the opportunity to scrutinize the man known as Li Chengfeng. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. Though fundamentally immortal, Li Chengfeng possessed the essence of an ancient god of Midgard, and to classify him as a deity would not be an exaggeration. The residual energies of red, orange, and green swirling around him were nothing short of intimidating. It was no wonder he dared to return to Asgard alongside Hela. A bittersweet sensation welled up within Odin. Despite his growing power with age, it seemed he was no match for Hela and Li Chengfeng in their current state. Had his daughter truly wished to usurp him, she could have easily claimed the throne of Asgard that rightfully belonged to her. What has transpired? Freya began to speak, but hesitated, instead casting a knowing glance at Li Chengfeng. Primarily, she was focused on ensuring Odin's safety within the chamber. Though she had an inkling of what had occurred, she lacked the details, having not been directly involved. Moreover, Freya harbored intentions of fostering a closer bond between Li Chengfeng and Odin. After all, he was the suitor chosen by her eldest daughter. Upon careful observation, she noted that Li Chengfeng was a prodigy, adept in black magic, necromancy, and chaos magic. Her own household, claiming to possess the greatest mage in the 9 realms, paled in comparison to him, who was merely 25 years old. Was the power of short-lived beings truly this formidable? Receiving the subtle signal from his future mother-in-law, Li Chengfeng nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. He then stepped forward, mindful of Odin's recent awakening, and flashed what he believed to be his most amiable smile as he spoke. Over 80% of Asgard has fallen. The very first sentence nearly caused Odin to expel blood in shock. What? Asgard has fallen? Alas! Why are you so anxious, Odin? Calm down and allow me to finish speaking. Li Chengfeng chided, casting a reproachful glance at the elder Odin. It was quite impolite of him to interrupt another's discourse so casually. Odin immediately clenched his fists. Calm down. What do you expect me to calm down with? However, this was but a fleeting moment, for Odin was not a fool. At this instant, the mightiest warriors of Asgard were gathered within Frigga's chambers rather than engaging in battle, indicating that the crisis had largely been resolved. All right, please continue. Indeed, one should not be so stubborn in their old age. Li Chengfeng nodded with satisfaction and continued, though Asgard initially faced near-total devastation. Through the concerted efforts of its forces and the stellar team from Earth, we successfully reclaimed lost territory, capturing both external foes and internal traitors. External foes? Internal traitors? Odin echoed these terms, his brow furrowing in confusion. While I can comprehend the notion of traitors, there are indeed many heinous criminals imprisoned. How did external foes penetrate Asgard? Without the Bifrost, it is nearly impossible to enter or exit. This is the significance of the rare convergence of the 9 realms that occurs once every 5,000 years. Li Chengfeng explained, placing a reassuring hand on Odin's shoulder. The barriers between dimensions have weakened to a staggering degree. If I were to stand at the borders of Asgard, I could return to Midgard without even inputting dimensional coordinates. Odin was not particularly versed in the intricacies of teleportation magic, but Frigga's expression darkened at this revelation. As one of the most powerful sorceresses, she fully grasped the implications of Li Chengfeng's words. The phenomenon of the 9 realms convergence, in a sense, equated to a dimensional merging event. Once, the 9 realms existed as distinct dimensions upon different branches of the world tree. Yet they now exhibited a troubling tendency to merge into one. This was indeed alarming. Previously, travel between the realms required special means, but now, as long as one could identify the weak points in the dimensional fabric created by this convergence, they could traverse directly to a dimension within the world tree. It was no wonder that the frost giants and dark elves seized this opportunity to assault Asgard. The once impregnable fortress had transformed into a mere automatic sliding door, opening at the slightest detection of presence. The temptation for nearly costless cross-dimensional plunder and warfare was irresistible. Among the 9 realms, apart from Asgard, Vanaheim, and Midgard, the other 6 realms remained relatively primitive and savage, with nomadic cultures prevailing. To put it kindly, one might describe their customs as simple and pure. To speak less charitably, they could be deemed barbaric and bloodthirsty. In summary, the Dark Elves, Frost Giants, and Angels united to invade Asgard, even breaching its prisons to liberate all the criminals. Li Chengfeng Shuja. Although we have largely regained our lost ground, reports from Sif and the 3 warriors of the Valkyrie indicate that at least 30% of the inmates seized this chance to escape into other dimensions. Odin appeared momentarily dazed. What on earth is happening? Dark Elves? Frost Giants? And Angels? An assault on Asgard? Have they consumed the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard? Ah, I see your expression reflects your disbelief, does it not? If Hela were still sealed in the realm of Midgard, the Guardians would not have ventured into Asgard, and your 2 esteemed sons would remain imprisoned in their respective corners of Midgard. In such a scenario, do you truly believe Asgard could escape unscathed? Li Chengfeng's words struck Odin's heart like a hammer. Without their intervention, relying solely on Sif and the Warriors 3, even leading the Asgardian army, they would likely be confined to the halls of Valhalla, merely resisting. Reclaiming lost territory? A mere fantasy. Hence, we are fortunate that Hela has returned. You should primarily express your gratitude to me. Li Chengfeng shamelessly patted his chest. By the way, old Odin, do you desire a daughter? What do you mean by that? Odin was taken aback by Li Chengfeng's abrupt shift in thought. Had they not just been discussing the invasion? It is quite literal, Li Chengfeng shrugged. During your slumber, we engaged in a fierce battle with the invaders, successfully slaying the frost giant king Lao Fei, while the enchantress Lorelei and the dark elf Agrim were gravely injured and imprisoned. Nevertheless, how does all this relate to my daughter? Li Chengfeng stared blankly at Odin, then sighed deeply. He had indeed hinted to Odin that this invasion involved angels, and yet he had provocatively asked about his daughter. Yet, Odin could not recall that he once had a daughter, the first child he had with Frigga. Frigga was equally ensnared in confusion. Queen of Angels, Hela, just look at the depths of your character. The parents of the abducted child hardly believe you would allow their daughter to survive. Indeed, the Queen of Angels had not initially intended for Angela to live. However, one of her angels, too soft-hearted, concealed Angela away. Upon discovering this, the queen resolved that pitting father against daughter would more thoroughly satiate her desire for vengeance, thus training Angela to become the sharpest blade of the angelic realm. From a third-party perspective, it was clear that the Queen of Angels harbored some feelings for Odin. After all, what motive would she have to despise him otherwise? Yet if one were to add a layer of tragic, unrequited love to the narrative, it would render the situation much more comprehensible. A vibrant new chapter was being inscribed into the annals of Asgardian history. Truly, it was a tale of both wildness and history. In the comics, the Queen of Angels retained a captivating allure. How could she possibly be drawn to Odin, the white-bearded elder? However, such details were of little consequence now. Observing that the atmosphere had been suitably prepared, Chengfeng nodded towards Hela. Hela raised an eyebrow and turned to exit the chamber. Shortly thereafter, she returned, accompanied by another person, Angela herself. Upon encountering Angela alone, there was no immediate reaction. However, the moment she shared the same space with Freya, a striking revelation emerged. These two must share a bloodline. Angela was, without a doubt, the youthful incarnation of Freya. Chengfeng could not help but roll his eyes. Angela bore an uncanny resemblance to Freya, while Hela and Loki mirrored Odin in both character and essence. Only Thor appeared to be a stark contrast to his parents. Chengfeng found his theory that Thor was plucked from a refuse been increasingly credible. Freya, and Odin, the divine pair, were rendered speechless, their astonishment palpable. Odin was so taken aback that he could not remain seated. He hurriedly rose to his feet and approached Angela, scrutinizing the woman before him. So similar, remarkably so. A mere glance at Angela conjured memories of Gandalf, the sorcerer who wielded a sword with equal prowess. No. It is Freya. You are my daughter? Audrey, is it truly you? In that moment, Odin and Freya transcended their roles as the king and queen of Asgard, becoming merely a pair of long-lost spouses reunited. Angela instinctively furrowed her brow, wishing to retreat. Yet the instinctive pull of her bloodline overwhelmed the hatred and distortion instilled by Hela. Initially, she believed herself to be an abandoned child raised by angels, lacking celestial wings. However, as she matured and grew in strength, she began to perceive a subtle calculation and wariness in the eyes of the angelic queen. From that moment, seeds of doubt took root in her heart. She felt an estrangement from the realm of angels. It was only at this instant that her suspicions regarding her lineage crystallized, transforming her erstwhile doubts about Queen Hela into a seething loathing. As the exalted angelic queen, Hela's actions were despicable, driven by self-interest. She had torn Angela from her biological parents, even attempting to mold her into a weapon against them. Yet, now that weapon had shifted its aim, poised to strike against the corrupt angelic queen. With deliberate grace, she extended her hands, traversing the passage of millennia to reclaim the grasp of her father and mother. Akin to the moment of her birth when she tightly clutched Odin and Freya's fingers. Tears brimmed in the eyes of the couple, a poignant testament to their reunion. Child, you have returned home. What a profound blessing it is to be reunited. Chengfeng sighed as he approached Hela. It seemed you have much to express. Hela gazed at Chengfeng. Although their acquaintance was but a fleeting ripple in her millennia-long existence, the resonance filled the void within her heart. Understanding him was akin to understanding herself. This man was overflowing with emotion. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Chengfeng, though appearing outwardly calm, was consumed by an inner tempest of fury. There was little to articulate. The demise of the human traffickers and their kin was the only resolution. Chapter 136, Malekith. Drowned in dreams, Malekith had never anticipated that this journey to Earth would be fraught with peril, either fleeing for his life or traversing the path of escape. Encountering the person renowned as the Oracle of Fairy Tale Town was indeed a stroke of misfortune. Yet, why was it that upon his arrival, he found himself confronted by a grotesque figure, entirely clad in crimson? From the creature's gaze, he discerned a blend of disdain and scrutiny. indicating that it was not a mindless beast, but rather an intelligent being endowed with reasoning. Malekith gritted his teeth, disregarding the blood that trickled from the corners of his mouth. As the sovereign of the Dark Elves, he was cunning and despicable. However, he was far from cowardly. It was only natural for Elsa to flee. After all, it is only the self-righteous and so-called heroes who would recklessly march to their demise. Initially, he did not retreat in a bloodied flight as he did now. Instead, he brandished his sword in his right hand and summoned dark magic with his left. Yet, the outcome was far from favorable. Although the Red Hulk did not possess the limitless potential of the original Hulk, he was still a formidable member of the Hulk lineage, his base attributes rivaling those of the standard Savage Hulk. In a confrontation between the standard Hulk and Malekith, it was nothing short of a one-sided assault. Malekith's dark magic struck the Red Hulk, leaving only minor scars while failing to impede his advance. After Malekith swung his sword at the Red Hulk, the latter turned with a grin, remarking, "My friend, your attack feels more like a playful caress." This taunt shattered Malekith's composure, propelling him back into the familiar cycle of flight and pursuit. However, the Red Hulk, also known as General Ross, could have easily dispatched Malekith, but chose instead to grant him a sliver of mercy, a path leading to the Air Force Base. As the nominal commander of the military base, General Ross had no desire to entangle himself with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Yet, the reality was that within mere minutes, the agents had assumed complete control of the outer defenses. Even one capable of transforming into a colossal gamma monster was compelled to heed the directives of a man named Nick Fury. Meanwhile, General Ross, who had been maintaining his Hulk form and venting his frustrations in the nearby Wild Lake, received a transmission from his communicator. "Dear General Ross, how have you been recently? What do you want, Nick Fury? I regret to inform you that the external defenses of Area 51 have temporarily been taken over by the FBI. I won't question why you are not in your office during working hours. Instead, I have a task for you. Maintain vigilance at the perimeter of Area 51 and locate a pale-skinned dark elf leader." Fury's words left General Ross momentarily speechless. "What is this? The defenses have been commandeered? Are you still in search of a pallid-skinned dark elf leader? What on earth are you doing? What heinous act have you committed? And what precisely is a dark elf?" "Ha ha. Regarding the term heinous, I believe it is more aptly applied to Amanda Waller." Nick Fury chuckled, acknowledging that although you were captured by Hydra for quite some time and subjected to brainwashing, you serendipitously emerged as the Red Hulk. However, your knowledge of the events surrounding the Eye of the Sky and Area 51 over the past 2 years is rather limited. The unknown entity you unearthed back then, which we refer to as the Ether, is the treasure of the Dark Elves. They're here in pursuit of this artifact. I heard Amanda Waller mention this. The Fairy Tale Town incident was indeed caused by the Ether, but wasn't it contained by that agent Lee Chengfeng from your bureau? Yes, precisely him. Wasn't he the one who secured it? While that may be true, the Dark Elves are tracing the residual essence of the Ether. And this base is the location where its remnants are most potent. I see. So we are merely bait, then? Let us hasten to catch this big fish. Nick Fury smirked, lowering his voice, for you surely do not wish to remain under Amanda Waller's thumb indefinitely, do you? Under Fury's subtle persuasion, General Ross ultimately took the bait. After all, compared to the distant Nick Fury, he found Amanda Waller a malicious and unscrupulous individual, far more intolerable. Moreover, both held equal rank. Yet she was the commander of the Eye of the Sky, to whom he was subordinate. However, with the capture of this extraterrestrial invader, combined with his own Red Hulk powers, he would undoubtedly prove his worth before the American government. Huh, Amanda Waller? By then, she would merely be an inconsequential dark woman. Thus, the scene unfolded where the Red Hulk grinned at Malekith's rear. At this very moment, the Red Hulk was exuberantly laughing as he pursued Malekith. "Ha ha, Dark Elf. Do stop running and simply surrender. You lunatics. All you Earthlings are insane." Malekith could no longer contain himself and turned to shout. "It's one thing to have a god in Fairy Tale Town, but what in the world are you, you monster?" Upon realizing he could communicate with the Dark Elf, the Red Hulk did not cease his pursuit. Understanding the language was vital. At the very least, it would allow him to extract some information. Nick Fury remained silent, knowing that capturing him was essential, right? He could now be considered a delivery to their doorstep. Thus, the Red Hulk halted, allowing Malekith to flee further away. Malekith, puzzled by the Red Hulk's sudden stop, wondered what had caused it. The next moment, ice, fire, storms, and thunder rained down upon him without restraint. In a moment of desperation, Malekith conjured a dark magic shield to protect himself. Under the relentless assault of elemental forces, Malekith's dark magical shield, sustained by all his might, shattered with a resounding crash. Subsequently, he succumbed entirely to the unending barrage. Cease fire. Nick Fury, who had been vigilantly monitoring the external defenses, gestured for the Avengers to halt their onslaught. Iceman, Fireman, and Storm immediately complied. Initially, I believed this task to be exceedingly arduous. However, it merely entailed playing the role of a distant weapon. Iceman shrugged at Fireman, noting that these beings, known as Dark Elves, exhibited remarkable resilience, surviving such a ferocious attack without meeting their demise. You find it simple because we possess the advantage of time, place, and numbers. If you encountered this Dark Elf without support, you would likely meet your end. Storm, also known as Aurora, remarked with an eye roll. Iceman, despite his commendable combat capabilities, often displayed an overabundance of pride stemming from his identity as an Omega-level mutant, lacking in practical battle experience. Yet, Storm's assertion held merit. Malekith's plight was exacerbated by the unfavorable conditions of the battlefield and the element of surprise. In a more balanced environment, the vast majority of Avengers would likely fall to Malekith. Enough of this discussion. The White Queen, Emma Frost, interjected as the leader of this mission, casting a sultry glare at Iceman. Drake, can you not approach your tasks with a bit more gravity? I was merely stating the truth. Why must you lecture me? Iceman muttered, lowering his head. Since assuming the role of the academic director at the Bureau of Mutant Affairs, Emma's previously carefree demeanor had transformed entirely. Her attire and manner of speech had undergone a striking change. One might mistake her for the sister of that fellow, White Egg. Nevertheless, she stood among the Avengers as a telepath of equal stature to the professor. Iceman only dared to grumble a few words, yet his body remained loyal, closely trailing Emma's side. Nick Fury chose not to engage in this minor exchange. Instead, he waved to the Avengers accompanying him and boldly advanced towards the seemingly incapacitated Malekith. Is he still alive? Fireman, who had remained largely silent, suddenly muttered. It would be quite the horror movie scenario if he appeared lifeless only to spring back to life when heroes converge. Yet, scarcely had Fireman's words left his lips than Malekith's eyes indeed flew open. No way. Is this for real? Malekith, grinning wickedly, plunged his hand into the ground. In an astonishing display, a peculiar black longsword was drawn forth. Malekith greedily absorbed the power emanating from a blade, his vitality instantaneously restored. In a swift motion, he unleashed his first strike, cleaving the leading one-eyed giant in half, leaving him to writhe and scream upon the ground. The ensuing scene was nothing short of carnage. With severed limbs flying in all directions, all those who had ambushed Malekith, including the Red Hulk, found their heads severed from their bodies. The ruthless ferocity of the Dark Elves was vividly displayed in that moment. Malekith then casually discarded the heads and ventured deeper into the military base, irresistibly drawn by an eerie red light. Soon, he beheld the true nature of the red glow, the ether particles. Ha ha ha, the ether. At last, I have obtained the ether particles. Asgard, the 9 realms? They shall soon become mere cosmic dust in my grasp. Ha 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 ha. Malekith laughed heartily as he secured the ether particles. However, the White Queen merely raised an eyebrow and withdrew her hand from Malekith's forehead. There was no ultimate reversal of fate, no ether particles. It was merely the Dark Elf Lord ensnared in a perfect illusion woven by the White Queen before his demise. Ah, as one grows older, witnessing the unresolved matters of death becomes increasingly unbearable, she lamented, rising with a long sigh. The Dark Elf, drenched in cold sweat, wiped his brow in disbelief. To think that such a revered Dark Elf could be dispatched so effortlessly through mental telepathy, and yet he could not bear to see him pass away with his eyes open. This dream was indeed flawless, yet it consumed the last remnants of his life. Thus, a once great Dark Elf Lord was drowned in a beautiful dream after enduring 2 brutal beatings. If Li Chengfeng were to witness this, he would surely give Malekith a thumbs up. What remarkable fortune! At least it was far more theatrical than the demise of that old scoundrel, Lao Fei, was it not? Buzz, buzz. The personal terminal of Nick Fury emitted a couple of vibrations, signaling incoming information. Upon opening it, he discovered a message from the field agents in Fairy Tale Town, indicating that the cleanup was complete. All right, the operation in Fairy Tale Town has concluded. This invasion incident can be deemed over, Nick Fury acknowledged, nodding toward the White Queen. He muttered to himself, Li Chengfeng told me to proceed with caution, and this is the outcome? As he glanced at the surrounding agents, he was momentarily reminded of the Guardians of the Galaxy, who were far away in Asgard. Instantly, he felt a surge of pride. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Li Chengfeng, who was still in Asgard, Malekith had been completely vanquished. More precisely, he was waiting for Odin to find a way to reconnect the 10th realm with the World Tree. The phenomenon of the 9 realms merging was, after all, a random occurrence. For instance, the angelic realm only manifested a minuscule passage. Thus, the coalition invading Asgard primarily consisted of dark elves and frost giants, with angels making up less than 1/20th of their numbers. However, this did not deter Odin, the old man, from plotting revenge against the angelic realm. Did they truly think old Odin was as pliable as a soft persimmon? Binding another's daughter is one thing, but to attempt to manipulate them into turning against each other is quite another. If the Angel Queen were to perish, it would render Odin unworthy of his exalted throne among the pantheon. Ahem, esteemed father-in-law. I am uncertain whether I should utter this phrase. Who is your esteemed father-in-law? In a fit of rage, Odin finally reclaimed his notorious temper, casting a withering glare at Li Chengfeng, demanding, speak quickly. It is as such. Li Chengfeng, unabashed and unperturbed by Odin's frosty demeanor, grasped the elder's shoulder and suggested, the optimal course of action at this juncture would be to have Angela guide us back through the path we came, into the angelic realm. I am well aware of the intricacies of battle, having fought for millennia without your instruction, Odin retorted, rolling his singular eye. However, my intent extends beyond merely eliminating that scoundrel, Haven. I aim to reintegrate the entire angelic realm into the 9 realms. Li Chengfeng found himself in complete agreement. Truly, one cannot underestimate the cunning of a fox that has lived for millennia. Even in this familial entanglement, he maintained his rationality over emotional sentiment, thereby relinquishing the pursuit of maximum gain. What renders the angelic realm valuable? It is nothing less than an underdeveloped dimensional space and an army of nearly ubiquitous angels. The former represents a wealth of resources, while the latter indicates Odin's lingering sorrow over the loss of the Valkyries, slain at the hands of Hela. His intention to subjugate these angels is likely aimed at filling the void left by the Valkyries. Thus, eliminating the Angel Queen Haven becomes a multifaceted advantage, both a means of vengeance and profit. Is it any wonder that he is the foremost war profiteer among the 9 realms? With our divine king relegated to a secondary position? Astounding, truly astonishing, Odin. If you continue to refer to me as such, I shall certainly impale you with Gungnir. Chapter 137. The World Tree restores its completeness. The expedition to the angelic realm, since Odin resolved to counterattack the angelic realm. Li Chengfeng witnessed the remarkable efficiency of Asgard, a domain that had once waged war across the cosmos. Particularly after Odin reached an accord with Hela, the once cooperative father-daughter duo transformed into formidable allies in battle. Pray tell, do you possess a childhood name? Perhaps Horus? Why would you presume that a deity could have such a triviality as a nickname? Our true names are intrinsically linked to our divinity and divine power. Hela regarded Li Chengfeng with pity. You have not, upon inheriting the former godly rank of Zizur, allowed that foolish individual to diminish your intellect. Have you? Do you truly consider Zizur to be lacking in intellect? Li Chengfeng refrained from responding. However, upon reflection, it became evident that these ancient deities from Earth, one and all, had succumbed to an overwhelming cowardice, leading them to hesitate at every turn. Their indecisiveness ultimately brought about their downfall, revealing a certain folly. One could only conclude that the God-Eater Adam had been exceedingly effective in instilling fear, shattering the courage of his kin. As the first god to fall by your hand, I would not deem him particularly astute. Hela shrugged her shoulders and then accompanied Li Chengfeng to the entrance of the palace. The members of the Star Team were idly observing the frolicsome antics of the colossal wolf Fenris and Li Chengfeng's demonic cat, Doug, despite the vast disparity in their sizes. Li Chengfeng was not at all surprised that the two could engage in playful camaraderie. One was a divine being, while the other was a creature of magical energy. Well, dear teammates, Does anyone wish to ascend to paradise? Oh, putting your tone and expression evoke the chilling charm of a smiling killer. How utterly captivating, quipped Harley Quinn, leaning against Li Chengfeng's shoulder with a roguish grin, playfully lifting his chin. It would be even more splendid if your face were splattered with a few drops of blood. Ugh, Harley, your system is indeed rather peculiar. A lecherous individual is not frightening. It is the twisted, depraved ones that truly terrify. But what exactly do you mean by paradise? Ada Wong furrowed her brow. On our journey, we have encountered several so-called angels. Are you suggesting that you intend to launch an assault on their stronghold? This is not my decision, but rather that of the great king of gods within. Li Chengfeng replied, gesturing towards the palace door with a smile. We, the Star Team, merely seek to witness the spectacle. Primarily, we wish for you to experience the thrills of interdimensional warfare. After all, in the future, the Star Team will not only traverse dimensions, but may even journey through time to execute missions. Li Chengfeng was not merely speaking fancifully. Although he had only mentioned the existence of the legendary team to Harley Quinn, who had seen alongside him, he had not disclosed anything to the others. Captain Carter had also refrained from informing her teammates about her arrival from another timeline. Yet, Li Chengfeng had an intuitive sense that the mysteries of time would soon begin to unravel. Otherwise, his future self would not be gathering team members from various points along the timeline to form the legendary team. Just as Sarah Lance, who was originally supposed to be adrift on Lianyu Island after secretly sailing with Oliver Queen, was ultimately rescued by the Assassin's Guild. It was his future self who had taken her at that critical juncture. Sarah Lance was of little consequence to the Assassin's Guild, and for Oliver Queen. It mattered not whether Sarah was saved by him or the Guild. The same was true for Howard Stark. Yet, he pondered when he would ultimately decide to form the legendary team at that future point. Moreover, the words spoken by Sarah Lance had continually troubled Li Chengfeng. She had mentioned that as the acting director, she vanished after assembling the legendary team. What had transpired in the future? When Odin, Frigga, and others reappeared before the group. 2 hours had already passed. Angela seemed to have fully grasped her identity and accepted the name that rightfully belonged to her, Audrith Odin's daughter. As Hela had said, the names of the gods are intricately linked to their divinity and essence. Previously, Angela exhibited remarkable strength, yet it was merely a slight superiority over Thor. Her ability to reduce Thor and Loki to such a woeful state was primarily due to the advantage of numbers. However, with her newfound identity and power, Angela's strength has commenced a swift ascent. Should she engage in battle with Thor and Loki now, she would likely be capable of vanquishing them single-handedly. Li Chengfeng, feeling a sense of sympathy, patted Loki on the shoulder. Despite his incessant antics and erratic behavior, he remained at the very bottom of the family hierarchy, a dismal fate indeed for Loki. Must you really look at me with such pitying eyes? Loki lamented, utterly despondent over Li Chengfeng's whimsical thought process. It was evident that no favorable thoughts about himself crossed Li's mind. Yet what could he do? He was powerless to fight back or offer a retort. After his entanglement with his elder sister Hela, he found himself further suppressed by familial hierarchy. Reflecting on the 250-year contract now, he felt increasingly cheated. At that moment, the forces of Asgard had assembled in the vast square, and Li Chengfeng stood at the forefront, recognizing several familiar faces. The first was Sif, who shared a deep bond with Thor. Among the warriors of Asgard, she ranked just below Angela and was even depicted as Thor's wife in the comics. However, in the films, Thor's romantic narrative focused on Jane Foster. Yet this did not diminish Sif's significance in Thor's heart. Moreover, in this universe, Thor had yet to encounter Jane Foster. Next, he spotted the Warriors 3, who had descended alongside Sif to aid Thor, and who met their untimely demise at the hands of Hela and Thor, Ragnarok. Nevertheless, these three were formidable in their own right. They simply paled in comparison to Hela's peak prowess. As previously mentioned, one of the warriors, Volstagg, was even deemed worthy of wielding the ultimate hammer of the universe. Lastly, Li Chengfeng recognized a familiar figure, Scourge, the executioner, renowned for his bald head. Indeed, he was the unfortunate character who met a tragic end in Thor, Ragnarok. The film had caricatured him, but in truth, Scourge, born from a union of an unknown frost giant and a nameless Asgardian goddess, possessed strength surpassing that of the majority of Asgardians. Otherwise, he would not have been seen alongside the Enchantress and Lorelei in the comics. Now, he stood prominently behind Heimdall. Though Heimdall was mocked by Hela for merely guarding the gates on the battlefield, he earned another title, the God of Dawn. In Asgard, he was undoubtedly the foremost among those beneath the level of the Allfather. In addition to these familiar faces, many others bore the countenance of formidable warriors, likely members of the Asgardian Legion. However, Li Chengfeng did not recognize them. At this moment, all awaited Odin's command. They have long been deprived of a genuine, united offensive. Ever since Odin resolved to treat the Nine Realms with compassion and kindness, they have merely encountered minor skirmishes from time to time. Transforming from a formidable army into mere mediators is a bitter pill to swallow. Clearly, Odin does not embody the traits of a weak leader. Otherwise, the forces of Asgard would not have been able to mobilize at all. Odin, accompanied by Frigg, traversed through the ranks of Asgard's army and ascended to the sacred altar. He remained silent, raising his indomitable Gungnir, a divine light gleaming from his single eye. Having just undergone Odin's slumber, both his power and physique were at an unparalleled zenith. The celestial realm had indeed met with misfortune, had they not conspired with Malekith to invade Asgard. Even timing their attack to coincide with Odin's slumber in hopes of eliminating him, they would not have faced such a counteroffensive. It can only be said that fate is a fickle mistress. Li Chengfeng bore witness to the might of Odin's power. In terms of sheer combat prowess, the current Odin might be slightly inferior to Hela or Li Chengfeng of the Lantern Corps. However, Odin's power encompasses not only formidable strength, but also grants him near-omniscient knowledge, unique abilities, and a connection to the world tree. With his hammer, he severed the connection between the celestial realm and other domains. Then, with his great hammer, he exiled the isolated celestial realm using Odin's power. This was also the reason Odin was able to detach the celestial realm from the world tree in the first place. Odin proclaimed that what can be dismantled can also be rebuilt. If something can be destroyed, it can likewise be established anew. Upon re-establishing his connection with the world tree, Odin utilized his power to draw the celestial realm back, allowing this dimension to take root and sprout anew upon the world tree. As this process unfolded, all beings of divine essence present felt a tremor emanating from the depths of the cosmos, a long-awaited expression of gratitude following the restoration of the world tree. Li Chengfeng could not help but roll his eyes. The world tree was indeed unfortunate, encountering the old trickster Odin, who could sever a dimension at a moment's notice. For the world tree, this was akin to the incomplete detachment of a person's organ while the primary blood vessels remained connected. How magnanimous the world tree is! Were he the world tree, he would surely manifest in human form and deliver a good thrashing to Odin. With the 10th realm restored, the world tree was once again whole. Odin turned, the resplendent gold of his armor reflecting brilliant light, and proclaimed, "Asgardian forces, prepare for assault." Let the celestial realm witness the might of Asgard once more. As the king of the gods concluded his declaration, Heimdall was the first to spring into action. Following him, the Asgardian army crossed the lengthy bridge and approached the entrance of the Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall embedded the Sword of Dawn into its pedestal, and the Rainbow Bridge immediately sprang to life. Since taking over the authority of the Rainbow Bridge from the previous Guardian, Heimdall was destined to no longer roam the battlefield under the title of the God of Dawn. When Hela gazed at Heimdall, her eyes reflected not only the enduring animosity between them, but also a subtle hint of compassion. For true warriors like Hela, the inability to set foot on the battlefield again was indeed a profound loss. However, Heimdall had long since acclimated to this reality over the millennia. He rotated the Sword of Dawn and located the once blank 10th realm on the star map, representing the coordinates of the world tree. Then the Rainbow Bridge opened. Without hesitation, Odin and Frigga stepped onto the Rainbow Bridge, followed by Hela, Angela, Thor, and Loki. Li Chengfeng and the Star Team, however, did not rush to enter. They lingered at the rear of the Asgardian army. This was a revenge mission orchestrated by the king of gods and Asgard, and they, merely bystanders, chose to remain inconspicuous. As they prepared to step onto the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall suddenly spoke, addressing Li Chengfeng. "Ancient god from Midgard, how did you persuade the king of gods, Odin, to agree to bring the 10th realm back to the world tree? Though I possess the status of an ancient god, I am, after all, still human." Li Chengfeng shrugged at Heimdall, replying, "Your question is rather straightforward. I returned another daughter of Odin, providing him with a new purpose. How many years has it been since you witnessed such a majestic Odin Borson? With that, Li Chengfeng beckoned the members of the Star Team to enter the Rainbow Bridge. On their second passage across the Rainbow Bridge, the Star Team appeared markedly more composed than during their initial journey, with familiarity replacing novelty. The experience felt akin to riding any familiar mode of transportation. The duration of the journey was comparable to that from Earth to Asgard. But after exchanging a few words with Heimdall, the Star Team found themselves stepping onto the soil of the angelic realm, just as Odin and his family, accompanied by a large force, were hastening toward the angelic realm's headquarters. Are they in such a hurry? Li Chengfeng murmured, yet he understood. The culprit behind the abduction of Odin's daughter for over 2 millennia awaited them in the distant angelic palace. Not even the seemingly gentle Frigga appeared unyielding as she prepared for battle, her eyes filled with a fierce determination. Li Chengfeng had no interest in entangling himself in this family's vendetta. No matter how formidable the Angel Queen might be, she paled in comparison to this divine family. All right, dear team members, it is time for us to attend to our own matters, Li Chengfeng instructed as he observed everyone acclimating to the environment of the angelic realm. Just as Odin sought to resolve his long-standing grievances with the Angel Queen, he also harbored intentions of extracting benefits from this scarcely explored dimension. Naturally, Li Chengfeng felt compelled to partake in this endeavor as well. He held little interest in the angelic race, merely perceiving them as divine beings capable of asexual reproduction among their entire female population. Judging by their history of treachery against Asgard, this lineage was anything but virtuous. Li Chengfeng had no desire to harbor such a volatile entity within his ranks. Instead, his curiosity was piqued by the myriad resources of this dimension. Having spoken, he summoned the orange lamp beast. The once drowsy Jormungandr immediately roused from slumber. Daddy! Daddy! Li Chengfeng felt a profound sense of joy at having gained another lamp beast daughter. After all, if one were to be precise, Jormungandr was indeed the offspring of his union with the goddess Hela, rendering her affectionate address entirely appropriate. Jormungandr, could you do your father a favor? What? A favor? Of course. I love helping Daddy. The sweet voice of the little girl brought a smile to Li Chengfeng's face, reminiscent of a proud father. Her endearing charm was far more comforting than that of the kidney-deficient shark or the pincered bovine. After tending to his other 2 lamp beasts, Li Chengfeng reached out to pat Jormungandr, who was playfully bouncing on his shoulder. Help Daddy see if there are any valuable treasures within this dimension. The lamp beast, embodying avarice, possessed an innate sensitivity to precious items. Although there was a hint of dubiousness in employing child labor without remuneration, Li Chengfeng decided to let his lamp beast daughter take on the role of the legendary treasure-seeking mouse.